Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. The long-awaited part 3 of After Inheriting a Wasteland, I unlocked an evolution system. My territory can upgrade infinitely is officially starting. Chapter 401, the deal. The other party had specifically hired an appraiser to assess the value of the materials. The moment the group saw what Zhou Yin had produced, their expressions changed, and they couldn't help but ask, "Are you really going to trade these with us?" Zhou Yin simply smiled. These materials weren't rare in his territory, but outside, each one was quite valuable, so it was normal for the other party to be shocked. He nodded and said, "That's right, they're all for trade. You should know their value." Among the materials he presented were space stones, though only 4-star quality, but with the free material instance, he wasn't lacking. In addition, there were a considerable quantity of low-level materials collected from other worlds, precisely what the other party desperately needed. After carefully calculating the value, both parties finally completed part of the transaction. The other party was noticeably more enthusiastic, smiling and saying, "Looking forward to our next transaction." Because the items Zhou Yin possessed were too valuable, they only exchanged a portion, keeping the majority for themselves. However, Zhou Yin said calmly, "I might not come again next time." The other party was taken aback and quickly asked why. Zhou Yin bluntly stated, "Buying only 2,000 units at a time is too time-consuming. I can't keep coming here every day." This left the other party speechless, and they could only watch as Zhou Yin and his men left. After they left, the appraiser immediately instructed, "Notify the shop manager and tell him what happened here. The other party has so many rare materials. We must exchange for more." After leaving the shop, Xiao Zhao leaned closer and asked, "Lord, you deliberately took out those materials just now, didn't you?" Zhou Yin smiled and playfully pinched her nose, saying, "You're quite clever. I just wanted to see their reaction. Now it seems they are indeed very interested." Zhou Zhirua asked, "Will they come looking for us?" Zhou Yin didn't care. If they really need us, they will. With their abilities, finding us won't be difficult. After saying that, he walked out onto the street, intending to find a place to stay first. Kai Yin thought for a moment and suggested, "We passed an earlier that looked pretty good. Why don't we go check it out?" Zhou Yin casually put his arm around her waist, and Kai Yan's face immediately turned red. He smiled and said, "Then let's go there." The group arrived at the inn and found it to be quite large. Zhou Yin immediately asked upon entering, "How many superior rooms are left?" Seeing their distinguished bearing, the innkeeper quickly explained that the inn was considered large for Shangyang City and could easily accommodate many people. Zhou Yin, however, went straight to the point. "Can we book the entire inn?" The innkeeper was stunned. They'd clearly said there weren't many people, yet they wanted to book the entire inn. That was far too extravagant. He cautiously asked, "That's possible, but how long do you intend to book?" "1 week first," Zhou Yin said. The shopkeeper tentatively quoted a price, at least 10 million spirit coins. "Deal." Zhou Yin didn't hesitate at all, even thinking it was a bargain. The shopkeeper was stunned, immediately regretting that he should have asked for a higher price. But the words were already out, and he could only immediately tell the staff to clear the rooms. For an inn, earning 10 million spirit coins in a week is simply impossible. Dealing with such a large client is worthwhile, even if it means compensating the other guests. Although the guests were dissatisfied, the innkeeper refunded their money, so they had no choice but to find another place. Zhou Yin paid the bill, told the others the name of the inn, and then ordered a table full of food to eat with Kai Yin and the others. Next, they just needed to wait for the black market to open. An hour later, the innkeeper came up and said that a very important person wanted to see him. Xiao Zhao smiled like a lark. "Lord, those people have indeed come looking for us." Zhou Yin smiled as well. The fact that they had come to his door meant that the materials he had were enough to entice them. In this way, the initiative was entirely in his hands. Even if the other party doesn't come, he won't suffer any loss. He didn't come here specifically to buy anything. If he really needs materials, he can rely on the free material dungeon. However, the dungeon can only be adjusted once a month, and even at max level, only 10 types of materials can be unlocked. For someone with a vast territory and numerous buildings, this is still not enough, especially for high-level materials, where the shortage is even greater. Zhou Yin instructed the innkeeper, "Please invite our distinguished guests up and prepare some tea." The innkeeper naturally dared not neglect his duty. He knew the guests were of high status, but he hadn't expected Zhou Yin to have such a person personally visit him. Not long after, There was a knock on the door. Zhou Yin said calmly, "Please come in." The door opened, and 3 men walked in. They didn't put on airs and greeted him with a bow as they entered. "Hello, we're the store manager of the East City shop. My name is Luo Keki." Zhou Yin stood up, shook hands with the others, and invited them to sit down. He said directly, "I already know your purpose. We can discuss the exchange rate." Luo Keki was pleased with his straightforwardness and laughed. "Brother, you're quick to speak your mind. We won't waste your breath either. We definitely won't let you suffer any losses." Then, Zhou Yin stated the materials he needed, their unique soul crystals and soul stones. The other party was clearly prepared and agreed on the spot. Chapter 402, Materials Trading. "How many 5-star or higher soul crystals can you trade to me at most?" Zhou Yin was very interested in soul crystals. This material can enhance soul power and spiritual power, and it is extremely rare. Looking at the entire Lord continent, only the Soul continent produces it. That's why the Soul continent has become a target coveted by all sides. The profits from monopoly are too great. Whoever controls this resource will inevitably become powerful. Rocky pondered for a moment before speaking. The Alliance does have regulations that prohibit the large-scale trading of materials of 5 stars and above to individual lords. However, if you can provide the materials we urgently need, the rules can be relaxed. As long as we have the stock, we can discuss how much you want. Hearing this, Zhou Yin felt much more at ease. The space stones he had taken out were mostly low-grade materials. He hadn't touched any of the high-grade ones above 5 stars. He naturally wouldn't casually part with the truly valuable items. So he said, "I only need the soul crystal. I don't need the soul crystals and soul stones for now." Rocky nodded and said, "No problem. Since we need your materials, we can offer up to 8-star soul crystals. However, you also need to offer something of sufficient value for an equal trade." Upon seeing the 8-star soul crystal, Zhou Yin was immediately satisfied. Since the other party could produce materials of this caliber, he naturally couldn't offer anything inferior. After all, low-grade materials had limited value. To exchange them for high-grade goods, a very large quantity would be required. 8-star soul crystals are extremely useful to high-level magic users, so Zhou Yin naturally wanted to exchange for more. He immediately checked his territory's inventory, and what he saw startled even himself. The territory was piled high with unused materials, some exceeding 100 million units, others in the millions. Zhou Yin guessed that Jin Sanyi had probably acquired these from some unknown world, and since they weren't needed for the time being, they had simply been left there. He picked out material with an extremely large stockpile and asked, "Do you need this?" Rocky's expression changed immediately upon seeing it. "Icefall stone. You actually have this kind of material? It's extremely rare. We searched for a long time without finding it. You must have gone to great lengths to get it, right?" Zhou Yin was taken aback. Effortless. He wanted to say that he had no idea when this thing had entered the warehouse. But in front of Rocky, he couldn't show weakness. So he feigned a sigh and said, "Just luck. When we went to the Lord's continent, we encountered a group of powerful monsters. We fought them for several days before discovering a fallen ice stone mine. We even lost tens of thousands of soldiers for this, or..." Hearing this, Kai Yin and the others stared at him speechlessly. A battle that lasted several days? Tens of thousands lost. Zhou Yan's pained expression was so convincingly genuine. Kai Yin felt a little embarrassed to stay any longer. Zhou Zhuo and Xiao Zhao were barely holding back their laughter. Rocky believed him somewhat and immediately said, "Brother, don't worry. We will definitely give you satisfactory terms. Now that you have found the Icefall stone vein, what is the highest star level you have in mind? In terms of the trade, we will definitely not let you suffer a loss." This kind of material is so rare that Rocky naturally didn't want to miss it. If they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when they would have another chance. Zhou Yin chuckled inwardly, but calmly said, "The quantity isn't the biggest problem. We've dug quite a few, the highest being 7 stars, but the quantity isn't much." Indeed, it was not much, only a tiny fraction of a billion. Rocky immediately said, "Sure, we're willing to trade 8-star soul crystals for 7-star falling ice stones. We just hope you can trade these materials to us." The other party's offer was quite generous. Exchanging 7-star materials for 8-star materials was simply too good a deal. Zhou Yin certainly wouldn't refuse. Trading something he didn't need for the time, being for a soul crystal of immense value to him, was a win-win situation no matter how you looked at it. What surprised him even more was that the icefall stone would be valued so highly by the other party. If Rocky hadn't mentioned it himself, he wouldn't have known that this tiny bit of material in the warehouse was actually so rare. Of course, Zhou Yin said immediately, then let's start by trading high-grade materials. Rocky was also very happy. Being able to exchange for icefall stones was a great gain for him as well. The two quickly began trading. However, when Zhou Yin took out 10,000 units of 7-star falling ice stones, Rocky was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the supposedly small quantity would actually be so many. Without hesitation, Rocky also took out 10,000 units of 8-star soul crystals and exchanged them with Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin understood the principle of knowing when to stop. If he took too much at once, the other party would definitely become suspicious, and he wasn't that foolish. Afterwards, the two discussed the trade of materials ranging from 1-star to 6-star. Rocky's condition was that Zhou Yin could provide 20% less material of the same quality. Although Zhou Yin was satisfied, he continued to negotiate, reducing the quantity by another 10%. This reduction was still within Rocky's acceptable range, and both parties got what they needed, quickly reaching a deal. Afterwards, Zhou Yin brought out other materials, and Rocky readily agreed, completing another large exchange with him. The transactions involved soul crystals ranging from 1-star to 6-star, with each type exceeding 100,000 units. For Zhou Yin, this all was quite astonishing. After the transaction was completed, Rocky handed Zhou Yin a token and said, "You are our friend. If there are any more materials in the future, I hope we can continue to cooperate. With this token, you can enter the city directly, and if you encounter any problems in the city, you can contact me, and I will definitely help you." Zhou Yin naturally wouldn't refuse the opportunity to establish a relationship with the other party, and immediately accepted the token and nodded in agreement. As soon as the transaction concluded, Zhou Yin received a message from Bai Qi, asking him to go to Xiqing. Someone there also wanted to do materials trading with them, and that person was the person in charge of materials in Xiqing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin immediately laughed. "That's great, the material managers from both districts have come knocking on our door." After saying that, he took Kai Yin and the other two and immediately headed to Xiqing. Chapter 403, Wu Tailang. West City was the territory of another faction, the same merchant guild that had proactively contacted Bai Qi, wanting to trade materials with Zhou Yin. They had already prepared a private room. As soon as Zhou Yin arrived, he was ushered into the hotel. The person who greeted him looked to be in his 30s, bald, with a resolute face and a simple, honest smile, but Zhou Yin didn't truly believe him to be a simpleton. The man extended his hand and smiled. "Hello, my name is Wu Tailang, head of the West City Trading Association." Zhou Yin was speechless upon hearing this name. It was indeed quite unique. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "My name is Zhou Yin. Let's begin the transaction." Wu Tailang laughed even more heartily. "I love dealing with people like you. You're much better than those who dawdle and never get to the point." He then explained his purpose. The West City Chamber of Commerce had brought 3 kinds of materials this time: soul essence, spirit essence, and soul oregon. These were all materials unique to the soul continent, and precisely what Zhou Yin was after. Zhou Yin asked him what he needed. Wu Tailang didn't hide anything and said, "We need blood demon crystals, flame spirit crystals, and cold iron from the earth oregon. The transaction will be an equal exchange, but we can give you a 5% discount, so you can provide 5% less material." This offer was significantly less favorable than what Rocky offered, but it was still profitable. Zhou Yin didn't rush to agree. Instead, he checked his inventory first. He didn't have many blood demon crystals, but he had a considerable amount of blood crystal stones, materials dropped from the territory's secret realm. He took out a blood crystal stone and handed it over. "We don't have many blood demon crystals. See if this material can be used as a substitute." Blood crystal stones and blood demon crystals are similar in nature. If the other party approves, Zhou Yin can use them for the transaction. Wu Tailang immediately handed the materials to the old man beside him for appraisal. After careful examination, the old man nodded to Wu Tailang. Wu Tailang then said, "No problem. How much can you provide?" "The more the better." Zhou Yin could tell that the other party cared a lot about the quantity, so he said, "Don't worry about the quantity. I just hope you can give me some more discounts on the transaction ratio." If it were a transaction using spirit coins, Zhou Yin wouldn't care too much, but since this was a barter system, he couldn't be too generous. Wu Tailang asked, "How much can you provide?" Zhou Yin held out one hand. Wu Tailang assumed it was 50,000 and nodded. 50,000 is fine too. Then I'll give you a 1% discount. Zhou Yin shook his head. No, I'm in at least 500,000 units. Wu Tailang was stunned on the spot, and the people around him exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. After a moment, his expression became visibly excited, and he hurriedly asked, "Are you serious?" Zhou Yin said calmly, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Wu Tailang immediately realized this wasn't a one-off deal and quickly asked, "Brother Zhou Yin, do you have a stable channel to obtain these materials long-term?" Zhou Yin understood his meaning. There's indeed a source. You want to do business with me long-term? Wu Tailang laughed. Brother, you're smart. That's exactly what I meant. As long as you're willing to supply long-term, the price is negotiable. Zhou Yin asked directly, "What's the highest discount you can offer?" Wu Tailang pondered for a moment and said, 15%. That's the highest concession I can make right now. These materials are needed by headquarters. Any higher would require an application to headquarters, and I'm afraid I can't give them a reply in a short time. Zhou Yin nodded. Okay, let's go with this. Wu Tailang was very satisfied. Unfortunately, he wasn't a lord and couldn't verify if Zhou Yin was from the Kanglan continent, so he couldn't add Zhou Yin as a friend, nor could he directly teleport to trade. If they wanted to continue cooperating in the future, Zhou Yin would have to come here in person. The transaction lasted 2 hours, and both parties obtained the materials they wanted. Before leaving, Wu Tailang handed Zhou Yin a token, saying, "This is a token from our West City Chamber of Commerce. Just take it out if you need anything. If you need to trade in the future, come to the West City Chamber of Commerce and find me. I will definitely help you." He added, 2 days from now, headquarters will be sending a batch of high-grade materials for auction, which I think you'll definitely be interested in. With this token, you can enter the Alliance auction house in the center of the city. Zhou Yin had already heard about this, but he still thanked them, saying, "Thank you. I will definitely attend." After the negotiations between the East City and West City Chambers of Commerce were completed, Zhou Yin led everyone back to the inn. Zhou Zhirua asked, "We've already bought so many materials. Are we still going to the black market tonight?" Xiao Zhao, however, was very interested. "I'm very curious about what the black market is like. Since we're here, we can't miss it." Zhou Yin glanced at the sky and said, "Since we're here, we should definitely go. It's still early. Let's wander around Shenyang City first." As night fell, the black market hidden in the darkness finally opened. An hour before the black market opened, Zhou Yin and the others put on concealment masks and arrived at the Wentian River. They had already inquired during their daytime stroll and found out that the entrance to the black market was right here. The place was deserted during the day, but at night, people dressed strangely began to walk towards the river. Several boats were moored on the bank, and only those with black market tokens were qualified to board. Zhou Yin said in a low voice, "Let's go too." Just as they reached the boat, a cold voice came from behind a mask. "Token." Zhou Yin had already distributed the tokens to everyone. After taking out their tokens, the group boarded a large ship smoothly. Once the ship was full, it slowly left the shore and headed into the depths of the distant mist. Chapter 404, The Black Market Opens. The entire Wentian River was shrouded in a gloomy and chilling atmosphere, like an ominous place that made anyone who approached feel uneasy. Kai Yin whispered a reminder to Zhou Yin, as she had a feeling that something was wrong here. It was as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows, and an evil and cold aura emanated from ahead. Zhou Yin also sensed something amiss, but since he was already here, he naturally wanted to see for himself. This place had existed for so long without anyone intervening. It must have its own special rules. He held Kai Yan's hand to reassure her. Xiao Zhao also observed their surroundings, noticing that the people on the boat were all strangely silent and didn't seem like good people. Zhou Yin also noticed them. These people were like wild beasts lurking in the night, seemingly ready to hunt their prey at any moment. The ship's lights were dim, like will-o'-the-wisps, and their flickering light added to the eerie atmosphere. There were at least 500 people on the ship, yet not a single one spoke. Everyone stood still after boarding, hidden in the shadows, the atmosphere terrifyingly oppressive. After a long while, the ship suddenly began to sink, its speed increasing rapidly, like riding an elevator. No one around reacted, and Zhou Yin signaled to his generals not to make any rash moves. Then, that eerie voice rang out again, carrying a mocking laugh. "We've arrived. You could disembark now." Zhou Yin followed the flow of people off the ship, only to find himself in an underground world. It was dark and damp, with low, dilapidated buildings, making it impossible to tell how the ships had arrived here. Several recently deceased bodies lay nearby, and more bodies floated in the river. Soon after, the bodies seemed to be dragged down by something, quickly sinking into the water and disappearing from sight. The air was thick with the stench of decay, acridity, and eeriness, as if countless lives had been lost here. Zhou Yin deduced that the place was likely located at the bottom of the river, but he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. He immediately instructed everyone to form small groups and not to spread out too much. The group then split up as previously planned and headed into the black market. At the entrance to the black market, there were people specifically collecting tokens. Clearly, these black market tokens were all disposable. Zhou Yin casually tossed his token into the fire, watching it be engulfed by the flames. Once inside the black market, Zhou Yin was surrounded by military officers who warily watched their surroundings. Seeing this, Zhou Yin reminded them to relax and not appear too tense. However, the place was a melting pot of all sorts of people. Corpses were visible as soon as one entered, and cold, ruthless gazes filled the air, so naturally, no one dared to be careless. Zhou Yin began examining the stalls and quickly discovered that this place was indeed extraordinary. Rare and precious materials, seldom seen outside, were displayed in considerable quantities here. He walked up to a stall and spotted a material called Evil Spirit Oregon. The stall owner displayed a sample of each grade, from 1 star to 9 star. Zhou Yin immediately asked the price. The stall owner, hidden under a cloak, asked him menacingly how much he wanted. Zhou Yin replied calmly, "How much do you have? That's how much I'll take." The stall owner sneered, thinking Zhou Yin was being arrogant. Zhou Yin, however, directly said, 1 million units of each kind, please. This surprised the stall owner, who then quoted 500 spirit coins per unit for 1 star evil spirit ore. Xiao Zhao immediately objected, pointing out that outside, the most was only 200 spirit coins. The stall owner smiled coldly, reminding her that this was the black market and prices couldn't be measured by outside rates. Zhou Yin didn't waste any words, immediately lowering the price to 300 spirit coins per unit and stating that he would buy as much 1 star evil spirit ore as possible, and if she didn't agree, he would leave immediately. The stall owner sized him up for a moment, then announced that he had 310,000 units. Zhou Yin told him to open the Lord's trading panel and trade using the safest method on the black market. The other party quickly uploaded the materials, and Zhou Yin paid 93 million spirit coins, completing the first transaction cleanly and efficiently. Seeing Zhou Yan's true strength, the stall owner's attitude changed, and he began discussing other materials with him. Each time the stall owner quoted a price, Zhou Yin would try to negotiate before deciding whether to complete the transaction. Besides the evil spirit ore, Zhou Yin bought several other materials, trading a total of several billion spirit coins. For him, resources that could be bought with spirit coins were not a problem. Other military officers also began purchasing. Although they weren't familiar with all the material prices, they could inquire with their superiors via communicator, and as long as the prices weren't outrageously high, they could simply buy them. After the transaction was completed, the stall owner packed up his stall and suddenly reminded Zhou Yin with a sinister smile, "Kid, you've been targeted. Whether you can get out of here alive depends on your own abilities." Zhou Yin laughed after hearing this. He came here precisely to be watched. If no one dared to touch him, it would be less fun. The stall owner was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, leaving only the words "good luck" before turning and walking deeper into the black market. Upon hearing this, Dianwei immediately drew his weapon, preparing to eliminate the person secretly watching them. Zhou Yin stopped him, telling him not to rush, that there would be a time to act later. Dianwei grinned and then put his weapon away again. Chapter 405, I can't wait any longer. Other generals also managed to acquire a considerable amount of materials. Although the black market prices were much higher than those outside, Zhou Yin didn't care. As long as he could use spirit coins, a slightly higher price was nothing. Not long after, a fight broke out ahead. Several people were surrounded by dozens of others and killed almost instantly. After stealing their belongings, the attackers scattered and left, leaving only 7 or 8 corpses lying on the ground. A moment later, another group of people pushed a cart over. 2 corpses were already on the cart. They skillfully moved the bodies from the ground onto it, then poured out a solution that could remove bloodstains. The bloodstains quickly disappeared, as if nothing had happened. After doing all that, the group left expressionlessly. Those around them were already used to it, simply watching coldly without the slightest surprise. This scene unfolded so quickly that Zhou Yan's subordinates instinctively moved closer to him. Even though they knew Zhou Yan was powerful, as his men, they were still worried about his safety. This is the rule of the black market. No one cares who lives or dies. Once someone dies, they're disposed of without even a corpse being left. Zhou Yan whispered a reminder to everyone, just be careful. He had been keeping a close eye on the surroundings and was prepared. Even if a powerhouse above the 70th level were to make a move, he had ways to ensure they wouldn't return. For him, if strength wasn't enough, tools would suffice. The biggest advantage of having a lot of money was that he could buy all sorts of things to save his life and fight back. Zhou Yan continued shopping while observing his surroundings. Several more assassinations occurred in the black market afterward, one of which resulted in the attackers being killed by their target, and more than a dozen people being wiped out by one person. That person was extremely strong, at least at the 80th level of the heavenly realm. Encountering such a tough opponent, those people can only blame their bad luck. Some had previously targeted Zhou Yan, but after seeing his generals approaching his guards, they ultimately chose to retreat. Soon, Zhou Yan stopped in front of a street stall. The items on the stall were of high quality, each one rare, especially one that caught his eye. It was actually an S-quality bridge structure. Structure, bridge to the underworld. Type, bridge, quality, S, description, can be built in territory. Zhou Yan asked directly, how much does this cost? The stall owner coldly replied, not for sale. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but frown. Why are you putting it up if you're not selling? The stall owner remained expressionless, only uttering two words, exchange something. Zhou Yan asked him what he wanted to exchange, but the other party said he didn't know. Xiao Zhao was speechless. He wanted to exchange something, but didn't know what to exchange. This person was really strange. Zhou Yan pulled Xiao Zhao to his side, patted her head, and made her stand still. Then he took out a skill book from his territory's inventory and placed it in front of the stall owner. Will this work? The stall owner didn't even raise his eyelids. No. Several hot-tempered generals were immediately displeased and almost made a move, but were stopped by the others with glances. Zhou Yan, however, could tell that the others hadn't ignored the look. They had scanned it with their divine sense. A thought struck him. He guessed this person possessed strong mental power, possibly a magician, sorcerer, shaman, Taoist priest, or even a cultivator. So he took out another mental cultivation manual. What about this one? The stall owner hesitated noticeably this time, but still didn't move, only replying, no. Zhou Yan immediately understood that the other party really needed this kind of thing. So he simply took out 10 mental cultivation techniques and skills, each one of which was of S quality or higher. How about this? The words had barely left his mouth when 3 skill books vanished from Zhou Yan's hand. The speed was so fast he hadn't even reacted. The generals behind him immediately prepared to attack, but Zhou Yan stopped them with a raised hand. This person was strong, extremely strong. If they really fought, even if they all attacked together, they might not be able to secure a victory. The black market was indeed full of hidden talents. It couldn't be underestimated. The stall owner finally spoke. Choose any 3 items from the table. He remained seated like a wooden statue, not even glancing at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan, however, was unwilling to be taken advantage of. 3 items won't do, at least 6. One of them is an SSS quality Taoist cultivation technique. The stall owner was silent for a moment. 5 items. Zhou Yan nodded in agreement. The items on the stall were indeed quite good. Choosing 5 wouldn't be a bad deal. The first item, naturally, he took the bridge to the underworld. The second was a diamond quality cloak with stealth properties. The third was an S-quality general summoning token, equivalent to recruiting another top-tier talent. Fourthly, he chose an SS quality item that could create a trapping array within a radius of 500 meters, confining enemies inside. Fifthly, he chose an S-quality pet egg, which would hatch into a decent pet. As for who to give it to later, he would decide that later. After the transaction concluded, Zhou Yan led his men away from the stall. Kai Yin quickly sensed something amiss and whispered a reminder. Lord, more people are watching us, and their intentions are ill-intentioned. Zhou Yan smiled faintly. I know. I'm just waiting for them to make their move. I can't wait any longer. Kai Yin was speechless for a moment and could only watch him silently. Chapter 406, Brothers, grab your weapons and charge. Zhou Yin had been waiting for them to make the first move, but they simply followed him without attacking, leaving him disappointed. He turned to the officers beside him and asked calmly, "Have you all recognized who they are?" Although surprised, they immediately replied, "We know." Zhou Yin waved his hand and gave the order, "Brothers, grab your weapons and charge." The generals were stunned for a moment, but Wu Song, Yang Zixing, and Dian Wei reacted the fastest. Upon hearing the order, they immediately picked up their weapons and charged towards those with ill intentions. After a brief moment of surprise, the other generals quickly reacted and rushed out. The pursuers never expected that before they could even make a move, their prey would attack first. But this was the black market, where there were few rules. Might makes right, and street fighting was commonplace. Besides, in Zhou Yan's eyes, they were the real prey. A chaotic battle erupted because of Zhou Yan's single sentence. The opponent's strength varied greatly. The weak were killed in a single exchange, while the strong could fight several generals alone, some of whom were even above the 70th level of cultivation. Fortunately, Zhou Yan's generals were of extremely high quality, well-equipped, and possessed numerous skills. Even if their cultivation levels were slightly lower, they could compensate for the difference through numbers and teamwork. Several powerful figures above the 70th level were tightly surrounded by the generals, with no chance to escape. A barrage of skills rained down, tearing open wounds on their bodies, until they could only collapse in frustration, their clothes stripped bare. The battle lasted for about half an hour before it ended. After the battle, everyone openly handed over what they had stolen to Zhou Yan, and then stood in unison beside him, making it clear to everyone. They were all in cahoots, and if they disagreed, they could come at them. Zhou Yan's gaze swept across the surroundings, and the onlookers quickly averted their eyes, afraid of being targeted by him. After this battle, no one dared to harbor any ill intentions towards him. After all, they had originally thought that Zhou Yan's side only had a few dozen people, but when they appeared, there were over 100 fierce warriors. Who would dare to provoke them? However, Zhou Yan still vaguely sensed that someone was secretly watching them. However, the other party was well hidden and obviously not weak. They did not make a move immediately, perhaps because they had temporarily retreated. Zhou Yan didn't care. He dared to come to the black market, so he naturally had a backup plan. He continued his buying spree. Those who had originally intended to rip him off immediately became as docile as cats when they saw the hundreds of fierce-looking military officers behind him, speaking politely and refraining from quoting exorbitant prices. This made Zhou Yan somewhat regretful. He should have revealed his strength from the beginning to avoid being taken advantage of. The group bought quite a few things, mostly materials, and later even acquired a spiritual weapon and many architectural blueprints. However, most of these buildings were ordinary, and their quality was below S grade, so they weren't particularly special. Time slowly passed, and the black market was finally drawing to a close. Zhou Yan glanced at the time. It was already 3 a.m., meaning the black market had lasted a full 5 hours. The crowd began to disperse, and Zhou Yan followed the flow. But halfway there, he suddenly stopped. The military officers immediately surrounded him, tightly protecting him in the center. Zhou Yan's powerful senses had detected that someone had locked onto him, and there was more than one. He frowned slightly, and a scroll appeared in each of his hands. Bai Qi's killing intent surged, and he coldly shouted, "Sneaking around like that, come out." As soon as the words fell, a blood-red sword aura slashed out, heading straight for a spot in front. Bang! The sword aura was forcefully blocked by a pair of iron fists, and a violent energy instantly tore apart the nearby wooden house, turning it into ruins. A burly man, 2 meters tall, emerged from the ruins. He wore boxing gloves and exuded an extremely powerful aura, possessing strength at least at the 80th level of the heavenly realm. This was Zheng Hu, the fist demon. Zheng Hu sneered. Such a strong killing intent. Not simple at all. Immediately afterward, a loud laugh echoed from the sky. "Boy, we've been watching you for a while. You've got quite a bit of wealth on you. Leave it here." A ghostly figure floated down from midair, heading straight for Zhou Yan. Several martial arts generals attacked simultaneously, their skills soaring into the sky, forcing the figure back. She landed on a distant boulder. She was a woman radiating an aura of coldness. The woman sneered, Your subordinates are quite strong, but their cultivation level is a bit low, otherwise I would have really been injured. This person was none other than the succubus, sure. Then another person stepped out, wielding 2 swords. His sword aura was chilling, and he looked at Zhou Yin with a vicious gaze, saying with an evil smile, "Since you're here, you won't be leaving. I will use my 2 swords to cut off all your heads." The twin swords demon Tang, Jinyuan, also appeared. Zhang Wuji suddenly activated his internal energy and slammed his palm heavily into the ground. Boom! The ground exploded, and a person with strange patterns painted on his face was blasted out, lying on the ground and still laughing. Your senses are quite strong. The earth demon, Hiyui, was also hiding underground. Zhao Yin leaped into the air, his spear unleashing a dense barrage of spear light, each strike incredibly sharp. His self-created martial art, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The spear light blasted into the void, clanging sounds echoing continuously, forcing a figure out and forcing him to retreat rapidly. The man exclaimed in surprise, "Such superb marksmanship. Give this man to me. I'll see how many moves he can withstand." The spatial cube flipped, finally revealing itself. Just then, a Buddhist chant rang out. "Amit Ba, esteemed benefactors, may I offer you all your treasures?" A bald man in a kasaya, striking a wooden fish, rushed toward Zhou Yin. The Buddha demon unrestrained had also arrived. Chapter 407, The Night Demon Appears. Dian Wei roared, swinging his giant axe with immense force, and slashed down fiercely at his opponent. Yang Zixing followed closely behind, unleashing his domineering martial arts technique without hesitation. Wu Song transformed into a fierce tiger, his claws outstretched, creating a phantom image of a tiger as he pounced. A series of booming sounds erupted. Monk Bujia shook his robe, took out a golden bowl, and a dazzling golden light instantly blocked all the attacks. He stepped aside, held the bowl in one hand, and made a Buddhist gesture, laughing. "You benefactors are too stingy, unwilling to even give this humble monk a little treasure." At this moment, a little girl who looked about 3 or 4 years old came out. She was beautifully sculpted and looked innocent and cute. She stared at Zhou Yin and the others with curiosity in her eyes, but then she smiled mischievously and said, "So many big brothers, it would be so much fun to twist your heads off and kick them around like balls." As soon as she finished speaking, countless energy orbs appeared beneath the little girl's feet. She kicked them out one by one, sending the orbs hurtling towards Zhou Yin and the others. Li Xen, Meng Ao, Meng Wu, and Meng Tian immediately drew their swords and stood in front of her, shouting in unison, "Don't you dare hurt our lord." 4 sword beams slashed out simultaneously, shattering all the energy orbs. Immediately afterward, another man in black stepped out. His gaze was sinister as he openly swept over Kai Yin and the others, and he laughed. "What beautiful young ladies. You can have the rest. I'll take these few." Xiao Zhao immediately showed disgust and said coldly, "Where did this ugly monster come from? Be careful, or I'll blind you." Zhou Zhuo gripped the heaven-slaying sword tightly, her eyes icy. "I think it would be better to just cut him in half." Zhao Ming glared at him angrily. Keeping this kind of person around is just asking for trouble. Diao Chan, Zhen Mi, Kai Yin, and the others gripped their weapons, ready to attack at any moment. The 10 evil gods were all incredibly powerful and ruthless. Excluding the one-armed demon Duan Kun, who had already been killed, 9 demons remained, but only 8 had appeared so far. One more is missing, the leader of the 10 demons, Night Demon Wei Piao. Legend has it that night demons never appeared during the day, always emerging at night, hence their name. These people were once wanted globally by the Kanglan continent, yet they've hidden here. This place is secluded, and no one dares approach easily. No wonder they've been able to hide for so long. Upon recognizing the group of ruthless killers, those around them retreated in panic, only daring to observe from a distance. Some whispered among themselves that the night demon was the strongest, said to have reached the 90-plus heavenly realm. If he were also lurking in the shadows, these people were likely in grave danger. 8 demons surrounded Zhou Yin and his companions. Each of them was above the 80th level of the heavenly realm, possessing a powerful aura that made them extremely difficult to deal with. Zhou Yin, however, showed no fear and merely sneered. "The 10 evil gods? I've heard of them. They've committed countless evils and have been wanted for decades. They're a bunch of inhuman, ghostly creatures. Upon hearing this, the 8 demons didn't get angry, but laughed instead, their laughter sinister and grating. The low demon grinned and said, "That's a good analogy. What's so great about being human? I'm a demon, the demon of the earth." After saying that, he sank directly into the ground and disappeared. The succubus giggled and said, "As a reward, I've decided to kill you one last time. Then I'll peel your skin off inch by inch, making you suffer until the very end." The fist demon kicked off with both feet, his fists transforming into beams of light as he charged straight at Zhou Yan. The silver demon, meanwhile, grinned wickedly and pounced on Jiao Chan and the others, saying he would cherish their beautiful bodies. The little devil shouted excitedly, "All the big brothers are mine. Don't you dare take them." The space demon disappeared into the void again. The twin sword demon raised his twin swords, and the Buddha demon, with a wooden fish in one hand and a golden basin in the other, also made his move. Faced with the simultaneous attack of 8 demons, Zhou Yan merely smiled and uttered a single word to the crowd: "Throw." In the next instant, all the generals simultaneously produced a scroll in their hands and threw it at the 8 demons without hesitation. At the same moment, Zhou Yan also used his scroll to envelop his entire force, disappearing from the spot in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the scrolls, the 8 demons' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately cried out, "Retreat." But it was too late. Hundreds of S-quality scrolls exploded simultaneously, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and the ground to shake violently. Terrifying energy instantly swept across the surroundings, turning the area into a scene of utter destruction. The silver demon, who charged the fastest, was the most severely injured. Waves of energy tore through his body, frantically destroying his life force and almost completely engulfing him. The other 7 demons were also badly injured by the blast. Just when they were about to collapse, an even more powerful force suddenly descended, blocking all the aftershocks of the explosion and sweeping the 8 of them away. Before them appeared a figure shrouded in darkness. It was this person who had saved them at the critical moment. Upon seeing this, the 8 demons immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, boss, for saving our lives." Even among them, none knew the night demon's true appearance, or even whether he was male or female. They only knew he was incredibly powerful, and that he had single-handedly created the 10 evil gods. The night demon spoke in a neutral voice, coldly asking, "What's going on?" The twin sword demon quickly sheathed his swords and stepped forward to explain, "Boss, it's like this. We found a big fish in the black market and wanted to rob him, but we didn't expect that guy to have so many scrolls on him, which almost tricked us." Chapter 408, Encounter. Upon hearing this, Night Demon let out a cold snort, and a terrifying pressure descended instantly. Except for Silver Demon, who was severely injured and lying on the ground with only half a life left, everyone else knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat, not daring to utter a sound. He coldly questioned them, pointing out that he had clearly instructed them before leaving that no one was allowed to act without his permission. Now, the people of the Kingland continent were all after them, and if their whereabouts were exposed, they would have to move again. In the end, Night Demon's killing intent surged, enveloping the 8 people. If an outsider had witnessed this scene, they would have been shocked that the other members of the 10 demons had been so terrified by Night Demon. The Night Demon withdrew his aura, his tone icy. "If I didn't have important business to attend to, I would have killed you all." The crowd gasped for breath and quickly thanked him for sparing their lives. Then, Night Demon, with her back to the crowd, spoke. "Today, I'd like to introduce someone to you. From now on, she is also one of the 10 demons, the beautiful demon, Tong Shiqing." As soon as she finished speaking, a pink light floated over. Tong Shiqing's long hair flowed. Her face was stunning, her clothes were sexy, and her smile was alluring. She said softly, "Hello, my name is Tong Shiqing. From now on, call me the beautiful demon." Everyone was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Night Demon would bring back such a beautiful woman this time. Night Demon, however, didn't let them see her for long, and directly announced that he had important matters to attend to, and anyone who dared to mess them up would be going to see the King of Hell. The 9 men readily agreed. They never asked many questions about the mission details, because the Night Demon would only explain the objective before the operation, and they simply had to follow instructions. In any case, They would receive a generous reward after each successful mission. The Night Demon tossed a jade bottle to the Silver Demon, warning him to stay away from the Beauty Demon if he wanted to live. If the Beauty Demon killed him, the Night Demon would not interfere. The Silver Demon bowed his head in agreement, indicating he dared not harm his own people. The Succubus sneered, mocking him for having tried to harm her before. The Night Demon ignored their past grievances, emphasizing only that the employer was being very generous this time, and that everyone would benefit if the mission succeeded. Silver Demon was unwilling to give up, and asked again if the person who injured them was just going to let it go. Night Demon calmly replied that revenge wasn't urgent. They had plenty of time. They should finish what their employer had assigned them first. The others agreed. The 10 demons were never ones to suffer a loss, and they always sought revenge. They were simply letting that person live a little longer for now. Then, the Night Demon ordered a retreat. The area had been exposed, and they couldn't allow the Alliance guards to track them down. The group quickly assembled in the designated direction, their figures disappearing into the night as if they had never been there. Meanwhile, when Zhou Yin and his group reappeared, they were already back somewhere in Shangyang City. He had used a teleportation scroll, which wasn't particularly expensive, costing only a few 100 million spirit coins. For Zhou Yin, as long as something was useful, he wouldn't blink at even 1 billion spirit coins. After all, he really wasn't interested in money right now. Zhou Yin had heard of the 10 demons' reputation. The others were all right, but the Night Demon was particularly strange and difficult to deal with, and also the strongest among them, so he didn't want to confront him head-on. Since the necessary purchases have already been made, there's no need to continue haggling. Give him a few more years, and once his generals have reached a higher level, any one of them could easily crush these people countless times. As for those people, they must have been quite exhausted after being bombarded by so many scrolls. Zhou Yin was unaware that the enemy had now replenished their 10 demonic forces, and this news would spread quickly the next time they made their move. Back at the inn, Zhou Yin simply instructed everyone to rest and continue acquiring materials the next day. Although it was late, he had booked the entire inn, making it very convenient for him to come and go. The next day, Zhou Yin, as usual, sent people to purchase materials from various places, while he himself, along with Jiao Chan and the others, strolled around the city, stopping at various shops to buy what they needed. They walked all the way to the central district. Here, shops lined the streets, including many places specializing in materials and equipment. One shop in particular was extremely large, with a constant stream of customers, and it looked quite extraordinary. Seeing this, Jiao Chan and the others became interested and went inside with smiles. Zhou Yin followed behind, first looking at the first floor, but not finding anything of great value, so he continued upstairs. On the second floor, he found a considerable amount of materials and, with a wave of his hand, ordered the entire shop to be packed up. The shop assistant was stunned by his gesture for a moment before quickly complying. Zhou Yin then strolled along, stopping frequently, buying her way from the second floor to the third, and finally reaching the sixth floor. This was the top floor of the central shop, where the items displayed were clearly more valuable. Zhou Yin again discussed purchasing items with the salesperson, while Jiao Chan and the others looked towards the adjacent area. Just then, a few people not far away noticed him. One of the guards immediately whispered to the richly dressed man beside him, "Young Master Du, look over there." Young Master Du looked in that direction, his eyes lighting up in surprise. "I didn't expect to see such scum here." Chapter 409. Who do you think you are? So, the man surnamed Du walked straight towards Jiao Chan and her companions, smiling as he said, "Beautiful ladies, what would you like to buy? I'll give it to you." As he got closer, his eyes widened in disbelief. Jiao Chan and her companions were exceptionally beautiful, each with a unique charm, far more stunning than any woman he had ever seen before. Jiao Chan frowned as soon as she saw him. She recognized him and didn't want any involvement, so she said coldly, "No need, we have our own money." Then she prepared to leave. Du Sun refused to let them go and immediately blocked their path with his men, laughing, "Beautiful lady, don't go. We're just trying to make friends." Zhao Min's face darkened, and she was already ready to fight. She angrily said, "We don't want to be friends with you. Get out of the way." Xiao Zhao and Xiao Qiao were also very dissatisfied and began to rebuke them. They had only come out to buy things, but this group had ruined their mood. Zhou Yin, seeing this scene, immediately recognized these people as the Du family from the overseas immortal island he had encountered at the city gate earlier. He felt a surge of displeasure. He hadn't expected them to bully his women. He never started trouble, but he was by no means a coward. If he couldn't even protect his own women, then he didn't deserve to be their man. The next moment, Zhou Yin appeared directly in front of Du Sun, looking at him coldly. They are my women. Whatever they want to buy, they don't need your help. Du Sun was taken aback, staring at Zhou Yin for a few moments. He felt Zhou Yin looked familiar, but couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before. However, when he heard that all these stunning women were Zhou Yan's women, his jealousy was almost impossible to conceal. Each one of them was a beauty beyond compare, and yet they were all with this man. He suppressed his anger and arrogantly said, "Boy, name your price. Give me these women, and I'll give you a satisfactory price." Diao Chan and the others' faces instantly turned cold upon hearing this. Du Sun was treating them like commodities, which infuriated them, but they trusted Zhou Yin and therefore didn't act immediately. Zhou Yan's eyes darkened. He said, "They are my women, not commodities. If you like, you can choose any of them at the Red Dream Pavilion in Shangyang City." He was very angry, but he didn't act immediately. Killing someone in the street for such a thing was unwise, and dealing with this kind of person didn't necessarily require fists. At this moment, one of Du Sun's guards looked at Zhou Yin carefully for a few moments, and finally remembered, whispering a reminder, "Young master, he is the one who made way for us outside the city." Duxin soudainly réalised. It was just a guy who had given way to him. What kind of background could he possibly have? Thinking this, he immediately became smug again, adopting an arrogant attitude. "Kid, since you know who I am, you should understand you can't afford to offend me. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Zhou Yin sneered. "I only gave way earlier because I didn't want to have anything to do with a piece of trash like you. Did you really think that a mere demigod could scare me?" Du Sun's expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "Boy, how dare you insult me?" Zhou Yin remained unyielding, his tone even colder. "Even if your grandfather stood in front of me, he wouldn't dare to be as arrogant as you. Who do you think you are?" Du Sun instantly flew into a rage, about to shout, "Kill me." But before he could finish speaking, Butler Lu quickly pulled him back. "Young master, don't be impulsive." Butler Lu glanced at Zhou Yin and lowered his voice to remind him, "Young master, there are many powerful forces outside, and many of them are direct descendants of demigods. If you really offend someone you shouldn't, even your father might not be able to protect you." Hearing this, Du Sun finally calmed down a bit. He looked at Zhou Yin, and seeing the others' continued disdain, he felt uneasy. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Zhou Yin retorted directly, "Who I am is none of your business." Du Sun was furious, his face turning ashen. But the more unafraid Zhou Yin was, the less he dared to act rashly. In the end, he could only stare intently at Zhou Yin, uttering, "Kid, you just wait and see," before leading his men away. However, before clarifying Zhou Yan's identity, he did not intend to act rashly, but only secretly sent people to follow him. Even if there really was a demigod behind the other party, so what? As long as he dared to enter his territory, he would naturally have ways to deal with him. Kai Yin looked in the direction Du Sun had left, somewhat worried. "Lord, that guy probably won't let us off easily." Zhou Yin smiled and reassured the women. "Don't underestimate demigods. They're not like cabbages. They can't just be mobilized at will. Besides, I'm currently at Ziwei Academy, where there are quite a few demigod experts. Would he dare to cause trouble there?" The women thought about it and agreed. Du Sun was just a spoiled brat. A small conflict wouldn't escalate to an unmanageable level. Zhou Yin continued preparing to buy materials, but the shopkeeper's attitude suddenly changed. He said politely but firmly, "We've been instructed by our superiors not to sell you anything. Please don't make things difficult for us." Zhou Yin then remembered that Du Sun's aunt was the wife of the city lord of Shangyang City, and this shop was most likely a property of the city lord mansion. Zhou Zhuo was furious. That Du fellow is really hateful. It's just a little bit of materials. Does he really think we're that desperate? Jinmi gently advised, "It's not worth arguing with that kind of person. Lord, let's go." Chapter 410. Where's the evidence? Zhou Yin nodded and turned to leave, but quickly realized that someone was secretly following him. Xiao Qiao whispered, "Lord, should I go and deal with them?" De Qiao, worried about her sister, also chimed in, "I'll go too." Zhou Yin thought for a moment and smiled. "No need to rush. Lure them over and we'll deal with them together." The women immediately understood. Zhou Yin deliberately walked toward a secluded spot and then disappeared into the shadows. The people who had been following him quickly caught up, but as soon as they got close, Zhou Yin and his group suddenly appeared and launched an attack. These men were quite strong, but unfortunately, they were up against Zhou Yan's elite troops. After a few rounds of attacks, the two were quickly knocked to the ground, utterly powerless to fight back. Zhou Yin coldly looked at them. Was it that guy's surname, Du, who sent you? One of them tried to threaten, Kid, our Du family is from an overseas immortal island. You'd better know what's good for you and let us go, or else. Before he could finish, a flash of sword light appeared. The man clutched his neck and fell to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected Zhou Yin to listen to a single word. The other man was so frightened that he knelt down on the spot. Hero, spare our lives. We were just following orders. It wasn't our fault. Another sword fell. Zhou Yin sheathed his sword and said calmly, You talk too much. Diaochan glanced at the two corpses, slightly surprised. These two lackeys are quite powerful, both at the 60th level. Apart from Zhou Yin, Diaochan is currently the strongest among the women, having reached the 51st level, while most of the others are still between the 30th and 50th levels. Diaochan understood everyone's thoughts and said, after returning to the territory, everyone should work hard to cultivate. Fortunately, there are secluded cultivation rooms and resources are plentiful, so we can't let our cultivation levels fall behind. The women all nodded, some saying they wanted to go into seclusion to break through to the 80th level of the heavenly realm, while others laughed and said that it would take quite a while. After dealing with this minor issue, Zhou Yin went elsewhere. Not long after, he received a summons to the South City Chamber of Commerce to meet with its representative. Like the two representatives from the previous day, this person was there to discuss a transaction. The two talked for 2 hours and successfully completed the deal. The representative also gave Zhou Yin a token and agreed to cooperate again in the future. This time, Zhou Yin obtained a large amount of valuable materials, with some even containing over 10,000 units of 9-star materials. Both parties were very satisfied, especially since these materials could be used to upgrade the two types of defensive towers in the territory. Zhou Yin naturally looked forward to the next transaction. Subsequently, the head of the North City Chamber of Commerce also wanted to meet him. This man was fat, shrewd, and stingy, never wanting to suffer a loss. Zhou Yin had a way of dealing with this kind of person. Since the other party wanted to take his time, he simply wasn't in a hurry to talk. The fat man, on the other hand, became anxious and, after much persuasion, finally convinced Zhou Yin to agree to the deal. After all, it was the Chamber of Commerce leaders who truly needed the materials. The more supplies they could submit to headquarters, the more benefits they would receive in return. They couldn't possibly let go of Zhou Yin, this major conduit. Although the fat man offered less of a discount than the other three, it was better than nothing. Zhou Yin's territory was already overflowing with materials, and if they weren't put out to trade, he didn't know when he would ever need them. Moreover, he wasn't the one who lost out in each transaction, so Zhou Yin naturally wouldn't refuse. After the transaction, the fat man also wanted to cooperate with Zhou Yin long-term. Zhou Yin didn't decline. He would come again in the future anyway, and having more trading partners meant more opportunities for profit. The fat man wanted to host a banquet, but Zhou Yin refused. Before leaving, the man gave him a token. With that, Zhou Yin had collected all the tokens from the 4 major merchant guilds. Back at the inn, Zhou Yin waited patiently for the auction the next day. The next day, he awoke from his slumber and headed to the auction house with his entourage. The rest of them continued to the 4 major markets to acquire materials. This time, the group was small. De Qiao and Xiao Qiao were too tired from the previous night and stayed at the inn to rest. Xiao Zhao, Zhou Zhuo, and Zhao Men also chose to stay at the inn to cultivate. Zhou Yin only brought Kai Yin, Diao Chan, and Zhun Mi, along with Dian Wei and Yang Zixing as guards. He had already found out the location of the auction yesterday, but as the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow road. Just as Zhou Yin arrived at the auction entrance, a group of people approached from afar. It was Du Sun. Beside Du Sun stood a charming young woman, the two chatting and laughing intimately. But the moment he saw Zhou Yin, his face darkened, and he roared, "Surround them!" A group of people instantly surrounded them. Dian Wei and Yang Zixing immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight their way out at Zhou Yan's command. Zhou Yin, however, remained calm and composed, looking at Du Sun as if he were an idiot. In his eyes, Du Sun was hardly an enemy. Du Sun pointed at him angrily. Boy, you dared to kill my men yesterday. How dare you make a move in the city? Zhou Yin, upon hearing this, simply retorted. You say I killed them. Where's the evidence? Du Sun was speechless for a moment, then sneered. If I say it's you, then it's you. I never need any evidence. After saying that, he turned to the young woman beside him. Aunt, this is the man who killed 2 of my men. Arrest them and put them in jail. Keep a close eye on them. The young woman sized up Zhou Yin and his group, a strange glint in her eyes. She secretly admired the young man's handsome appearance. Then she spoke, this is Shangyang City. Do you think we have no rules here if you dare to kill people in the city? Zhou Yin chuckled. So, in Shangyang City, arrests don't even require distinguishing right from wrong? You say I killed someone in the street, but where's the person? Where's the evidence? Du Sun immediately replied, the body has already been burned. Yesterday, I sent 2 men to follow you, and they were found dead in a corner. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Do we even need evidence? Chapter 411. How would I know who he is? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin immediately retorted, I also lost several of my men yesterday, and I suspected you were the one who killed them. Since you're a relative of the city lord's wife, shouldn't you be arrested too? Although he didn't know Du Sun's exact identity, he had already guessed something from the other parties and Du Mei's attitude. Du Sun's face darkened, and he cursed, Boy, stop your nonsense. I didn't kill any of your men. Even if I did, so what? I can kill whoever I want. What can you do about it? Zhou Yin sneered, his aura undiminished. Then let me tell you, if I wanted you dead, it would only take a minute. You think you can scare me with just the Du family from overseas? You have a demigod-level expert, but you make it sound like I don't. Du Sun was instantly enraged. You're courting death. Zhou Yin retorted directly. Try moving. At this moment, it's all about momentum. Even if there's no one backing him up, he absolutely cannot let the other party suppress him. Moreover, if Zhou Yin really wanted to talk about backers, there would definitely be no shortage of demigod-level experts among those old monsters in Ziwei Academy. Seeing Zhou Yin's firm stance, Du Mei hesitated. The Du family was indeed powerful on the overseas Immortal Islands, but outside of those islands, there were many demigod-level experts. If Zhou Yin truly had such a backer, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a group of people arrived from a distance. The leader frowned and asked, What's going on? Upon hearing the voice, Du Sun immediately turned around and walked over, uncle-in-law. He quickly embellished the story. Zhou Yin looked at the newcomer and guessed that this person must be the lord of Shangyang City, who controlled all affairs of the city and wielded considerable power. The lord of Shangyang City had a stern face, followed by a squad of soldiers. He walked up to Zhou Yin and asked in a deep voice, Du Sun said you killed his subordinate. Is that true? So Yandi Blade Gamli. No. We only had a slight disagreement yesterday, and he deliberately targeted me today. If he has evidence, let him produce it. But he has nothing, yet he insists that I did it. If it were you, Lord of Shangyang, what would you do? Du Sun angrily said, I said it, so it is you. Stop trying to deny it. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Zhou Yin. Isn't this the city lord? Luo Keki walked up and was startled to see Zhou Yin there. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Brother Zhou, what happened? Seeing Luo Keki's polite attitude towards Zhou Yin, the lord of Shangyang City immediately became suspicious. He had already sensed that Zhou Yin was no ordinary person, and now he was even more certain that this man was no ordinary person. Before he could figure out, a bald man walked over. It was Wu Tailang. He smiled and came to Zhou Yan's side, saying, Brother Zhou Yin, I didn't expect to meet you here. What happened? Luo Keki and Wu Tailang were both prominent figures in the city, yet they were both so respectful to Zhou Yin, which surprised the city lord of Shangyang even more. Following them, the heads of the South City and North City Chambers of Commerce also appeared. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, they similarly smiled and stepped forward to inquire about the situation. At this, the city lord of Shangyang's expression completely changed. These 4, who were usually quite unfriendly to him, were now all surrounding Zhou Yin and greeting him. Just who was this young man? If he was a big shot in the alliance, the city lord couldn't afford to offend him. The 4 Chamber of Commerce leaders exchanged glances and smiled knowingly, saying nothing more. They knew that helping Zhou Yin now would make future cooperation much smoother. The lord of Shangyang City immediately put on a smiling face and cupped his hands to Zhou Yin, saying, There's nothing wrong, It's all a misunderstanding, just a small misunderstanding. The auction is about to begin. Let's all go in together. Rocky said, since it's a misunderstanding, then Brother Zhou, please. Zhou Yin hadn't expected these four to appear together, so he accepted their offer and followed them into the auction house. Du Sun's face turned ashen with anger, and he couldn't help but ask, Uncle, are we just going to let him go like this? The city lord of Shangyang City coldly shouted, Shut up. Do you know who he is? Can't you use your brain? Du Sun was taken aback by the question, and after a long pause, he finally said, How would I know who he is? The lord of Shangyang City's face darkened, and he almost cursed, but he held back in the end. He couldn't afford to offend Du Sun either, so he could only turn and walk into the auction house. Du Sun grabbed Du Mei's hand again and asked in a low voice, Aunt, are we just going to let it go like this? Du Mei's face was also not good. She suppressed her anger and said, Don't you have any sense? That kid's background is not simple, and he may even be no less capable than you. Otherwise, how could he still dare to go against you at every turn after he knows your identity? You better not provoke him anymore. After saying that, Du Mei ignored Du Sun and walked straight into the auction house, leaving Du Sun standing there sulking. He cursed angrily, but found that he could do nothing but vent his anger. In the end, he could only follow her in with his men, his face full of resentment. After entering the auction hall, the four Chamber of Commerce leaders arranged a private room for Zhou Yin and personally escorted him to the door before returning to their own rooms. Once everyone else had left, Jiao Chan smiled and said, I bet Du Sun is furious. Zhimi also happily added, Just thinking about how angry he is, yet helpless against us, makes me feel so good. Chapter 412, The Demon Legion. Even Kai Yin couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth and saying, The most amazing one is the Lord. He was able to make up a flawless background out of thin air. Those people probably never imagined that our Lord actually has no backing at all. Zhou Yin was also a little smug, and he put his arm around the three women and laughed. When you're out in the world, you have to rely on your acting skills. Otherwise, how can you get by? Zhenmi looked at the auction house, her tone full of anticipation. I wonder what good things will appear at this auction. Kaiyan opened a crack in the window, and the noise outside immediately poured in. Everyone looked down and saw that the venue was already packed with people, clearly indicating that the competition today would be fierce. Diao Chan chuckled. This auction will be conducted entirely in spirit coins. If it's a contest of wealth, I'm afraid no one can rival Lord Yao. In fact, even they didn't know exactly how much wealth the territory had accumulated. Anything that could be bought with spirit coins was basically already in Zhou Yan's hands, unless he didn't want it or didn't need it at all. 10 minutes later, an auctioneer stepped onto the auction stage, microphone in hand, to warm up the crowd. After a few impassioned opening remarks, the auction officially began. To everyone's surprise, the first item up for auction was an S-quality building. Upon seeing this, Jiao Chan and the others immediately understood that Zhou Yin would not miss this opportunity. They said, Lord, this auction is no ordinary event. They've put up this building as the very first item. You're definitely going to bid on it, right? Zhou Yin nodded. Of course. We only saw one S-quality building in the black market. The others were all quite ordinary. Now that we've found another one, we can't let it go. He then checked the attributes. Building, Demon Legion, type, barracks, quality, as description, can be built in territory. This isn't just a barracks, it's a special kind. As the name suggests, it leans towards demonic forces and is somewhat selective about the territory it occupies. Without appropriate buffs, its effectiveness is likely to be significantly reduced. But this wasn't a problem for Zhou Yin at all. His territory provided bonuses to barracks of all races, so there were no adaptation difficulties. Moreover, S-quality barracks were rare, so there would definitely be competition for them. However, in front of someone who is not short of money, the so-called competition is just a formality. The auctioneer announced loudly, starting price is 10 million. Auction begins now. 15 million. 16 million. 17 million. The price was quickly driven up. Jiao Chan looked at the people raising their paddles below and was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect so many people to be vying for this kind of unpopular military camp. Zhenmi judged. The price has already reached 20 million, and I estimate that it won't be possible to get it for less than 40 million. A regular S-quality barracks would cost around 20 million. However, while the Demon Legion is less popular its quality is undeniable, so its price doubling isn't surprising. Once the price reached 30 million, the number of bidders noticeably decreased, clearly exceeding many people's expectations. Kaiyan asked, "Lord, shouldn't we shout?" Zhou Yin said calmly, "Then add 10 million. Zhenmi opened the window and shouted, 40 million. Everyone subconsciously looked towards box 6, but each box had special cover, so the outside couldn't see what was going on inside. They could only catch a glimpse of it. The auctioneer immediately announced, "The friend in box number 6 has bid 40 million. Is there anyone bidding higher?" This price had already exceeded the auction house's estimate, and no one in the room raised the bid for a moment. 40 million for the first time. 40 million for the second time. Ding! The auctioneer brought down the gavel and announced, "Congratulations to the friend in box 6 for winning the first item of this auction with 40 million spirit coins." After the first item was taken down, the second item was quickly brought up. The red cloth was lifted, revealing a crystal and a storage bag beside it. Everyone recognized the material. It was a soul crystal. Many people looked surprised, not expecting the materials auction to start so soon, much earlier than they had anticipated. The auctioneer introduced, "As you can see, this auction is for soul crystals. Everyone knows their function, so I won't go into details. This batch of soul crystals is of 8-star quality, totaling 10,000 units, all contained in this Chinquan bag. As regular readers will know, each person has one chance to bid on this type of material. 10,000 units of 8-star soul crystals, starting price 1 billion, bidding now. 1 billion spirit coins, averaging 500,000 per unit. This is just the base price. For special materials like soul crystals, the final price will inevitably be higher. How much it can rise depends entirely on the demand from all parties. Building a territory is a bottomless pit of money, with a wide variety of materials and staggering consumption. Although Zhou Yin has access to the multiverse trading market, materials of 5 stars or higher are still hard to come by, and even when they do appear, he can't buy many. If it weren't for his cooperation with various parties across the myriad realms, gathering those rare materials wouldn't have been so easy. The vast majority of those present today were there specifically for these high-grade materials. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, bidding erupted in the room. 1.5 billion. 1.8 billion. 1.9 billion. The price soared, quickly exceeding 2 billion. Looking at the people fiercely scrambling below, Zhenmi couldn't help but say, "The price has risen so quickly. It seems these materials are even more sought after than we imagined." Jiaochan nodded. For a territory to develop, materials are always the biggest headache. If it weren't for the Lord having ways to make money, most of our buildings would probably still be stuck at around level 50. Their territory was developing at a rate dozens, even hundreds of times faster than others. Even so, Zhou Yin could never have too many high-grade materials. As long as the territory continued to expand, rare materials would always be in short supply. The key was simply which type would be needed when upgrading buildings. Chapter 413, Successive Shots. The first item was quickly delivered to VIP box number 6. Zhou Yin picked up the building, examined it carefully, and paid for it immediately after confirming it was genuine. Jiaochan and the others also gathered around to look, noticing the chilling aura emanating from the building. They suspected the soldiers summoned by this barracks were likely related to evil spirits and were curious about what they would become after evolving. Kaiyan thought of Nie Xiaoqian and said that she was also a ghost, perhaps similar to the beings summoned by this military camp. Jiaochan, however, thought it was uncertain. After all, Nie Xiaoqian was brought out of the movie world by Zhou Yin, and no one could say for sure what kind of soldiers would emerge from the building. Zhou Yin smiled. Regardless of what was summoned, at least Nie Xiaoqian wouldn't be the only ghost in the territory. That way, she wouldn't feel out of place because of her special status. The group then began chatting about the future of their territory. During the Mid-Autumn Festival event, they had encountered many unique races, and if they could summon even more races in the future, the territory would undoubtedly become even more lively. Zhou Yin shared this sentiment, but whether he could obtain the corresponding buildings depended on luck. Zhou Yin's territory now boasts over a dozen races, with only more to come. Other lords dare not easily summon too many alien races, as different races are prone to conflict. But Zhou Yin is different. The loyalty of his summoned subjects is maxed out from the start. Soon, the auction moved to the next round. Diao Chan was curious about how much the soul crystals would ultimately fetch. Jinmi estimated it to be around 3 billion, believing that if the price was too high, many people would prefer to trade at the merchant guild. Diao Chan, however, felt that bartering was too troublesome, requiring her to find what the other party needed, which was time-consuming and laborious, so the price could very well reach 4 billion. Kaiyan glanced at Zhou Yin and said calmly, "The people who can truly determine the price are actually right beside us." Everyone laughed. Zhou Yin knew that when it came to financial resources, few people present could compete with him. However, he didn't intend to raise the price recklessly. Even if he wasn't short of money, he couldn't just give away a few 100 million spirit coins for nothing. He waited for the bids to come in. When the price reached 3 billion, the number of competitors halved. When it reached 3.5 billion, it halved again. Finally, only a dozen or so people were still bidding, including buyers in the private boxes. Feeling that it was about time, Zhou Yin spoke up, 40 billion. The room fell silent briefly. Then someone else quickly followed suit, bidding for 41 billion, 41 billion, and 41 billion 10 million in quick succession. Zhou Yin didn't delay any longer and immediately raised the price to 45 billion. This price exceeded previous transaction prices, but Zhou Yin was unaware of this and had no time to investigate. With a bid of 4.5 billion, the scene fell completely silent. No one continued bidding, and he successfully won the second item. The next item to be auctioned was also soul crystals, but this time it was 20,000 units of 8-star soul crystals, with a starting price of 2 billion spirit coins. Just then, a knock sounded at the door of the private room. Diao Chan opened the door, and the second item was brought in. Zhou Yin counted the quantity, confirmed there were no problems, and paid another 4.5 billion spirit coins. Looking at these high-grade materials, Diao Chan couldn't help but sigh. Normally, they didn't seem expensive, but once they were at an auction, the quantity increased dramatically, and the price immediately became astronomical. They thought of the special storage area for materials in their territory. If all the resources piled up there were auctioned off, it would probably take years to sell them all. This was precisely the source of Zhou Yan's territory's confidence. As long as they encountered rare materials and could afford them, they would basically acquire them. The auction continued, and the bids quickly surpassed 40 billion. Zhou Yin judged that the price was about to stabilize, so he directly shouted, 80 billion spirit coins. Everyone looked up at the upstairs private room again. The voice still came from private room number 6, and everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the person who had made 2 bids would want to compete for a third item. Some couldn't help but speculate about who was in VIP room number 6, having already bid on 2 items and still not stopping. Others sarcastically remarked that if they were so capable, they should try bidding themselves. Most were simply joining in the fun, as such high-grade materials were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even at a price of 8 billion, there were still bidders. Zhou Yin didn't wait for them to gradually raise the price, and directly announced 8.5 billion spirit coins. Hearing this number, the other bidders finally fell silent. Everyone subconsciously looked towards VIP box number 6 again, but they couldn't see anything through the box. The third batch of materials once again fell into Zhou Yan's hands. This completely piqued the curiosity of everyone present. Everyone was guessing who was sitting in box 6, wondering if they really intended to book the entire auction. The heads of the 4 major chambers of commerce, Luo Keki, Wu Tailang, Zhang Chong, and Kotez, were not surprised. They had all done large-scale transactions with Zhou Yin and knew the astonishing value of the materials he possessed. A quick calculation shows that the materials Zhou Yin had previously traded were worth hundreds of billions, not to mention his collaborations with more than one chamber of commerce, the total amount likely already exceeding 1 trillion spirit coins. They were naturally curious about Zhou Yan's true identity, but more than that, they cared whether he could maintain long-term, stable transactions with them. Chapter 414, is this guy really planning to book the whole place? Even without investigating Zhou Yan's background, everyone present could guess that the power behind him was far from simple. After all, how could someone who could casually produce such a massive amount of liquid funds and materials be an ordinary person? Unfortunately, they would never have imagined that Zhou Yan really was just an ordinary person. Next up were soul crystals, a whopping 30,000 of them, the last batch of 8-star soul crystals. Even before the auction began, everyone was already speculating. Would this batch be snapped up by box number 6 again? Upon seeing the materials, Zhou Yan didn't hesitate and immediately called out, 13 billion spirit coins. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone had guessed he would make a move, but they hadn't expected him to bid so quickly. Many people below felt a pang of envy, wondering if he wasn't planning to give anyone else a chance. Someone couldn't help but say, "Friend, you've bought enough. Can't you let others have share?" Others chimed in, saying that since he bought the first few items, was he going to buy everything else too? Some even protested, shouting, 13.1 billion. Zhou Yin sneered. Isn't an auction simply a matter of the highest bidder winning? If you have the ability, then come and compete. 14 billion. These words immediately silenced everyone. Auctions are all about financial power. Whoever has more money has the stronger voice. The problem was, they simply couldn't compete. Soon, several factions gave up. Some said the price exceeded expectations. Others admitted they couldn't compete, and the batch of soul crystals ultimately fell into Zhou Yan's hands. Inside VIP room number 1, the city lord, watching this scene, couldn't help but wonder, who exactly is in VIP room number 6? Their wealth is so astonishing. Upon hearing the city lord praise the other man, Du Sun immediately objected. What's so special about this little bit of wealth? Our Du family's wealth far surpasses his. The city lord sneered inwardly. If Du Sun hadn't been from the Du family, he probably wouldn't even be able to come up with a tenth of the other man's wealth. Yet he dared to compare his entire family. However, on the surface, he still said calmly, the Du family overseas is indeed an allied force. If the other man were just an individual, he naturally couldn't compare. But the city lord also reminded him that the Kanglan continent was vast and boundless, and there were many forces stronger than the Du family. He shouldn't underestimate anyone. Du Sun agreed verbally, but he remained unconvinced in his heart. He had been used to relying on his family to act arrogantly all his life, and in his view, no one could possibly be stronger than the Du family. The guard beside him asked if he wanted to find out who was in room number 6, but the city lord shook his head and refused. Checking everyone who came in would be exhausting. As long as they didn't cause trouble in the city, he couldn't be bothered. After the 8-star soul crystal was auctioned off, the next item to be presented wasn't a material, but a spiritual weapon. The moment it was placed on the auction stage, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. Some marveled at the sheer number of excellent items at this auction, clearly indicating thorough preparation. Others were relieved they hadn't missed it, especially since it was a spiritual weapon longsword. With many users, the competition was destined to be fierce. The auctioneer embellished the description, further piquing the interest of many. The starting price for this magical artifact was also 1 billion spirit coins. As soon as the auction began, the price climbed steadily, quickly surpassing 2 billion, 3 billion, and finally reaching 4 billion. Diao-chan looked at the sword and said softly, "This sword is not bad." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin simply said, "If you like it, buy it." 50 billion. The entire room fell silent again. The crowd was somewhat numb. This scene seemed expected, yet utterly speechless. If they could see the people in the private room, they probably would have wanted to glare at Zhou Yin. Inside the number 1 VIP box, Du Sun saw that Du Mei also seemed interested in the sword and immediately wanted to show off, shouting, 5.5 billion. Zhou Yin didn't hesitate. 6 billion. Hearing this voice, Diao-chan frowned slightly, feeling that it sounded like the one surnamed Du, but she couldn't be sure. Junmi, however, remained unconcerned, saying calmly, "Who cares who he is? He can't win against us." Sure enough, Du Sun, seeing the other party add another 500 million, became enraged and shouted, 6 billion, 100 million. Zhou Yin continued to raise the price. 6 billion, 500 million. Du Sun gritted his teeth. 7 billion. Zhou Yan's voice was calm. 8 billion. Upon hearing this price, Du Sun finally hesitated. A mere spirit weapon longsword, already worth 8 billion. It was simply not worth it. Even though Du Mei secretly showed a resentful expression, he pretended not to see it and said with a smile, "It's just a broken spirit weapon. Let him have it if he wants it." Du Mei could only sulk in silence, not daring to let the city lord find out, and planned to vent her frustration on Du Sun later that night. The auctioneer brought down the gavel, loudly announcing that box number 6 had won another item. By now, Zhou Yin had won 5 items in this auction, and even the auctioneer couldn't help but stir up the atmosphere on stage, hoping someone would step forward to stop him. The audience understood the auctioneer's intention. The higher the price, the more he would earn, and the greater his reputation. But understanding was one thing. Without money, there was no money. Soon, the sixth item appeared, a complete diamond-grade defensive set, consisting of a helmet, armor, gauntlets, lower garment, boots, and belt, 6 pieces in total, with a starting price of 200 million spirit coins. The equipment looked good, and the price was within many people's budget, so the number of people bidding on it increased significantly. However, just as everyone's hopes were rising, a familiar voice came from VIP box number 6, 700 million spirit coins. Everyone had the same thought at the same time. Is this guy really planning to book the whole place? Chapter 415, a personal spending spree. Everyone was speechless, their gazes all falling on VIP room number 6, but it was completely covered up and no one could see inside. 700 million spirit coins was already the top price for 7 pieces of diamond equipment. Anything more wouldn't be worthwhile. Besides, Zhou Yan had already bought so many things. If anyone raised the price again, he would definitely follow suit, and in the end, the items would most likely end up in his hands anyway. It was just a set of diamond-quality equipment. After weighing the options, everyone decided to stop bidding and save their money for the later items. Zhou Yan successfully acquired the entire set of diamond equipment. Immediately afterward, the auction released another batch of materials, 8-star quality soul stones. The first batch consisted of 10,000 stones, with a starting price of 1 billion spirit coins, similar to the previous batch. With the same material quality, the price naturally wouldn't differ much. As soon as the starting price was announced, others began raising it by hundreds of millions. Zhou Yan, however, was too lazy to test the waters and directly shouted out 4 billion. If anyone else followed, he immediately increased it to 4.5 billion, making everyone grit their teeth in envy, yet powerless to do anything about it. Some couldn't help but curse. Once this guy makes a move, no one dares to buy anymore. Others sighed, it's not worth it. Everyone's not stupid. Who would keep bidding? In the end, this batch of soul stones naturally ended up in Zhou Yan's pocket. For the next 2 batches of materials, the others finally decided they didn't want him to get them so easily anymore and started bidding. But for Zhou Yan, it was just a matter of spending a little more spirit coins. It was no big deal. Although everyone was unwilling, seeing that the price was several times higher than a market price, they ultimately had no choice but to give up. The other party could afford to play this game, but they really couldn't. So the materials still ended up in Zhou Yan's hands. Everyone was envious and helpless. They also wanted to bid as recklessly as Zhou Yan, but their wallets wouldn't allow it. As the auction continued, Zhou Yan completely unleashed his personal spending spree. No matter how high the bids were, he always managed to raise them. The others gradually realized that they weren't attending an auction at all, but rather there to highlight the special status of Box 6. Every item seemed irrelevant to them. They were simply sitting there watching Zhou Yan's performance. This wasn't an auction. It was clearly Zhou Yan's solo auction concert, and they were just like ticket-buying audience members. The problem was they were there to bid, not to watch how box number 6 spent money. The auctioneer announced, "This item starts at 5 billion. Zhou Yan immediately replied, 20 billion, I'll take it. The next item started at 18 billion, and Zhou Yan casually announced 30 billion. The next item started at 20 billion, and he casually bid 50 billion. The crowd wanted to stop him, but glancing down at their own wallets, they could only remain silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to compete, but they genuinely lacked the power to stop him. Watching Zhou Yan bid on item after item, completely disregarding spirit coins, and then looking at their own meager funds, many felt like paupers for the first time. The happiness of the rich is that others can only watch helplessly. Some people grit their teeth and curse. How did this guy get so rich? Others smile bitterly. I used to think I was pretty rich, but compared to him, I'm pitifully poor. I'd be pretty impressive if I had hundreds of billions, but his funds seem bottomless. Countless people stared at VIP room number 6. If eyes could penetrate walls, Zhou Yan would probably have been pierced by thousands of gazes long ago. Inside VIP box number 1, Du Sun watched the bidding in VIP box number 6 grow increasingly grim, finally losing his temper. That bastard, just how much money does he have? He's already spent trillions of spirit coins. Even if he came from the overseas Du family, he couldn't possibly casually produce trillions of dollars in liquid funds. Yet, the people in VIP room number 6 bought things without the slightest hesitation. If you dare to bid 10 billion, they'd dare to raise it by 500 million. If you raised it further, they'd casually bet another 1 billion. Would you dare to match that? If they continue down this path, and the other party suddenly decides not to want the money anymore, they could be stuck with billions or even more. Who would dare to gamble with such a large sum of money? Even Du Sun wouldn't dare to take that risk. From initial surprise to shock, then to utter astonishment, the Lord of Shangyang City was now completely numb. He murmured, "I never expected such a big shot to come to Shangyang City. It's truly beyond my expectations." Du Mei was also making calculations in her mind. If she could establish a connection with someone so wealthy, wouldn't she never have to worry for generations? She quickly said to the city lord, "Husband, we must befriend this person. His identity is definitely not simple. If we miss this opportunity, it could be a loss for the rest of our lives." The lord of Shangyang City nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely befriend someone like that. Someone who can casually produce trillions in liquid funds. How could their background and status be ordinary?" If Zhou Yan heard this, he would probably helplessly say, "Stop guessing, I really am just an ordinary person." The lord of Shangyang City immediately ordered his men to wait outside box 6, demanding utmost respect. He planned to personally visit the box after the auction and keep any inconsiderate people at a distance to avoid offending the lord. He not only arranged for people to prevent others from approaching, but also specially assigned people to protect Zhou Yan's safety, hoping to leave a good impression on him. Upon seeing this, Du Mei immediately gave him a sweet kiss, which greatly pleased the city lord. Because of Zhou Yan's extravagant spending, many people outside were indeed waiting for him, hoping to befriend this super-rich man. Whether it was making friends or attracting his investment, it would be extremely beneficial for them. However, with the intervention of the city lord of Shangyang, those people were quickly dispersed. The city lord dispatched enough men to guard box 6, waiting to personally visit after the auction. Unfortunately, even now, the city lord of Shangyang still doesn't know that the person in box 6 is Zhou Yan, who has a conflict with Du Sun. Chapter 416, the final auction. Everyone else, upon encountering something they liked, couldn't resist bidding against Zhou Yan. However, the outcome was predictable. They were all crushed by the financial power of the person in VIP room number 6. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop Zhou Yan, but rather that they dared not continue bidding. If they maliciously raised the price too high, and the other party suddenly changed their mind, and they didn't have enough spirit coins, they would be the ones who suffered. After all, each of these auction items was worth over 10 billion, no small sum at all. So whenever the price exceeded their means, they had no choice but to give up, watching helplessly as treasures were sent in a VIP box number 6, their hearts bleeding. Soon, people began calculating how much Zhou Yan had actually spent. Since they had completely given up on the competition, they simply focused their attention on this astonishing figure. 10.6 trillion spirit coins. This is an auction. Is he treating it like a shopping mall? To be able to access over 1 trillion in liquid funds, this person is probably the heir to some top conglomerate. Having acquired so many items, the power behind him must be considerable. He could also be someone sent by a certain group to make the acquisitions. Bullshit. What kind of corporation would do something like that? This is definitely a private matter. For a moment, everyone was speculating about Zhou Yan's identity. Some said he was a demigod. Some said he came from a top conglomerate on the Kanglan continent, and others believed he was a mysterious figure sent by some country. Discussions about Zhou Yan spread like wildfire, turning the entire auction into a forum for debating the identity of the person in box 6. The auctioneer on stage was also encountering this situation for the first time. If he hadn't been continuing to preside over the auction, outsiders might have thought it was some kind of exchange meeting. He felt embarrassed by the scene, but he couldn't show it. The leaders of the 4 major chambers of commerce also began to reevaluate Zhou Yan. They realized that they had underestimated this young man. Zhou Yan not only possessed a large amount of valuable materials, but his available funds were also terrifyingly substantial. Rocky secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had maintained a friendly deal with Zhou Yan before. As long as the cooperation continued, he could leverage Zhou Yan's resources and wealth to gain more attention from headquarters in the future. Wu Tailang, Zhang Chang, and Kotez shared the same idea. The various factions quickly dispatched men to stand guard outside Zhou Yan's private room, ostensibly for protection, but in reality, they all wanted to establish a close relationship with him as soon as possible. As a result, several groups of people arrived outside VIP room number 6. After exchanging glances, the groups realized they had the same goal, so they simply smiled at each other and started chatting, agreeing to work together to protect Zhou Yan's safety. Halfway through the auction, not a single item had yet been sold. It wasn't that anyone was limiting bidding. Rather, no one else had the financial strength to compete. This auction had completely become a one-man show by Zhou Yan. He used spirit coins to leave everyone bewildered and made them understand what true wealth really meant. They'd seen shopping malls booked out entirely, but who'd ever seen someone book an entire auction? Everyone understood that if Zhou Yan could actually acquire everything in the auction, it would become legendary. In the latter half of the auction, apart from a few bigwigs with hundreds of billions of dollars still bidding with gritted teeth, everyone else had completely given up. They stayed behind, wanting only to see with their own eyes whether Zhou Yan could create an auction miracle. The subsequent auction items became increasingly valuable, with some even exceeding SS quality. Many people had come specifically for these items, but faced with the bottomless pit of wealth in Box 6, they repeatedly bid only to have their offers rejected by the higher bidders. Zhou Yan's spending of spirit coins surged from 1 trillion to 2 trillion, then to 3 trillion. This figure had become an astonishing fortune that left everyone in the audience breathless. Finally, the entire auction reached its final, most coveted item. If Zhou Yan manages to buy this last item, he will create the miracle of sweeping the entire auction. And in everyone's eyes, this should be something that could never happen. But now, they had become witnesses. Even at the last moment, some were still unwilling to give up, prepared to fight with all their might to stop Zhou Yan. This is the last thing. Let's see if he can handle it. Just give us all the funds we have. He wants to create a miracle. We won't let him succeed. The auctioneer surveyed the room, wiping the sweat from his brow. The auction hall was eerily quiet. All eyes were on him, making him feel an unprecedented pressure. Having been an auctioneer for so many years, he thought he was immune to nervousness, but at this moment, he felt like a complete novice. Even his throat was dry. The auctioneer had to drink a large bottle of spiritual spring water to soothe his throat. No one in the audience urged him on. The silence was almost eerie. He forced himself to calm down. He knew that at this moment, not only was Zhou Yan in Box 6 the main character, but he, the auctioneer, had also become the second most watched male lead. Chapter 417, The Final Sacred Artifact. The moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. Please welcome the final, most anticipated item. As the auctioneer's voice fell, the lights came on, and music began to play. All eyes were fixed on the shelf that was being pushed up. Even before seeing its true form, everyone felt a strange and powerful aura emanating from it, and they all wondered what this final treasure could be. Without delay, the auctioneer lifted the red cloth. A silver-white spear lay quietly on the shelf, its surface gleaming, its design both ancient and exquisite, exuding both handsomeness and an extraordinary aura. As you can see, this is a spear weapon and a sacred artifact at that. The mere mention of sacred artifact instantly ignited the entire audience. Spiritual artifacts are already incredibly valuable, and ordinary people might not even own one in their lifetime. Sacred artifacts, which are even more powerful than spiritual artifacts, are so rare that they are practically impossible to come by. In Zhou Yan's entire territory, he is currently the only one who possesses a sacred artifact. It's not that he doesn't want to buy more, but rather that he simply can't find them. Even spiritual artifacts are hard to come by, let alone sacred artifacts. The appearance of the sacred artifact caused the previously quiet auction to erupt in excitement once more. The crowd buzzed with discussion, all knowing that such a treasure would fetch at least hundreds of billions of spirit coins, and that very few were truly qualified to compete for it. Many people's attention has now turned to VIP room number 6. Zhou Yan has become the focus of the entire room by bidding on a large number of treasures tonight. Now everyone wants to know if he still has enough funds to compete for this sacred artifact. Inside box number 1, even the city lord of Shangyang was somewhat surprised. It's actually a sacred artifact. Du Sun couldn't help but question. Even the city lord didn't know what treasures would appear at the city's auction. The city lord of Shangyang explained coldly that the auction items were personally transported by headquarters every month, and the auctioneers were also from headquarters. Apart from headquarters, no one knew the list in advance. He also reminded Du Sun that this was the Seoul continent, not the overseas Du family estate, and that he shouldn't always view things from an outsider's perspective. Du Sun, reprimanded to his face, turned ashen-faced, but could only suppress his anger. At this moment, the auctioneer announced loudly, "The sacred artifact has no reserve price. Everyone can bid with confidence." As soon as the words were spoken, someone in the audience shouted, "One spirit coin," immediately eliciting laughter from the entire crowd. Others joined in the commotion, shouting 2 spirit coins, 3 spirit coins, until a truly qualified person bid 50 billion, at which point the auction officially began. 600 billion, 700 billion. The price climbed steadily until Zhou Yin finally spoke. 1,500 billion spirit coins. The entire room fell silent instantly. Box 6 was indeed true to its style. It immediately raised the price significantly, causing many to hesitate. Many people present do indeed have hundreds of billions in liquid funds, but their territories consume a large amount of spirit coins every day. If they gamble everything on the sacred artifact, their subsequent development may be dragged down, or even a financial crisis may occur. No one wanted their hard-earned territory to be stalled because of a single weapon. So, 99% of the bidders withdrew on the spot. Inside VIP box number 1, Du Sun, unwilling to give up, gritted his teeth and said, "This is a sacred artifact. I can't let you be so arrogant. 200 billion spirit coins." Zhou Yin barely paused before raising the price. 2,500 billion spirit coins. Du Sun cursed on the spot. He only had a maximum of 2,500 billion spirit coins, and he had only just made one bid when Zhou Yin completely blocked his escape route. The frustration made him extremely uncomfortable. A few people had initially wanted to try their luck, but after hearing the price rise to 250 billion, they fell silent. Fighting to this extent for a sacred artifact was beyond their means. 250 billion spirit coins, first time. 250 billion spirit coins, second time. As the bidding bell rang, the auctioneer announced loudly, "Congratulations to the friend in box 6 for winning the final item of this auction with 250 billion spirit coins. Congratulations also to him for winning all the items in this auction, creating a miracle in auction history." Applause quickly filled the hall. Whether people were convinced or not, they had to admit that Zhou Yan's display of wealth that night had completely stunned everyone. He not only secured the grand finale artifact, but also bought all the items in the entire auction, becoming the first person in auction history to do so. Soon, the auction house delivered the spear to box 6. Zhou Yan held it in his hand and tried it out, finding the sacred weapon extremely easy to handle and possessing a very domineering aura. This spear was named the armor-piercing Divine Wind Spear. It was entirely silver-white, with a sharp appearance, and also had an armor-piercing damage bonus, making it very suitable for generals who could attack quickly and move nimbly. Zhou Yan immediately thought of Zhao Yun. As for the spear Zhao Yun originally used, it could be given to Zhang Xiu or Yang Zixing. However, Zhang Xiu was Zhao Yun's senior brother, and giving both good spears to their fellow disciples would inevitably seem like favoritism. After thinking about it, Zhou Yan finally decided to give Zhao Yun's original spear to Yang Zixing. Zhou Yan then completed the payment. Because he had purchased so many treasures that night, he had already become one of the auction house's most prestigious patrons, and the other party had even offered him a 10% discount. "It's finally over. Let's leave," Zhou Yan said, standing up. Diao Chan smiled and stood up, saying that everyone outside was talking about how the Lord had created a miracle in auction history, truly showing them what extravagance meant. Jimmy looked at the territory's funds and felt even more emotional. Even if the spirit coin stopped increasing from now on, at the current level, she didn't know how many years it would take to spend them all. Chapter 418, He's Really Incompetent. As soon as Zhou Yan left VIP room number 6, he saw that the area outside was packed with people. Dian Wei and Yang Zixing's faces darkened, and they immediately drew their weapons, assuming that these people were after Zhou Yan. At this moment, the leaders of the 4 major chambers of commerce also rushed over from their respective VIP rooms. Seeing that Zhou Yan's men were about to make a move, they quickly explained, "Brother Zhou Yan, don't misunderstand. These are all our people. They mean no harm." Zhou Yan looked at the group and asked, "What do you mean by this?" One of them smiled and said that they were worried that Zhou Yan would be disturbed, and they were also afraid that someone would secretly harm him, so they arranged for someone to guard this place. Zhou Yan then understood and nodded his thanks. Seeing that the four seemed to have more to say, he asked directly, "If you have something to say, just say it." The four had already discussed it and invited Zhou Yin to dinner, hoping to take the opportunity to make friends. Zhou Yin naturally wouldn't refuse, and he understood why they were so enthusiastic. After all, he had bought almost everything at the auction, spending trillions of dollars. Such astonishing wealth had already shocked the four major merchant guilds. Just then, the city lord of Shangyang City also rushed over. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, he was first taken aback, then realized that the person in VIP box number 6 was Zhou Yin. He had sensed Zhou Yan's unusual background before, and now he was even more certain that the power behind him was likely terrifying, far surpassing the overseas Du family. The city lord of Shangyang City immediately put on a smiling face, cupped his hands, and said, "This city lord also wishes to make your acquaintance, young brother. Would you do me the honor?" Zhou Yin had no conflict of interest with him, and would inevitably come to Shangyang City to trade in the future. Since the other party was so respectful, he naturally wouldn't refuse and nodded with a smile. If the city lord is willing to make friends, I'm naturally happy to. I'm the kind of person who loves making friends the most. The city lord of Shangyang City was immediately relieved and said warmly, "I knew you were no ordinary young man. Come on, this time is my treat, so don't try to take it from me." The heads of the four major merchant guilds also gave him face and readily agreed. The city lord of Shangyang City left with a smile on his face. On the way, he couldn't help but compare Du Sun and Zhou Yin. The more they compared, the more he felt Du Sun was far inferior. Zhou Yin was low-key and polite, never flaunting his background. This kind of person was the most formidable. But just as the group had walked a short distance, they encountered Du Sun and Du Mei. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, Du Sun's face immediately darkened, and he blurted out, "What, it's you?" The city lord of Shangyang City's expression changed instantly upon hearing this, and he immediately reprimanded, "Du Sun, how dare you speak to Brother Zhou like that? Du Mei, quickly take him back to the manor, hurry." Upon hearing this, Du Mei immediately understood that the person in VIP room number 6 must be Zhou Yin. Although she also wanted to befriend Zhou Yin, she knew even more clearly that she couldn't let Du Sun continue to cause trouble. Therefore, she could only obey the city lord's arrangement and take Du Sun away first. Otherwise, if Du Sun continued to cause trouble, the relationship between the city lord and Zhou Yin would be damaged, and she would never be able to use the city lord to establish this connection in the future. Zhou Yin ignored Du Sun completely, as if he hadn't seen him at all, and walked right past him. This feeling of being utterly disregarded made Du Sun extremely frustrated, his face looking even more disgusted than if he had swallowed a fly. After leaving Du Sun, the city lord of Shangyang City hurriedly apologized to Zhou Yin. "Brother Zhou, I'm really sorry that Du Sun caused you trouble before. Don't worry, this will never happen again." Zhou Yin chuckled inwardly. He could tell that the city lord most likely mistakenly believed his background was stronger than the Du family overseas. But of course, he wouldn't expose such a misunderstanding. So Zhou Yin said calmly, "City lord is joking. It would be too tiring to remember these trivial matters every day." The city lord of Shangyang City was even more relieved after hearing this, and quickly flattered him, saying, "Brother Zhou is magnanimous. I'll definitely have a few more drinks later as an apology." The others politely invited him to leave together. On the other side, Du Sun watched their departing figures, his mind growing increasingly uneasy. The city lord's attitude earlier, and the way the leaders of the four major merchant guilds surrounded Zhou Yin, all made him realize that something was amiss. He looked at Du Mei and asked in a low voice, "That guy, could he be from room number 6? Du Mei and the others walked away, their anger still burning. If Du Sun hadn't been in their way, she could have been befriending Zhou Yin alongside the city lord. She gave Du Sun a cold look. Besides this possibility, who else could command such respect from the four major merchant guilds and the city lord? "Do you even have the ability to win the entire auction?" After saying that, Du Mei left without looking back. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Du Sun and Zhou Yin were simply incomparable. Zhou Yin was too low-key. If it weren't for the terrifying wealth he revealed at the auction, who would have thought he had so much liquid capital? Du Sun opened his mouth, wanting to say he could do it too, but in the end he realized he really couldn't. That was nearly 5 trillion in liquid funds. Du Sun, on the other hand, could only access a little over 250 billion. The two were simply incomparable. Only then did Du Sun truly realize that Zhou Yan's status was probably far superior to his own. No wonder the other party had been so fearless throughout the previous conflict. It turned out that those seemingly arrogant words were actually true. Chapter 419, The Sun Rises in the West. Du Sun had initially planned to kill Zhou Yan, but now, after calming down and thinking it over, he realized he was practically courting death. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. How could someone who could casually produce trillions at an auction, who seemed completely indifferent to the Du family overseas, and who was always surrounded by so many beautiful women, be simple? If it were him being provoked like that, he would have already sent people to attack. But Zhou Yan didn't even bother with him, which Du Sun considered a miracle. Du Sun quickly caught up with Du Mei and asked in a low voice, "Aunt, that guy shouldn't be targeting me, right?" Only then did he remember that his father had warned him before he left that if he offended someone even the Du family dared not provoke, the family would never stand up for him. The thought that Zhou Yan might be that kind of person filled Du Sun with panic. Once he lost his family's protection, he would be nothing. Du Sun didn't want to end up like that. Du Mei looked at him, her heart filled with disgust. This bastard was usually so arrogant, but now he finally knew fear. She snorted coldly. "Now you know you're scared? I warned you long ago that the Du family is a local bigwig overseas, but outside of that region, there are many forces stronger than the Du family." Du Mei continued, "You were just lucky to have met someone so low-key. If they really wanted to hold a grudge, even if the Du family knew, they might not dare to interfere." Her words struck a chord with Du Sun. At any random auction, they can come up with trillions of dollars in liquid funds. How many people in the Du family do you think could do that? Du Sun's face paled even more. He understood, of course, that the stronger the power, the more terrifying the funds they could mobilize. Those who could casually produce such a sum were simply beyond the reach of the Du family overseas. He hurriedly asked, "Aunt, what should I do now? Should I go apologize?" Du Mei was taken aback, thinking to herself, this bastard actually apologized? It's like the sun rose in the west. But she quickly shook her head. "No need. You'd better leave Shenyang City immediately and never appear in front of him again." Du Sun nodded repeatedly, preparing to go back and pack his things, but his lustful desires remained unchanged. He leaned close to Du Mei's ear and said he wanted to say a final goodbye before leaving. Du Mei cursed him inwardly for his shamelessness, but then she thought that with Du Sun gone, it would be easier for her to get close to Zhou Yan. Someone like Zhou Yan, who was rich, handsome, and seemingly had a terrifying background, was the one she should really be pursuing. So, she didn't want to delay any longer and said directly, "No need to go back. Let's find an inn and finish this quickly." Du Sun was overjoyed and immediately took her away. At the inn, Du Sun, thinking he had performed exceptionally well, left with a smug look on his face after finishing. He naively believed that no one in the Kanglan continent could compare to him in this regard. After leaving the inn, Du Sun immediately gathered his men and left Shenyang City without stopping, fearing he might run into Zhou Yan again. Zhou Yan was completely unaware of all this. He was even more unaware that Du Sun had already imagined him as a powerful figure with an immense background. Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel, the heads of the 4 major merchant guilds and the city lord were taking turns flattering Zhou Yan, showering him with compliments as if they were free, practically praising him to the skies. Zhou Yan remained calm and composed throughout, neither arrogant nor impatient. The more composed he was, the more the 5 of them felt that he had an extraordinary background. Only a scion nurtured by a truly powerful force could possess such composure. Some couldn't help but probe, asking him what force was behind him. Zhou Yan replied calmly, "You've misunderstood. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any powerful backing." The 5 people didn't believe him at all. Could an ordinary person casually come up with so much liquid capital? Could an ordinary person dare to bid on an entire auction? Could an ordinary person possess so many rare materials? In their view, the more Zhou Yan denied it, the more mysterious his identity became. Zhou Yan found it amusing. He was clearly telling the truth, yet no one believed him, which wasn't his fault. After several rounds of drinks, the group finally got down to business. The 4 major merchant guilds and the city lord all expressed their willingness to cooperate with Zhou Yan long-term. They would do their best to collect any materials Zhou Yan needed, regardless of quality. Zhou Yan readily agreed, stating that he also possessed a large amount of resources to offer in exchange. The five were overjoyed. Zhou Yan's promise to trade whatever they could offer further convinced them of the terrifyingly powerful influence behind him. For them, establishing connections with such a force would not only boost their performance, but also potentially lead to greater favor from headquarters. For Zhou Yan, it would mean acquiring more valuable materials, a true win-win situation. The group agreed to conduct a resource transaction the following day before returning to their respective preparations. The next day, the two sides officially began the transaction, working all day to complete the handover of all resources. Afterwards, the five warmly invited Zhou Yan to dinner and personally dispatched thousands of soldiers to escort him 10 kilometers outside the city. If Zhou Yan hadn't told him to go back, they probably would have escorted him all the way to his territory. The matter concerning the Soul Continent has now come to a satisfactory conclusion. The return journey proceeded without incident, and Zhou Yan safely returned to his territory. This trip to the Soul Continent was extremely fruitful for him, yielding a considerable amount of high-level resources. Chapter 420, The Bridge of the Underworld. Upon returning to his territory, Zhou Yan immediately summoned Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun possessed an extraordinary bearing and was handsome and valiant. Since being summoned, many women had been attracted to him, some even actively pursuing him, including a fox spirit. Zhao Yun was unparalleled in courage on the battlefield, willing to charge into battle against powerful enemies. Yet when it came to matters of the heart, he was like a blockhead, shy beyond his years. Seeing him approach, Zhou Yan chuckled and teased. Zhao Yun, I heard the fox spirit has been quite fond of you lately. Zhao Yun originally thought the Lord had summoned him for a mission, but he didn't expect him to bring up this matter. He was at a loss and could only awkwardly say, Lord, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Zhou Yan smiled and reminded him that although the fox spirit was a demon, its strength and appearance were not bad. He also had humans, demons, and ghosts around him and did not care about racial differences. The fox spirit's true form is a nine-tailed fox demon, alluring and captivating. Zhou Yan didn't believe Zhao Yun was completely unmoved. In his eyes, the two would be a perfect match if they truly came together. Zhao Yun stammered an explanation, saying it wasn't that he disliked her, but rather that he didn't know how to interact with her and was somewhat uncomfortable. Zhou Yan didn't forcefully interfere, only telling him that a man, whether on the battlefield or in matters of the heart, should be decisive and straightforward. If you like someone, pursue them. If you don't, make it clear and don't give the other person unrealistic hopes. Zhao Yun readily agreed. Then, Zhou Yan took out the sacred artifact, the armor-piercing divine wind spear, and handed it to him. This spear was light, agile, and sharp, perfectly suited to Zhao Yun's fast, accurate, and ruthless spear techniques. As for the dragon soul spear, Zhou Yan felt it was more suitable for Yang Zixing. Zhao Yun looked at the sacred artifact before him, his heart filled with emotion. Throughout the entire territory, Zhou Yan truly valued him highly, always prioritizing him for the best equipment. However, Zhao Yun still declined, saying, Lord, you also know how to use a spear. Why not keep it for yourself? Zhou Yan laughed, saying he was more skilled with a sword and already possessed a sacred weapon, so he would entrust the spear to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun no longer refused and immediately knelt down, promising not to disappoint Zhou Yan's expectations. Zhou Yan trusted his abilities and then instructed him to personally present the Dragon Soul Spear to Yang Zixing. Zhao Yan immediately understood his lord's intention and solemnly thanked him. After dealing with these matters, Zhou Yan spread his yin-yang wings and flew to the rear city wall of his territory, retrieving a new building. Building, bridge to the underworld. Type, bridge, quality, S, description, can be built within the territory. Previously, the territory only had one, Leaping Dragon Bridge, which was inconvenient for entry and exit. Now that they had acquired another bridge structure, Zhou Yan was very curious about what it would evolve into. The territory notification sounded, Construct Netherworld Bridge. Netherworld Bridge will evolve into Nether God Bridge. The buildings transformed into beams of light and flew out of the territory, connecting directly to the other side of the moat. As the colorful light faded, a brand new bridge appeared. This bridge was eerie and chilling, exuding a cold and unsettling aura. Even a distant glance sent shivers down one's spine, as if some terrifying entity lurked within it. Looking at the name, Zhou Yin felt that this bridge of the underworld was indeed extraordinary and immediately checked its attributes. Architecture, bridge to the underworld. Level 1, quality RRR. Special attribute 1. Increases the attributes of all netherworld-related and negative buildings in the territory. Introduction. Legend has it that this bridge was built by the god of the underworld himself. This bridge has unique properties, only enhancing buildings of the netherworld and negative attributes. In the territory, besides the netherworld, the Dark Tower and Poison Gas Tower also meet the requirements. Other buildings are temporarily unaffected. Zhou Yin began upgrading the bridge of the underworld. After reaching level 20, the required material turned out to be soul crystals, which happened to be one of the materials he had purchased on the Soul Continent. Using the resources at his disposal, he upgraded the bridge of the underworld to level 90. The upgraded attributes were fully unleashed, not only enhancing the cultivation speed, defense, and movement speed of the Dark race, but also boosting the overall attributes and combat power of Dark-type soldiers. More importantly, soldiers of the Dark type will receive the blessing of the underworld when crossing this bridge, doubling their combat power for 90 minutes, and can be activated once a day. Furthermore, the bridge can release netherworld energy to attack enemies. Zhou Yin was very satisfied with the bridge. Although there weren't many buildings that could be buffed at the moment, he had a building he had just acquired at auction, which would be perfect for benefiting from the buff. That is the Demon Legion. Architecture, Demon Legion. Type, barracks. Quality S. Description, can be built within your territory. Zhou Yin held the building in his hand and chose to build again. The next moment, the territory notification sounded, build, Evil Ghost Legion. Evil Ghost Legion evolves into Underworld Ghost Soldier. Chapter 421, King Qingguang. The structure in Zhou Yan's hand transformed into a gloomy hall, which was then enveloped in colorful light and evolved into a completely new building. The new hall was even more eerie, filled with a heavy aura of darkness, resembling a true hell. Fortunately, Zhou Yin possessed both yin and yang energies within him, and these energies were even denser and purer than the yin energy in question. Otherwise, anyone else would likely have felt uncomfortable just by getting close. Upon seeing the building, he quickly formed a guess in his mind. He suspected that the evolution of this military camp might be related to the fact that the territory already possessed the underworld. If that were the case, wouldn't all the ghost soldiers in the territory be able to be placed in the underworld? After all, currently, there was only Nie Xiaoqian in the underworld. After examining the underworld ghost soldiers, Zhou Yin discovered that this barracks was quite unique. Like the barracks of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, it had no limit on the number of soldiers that could be summoned. This was extremely powerful, and he immediately began upgrading it. After reaching level 20, the Underworld Ghost Soldier requires soul stones to continue upgrading. Coincidentally, Zhou Yin had just come to the Soul Continent and bought quite a few soul stones, including many 8-star soul stones. Without hesitation, he immediately upgraded the Underworld Ghost Soldier to level 90 before checking its attributes. Architecture, Underworld Ghost Soldiers. Level 90, quality, RRR. Special attributes, summon ghosts from the underworld, increase ghost soldiers' defense, attack, speed, stamina, and recovery, strengthen energy and soul power, and reduce elemental damage. Description, in the underworld, countless ghost soldiers roam. Each time 3,000 soul coins are consumed, a random ghost from the underworld can be summoned. Zhou Yin thought to himself that Nie Xiaoqian was indeed too lonely as a member of the ghost clan, and now was the perfect time to summon a group of ghost soldiers. He then entered the barracks, which was dark and filled with surging yin energy and a dense aura of darkness. However, Zhou Yin had already witnessed the underworld, so this scene was nothing to him. He went to the summoning platform and began the summoning process. Underworld Ghost Soldier notification. Soul coins minus 3,000, summon 1, Underworld Ghost Soldier, Ghost Soldier. A beam of light, like that of a soul, rose from the altar and descended below. A pale-faced man appeared and bowed respectfully. Wu Yang greets the Lord. His appearance was somewhat similar to Nie Xiaoqian's, except one was a male ghost and the other a female ghost. Zhou Yin continued to summon, and soon another prompt appeared. Underworld Ghost Soldier notification. Soul coins minus 3,000, summon 1, Underworld Ghost Soldier, female ghost. Looking at the pale-faced woman below the stage, Zhou Yin was somewhat surprised. It turned out this military camp could summon not only male ghosts but also female ghosts. In that case, it might even be possible to form a female ghost army. The image of Nya Shaoqian leading a group of female ghosts in a battle flashed through his mind, instantly lifting his spirits. So Zhou Yin continued summoning in large numbers. After consuming a series of soul coins, a special ghost general finally appeared. Underworld Ghost Soldier, notification. Soul coins minus 3,000, summon 1. Underworld Ghost Soldier, Ghost General Hero, Bullhead. The Minotaur-headed, human-bodied demon general stood below the platform, bowing his head in greeting. Minotaur greets the Lord. Looking at the bull-headed creature, Zhou Yin couldn't help but wonder if the bull-headed creature could be summoned. Could the 10 Yama Kings, the 10 Marshals, the 12 Ghost Generals, countless Ghost Kings, and even figures like Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva also appear? If that were truly the case, he might be able to assemble the entire core of the underworld. At that point, these ghost soldiers would not only be able to guard the underworld, but also become a unique fighting force within the territory. The greatest advantage of ghost soldiers is that they don't need to eat. As long as there is yin energy, they can survive, which is the biggest difference between the dead and the living. Zhou Yin did not stop. The number of ghost soldiers quickly increased from 1,000 to 2,000, and then he summoned new ghost generals. Underworld Ghost Soldiers, notification. Soul coins minus 3,000, summon 1 Underworld Ghost Soldiers, Ghost General Hero, Horseface. Afterwards, black impermanence and white impermanence also appeared. When a number of ghost soldiers reached 10,000, another remarkable hero emerged. Underworld Ghost Soldiers, notification. Soul coins minus 3,000, summon 1 Underworld Ghost Soldiers, Ghost General Hero, Night Wanderer. Zhou Yin was familiar with the name Night Wanderer. Legend has it that the Night Wanderer is responsible for guarding the night, working alongside the Day Wanderer for 1 day and 1 night to jointly protect a region of the world. The Night Wanderer is one of the 10 great ghost commanders. Although he has a fierce and strange appearance, he is an RR quality hero, making him perfect for leading these ghost soldiers. Moreover, he receives a bonus when fighting at night, doubling his combat power and significantly improving the strength of his ghost soldiers. Zhou Yin continued summoning, and when a number of ghost soldiers reached 15,000, he indeed summoned the Day Wanderer. Thus, the Day Wanderer, the Night Wanderer, along with black and white impermanence, Oxhead and Horseface, made a total of 6 warriors. However, black and white impermanence and Oxhead and Horseface are only R-quality ghost generals and can only be used as junior generals for now. The ones who can truly stand alone are the Day Wanderer and the Night Wanderer. When a number of ghost soldiers summoned reached 30,000, another heavyweight hero finally appeared. Underworld Ghost Soldiers, notification. Soul coins minus 3,000, summon 1. Underworld Ghost Soldiers, Ghost General Hero, Qin Guangwan. King Qin Guang is in charge of the records of lifespan and death in the human world, and also oversees punishments in the underworld and the fortunes of the next life. His skills are equally powerful. He can influence the fortunes of enemies in the darkness, even prolonging the lifespan of the living or directly taking their lives. Of course, these abilities have limitations. They can only be used against weaker targets. If the enemy is powerful, King Qin Guang cannot easily achieve this. As for extending lifespan, it is also related to the opponent's strength. The higher the strength, the less lifespan can be extended. Even for ordinary people, the extension of lifespan is limited and true immortality cannot be achieved. Chapter 422, The Strange Fire Alchemy Manor. Zhou Yin upgraded 30,000 ghost soldiers to level 80 in one go, consuming over 300 billion soul coins. Fortunately, he had gained a lot from the Mid-Autumn Festival event, so even after spending so much, he still had some left over. However, he still needed to summon other talents, so he didn't continue to expand his ghost army. In his opinion, level 80 strength was enough. Among these 30,000 ghost soldiers, there were 10,000 female ghosts and 20,000 male ghosts. The female ghosts were pale and had a sickly, eerie appearance. If an ordinary person were to glance at them, they would probably have nightmares every night. A few individual female ghosts might be considered beautiful, but 10,000 female ghosts smiling at him in unison made even Zhou Yin feel uneasy. As for the ratio, he could only guess that there were probably more men than women in the underworld. After summoning the ghost soldiers, Zhou Yin left the follow-up arrangements to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang would take good care of these ghost soldiers, so Zhou Yin didn't need to worry about it anymore. Subsequently, Zhou Yin took out a batch of ordinary buildings and began construction. These were all purchased from the 4 major merchant guilds, including thatched huts, general stores, restaurants, clinics, and watchtowers. They were of ordinary quality, but they could complete the layout of the territory. After the building was completed, he placed it in his territory according to the plan. As for the clinic, it wasn't of much use for the time being, so Zhou Yin put it away and would take it out when needed later. After dealing with these matters, he arrived at the Hall of Heroes. He had obtained a considerable amount of soul crystals, enough to upgrade the building to level 90. Zhou Yin was also curious about what changes would occur after the Hall of Heroes reached a higher level. As spirit coins and soul crystals continued to be consumed, the Hall of Heroes leveled up from 30 to 90. To go further, 9-star soul crystals were needed, but he currently lacked sufficient reserves and would have to wait until his next trip to the Soul Continent to collect them. Zhou Yin had already made arrangements with the 4 major merchant guilds and the Lord of Shanyang City to have them help collect 9-star materials. In exchange, he would provide them with the resources they needed. For him, there were many types of materials, so this wasn't difficult. After reaching level 90, Zhou Yin checked the attributes of the Hall of Heroes. Its special abilities expanded from the original 3 to 9. In addition to summoning military generals, civil officials, commanders, and strategists, it could also summon blacksmiths, miners, tailors, weapon refiners, and alchemists. Zhou Yin was very satisfied with these new talents. The alchemists, in particular, were exactly the kind of key personnel the territory desperately needed. The territory already had an alchemy room, but it had been delayed in construction due to a lack of alchemists. However, he had collected a vast quantity of spiritual herbs over the years, so many that he couldn't even remember them all. He would buy almost any medicinal herb he came across, sparing no expense for rare spiritual herbs. Now that he could finally summon an alchemist, Zhou Yin immediately began to act. Hall of Heroes, notification, 1 million soul coins, summoning the alchemist talent, Yao Yun. A flash of light appeared, and a young man stood before Zhou Yin. He possessed an otherworldly air and immediately bowed upon seeing Zhou Yin. Yao Yun greets Lord. Zhou Yin didn't recognize the name, but he didn't pay it any mind and continued summoning. Soon, Huanggu, Qian Sanyu, Si Cai, and Ouyang Nate appeared one after another. All 5 top alchemists had been summoned, but Zhou Yin had never heard of any of them. However, reputation is not important. The quality speaks for itself. Zhou Yin plans to have these 5 people handle the refinement of top-grade pills, while the lower-grade pills will be left to other alchemists. Next, he spent 5 million soul coins to summon 10 RR quality alchemists, then another million soul coins to summon 10 R quality alchemists, and then another million soul coins to summon 100 SS quality alchemists. With this, the alchemist team has temporarily reached 125 people. If it becomes insufficient later, more can be added. Zhou Yin raised all the alchemists to level 80, then led them out of the Hall of Heroes and outside, where he retrieved the alchemy room, an SS quality building he had acquired long ago. Territory notification, build the alchemy room, which will evolve into the different flame alchemy manor. A beam of light enveloped the building, and in the next moment, the original alchemy room transformed into a mountain villa. The main gate resembled that of a sect, with 6 large characters prominently displayed above it. Strange Fire, Alchemy, Villa. Zhou Yin was somewhat surprised and became increasingly curious, so he immediately clicked to check the attributes of the new building. Chapter 423, The Alchemist Policy. Architecture, Strange Fire, Alchemy Manor. Level 1. Quality, RRR. Special Attribute 1. Increases alchemy speed. Introduction. Each alchemy room utilizes underground exotic fire to refine medicinal herbs, thereby improving alchemy efficiency, speed, and experience. After reviewing the attributes, Zhou Yin immediately realized the building's value and began upgrading it on the spot. After level 20, the manor required 2-star fire attribute crystal cores, and he had plenty of these materials, so he upgraded the Strange Fire Alchemy Manor to level 70 in one go. After the upgrade, the manor's attributes changed dramatically. In addition to increasing the speed of alchemy, it also gained effects such as increasing alchemy experience, improving the quality of pills, reducing the consumption of medicinal materials, reducing the alchemist's energy and spiritual power consumption and enhancing alchemy comprehension. Zhou Yin addressed the group of alchemists, stating that this place would be their alchemy grounds from now on, temporarily managed by Yao Yin. Whoever performed best and produced the strongest pills would eventually take over the management of the manor. He then led everyone into the manor. From the outside, it appeared to occupy only tens of thousands of square meters, but once inside, it became clear that the space was far larger than expected, obviously containing some kind of spatial array. The manor is dotted with numerous alchemy courtyards. Zhou Yin casually walked into one and found that each alchemy room was like an independent residence, complete with living quarters, gardens, ponds, pavilions, and supporting facilities such as alchemy rooms and storage rooms. Most importantly, the alchemy room had a designated space for a refining cauldron, and it could directly draw upon the strange fire from the foot of the mountain to refine pills. The alchemists were all thrilled to see such a perfect environment. The entire manor has at least several hundred independent courtyards, and the higher up you go, the more luxurious the courtyards become. As the first group of alchemists, Yao Yun and the others naturally chose the courtyards at the top first. Once they had chosen their accommodations, Zhou Yin sent a message to Sun Yu, asking him to arrange for a group of people with talent in medicine to come and assist them. Alchemy isn't just about alchemists. Organizing medicinal materials, recording the pills, and transporting them into storage all requires specialized personnel. After Yao Yun finished allocating the courtyard, he said to Zhou Yin, "Lord, we can start refining pills now, but we are still missing a refining cauldron, spiritual materials, and pill formulas." He went on to explain that they currently only know how to refine the most basic pills. If they want to improve their pill refining level, it would be best to have a large number of spiritual herbs and one-star pill recipes to practice repeatedly. Zhou Yin was prepared and directly took out a batch of alchemy cauldrons from the treasure room and placed them in front of everyone. Although these cauldrons were not of top quality, with the highest being only gold quality, they were sufficient for the alchemists present. It wasn't that Zhou Yin didn't want to buy a better one, but rather that alchemy cauldrons were extremely rare, only truly usable by alchemists, and not commonly seen on the market. Previously, he wasn't sure when he could recruit an alchemist, so he hadn't deliberately sought to acquire one. Now that the territory had an alchemist, Zhou Yin immediately notified Jin Sanyi, instructing him to keep a close eye on any news regarding the alchemy cauldron. He then told Yao Yun and the others to use these as a temporary measure, and that they would continue to supplement with better ones later. Yao Yun then asked, "Lord, we have enough alchemy cauldrons, but what about the medicinal herbs and pill formulas?" Zhou Yin then remembered the subsequent management and decided to build another treasure room, specifically for storing spiritual herbs and pills. From now on, the medicinal materials needed for alchemy will be registered and collected by designated personnel, and the refined pills will also be uniformly counted and stored in the warehouse. He quickly built the new treasure chamber and granted some access to 5 top alchemists. Yao Yun was only temporarily managing the alchemy manor. If others were more capable, they could replace him at any time. Zhou Yan's meaning was clear. The alchemy manor didn't care about seniority, only ability. Whoever was more capable and made greater contributions would gain a higher position. This kind of competition was the fairest and most motivating. Not long after, Sun Yu arrived at the manor with his men. He brought several hundred people, both men and women, who were just the right number to handle the sorting, recording, transporting, and other miscellaneous tasks related to the medicinal herbs. When Zhou Yin saw Sun Yu arrive, he asked him to explain the previously established management policies for the alchemy room to everyone. Sun Yu nodded, gathered everyone together, and began to announce the relevant regulations for alchemists. Zhou Yin stood aside, listening attentively. He only remembered that Sun Yu and the others had mentioned this matter before, and now he could see what specific results they had come up with. Sun Yu explained in detail everything from the alchemist's salary, working hours, and division of responsibilities to the reward and punishment system. Zhou Yin was very satisfied after listening, because these contents clearly incorporated the concept of the modern 8-hour workday. The system is fair enough. Those who do more and perform well will receive corresponding rewards, while those who are lazy or make mistakes will be punished. Zhou Yin is never stingy with rewards. As long as someone makes a contribution, the reward will never be small. It is precisely because of the territory's strong foundation that everyone has the motivation to strive for excellence. They know that all their efforts will be rewarded, and many have already earned their own houses based on their outstanding performance. For many, this is the most practical and attractive goal. The entire territory is gradually developing in the direction of a regular state. But this path cannot be rushed and requires continuous improvement in order to find the system most suitable for the territory. Chapter 424, Feathered Robe, Crafting Blueprints. Sun Yu was well prepared this time, having already written down all the policies and arranged for them to be posted on the wall. Zhou Yin also specially built a notice board, where any important matters in the territory would be directly announced for everyone's convenience. After explaining the policy, Sun Yu, following the previous arrangements, began assigning tasks to the alchemists. Each alchemist was given sufficient manpower, and there were also dedicated personnel responsible for the preparation of medicinal materials, the collection of pills, and the counting of quantities. The entire process was quickly streamlined. After making the arrangements, Yao Yin led several top alchemists to inspect the newly built treasure chamber. When they saw the mountains of medicinal herbs piled up inside, they were all stunned. Some exclaimed that they could never finish refining all the ingredients in a lifetime, while others declared that they would never have to worry about materials again. They were especially awestruck when they saw that some medicinal herbs numbered in the billions, and even high-grade herbs numbered in the millions. They felt that following such a lord and focusing on refining pills to improve their level was the right path. Afterward, Zhou Yin took out a number of pill formulas, ranging from 1 star to 6 star. Although most of them were common formulas, and there weren't many truly precious ones, it was enough to excite these alchemists. They were eager to start refining pills immediately, but Sun Yu didn't have everyone act at once. Instead, he divided them into 2 groups, sending one group to change their profession first, and then switching to the other group after they came out. After all, they weren't even considered 1-star alchemists yet, and the pills they refined would have limited effects. Advanced alchemists are made using a vast amount of medicinal herbs, and Zhou Yin has no shortage of them. Given enough time, his territory can cultivate batch after batch of high-level alchemists. After dealing with the matter here, Zhou Yin did not interfere further. As he walked towards his territory, he suddenly saw a familiar figure and instinctively called out, "Chang'e." Chang'e turned around and quickly bowed to him. Zhou Yin asked her when she had completed her job change, and she said that she had just completed it that morning and was now familiarizing herself with the territory. However, the territory was so large that if she didn't walk quickly, she wouldn't be able to explore it all in a whole day. Zhou Yin told her to take her time to familiarize herself with the place, as there would be plenty of time later. He also mentioned that the future management of the Guanghan Ferry would require her and others to work together. Looking at Chang'e's graceful figure, he felt a surge of emotion, but he wasn't in a hurry. After chatting for a while, Zhou Yin learned from Chang'e that under Gao Shun's training, the Guanghan Ferry had become as familiar with various commands and orders as a regular army. However, these people had very conflicting opinions about Gao Shun. On one hand, they admired his abilities, but on the other hand, they secretly cursed him for being too ruthless. Zhou Yin was not surprised by this. Gao Shun was strict in disciplining his troops, and it was almost impossible for him to go easy on them. However, Chang'e, Sun Shangxiang, Diaochan, and others all respected Gao Shun and admired Zhou Yin for choosing him to train the Guanghan Ferry. Zhou Yin simply smiled. He understood Gao Shun's personality, which was why he felt comfortable in trusting the team to him. After their conversation, Chang'e returned to the Guanghan Ferry barracks, while Zhou Yin headed to the mysterious shop. He hadn't personally bought anything there for several days. Usually, Yinlihua would buy it for him and then put it directly into the treasure room. Upon arriving at the shop, Zhou Yin looked at the 5 items that had appeared that day, and they were all scrolls. The first one was an equipment blueprint that needed to be crafted by a tailor, and it was even a spirit gray garment. Feather Robe Crafting Blueprint, a high-quality spiritual artifact, requiring 20 units of 8-star or higher fabric, 5 units of 7-star or higher silk thread, 2 units of 8-star or higher feathers, and a master tailor or higher. Price, 300 million spirit coins. Seeing the requirement of master tailor, Zhou Yin immediately felt a headache coming on. The territory had plenty of talent, but no advanced tailors. He would have to buy the blueprint and keep it for now. The second diagram is a blueprint for preparing a spiritual elixir. Once all the materials are gathered, a 7-star quality spiritual elixir can be prepared, but it requires a physician to perform the preparation. Zhou Yin then realized that the physicians in the medical clinic could actually prepare spiritual elixirs, but they also lacked suitable personnel at the moment, so he could only keep it for now. The third scroll contained the assembly blueprints for a 7-star mechanical beast, which required a 6-star or higher mechanical engineer to craft. Zhou Yin continued looking at the fourth scroll, finally revealing a satisfied expression, as it was a blueprint for forging a spirit-grade weapon. Jerry had already advanced to the level of a master blacksmith, but he had never had a suitable blueprint. Now, this broken cloud sword blueprint could come in handy. It requires 100 units of 8-star or higher iron ore, 10 units of 7-star gold ore, and 50 units of 6-star purple cloud ore, and costs 200 million spirit coins. Zhou Yin bought the blueprint immediately, as it was ready to use right away. The last one was the 7-star pill recipe, which was perfect since the territory had just acquired an alchemist, though they would have to wait for the alchemist to mature before it could be used. After making the purchase, Zhou Yin started refreshing the page. He was somewhat surprised when 5 new items appeared, because this time they were all the same type of item. Teleport stone. Teleportation stone, quality A, can teleport to a specific person within a territory, priced at 1 million spirit coins per set. Each set contains 10 stones, making each stone worth 100,000 spirit coins. Very cheap for Zhou Yin, but definitely not cheap for others. 5 sets, totaling 50 stones, only cost 5 million spirit coins, which is negligible. Chapter 425, Cultivation in the Secluded Chamber. After checking the first, mysterious shop, Zhou Yin then checked the second, mysterious shop. However, the quality of the second shop was significantly lower, with very few high-quality items. This time, he only got 2 pieces of gold equipment, 1 skill book, and 2 common items, which were not of much value. Zhou Yin didn't hesitate and refreshed the shop again. Soon, 5 buildings appeared in the shop, all of them the lowest level barracks. He bought them all and started building them immediately, but unfortunately, none of the barracks he built met his expectations. Zhou Yin then took all these barracks for quality synthesis and retrieved the barracks he had synthesized before, which resulted in an R-quality barracks. Subsequently, he used this barracks to upgrade the quality of the white-robed Go soldier, successfully promoting it to RR quality. After finishing with the barracks, Zhou Yin went to the Hall of Heroes and began summoning the tailor. A notification sounded. 1 million soul coins were deducted. A flash of light appeared, and a stunningly beautiful woman appeared before him. This person's name was Yin. Zhou Yin vaguely felt the name was familiar upon hearing it, but couldn't quite place it, so he immediately checked the records. Yin stepped forward, bowed, and respectfully addressed him as Lord. Upon seeing the information, Zhou Yin was immediately shocked. Yin actually possessed the title of Needle Goddess, making her the 3rd person in the territory to hold such a title, and she was a woman at that. She was originally from Changshan County during the 3 Kingdoms period. Legend has it that she was a concubine of Emperor One of Wei, Chao Pai, and the protagonist of the Red Terror story. In later generations, she was also revered as the goddess of needlework because of her skill in needlework. Another famous name of hers is Yelai, and the flower name Night-Blooming Fragrance in later generations is also related to her. Zhou Yin was very pleased to have summoned such a person and immediately said that all the tailoring affairs in the territory would be managed by her from now on. Yin bowed again to express her gratitude. Zhou Yin then checked her skills and discovered that any equipment she sewed could increase luck, and in addition, it also provided extra attribute bonuses. This ability delighted Zhou Yin. With such a master of needlework in charge, the tailoring skills in the territory would undoubtedly improve significantly. It was like striking gold. He immediately leveled Yin up to the maximum level and then summoned 2 top-tier tailors. However, these 2 were of unknown origin and were far inferior to Yin in both appearance and demeanor. Afterwards, Zhou Yin led them to the super tailor shop and informed them that from now on, Yin would be in charge of the shop. Next, they just needed to slowly improve their tailoring skills, but reaching the master level would take at least several months. After finishing these tasks, Zhou Yin went to the scripture pavilion to extract skills and learn them all. Afterward, he finally arrived at the secluded training room, ready to personally test the training effects there. Since its construction, this seclusion chamber has seen a large number of soldiers entering in batches every day for cultivation. However, with so many people in the territory, a single seclusion chamber simply cannot meet everyone's needs. Zhou Yin had always wanted to buy more similar buildings to accelerate the overall improvement of his territory strength. Currently, this secluded cultivation chamber had reached level 60, with 60 floors, but he was currently the only one who met the requirements to enter the highest floor. The others were still far from reaching that level. This is also why he is so eager to acquire more cultivation buildings. His territory currently has a good number of soldiers, generals, and various talents, but its truly top-tier combat power is still insufficient, and it will still suffer losses against those veteran lords. Improving one's cultivation level is not something that can be achieved overnight. Resources, auxiliary items, and territory are not lacking. What is lacking is time. And time is precisely the hardest thing to make up for. It can only be accumulated through continuous effort. Zhou Yin spread his yin-yang wings and flew directly to the 60th floor. The higher the floor, the stronger the boost to cultivation. He casually entered a cultivation room, sat down cross-legged, and quickly felt his mind clear and easily entered a meditative state. After entering cultivation, his consciousness once again sank into the ancient scrolls in his mind, fusing skills at 10 times the speed. This effect far exceeded his expectations, and it finally made him realize that the value of this secluded cultivation room was far greater than he had imagined. Zhou Yin immediately decided that he would dedicate 6 hours every day to cultivating here, and he absolutely could not waste such a wonderful place. The 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and when he finished cultivating, he found that the efficiency here was about 10 times that of the outside world. Unfortunately, buildings like the cultivation room are extremely rare and cannot be purchased at will. He could only instruct everyone to keep a close eye out and, once they discover a similar building, to acquire it no matter the cost. After finishing his cultivation, Zhou Yin summoned Xiao He, Fang Xianling, Zhang Liang, Sun Yu, Zhang Zhao, as well as Bai Qi, Chen Qingji, Xie Xian, and dozens of others to discuss matters. The territory will soon be teleported to the Lord's continent, so we must arrange the travel force in advance. As for the internal affairs of the territory, they will still be handled by Xiao He and his 4 companions. This will not change. However, as their territory grows larger, the number of things to handle also increases. Xiao He and others have suggested to Zhou Yin that they increase manpower to share the workload. After understanding the situation, Zhou Yin agreed on the spot. With the entire territory constantly expanding, it was indeed time to recruit more talent. Chapter 426, Teleportation to the Lord Continent again. The personnel arrangements for the subsequent trip remained largely unchanged, still led by generals from various armies, except this time with the addition of several legions. Zhou Yin entrusted all the specific coordination to Bai Qi. Gao Shun needed to continue training the fairy maidens of the Moon Palace, so Bai Qi didn't arrange for him to go out. Some of the already trained fairy maidens entered the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Some were responsible for city defense, and the rest were led by Jiao Chan, Sun Shangxiang, and others. The other armies were quickly assigned. Chen Qingji led the white-robed Go soldiers. Gao Shun was temporarily unable to attend to them, so the trap camp was handed over to Meng Tian. Xie Xian led the Northern Army, and Li Guang led the Great Han Iron Cavalry. Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Chao Hong, and Xiao Ren command the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Jelala leads the Orc Warriors, and Longshan, Huling, and Huli are in charge of the Demon Soldiers. Meng Ao, Meng Wu, and Meng Yi command the Great Qin Black Armor Army. The Wudong Flying Army was also mobilized, with Zhao Yun as its commander and Zhang Xiao and Wen Ping as its deputies. Zhou Yin also entrusted Zhao Yun with the arrangements of Zhang Wuji, Wei Yixiao, Yin Tianzheng, Xieth Sun, Fan Yao, Yang Xiao, Dai Qi Si, and other members of the Ming cult. The Tiansu Xianjia army was led by Qin Xiong, with Xiao Sai, Hou Junji, Yang Zixing, and Wang Juanhuan as its deputies. Zhang Sanfeng, Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, Yu Daiyin, Zhang Songxi, Yin Lighting, and others remained to guard their territory and be responsible for security. Yin Qixia and Wu Song remained by Zhou Yan's side, awaiting his orders. As for the underworld Go soldiers, since most of them were still undergoing class changes, Bai Qi did not include them in this operation, but instead allowed them to remain in the territory. After making the arrangements, Bai Qi began to reorganize the soldiers, ordering each army to assemble at the east and west gates respectively. At the same time, Zhou Yin activated the teleportation, sending the entire territory back to the Lord Continent. As spatial portals flashed by, the territory traversed layers of void, finally arriving at a strange place in the Lord's world. This world was so vast that no one could say exactly how big it was. Many people are even unsure whether the so-called Lord's world is a single continent or a vast world composed of countless planets. The maps circulating on the Kanglan continent are mostly fragmented and incomplete, making it impossible to piece together a complete picture. After settling into his territory, Zhou Yin looked up at the sky and realized that his luck hadn't been good this time. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder and lightning raged, and a torrential downpour began, enveloping the entire world in a curtain of rain. However, the territory's defensive formations kept all the rain out, and the city remained dry and peaceful. Only outside the city walls could one see the dense rain pouring down. Even in bad weather, they wouldn't change their exploration plans. Qualified soldiers must be adaptable to various environments, and Bai Qi, seeing the heavy rain, actually felt it was perfect for training his troops. The only problem is that the heavy rain can interfere with the images transmitted back by the intelligent reconnaissance aircraft. However, this only causes interference and does not mean that reconnaissance is impossible. Soon, thousands of intelligent reconnaissance aircraft took to the sky simultaneously, along with mineral probing drones. Once a valuable mineral vein was discovered, the miners in the territory would immediately head to mine it. The group waited for a long time, but no monster attacked. Footage transmitted from the reconnaissance aircraft showed that there were no large monsters within a radius of several kilometers. At most, only some small animals were active. After confirming that it was temporarily safe, Bai Qi began to send out armies to explore, leaving only the necessary troops to guard the territory. This expedition involved nearly 300,000 soldiers, whose main objective was still to hunt monsters. Of course, if they encountered any suitable creatures along the way, they would try to capture them and tame them as military mounts. One by one, the teams braved the torrential rain and left the territory. Before long, the intelligent reconnaissance aircraft, which had flown further, finally transmitted new images. Lihua immediately reminded Zhou Yin, "Lord, we have images." Zhou Yin was still standing on the city wall, gazing at the rain outside. Upon hearing the news, he immediately checked the footage and discovered that traces of the monster had finally appeared 30 kilometers away from his territory. That direction should be the area where Chun Qingji's army was advancing. Zhou Yin looked closely and found that the monster in the picture looked a lot like a dinosaur, which aroused his curiosity. Soon, new images came in one after another. The reconnaissance plane discovered a primeval forest, where the trees were incredibly tall, even more exaggerated than anything they had seen before. And deep within the forest, a large number of giant monsters appeared. As the reconnaissance aircraft continued its deep dive, more and more images of the monsters were transmitted back. Zhou Yin confirmed that his judgment was correct. This area was very likely the habitat of a group of dinosaur-like monsters. These giant creatures were enormous, each one like a monster, and dealing with them would be no easy task. Zhou Yin immediately instructed Lihua and others to notify nearby generals to prepare in advance. Upon seeing the scene, Bai Qi and his men quickly adjusted their plans. Against such a large monster, the army couldn't be too scattered. They needed to maintain at least 1,000 men per unit to have the ability to maneuver when encountering a powerful foe. Zhou Yin also gave orders that if they encountered monsters that were too powerful, they were not allowed to engage them head-on. After all, humans were far too small in the face of these behemoths, and blindly charging it would only result in unnecessary losses. After reviewing the footage, Zhang Liang suggested moving their territory towards the monster's location, a suggestion Zhou Yin agreed to. He then leaped down from the city wall and told Diao Chan and the others that it was time for them to set off. The monster was approximately 40 kilometers away. Diao Chan and the others nodded in agreement. Those accompanying Zhou Yin on this trip included Diao Chan, Zhenmi, Kai Yin, Sun Shangxiang, Nie Xiaoqian, and Chang'e. As for the Qiao, Xiao Qiao, Si Teng, Hua Yirong, Sa Sha, Zhao Min, Zhou Jiruo, Xiao Zhao, Wei Zifu, and the others, they all remained within the territory. Zhao Min, Zhou Jiruo, and Xiao Zhao continued their cultivation, while the rest were responsible for reconnaissance-related work. Chapter 427, The the armor dragon. The soldiers Zhou Yin brought this time were all Guanghan fairies. To ensure their equipment was uniform, he had Jerry and others rush to forge a batch of red equipment in advance. Although the quality of these equipment varied, the quantity was sufficient for the 100,000 moon maidens. After all, the equipment needed for 100,000 people was enormous, and gathering enough in a short time was already no easy feat. Outside, the rain was pouring down, but it didn't affect Zhou Yin and his group much. He and Jiao Chan rode together on one horse, Jiao Chan leaning against him, a little shy but very happy. Jiao Chan looked at the dark jungle in the distance and said that these monsters were huge and probably of high level, making them difficult to deal with. Zhou Yin nodded, indicating that these monsters were indeed ferocious, but they might also be their opportunity. When he saw these dinosaur-like monsters, he was initially surprised but then delighted. The stronger the monster, the greater the benefit to his territory if he could capture it as a mount. However, large monsters are not suitable for riding. What Zhou Yin really wanted to find was a dinosaur-like monster that was not exaggerated in size, but was ferocious enough. Jiao Chan opened the communication screen, and the images showed mostly enormous creatures tens or even hundreds of meters tall. She frowned and said, "These monsters look strong, but they're definitely not suitable as mounts." Zhou Yin wasn't in a hurry. Such a large forest couldn't possibly contain only giant monsters. It was just that the rain was too heavy and visibility was too poor, so the reconnaissance plane dared not fly low and could only spot those large targets protruding from the jungle. Jiao Chan looked at the gloomy sky, somewhat disliking this kind of weather. The heavy rain continued unabated and clearly showed no sign of stopping anytime soon. She turned back to look at the Fairy of the Moon Palace behind her. These female soldiers were well equipped and remained on high alert in the pouring rain without a single complaint, which made her admire Gao Shan's training methods. Sun Shangxiang agreed. She had learned many military training methods from Gao Shan during this time, and knew that although he was strict and ruthless, his training results were astonishing. Zhenmi and Kai Yin also greatly admired Gao Shan. Zhou Yin naturally had no doubt about Gao Shan's abilities, and said with a smile that if they encountered monsters next, he would like to see just how much this Guanghan fairy had changed. Sun Shangxiang was full of confidence and assured them that they would never disappoint the Lord. After more than 10 minutes, the group finally spotted a row of huge pits ahead. The pits were not deep, but they were wide and numerous, neatly distributed in the mud. Jiao Chan and the others immediately concluded that these must be the footprints left by the monster. Judging from the enormous size of the footprints alone, the real monster was probably even more monstrous than what was shown in the images. Zhou Yin looked at the footprints and judged that the target shouldn't be far from them. Now that they were already here, they naturally wanted to witness the strength of these monsters firsthand. After some time, they finally encountered their first monster. The creature was tens of meters tall, with a ferocious appearance. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble, as if it could crush the earth with a single stomp. More importantly, its back is covered with a thick carapace, like a layer of natural iron armor, making it easy to see that it has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Looking at this enormous creature, everyone felt a sense of pressure. Humans standing before it seemed as small as toys. If it were to step on them, they would probably be turned into mincemeat in an instant. Zhou Yin smiled. After traveling for so long, he had finally encountered a decent monster. He then checked its attributes. Monster: ironclad dragon. Quality: gold. Race: wyvern. Level: 90. Special: ironclad, defense, strength, berserk. Introduction: the subdragon race, possessing a trace of dragon bloodline power, has astonishing destructive power. Zhou Yin was somewhat surprised to see the level 90 mark. It seemed that the monsters in this area were all of a high level, and an ordinary team would likely have a hard time dealing with them. But his soldiers were not ordinary troops, so they were naturally not intimidated by such a behemoth. Sun Shangxiang volunteered to fight, saying that they would handle the armored dragon and let Zhou Yin see the strength of this female soldier team. Zhou Yin, who had been eager to test the changes in the Fairy of the Moon Palace, immediately nodded in agreement. Jiao Chan also showed anticipation, wanting to see just how strong they had become. Having received permission, Sun Shangxiang turned to look at the Fairy of the Moon Palace behind her and said loudly, "Sisters, it's time to show our strength and let the Lord see what we're capable of." Yes, the fairy maidens of the Moon Palace responded in unison, their voices clear and firm, brimming with fighting spirit. Zhou was very satisfied with their response and looked forward to their next move even more. With Sun Shanshan's command, the battle officially began. Thousands of Guanghan fairies quickly stepped forward, their movements synchronized and incredibly fast. They all wielded long swords, and although not all of them were present, their formation was already quite formidable. After becoming cultivators, their auras were noticeably stronger. Led by Sun Shanshan, several thousand Guanghan fairies braved the heavy rain and quickly advanced within 100 meters of the armored dragon. Chapter 428, Slaying the Dragon. The fairy maidens of the Moon Palace are all cultivators, skilled in both melee combat and magic/array formations. However, facing a colossal, armored dragon, close-quarters combat would be unwise. Thousands of Guanghan fairies quickly retreated behind the armored dragon, forming a battle formation and casting an amplification array. Once the array was complete, light enveloped everyone. And the more people there were, the stronger the combined power became. Sun Shanshan stood at the front of the formation, full of heroic spirit, pointing her sword at the charging armored dragon, and coldly commanded, "Flying sword technique." With each step the armored dragon took, the earth shook as if mountains were collapsing. Yet Sun Shanshan showed no fear, her gaze fixed steadily on the monster. When these moon maidens were first summoned, they were just delicate girls who, although they possessed many magical arts, lacked awareness of military formations. After being trained by Gao Shan, they have learned to cooperate and can unleash the full power of their skills. As a command was given, thousands of Guanghan fairies simultaneously drew their swords. With a clang, the swords transformed into streaks of light that shot into the sky, densely packed like 10,000 fireworks, heading straight for the armored dragon. Sensing the attack, the armored dragon abruptly stopped, turned, and lashed out with its massive tail. A series of clanging sounds rang out as countless flying swords struck its sturdy armor, sending sparks flying, but they failed to break through its defenses. Sun Shanshan wasn't surprised. Her goal was simply to force the armored dragon to a halt. Having achieved her objective, she immediately gave the order again, Heaven Condensing Sword. Thousands of Guanghan fairy maidens simultaneously changed hand seals, their bodies radiating brilliant immortal light. The flying swords that had been knocked away quickly converged, their golden light soaring into the sky, condensing into a peerless celestial sword over 100 meters long, seemingly cleaving even the dim rain curtain in two. Sun Shanshan's gaze sharpened, and she shouted, "Kill!" The fairies simultaneously pointed their fingers, and the celestial sword crashed down. Sensing the danger, the armored dragon immediately turned and used its back armor to block the attack. With a loud bang, it screamed as a deep gash was slashed through its armor, almost splitting it in two. This completely enraged the armored dragon, which tried to charge at the moon goddess again, but was once again suppressed by Sun Shanshan's command of the heavenly sword. The dragon retreated repeatedly, not daring to confront her again, but the heavenly sword was extremely fast and still left a second sword mark on its body. Tormented by excruciating pain, the armored dragon went berserk, its body glowing with an earthy yellow light, and its eyes turning blood red. It roared, opened its blood-red maw, revealing rows of barbed teeth, and bit down on the heavenly sword, attempting to crush it. Seeing this, Sun Shanshan revealed a smug smile, then uttered a single word, "Disperse." As soon as the words were spoken, the hand seals of the Guanghan fairy maidens changed again. The complete heavenly sword instantly dispersed into thousands of flying swords, which all entered the body of the armored dragon through its open mouth. Puff, puff, puff. The excruciating pain of being pierced by countless swords caused the armored dragon to let out a hoarse scream. The flying swords rampaged through its body, tearing apart blood vessels, organs, and bones. Then, many more swords burst out from within, piercing through its skin and leaving gaping holes that gushed blood. Bang! The armored dragon finally gave way and collapsed heavily to the ground, dropping a gold-quality treasure chest in the process. After reading it, Zhou Yin nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. You cooperated very well." Diao Chan smiled and said, "The moon goddess's methods are far more than these. They know many more immortal techniques and arts. There's more to come." Zhou Yin also became interested and said with a smile that he would like to see what other skills they had up their sleeves. Then, the Fairy of the Moon stepped forward and together they used the harvesting spell to collect the corpse of the ironclad dragon, and only then did the group continue to move forward. Not long after, they encountered another monster, several tens of meters tall. It was slightly smaller than the armored dragon, but twice as fast, and its mouth was filled with dense, sharp barbs. Once bitten, it would be difficult to escape. The monster made a strange, serpentine sound, and its nose was exceptionally sensitive. Upon spotting the group, it roared and charged towards them at lightning speed. Chapter 429, Finding a Suitable Mount. Zhou Yin began to examine the information about the monster in front of him. Monster: Razor-Tooth Flame Dragon. Quality: Dark Gold. Race: Wyvern. Level: 85. Special: Speed, Spirit, Sense of Smell, Fire. Introduction: a subdragon possessing a trace of dragon bloodline power, with considerable mental strength and good perception. Form ranks. Although the sharp-toothed flame dragon was of a lower level than the previous armor dragon, Sun Shangxiang dared not underestimate this speed-type monster. Especially since it was of dark gold quality and possessed fire attacks, its true threat was even greater. Sure enough, as soon as the fanged flame dragon charged over, it opened its massive jaws and scorching heat surged out. A fireball the size of a basketball condensed in its mouth and instantly hurtled towards Sun Shangxiang and the others. Sun Shangxiang had already led the women into a battle formation, with thousands of flying swords positioned in front of them, forming a sword-shaped protective shield. Bang! The fireball struck the defensive shield, and a burst of scorching air exploded outwards, instantly evaporating even the falling rain and creating a large cloud of mist. Sun Shangxiang and the others stood in the mist, their figures ethereal, like fairies descending to earth. The next moment, the Guanghan fairies simultaneously unleashed their magic, and thousands of sharp blades converged into a giant sword, slashing fiercely at the fanged flame dragon. Boom! The sharp-toothed flame dragon was incredibly fast and dodged the attack. But the great sword immediately slashed horizontally, and this time it didn't dodge. Instead, it extended its short forepaws and grabbed directly at the blade. Clang! Despite its short forelegs, it possesses astonishing strength, its sharp dragon claws firmly gripping the giant sword. However, this giant sword was originally formed from the flying swords of thousands of Guanghan fairies, making it infinitely versatile. The moment the giant sword was caught, it immediately dispersed, transforming back into countless flying swords that spun rapidly around the fanged flame dragon, forming a storm of flying swords that trapped it in the center. The fanged flame dragon roared incessantly, opening its mouth once more to condense a fireball, attempting to blast away the storm. But the fireball had barely traveled a short distance when it was whipped back by the raging sword wind. The sharp-toothed flame dragon stared wide-eyed as its fireball hurtled towards it, completely stunned. Boom! The fireball struck it, and the fanged flame dragon let out a miserable cry. Before it could recover, thousands of flying swords had already sliced through its body, breaking through its defenses time and time again, and finally slaying it completely. After the sharp-toothed flame dragon died, its corpse was cut into pieces, which was enough to show the power of the Moon Fairy, this move. After observing the coordinated attacks of thousands of Moon Maidens, Zhou Yin had a grasp of the strength of this unit. They primarily relied on flying swords in combat. Each individual was quite powerful, but their combined strength was even greater when they formed a formation. However, their current cultivation level is not high enough to allow them to fly on swords for the time being. They need to cultivate to at least the 50th level of the heavenly realm before they can briefly ride flying swords to fight. If they want to engage in long-term aerial combat, their cultivation level needs to be at least the 60th level of the heavenly realm. Once any profession reaches the 70th level, even a warrior can use their powerful battle aura to fly through the air and roam the void. Subsequently, the Guanghan fairies, behind Zhou Yin, in groups of 3,000, advanced towards the primeval forest not far away. This forest is extremely vast, with ancient trees towering into the clouds and incredibly thick. The spiritual energy here is also very special, more ancient and profound than ordinary spiritual energy. One can feel the body being nourished simply by breathing it in. This place feels like a wild, untamed world, exuding an aura of primitiveness and incomplete evolution. Tens of thousands of moon maidens were divided into about 10 teams, constantly hunting down powerful behemoths in the forest. These behemoths were enormous, the smallest being over 10 meters tall. Unfortunately, despite their search, they never found a suitable mount, which left Zhou Yin somewhat disappointed. At this moment, Manhwa brought good news. Lord, Xie has discovered a monster called the Iron-Headed Dragon. It is quite fast and not too big, about 5 meters long and 2 meters tall, making it very suitable for capture as a mount. They have already begun their operation. Zhou Yan's mood improved considerably after hearing this, and he immediately said to Manhwa, "As soon as you find a suitable one, capture it and send it back to the territory. Then notify the zookeeper in charge of the Green Spirit Grassland and have them raise it for a while." The Azure Spirit Grassland has the ability to enhance mounts, and the longer a mount stays there, the more significant the improvement. In addition, having a dedicated caretaker can further enhance the attributes of these mounts. Soldiers who normally own mounts will keep them in the Green Spirit Grassland for breeding and only summon them when needed in battle. There are many cavalry soldiers in the territory, creating a huge demand for mounts. As the barracks continue to upgrade, the number needed will only increase, and even if the soldiers keep capturing them, it will still be far from enough. Moreover, while these mounts are powerful, many of them are carnivorous monsters. After hunting monsters in the territory, enough meat must be gathered to take back. Otherwise, these mounts might starve to death. After all, a carnivorous mount won't eat grass. Xiexian's side has already made some progress, and Zhou Yin believes that other teams will also bring good news soon. This place is so vast. He doesn't believe that only one type of monster is suitable as a mount. Diaochan also spoke up, saying, "This place is so big, there must be many more suitable mounts. Let's search slowly, and we're sure to find one." Zhenmi looked into the depths of the forest and suggested, "Most of the creatures here are large wyvern monsters. If we want to find smaller wyverns, we'll probably have to go deeper into the forest." Chapter 430, Swordtail Dragon. Zhou Yin looked at the map transmitted back by the reconnaissance plane. The terrain and monster distribution within a few hundred kilometers were clearly visible. The large wyverns were obvious and easy to locate, but the smaller wyverns hidden in the forest were not so easy to find. He pointed to the map and said that to enter the dense jungle, they would have to advance at least another 50 kilometers. But those 50 kilometers were precisely the area where large wyverns frequently roamed. 50 kilometers isn't too far, but we're bound to encounter many giant wyverns along the way. These monsters are quite powerful, and each one is difficult to deal with. If we have to fight our way through, we probably won't be able to get deep into the jungle until tomorrow. Diaochan glanced at the route ahead and roughly calculated the time. The wyverns they were encountering were all formidable, and killing one would take a considerable amount of time. After killing them, they would still need to collect their flesh and blood, so the team was not advancing very quickly. Currently, the Tangguanghan Ferry teams are led by heroes such as Sun Shangxiang, Cheng'e, Nie Xiaoqian, Diaochan, and Zhenmi, while the others are led by heroes of higher quality. They weren't in a hurry to travel. The main objective was to hunt monsters. Along the way, Zhou Yin discovered many spiritual herbs hidden in the forest, some even guarded by powerful wyverns. After slaying the wyverns, the Guanghan Fairy would harvest the herbs and deliver them to the treasure pavilion in her territory. At this moment, Manhwa sent another message. She told Zhou Yin that Qin Xiong had discovered a very powerful monster, but it was too strong to capture and would take a lot of time to catch even one. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin immediately became interested and asked her to send over the monster's information. Manhwa quickly sent in the pictures and information. Zhou Yin looked at the image first. It was a quadrupedal dragon, about 6 meters long and over 2 meters tall. The most striking feature was its tail, which resembled a long sword, about 3 meters long, gleaming with a cold light and incredibly sharp, clearly possessing astonishing destructive power. What's even more surprising is that this ferocious monster is herbivorous and does not feed on flesh and blood. Zhou Yin opened the message to view it. Monster, Stegosaurus. Quality, dark gold. Race, wyvern. Level, 91. Special attributes, speed, attack, sword tail, stamina. Description, a subdragon possessing a trace of dragon bloodline power. Its tail is as sharp as a blade, capable of cutting through mountains and splitting rocks. Level 91, dark gold quality. That's enough to show how troublesome this monster is. Killing it isn't a big problem, but capturing it alive is a completely different story. However, such mounts are extremely valuable, and even if it takes half an hour to catch one, it's definitely worth it. Zhou Yin immediately had Yin Lihua send a message to Qin Xiong, instructing him to capture as many sword-tailed dragons as possible and bring them back to the territory, no matter how much time it takes. Yin Lihua quickly relayed the order, and Qin Xiong replied that he would definitely capture more sword-tailed dragons. Zhou Yin, sitting atop Diao Chan's mount, looked at the sword-tailed dragon in the image with some surprise. He hadn't expected that there were sub-dragons with sword-like tails. It was indeed rare. Then, Yin Lihua sent another video of Qin Xiong capturing a stegosaurus. Zhou Yin immediately opened it, wanting to see just how strong this sub-dragon really was. In the scene, Qin Xiong and his men surround a sword-tailed dragon. The dragon is clearly enraged, roaring repeatedly as if warning the surrounding soldiers not to approach. Its reaction was incredibly fast. Just as a soldier was about to step forward, the stegosaurus suddenly lashed out with its tail. The tail was as agile as a weapon, instantly stabbing towards the soldier. The soldier was quite skilled and dodged immediately. After the sword tail pierced the ground, the sword-tailed dragon immediately pulled out its tail and swept it horizontally. The soldier raised his weapon to block, but was still knocked back by the powerful force. Seeing this, the other soldiers immediately joined the attack. They didn't use sharp weapons, but rather spears or similar implements to suppress it, and the spear tips weren't aimed at vital organs. After all, their goal was to capture, not kill. Weakening it was enough. Just then, Qin Xiong threw something, which exploded directly on top of the dragon's head at the end of the sword. Everyone quickly retreated, and the exploded object released a strange cloud of smoke. After inhaling the smoke, the stegosaurus's massive body began to sway, unsteady on its feet as if it were drunk. However, it did not immediately lose consciousness, demonstrating the strong drug resistance of this subdragon. However, the drug had already taken effect, and its speed and responsiveness had noticeably decreased. Before long, the soldiers took the opportunity to tie it up securely with ropes. After being bound, the sword-tailed dragon kept hissing and struggling. In the end, Qin Xiong knocked it unconscious with the handle of his axe and forcibly subdued it. He then put it into a special pet storage item and sent it back to its territory. Someone within the territory will naturally take over and settle these newly tamed mounts in the green grassland, allowing them to live there for a while. After examining it, Zhou Yin concluded that this sword-tailed dragon was indeed quite powerful. However, the potions he had used to deal with other monsters were significantly less effective against the wyvern, so he needed to prepare stronger potions. With this in mind, he immediately contacted Jin Sanyi, asking him to purchase stronger capture potions as soon as possible, and at the same time find more suitable tools for taming pets. Jin Sanyi replied quickly, saying that he had already been working on this, but hadn't yet decided which one to buy. Zhou Yin asked him to send the results for review. Soon after, Jin Sanyi sent over the effects and prices of several items. Zhou Yin examined them carefully and quickly settled on a contract seal. This seal not only had good effects, but could also be transferred to others for use, making it very convenient. As for the price, Zhou Yin didn't care at all. As long as the product was good enough, money was never a problem for him. Chapter 431, Exploding Dragon. As for potions that could render monsters unconscious, Jin Sanyi also found several for Zhou Yin. After reviewing them, Zhou Yin found that their effects were all similar. The key was the quality of the monster. The higher the quality, the weaker the medicinal effect. If you encounter a king-level monster, it's basically useless. Zhou Yin asked if there were any stronger ones, and Jin Sanyi said that they hadn't found any yet, but they could continue to send people to look for them. Zhou Yin didn't hesitate and immediately ordered 10,000 copies of each type to be purchased. Although each copy cost hundreds of thousands of spirit coins, money was not an issue for him. Jin Sanyi immediately arranged for people to make the purchases, while Zhou Yin continued onward with the Guanghan ferry. They hadn't gone far when the massive beasts ahead suddenly became restless, as if sensing something terrifying, and they all charged forward. The sheer number of beasts charging together shook the earth, and ancient trees along the way were smashed by their enormous bodies, unable to withstand their impact. Zhou Yin felt a chill run down his spine. If they got caught up in this, they'd probably be trampled into mincemeat. He quickly spotted a large mountain in the distance and immediately told everyone to hide there. The group rushed down the mountain as fast as they could, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Looking into the distance, they saw a herd of dragons galloping about, seemingly fleeing for their lives. A truly astonishing sight. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what these sub-dragons had encountered. Zhou Yin was equally curious, so he told Jiao Chan and the others to stay where they were while he went ahead to investigate. Jiao Chan warned him to be careful, and Zhou Yin nodded before spreading his yin-yang wings and soaring into the sky. The heavy rain pattered on his wings, but it did nothing to slow him down. He flew hundreds of meters into the air and looked in the direction from which the dragons had fled, and quickly discovered the reason. In the distance, another large group of sub-dragons was chasing after these giant sub-dragons. That group of sub-dragons was extremely numerous, easily estimated to be at least tens of thousands. No wonder those behemoths were fleeing. Facing such a swarm, even the highest-level creatures couldn't withstand an onslaught. Zhou Yin observed carefully. These sub-dragons were about 10 meters long and 4 meters tall. They were extremely fast, had amazing jumping ability, sharp forelimbs, and menacing fangs. After catching up with a giant dragon that was tens of meters long, they leaped directly onto its back, opened their mouths to bite, and their sharp claws pierced into the flesh. Soon, its companions pounced on it from behind. The dragon struggled for a short while before collapsing and being devoured. Zhou Yin looked at the group of sub-dragons and felt a little regretful. They were quite fast and strong. If they were half the size, they would be perfect as mounts. But on second thought, their large size might not be a bad thing. If we could capture them and build a wyvern behemoth cavalry in the future, their combat power would be absolutely astonishing. The only problem is that these big guys consume a terrifying amount of meat every day. Others might not be able to afford to feed them, but Zhou Yin felt that with a little effort, it wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of the invincible dragon legion that might appear in the future, Zhou Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked their information. Monster, bursting dragon. Quality, dark gold. Race, wyvern. Level, 88. Special skills, claws, tear, jump, speed. Introduction. Sub-dragons possess a trace of dragon bloodline power. They have sharp teeth and claws, prefer to live in groups, and have strong jumping ability. Even a more powerful sub-dragons dare not easily provoke them. Exploding dragon. That's a powerful name, and its strength is quite impressive. Zhou Yin became more and more satisfied as he looked at it. However, the problem is also obvious. There are too many of these bursting dragons, and they're social monsters. Even if he has tens of thousands of men under his command, it wouldn't be worthwhile to fight them head-on. Fortunately, Zhou Yin quickly came up with an idea. He immediately contacted Jin Sanyi to inquire whether the sleeping pills had been purchased. Jin Sanyi said that he had already bought a portion, and Zhou Yin directly ordered that 100,000 bottles of each type be purchased, as he had a great need for them. Jin Sanyi was immediately helpless, explaining that the other party simply didn't have that much stock. Zhou Yin urged him to continue searching for alternatives, telling him not to worry about the cost, as long as the sleeping pills were effective. After making the arrangements, Zhou Yin contacted Jiao Chan and asked them to prepare to come over. He planned to use a sleeping potion to incapacitate the powerful dragons. Although the potion's effectiveness might be reduced, as long as it worked, dealing with them later would be much easier. Jiao Chan asked how many there were. Zhou Yin glanced down and casually replied that there were only about 18,000 or 10,000. Jiao Chan was speechless for a moment, then asked if they were going to capture 10,000 powerful sub-dragons all at once. Zhou Yin reassured her that he planned to release 20,000 bottles of sleeping potion. They didn't need to fight them head-on. They could just take the opportunity to pack them up and bring them back to their territory. Jiao Chan remembered Kai Yan's ability to inflict weakness and confusion on the entire party, which would come in handy. Kai Yan smiled slightly, indicating that it was no problem to leave it to her. Soon, Jiao Chan led tens of thousands of Guanghan fairies towards Zhou Yan's location. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan had already begun his operation, throwing piles of sleeping potions down at the horde of exploding dragons below. Chapter 432, Holy Crap, Ruthless. Zhou Yan wasn't flying very high, and the bursting dragon below had a bad temper. As soon as it saw someone hovering above its head, It immediately jumped up and opened its big mouth to bite him. Seeing this, Zhou Yin didn't hesitate and casually tossed out a bottle of sleeping potion, which landed right in the mouth of the bursting dragon. The bottle exploded as soon as it went in, and the dragon swallowed all the powder, even swallowing it unconsciously, as if savoring the taste. But the next second, these bursting dragons couldn't withstand it. The drug was more than 10 times stronger than it was outside, and even though they were of good quality, they still rolled their eyes and collapsed happily. Zhou Yan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected it could be used in this way. He immediately took out a large amount of flesh and blood from his territory, hung the sleeping potion bottle on the meat, and began feeding it to a large number of people. Pieces of meat laced with the drug were tossed down, immediately attracting the horde of exploding dragons, who scrambled to grab them. Some were quick and ate a lot, swallowing several vials in one go, only to collapse before they could even finish the meat, their eyes snapping open and closing. Seeing their companion unconscious, the other bursting dragons ignored the reason and focused only on the unfinished meat near its mouth, immediately pouncing to snatch it away. As Zhou Yin threw in more and more meat, more and more bursting dragons fell. And so, Zhou Yin began his stroll with a large group of powerful bursting dragons. He thought walking a cat or dog was nothing compared to walking a bunch of whelps that wanted to eat him. The best part was that they could only drool. They couldn't even bite him. As Zhou Yin flew, he said to Jiao Chan, "There are already quite a few subdragons that have fainted. You could just go and collect their corpses. You don't even need to lift a finger." Jiao Chan and the others were very curious. Aren't those sleeping potions supposed to have limited effects? How did you manage to make them all unconscious? Zhou Yin laughed and said, "It's simple. Just let them eat it. Once it's inside their bodies, the effect is amazing. From now on, we can stuff the sleeping potion into the meat and let them eat it themselves, which is much more convenient." Jiao Chan and the others were speechless after hearing this. They hadn't expected it to be possible to do something like that. They watched from afar as the swarm of exploding dragons chased Zhou Yin in the sky, occasionally leaping up to try and bite him. Whenever this happened, Zhou Yin would reward them with a candy. After eating the candy, the bursting dragon would quickly fall asleep contentedly and would not react even when its companion stepped on it. Once the group of exploding dragons had been lured away, Jiao Chan led her people forward. Looking at the giant beasts sleeping soundly on the ground, she was at a loss for words. Others would run away at the sight of such monsters, but in Zhou Yan's hands, they were not only walked around like dogs, but also played with like puppets, and in the end, even their bodies were taken away. However, it wouldn't be easy to subdue all tens of thousands of bursting dragons. Zhou Yin quickly found stuffing the sleeping potion into their flesh too troublesome and slow, so he simply grabbed a handful of bottles of sleeping potion and threw them down like water. He had initially thought the bottles would knock out a bunch of people once they hit the ground, but what happened next stunned him. Before the bottles even hit the ground, the bursting dragon eagerly jumped up and chewed them up, swallowing them whole. Surprisingly, not a single one was missed. Zhou Yin was dumbfounded. What kind of crazy move were these bursting dragons making? Were they so eager to become prisoners? So he grinned even more smugly, pulled out a handful of bottles of sleeping pills with both hands, and quickly threw them downwards. The exploding dragons, for some reason, seemed to think that since their companions had taken them, they had no choice but to take them too, and they jumped up one after another, swallowing the sleeping pills into their mouths. Zhou Yin was speechless. He had never seen such stupid monsters. Even though all their companions that they had eaten had fallen down, they seemed completely unaware and kept chasing after him, as if urging him to throw more of them away, or they would eat him. Faced with such cute burst dragons, Zhou Yin naturally didn't hold back. He used the speed of a man who had been single for many years to throw out sedative bottles, sending one burst dragon after another to sleep. The fairy of the Moon Palace, who was responsible for collecting the corpses, became increasingly silent. Their lord was truly outrageous. He had single-handedly taken down so many exploding dragons. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Zhou Yin finally sent the last bursting dragon into his dream. He breathed a sigh of relief, landed on top of a bursting dragon's head, looked at the spoils of war, and nodded in satisfaction. Sigh, being invincible is so lonely. Zhou Yin looked up at the sky, but the heavens ignored him completely, and the rain continued to pour down, as if silently mocking him. When the zookeeper at the green grassland took out the first bursting dragon that had been brought in, he was completely shocked. How did such a large subdragon get captured and brought here? Before he could figure out whether this was a sign of distorted humanity or the moral decay of the dragon, he took out another mount container. Inside, he found another burst dragon sleeping peacefully. The zookeeper was silent for a moment, then began taking out one prop after another. Only when the entire grassland was filled with fast-sleeping bursting dragons did he manage to utter a single sentence. Holy crap! Ruthless! Zhou Yin watched as the group of exploding dragons were all captured and laughed. In the future, they will be a terrifying war behemoth. I wonder which enemy will be fortunate enough to become our experimental subject. Diao-chan was also looking forward to that day, but she quickly reminded her, there are tens of thousands of bursting dragons. The amount of meat they consume every day will be enormous. Zhou Yin had already planned ahead. Then we'll hunt more monsters. With the meat that hundreds of thousands of people in our territory get every day, I refuse to believe we can't feed these war beasts. Chapter 433, Summoning Ganjiang and Emocia. The bursting dragon is enormous, consuming a considerable amount of meat each day. Fortunately, Zhou Yan's territory has a large number of soldiers, enabling them to hunt down numerous monsters each time they enter the Lord's continent. After these monsters are harvested, some are used for territorial consumption, while others are used to feed mounts. Although bursting dragons are difficult to raise, the thought of training them into war machines is truly exciting. Because these exploding dragons were so ferocious, the surrounding monsters had long since vanished in fear. Zhou Yin and his group successfully reached the edge of the jungle. He glanced at the time. It was almost time to return to school. Zhou Yin said to Jiao-chan, the rest of the battle is up to you. Jiao-chan nodded, indicating that the Guanghan fairy was quite powerful and would be fine. Sun Shangxiang smiled and said that when he returned, he would definitely catch even more mounts. Nie Shaoqian and Chang'e also assured him that they would take good care of themselves. Zhou Yin nodded and used the return stone to return to his territory. Once back, he first put away his equipment, as being soaked in the rain was truly unpleasant. He then sent a message to Wei Zifu, asking her to come to the hot spring resort. As a lord, it was only natural for him to be served after his hard work. After a long while, Wei Zifu arrived at the hot spring resort. 2 hours later, Zhou Yin left and went directly to the Divine Weapon Workshop, where he found Jerry. He said to Jerry, I'll be recruiting a group of blacksmiths later. They're all quite talented. Try to forge a batch of powerful equipment. Jerry nodded immediately. Lord, you should have done this a long time ago. There's a severe shortage of advanced blacksmiths, and the number of soldiers is increasing. It would be a waste to keep buying equipment from outside. Zhou Yin didn't care about money, but if he wanted the army's equipment to be standardized, it would be best if the territory itself manufactured it. More importantly, the territory's buildings themselves provided bonuses. Both the Forging Workshop and Foundry Manor are top-tier buildings, and the existing blacksmiths there are all of S rank or higher quality. The equipment they forge is of far superior quality to ordinary goods found elsewhere. Zhou Yin said, Don't worry, I will definitely meet your needs this time. I will summon a group of top blacksmiths. Jerry then brought up another matter. He was trying to forge the magical artifact, the Broken Cloud Sword, but the difficulty of crafting magical artifacts far exceeded his expectations, and he had already failed several times, let alone mass-producing them. Zhou Yin wasn't surprised. Instead, he comforted him. Spiritual weapons are high-end weapons. If they were so easy to forge, they wouldn't be so rare in the outside world. Focus on your research. With your master-level skills, you'll succeed sooner or later. Hearing these words, Jerry was deeply moved. Meeting such a lord was his good fortune. He immediately promised to forge his first magical weapon as soon as possible, to live up to Zhou Yan's expectations. Zhou Yan offered him a few words of encouragement before turning and heading towards the Hall of Heroes. The Hall of Heroes was now at a high level, allowing for the summoning of even more talented individuals. Without hesitation, he spent 1 million soul coins to summon top-tier forging talents. Hall of Heroes, notification, 1 million soul coins, summoning the forging talent, Chi Weiwen. A flash of light appeared, and a man appeared in the hall, bowing to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin found the name somewhat unfamiliar, so he opened the file to check. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the other party was no ordinary person. Shi Wawewen was a famous metallurgist during the Northern and Southern dynasties, the inventor of the Sutai Dao, a type of iron knife, who made significant improvements to the crucible steel process and also had unique expertise in knife making and heat treatment. His quality reaches RRR, his talent is forging, and his skills are more inclined towards swords. He can not only independently research swords, but also increase forging speed and give finished products additional attribute bonuses. More importantly, for every type of bladed weapon he researched, he had the opportunity to forge a divine weapon of spiritual quality or higher. This alone was enough to satisfy Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan told Shi Wawewen to wait aside and then continued to summon. Hall of Heroes notification, 1 million soul coins, summoning the forging talent, Ganjiang Mo Xie. Upon hearing the notification, Zhou Yan was completely stunned. Ganjiang and Mo Xie were clearly two different people. So how come they appeared together this time? Is this a buy one get one free deal? But why didn't they give away more when I summoned them before? The light in the summoning altar dissipated, and a man and a woman appeared simultaneously. The man had dark skin but was full of energy, and the woman was beautiful, though her skin was not fair, but she possessed a gentle, refined Eastern charm. The two bowed to Zhou Yan together. Ganjiang and Mo Xie greet the Lord. Zhou Yan was extremely surprised, never expecting to summon the couple together this time. The legend of Ganjiang and Mo Xie was known to almost everyone. The most famous, of course, are the twin swords Ganjiang and Mo Xie, named after them. This was also the first time Zhou Yan had encountered both of them. He quickly said, "Get up." Seeing the two standing side by side, their affection evident, Zhou Yan was deeply impressed. Now that he had summoned them to his territory, he would not allow them to experience the legendary separation again. Chapter 434, God-level blacksmith Oyezi. Zhou Yan first raised the levels of Ganjiang, Mo Xie, and Shi Wawewen to level 80, and then checked Ganjiang's attributes. Ganjiang's quality is RRR, his talent is forging, and his skills really caught Zhou Yan's eye. The most crucial of these is his special skill, husband and wife united. As long as he and Mo Xie forge together, speed, quality, comprehension, and growth rate will all double, and all costs will be halved. In addition, Ganjiang also has skills such as forging, master craftsmanship, sword casting, male and female, and spirit enchantment. In particular, the bonuses for sword casting and the probability of giving spirit weapons a soul are ridiculously strong. Zhou Yan was shocked after reading it. Ganjiang and Mo Xie working together could unleash such a terrifying effect. He had never seen such a couple's skill before. He immediately checked Mo Xie's attributes. Mo Xie was also of RRR quality, but her talent was support. Her couple's unity skill could specifically increase Ganjiang's forging speed, quality, comprehension, and growth, and also reduce resource consumption. Mo Xie also possesses skills such as recovery, comprehension, wisdom, and dexterity, which can help Ganjiang recover physical strength, improve comprehension, reduce mental consumption, and even solve various problems. Most amazingly, she has a sacrifice skill that allows her to upgrade equipment by one quality level at the cost of herself. Zhou Yan became increasingly satisfied with what he saw. With a wife like that assisting Ganjiang, it would be difficult for his forging skills not to soar. He immediately said to the two of them, "Very good. You two should work hard in the future. I will reward you with a detached house so that you can live a peaceful life." Ganjiang and Mo Xie quickly bowed and thanked him. Zhou Yan had already summoned two top-tier blacksmiths, but he was still not satisfied and continued to use soul coins to summon more. Hall of Heroes notification, 1 million soul coins, summoning the forging talent, Oyezi. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Yan was immediately shocked. The progenitor of sword forging had actually been summoned. The man who appeared before him was calm and composed. He stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Oyezi greets the Lord." Zhou Yan repeatedly said good, his heart filled with excitement. Oyezi was a legendary figure in the history of sword making. Many of the 10 famous swords were made by him. Tai, Chunjun, 7-star Long Yuan, Zhanlu, and Yuchang sword are all renowned divine weapons in China. In addition, famous swords such as Shangxie, Juke, and Gongbu are also related to him. Among them, Zhanlu is hailed as the #1 sword in the world. Legend has it that when it was forged, its brilliance pierced the sky, rivaling the sun and moon, and even trembled the spirits. This sword has been passed down for a very long time, and later even fell into the hands of Yu Fei, which shows its extraordinary nature. Zhou Yin felt even more excited at this thought. Even Oyezi had come to his territory. How could he possibly lack top-tier weapons in the future? He immediately checked Oyezi's attributes. Oyezi's quality was displayed as a question mark, his talent was weapon crafting, and his forging level was already master. His skills are even more exaggerated. As the ancestor of sword forging, he can greatly improve the quality of swords. Refining weapons can reduce consumption. Divine weapons mean that the swords he forges will definitely be divine weapons. In addition, he can work with Ganjiang to forge swords, greatly improving weapon attributes. When forging sacred artifacts or above, there is a chance to trigger the weapon's spirituality and object recognition, allowing him to be familiar with all the world's materials. He can randomly increase the base attribute points after forging each divine weapon. Guidance can also improve the level of other blacksmiths. The introduction states more clearly, Oyezi is the ancestor of sword making, and the famous swords he forged are unparalleled in China, earning him the title of Master Swordmaker. Zhou Yin originally thought that Ganjiang and Mo Xie were strong enough, but after seeing Oyezi's attributes, he couldn't help but be shocked. While others had to start from low-level forging and gradually improve, Oyezi appeared at the master level. With such a starting point, he could definitely be called a god-level forging master. More importantly, he also comes with a title. There aren't many people in the territory who have titles these days. Besides Zhou Yin himself, there are only a few others like Meng Tian and Shueling Yun, the Needle God, and now Oyezi has joined them. Zhou Yin even considered having Oyezi take over the entire forging system. However, since Jerry had been in charge of the territory for so long, he didn't immediately replace the manager. He then checked the attributes of the Master Swordsmith title. This title was of SSS quality, adding 80 to all attributes and luck, and also granting additional attributes to equipment, improving forging quality, reducing consumption, increasing comprehension, and increasing forging speed. The introduction states that only the greatest blacksmith in Chinese history deserves this title. Zhou Yin was even more satisfied after reading it. Although it couldn't compare to his god-level title, it was already ridiculously strong for forging. Without hesitation, he immediately maxed out Oyezi's level. Such a god-level blacksmith must be trained to the maximum level. Having already summoned 3 top-tier forging talents, Zhou Yin continued to summon. Hall of Heroes, notification, 1 million soul coins, summoning the forging talent, Pu Yuan. Zhou Yin was not familiar with Pu Yuan. After checking the information, he learned that Pu Yuan was a blacksmith who forged weapons for Liu Bei during the Three Kingdoms period. He was quite skilled, but his fame was far less than that of Oyezi. Chapter 435, 10 Top Blacksmiths. Hall of Heroes, notification, 1 million soul coins, summoning the forging talent, Madame Su. Upon hearing the name, Zhou Yin assumed a woman would appear. But the next second, a man walked up to him and respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Lord, leaving him completely stunned. The name was indeed misleading. Zhou Yin checked the information and learned that Madame Su's surname was Su and her given name was foreign. She was a man of great stature, born in Handan, the capital of Zhao, and was a famous swordsmith. Madame Su was most skilled at forging sharp daggers. The dagger used by Jing Ku to assassinate the king of Qin was made by her. Zhou Yin was very satisfied after reviewing it. The territory needed daggers, so it would be perfect to entrust this task to her in the future. Hall of Heroes, notification, 1 million soul coins, summoning the forging talent, Zhang Juya. Zhou Yin was also unfamiliar with this person, but the record showed that he was a top swordsmith in the Tang dynasty, so famous that even Bai Ji wrote a poem to praise him. After a brief look, Zhou Yin knew that this person's swordsmithing skills were extraordinary. Hall of Heroes, notification, 1 million soul coins, summoning the forging talent, Tao Hongjing. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Yan's eyes lit up. When Tao Hongjing paid his respects to the Lord, he exuded a refined and scholarly air, even possessing a touch of otherworldly grace. Zhou Yan knew him well. This man was not only a talent trainer, but also a famous physician, alchemist, and writer. He was also known as the Prime Minister in the Mountains because of his extremely comprehensive abilities. It would be a waste to use such people only for forging weapons. Zhou Yin quickly made a decision. From now on, the management of the forging masters would be entirely handled by Tao Hongjing. Although Jerry was also a blacksmith, he wasn't good at management. While Oyezi and others were undoubtedly skilled in forging, they weren't particularly outstanding in overall coordination. Tao Hongjing, on the other hand, was capable of handling any task assigned to him. "Thank you, Lord." Tao Hongjing immediately replied. Zhou Yin planned to summon 10 top-tier blacksmiths this time. He already had 7, and he was still missing 3 more, so he continued to summon. Hall of Heroes notification. 1,000,000 soul coins, summoning the forging talent, Lu Wuming. Zhou Yin was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of this name before, but after checking the information, he discovered that this person was actually a reclusive master forger who, although not famous in history, had forged 3 weapons known throughout the world. Those 3 items were the weapons of the 3 brothers, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. Liu Bei's double-edged sword was primarily for defense. Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade was fierce and domineering, and Zhang Fei's 18-foot spear was more suitable for taking the head of an enemy general amidst a vast army. The fact that Lu Wuming could tailor-make weapons according to the identities and fighting styles of the 3 men is enough to demonstrate his extremely high level of forging skills. Without him, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei might only be able to fight with ordinary broadswords and spears, and they wouldn't have gained such courage and momentum. Hall of Heroes notification. 1,000,000 soul coins, summoning the forging talent, Li Pingsheng. Zhou Yin still didn't recognize the man, but after briefly reviewing his information, he thought he was all right. He then prepared to summon the last blacksmith. Hall of Heroes notification. 1,000,000 soul coins, summoning the forging talent, Lord Taoan. Zhou Yin was immediately startled, not expecting that even this person had been summoned. Tao Ongong was a legendary metal smelter from Liuan County, who used fire for smelting all year round, and there were once strange phenomena, such as purple flames soaring into the sky and a vermilion bird descending upon the furnace. Legend has it that the vermilion bird told him that his smelting furnace was connected to the heavens, and that a red dragon would come to greet him on the 7th day of the 7th month. Later, Tao and Gong indeed rode away on a red dragon, and 10,000 people in the city held a farewell ceremony for him. This shows that the fire he used was no ordinary fire. A fine sword can be forged through countless hammer blows, but a furnace that can connect with the heavens is extremely rare. Tao Ongong is therefore known as the patriarch of metallurgy. Oyezi was the ancestor of sword casting, while Tao Ongong was the ancestor of metallurgy. Lord Taoan pays his respects to the Lord. Lord Taoan was slightly plump, but not bloated. He was just rounder than the others. After checking, Zhou Yin discovered that Tao Ongong also possessed a title, adding another person with a title to the territory. Moreover, his quality was also marked as questionable, clearly indicating that, like Oyezi, he belonged to the category of divine-level blacksmiths. At this point, all 10 blacksmiths had arrived. Chiwa Weiwen, Gan Jiang, Oyezi, Pu Yuan, Madame Su, Zhang Juya, Tao Hongjing, Lu Wuming, Li Pingsheng, and Tao Ongong. Zhou Yin then raised the level of the people he summoned to level 80, and summoned 20 RR quality blacksmiths, 50 R quality forging masters, and 100 SS quality blacksmiths, and raised them all to level 50. Finally, he led these people to the Divine Weapon Workshop and the Forging Manor, introducing their capabilities to Jerry. Jerry was overjoyed to see so many powerful blacksmiths. As for Tao Hongjing taking over management, Jerry was not dissatisfied at all. On the contrary, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he knew that while he was good at forging, management was not his forte. Chapter 436, Wind Dragon. Thus, Tao Hongjing officially took over the equipment forging affairs of the territory. With top masters like Oyezi, plus a group of senior blacksmiths assisting, the equipment level of the territory would surely improve significantly. What Zhou Yin was most looking forward to was that Oyezi and the others could forge brand new weapons. After all, they didn't need blueprints to create equipment of spirit-grade quality or higher. Oyezi had even told him in advance that he would personally forge a weapon for him soon. With Oyezi's current master-level forging skills, coupled with various skill and title bonuses, Zhou Yin was also very curious about what kind of surprises he could bring. Yezi always pursued excellence in his work, with extremely high requirements for materials. He either wouldn't do anything at all, or once he did, he would do his best to forge the best equipment. Zhou Yin had already declared that they could choose any materials within the territory. He was confident in the material reserves and believed these masters would be able to find the most suitable resources to forge powerful equipment. Now, he only needed to wait patiently. After dealing with the blacksmith's affairs, Zhou Yin went to this secluded training room and began his 6-hour daily cultivation. He wouldn't waste the opportunity here, as it would accelerate his cultivation progress. 6 hours later, Zhou Yin finished his cultivation, and it was almost dawn. He first completed his daily tasks within his territory, including checking in at the 3 Live Stone, purchasing items at the mysterious shop, and drawing skills from the scripture pavilion. Afterward, he went to the martial arts space to practice his skills. After breakfast, Zhou Yin left the territory and returned to Ziwei Academy. When he arrived at the classroom, he found that many students were absent, but this was not unusual in the academy. Ziwei Academy was not strict with its students. There was an annual promotion exam, and those who failed would repeat the year until they voluntarily left or successfully advanced. The teachers were already used to the fluctuating number of students. However, Lung Yu was slightly surprised when Zhou Yin finally showed up for the practical class, since he hadn't been around for a long time. After that, Zhou Yin lived a life of going back and forth between 2 points. He attended classes at the academy during the day and returned to his territory after class in the afternoon to check on the soldiers' harvest. During this period, the soldiers did capture quite a few mounts and eliminate many powerful wyvern monsters, obtaining numerous treasure chests. However, some soldiers encountered overly powerful wyverns and were killed on the spot. Fortunately, the territory has the underworld, where they can be resurrected by spending soul coins. That day, In Lihua reported to Zhou Yin, "Lord, today, quite a few soldiers captured powerful mounts again." Zhou Yin took the data and examined it, discovering that it recorded many new types of mounts, including the Saw Dragon, Poisonous Sting Dragon, Flame Dragon, Bursting Dragon, Frost Dragon, and Earthshaker Dragon. Each type had detailed information, but the numbers were not many. Some had only 1 or 2,000, and some even only a few hundred. The largest group consisted of over 20,000 dragons, forming a massive herd that took Meng Ao considerable time to capture. Zhou Yin urged them to continue their efforts and capture as many mounts as possible for the territory. Encountering so many powerful wyverns suitable for taming was no easy feat, and Zhou Yin had no intention of leaving for the time being. He continued advancing into the area where the wyverns were gathered, slaying many more monsters along the way, and acquiring a batch of treasure chests. Zhou Yin didn't rush to open the treasure chest. Instead, he took out a teleportation stone and set his location to Jiao Chan's. Before teleporting, he contacted Jiao Chan. "Chaner, I'm all set here. I'll teleport over now." Jiao Chan smiled and replied, "Okay." A few seconds later, Zhou Yin transformed into a beam of light and appeared beside Jiao Chan. Everyone greeted him upon seeing him. Zhou Yin glanced at them and asked, "Has anything else happened?" Nie Xiaoqian spoke somewhat embarrassedly, saying that only some soldiers had been sacrificed. Due to her command error, hundreds of her sisters had perished. Zhou Yin didn't blame her, only saying that those who had fallen were beginning to revive. He then asked if they had found a suitable mount along the way. Jiao Chan opened her communicator and said that the reconnaissance plane had spotted a very good type of wyvern, but they were extremely fast and very alert. The reconnaissance plane could only pinpoint their approximate range of activity, and they did not act in groups, so their exact numbers were currently unknown. After watching the video, Zhou Yin indeed found that the dragons were as fast as the wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They were larger than horses, and their appearance was very suitable as mounts. Zhou Yin took a liking to them at first sight. He asked how far away they were. Zhimi replied that it wasn't far, only a few kilometers, and they might even have already entered the other side's territory. Nie Xiaoqian also said that she had sent people to search everywhere, and they would be able to find those dragons as soon as they appeared. Only Jiao Chan, Nie Xiaoqian, and Zhenmi remained. The others had taken the Guanghan ferry elsewhere. They had originally planned to split up, but upon hearing that Zhou Yin was coming, they stayed behind for the time being. Zhou Yin nodded and said, "Then let's split up and search. These dragons are large and fast enough to be mounts, so we can't miss them." The group then split up. Zhou Yin spread his yin-yang wings and flew into the forest to search for traces of the subdragons. A dozen minutes later, he sensed the sounds of battle coming from somewhere. Clearly, a monster had attacked his men. Zhou Yin flapped his wings and quickly rushed to the scene of the battle. A subdragon was trapped within the sword formation by the Fairy of the Moon, and the group was casting smoke towards it. Zhou Yin immediately checked its information. Monster, Wind Dragon. Quality, Platinum. Race, Wyvern. Level, 85. Special features, Speed, Wind Control, Claws. Description, a subdragon possessing a trace of dragon bloodline power, capable of manipulating wind elements, with sharp claws and extreme speed. Chapter 437, 500,000 targets. Just then, the wind dragon became extremely impatient, roaring angrily at its surroundings before charging fiercely into the sword formation. Bang! The wind dragon crashed heavily into the sword formation, but failed to break through the defenses. As it inhaled more and more of the mist, its vision began to blur, and its steps became unsteady. Several fairy maidens of the Moon Palace immediately took out their spears and launched an attack on the wind dragon. Call out! A narcotic shot struck the wind dragon in the rear, causing it to howl in pain and charge at the sword formation again. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it charged, it couldn't break through the formation. Seeing this, Zhou Yin was somewhat surprised and asked, "Is it a newly purchased tranquilizer gun?" A Fairy of the Moon replied, "Reporting to the Lord, we only started using it today. The effect is very strong. One injection can put these dragons to sleep for at least 5 minutes. Although the time is short, it is enough for us." Zhou Yin nodded. All they really needed was a dozen or so seconds after Yalong collapsed. The wind dragon roared and swung its claws at the sword formation, but only produced a few ear-piercing metallic clangs, having no effect whatsoever. Then it opened its mouth, condensed cyan energy, and spewed out wind blades that attacked upwards. Several wind blades struck the sword formation's defenses, but still failed to break through. As time passed, the wind dragon became increasingly confused, shaking its head and swaying as if it were drunk. Before long, the wind dragon could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. A fairy from the Moon Palace quickly stepped forward, took out a contract seal, put away the wind dragon, and sent it back to her territory. There were dedicated caretakers in the territory responsible for placing the sealed dragon into the green spirit grassland. They were already very familiar with this process, which had almost become a complete assembly line. This new anesthetic is quite effective, but when facing large groups of monsters, there might not be enough time to subdue them before the anesthetic effect wears off. However, it's better than nothing, and Jean Sanyi is continuing to search for more similar drugs, but it will take time. Zhou Yin continued forward and soon discovered several more wind dragons appearing. The Guanghan fairies worked together seamlessly, first surrounding them with a sword formation, then using tranquilizers to subdue them, and finally capturing them. The wind dragons were of high rank and quality, so their strength was naturally considerable. However, the Moon Fairy never acted alone. She always attacked as a group. No matter how strong a single wind dragon was, it would only be captured when it encountered this group of soldiers. Tranquilizer guns are effective against most wyverns, but some wyverns have such strong defenses and thick hides that guns simply can't penetrate them, so other anesthetics have to be used instead. Fortunately, they were well prepared with smoke-based, bomb-based, and chemical-based solutions. If one didn't work, they would try another, and they were always able to find a suitable solution. However, accidents can still happen. The wind dragons are extremely fast and have strong reflexes. Sometimes, before the sword formation can even be formed, they will escape in a flash, and may even take the opportunity to counterattack. This area was almost entirely within the range of the wind dragon's activity. As Zhou Yin wandered around, he also spotted a wind dragon. With a flap of his yin-yang wings, he quickly appeared above it. Upon sensing the uninvited guest, the wind dragon immediately condensed wind blades and attacked Zhou Yin in the air, clearly regarding him as prey. Zhou Yin raised his hand, conjuring wind blades to meet the attack, directly deflecting all of the wind dragon's attacks. But his mastery of magic went far beyond that. The next moment, he manipulated the branches of the entire forest, sending them spreading towards the wind dragon. Seeing this, the wind dragon quickly unleashed wind blades, shattering the approaching branches. But branches were everywhere, and no matter how fast it attacked, it couldn't clear away the obstacles from all sides at the same time. The wind dragon swung its claws, cutting down batches of branches, trying to escape, only to find its retreat blocked. More and more branches appeared, and the space for movement became smaller and smaller. In the end, the wind dragon was entangled. First its tail, then its neck, its hind legs, and finally its entire body was tightly bound. It struggled desperately, but to no avail. Even its mouth was sealed shut, and it couldn't make a sound. Zhou stepped forward, raised his fist, and slammed it down hard on the wind dragon's head. Bang! The powerful force smashed the wind dragon, leaving it dazed and confused. Zhou seized the opportunity to subdue it using a contract seal and then brought it into his territory. Zhou didn't finish his work for the day until evening. It was a good day. He caught quite a few more wind dragons. These mounts are powerful and have different attributes. Other generals have also encountered many suitable wyvern mounts and have begun to capture them. The main purpose of coming here is to capture mounts. Hunting is secondary. After returning to his territory, Zhou summoned a Qiao and Xiao Qiao to bathe with him before heading to the secluded cultivation room to train. Almost a week passed in the blink of an eye. For 7 whole days, the territory's soldiers were capturing mounts. In the green spirit grassland, many powerful subdragons of various species have appeared. There are wind dragons that control the wind, earth dragons that control the earth, gravity dragons that can control gravity, ice dragons, flame dragons, and thunder dragons that ride on lightning. With hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the move every day, some are naturally killed by powerful wyverns. The wyverns here are of very high level, and large wyverns are frequently encountered, making casualties inevitable. This area is vast, and Zhou plans to stay here for 1 or 2 months, aiming to capture at least 500,000 dragon mounts. This is no small amount. The daily consumption of meat alone for the dragons is staggering. Fortunately, some of these mounts are herbivores, and the green spirit grassland can meet their needs. During this time, Zhou also acquired a lot of materials and upgraded various buildings in his territory once again, completing the upgrade of all the buildings that could be upgraded. Chapter 438, 3 Types of Lottery in the Scripture Pavilion. The building Zhou most wants to upgrade right now is the free material dungeon. Thanks to the high-level space stones he recently obtained, this building has been upgraded a few more times, but it's still far from level 80 and requires a lot of materials. Free material dungeon. A new dungeon will only unlock every 10 levels, so there are no new maps during these few levels. However, as your level increases, the dungeon monsters also become stronger, and the material drop rate does increase somewhat. This building is extremely valuable, but unfortunately, there are no similar ones to be found elsewhere. If you were to come across one, Zhou would definitely buy it, even at high price. He also wants to upgrade the other buildings, but high-grade materials require gradual accumulation, which is simply unrealistic in the short term. It's worth mentioning that the secluded training room has also been upgraded to level 70, adding many more training rooms, allowing more soldiers to cultivate in seclusion. However, for Zhou, the number is still not enough. He'd been searching for similar buildings lately, but hadn't found anything yet. Yi Bufan, however, had mentioned knowing of a place where such a building had appeared. The two had agreed to leave Ziwei Academy on the weekend when they weren't in class and go there to see if they could buy one. In addition, the Scripture Pavilion has also been upgraded to level 70 during this period, and 3 new attributes have been added. Zhou opened the panel to check and found that the current quality of the Scripture Pavilion is RRR, and there are 7 types of draws available: skills, cultivation techniques, agility, talent, physique, bloodline, and pupils. After the upgrade, the number of draws increased to 70. Zhou was very satisfied with the newly added draws for physique, bloodline, and eye pupils. After all, these things were almost impossible to buy outside the Lord Continent, and he could have a chance to draw them simply by spending spirit coins. If you draw a top-tier attribute, even an ordinary soldier could instantly gain incredible abilities. If it weren't for the lack of materials, Zhou would really like to max out the Scripture Pavilion immediately. However, he also knew that high-level items were extremely rare. He had spent so much time drawing talents before, and hadn't seen a single one above RRR, which showed just how low the probability of getting top-tier attributes was. Now that 3 new lottery types have been added, Zhou naturally wanted to give them a try. He went to the 5th floor of the Scripture Pavilion and started by drawing a physique lottery. A notification sounded, deducting 100,000 spirit coins, and Zhou Yin obtained a B-grade flame body. Getting a B grade on the first try was pretty good. Zhou Yin continued drawing, and on his second try, he got an A-grade ice body. He drew again, but only got a C-grade sword body. The sword body itself was okay, but the quality was too low, so it could only be given to a soldier. What Zhou Yin would really want was at least S-grade or higher, while he himself only wanted top-tier RRR grade items. Zhou Yin continued to draw on his physique, and after 20 consecutive draws, he finally heard the notification. He had obtained the SSS level Peerless Gun King physique. Seeing this result, he finally smiled. After so long, he had finally produced a decent physique. It was a pity it was only SSS, not enough to catch his eye. He could find an opportunity to reward it to a suitable general later. After drawing a good physique, Zhou Yin did not linger. He turned around and went upstairs to the Bloodline Lottery area on the 6th floor. On his first Bloodline Lottery draw, he got an S-grade Spiritual Vein, which was considered lucky. But his luck immediately dropped to the lowest level on the second draw, only getting an E-grade Recovery Bloodline. Zhou Yin wasn't surprised. Lottery draws are never a guaranteed success. He continued drawing until the notification sounded again. He had obtained an RRR level Mixed Bloodline. Zhou Yin was stunned when he saw the result, and a satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. His luck attribute was so high, and after waiting for so long, he had finally drawn a top-tier attribute. This RRR Primordial Bloodline was naturally reserved for his own use. Zhou Yin felt that this bloodline was perfectly suited to him. Primordial was an extremely powerful energy, similar to the primordial power at the beginning of the world. Being named after it meant its effects would be extraordinary. However, he didn't use it immediately, but instead checked the remaining number of draws. He had 30 draws left out of 70. He didn't stop in the bloodline area, but continued upwards to the final level, the eye-shaped lottery area. Zhou Yin hopes to draw a good eye again this time, so that his strength can be improved even further. A notification sounded, 100,000 spirit coins were deducted, and a C-level X-ray vision was obtained. Seeing this eye attribute, Zhou Yin was speechless for a moment. Among ordinary people, X-ray vision would indeed be considered quite good, but there are countless powerful individuals on the Kanglan continent. Relying on such a low level to spy on others would be of very limited use. It would need to be at least S rank or higher to have any real value, like X-ray vision. But still, it's an eye attribute, which is better than nothing. Chapter 439, Fusion of Primordial Bloodline. Zhou Yin put away the C-level X-ray vision. As for who it would be for, he would use it himself, of course. Don't misunderstand, he just felt that this attribute shouldn't be left unused, otherwise it would have a bad influence. Scripture Pavilion notification, Spirit Coins 100,000, obtained A-grade appraisal eye. After reading the introduction, Zhou Yin found that this eye was somewhat useful, stronger than the viewing ability commonly used in the Lord Continent, and could see more information about items. However, it could only be used as an auxiliary tool, and overall it was just average. After 30 draws, he should be able to get an even better eye skill. Zhou Yin didn't hesitate and continued drawing. Scripture Pavilion notification, Spirit Coins, 100,000, obtained EI of Perception. He didn't care about the limited improvement from this low-level pupil and continued to draw. Soon, another notification sounded. Scripture Pavilion, hint, Spirit Coins, 100,000, obtained A-grade Eagle Eye. Zhou Yin continued, drawing the remaining attempts until a new prompt appeared. Scripture Pavilion notification, Spirit Coins, 100,000, obtained RRRI of the God of Slaughter. I won. Zhou Yin was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to be so lucky today, drawing 2 top-tier attributes in a row. One was RRR Primordial Bloodline, and the other was the RRRI of the God of Slaughter right in front of him. He looked at the crimson light, which emanated a strong killing intent, its aura fierce and bloodthirsty, and immediately thought of Bai Qi. Could these eyes have been prepared for Bai Qi? Bai Qi's profession is that of a god of death, and this eye of the god of death seems to be a power tailor-made for him. Zhou Yin naturally wouldn't use this incompatible pupil himself. Only by giving it to Bai Qi could it unleash its true power. Zhou Yin left the Scripture Pavilion, only after he had used up all his chances to win the lottery. Then he took out the RRR Primordial Bloodline. It was a strange light, containing a heart-palpitating energy, its blood and chi power vast and surging, seemingly endless. Zhou Yin could clearly sense its power. A top-tier bloodline, indeed extraordinary. He arrived at the Lingxiao Palace and immediately began the fusion process. Using RRR mixed origin bloodline, initiating fusion. The next moment, the primordial bloodline transformed into a beam of light and entered Zhou Yan's body. His entire body then radiated primordial light, and his body began to undergo dramatic changes. He felt something coursing through his veins, as if it carried life. That force first erupted from his heart, and his heartbeat quickened, thumping like a drum. Immediately afterwards, a powerful life force surged from his heart, and a surge of vital energy flowed through his blood vessels throughout his body, beginning to transform Zhou Yan's original bloodline structure. His bloodline continued to sublimate, gradually transforming into a peculiar color. This was the primordial bloodline, a supreme bloodline. When it reached its peak of power, as long as a trace of bloodline remained, there was an infinite possibility of resurrection. The faster the heart beats, the more rapidly the blood circulates, and the more astonishingly fast the primordial bloodline transforms the body. As time passed, Zhou Yin could clearly feel his physical body growing stronger every moment, undergoing a transformation towards some ultimate form. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped in primordial light. Soon, the yin and yang energies within his body also emerged and began to merge with the primordial power. The primordial chaos power is inherently close to the source of energy in the universe, complementing the yin and yang energies. As the Tai Chi diagram appears, the two form a terrifying suction force, frantically drawing the spiritual energy of the entire territory towards the Lingxiao Palace. Moreover, the world outside the territory also underwent a strange change. Immense spiritual energy surged in from all directions, and the previously unpredictable celestial phenomena suddenly cast down an extreme radiance, shining directly into the Lingxiao Palace. The entire radiant light was ultimately absorbed by Zhou Yin, as if the heavens and earth had bestowed some kind of blessing upon him. Zhou Yan's consciousness also entered a peculiar environment. He felt as if he had entered a strange world, a place that made him feel incredibly comfortable, like returning to the womb, his whole body enveloped in pure energy. Where am I? It feels so comfortable. Zhou Yin looked around and found everything here extremely strange. What surprised him even more was that he seemed to be able to manipulate the surrounding energy. As long as he had a thought, those forces would change with him, as if they were an integral part of his body. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Yin finally realized that this was not somewhere else, but his spiritual sea world, a world formed by his own power. This discovery shocked him. Normally, only those who reach the 70th level of martial arts and form a sea of spiritual energy within their body possess the ability to introspect their spiritual sea. But he is only at the 60th level of the heavenly realm, yet he has already experienced this realm ahead of time. When Zhou Yin regained his composure and finally opened his eyes, he found himself still enveloped in a peculiar energy. That was the new power within him, the energy source resulting from the fusion of yin and yang energies and the primordial chaos. He clenched his fist and immediately felt that he was much stronger than before. Such powerful bloodline strength. Is this the change brought about by the primordial bloodline? It's truly extraordinary. After carefully sensing it, Zhou Yin felt his whole body filled with explosive power, his blood and chi soaring into the sky like a dragon soaring across the four seas. More importantly, his understanding of martial arts has become deeper, and his comprehension ability has improved by at least several times, which will be of great benefit to his future cultivation. To his surprise, his cultivation level also broke through to the 65th level of martial Dao. He was already close to the 61st level of martial arts, but after fusing with the primordial bloodline, he broke through 5 minor realms in one go and directly entered the 65th level of martial arts. Chapter 440, The New Sprout of the Tree of Life. Zhou Yin not only noticed an improvement in his cultivation level, but his combat power had also increased significantly. The primordial bloodline truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier bloodline, containing boundless treasures within. Although he had received a considerable amount of inheritance, he had not yet truly unlocked its full power. To fully unleash the power of the primordial bloodline, he needed even greater strength. Zhou Yin also realized that the Eye of the Killing God, being of the same quality as the primordial bloodline, must also possess special variations. However, Bai Qi is still outside, and it's not suitable to immediately fuse his powers. We'll have to wait until he returns to the territory before making arrangements. Zhou Yin glanced at the time and realized that fusing bloodlines had taken so long. At this moment, he noticed that the purple star emperor in the sky above his territory also seemed to have changed. This building had actually been upgraded to level 30, while he remembered that it was only level 25 before. He figured that this was probably due to the influence of the primordial bloodline. There are still quite a few supernatural attributes that can be extracted from the scripture pavilion. If used further, they might be able to raise the purple star emperor to even higher levels. Thinking of this, Zhou Yin felt a surge of anticipation. He then entered the secluded cultivation room to begin his daily cultivation. As soon as he circulated his cultivation technique, he discovered that his cultivation speed was several times faster than before, and the technique itself seemed to have undergone some kind of change. He couldn't pinpoint the exact changes, but he was certain they would only benefit him. 6 hours later, Zhou Yin finished his cultivation and clearly felt that the gains this time far surpassed those before. Then came more classes and busyness. After school in the afternoon, Zhou Yin entered the territory again and headed to the Multiverse Virtual Mall. He visited his partner worlds every month to maintain relationships and also to trade high-level resources. So he went to the worlds of Stone Realm, Illusion Realm, Treant Continent, Elf Forest Continent, Dragon Soaring 9 Continents, Moonstar, and Great Wilderness, and personally completed a large number of transactions. Because there are so many worlds to explore, this trip took a full 2 days. However, the gains were immense. He acquired a large quantity of top-tier materials, even purchasing hundreds of thousands of units of 9-star materials. Although he wouldn't need them immediately, they would surely come in handy someday. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, as soon as Zhou Yin returned to his territory, Sun Yu happily came over and mentioned the degenerated tree of life core that had been placed in the spiritual spring earlier. Zhou Yin then remembered the object and asked if there had been any changes. Sun Yu immediately nodded, saying that there had indeed been some activity and that he wanted to go and see for himself. Zhou Yin also became interested and followed him to the spiritual spring. As soon as Zhou Yin arrived near the spiritual spring, he sensed a rich life force. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the tree roots, which had previously resembled withered wood, had sprouted tender buds, like new seedlings. Upon checking the name again, it had transformed from the degenerate core of the tree of life into the newborn sprout of the tree of life. Although the seedling was still small, it was enough to prove that it would surely grow into a true tree of life in the future. The tree of life is a divine object that money can't buy. Each one can nurture countless elves. Zhou Yin could almost see the scene of a large number of elven warriors appearing in his future territory. In high spirits, he instructed Sun Yu not to move the sprouts for the time being, but to continue nurturing them in the spiritual spring for several months until they were fully grown before transplanting them to the spiritual field. Sun Yu had the same idea. He had simply come to inform him in advance. After learning about the Tree of Life, Zhou Yin went to the Different Flame Alchemy Manor to check on the progress of the pill refining. He asked Yao Yun about her recent situation. Yao Yun responded respectfully that with ample material supplies, their progress was rapid. In particular, the 5 of them were already able to refine grade 3 pills, and most of the other alchemists were also able to refine grade 2 pills. Zhou Yin was fairly satisfied with what he heard and urged them to continue their efforts to refine higher grade pills, leaving other issues to the territory. He then took out many more pill formulas and gave them to them. Some of these pill formulas were acquired by Jean Sanyi, while others were purchased by Zhou Yin from other places. For the Alchemy Manor, these are all important resources for its continued growth. Afterwards, Zhou Yin went to see Oyezi. Oyezi and Ganjiang were still focused on forging equipment, so he didn't disturb them, waiting for the finished product to be completed. Once Oyezi started, he would definitely pursue the best, and Zhou Yin was willing to wait patiently. Now that everything in the territory is gradually getting back on track, the task of capturing mounts is progressing every day, and Zhou Yin no longer needs to keep an eye on things. Friday finally arrived, and Yi Bufan contacted Zhou Yin to tell him that he would be leaving Ziwei Academy early the next morning to go to Yuanyang City to purchase supplies, and asked him to prepare in advance. Zhou Yan didn't really need to prepare anything. Everything he needed was in his territory, and he could simply take it out and trade it later. After agreeing on a meeting time, he parted ways with Yi Bufan. There were quite a few people traveling together this time. Besides Zhou Yan, there were Yi Bufan, Lin Tan, Li Qingjin, Luo Yushuang, Dong Qingyi, Gun Yinyun, Zhao Qingwu, and Zhuge Kaming, a total of 9 people. Chapter 441. You're absolutely cheating. On Saturday, after finishing his daily affairs in the territory, Zhou Yan teleported directly to the villa to meet up with Yi Bufan and the others. After all 9 people arrived, the group went to the gate of Ziwei Academy. Yi Bufan took out the flying vehicle, and after everyone boarded it, they headed towards the Academy's teleportation space. Having been at Ziwei Academy for over 2 months, this was their first time leaving the Academy. The Kangling continent also has a Mid-Autumn Festival, a festival celebrated throughout the entire continent. However, Shenlong Kingdom doesn't have the double 9th festival on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, nor is October 1st National Day. National Day and New Year's Day are both on January 1st. Zhou Yan checked the date and realized it was already November. In just over a month, half a semester would be over. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. The group arrived outside the teleportation space, disembarked from the aircraft, and saw a large number of people entering and leaving the academy every day. Because of the large number of people, it's inevitable that some people with ulterior motives will occasionally slip in. Zhou Yan encountered this when he went to the trade fair last time. This kind of thing is unavoidable anywhere, let alone Ziwei Academy, where at least tens of thousands of people come and go every day. Zhou Yan and the others took out their student IDs to register, then boarded the aircraft again, entered the teleportation space, and left Ziwei Academy. As soon as they stepped outside, everyone immediately sensed that the spiritual energy outside was far inferior to that of the academy. The denser the spiritual energy, the easier it is for geniuses to emerge. This couldn't be more obvious. Yi Bufan gave a brief introduction to Yuanyang City. There were no particular taboos there, but the security wasn't as good as at Ziwei Academy, so one should be extra careful when buying things. Everyone instinctively looked at Zhou Yan, since he was the only one who would actually make large-scale purchases. Zhou Yan laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'll be careful. I'll change my appearance, so I won't be recognized so easily." Having learned his lesson from last time, he naturally wouldn't be careless again, and everyone nodded in agreement. Finally, we're gone. Lin Tan stretched and slumped onto the recliner of the aircraft. Zhou Yan asked, "How long will it take us to reach Yuanyang City?" Yi Bufan said, "I'll speed things up. It'll take about 3 hours. You can rest or play some cards or board games." Lin Tan immediately perked up upon hearing this. Mahjong, betting on spirit crystals. Who wants to play? Luo Yushuang was the first to agree, even taunting Lin Tan not to cry if she lost. Li Qingjin said she didn't know how, and Dong Qingyi wasn't interested either. Gun Yinyun said she could put together a game, but she wasn't very good at it. Zhao Qingwu had also never played before. Zhuge Kaming then calmly said that if no one could beat him in this game, he would stop bullying others. Seeing that one more was needed, Lin Tan immediately looked at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan helplessly said that he didn't know either, so Zhuge Kaming said he could teach him. So Lin Tan took out a mahjong machine, and the 4 of them quickly sat down and started playing. The others gathered around to watch, and Yi Bufan, after setting the flight path and adding enough spirit stones, also came over to watch the fun. Zhuge Kaming was indeed very knowledgeable and carefully taught Zhou Yan a few rounds. Mahjong is not difficult to play, and Zhou Yan quickly got the hang of it. The others who watched a few rounds also basically understood the rules. With Zhuge Kaming's guidance at the beginning, Zhou Yan kept winning. But after 5 rounds, Zhuge Kaming stopped speaking, and Zhou Yan still won consecutively. An hour later, Zhou Yan realized his luck was ridiculously good. He won almost every single game. The other 3 were completely unsettled and stared at him intently. Lin Tan couldn't help but ask, "Is this really your first time playing?" Zhou Yan shrugged. "Why would I lie to you? Didn't I just learn it?" He quickly realized that this was probably due to his exceptionally high luck stat. However, this luck stat didn't manifest in the territory lottery. Instead, it came into play at the mahjong table. As another round began, when it was Zhou Yan's turn to draw a card, he suddenly said, "Wait, I think I've won." Everyone fell silent. Lin Tan immediately suspected him of cheating, Luo Yushuang also felt that he must be an expert, and Gun Yinyun suspected that he had used some special methods. The three women unanimously agreed that Zhou Yin couldn't possibly have won for an hour straight through normal means. After all, they hadn't even had a chance to win a hand. Who would believe it was all due to skill? At this moment, Zhao Qingwu, Zhuge Kaming, and Yi Bufan all stood up to testify, stating that they had been watching and that Zhou Yin had indeed not done anything wrong. Everyone fell silent. For the next 3 hours, Zhou Yin continued to win every time, leaving the others with no chance to turn the tide. They changed positions, changed players, and tried various methods, but nothing could stop Zhou Yin from winning money. Lin Tan said dejectedly, "I'm never playing with you again." Luo Yushuang gritted her teeth and said, "You're definitely cheating. Don't think I don't know." Gun Yinyun was also helpless. "Playing with you is really boring. You don't give me any chance at all." Zhou Yin spread his hands. He was too lucky. Was it also his fault? At this moment, Yi Bufan reminded everyone, "All right, we've arrived. For safety, everyone put on your masks." Just as he was about to distribute the masks, Zhou Yin suddenly stopped everyone, took out a few masks, and handed them over. "These are for you." Everyone was somewhat surprised after receiving it. This mask not only changed one's appearance, but also had decent attributes and even increased luck. Although they were surprised, they thought it was normal when they considered Zhou Yin's wealth and the mysterious forces behind him. Lin Tan smiled and thanked her, then immediately changed his face after putting on a mask. Dong Qingyi glanced at him and said disdainfully, "Really ugly." Everyone burst into laughter. The others also thanked Zhou Yin. Such gold-quality extra equipment, if truly valued in spirit coins, would probably be worth no less than $1 million. But they all knew Zhou Yin wasn't short of money, so they didn't stand on ceremony. Yi Bufan concluded by reminding everyone, "I've already explained the situation in Yuanyang City on the way here, so please don't get separated. There will be many good items at today's trade fair. It just depends on whether we can secure them ahead of time." After the aircraft landed, the group entered Yuanyang City. Chapter 442, Yuanyang City Trade Fair. This is a modern metropolis. The aircraft landed outside a spacious villa, which was the Yi family's office in Yuanyang City. Because there were quite a few people, they set off in 3 luxury cars, each worth over 10 million spirit coins. The convoy drove through bustling streets, the long unseen cityscape giving everyone a sense of being in another world. Before long, they left the city and headed towards the suburbs, where they soon came into view a massive castle. The road leading to the castle was lined with all sorts of luxury sports cars, each worth 1 million spirit coins. It was said that this trade fair was enormous, with not only domestic powers participating, but also many rare items from abroad. The Yuanyang City Trade Fair is famous because it has been running for over 1,200 years and has a very deep history. However, it doesn't have a good reputation, for a simple reason. While the castle is absolutely safe, murders and robberies frequently occur outside. The organizers never paid attention to this. They only ensured order within the trade fair. Once the trade ended and you left the gate, whether you could keep the treasures depended entirely on your own abilities. After each trade fair, the surrounding area resembled a battlefield, requiring huge sums of money for repairs. After everyone got out of the car, they walked along the red carpet into the castle. Zhou Yin noticed that the vast majority of people were wearing masks, and there were quite a few foreigners among them, with different skin colors and speaking different languages, all walking inside together. Yi Bufan paid the entrance fee of 100,000 spirit coins per person, totaling 900,000 for 9 people. Zhou Yin paid last time, but Yi Bufan didn't ask him to pay this time, even though the amount was insignificant to Zhou Yin. Upon entering the castle, the group discovered that it was equipped with a spatial array. What appeared to be a castle from the outside was actually a small town with crisscrossing streets lined with fine wines and delicacies. However, not many people actually removed their masks to enjoy the food. Some only wore half a mask while drinking and eating. The crowd here is diverse. You can see all sorts of people. A short, over 2.5 meter tall, fat man appeared ahead, resembling a mountain of flesh and almost inhuman at first glance. But he was indeed human, a renowned powerhouse from abroad, possessing special talents, and reportedly with strength approaching the 90-level heavenly realm. Yi Bufan reminded everyone, "The trade fair has started and will continue until 8 a.m. tomorrow. Please stay in touch and don't go too far." This trade fair doesn't strictly enforce bartering, But if a seller explicitly requests it, you have to follow their rules. No one dares to force a sale here, but once a transaction is completed, there's no going back. Otherwise, the organizers will not be lenient. The group quickly arrived at the trading area. There were rows of platforms, somewhat like market stalls, but the stalls were spaced far apart, enough to display various items. Zhou Yin inspected the stall and soon stopped in front of a seller wearing a ghost mask. The stall displayed hundreds of items, each with a price tag, some marked for barter and no bargaining. He glanced at it briefly, and apart from a few materials, he didn't like the rest, so he bought those materials directly. This kind of transaction was common in the venue and didn't attract any attention. At the next few stalls, Zhou Yin still didn't see anything that really appealed to him, only buying materials. It wasn't until the fifth stall that he finally encountered some decent spiritual herbs. This stall specializes in high-grade spiritual herbs, with the lowest being 5-star and the highest being a 9-star herb. 9-star spiritual herbs are extremely rare, even at auctions, so the seller's ability to produce one clearly indicates they have some skill. However, this 9-star spiritual herb is not accepted for spirit coins. It can only be exchanged for an SSS quality hero summoning token. This price isn't a bad deal, and you might even get a bargain, but there aren't many people who can actually afford a summoning token. Zhou Yin was one of them. He said directly, "I want this 9-star spiritual herb." After saying that, he took out an SSS quality hero summoning token and handed it to the other party. The seller immediately handed the elixir to Zhou Yin, his tone clearly showing delight. Happy transaction. Zhou Yin put away the elixir and looked at the other medicinal herbs on the stall. "I'll take all of these. Give me a price." The seller was somewhat surprised, but not too astonished. Many people who came to these trade fairs were quite generous spenders. He then asked, "I still have quite a few spiritual herbs on me. Should I include them in the price?" Zhou Yin answered decisively, "I'll take as many as you have, regardless of their grade." The seller clearly mistook him for a farming-type lord, assuming he had cultivated a large number of alchemists in his territory, hence his large-scale purchase of spiritual herbs. So, the seller simply took out all the spiritual herbs he had, opened the Lord trading interface, completed the transaction with Zhou Yin, and even offered him a discounted price. Without wasting any words, Zhou Yin directly entered the price the seller was satisfied with and bought all the medicinal herbs. The seller, in high spirits after selling everything, cupped his hands in farewell and said, "Goodbye." After the transaction was completed, Zhou Yin did not continue to act in his original form. He found a secluded corner, quickly changed his appearance and the color of his clothes, before continuing to walk towards other stalls. Sure enough, the two people who had been secretly watching him searched for a long time in the crowd, but they could no longer find Zhou Yin. Before long, Zhou Yin arrived at a stall surrounded by a large crowd. He glanced at the items on the table, and a thought struck him. This guy really has a lot of good stuff. Chapter 443, 2 Spiritual Artifacts. The seller's stall was filled with valuable items. More than a dozen 7-star or higher spiritual herbs, 2 bottles of 6-star pills, 2 S-quality buildings, 1 spiritual weapon, 3 diamond quality special equipment, and 5 SS quality items. In addition, there was an S quality skill book, an SSS quality skill book, and hundreds of other items scattered around the stall, which immediately attracted a lot of people to watch. These items were divided into 2 categories. One half accepted only with spirit coins, and the other half required barter. Zhou Yin stepped forward and said directly, "I'll take all of these items." Everyone immediately looked at him, their eyes filled with surprise. He was referring to the batch that could be purchased with spirit coins, totaling at least 20 billion spirit coins, something ordinary people simply couldn't afford. The seller was also somewhat surprised and asked, "Are you sure?" Zhou Yin didn't waste any words and directly initiated the transaction. The seller put all the corresponding items into the trading area and quickly calculated the total price. 203,501,000,000. Let's keep the change. After Zhou Yin confirmed that the items were correct, he entered the amount in spirit coins, and the transaction was completed on the spot. The seller smiled and said, "Happy transaction. Let's see if there are any other suitable ones." What Zhou Yin really valued were the 2 S-quality buildings. One was called the Iron Mine, which allowed him to build a mine in his territory, randomly refreshing ores daily. The higher the quality, the greater the probability of finding high-grade ores. However, these buildings have a slow payback period and require additional material upgrades, so lords are generally unwilling to buy them at high prices. But for Zhou Yin, their value will definitely increase significantly once the territory evolves. The other building is called the Equipment Repair Workshop, which, in his judgment, should significantly improve equipment repair efficiency. He must acquire both of these buildings, but he can't appear too hasty. Then, Zhou Yin pointed to the magical axe in the seller's hand and asked, "What do you want to exchange this magical weapon for?" The seller said, "Items of SSS quality or higher, including cultivation techniques, skills, and job change scrolls are all acceptable. Exchanging a magical artifact for an SSS quality item isn't a matter of who gains or loses. It all depends on your needs." Zhou Yin rummaged through his belongings, took out an SSS quality support class change scroll, and asked, "Will this work?" Although these scrolls are rare, market demand is not high. After examining them, the seller shook his head. "The item is very valuable, but unfortunately, it's not suitable for me." Just then, someone in the crowd immediately spoke up. "Brother, I want to exchange this job change scroll. Do you think this one will work?" The man took out 2 weapons, a pair of double maces. Two-handed weapons are rare, making them hard to find buyers for and difficult for sellers to sell. But Zhou Yin had a sudden thought. His subordinate Qin Xiong was a general who wielded double maces. He was even more surprised after checking the quality. A single mace was only of diamond quality, but when used in pairs, it could actually reach the level of a spiritual weapon. Zhou Yin didn't say much and simply nodded. "It's acceptable." So, he traded a job change scroll that he didn't need for the time being for a pair of magical maces. The other party left satisfied and even thanked him. The seller laughed and said, "You're really lucky. You even got an extra bonus." Zhou Yin didn't pay attention and asked again, "What kind of skills do you need?" The seller replied, "Knife-based skills are best suited for melee classes." Zhou Yin took out an SS quality Berserker Blade Technique skill book and asked, "How about this one?" The seller glanced at it, and although the quality was a level lower than expected, he still nodded. "If you hadn't just traded so much with me, I might not have agreed. Take this one." The two sides quickly completed the exchange, and Zhou Yin successfully obtained the magical axe. Seeing that he hadn't left yet, the seller asked in surprise, "You have something else you want to trade with me?" Zhou Yin nodded. "I want these few spiritual herbs as well as those 2 buildings." The seller smiled and said, "I don't need any more spirit coins now. Just give me something that satisfies me, and I'll make up the difference if it's not enough." Zhou Yin asked, "Do you want the martial arts techniques for sword-wielding professions?" The seller's eyes lit up. "Of course, it has to be at least S quality." Zhou Yin casually pulled out an SSS quality cultivation technique. Upon seeing it, the seller's expression immediately changed, and he couldn't help but say, "Young man, you're really cunning. If you had taken out this one just now, I would have definitely chosen the technique directly." Zhou Yin smiled and said, "How about this? We'll exchange these 2 buildings, these spiritual herbs, 3 pieces of diamond quality equipment, and 2 bottles of pills for this cultivation technique. This SSS level cultivation technique is extremely valuable. Once missed, it's unlikely to be encountered again." After a brief consideration, the seller agreed. Zhou Yin finally obtained the 2 buildings he desired most. After the transaction was completed, the seller whispered a warning. "Kid, you'd better get out of here right now. You're being watched." Zhou Yin replied calmly, "I know." After saying that, he packed up all his belongings, quickly disappeared into the crowd, and vanished from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 444, The Old Man Selling Blueprints. When Zhou Yin reappeared, he had changed completely. He even walked right past his pursuers without them recognizing him. "Where is he?" The group looked around. "It was here just a moment ago, and then it disappeared without a trace. They ran really fast. Let's keep looking." Zhou Yin smiled faintly, ignoring them, and continued purchasing at the trade fair. He mainly collected materials and medicinal herbs, and would also pick up pill formulas and high-level equipment blueprints if he came across them. He hardly let any skills, cultivation techniques, equipment, or items that could be bought with spirit coins go to waste. Because of his extravagant spending, he quickly attracted the attention of many people. To avoid trouble, Zhou Yin changed his appearance every now and then, making it impossible for those who were eyeing him to find him. In addition, he bought quite a few low-level buildings. Although these buildings were ordinary, the more the better for the territory, and he never thought he had too many. At this moment, Lin Tan sent a message. Zhou Yin, there's a person here who specializes in selling blueprints. If you're interested, come over. Zhou Yin immediately asked for the location. Lin Tan replied, number 599, section C. Coming right away. A dozen minutes later, Zhou Yin arrived at room 599 in section C and saw Lin Tan waving at him. Here. Lin Tan said in a low voice, this old man had a lot of blueprints. He has already sold quite a few, but there is still a lot left on his stall. I don't know where he got them from. Zhou Yin nodded, walked to the stall, and casually began to examine the items. The blueprint for the gold-quality golden jade earrings is of average quality, but at least it's a jewelry blueprint. The diamond-quality brilliant cloak blueprint is quite rare. Further down, there's even a blueprint for the spirit weapon deadly gun. Zhou Yin was startled. This old man was no ordinary person. He even had blueprints of this level. As he continued flipping through the pages, Zhou Yin was stunned by the sight of numerous advanced blueprints. The 7-star pill resurrection pill, the 8-star elixir starfire elixir, and the 9-aperture spirit beast crafting blueprints created by the mechanist. This doesn't look like a street stall. It's practically a blueprint wholesale store. No wonder there's so many people gathered around. It's just that the prices are too high, and most people can only shake their heads in disapproval. But Zhou Yin is different. He has no shortage of spirit coins. He turned to Lin Tan and said, you leave first, change your appearance and come back. But remember, stay far away from me. Lin Tan was taken aback. Why? Zhou Yin simply replied, do as instructed. Although Lin Tan didn't understand, he still left. After Lin Tan walked away, Zhou Yin went straight up to the old man selling the blueprints and said, old man, are you interested in a private deal? I want all the blueprints you have. The old man glanced at him, his face full of disdain. Kid, stop fooling around and go home. A burst of laughter erupted around them. Everyone assumed Zhou Yin was trying to trick the old man into going somewhere secluded to carry out his plan. After all, buying all those blueprints would cost at least several 100 billion spirit coins. Who would believe a young man could afford that? Zhou Yin didn't bother to explain and directly pointed to the dozens of most expensive high-level blueprints on the stall. I'll take these first. Let's make a deal. After saying that, he immediately made a deal with the old man. The old man frowned. Are you sure you're not here to cause trouble? Zhou Yin countered. Are you going to sell or not? The old man hesitated for a moment, but still put the blueprints up and asked for a price of over 100 billion. The onlookers were stunned when this number was revealed. Over 100 billion spirit coins. Not just anyone could come up with that amount. Does this guy really have that much money? There are many wealthy people at the trade fair, but they generally don't come out alone. He just said he wanted it all, that he'd buy it all for at least several 100 billion. The key is that this old man is also amazing. He actually managed to get so many blueprints. Discussions continued to rise. Although Zhou Yin felt the price was a bit high, he still didn't hesitate to input his spirit coins. As long as he bought these blueprints, his territory could continuously forge high-quality equipment, making this a worthwhile deal. It's just a little over 100 billion, no big deal. The old man's expression finally changed when he saw the spirit coins in his account. He hadn't expected Zhou Yin to actually have so much money, and immediately confirmed the transaction. After the transaction was completed, the old man looked Zhou Yin up and down again, his tone becoming serious. You kid really want to buy all the blueprints I have? Zhou Yin calmly said, I'll take as many as you have, but we can only trade with spirit coins. The old man narrowed his eyes. I still have quite a bit on me. You can't take it all without at least 1 trillion. Instead of backing down after hearing this, Zhou Yin smiled and said, don't worry. I want them all. We'll trade on the spot. All right, let's do it in batches then. The old man initiated another transaction. I want to see if you really have that much money. Soon, he uploaded over 10,000 blueprints for gold-quality equipment of various types. The details of the transaction were kept secret from outsiders. The old man said, 15,321 gold blueprints. I won't count them one by one. Just give me the average price of 2 million each, and I'll give you 300 billion spirit coins. The gold tier equipment itself is worth at most around 500,000, but the blueprints are far more valuable because with the blueprints, equipment can be continuously crafted. Although 2 million per blueprint is more expensive than the market price, Zhou Yin doesn't care about the quantity. It's just money, no big deal. Chapter 445, Internal Trading Meeting. No problem. Zhou Yin simply transferred 30 billion spirit coins. The old man was quite pleased to see how readily Zhou Yin paid. Compared to those who dawdled over buying even a small item, Zhou Yin was clearly a buyer to his liking. Then, the old man took out several more dark gold quality blueprints, this time at a much lower price than before. Zhou Yin was somewhat surprised, but the old man waved his hand, saying that those people before were too calculating, and he hated that kind of person the most. Zhou Yin asked him if he could still get so many blueprints in the future. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately perked up and said that he specialized in buying and selling blueprints. And while he wouldn't dare say he had the most in the entire Kanglan continent, he was confident that he was among the top 10. Seeing that he did indeed have connections, Zhou Yin directly said, "Would it be convenient for us to become friends? I'll accept any blueprints of bronze or higher quality, regardless of type. You name your price." The old man was taken aback by these words, and immediately sent a friend request, saying that he would call him Qin Shun from now on, and that he was known in the underworld as 2C Shun. Upon hearing the nickname, Zhou Yin vaguely felt he had heard it before, so he gave his name. Qin Shun smiled and said that it was impossible to sell everything to him, since he had more than one business, but Zhou Yin suited his taste, and he would be happy to share half with him in the future. Zhou Yin nodded in agreement. Getting to know someone who specialized in collecting blueprints would be a great benefit to him. He could trade remotely from now on, and he didn't care about the small teleportation fee at all. The transaction went smoothly afterward, with Zhou Yin spending over $1 trillion to buy all of Qin Shun's blueprints. Before leaving, Qin Shun reminded him, "You think you can shake off those tails?" Zhou Yin smiled faintly. "Don't worry, Elder Qin, he's just a nobody, not worth my attention." Qin Shun stopped interfering. He didn't believe that someone who could casually produce trillions of dollars didn't have some kind of cunning. After Qin Shun left, Lin Tan, who was hiding in the shadows, sent a message, asking in shock, "Zhou Yin, that guy is gone? You bought all his blueprints?" "Yes, we bought them all," Zhou Yin replied. Lin Tan was speechless for a moment. He had only asked Zhou Yin to buy some blueprints, but he hadn't expected the other party to buy them all. Now he understood that Zhou Yin had told him to leave first because he didn't want him to be targeted by others. Zhou Yin sent a message to Lin Tan to keep hiding, then quickly slipped into the crowd and disappeared into the darkness. He possessed numerous skills. Using techniques like illusion, clones, and stealth, he quickly shook off his pursuers. By the time they were cursing and searching around, Zhou Yin had already changed his appearance and reappeared on the street. He continued buying items when Yi Bufan sent him a message. "They're the high-level internal trading event. I'll take you to check it out." Zhou Yin remembered that Teacher Lung Yu had mentioned before that there were indeed more advanced venues at the trade fair with even more good stuff, so he replied with a thank you. Yi Bufan said that among them, Zhou Yin was the one who needed this kind of place the most, and then sent the location. After Zhou Yin arrived, Yi Bufan looked at him for a while before recognizing him. Yi Bufan couldn't help but laugh and said, "You've got a lot of people eyeing you again, haven't you? I almost didn't recognize you with that disguise." Zhou Yin casually replied, "I didn't buy much, just a little bit." Yi Bufan led him into a special passage, but they were quickly stopped by guards. This was a high-level area, and only those with special passes could enter. Yi Bufan took out 2 gold cards, and only after the guards confirmed their authenticity were they allowed to pass. The two passed through several passages and arrived at a large door. Yi Bufan handed Zhou Yin a coat, saying it was the symbol of the Yi clan Dragon King, and that once he wore it, no one would dare to make things difficult for him. Yi Bufan put on a jacket himself before pushing open the door and entering. The interior was noticeably more luxurious than the exterior, with a much more prestigious atmosphere. As soon as Zhou Yin entered, he saw a familiar face, Tu Shun's Hun, the man who had just left. He hadn't expected him to be here. Yi Bufan told Zhou Yin that everything here is at least S quality, and anything below S quality is simply not allowed to be displayed. He told Zhou Yin to buy whatever he liked without worry, as he didn't need to worry about anyone harming him here. Zhou Yin understood. Since Yi Bufan had said so, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. He walked straight to the nearest stall. On the stall were 5 pieces of special diamond quality equipment, 2 SSS quality items, 1 a cultivation acceleration card, and the other speed up card that temporarily increased speed, and 2 SS quality skill books. Zhou Yin glanced at them and said directly, "I'll take them all." Upon seeing the Dragon King's cloak on him, the stall owner immediately realized that he was no ordinary person and, with a very respectful attitude, readily agreed to the transaction. The price quoted by the other party was also reasonable, and Zhou Yin guessed that it was mostly due to the effect of the cloak. This is the benefit of power and status. As for whether anyone doubts his identity as a member of the Yi family, that depends on whether they dare to test him. Zhou Yin was personally brought in by Yi Bufan, who is the next heir of the Yi family. With his status, no one would question him. Chapter 446, Zhou Yin, unable to withstand the blows. This was just the beginning. After finishing his purchase from the previous stall, Zhou Yin moved on to the next table and discovered that the stall owner was a foreigner. The man greeted him in a foreign language, and Zhou Yin activated his translator function, immediately understanding the phrase, "Welcome to shop." Zhou Yin nodded, then looked down at the table, his eyes suddenly narrowing. The items on the table were even more high-end than he had imagined. It was an R-grade building. Architecture, Aphrodite's army. Type, barracks. Quality R. Description, can be built within your territory. This is a barracks-type building. Although it belongs to a foreign army, its R quality is extremely rare. Zhou Yin didn't expect to encounter such a good item as soon as he entered the internal trading session. He immediately looked at the trading requirements, which read, 1 sacred artifact. Sacred artifacts are rare and precious, and ordinary people simply cannot possess them. This is precisely why the building has never been replaced. Zhou Yin does indeed possess a sacred artifact, but he is somewhat reluctant to exchange it for something else. So he asked, besides sacred artifacts, are other things not acceptable? The stall owner glanced at the Yi clan Dragon King cloaked behind him, and his tone became noticeably more polite as he said, since you are a member of the Yi clan Dragon King family, you can exchange it for something else. Zhou Yin hadn't expected the cloak to be so prestigious, so he told the vendor to be direct. The vendor suggested that R-quality cultivation techniques and skills were acceptable, but preferably those related to magic or martial arts. In addition, R-quality or higher magic scrolls, equipment blueprints, potions, elixirs, job change scrolls, and hero tokens were also negotiable. Zhou Yin was somewhat surprised to hear about magic scrolls. While he wouldn't dare say he had many top-tier scrolls, he still possessed at least 100 or so. He asked how many sheets he needed. The stall owner replied that at least 5 sheets were needed for quality, 2 for RR quality, and 1 sheet was enough for RRR quality. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin immediately felt it was a good deal. Even the most precious magic scrolls were only one-time use items, their value naturally inferior to barracks buildings. He directly took out 2 RR quality magic scrolls and handed them over. The stall owner was also surprised when he saw it, not expecting that he could actually bring it out. He immediately nodded in agreement and exclaimed that the Yi family Dragon King was indeed well-founded. The transaction was completed. The stall owner was satisfied, and Zhou Yin was even more so. For him, these scrolls weren't a problem. Exchanging them for an R-quality barracks was a sure win. Besides the building, the stall owner had several other decent items, all available for purchase with spirit coins. Zhou Yin bought them all without hesitation. The stall owner sold out and thanked him profusely. Zhou Yin continued to the next stall. This time, the vendor was selling materials, a wide variety and quantity, but all of them were at least 6-star or higher. Soon, he spotted a material, and his eyes lit up again. Yiming stone. This stuff is incredibly valuable. I never expected to find it here. Besides the Yiming stone, there's also a lot of rare wood, just what he needs. Zhou Yin only said one sentence. I'll take them all. The stall owner immediately beamed and quickly calculated the price. After the transaction was completed, the other party was supposed to leave, but seeing Zhou Yin walk towards the next stall, he couldn't resist his curiosity and followed. He wanted to see just how much more this member of the Yi family, the Dragon King clan, could buy. He had already seen Zhou Yin buy out several stalls in a row. Sure enough, when they arrived at the next stall, Zhou Yin didn't hold back either, buying up everything there. These stall owners had attended many trade fairs, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. However, considering that he was wearing the Yi clan Dragon King cloak, it didn't seem so strange. If it weren't for that cloak, the crowd's reaction would probably be completely different. As Zhou Yin bought out more and more stall owners followed him. To an outsider, they might have thought these people were all his subordinates. Someone couldn't help but whisper among themselves, this is the 31st one already. Is he planning to buy up the entire internal trading fair? Someone nearby said, if they really wanted to buy it all, surely the Dragon King family could do it? Some people speculated, could he be the heir to the Dragon King's family? I heard that the newcomer came in second place in the trial. They must have spent at least several 100 billion spirit coins without batting an eye or haggling. That's true wealth and power. Do you dare to overcharge the Dragon King family? The discussion grew increasingly heated, with everyone speculating about Zhou Yan's identity, some even suspecting he was Yi Bufan. But even if the real Yi Bufan were wealthy, he would never dare to squander money like Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan did manage to make a name for the Dragon King family, even though the Dragon King family had no need for it. It wasn't that he couldn't control himself. Rather, everything there genuinely required his attention. Besides, he didn't force anyone to buy or sell. The seller quoted a price, he didn't haggle, and both parties were satisfied. What wrong did he do? Amidst the murmurs, a woman suddenly approached Zhou Yan. She wore a phoenix cloak and was of extraordinary status, a member of the phoenix family of Kyoto. The woman looked at Zhou Yan, who was wearing a mask, and asked in confusion, I don't know which member of the Dragon King family you are. I don't think I've seen you before. Chapter 447. Is it wrong to buy what you need? Upon hearing Lin Yushuan's words, everyone turned to look at Zhou Yan. It was rather strange that the Phoenix family members claimed not to recognize this young master of the Dragon King family. But then again, no one really knows how many people are in the Dragon King family. Someone who can come up with so much money at once shouldn't be unknown in the Yi family. The Phoenix family and the Dragon King family are old friends, and Lin Yushuan not recognizing him inevitably raises suspicions about his identity. Some even speculated that Zhou Yan might be impersonating a member of the Dragon King family. But they quickly realized that didn't make sense. Someone who could casually spend hundreds of billions of spirit coins on purchases wouldn't need to impersonate someone. Just as Zhou Yan was about to explain, Yi Bufan walked in. He looked at Lin Yushuan and greeted her with a smile. Sister Yushuan. Lin Yushuan recognized him and nodded. So it's you. Yi Bufan stepped forward to exchange pleasantries, saying that he didn't expect her to come here as well. Lin Yushuan's gaze fell on Zhou Yan, and she asked, And who is this? Yi Bufan introduced, This is my good brother. I brought him here to buy things. However, he did not expect that Zhou Yan would cause such a commotion so soon after entering, attracting almost everyone's attention. Lin Yushuan then realized why she hadn't been able to figure out who Zhou Yan was after observing him for so long. It turned out he wasn't a member of the Yi family, but rather a friend of Yi Bufan. She glanced at the empty stalls again, her tone tinged with surprise. Your friend is no ordinary person, is he? Judging from what he bought, he must have spent at least several 100 billion spirit coins. Even she couldn't possibly squander money like this in such a short time. Zhou Yan's confidence made her suspect that he had an extremely powerful background. Yi Bufan said directly, He is from a hidden family, very mysterious, and won't say anything no matter what you ask. Zhou Yan said helplessly, Actually, I'm just an ordinary person. Yi Bufan ignored it on the spot, and Lin Yushuan simply didn't believe it. Could an ordinary person really spend hundreds of billions so easily without even blinking? Zhou Yan took the initiative to speak. Hello. My name is Zhou Yan. Lin Yushuan also introduced herself. Lin Yushuan, a member of the Phoenix family. She was indeed very curious about Zhou Yan's identity, how he could have such abundant wealth. Yi Bufan couldn't help but ask, How much stuff did you buy? Zhou Yan casually replied, Not many, less than 100 stalls. Yi Bufan looked at the rows of empty stalls in front of him and was speechless. You didn't buy out every single stall, did you? Zhou Yan retorted, Is it wrong to buy what you need? Yi Bufan fell silent, and Lin Yushuan was also stunned. Yi Bufan asked again, You're not planning to buy everything here, are you? Zhou Yan thought for a moment and said, I don't know. If I see something I like, I'll buy it. I don't come here often anyway. Since I'm here, I'll definitely buy something. Yi Bufan focused on the key point. Are you sure you only want to buy a little? Zhou Yan carefully corrected, It's a tiny bit. The two fell silent again. He'd bought out the entire stall and claimed he was only buying a little. Even though they came from top-tier families in the Divine Dragon Kingdom, they wouldn't dare spend money like Zhou Yan. Seeing that the two were all right, Zhou Yan continued to the next stall. The stall owner had been eagerly waiting for him, and upon seeing him approach, immediately beamed with a smile. Take your time looking around. I'll definitely give you the best price. Zhou Yan glanced around and found that the stall had buildings, equipment, blueprints, materials, pills, and elixirs, all of which were things he needed. So he simply said, Not bad. Name your price. I'll take it all. The stall owner was overjoyed and immediately began calculating the price. After Zhou Yin finished reading the quote, he transferred the money directly, spending hundreds of billions of spirit coins in an instant without even flinching. Yi Bufan and Lin Yushuan followed beside him, watching him buy out 10 stalls in a row and witnessing him spend about 700 billion spirit coins. The two of them were speechless. Lin Yushuan whispered to Yi Bufan, "Your friend is really something else." Yi Bufan smiled wryly. I guess that's normal for him. Lin Yushuan was even more bewildered. Normal operation? Who would spend trillions of spirit coins like water? If Zhou Yin was deliberately showing off, the price was too outrageous. Who would be so bored as to do something like that? She couldn't help but press further. You really don't know who he is? Yi Bufan shook his head. I don't know. I've checked, but I can't find anything. His background is as ordinary as can be. Lin Yushuan immediately concluded, that means it's been hidden very well. Unfortunately, they never imagined that Yi Bufan's investigation revealed Zhou Yin's true background. They simply refused to believe it and insisted on giving Zhou Yin a mysterious origin, leaving him with no choice. Zhou Yin had just finished buying a stall when the owner of the next stall spoke up. Young Master Yi, I've calculated it all. It's 59 billion in total. Just give me a round number. This time, Zhou Yin didn't even need to say I'll buy them all. The stall owner had already calculated the prices and was waiting for him to pay. This was the first time anyone who had attended the trade fair in all their years of experience had ever seen such a scene. More importantly, the other party mistook Zhou Yin for someone from the Dragon King family, addressing him directly as Young Master Yi. Zhou Yin was too lazy to explain, and Yi Bufan didn't want to say anything more. In any case, letting others think it was the Yi family who bought it would save them a lot of trouble. What followed was a bizarre and shocking scene at the trade fair. After Zhou Yin finished buying from each stall, the next stall owner would calculate the total price in advance, and he would pay after inspecting goods. The other stall owners all eagerly awaited his arrival, as if they were waiting for a lucky charm to bring them their goods. The people attending the internal trade fair around them stared in disbelief, their voices rising and falling in murmurs. The Dragon King family is too powerful. Are they going to book out the entire trade fair? As expected of the Yi family, the Dragon King family, their confidence and wealth truly make them the #1 family in the Divine Dragon Kingdom. There are at least 1,000 stalls here. Even if each stall is worth several hundred billion, buying them all would cost tens of trillions. You underestimate the Dragon King family. Even if they booked several matches, they might not have any problems. The more they talked, the more shocked they became, and their awe of the Dragon King family was pushed to its peak with each transfer from Zhou Yin. Chapter 448, Unfortunately, there wasn't a single sacred artifact. Listening to everyone praising the Dragon King family, Yi Bufan felt even more that bringing Zhou Yin to the trade fair and having him where the Dragon King family's attire was incredibly wise. Although the Dragon King family gained fame this time, thanks to Zhou Yin's terrifying wealth, Yi Bufan still felt that he deserved some credit for it. Zhou Yin was happy with this arrangement. With the title of Yi Clan Dragon King as cover, he became even more unrestrained in his shopping. He would buy almost anything he set his sights on. Of course, not all stall owners were willing to exchange their goods for spirit coins. Zhou Yin didn't force them. He offered corresponding treasures in exchange for whatever they wanted. He didn't actually buy everything at the trade fair, which wouldn't be realistic, but he did manage to acquire the vast majority of the best items. Without a doubt, he became the most dazzling person at the trade fair. Zhou Yin acquired a large amount of valuable resources, but all he paid was a string of numbers that were meaningless to him. However, in the eyes of others, this gesture was so extravagant that it defied description. The more he bought, the more excited the onlookers became. Gradually, watching Zhou Yin buy things became a source of amusement for everyone. Everyone wanted to know just how much more he could buy. Even Lin Yushuan couldn't help but keep looking. Soon, Zhou Yin finally found a building blueprint he really wanted, the cultivation room. The stall owner was clearly a shrewd businessman, asking for ridiculously high prices. Zhou Yin wasn't going to tolerate him and immediately started haggling. Seeing Zhou Yin's displeasure, the stall owner knew he had asked for too much and could only try to negotiate a lower price. Zhou Yin had plenty of patience and just kept at it. In the end, the stall owner couldn't hold out any longer, fearing that if things dragged on any longer he wouldn't be able to sell anything else, and had no choice but to accept the price Zhou Yin offered. There was more than one such unscrupulous merchant. Zhou Yin would negotiate if possible, and if not, he would simply leave. After he left, the stall owners regretted their decision, because almost all the buyers in the surrounding area had gone to watch Zhou Yin make their purchases. An internal trade fair was turned into a personal purchasing event by Zhou Yin. It was as if the entire trade fair was prepared specifically for him. 1 hour, 2 hours, and then 5 hours later, Zhou Yin had walked from one end to the other, leaving less than 20 stalls untouched. He had cleared out most of the others. This move is destined to shock countless people. In particular, those foreign powers having witnessed firsthand the arrogance of the Yi family, the Dragon King family of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. All marvel at how well-deserved their reputation as top-tier families is. Seeing that he had finally stopped, Yi Bufan stepped forward and said, "Isn't enough time to go?" Zhou Yin nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. We've gained a lot this time, enough to develop many things." Yi Bufan had already sent his family's experts to meet them, and Lin Yushuan had also arranged for reinforcements. Zhou Yin was somewhat surprised and asked them if anyone would dare to attack members of the two major families. Yi Bufan looked at him speechlessly. "Better safe than sorry. Don't you know how much stuff you bought?" Zhou Yin replied casually that he never calculated how much he spent on things. As long as he got the goods, that was enough. Yi Bufan immediately felt that he was faking it, but the fact that these words came from Zhou Yan's mouth made it so real that it was impossible to refute them. Lin Yushuan smiled, never expecting Yi Bufan to have a moment of defeat. In terms of financial resources, both she and Yi Bufan were completely impressed by Zhou Yin this time. In just one internal trading event, Zhou Yin spent tens of trillions of spirit coins, not even counting the resources he exchanged for other goods. Yi Bufan summoned Lin Tan and the others, and the group left the castle. Outside, the powerful members of the Yi clan Dragon King family and the Phoenix family had been waiting for a long time. Escorted by powerful figures, the group boarded the vehicle and departed. While some secretly harbored designs, no one dared to act. After all, offending two of the most powerful families in the Divine Dragon Kingdom simultaneously meant that even if they managed to seize the spoils, they might not survive. Shortly after the car left, they saw the forest in ruins, and a fierce battle was raging outside the castle. Many figures were also fighting in the sky, creating a horrific scene. Lin Tan couldn't help but ask, "Is it like this every time there's a trade fair?" Yi Bufan replied, "Once you leave the castle, no one cares about your life or death." Fortunately, no one dared to attack them this time. Otherwise, they would surely be vicious and ruthless. Lin Yushuan also said that few people would dare to provoke both the Dragon King family and the Phoenix family at the same time. After getting on the bus, Zhou Yin got a good look at Lin Yushuan. She had a noble air about her, outstanding looks, and excellent manners, far surpassing Luo Yushuan. Zhou Yin also knew that the Dragon King family and the Phoenix family were very close, with many members of both families related by marriage. Lin Yushuan traveled with Yi Bufan for two reasons. Firstly, for safety, and secondly, to make friends with a wealthy and influential person like Zhou Yin. The wealth Zhou Yin displayed shocked even Lin Yushuan. Such enormous resources were something even a top-tier family like theirs couldn't access casually. Yet Zhou Yin seemed completely unconcerned. Zhou Yin thanked him, but Yi Bufan waved his hand and said they were brothers and there was no need to stand on ceremony. Lin Tan couldn't help but remind him to keep a low profile in the future. Even they were shocked by this way of buying, and they almost suspected that Zhou Yan's family was producing spirit coins. Zhou Yin casually replied, "That's about right. I don't even know how much money I have." Yi Bufan thought it was normal. Even the most powerful families often didn't know the full extent of their resources. Lin Tan, however, sighed, noting that the spirit coins Zhou Yin had spent this time were enough to buy several families like his. Zhou Yin was not satisfied and sighed, saying, "It's a pity that we only bought a few dozen spiritual artifacts this time. The key is that we didn't see a single sacred artifact." Everyone looked at Zhou Yin, and for a moment no one wanted to say anything. Chapter 449, The Hidden Sect. "Brother, how easy is it to find sacred artifacts? Even spiritual artifacts are rare. There are only 100 or 200 in a single trade fair. You've already bought dozens of them. You should be content." Lin Yushuan was surprised to hear that Zhou Yin wanted to buy a sacred artifact. "You want to buy a sacred artifact?" Zhou Yin immediately looked at her. "Sister Yu Sun, do you know where I can buy it?" Everyone was speechless, not expecting Zhou Yin to be so serious. Sacred artifacts weren't things that could be bought easily, but considering his wealth, it didn't seem entirely impossible. Lin Yushuan nodded and said, I do know a place, but it's not easy to get in. You have to rely on your own strength. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan immediately realized, I know about that place, but you can forget about it now. You need to be at least at the 70th level of the heavenly realm to be qualified, and we're not qualified yet. Zhou Yin became interested. What kind of place has such high requirements? Yi Bufan explained, that place is called the Hidden Sect. They only hold one auction a year, and each time, they only auction 10 items, and each item must be at least our quality or higher. More importantly, the Hidden Sect releases only 100 tokens at a time, and only those who obtain a token can be teleported to participate in the auction. Furthermore, they do not accept spirit coins for transactions. Instead, they accept a material called Dragon Crystal. Lin Yushuan added, the Hidden Sect is very mysterious, only accepting 100 people each year. The number of auction items is small, but the quality is extremely high. Zhou Yin and Lin Tan were both hearing about the Hidden Sect for the first time, and were quite surprised. Yi Bufan then explained that the Hidden Sect was a secluded sect, and even if some of its members traveled outside, no one knew their true identities. As he said this, Yi Bufan kept staring at Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin glanced at him. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't suspect I'm from the Hidden Sect, do you? Yi Bufan said helplessly, I did have my doubts before, but I've dismissed them now. You've never even heard of the Hidden Sect before, so it's definitely not it. Lin Yushuan continued. The Hidden Sect hold an auction every year on June 6th. Those who want to participate go to Hidden Mountain, where the Hidden Sect will throw out 100 tokens for everyone to compete for. Those who are not strong enough cannot even enter the gate. Yi Bufan also reminded, this isn't something you can get in with money. If you don't have a token, no amount of money will help. Zhou Yin thought for a moment. A dragon crystal costs at least 100 million spirit coins, right? The Hidden Sect only accepts this much. That's interesting. He had bought dragon crystals before, so he naturally knew the price. Lin Yushuan casually took out a dragon crystal and said, dragon crystals have very strong energy, and there is no distinction between 1-star and 2-star quality. The price is also basically fixed, 100 million spirit coins per crystal. Of course, you can pay more if you want. Dragon crystals have a wide range of uses. They can be used for cultivation, weapon forging, pill refining, and as materials for formations, making them an extremely popular resource. Seeing Zhou Yan's enthusiastic expression, Yi Bufan couldn't help but ask, you're not already thinking about collecting dragon crystals to participate in auctions later, are you? Zhou Yan answered matter-of-factly, of course, you can participate once you reach the 70th level of the heavenly realm, so of course you need to prepare in advance. If I buy a few 100 million dragon crystals, no one should be able to beat me. After hearing this, everyone fell silent instantly. If they didn't know Zhou Yin was truly wealthy, they would have thought he was faking it. But after witnessing his shopping style, they realized he was actually capable of doing such a thing. Lin Yushuan said, it won't be several 100 million, just prepare around 10 million, and basically no one can beat you. Of course, if you want to bid on all 10 items, that's another story. Yi Bufan quickly reminded him, 70 heavens is just the minimum requirement. Most of those who actually go to the auction are experts above the 80 or 90 heavens. If you go as soon as you reach the 70 heavens, you might not even be able to save your life. Zhou Yin nodded outwardly, but inwardly he was already making plans. He was currently at the 65th level of the heavenly realm, and only needed to advance 5 more levels to qualify. As for the difference in strength, he wasn't too worried. If he really encountered danger, he could simply use items to make up for it. He quickly contacted Jin Sanyi and asked him to start collecting dragon crystals. Afterwards, Zhou Yin asked Yi Bufan to elaborate on the situation of the hidden sections. As they talked, the topic shifted to other hidden families and sections. Only then did Zhou Yin realize that many hidden forces were extremely powerful, even comparable to the Dragon King family. These families usually keep a low profile, but they also own many businesses in the real world. They don't show off usually, but if someone really messes with them, they will never let them off easily. Back at the manor, Lin Yushuan said to everyone, come visit me in Shanghai when you have time. Yi Bufan nodded, it definitely will. Luo Yushuang and Dong Qingyi also waved goodbye to her, saying, take care, Sister Yushuan. After Lin Yushuan left, Yi Bufan looked at everyone and asked, shall we go back to the academy now, or rest for the night? Zhou Yin said, "Let's go back now. It won't make much difference for us if we don't rest." Luo Yushuang wanted to stay the night, saying, "Why the rush? Wouldn't it be better to rest here for the night?" Gun Yinyin said, "I think we should go back as soon as possible." Zhao Qingwu also expressed her agreement. In the end, everyone except Luo Yushuang agreed to return to school, so she had no choice but to agree as well. Yi Bufan took out the flight instrument, and after everyone boarded, he said, "There's plenty of space here. If you get tired, you could take a nap. We'll be at the academy in 2 hours." Zhou Yin said, "I'm going back to my territory. Call me when I get there." Yi Bufan nodded in agreement. Lin Tin also said, "Then I'll go back to my territory to see my flowers and plants." After saying that, Zhou Yin and Lin Tan returned to their respective territories. Chapter 450, the first spiritual weapon forged in the territory. Upon returning to his territory, Zhou Yin headed straight for the open space, intending to construct all the buildings he had purchased. However, as he passed the divine weapon workshop, he suddenly heard cheers erupting from inside, with many dwarves appearing exceptionally excited. Zhou Yin walked in curiously and saw Jerry, so he asked him what had happened. As soon as Jerry saw the Lord, he rushed forward and said excitedly, "Lord, you've come at the right time. I've already forged a magical artifact. Please take a look at its attributes." Zhou Yin was overjoyed. The first spiritual weapon independently forged by the territory was of extraordinary significance. He immediately had Jerry bring it out for inspection, as this marked the beginning of the territory's production of high-end equipment. Jerry handed over the newly forged longsword, his voice filled with excitement. He said that his success this time was thanks to Oyezi's guidance, whose forging skills far surpassed his own. Zhou Yin encouraged him to study hard, to ask for help if he didn't understand something, and that he might not be any worse than anyone else in the future. This magical weapon is called the Cloud-Severing Sword. It is about 1.6 meters long and weighs about 50 kilograms. The blade gleams with a cold light. Its sharpness is formidable, and its design is also very pleasing to the eye. Zhou Yin immediately checked its attributes and found that it was a magical weapon with a durability of 5,000, an increase in strength of 600, and improvements in additional attack, armor penetration, stamina, and critical hit rate. It also had a bonus to spiritual damage. More importantly, this sword has a chance to shatter enemy weapons. Although it is ineffective against weapons of spirit quality or higher, it is still quite practical. It also comes with the skill Cloud Slash, which can unleash a sword or a slash, but the cooldown time is 12 hours, and the equipment requirement is level 50. Seeing these attributes, Zhou Yin was very satisfied. The first spiritual weapon had such an effect, exceeding his expectations. He immediately told Jerry to focus on forging the broken cloud sword, assuring him there was no need to worry about the materials. However, Zhou Yin was also aware that the territory currently only had 2 master-level blacksmiths, Jerry and Oyezi. Even with their full forging efforts, it would take time to mass-produce spirit weapons. Equipment of spirit weapon quality or higher was extremely demanding on the mind. The slightest mistake could reduce it to diamond quality, and in severe cases, it would have to be reforged. Jerry admitted that crafting magical artifacts was very difficult, but with Oyezi around, the failure rate would definitely decrease. Zhou Yin wasn't in a hurry. He told Jerry that failure was normal, and that he had bought a lot of blueprints this time, including several from magical artifacts. Zhou Yin took out some blueprints from magical artifacts and showed them to Jerry, whose eyes lit up immediately. However, these blueprints could not be used for the time being, as each one was extremely precious. He would have to wait until he had mastered the broken cloud sword before learning to forge new magical artifacts. Jerry couldn't help but marvel at how quickly the Lord had collected so many magical weapon blueprints. Zhou Yin added that several more divine weapon workshops would be built later to provide them with more forging space, and that plenty of materials had already been prepared. Zhou Yin didn't need Jerry to worry about these follow-up arrangements. He handed over the blueprints and related matters to Tao Hongjing, letting her handle everything. Zhou Yin also noticed that the divine weapon workshop was much more organized than before, with all kinds of materials neatly arranged, which was clearly thanks to Tao Hongjing. After leaving the divine weapon workshop, Zhou Yin arrived at the open space in his territory and began constructing the ordinary buildings. As each building was completed and evolved, many more facilities were added to the territory. There were many of these ordinary buildings, numbering in the hundreds. Zhou Yin spent a considerable amount of time completing them all and upgrading them all to level 50, planning to continue upgrading them if needed in the future. After dealing with the ordinary buildings, Zhou Yin took out the advanced buildings he had purchased. These were the ones he was truly focused on, especially the iron mine, which he was eager to see what it would become after evolving. Zhou Yin began construction, and a territory notification immediately sounded. Iron mine evolved into refined iron vein. Colorful light enveloped the building, quickly transforming it into a small mountain range. A cave appeared in front of it, with the words refined iron vein written at the entrance. The mine occupies only a little over 100 square meters and is only a few dozen meters high, so it doesn't look very big. Zhou Yin checked its attributes and found that its quality was RRR, and its special effect was that a batch of refined iron ore would be randomly refreshed every 24 hours. The higher the level, the more high grade ore there would be. Zhou Yin immediately began leveling up. After level 20, he needed 2-star iron, or a material his territory had the most of and he had no shortage of. After level 30, it became 3-star space stones, which were somewhat peculiar, but he had quite a few of them. Level 40 requires 4-star silver ore, and level 50 requires 5-star gold ore, both of which Zhou Yin could provide. However, when he reached level 60, the required material had changed to 6-star diamonds. Zhou Yin checked his inventory and was surprised to find that he had no diamonds. He was taken aback, not expecting that upgrading the refined iron or vein would require such a material, let alone that it would consume so many different resources for the upgrade process. Chapter 451, Automatic Equipment Repair Space. Diamonds are a type of material, but they are not commonly used. They are mostly used by ordinary people in the Kangling continent as ring decorations. These diamonds come in many colors, including red, pink, blue, and green, and their prices fluctuate with market changes. Lower grade diamonds are easy to find, but diamonds of 6-star quality are much harder to come by. Fortunately, the upgrade requirements didn't restrict the specific type, so Zhou Yin figured that any color would work as long as the quality reached 6 stars. He immediately contacted Jin Sanyi, asking him to keep an eye out for 6-star diamonds on the market and buy them all if they were available. After explaining all this, Zhou Yin looked at the upgraded attributes of the refined iron or vein. Architecture, iron or vein. Level, 60. Quality, RRR. Special attribute 1. A batch of refined iron or can be randomly refreshed every 9 hours. Special attribute 2. Increases the probability of finding high-level or veins. Special attribute 3. A batch of 6-star refined iron or will always appear every time the page refreshes. Special attribute 4. Minimum drop rate of 3-star or higher ore. Special attribute 5. There's a certain probability of obtaining refined iron elemental stones. Special attribute 6. Increases miner mining efficiency. Description. This is a rich mine. The higher the level, the more high-grade ores will appear. Each refresh costs 60,000 spirit coins. After reviewing the attributes, Zhou Yin was very satisfied. The refresh time had been reduced from 24 hours to 9 hours, and the minimum yield was 3-star refined iron ore. Refined iron ore is far superior to ordinary iron ore. Ordinary iron ore contains many impurities and requires refining after mining to become refined iron. But what's mined here is refined iron, which would be directly used to forge equipment, saving blacksmiths a lot of time. As for refined iron and elemental stones, they are even more precious. This material has no star rating and can be directly used to forge equipment of the spirit level or higher, making it extremely valuable. Zhou Yin immediately contacted Sun Yu, told him about the mine situation, and asked him to arrange for miners to come in and mine every day. The biggest advantage of this mine is that it refreshes daily, allowing for continuous mining as long as spirit coins are invested. Of course, how much or can be mined and what its quality depends on luck. Upon receiving the news, Sun Yu immediately mobilized manpower. The miners in the territory, who had been idle, now had work to do every day thanks to this mine. Zhou Yin also wanted to build more mines like this, but unfortunately, such structures are not something you can just come across whenever you want. Curious, he went into the mine to investigate. Once inside, he found it wasn't dark at all. In fact, it was as bright as day, and the mine was extremely spacious, enough for more than a dozen people to walk side by side without any problem. Zhou Yin circled the mine and discovered that its interior was enormous. Remembering the space stones he'd used during the upgrade, he guessed that the place had likely been modified by spatial power as well. At such a scale, even if thousands of people were mining simultaneously, it wouldn't feel crowded. Not long after, Sun Yu arrived with his men and reported to Zhou Yin, "Lord, the arrangements have been made." Zhou Yin nodded, wanting to see the actual yield of the ore vein. Sun Yu immediately ordered the miners to get to work, and everyone picked up shovels and picks to begin digging. Before long, chunks of fine iron ore were dug out, and they were all of 5-star quality. The quality of the ore is also related to the miner's ability. These miners are top-tier miners in the territory, and they also have various bonuses, so it's not surprising that they can mine high-quality ore. Zhou Yin was very satisfied with this. The mine was only level 60 at the moment, but if it were upgraded by another 30 levels in the future, it would definitely be able to produce more high-quality, refined iron ore. He entrusted the subsequent affairs of the mine to Sun Yu and then left. Sun Yu needed to stay and continue to observe the specific output and the probability of the appearance of refined iron ore. After leaving the mine, Zhou Yin continued constructing other buildings. The first was the cultivation room he had acquired earlier. Territory notification. Build a cultivation room. The cultivation room will evolve into a secluded cultivation room. He already has one of these buildings, so there's no need to examine it closely again. He can just upgrade it directly. However, the second seclusion chamber can only be upgraded to level 50 at most because 6-star materials are running low. Next, Zhou Yin took out another special building, the equipment repair workshop. He was very much looking forward to seeing what this building would become after it evolved. Territory notification. Build the equipment repair workshop. The equipment repair workshop will evolve into the automatic equipment repair space. Upon hearing the notification, Zhou Yin smiled. Could it be that this place can automatically repair equipment? He immediately looked at the new building. What appeared before him was not a traditional house, but something like a spatial portal. Apart from this portal, there was almost no other structure. It looked simple and didn't take up much space. Zhou Yin opened the attributes to view them. Building, equipment automatic repair space. Level 1. Quality, RRR. Special attribute. Can automatically repair equipment below silver rank. Currently, up to 100 pieces can be repaired simultaneously, taking 60 minutes. Description. Damaged equipment can be placed into this space. Each piece of equipment repaired will consume a certain amount of spirit coins. The higher the quality of the equipment, the more spirit coins will be consumed. This building has a simple function, but its role is quite powerful. Every day, a large amount of damaged equipment is generated throughout the world. In the past, blacksmiths had to repair them one by one, which was both labor-intensive and time-consuming. Now, with this automatic repair space, the burden on blacksmiths in the territory will be greatly reduced. Zhou Yin couldn't help but praise the building, and then began to upgrade it. After reaching level 20, he used space stones to continue leveling up to level 30, and the required material was still space stones. When he reached level 40, the material changed to spirit stones, and the highest level spirit stones he had were 7-star spirit stones. Fortunately, the materials didn't change after that, and Zhou Yin used spirit stones to upgrade the equipment auto repair space to level 80. Further upgrades would require 8-star spirit stones, but he didn't have enough materials for the time being, so he'd have to wait until later. Chapter 452, Spartan Hoplite. Zhou Yin began to check the upgraded attributes of the automatic equipment repair space. This building had reached level 80, its quality had been upgraded to RRR, and it could automatically repair various types of equipment. It takes only 2 minutes to repair 80,000 pieces of equipment below silver level, 40,000 pieces of gold equipment, 20,000 pieces of dark gold equipment, 40,000 pieces of platinum equipment, 60,000 pieces of diamond equipment, and 120 pieces of equipment. More advanced spirit artifacts can be repaired up to 50 pieces at a time, taking 240 minutes. Sacred artifacts can only be repaired up to 5 pieces at a time, taking 480 minutes. During repair, simply drop the damaged equipment into your spatial storage. The system will automatically deduct spirit coins. The higher the quality of the equipment, the greater the cost. Zhou Yin was very satisfied after inspecting the building. He immediately set it up and moved it next to the weapon refining workshop. He then notified Tao Hongjing to come over and take a look at the new building himself. When Tao Hongjing arrived, He looked at the strange gate in front of him and asked, "Lord, what kind of building is this?" Zhou Yin explained that this was a building capable of automatically repairing equipment. Simply place the damaged equipment inside, and after a period of time, it would be restored to its original condition. Tao Hongjing's face immediately showed surprise after checking the attributes. He quickly realized the value of the building. With it, the territory's blacksmiths could save a lot of time repairing equipment and focus their energy on forging new equipment, which would greatly help the territory's development. Zhou Yin understood that although high-level equipment would take longer to repair, the building would still play a vital role. He told Tao Hongjing that he would try to find spirit stones of 8 stars or higher to upgrade the building to its maximum level. Many buildings in the territory need further upgrades, but top-tier materials are extremely rare. However, Zhou Yin remembers that there are a few places where spirit stones are produced in considerable quantities. He'll have to return to the academy to check the records for the exact locations. After explaining the matters concerning the weapon refining workshop, Zhou Yin took out the last special building. It was the barracks building he had previously purchased from a foreign merchant. Building, Aphrodite's Army. Type, barracks. Quality R. Description, can be built within your territory. This is not just a barracks building, but a top-tier R-quality one. Zhou Yin was also very curious about what kind of unit it would evolve into, so he immediately chose to build it. A territory notification immediately sounded. Construct Aphrodite Army. Aphrodite Army evolves into Spartan heavy infantry. The next moment, a military camp with the style of a Western European castle appeared before Zhou Yin. He hadn't expected that his territory could summon Western troops. Zhou Yin's impression of Sparta mainly came from the story of the 300 Spartans he had read before. This army was known as one of the top infantry in Europe, renowned for its strength, resilience, and discipline. As for whether they were the strongest, he didn't care. Without a doubt, the Spartan hoplites were heavy infantry, known as the Human Iron Army, and each soldier required extremely high quality, making them incredibly powerful in combat. Zhou Yin began upgrading the barracks. This troop type requires refined iron, or after reaching level 20, and the territory has a large reserve of this material, enough to upgrade all the way to level 80. After the upgrade was completed, he opened the barracks attributes to check. Building, Spartan Heavy Infantry. Level 80, Quality, RRR. This barracks has very comprehensive special attributes, which can increase soldiers' carrying capacity, defense, attack, speed, stamina, recovery, and endurance, and also reduce the damage they receive. The description reads, never retreat, never look back, even if only one remains, never surrender. The Spartan spirit will live on forever. Each 3,000 soul coins spent can randomly summon one Spartan warrior, currently capped at 100,000. Zhou Yin entered the ancient Roman-style military camp, seeing the exquisite and unique buildings inside, and finally arrived at the summoning altar. He wanted to see just how strong these Spartan warriors were, so he began to summon them. A notification sounded quickly. Soul coins minus 3,000. Summon one Spartan warrior general, Owen Luce. A blonde, blue-eyed, and muscular man appeared on the altar and bowed respectfully, saying, Owen Les pays his respects to the Lord. Zhou Yin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to summon a hero on his first summon. After checking the hero's information, he discovered that Owen Luce was actually a top-tier hero of RRR quality. Zhou Yin immediately ordered, Owen Les, from now on, this Spartan heavy infantry force is under your command. Train them well and make them serve the territory. Owen Luce knelt on one knee and solemnly replied, Your Lordship, thank you for your trust. Luce will guarantee with his life that he will not disappoint you. Zhou Yin nodded, telling him to stand aside, and continued summoning Spartan warriors. However, he didn't intend to summon all of them at once. He only planned to summon 20,000 at first. Even with only 20,000 men, it took Zhou Yin a considerable amount of time. During this time, in addition to Owen Les, he also summoned some generals, whom Zhou Yin appointed as his deputies to assist Les in managing the army. Zhou Yin did not intend to hand over command of this barracks to anyone else. After all, the Spartan heavy infantry had a unique style, and Owen Luce was obviously the most suitable. After all 20,000 Spartan warriors were summoned and leveled up to 80, Zhou Yin received a message from Yibu Fan. They had successfully returned to Ziwei Academy. Zhou Yin glanced at the time and sighed. Time really flies. He then left the territory and teleported away. Chapter 453, the king of dragons. After leaving the territory, Zhou Yin found himself back outside the school gate, at a place where aircraft were parked. He glanced around. Everyone else was waiting for him. Yi Bufan asked if they wanted to eat something before leaving, and Zhou Yin immediately said, "It's on me. You can choose any place you like." Of course, no one would stand on ceremony with this wealthy man. They immediately agreed and turned to go to a high-end hotel near Ziwei Academy. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their lodgings. Zhou Yin still had 2 matters to attend to, so he checked the time and decided to return to his territory to cultivate first. Upon arriving at the secluded training room, Zhou Yin resumed his cultivation. The first secluded training room had now reached level 80, allowing him to cultivate continuously for 8 hours. After 8 hours, Zhou Yin emerged from his seclusion room and immediately sought out Yin Lihua. When Yin Lihua saw him, she asked, "Lord, what is it?" Zhou Yin first inquired about the general situation. Yin Lihua answered truthfully that overall things were going smoothly, but the monsters here were generally level 80 or above, of high quality, and very large in size, so casualties were inevitable. Zhou Yin was not surprised by this. This area was inherently dangerous, and the fact that there were some losses already indicated that the situation was under control. Yin Lihua also mentioned that the harvest here was equally bountiful, with the soldiers collecting a lot of spiritual herbs, many of which were of 7-star quality or higher and extremely valuable. Zhou Yin was very satisfied after hearing this. Now that there was a high-level alchemist in the territory, the more medicinal herbs the better. As long as the resources were sufficient, there was no need to worry about not being able to refine high-level spiritual pills. Then, Yin Lihua turned on her computer and pulled up the data on the powerful monsters that the generals had recently encountered but were unable to deal with. Zhou Yin looked at the first monster. The image showed an enormous, exaggeratedly large beast, over 200 meters tall. The soldiers standing in front of it looked like ants. Given the current strength of the territory's army, it's really unnecessary to confront an existence of this caliber head-on. Avoiding it is the best option. According to the information, this monster is called the Ancient Tyrannosaurus, level 97, and its quality has reached the king level. Zhou Yan's expression turned serious upon seeing the words king level. A king among monsters naturally possesses combat power far exceeding that of ordinary high-level monsters. Yin Lihua continued. This ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't even the strongest. They had previously captured footage of a battle between 2 king-level subdragons. Zhou Yin became interested and immediately clicked on the video. In the scene, 2 enormous subdragons, each over 200 meters long, are locked in combat. One is named Titan Dragon King, and the other is called Abyssal Dragon. The moment they clash, it's as if a cataclysmic disaster has struck. Titan Dragon King can control the earth, unleashing a barrage of earth attribute skills that cause mountains and forests to collapse and the ground to churn, creating a scene reminiscent of a disaster movie. This footage was taken from an extremely high altitude. Otherwise, the reconnaissance plane would likely have been destroyed long ago by the terrifying aftershocks alone. The Abyssal Dragon is equally terrifying. It possesses the power of darkness and space and can directly traverse space, instantly appearing in front of the Titan Dragon King to engage in close combat. The next moment, dust covered the sky and the sun and forests. Mountains and earth were torn apart, turning large areas into ruins. Yin Lihua told Zhou Yin that the battle between the 2 king-level behemoths had an extremely wide impact area. No subdragon dared to approach within 1,000 kilometers. In the end, both sides were severely injured and retreated without a clear winner. Zhou Yin was also somewhat alarmed after reading it. Such behemoths should absolutely not be provoked lightly. He immediately instructed Yin Lihua to have all legions avoid these powerful monsters as much as possible and not to provoke them. A thought flashed through his mind. Could the territory's defensive towers kill a king-level dragon? But he quickly dismissed the idea. These king-level dragons were extremely fast, far exceeding the speed of their territory, and they were not unintelligent. They would never be foolish enough to willingly throw their lives away. Afterwards, Zhou Yin continued to examine other materials and discovered many more records of king-level subdragons. This shocked him greatly. He hadn't expected so many terrifying beings to live in this area. He and Zhang Liang agreed that there was no need to provoke them in their territory at this stage. After examining these dangerous targets, Zhou Yin suddenly spotted a type of pterosaur, a species he had long wanted to capture. He immediately perked up and asked, "Have you spotted any pterosaur activity?" Pterosaurs are powerful and well-suited to serve as flying mounts. Once successfully captured, the territory will possess true aerial combat capabilities in the future. Manhwa replied that traces of the flying dragon had indeed been found, but it was far away and more time was needed to confirm its exact location. She had already dispatched more reconnaissance aircraft to continue tracking it. However, the pterosaur was too fast, and reconnaissance aircraft could not get too close. Otherwise, they would easily be destroyed by the airflow generated by their wings. Zhou nodded and said, "No rush, we have time. Tell me as soon as you find their location. I want to catch them myself." Manhwa said with a smile that many generals shared the same idea as him and all wanted to have a flying mount in advance, and they were all very envious. Flying mounts are rare to begin with, let alone a wyvern-level subdragon mount. Now that he'd encountered one, Zhou naturally wasn't going to let it go. He immediately made a decision. Now that traces of pterosaurs have been discovered, he would prepare to form a pterosaur legion. As for the candidates, they will be drawn from various legions. Whether they are selected depends on their own strength and performance. Zhou knew very well that once the Flying Legion was formed, the territory's combat system would be upgraded again. At that time, he would only lack a navy to complete his legion configuration. Manhwa said that the soldiers would be very happy to hear this news. Zhou smiled faintly. Then let them be happy, and let them have competition and motivation to work hard. You can tell them this news. Manhwa nodded in agreement. Okay. Chapter 454, Summoning Civil Officials Using Hero Tokens. How many people dream of flying? This kind of dream transcends national boundaries and eras. Almost everyone has fantasized about it. Zhou believed that as long as the soldiers knew they had a chance to join the Flying Dragon Legion, they would be filled with excitement and might even desperately improve their strength to compete for a spot. Although he hasn't captured a single pterosaur yet, now that he's found traces of them, it's only a matter of time before he does. He'll put the matter of the Dragon Legion aside for now. On this trip, he bought back a large amount of supplies, spending tens of trillions of spirit coins. All the buildings in his territory were completed, and those that needed upgrading had been upgraded as well. Besides that, he still had quite a few items he could use. However, before that, Zhou had one small matter to attend to. He found Manhwa and asked about the people he had arranged to clean the villa outside last time. Manhwa immediately replied that she had already arranged 2 people for him, namely Wang Zhi and Liu Piao. Wang Zhi was once an empress, and Liu Piao was the first eldest princess of the Han dynasty. Since Manhwa had already been chosen, Zhou naturally had no objections. After all, the villa outside was only cleaned regularly, and there weren't any complicated matters to attend to. After giving these instructions, he left and headed directly to the Hall of Heroes. This time, he had quite a few hero summoning tokens, which would be enough to summon a group of talents to replenish his territory. Upon arriving at the Hall of Heroes, Zhou took out an RRR quality hero summoning token, pondered for a moment, and decided to summon a civil official first. Soon, a notification came from the Hall of Heroes. Use the hero summoning token to summon the civil official Guanzhong. Upon hearing this name, Zhou was immediately surprised. Guanzhong governed Qi for 40 years, achieving great success in domestic affairs, economy, and military, and proposing many strategies for enriching the country and strengthening its military. His saying, "When the granaries are full, people know etiquette. When they are well fed and clothed, they know honor and shame," has been passed down through the ages. He also regarded propriety, righteousness, integrity, and a sense of shame as the foundation of a nation. Even Confucius highly praised him, which shows the depth of his influence. In conclusion, Guanzhong was definitely a top-notch civil official whose abilities were no less than those of Zhang Liang and others. They just had different areas of expertise. Guanzhong greets the Lord. Guanzhong had an ordinary appearance and would not stand out in a crowd, but Zhou knew that this man's talent should not be underestimated. Zhou told him to stand aside first, then took out an S-quality hero summoning token and continued to summon the civil official. The Hall of Heroes once again prompted, use the hero summoning token to summon the civil official, Zhuge Jin. Zhou was somewhat surprised. Zhuge Jin might not be as famous as Zhuge Liang, but as Zhuge Liang's elder brother, he He was equally capable and known for his kindness and integrity. After Sun Quan became emperor, he rose to the rank of Grand General and Governor of Yu Province, which speaks volumes about his talent. Although Zhuge Jin's quality is not the absolute top, he is still a quality or talent, which is quite good. Zhuge Jin greets the Lord. He appeared honest and reliable, giving off a trustworthy vibe. Zhou Yin couldn't help but sigh. The Zhuge family truly produced many talented individuals, especially Zhuge Liang, who was the most outstanding among them. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Yin took out another SSS quality summoning token and again chose Wenshun. A notification sounded quickly. Use the hero summoning token to summon the civil official, Li Si. It's actually Li Si. Zhou Yin was slightly taken aback. In movies and TV shows, Li Si is often portrayed as a character who is half loyal and half treacherous, but he was able to assist Qin Shi Huang in unifying the Six Kingdoms, and his abilities were definitely not those of ordinary people. Many people don't know that Li Si was also an extremely skilled calligrapher, mastering both small seal script and large seal script, earning him the title of the Patriarch of Calligraphy. His writings were characterized by their powerful momentum and rigorous argumentation. Even Lu Sun praised Li Si as the representative of Qin dynasty writing. However, Li Si was extremely ambitious and power-hungry. After Qin Shi Huang's death, he conspired with Zhao Gao to forge an imperial edict, causing the deaths of Fu Su, Meng Tian, and others. He had also previously framed Han Fei. Li Si greets the Lord. Li Si appeared refined and polite, but Zhou Yin knew that this man was no ordinary person. Fortunately, everything within the territory was under his control, and no matter how ambitious Li Si was, he couldn't cause any trouble. As long as Li Si works diligently, Zhou Yin will naturally give him important responsibilities. However, if he dares to make a mistake, Zhou Yin will not hesitate to punish him. After all, Li Si is an RRR quality hero, and his abilities speak for themselves. Then, Zhou Yin took out another R-quality summoning token and continued to summon civil officials. The Hall of Heroes prompts. Use the hero summoning token to summon the civil official Han Fei. Zhou Yin was speechless. One moment he was thinking about Li Si poisoning Han Fei, and the next moment Han Fei was summoned. Fortunately, neither of them has any memories of their past lives, nor are they aware of any past grievances, so there will be no awkward situation. Zhou Yin recalled an anime where the protagonist was Han Fei, and one of the lines, "Of the Seven Kingdoms, I want 99, left a deep impression on him. That line was incredibly powerful and reflected Han Fei's immense confidence. In fact, Han Fei's abilities were in no way inferior to Li Si's, and perhaps even greater. It was precisely because Li Si feared that Han Fei would be given an important position by the king of Qin that he poisoned him in prison. Han Fei was the synthesizer of legalist thought, advocating the unity of law, tactics, and power. His influence on later generations was profound, and he also provided an important theoretical foundation for the formation of a centralized system of government. Han Fei greets the Lord. Han Fei was a refined young man who appeared confident and sunny. Zhou Yin glanced at him and immediately thought he was quite a good person. Chapter 455, Summoning the Twin Heroes of the Han Dynasty. Han Fei is also a top-tier RRR quality hero. He is upright and honest, far superior to Li Si's sinister methods. Zhou Yin prepared to summon one last civil official, then turned to the military general. He took out an S-quality hero summoning token and began the summoning process. Hall of Heroes notification. Use the hero summoning token to summon the civil official, Lu Su. Zhou Yan's eyes lit up. Lu Su was not only a civil official, but also a man of both literary and military talent, capable of governing the country with his pen and leading troops to strategize for the future. Lu Su was a strategist, diplomat, and politician in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. He was an important figure in the Sun Wu regime and planned the future for Sun Quan. Although its quality is not top tier, it still possesses RR quality. Lu Su greets the Lord. Lu Su's demeanor was unlike that of an ordinary scholar. Rather, he possessed a chivalrous air that made him very pleasant to be around. With this, Zhou Yin summoned 5 civil officials in one go, bringing the total number of civil officials in his territory to 10, which immediately relieved much of his administrative burden. He planned to reassign all civil and military officials to new positions after the matter of capturing the mounts was resolved. He now has 2 SSS quality hero summoning tokens left, and this time, Zhou Yin is preparing to summon a general. Hall of Heroes notification. Use hero summoning token to summon the General Wei Qing. Haha, my General Wei Qing has arrived. Zhou Yin was overjoyed. This was Wei Qing, the key figure in turning the tide of the Han Xiongnu War, who won 7 battles in a row, recovered Hebei and Hetao, defeated the Xiongnu Chanyu, and made outstanding contributions to the expansion of the northern frontier. Wei Qing pays his respects to the Lord. Wei Qing was not flamboyant in appearance, but the more you looked at him, the more composed and pleasing he became. His martial prowess might not have been the most outstanding, but his command and combat abilities were absolutely first-rate. Zhou Yin nodded in satisfaction, then took out the last hero summoning token. Hall of Heroes notification. Use the hero summoning token to summon the General Hua Tsubing. Holy crap, the twin Great Walls of Han have actually appeared. Zhou Yin looked at the legendary general before him who had once said, "How can I have a home when the Xiongnu have not been destroyed?" and was filled with excitement. Hua Tsubing's life was legendary. He was in theft as the Marquis of Champion at the age of 17, and at 19 he commanded 2 battles in the Hushi Corridor, annihilating and recruiting nearly 100,000 Xiongnu in the Hushi Corridor, causing the Xiongnu to suffer a tragic loss of the Chilean Mountains and Yinji Mountains. Unfortunately, he died young, which saddened countless Chinese people. Hua Tsubing pays his respects to the Lord. Hua Tsubing appeared lively and cheerful, with intelligent and quick-witted eyes, and exuded a restless energy. Zhou Yin smiled and immediately checked his information. Name, Hua Tsubing. Quality, RRR. Occupation, none. Talent, wine god physique. Skills, combat, riding, raid, swift as the wind, long range, galloping, mounted archery, divine might, iron cavalry, great warriors of the Han dynasty. These skills are almost all designed around cavalry. When commanding cavalry, speed increases dramatically. Raiding enemy camps doubles combat effectiveness, and engaging the enemy head-on further boosts the speed of the entire army. If fighting alongside Wei Qing, both combat power and cavalry morale will be further enhanced. After watching it, Zhou Yin was very satisfied. As expected of Hua Tsubing, this set of skills was ridiculously powerful. He then examined Wei Qing's abilities and found them to be equally impressive. Both were top-tier heroes, possessing exceptional strength and leadership skills. The territory now had 2 powerful generals. Subsequently, Zhou Yin directly raised Wei Qing and Hua Tsubing to the maximum level, while the other 5 civil officials were first raised to level 80. After dealing with these matters, he led everyone out of the Hall of Heroes, then summoned Zhang Zhao and instructed him to first assign Guanzhong, Zhuge Jin, Li Si Hanfei, and Lu Su to handle territory affairs. As for specific duties, Zhou Yin was not in a hurry to assign them. Lord, you finally assigned us some men. Zhang Zhao visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they could handle the affairs of the territory, they were busy until very late every day. Now that there were 5 more people, things would finally be a bit easier. Zhou Yin said, "Don't worry, we will continue to arrange subordinates for you. Top-tier civil officials need to be summoned, but those with slightly weaker abilities are also indispensable, and many miscellaneous tasks also need to be shared." After settling the 5 civil officials, Zhou Yin first sent Wei Qing and Hua Tsubing to transfer to other posts. He would arrange other matters after they were released. After dealing with some matters within his territory, Zhou Yin teleported back to Ziwei Academy, left the villa, spread his yin-yang wings, and headed to Deacon Zhao Chongli's residence. He wanted people from his territory to help manage the houses, so he had to ask Zhao Chongli for a quota. He didn't need too many people. 2 would have been enough, but he planned to get a few more passes. Zhao Chongli lived in an old-fashioned courtyard house with its vermilion gate tightly closed. Zhou Yin stepped forward and knocked on the door, and soon 2 soldiers opened it to inquire. Zhou Yin explained his purpose, but the soldier said that Zhao Chongli was in the territory and asked him to send a message directly. Zhou Yin opened his communicator and told Zhao Chongli what had happened at the door. The other party only replied with one sentence, "Wait a moment." Soon, a soldier came out to greet Zhou Yin and invited him inside. There were quite a few people in the courtyard. Most of the men were soldiers, and the women were maids, clearly summoned from the territory to manage the courtyard. The courtyard is very uniquely decorated, complete with a pond, rockery, garden, pavilions, and towers. Upon arriving at the reception room, Zhao Chongli was already waiting. After Zhou Yin sat down, someone brought him tea. Zhao Chongli asked, "What do you want with me?" Zhou Yin stated frankly, "I want to summon a few people from the territory to come out and manage the house." "How many people?" "5, I guess." Zhao Chongli took out a notebook to register the information, had Zhou Yin sign it, and reminded him, "If anything goes wrong, you'll be responsible for it yourselves." Zhou Yin was already familiar with the rules. After signing and pressing his fingerprint, Zhao Chongli handed him 5 passes and explained how to use them. He also warned that these passes are only valid within the Ziwei Academy, and if someone is forcibly taken out of the academy, they will be teleported back to their territory. Zhou Yin nodded, indicating that he understood. Chapter 456, Purchasing a Shop in the Virtual Market of the Kanglan Continent. Having gotten what he wanted, Zhou Yin returned to the villa outside. It hadn't been cleaned for over 2 months. The house was dusty and looked rather desolate. He immediately teleported back to his territory, found Yin Lihua, and told her that he had obtained his pass and could summon the 2 people. Yin Lihua immediately arranged for someone to notify them. A few minutes later, Wang Ji and Lu Piao arrived and bowed respectfully. Zhou Yin directly instructed them that they would be responsible for cleaning the villas outside from now on, and that they could inform him at any time if they wished to return to their territory. Wang Ji expressed that it was their blessing to be able to work for the Lord. Neither of them had any memories of their past lives and were now just ordinary members of the territory, so they naturally had no other thoughts about Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin took out 2 passes and activated them with his spiritual power. The passes transformed into 2 beams of light, landing on Wang Ji and Lu Piao. The Ziwei Academy mark was also added to their bodies and recorded with Zhao Chongli. With this record, if anything happens to the 2 of them outside, Zhao Chongli will be able to detect it immediately, making it much easier to handle. Afterwards, Zhou Yin led the 2 women to the villa. They weren't too surprised to see the modern house. After all, the territory already had 5-star hotels, hot spring resorts, and cinemas, which they had all seen before. Zhou Yin pointed to the interior and said, "This place hasn't been cleaned in a long time, so thank you for your hard work." However, he also pointed out that the villa had many formations and mechanisms, and reminded them one by one which areas should not be touched. The 2 women were somewhat surprised. Wang Ji couldn't help but ask why the Lord had set up so many protective barriers. Zhou Yin was quite frank, saying that he was too outstanding and inevitably some people would target him secretly. He didn't want to die young. The 2 immediately understood that their Lord was afraid of being ambushed. The villa had many rooms, and they could choose whichever they wanted to stay in. Zhou Yin had also granted them permission to access food and cultivation resources from the territory. However, he also advised them not to go out casually, and if they really had to go out, they should wait for him to accompany them. The 2 women naturally agreed and wouldn't rashly cause him any trouble. After arranging these things, Wang Ji and Lu Piao began cleaning the villa. Zhou Yin also equipped them with communicators so they could contact him anytime if needed. This long-delayed matter was finally resolved. Next, he had another matter to attend to. Zhou Yin teleported back to his territory and arrived at the Multiverse Virtual Mall, directly inquiring with Jean Sanyi about the progress of the Kanglan Continent store. He had long wanted to open a shop in the virtual trading market of the Kanglan Continent, but hadn't found a suitable one yet. Jean Sanyi replied that he had already contacted several, but Zhou Yin hadn't been available before. If it was convenient now, they could go over to discuss prices. Zhou Yin nodded, deciding to take advantage of the present moment to deal with the matter. A newly opened shop might not have a good location, and it would take time to build up its customer base. It was far less convenient than simply taking over a shop that someone else had previously run. If he could buy directly from such places, Zhou Yin would even like to buy several more. Unfortunately, shops in the virtual market can only be transferred in terms of operating rights, so he can only choose one suitable one for now. Soon, Zhou Yin was teleported to the virtual trading market of the Kanglan Continent. Jean Sanyi had already sent someone to wait. A man in a black suit and sunglasses stepped forward and respectfully said he would take him there. Zhou Yin followed behind the other person without asking their name. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at a fairly busy area. The location wasn't bad, but one of the shops was doing very little business. The reason is simple. It's not that the location is bad, but that there's a lack of goods. The store doesn't have much to sell, so the owner decided to transfer the business. Such transactions can generally only be negotiated by the Lord himself. Although Jin Sanyi could make contact, he could not sign the contract on his behalf, which is why Zhou Yin came in person. Upon entering the shop, Zhou Yin glanced at the shelves and noticed that there weren't many items available, which explained the lack of customers. The biggest fear in business is running out of stock. Even the best location won't sustain a business. A maidservant approached him and asked what he needed to buy. Zhou Yin explained his purpose, asking her to inform the owner that he was there to discuss the shop's transfer price. Upon hearing this, the maid didn't dare delay and immediately went to contact the owner. Zhou Yin casually looked around the shop. The quality of the goods was average, but the prices were cheap, which attracted some ordinary customers. He went upstairs again and found that the goods upstairs were also scarce, and the few waiters were idle. Not long after, an older man came upstairs. The man looked at Zhou Yin, confirming that he was the one who wanted to take over the shop. Zhou Yin nodded and said his surname was Zhou. The man introduced himself as Lao Jin and told him he could take another look, and then they could talk in the office. Zhou Yin wasted no time and said directly that he didn't need to look anymore and would go to the office to discuss the price. Old Jin invited him to sit down, personally made tea, and then introduced that this was a long-established shop. Old Jin said that if he weren't getting old and his son wasn't a lord, he wouldn't have considered transferring the business. As for the price, he asked for 20 billion spirit coins. This amount wasn't out of Zhou Yan's reach, but it was clearly too high. After all, this was just a transfer, not a purchase of the shop's ownership. No wonder the shop hadn't been sold yet. Ordinary people simply wouldn't accept it. Zhou Yin took a sip of tea and simply stated his price, 15 billion. If you agree, we'll make the deal. If not, I'll look elsewhere. Old Jin fell silent upon hearing the number, clearly feeling it was too low and wanting to increase it further. But just as he was about to speak, Zhou Yin stood up, turned, and left. Old Jin was taken aback and quickly called out to him, wanting him to add a little more. But Zhou Yin didn't give him a chance to bargain. His attitude was simple, 15 billion yuan. If they were willing, they could sign the contract. If not, so be it. He had several other shops to choose from anyway, and he didn't need to waste time haggling. Zhou Yin didn't like this kind of drawn-out transaction. The price had been given, and the choice had been left to the other party. As for whether the shop could be sold, he'd let Lao Jin wait and see. Chapter 457, Recruitment. Zhou Yin arrived at the second shop, which was in an even better location than the previous one. There was a for sale sign on the door, and the shelves inside had been cleared out, with only a few people discussing the shop. He glanced around and realized these people were also there to discuss the transfer, but they hadn't agreed on a price yet. Zhou Yin stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, who's the owner?" A man stepped forward and said, "That's me. The price is fair. Whoever agrees first gets the shop." Zhou Yin asked, "How much?" The other party quoted a price directly, 16 billion. The price was indeed a bit high, but it wasn't much different from what Zhou Yin had expected, and besides, the location was better. He couldn't be bothered to argue with the previous owner who had asked for an outrageous price. Zhou Yin looked at the shop and was fairly satisfied, so he said, "Okay, I'll take it." The boss was overjoyed and immediately wanted to sign the agreement. The people around were stunned, not expecting Zhou Yin to not even haggle over the price, and some even suspected he was a shill. But they soon realized it was impossible. The boss had no reason to act like that. Since Zhou Yin had already agreed, no matter how unwilling they were, they could only leave helplessly. Zhou Yin didn't waste any words. After confirming that there were no problems with the contract, he signed it and transferred the money. This agreement had been officially confirmed, and once signed, the right to operate the store would officially belong to him. After buying the shop, he still needed to pay a minimum deposit of 100 million to the virtual market. Zhou Yin found it troublesome and directly transferred 10 billion to avoid having to make frequent payments later. The shop owner smiled and said, "Happy transaction," before leaving happily. After dealing with these matters, Zhou Yin instructed the man in black behind him, "You watch the shop. I will have Jin Sanyi send people to take over." After the man in black agreed, Zhou Yin sent the shop's location to Jin Sanyi, asking him to arrange for someone to come and stock the shelves. As for the waiters, he planned to hire them himself. Jin Sanyi's men can't be wasted. They still need to acquire resources in various worlds. Making money is secondary. After all, in other worlds, Zhou Yin can't openly buy shops like he does here. He can only cooperate with local merchants. The virtual trading market on the Kanglan continent is not much different from the real world. You can eat, sleep, and live here, The only difference is that you can't truly die, but it is still ultimately a virtual world. Afterwards, Zhou Yin teleported to the city center, arrived at the job fair, rented a job posting, and began writing job requirements. He doesn't ask about education or background, only that the person has good communication skills and can clearly introduce product to customers. Regarding salary, he's looked at the average sales associate salary, which is mostly 5 or 6,000 yuan, often including overtime. Zhou Yin raised the standards directly. The base salary for ordinary sales consultants is 8,000 yuan. Elite sales consultants are 10,000 yuan, and store managers are 15,000 yuan or more with overtime pay. They have 1 day off per week, 8 hours a day, double pay on weekends, triple pay on holidays, 5 social insurances, and 1 housing fund, year-end bonus, and no delays in salary payment, which is paid on time on the 1st of each month. After he finished writing, he looked at the job postings next to him, and the difference immediately became apparent. The terms were ridiculously good, leaving even the recruiters nearby stunned. One girl even abandoned her own recruitment booth and ran over to ask, "Is what's written here true?" Zhou Yin calmly stated, "As long as the applicant is successfully hired, a labor contract will be signed, and the process will be open and fair. Contracts signed in the virtual marketplace are genuine and valid. Any breach of contract will be automatically detected by the system. If the employer breaches the contract, their security deposit will be forfeited. If an employee seriously breaches the contract, they may be restricted from working in the marketplace, and a record will be kept." The girl immediately smiled and asked, "Can I apply for the job?" Zhou Yin glanced at her. "Don't you have a job?" The girl smiled sweetly. "It's okay, I haven't officially signed the contract yet, so you don't need to worry about it." Zhou Yin never expected that as soon as he laid out his conditions, he would easily poach someone else's recruiter. He reminded them, "You must sign a contract with me. This is not only to be responsible to you, but also to the store." The girl nodded quickly. With such treatment, as long as the contract is in place, no one is afraid of being scammed. A regular sales associate's base salary is 8,000 yuan, plus overtime pay and year-end bonus. Making over 100,000 yuan a year is not difficult, which is comparable to some white-collar workers and is naturally very attractive. A man nearby also came over and asked, "Brother, do you want a guy?" Zhou Yin replied, "Not for now. I'm only hiring sales assistants." Soon, his recruitment booth was surrounded by a group of girls looking for work. They all asked almost the same question, "Is it true? Do you sign a contract?" "I won't go if you don't sign a contract." Zhou Yin then realized that many shops do not sign labor contracts with their sales staff, which leads to employees being wronged or even harassed by their bosses with no recourse. So he simply added a clause to the job posting. A labor contract is required, or you will not be hired. Now, the sales assistants were even more eager to sign up. Zhou Yin asked them to send over their information so she could begin the selection process. With so many applicants and such attractive offers, it's natural to choose the most suitable candidate. First, appearance is important. Second, there can't be a bad record. And finally, communication skills are crucial. Chapter 458, The Palace of Lingxiao. "Excuse me, are you hiring a store manager?" A woman walked up to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin glanced up at her. She was pretty, but in his eyes, she was just average. After all, having seen Jiao Chan and the others, ordinary beauties rarely amazed him anymore. He casually took the documents and said, "Okay, just put them down." The woman introduced herself. "My name is Wang Shui. I have been a manager of 2 stores before and have a lot of management experience. I hope the boss can give me priority consideration." Zhou Yin flipped through the information and found that she had no criminal record and her resume was complete. But when he saw the names of the 2 shops, he was quite surprised. Aren't these the 2 shops he bought before? What a coincidence. Moreover, both shops that Wang Shui managed were eventually sold. However, this wasn't her fault. The first shop's owner was getting old and unwilling to invest further, while the second shop was in dire need of funds, forcing them to sell to recoup losses. Zhou Yin looked at her and asked, "Do you know which shop I own?" Wang Shui was taken aback. "I've never been there. How would I know?" Zhou Yin said calmly, "It's the one you just left. I've already bought it. It hasn't been renamed yet, but it will be soon." Wang Shui was immediately surprised. "What a coincidence. You're actually the boss." The other job applicants nearby were also stunned. They had originally thought that such a high salary would be offered by a large established store, but it turned out to be a new store, and the owner was even personally recruiting. For a moment, everyone felt uncertain. Zhou Yin asked, "Is there a problem?" Wang Shui quickly shook her head. No problem. She was simply curious and also wanted to see for herself what this new store was all about. After all, the conditions Zhou Yin offered were incredibly tempting. Zhou Yin didn't say much and simply said, "You're hired. However, you have a 1-month probationary period. If you're not capable enough, you can be replaced at any time." Wang Shui nodded. Okay. Afterwards, Zhou Yin selected about 50 people from the applicants and said to them, "Come with me to the store first. Everyone will have a 1-month probationary period. If you pass the probationary period, you will sign a formal contract. During the probationary period, your salary will be paid at the normal rate." The selected girls were very excited and immediately followed Zhou Yin to the shop. When Zhou Yin returned to the shop, there were already quite a few people inside. Upon seeing him, everyone respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, Lord." Zhou Yin nodded and led the newly recruited people inside. The shop has now been completely transformed. The renovation process is very convenient. Simply select a design within the shop system to complete the process, although each element costs spirit coins. With Jin Sanyi personally overseeing the project, and given his vision and capabilities, everything was naturally arranged to the highest standards. The entire shop looked high-end and sophisticated, clearly indicating its high class. The girls following Zhou Yin were all stunned. They had all worked as sales assistants and had seen many shops. They could tell at a glance that this place had top-notch decor and was definitely not cheap. They were initially worried about the stability of the new store, but now they were curious about which powerful family Zhou Yin belonged to, that he was willing to spend so much money. Wang Shui, in particular, almost thought she had gone to the wrong place. Compared to when she left, this place was like heaven and earth. Judging from their discerning eye, this kind of renovation couldn't be done for less than 1 billion spirit coins. Jin Sanyi quickly stepped forward and said, "Lord, why are you personally recruiting? You can leave this to us." Zhou Yin casually replied, "It's all right, we've already recruited about 50 people. If that's not enough, you can arrange for more to be recruited." Jin Sanyi immediately agreed. "Don't worry, leave everything here to me." Zhou Yin looked at the women and briefly explained, "I'm not often here, so you'll have to listen to him from now on. His name is Jin Sanyi, and he's my butler." This was the identity he casually assigned to Jin Sanyi. The girls quickly replied, "Yes, boss." Seeing such a working environment, they were all very happy. A shop of this caliber would definitely attract a large number of customers once it opened. Jin Sanyi then asked, "Lord, can we begin loading the goods?" Zhou Yin nodded. "Okay." Jin Sanyi immediately gestured to a group of men in black. Soon, they took out items from the treasure room, preparing them for sale, and began to place them on the shelves. The girls glanced over instinctively, then gasped in shock. The lowest quality items on the shelves were all silver. There wasn't a single item below bronze. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "Are they trying to go for a high-end market?" They were increasingly astonished as they looked. The equipment, materials, skill books, and props were not only plentiful, but also had excellent attributes. As experienced sales associates, they understand very well what these items mean to buyers. These are all equipment that increases luck. They range from silver to diamond quality. There are so many kinds of materials, many of which I've never seen before. We also recycle damaged equipment here, regardless of quality or quantity. High-grade materials, blueprints, props, and buildings are also recycled. So many skill books. There are even so many S-quality skill books. They look from the first floor to the 6th floor, becoming increasingly astonished. Each floor was filled with high-quality goods of all kinds, many of which they had never seen before. Many of the valuable items were marked as being available only for barter. It's easy to imagine that once these items were put out, buyers would go to great lengths to trade them. What shocked them even more was the information they were collecting. This store not only sold high-end goods, but also collected them with audacity that was truly frightening. The way everyone looked at Zhou Yin changed completely. They simply couldn't understand what kind of power this young boss came from, that he possessed such immense wealth and resources. They finally understood why Zhou Yin dared to offer such a high salary. It turned out this wasn't an ordinary shop at all, but a genuine high-end treasure store. Everyone was filled with fighting spirit. To stay here, they had to show real skills, or they would be eliminated at any time. Wang Shui was secretly thrilled. She knew this was her chance. If she could run the store well, she would definitely be able to prove her abilities. Seeing that the shop was almost ready, Zhou Yin went outside to prepare to change the shop name. After thinking for a moment, he simply named the shop Lingxiao Palace. Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 459, Entering the World of Snow Sword. As soon as Zhou Yin returned to his territory, Siting sent him a message asking where he was. Zhou Yin said he had just arrived, and Siting immediately told him that she and Hua Yurong were at the movie theater and had discovered that the movie world could now be teleported to. Zhou Yin then remembered the movie theater. With the building's upgrade, the cooldown time had been shortened considerably, and since he was free at the moment, he headed straight there to see which worlds were showing this time. Upon arriving at the movie theater, Situng and Hua Yurong greeted him with smiles. One was a vine spirit, the other a flower spirit. The stronger they became, the more captivating their aura grew. Siting blinked and asked him if he was going to bring back another pair of sisters from his territory this time. Zhou Yin smiled and said he would first look at the world content and definitely choose one that would be useful to his territory. This cinema was now level 50, and he even had extra space for TV dramas. He hadn't entered the Snow Sword sect last time, so he didn't know if it was still there this time. The three arrived at the screening area, where Zhou Yin discovered that the TV series was still The Sword and the Brocade, while the movies included Goodbye Mr. Loser, Farewell My Concubine, Z-Storm, and Ready Player One. Since the movies weren't particularly helpful to the territory, he ultimately chose to enter the world of The Sword and the Brocade. This drama is adapted from a novel. Zhou Yin hadn't read the original work, but he knew the TV series had a good plot. However, he wasn't interested in the female lead at all. She wasn't even as attractive as Yue. What truly caught his attention was Nangong Push, who possessed both top-notch looks and abilities. He had already made up his mind. He could leave the others behind, but he had to bring Minister Nangong out no matter what. Considering that the TV series was quite long and he would have to stay for at least a day after entering, he asked for leave in advance and told Situng and Hua Yurong that they could talk to him after he came out. Siting nodded in agreement and watched Zhou Yin walk into the private screening room. The next moment, he was transported into a snowy world. This world has a high level of martial prowess, and even the legendary realm of immortals exists. Figures like Li Chungang, Wang Xinji, and Deng Taiye are all at the level of terrestrial immortals, their strength roughly comparable to that of Wang Yixian, the sword god of Ziwei Academy. Zhou Yin was familiar with the TV series plot, but the original novel was irrelevant to the world he had entered. After the teleportation was completed, a flood of memories rushed into his mind. His identity was changed to that of a chivalrous knight-errant whom Su Fengyan met during his travels, and he became sworn brothers with Su Fengyan. In this way, he could naturally travel the world with Su Fengyan and Lao Huang, heading towards Bailiang. Although Zhou Yin was surprised by this identity, he also understood that it would make it easier to enter the Bailiang royal palace and follow the plot. As soon as he landed, he saw several people standing in front of him, including the travel-worn Su Fengyan and Old Huang. Looking down, he saw that he was also wearing a hempen outfit. At that moment, the three of them were being stopped by an old man who grew sweet potatoes, because Su Fengyan had been caught red-handed stealing sweet potatoes. The three had no money, so the melon farmer naturally refused to let them go. Zhou Yin knew that Old Huang was actually Jian Jiu Huang, who possessed 9 weapons hidden in his box and was extremely powerful, but he wouldn't easily make a move unless Su Fengyan's life was in danger. Through their memories, Su Fengyan and Lao Huang knew that Zhou Yin knew martial arts, but they didn't know exactly how strong he was. Of course, Zhou Yin wouldn't lay a hand on a melon farmer, a fact that Su Fengyan and Lao Huang also understood. Su Fengyan even tried to invoke his identity as the heir of Bailiang, hoping the melon farmer would let them go, but the farmer didn't believe him at all. Finally, Su Fengyan shouted, "Run," and turned to flee, displaying his exceptional ability to escape. Zhou Yin didn't run far after them. Instead, he stopped, took out a silver coin, and handed it to the melon farmer who had caught up with him, saying that this money was enough to buy 100 caddies of sweet potatoes. The melon farmer bit the silver coin, his face immediately lighting up with a smile, complaining that he should have taken it out earlier. Zhou Yin then suggested digging up more sweet potatoes, and the farmers, having already received payment, naturally agreed. So Zhou Yin dug up a considerable number of sweet potatoes, and then caught up with Su Fengyan and Lao Huang. The two were surprised to see the sweet potatoes in his hand. Su Fengyan felt it was dishonest of them to steal so many sweet potatoes and planned to have someone compensate the farmers after returning to Bailiang. Zhou Yin smiled and told him that the money had already been paid. Su Fengyin and Lao Huang were relieved and jokingly scolded him for hiding money. The three then lit a fire to roast sweet potatoes, and Zhou Yin, who rarely gets to try it, found the sweet potatoes to be quite delicious. The three were enjoying their meal when a group of horsemen suddenly appeared in front of them. They didn't look like good people. They were probably bandits. The leader came up to them, saw the three men eating sweet potatoes in such a disheveled state, and asked them if they wanted to eat meat. Upon hearing the word meat, Su Fengyin's eyes lit up instantly, and he answered without hesitation that he wanted some. The other person then told them that there was a dilapidated temple 5 miles ahead, and that they should follow it. There was meat to eat there. Su Fengyin hadn't had meat in a long time, and his stomach was immediately rumbling with cravings. Without a second thought, he agreed. After the group finished speaking, they rode away, and the three of them prepared to follow. Chapter 460, You Little Brat. Have you ever seen a spatial ring before? They have signs of military formation, unlike ordinary bandits. Su Fengyin grew up in the Northern Liang army and was extremely familiar with horses and the atmosphere of military ranks. He could tell at a glance that those people were not ordinary. After he finished speaking, he looked at Old Huang and asked him what he thought. Old Huang immediately advised, "Young master, you don't know martial arts, so let's avoid this." Su Fengyin clutched his stomach, but was still thinking about the smell of meat. He replied directly, "If you want to avoid it, then avoid it. I want to eat meat. Besides, there's still Zhou Yin." Old Huang glanced at Zhou Yin and could only sigh helplessly. Zhou Yin, on the other hand, was straightforward. Let's go eat some meat. Don't worry, this kid won't die." The three of them then chased after the direction the bandits had gone. Upon reaching the vicinity of the dilapidated temple, they discovered that quite a few people had followed them. Su Fengyin was curious, wondering what these bandits were up to. Zhou Yin simply said, "If you want to eat meat, just go inside and see for yourself." Soon after, the bandits set up a pot to cook meat, and the aroma filled the air. Su Fengyin's mouth watered at the smell, and when the meat was cooked, he ate a bowl himself. At this point, the bandit leader finally revealed his purpose. They were looking for Su Fengyin, the heir of Bailiang. If they found anyone dressed in fine clothes and with a similar appearance, they should report it immediately, and there would be a great reward. After listening, Zhou Yin chuckled in a low voice. "If I hand you over, won't I be rich?" Su Fengyin, however, remained calm and replied while eating, "You're not stupid. Come back to Bailiang with me. We have everything we need, and we don't have to worry about being chased by the Bailiang Iron Cavalry." Old Huang laughed too. He naturally didn't believe Zhou Yin would betray Su Fengyin. Su Fengyin even snatched some meat from Old Huang's bowl, asking him to leave some for himself. Not long after, a bandit came and said that their boss wanted to see Su Fengyin. Old Huang immediately became nervous, but Zhou Yin comforted him. "What are you afraid of? This kid is smarter than a monkey. Nothing will happen." Old Huang nodded, but his hand was already secretly preparing to strike. Soon, the sound of a knife striking echoed from inside the dilapidated temple, indicating that a fight had broken out. Fortunately, Su Fengyin was unharmed and soon emerged smiling. Old Huang hurriedly inquired about the situation. Su Fengyin proudly said that these people had come to kill him, and that they were from Chu. He then lied and claimed that he was also an orphan of Chu, which fooled the leader into crying inside. Old Huang felt it was unwise to linger there and urged them to leave quickly. Although Su Fengyin didn't care much, the three of them still set off that very night. The next day, they continued their journey to Bailiang and encountered a man in white on the way. Zhou Yin knew that the man was none other than Nangong Push, also a highly skilled and beautiful character in the story. Just then, the bandits from yesterday caught up with them again, stopped the three of them, and pointed at the man in white, saying that was Su Fengyin. Su Fengyin and Lao Huang were stunned, finding it amusing that they had mistaken him for someone else. The bandits immediately stepped forward to question Minister Nangong, and before they could exchange more than a few words, they attacked. But they were no match for Minister Nangong and were killed in the blink of an eye. The group continued on their journey and discovered that Minister Nangong was also heading towards Bailiang. Su Fengyin couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Don't you think that person looks like a fox?" Before he could finish speaking, Minister Nangong suddenly stopped. Su Fengyin was startled and immediately shut his mouth. Seeing that the other party ignored him, he breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "You could hear me from this far away?" Old Huang seized the opportunity to persuade him to learn martial arts, saying that if he practiced, he could also have such hearing. However, Su Fengyin remained uninterested. Zhou Yin knew that for Minister Nangong to enter the Su family smoothly, there couldn't be any mistakes at this time. So he made an excuse that he needed to use the restroom and let Su Fengyin and Lao Huang go first. Lao Huang wasn't worried, knowing that Zhou Yin was faster than them. Sure enough, not long after Zhou Yin left, the bandits caught up with him again. This time, they produced a portrait of Su Fengyin, who immediately realized he couldn't hide it any longer and had no choice but to admit his identity, demanding to know where the portrait came from. The other party said the portrait came from the Northern Liang army. Seeing that the bandits were about to kill someone, Su Fengyin finally panicked and hoped that Zhou Yin would return soon, but Zhou Yin did not appear. In a critical moment, Su Fengyin saw Nangong push ahead and immediately shouted, "I'll pay for my own life. Name your price." Just as the bandit's blade came down, Minister Nangong finally intervened, knocking the longsword away and coldly asking Su Fengyin, "Who is Su Xiao to you?" Having narrowly escaped death, Su Fengyin hurriedly replied, "He is my father." Only then did Minister Nangong propose a condition. To save his life today, he must allow him to enter the Listening Tide Pavilion. Su Fengyin agreed without hesitation. Minister Nangong told him to go first, and then with a single move, he knocked the remaining bandits off their horses. At this moment, Zhou Yin also appeared and praised him lightly. Good skills. Su Fengyin was furious when he saw him and complained that he and Lao Huang almost lost their lives. Zhou Yin laughed and said, "You're still alive and kicking, aren't you?" This remark infuriated Su Fengyin. Afterwards, Zhou Yin led over the horses left behind by the bandits, allowing everyone to ride on their way. He also led a horse for Nangong Push, since she was also heading to Bailiang. After they mounted their horses, Su Fengyin gave Nangong Push another nickname, calling her White Foxface. Old Huang laughed heartily, but Nangong Push began to doubt. Could such an unconventional person really be the crown prince of Bailiang? On the way, Zhou Yin glanced at Nangong Push's twin swords and casually remarked, "These two swords look ordinary." Nangong Push immediately replied, "They can easily take your life." Zhou Yin smiled and took out a sword. "That's not necessarily true. Mine is no worse than yours." Su Fengyin's eyes widened immediately. "Zhou Yin, when did you hide a sword on your person?" Zhou Yin feigned mystery, claiming he could perform magic. He placed a sword in front of everyone, and in the next instant, the sword vanished into thin air. With a flick of his wrist, the sword reappeared. Su Fengyin was quite surprised and immediately asked Zhou Yin to teach him. Old Huang and Minister Nangong were also astonished because they couldn't figure out the trick at all. Zhou Yin chuckled inwardly. "Little brat, have you ever seen a spatial ring before?" Chapter 461, Deceiving Minister Nangong. The group continued their journey on horseback. Su Fengyin kept pestering Zhou Yin, insisting on learning his magic tricks. However, Zhou Yin himself couldn't teach him, and could only give a perfunctory reply, saying that Su Fengyin's aptitude was too poor to learn. Su Fengyin was unconvinced and turned to ask Lao Huang. Lao Huang nodded without hesitation, said bad, and then grinned. Su Fengyin was immediately helpless and could only curse Lao Huang for being disloyal. As night fell, the group lit a campfire in the wilderness. Nangong Push drew a knife and casually introduced it, saying that this knife was named Xiaodong, 3 feet 2 inches long, weighing 10 caddies and 9 ounces, with a blunt and simple edge, just like any other knife in the world. Then she drew another short knife, saying that it was called Spring Thunder, 2 feet 4 inches long, weighing 1 pound and 3 ounces, capable of cutting hair in an instant, and as sharp as the heart of a poisonous person. Zhou Yin also took out a sword and introduced it as the Duan Yun sword, the first spiritual weapon forged by his family's weapon refiner. Upon hearing the word spiritual weapon, Su Fengyin immediately became interested and asked what a spiritual weapon was. Zhou Yin explained that weapons, when pushed to a certain level, can develop sentience and become known as spiritual weapons. Su Fengyin naturally didn't believe him, thinking he was just fooling a child. The next moment, Duan Yunjian suddenly let out a sword cry, flew out of his hand and into the sky, radiating a dazzling light, then fell down and circled around the crowd before finally returning to Zhou Yin's hand. Throughout the entire process, Zhou Yin showed no fluctuation of internal energy. Su Fengyin, who did not understand martial arts, only found it amazing, but Lao Huang and Nangong Push were truly shocked. They could not see how Zhou Yin controlled the sword at all. Zhou Yin looked at Nangong Push and, seeing the doubt in her eyes, asked her if she wanted to learn. Nangong Push was very direct and immediately asked about the conditions. Zhou Yin said that as long as she leaves this world with him, he will not only give her a magical sword, but also teach her various powerful spells, and even enable her to fly and escape into the earth. Minister Nangong was taken aback, but Su Fengyin immediately shouted that he wanted to learn too. Old Huang was excited, thinking that his young master had finally agreed to learn martial arts, but Su Fengyin said matter-of-factly that he wanted to learn magic, not martial arts. The group fell silent for a moment, and Minister Nangong only replied, "We'll talk about it later." The next day, they arrived at a wine stall. Su Fengyin slammed his hand on the table and shouted for the waiter to bring wine. The waiter was startled awake and looked at the group. He noticed that apart from Nangong Push, who was relatively clean, the other three did not look like wealthy people, and he hesitated. Zhou Yin tossed out a silver coin, and the waiter beamed as he went to serve the wine. Su Fengyin looked at Zhou Yin and couldn't help but asked him how much money he had left. Zhou Yin shrugged and said this was the last piece. From now on, he would really have to rely on Su Fengyin. Su Fengyin didn't seem to mind, saying that once they returned to Bailiang, he would naturally be well taken care of. Before long, the Phoenix Battalion arrived. Ningame remained impolite to Su Fengyin, not even bothering to dismount, but Su Fengyin was already used to it and didn't take it to heart. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Su Fengyin led Zhou Yin and the others into the city to return to their residence. Zhou Yin and Minister Nangong were seated in guest rooms, where maids brought them bathwater and clothes. Next, Zhou Yin only needed to wait for Su Xiao to arrange for Su Fengyin to travel again. Until then, he could simply stay in the northern Liang prince's mansion and enjoy himself. That evening, after Zhou Yin finished eating, he saw Nangong Push practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard, so he went over. He could tell that Nangong Push's skill level was quite high, not much different from his own, so he casually praised her swordsmanship. Nangong Push sheathed his sword and looked at him, saying that the swordsmanship he had displayed during the day was quite unique, and he would like to learn a thing or two from him. Zhou Yin readily agreed, took out his Duan Yun sword, and with a casual flick of his wrist, the long sword shot straight toward Nangong Push. Nangong Push drew both swords simultaneously, deflecting the flying sword with a clang. However, Duan Yun Jian, under Zhou Yan's control, continuously changed direction, attacking relentlessly, forcing her to fight with all her might. She quickly realized that if this continued, she would eventually give out, so she tried to get closer to Zhou Yan's main body. But Zhou Yan didn't give her a chance. His flying sword remained blocking her way. The more she fought, the more alarmed Nangong Push became. She considered herself to be among the top martial artists of the younger generation, but she could not only not see through this person, she could not even get close to him. After an incense stick's time, Nangong Push's breathing became visibly disordered, and he immediately announced that he would stop fighting. She was frustrated. Her opponent had only used a sword to entangle her, yet she was completely helpless. She couldn't help but ask Zhou Yin what kind of martial art this was, and why he hadn't used any internal energy at all. Zhou Yin reiterated his terms, saying that if she left this world with him, he would definitely teach her. Nangong Push then earnestly inquired about the true meaning of leaving this world. Zhou Yin told her it meant going to another place, where there were even more powerful martial arts and unimaginable strength. He also said that the people there, who were around their age, were all very strong, and each of them might even be far superior to her, and asked her if she wanted to go and see for herself. Nangong Push was greatly surprised after hearing this, but finally nodded in agreement. After she finished reading all the martial arts manuals at Tingxiao Pavilion, she would go there with Zhou Yin to take a look. Zhou Yin was secretly pleased, thinking that once she went, he wouldn't let her come back so easily. This time, he had successfully persuaded Minister Nangong. He even started to consider taking Su Fengyin and the entire northern Liang with him. But when he thought of that old fox Su Xiao, he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that it was almost impossible. However, Zhou Yin didn't intend to leave empty-handed. He planned to take as many people as possible with him, ideally including Li Changgang. After all, he had a way to regenerate Li Chuangong's severed arm and help him reach the true realm of immortality. Now that he has arrived in this world, Su Fengyan, the protagonist, can only take a back seat for the time being. Chapter 462, Could it be photographic memory? The next day, Su Fengyan invited Zhou Yin to fish by his lake, next to the Tingxiao Pavilion. At this time, Su Xiao had already begun to set a trap for his son, but Su Fengyan was still kept in the dark, single-mindedly trying to find out who wanted to kill him. Zhou Yin arrived at the lakeside and saw several maids standing beside Su Fengyan. Qing Niao had a cold expression, Hong Shu was bright and cheerful, and Nangong Push was also standing to the side. Their eyes were always on Tingxiao Pavilion, obviously wanting to go in, but knowing that there were many experts here, they dared not act rashly. Su Fengyan then introduced, "This is my younger brother, Su Longxiang." Minister Nangong glanced at Su Longxiang, only briefly commenting on his innate superhuman strength, before asking Su Fengyan when he would allow her into Tingxiao Pavilion. Su Fengyan started to play dirty, saying he could enter, but only for an hour. Minister Nangong didn't waste any words and went straight to the conditions. Su Fengyan then asked her who in the Northern Liang army would want to kill him. Nangong Push answered decisively. "After you die, besides the young prince, who else can control the military?" Su Fengyan immediately thought of Su Zhao's 6 adopted sons, but Zhou Yin knew that all of this was just a scheme set up by Su Xiao. Just then a white eagle flew in. Su Fengyan took down the note, read it, and said that Chu Lushan wanted to see him, and Chu Lushan was one of the 6 adopted sons. Not long after, Chu Lushan arrived, first expressing his concern, then saying that a courtesan had come to the Zijin Tower, possessing both beauty and talent, especially skilled in sword dance, considered the best in Lingzhou. Su Fengyan, still having to maintain his playboy image in public, naturally had to attend this occasion. Before leaving, he looked at Zhou Yin and Minister Nangong and asked them if they wanted to go to the brothel. Zhou Yin said it didn't matter, and Minister Nangong casually agreed. Su Fengyan then complained that the fruit at Zijinlu was not good and planned to bring his own. Chu Lushan hurriedly tried to take the fruit, but Su Fengyan shook his head and looked at Jiang and I. Upon hearing that they were going to a brothel, Jiang and I immediately refused, but was eventually forced to change into men's clothing and reluctantly carried the fruit with her. The group walked all the way to the Purple Gold Tower. Jiang and I even deliberately ate the fruit, thinking that this would save her from going inside. Unfortunately, Su Fengyan didn't fall for it and forcibly dragged her inside anyway. Inside the Purple Gold Tower, they met Yu Wei. She was lively and beautiful, with a captivating charm, but her true identity was that of a Chu woman who had come to assassinate Su Fengyan. She was also a pawn planted in someone else's game. The assassination attempt failed, and Su Fengyan spared her life. Instead, he introduced her to Jiang Ni, revealing that Jiang Ni was actually the princess of Western Chu. Finally, Yu Wei was taken back to the Northern Liang royal palace by Su Fengyan. Afterwards, Su Fengyan began investigating who had leaked his portrait. Minister Nangong also asked Zhou Yin if the person who wanted to kill Su Fengyan might be one of Su Zhao's 6 adopted sons. Zhou Yin countered by asking her why she was so certain. She couldn't say for sure, but of the 6, Chen Jibao was the most suspicious. He was known as the Pillar of Northern Liang and the God of War of Northern Liang. Everyone said he was the most qualified to succeed Chen Jibao. Zhou Yin smiled and said that she might have guessed wrong this time. He didn't explain why, and Minister Nangong couldn't figure out what he knew. Not long after, Chen Jibao arrived, bringing with him the head of the person who leaked Su Fengyan's portrait. However, he wasn't a mastermind. Chen Jibao also revealed all of Su Fengyan's actions during this period, and the matter was temporarily dropped. Subsequently, Minister Nangong finally entered Tingxiao Pavilion to learn martial arts, and Zhou Yin followed him in after Su Fengyan agreed. The two began to peruse the various martial arts manuals inside. As for the subsequent schemes against Su Fengyan outside, Zhou Yin didn't care. After all, Su Fengyan was the protagonist and wouldn't die easily. Zhou Yin possessed an exceptional memory, able to memorize the contents of secret manuals with a single glance. These techniques were also useful to him, enhancing his yin-yang creation technique. Even though his techniques were already of a high grade, absorbing the essence of other martial arts could still allow him to further improve his existing skills and even create new moves. Seeing that he could turn the pages at an absurdly fast speed, Minister Nangong couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "You can remember everything after just one glance? Do you have a photographic memory?" Zhou Yin smiled faintly and said that this was nothing. He could easily scan it. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his powerful mental energy, causing a large number of books in the listening tide pavilion to suspend in midair, and then quickly read their contents with his mental energy. His spiritual power was already formidable, and the attribute accumulation from the hundreds of thousands of people in his territory who underwent job changes was astonishing. Even though later, due to the soul refining flame, only 10 points of free attribute could be converted into 1 point of attribute, each point was more refined and powerful. Now that his mental strength attribute was approaching 10,000 points, memorizing these books was naturally a piece of cake. In just a few minutes, Zhou Yan's mind was filled with a large number of cultivation techniques and martial arts manuals, a considerable gain. Once he could visualize the scene in his mind that night and integrate the contents, his cultivation techniques and martial arts skills would undergo a significant upgrade. Nangong Push watched this almost miraculous scene, deeply shaken. After Zhou Yin stopped and put all the books back in their original places, Minister Nangong couldn't help but ask, "Have you read them all?" Zhou Yin nodded confidently. "Of course, want to give it a try?" Minister Nangong casually pulled out a secret manual and asked Zhou Yin a question on the spot. Zhou Yin remained calm and answered each question in detail, even reciting the contents of the book from memory. Chapter 463, Su Zhao's Visit. Minister Nangong was very surprised, and even Grandpa Wei was shocked by Zhou Yan's methods, and couldn't help but exclaim, "I estimate that your martial arts talent can rank in the top 3 in the current martial arts world." Although he was ranked in the top 3, in everyone's hearts, probably no one could surpass him. At least, Minister Nangong believed that Zhou Yan's talent was worthy of being called the best in the world. In the days that followed, Zhou Yin and Nangong Push grew closer and closer. Nangong Push was a martial arts fanatic, single-mindedly wanting to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Naturally, he wouldn't miss the opportunity to learn from someone as talented as Zhou Yin. She challenged Zhou Yin to sparring matches almost every day, but each time she was utterly defeated, unable even to get close. Zhou Yan's methods were too unpredictable, leaving her completely bewildered and frustrated. Taking advantage of their time together, Zhou Yin launched various offensives towards Nangong Push. Although Nangong Push did not verbally agree, his heart had been gradually won over, and the two became much closer. Zhou Yin was naturally happy, but it was Grandpa Wei who suffered. At his age, he was always forced to watch the two of them being lovey-dovey, and could only occasionally run to the rooftop to find Zhao Yishan to get some peace and quiet. A few days later, Su Fengyin arrived at Tingxiao Pavilion. After exchanging a few words with the two men, he went upstairs to find his master. Not long after, he returned and directly asked Nangong Push, "Could I borrow your sword?" Zhou Yin immediately understood that Su Fengyin was going to rescue the old monster at the bottom of the lake. Meanwhile, old Huang Jianzhou Huang was also about to leave Lingzhou to challenge Wang Xianji in the East Sea, where he would likely die. Zhou Yin didn't want Jianzhou Huang to die like this. It would be such a pity if someone like him were to perish. When Nangong Push asked Su Fengyin what he needed the knife for, Zhou Yin took out the Duanyin sword first and handed it over. "Use mine, her knife is useless to you." Su Fengyin took the sword, weighed it in his hand, and found it wasn't heavy. He asked doubtfully, "Can this sword cut through iron chains?" Zhou Yin said calmly, "Even Shintai can't stop it." Su Fengyin was overjoyed and grabbed the broken cloud sword, heading outside. Zhou Yin looked at Nangong Push and asked if she wanted to see what Su Fengyin was up to. Nangong Push nodded, and the two followed him out. Just as they stepped out of Tingxiao Pavilion, Zhou Yin casually took Nangong Push's hand. She stiffened, trying to break free, but unable to, and could only let him hold her hand. The two arrived at the lakeside and saw Su Fengyin leap into the water with the broken cloud sword in hand. Nangong Push asked in confusion, "Why did he jump into the lake?" Zhou Yin explained that someone was locked at the bottom of the lake, and Su Fengyin went to rescue him. Minister Nangong was even more surprised and asked him how he knew. Zhou Yin laughed and said that he relied on his perception. He not only knew that there was someone at the bottom of the lake, but also that there was a top expert hidden under the listening tide pavilion, so strong that even he might not be a match for him. Looking at the world, perhaps only the King Xianji of the East Sea could compare with him. The Minister of Works Nangong was shocked and pressed for details about who the person was. Zhou Yin simply smiled and said that he would know in time. Su Fengyin quickly emerged from the lake. Zhou Yin released his spiritual power to support him and pull him to his side. Su Fengyan, barely regaining his senses, saw Zhou Yin and Nangong Push still holding hands, and his eyes widened in shock. Nangong Push remained silent, but Zhou Yin said frankly, "A beautiful and virtuous woman is the object of a gentleman's affections." Su Fengyan Baoet Zet Pet Fun. He truly didn't know what to say about managing to win over even someone as cold and aloof as Minister Nangong. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake, and the old man trapped at the bottom finally broke through the water and burst into laughter. Su Fengyan immediately shouted at him, "I saved you, so you have to listen to me from now on." Old Kuei sneered, "I'm being lenient by not killing you. Why should I listen to you?" Su Fengyan was taken aback, realizing that this was different from what Lao Huang had said. Soon, Lao Huang arrived carrying the sword box and comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, young master, if he's not convinced, we'll beat him until he is." Upon seeing Lao Huang, Lao Kuei's hatred surged. "Jianjiu Huang, so it's you? You're still alive?" Old Huang laughed and said, "You're still alive. How could I bear to die?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Old Kuei attacked Jianjiu Huang. But Old Huang's strength far exceeded Su Fengyan's expectations, and he defeated Old Kuei in no time, leaving Su Fengyan dumbfounded. He couldn't help but look at Zhou Yin. "Old Huang is actually that amazing?" Zhou Yin nodded. "It's all right." Minister Nangong asked in shock, "You could defeat Jianjiu Huang?" Zhou Yin replied without hesitation, "Of course." Although his cultivation level wasn't particularly high, he had plenty of ways to kill Jianjiu Huang if he truly wanted to. Let alone Jianjiu Huang. Even Wang Xinji might not be able to withstand his methods, which were unlike anything ever seen in this world. Su Fengyan was the most frustrated. He then realized that he was actually the weakest one here. Finally, under Jianjiu Huang's intimidation, Lao Kuei agreed to protect Su Fengyan for 2 months. Lao Huang also prepared to leave Lingzhou for the East Sea to challenge Wang Xinji. Everything that followed was arranged by Su Xiao. Zhou Yin just didn't expect that one day Su Xiao would personally come to him. Su Xiao arrived with food and wine, acting as if they were family. Come, sit down. You and Feng Yin are brothers, so you're practically my son too." Zhou Yin knew in his heart that Su Xiao was by no means simple. With the help of an unparalleled strategist like Li Yishan, he was pushing Su Fengyan step by step, all in order to cultivate a qualified successor to the king of Bailiang. So Zhou Yin didn't beat around the bush. "Please speak frankly. I won't refuse to help if it's necessary." Su Xiao smiled and said, "You're a smart kid. Well then, I won't waste any more words. I just want to know, what is your real purpose in getting close to Feng Yin?" These days, Su Xiao has been investigating Zhou Yin's background, but to no avail. Zhou Yin seems to have appeared out of nowhere. His origins and background are unknown. As for Minister Nangong, it could be found that she came from the Nangong family of Northern Mang, but Su Xiao also didn't know what her purpose was in coming here. Chapter 464. Asking Wang Xinji for help. It's not surprising that Su Xiao suspected Zhou Yin had ulterior motives. Given his cunning, anyone who got close to Su Fengyan couldn't possibly escape his machinations. Zhou Yin told him directly that he had no ulterior motives, was not sent by anyone, and would protect Su Fengyan, so he didn't need to overthink it. Su Xiao knew that if Zhou Yin really wanted to kill Su Fengyan, he would have had the opportunity to do so long ago. He just wanted to test this man's background, and from Zhou Yan's attitude, he had also gotten a sense of what was going on. Su Xiao then asked about Lao Huang, and was surprised to hear from Su Fengyan that Zhou Yin could defeat Lao Huang. Zhou Yin nodded in agreement, saying that defeating Lao Huang was not difficult, but Lao Huang was certain to die on his trip to the martial emperor's city in the East Sea. Su Xiao remained silent for a moment, then could only say that it was Lao Huang's own choice, and no one could stop him. But Zhou Yin said that no one wanted Lao Huang to die, and neither did he, so he wouldn't let Lao Huang die. Su Xiao's expression changed. That was Wang Xinji. How many people in the world could save someone from him? Zhou Yin didn't explain, only instructing Su Xiao to notify him when Lao Huang was almost at Woody City. Su Xiao found him increasingly unfathomable, but unwilling to let Lao Huang get into trouble. He stood up, cupped his hands, and entrusted Lao Huang's affairs to him. After Zhou Yin accepted, Su Xiao quickly left to continue arranging his own plans. Afterwards, Su Fengyan held his coming-of-age ceremony. Su Xiao then told him that Su Longxiang had been sent to Wudong, which immediately aroused Su Fengyan's dissatisfaction. Su Fengyan approached Zhou Yin, asking him to be his bodyguard and accompany him to Wudong Mountain. Nangong Push reminded him that Su Xiao probably hadn't agreed. Su Fengyan, however, said it was his own business and Su Xiao didn't need to interfere, insisting that Zhou Yin must help him. Zhou Yin agreed, stating that he wasn't afraid of offending Su Xiao, but that it wasn't appropriate for Minister Nangong to interfere. Nangong didn't object, simply nodding in agreement. With Zhou Yin present, Su Fengyan didn't go looking for Lao Kuei again. He released Ningame with a warrant and, with Jiang Ni's help, rode out of the city. Zhou Yin understood that all of this was actually part of Su Zhao's plan, but he didn't expose it. Just as they left the city, Qin Jibao caught up with them, relaying Su Zhao's message. Su Fengyan can go to Wudong, but Ningame and Chu Lushan must stay behind. Su Fengyan had no choice but to agree. Upon arriving at Wudong, Su Fengyan's first act was to brutally beat Hong Xixiang. Hong Xixiang lay on the ground, too afraid to retaliate. Su Fengyan was furious that Hong had abandoned his sister years ago, leaving her with regrets. Hong Xixiang also had his reasons. It was Su Zhao's arrangement back then, and he simply couldn't refuse. Although Su Fengyan wanted to forcibly take Su Longxiang away, after Wang Chongluo's advice, he gradually calmed down and realized that the matter was not so simple. Su Fengyan temporarily stayed at Wudong Mountain. Not long after, Jiang and I also went up the mountain, followed by Zhao Shituan, the celestial master of Longhu Mountain, who claimed he would take Su Longxiang away. Upon hearing that someone wanted to take his younger brother, Su Fengyan was immediately filled with murderous intent and asked Zhou Yin if he could kill Zhao Shituan. Zhou Yin, however, said it was unnecessary and that he should first find out the reason. Zhao Shituan then explained that Jianzhou Huang had sent him. Just then, Lao Kuei also arrived at Wudong, bringing Su Zhao's message. Lao Huang is almost at Wudi City. Old Kuei didn't understand why he was being told this to Zhou Yin, but Zhou Yin immediately understood. He instructed Old Kuei to protect Su Fengyan. Old Kuei replied that he had promised Jianzhou Huang to protect Su Fengyan and would naturally keep his word. The next moment, Zhou Yin unfurled his yin-yang wings and soared into the sky to Old Kuei's astonishment, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Old Kuei stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered as to who this guy was. Zhou Yin moved with incredible speed, like lightning cutting through the air. An hour later, he arrived at Martial Emperor City. At this time, sword energy crisscrossed the city walls, and Jianzhou Huang was engaged in a fierce battle with Wang Xinji. The residual force of their battle was terrifying. No one dared to approach, lest they be killed by the powerful internal energy. The battle raged on for a long time, and old Huang finally collapsed from exhaustion, sitting atop the city wall, his breath fading, his life hanging by a thread. Zhou Yin immediately flew up to the city wall, and Wang Xinji, seeing this young man with wings on his back, also showed surprise. When old Huang saw Zhou Yin, a smile crept across his pale face, and he said he hadn't expected it to be him. Zhou Yin looked at him and said directly, "With me here, this old geezer won't die even if he wants to." After speaking, Zhou Yin took out a pill and fed it to old Huang. The pill quickly stabilized old Huang's injuries, and his previously exhausted body regained its vitality. Old Huang was shocked. He thought he was going to die, but Zhou Yin had pulled him back from the brink of death. Wang Xinji was equally surprised, never expecting such a miraculous medicine to exist in the world. Old Huang couldn't help but ask what kind of elixir it was, that it was so powerful. Zhou Yin didn't say much, but instead looked at Wang Xinji and asked him for a favor. Wang Xinji, dressed in white, stood atop the city wall, exuding an aura like a sword immortal descending to earth. He calmly asked Zhou Yin what he wanted to help with. Zhou Yin replied directly that he hoped Wang Xinji would announce to the world that Jianzhou Huang was dead. Jianzhou Huang was taken aback, not understanding Zhou Yin's intentions. Wang Xinji, however, asked why he should help him. Zhou Yin calmly replied that it was because he could fight Wang Xinji to a draw. Wang Xinji smiled. He said that Zhou Yin was indeed young and had unlimited potential. He might believe it in a few years, but for now, he probably didn't quite live up to that. Zhou Yin looked confident and simply replied, "How will I know if I don't try?" Even if he couldn't defeat Wang Xinji, he was confident that he would remain undefeated. Chapter 465. The younger generation is truly formidable. Wang Xinji shook her head and said to Zhou Yin, "How about this? If you can withstand one of my moves, I'll agree to help you." Zhou Yin nodded without hesitation. "No problem." The next moment, Wang Xinji made his move. His strength was unparalleled. Without Li Chuangong's intervention, almost no one among the celestial beings dared to contend with him. A wave condensed before him, transforming into a powerful current that pressed down on Zhou Yin, his aura as deep and profound as the sea. Zhou Yin did not retreat either, directly unleashing the Tai Chi 7-star sword control technique. The power of heaven and earth was instantly stirred, as if even the sky itself was about to be cleaved open. Wang Xinji and Old Huang were both shocked by this sight, never expecting Zhou Yin to possess such abilities. Clang! The broken cloud sword appeared before Zhou Yin, unleashing its power as a spiritual weapon. A massive sword aura swept across the surroundings, seemingly about to smash open the gates of heaven. Even Wang Xinji felt a sense of threat, inwardly lamenting that she had underestimated this young man. Zhou Yin unleashed a sword strike that changed the very fabric of the world. However, his cultivation level was ultimately too low. Even with his formidable martial arts skills, he couldn't completely bridge the gap. Boom! The sword energy collided with the waves, and Zhou Yin forcefully broke through Wang Xinji's attack. Wang Xinji laughed loudly. "Not bad. The younger generation is truly formidable." After saying that, he turned and left. Zhou Yin rescued Old Huang and discovered that Old Huang's cultivation level had broken through. With proper rest and recuperation, it was only a matter of time before he became a terrestrial immortal. Zhou Yin looked at Lao Huang and laughed. "You've actually turned misfortune into a blessing in disguise." Old Huang smiled wryly. "If it weren't for you, I probably would have really died. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You even have wings." Zhou Yin glanced at the sword box and said, "Let's leave the sword box here and have Su Fengyan retrieve it later." Upon hearing this, Old Huang burst into laughter. Zhou Yin said no more, grabbed Old Huang, and flew away from Martial Emperor City. Before leaving, he also left behind a humanoid puppet that looked exactly like Old Huang. Apart from Wang Xinji, everyone else would assume that Jianzhou Huang was dead, and no one would doubt that Lao Huang was still alive. The two flew up into the clouds, and Old Huang was so frightened that he hurriedly reminded him, "You kid, hold on tight, I don't want to fall and turn into mincemeat." Zhou Yin laughed and said, "With your level of cultivation, you're not going to die so easily from a fall." Old Huang said helplessly, "I'm still injured." Soon, news spread throughout Wudi City that Jianzhou Huang had challenged Wang Xinji and ultimately perished. Zhou Yin had already brought Lao Huang back to Su Zhao's residence in Lingzhou. When Su Zhao saw Lao Huang, he was completely stunned, as Lao Huang should have been in Wudi City at this time. Old Huang quickly replied, "I'm ashamed to say that I am no match for Wang Xinji." Su Zhao was even more confused. "You guys have already fought? How come you're back so quickly? I didn't receive any news at all." Then, Old Huang recounted his defeat and how Zhou Yin had miraculously rescued him. Su Zhao was completely bewildered and looked at Zhou Yin, asking, "So you only took half an hour to get here from Martial Emperor's City?" Old Huang nodded. "If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't believe he could be so fast." Su Zhao looked at Zhou Yin and asked again, "What exactly do you want to do by leaving Old Huang's sword box in Martial Emperor's City?" Zhou Yin laughed and said, "I'm helping you. The rest is up to you. I'm going to Wudong to see how much Su Fengyan will cry." After saying that, Zhou Yin turned and left. Su Zhao watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but smile, finding himself increasingly admiring this guy. News of Wudi City only reached Wudong after Zhou Yin returned. Su Fengyan was indeed deeply saddened and then clamored to learn martial arts so that he could challenge Wang Xinji in Wudi City in the future. Zhou Yin did not show himself, but observed from the shadows, staying at Wudong to cultivate every day. Sometime later, Zhao Fengya arrived at Wudong and clashed with Jiang and I. As a princess of the Liang dynasty and engaged to Su Fengyan, she was clearly there to avenge the annulment of her engagement, and naturally showed Jiang and I no kindness. After Zhou Yin appeared, he simply waved his hand and knocked the guards next to Zhao Fengya to the ground. Zhao Fengya angrily retorted, "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" Zhou Yin casually remarked, just a spoiled brat. Zhao Fengya's face turned ashen with anger. You dare call me unruly? Don't you want to live? Zhou Yin said calmly. If you don't want to live anymore, then come and kill me. Su Fengyin arrived at this moment and was very surprised to see Zhou Yin return. Zhou Yin deliberately said, if I hadn't come, this girl would probably be dead. Upon hearing that Jiang and I had been wronged, Su Fengyin immediately stepped forward to comfort her, then coldly said to Zhao Fengya, it's laughable that a princess would make things difficult for a mere maid. Apologize to Jiang and I. Zhao Fengya was furious. She's just a maid, and you want me to apologize to her? Su Fengyin said domineeringly, if you don't want to apologize, then pay me 1,000 taels of gold. Zhao Fengya said firmly, I won't apologize. Su Fengyin looked at Zhou Yin. These people are yours. Zhou Yin immediately understood his meaning and said to Zhao Fengya, if the princess doesn't want to return to Liang alone, it would be best to apologize. Zhao Fengya was both angry and scared, and in the end she could only grit her teeth and say, I have no money. Su Fengyin stared at what was in her hand. Isn't that money? Zhao Fengya angrily threw one out, but Su Fengyin said, one is worth 500 taels. She had no choice but to throw out another one, and then left angrily with her men. Looking at the two of them, Jiang and I couldn't help but say, you two are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Su Fengyin laughed and said, isn't this helping you vent your anger? Jiang and I rolled our eyes at him. I don't believe you. After saying that, he turned and left, and Su Fengyin quickly chased after him. Chapter 466, Su Zhao's Request. After that, Wang Chonglu began to set up a scheme. He led Su Fengyin to the waterfall to talk, and bluntly told him that Su Fengyin wanted to go to Wudi City, but the road was not easy to travel. Wang Chonglu told him that those who cultivate the Great Yellow Court can transmit their true energy to others, but how much they can transmit depends entirely on fate. Once the true energy dissipates, the person transmitting the energy will not live much longer. Su Fengyin naturally refused to accept it, but before he could react, Wang Chonglu struck him into the river with a palm strike, and then transferred all his life's energy into his body. Zhao Fengya witnessed this scene firsthand. She immediately concluded that Wudong was determined to submit to Bailiang. However, Hong Shixiang reminded her that if they forcibly interrupted them now, both of them would lose all their martial arts skills. However, if something happens to Su Fengyin, Su Xiao will definitely turn against Wudong. After weighing the options, Zhao Fengya had no choice but to take a gamble and agreed to let Hong Shixiang lead his men over. However, just as they were about to approach, they were stopped by their senior brother, Xiaowang. Xiaowang told Hong Shixiang to stop, and Hong Shixiang then told Zhao Fengya that it was probably too late. After Wang Chonglu finished transmitting his skills, he was extremely weak. The steward also said that the time had passed, and Zhao Fengya and the others had no choice but to leave. In fact, all of this was a prearranged play by Hong Shixiang and his senior brother, with the aim of stalling Zhao Fengya and protecting Wudong from the threat of Longhu Mountain. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Lao Kuei was also preparing to leave. Su Fengyin knew he couldn't keep him, so he could only say goodbye. Before leaving, Lao Kuei said that with Zhou Yin here, Su Fengyin didn't need to worry about his safety. Subsequently, Wang Chonglu announced in front of everyone that after his death, Hong Shixiang would succeed him as the leader of Wudong's sect. Su Fengyin then left Wudong. When they returned to the outskirts of Lingzhou City, Hong Shu and Qingyao were already waiting there. Su Fengyin asked them why they were there, and the two had no choice but to tell the truth. Your second sister, Su Weisheng, has returned. Upon hearing that Su Weisheng had returned, Su Fengyin froze. Almost no one in the entire prince's mansion, including Su Xiao, was unafraid of her. Su Fengyin quickly grabbed Zhou Yin for help. Zhou Yin, however, remained calm, saying that she was just a woman and there was nothing to be afraid of. They could go and meet her together. Hong Shu and Qingyao secretly admired his composure. Su Fengyin brought gifts to see Su Weisheng. Upon meeting him, he quickly presented the chess pieces he had carved on Wudong Mountain and introduced Zhou Yin as a brother he had made during his travels. He said that thanks to Zhou Yin's protection, he had been safe and sound all the way. Su Weisheng glanced at Zhou Yin, her expression still haughty. She exchanged a few words with Su Fengyin, but quickly became angry because he was reluctant to take over Bailiang. Seeing that Su Weisheng was about to leave, Zhou Yin suddenly spoke up. Su Fengyan will take over Bailiang sooner or later, but it's not the right time yet, so there's no use in being anxious. Su Weisheng paused briefly after hearing this, and asked if he also thought Su Fengyan was suitable to take over Bailiang. Zhou Yin bluntly stated that no one in Bailiang besides Su Fengyan was qualified, but he hadn't truly figured it out yet. Su Fengyan immediately said that he had thought it through clearly. Zhou Yin, however, immediately rebuked him. You haven't. You don't understand at all why your father did all this, nor do you understand what Bailiang really means. Once you figure out, you will understand. Su Weisheng was taken aback by these words. Zhou Yin dared to reprimand Su Fengyan in front of her, yet she was not angry at all. On the contrary, she felt that he was right. She glanced at Su Fengyan, leaving only the words, "You'd better watch yourself," before turning and leaving. Su Fengyan chased after her to let her take the gift, but was instead thrown to the ground by Su Weisheng. Zhou Yin ignored Su Fengyan's matter and turned back to Tingchao Pavilion, where he met Nangong Push again and told her what had happened during this time. As expected, things unfolded as predicted. Su Fengyan finally took over Bailiang and prepared to travel again. At the same time, Su Xiao came to see Zhou Yin once more. Upon seeing him arrive, Zhou Yin told him to speak frankly. Su Xiao smiled and said that Zhou Yin seemed to know quite a lot. Ever since Zhou Yin rescued Lao Huang, Su Xiao had considered him one of his own. With such a powerful figure by Su Fengyan's side, Su Xiao felt much more at ease about this trip. Zhou Yin also stated that he and Su Fengyan were brothers and that he would protect him. Su Xiao then mentioned that another person would be traveling with them, and he hoped Zhou Yin would cooperate on the journey. Zhou Yin immediately revealed that the person was Li Chungang, and as for cooperation, he had no problem with it. Su Xiao was immediately startled and asked how he knew Li Chungang was here. Zhou Yin calmly replied that he was often at Tingchao Pavilion and had long sensed the presence of a living person underground. Who else in the world could possess such sword energy besides Li Chungang? Su Xiao was even more impressed after hearing this, and then asked what the chances of Zhou Yin defeating Li Chungang were if he would take action. Zhou Yin replied that he might not win in a direct confrontation, but Li Chungang would have no chance of killing him, and the same would be true for Wang Xianji. He also asserted that Su Fengyan would definitely go to Wudi City this time, and that battle would be one that Li Chungang would have to face. Although Zhou Yin is young, he has enough confidence. He had already proven his strength by withstanding Wang Xianji's attack. Old Huang also predicted that Zhou Yin would become the best in the world in the future, and Wang Xianji would eventually be defeated by him. Moreover, Old Huang's unexpected turn of events allowed him to enter the realm of terrestrial immortals, giving Bailiang an extra trump card, and all of this is related to Zhou Yin. The more Su Xiao listened, the more unfathomable Zhou Yin seemed, as if many things were within his expectations. Fortunately, this person was a friend, not an enemy. Otherwise, he would probably be truly restless. Su Xiao concluded by saying that he would trouble Zhou Yin this time, and that Bailiang would do its utmost to help him if he needed anything. Zhou Yin shook his head and declined, saying that he didn't want anything. He did want the 350,000 great snow dragon riders of Bailiang. But how could Su Xiao possibly give them to him? Su Xiao's concern was actually quite simple. He feared Li Chunggang's murderous intent was too strong and might endanger Su Fengyan on the way. Zhou Yin knew that Li Chungang had already let go of his resentment and didn't have much killing intent, but he still agreed. Su Xiao left satisfied. Next, it was time for Su Fengyan to leave Bailiang. Chapter 467, Sparring with Li Chungang. Zhou Yin spent every day with Nangong Push, and Nangong Push became increasingly curious, finally asking him, "What exactly is the purpose of your coming here?" Zhou Yin replied with a smile, "Would you believe me if I said it was for you?" Nangong Push naturally didn't believe it, but what Zhou Yin said wasn't entirely untrue. Of course, his purpose wasn't limited to Minister Nangong. During this time, he had also become quite familiar with Yi Yue. Although the prince's mansion was large, Yi Yue didn't have many people she could talk to, so Zhou Yin often went to chat with her. As for Sweet Potato and Bluebird, Zhou Yin had considered taking them with him, but since the two were too devoted to Su Fengyan and had been raised from childhood, he didn't insist. However, Li Chungang was different. Zhou Yin felt that this old sword god was worth trying to win over. Anyway, with Jian Zhihuang around, losing Li Chungang might not have a significant impact on Su Xiao. With his keen senses, Zhou Yin quickly detected Li Chuangong's aura. He turned to Nangong Push and asked, "Do you remember that old man who came out from under the Listening Tide Pavilion before?" Minister Nangong was taken aback. "That old man? Do you know who he is?" Zhou Yin said calmly, "You should have heard of Sword God Li Chungang." Minister Nangong's expression changed drastically. He clearly hadn't expected that the legendary Li Chungang was still alive. Zhou Yin then directly stated his intentions. "I want to go and meet him. It will also benefit you." Nangong Push frowned and asked, "Can you beat him?" In her opinion, Li Chungang was once invincible, and apart from Wang Xinji, probably no one would dare to say that they could definitely defeat him. Zhou Yin just smiled and said, "We'll only know after we fight." He released his senses again, and Li Chungang also noticed the strange fluctuation, which aroused his curiosity. Soon, Zhou Yin and Nangong Push arrived in front of him. Li Chungang glanced at the two men and said, "You must be Minister Nangong and Zhou Yin. Su Xiao mentioned you to me." Zhou Yin got straight to the point. "I came here simply to exchange skills with you, senior." Li Chungang sized him up and asked, "I heard you withstood Wang Xinji's attack without missing a single one. Is that true?" Zhou Yin nodded. "It's true, I also saved Jian Jiahuang." Li Chunggong's eyes finally showed some interest. Zhou Yin was too young, yet he possessed such cultivation. It was truly rare. He hadn't really fought in a long time, so he immediately said, "This place isn't suitable for fighting. Let's go outside the city." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chungang soared into the air and headed straight for the city gates. Zhou Yin unfurled his yin-yang wings, and Nangong Push was taken aback, unable to help but ask, "What kind of technique is this?" Zhou Yin offered no explanation, simply pulling her into his arms. Nangong Push felt a moment of embarrassment and annoyance, but her heart was already captivated by him, and she ultimately did not struggle. Zhou Yin carried her and soared into the sky, flying over Lingzhou City. The people in the city only saw two shadows flying by, mistaking them for two large birds, and couldn't see that they were people at all. The three arrived at the wilderness outside the city. Li Chungang stood in midair and said calmly, "Come on, let me see just how capable you really are." Zhou Yin put Nangong Push down, then leaped up and drew his broken cloud sword. He knew that Li Chungang had already reached the point where having a sword was like having no sword at all, so he dared not underestimate his opponent in the slightest. He immediately unleashed the Tai Chi 7 Stars sword control technique. The sword's momentum subtly harmonized with the power of heaven and earth, as if the surrounding world was being affected by this single strike, causing a sudden change in the atmosphere. Li Chuangong's expression finally turned serious. Zhou Yin hadn't boasted. With such strength, he was already qualified to be his opponent. The next moment, the yin-yang diagram within Zhou Yan's body erupted, covering the heavens and earth. His spiritual weapon radiated divine power as he unleashed a sword strike, shouting, "Tai Chi Heavenly Pivot Style." The sword light transformed into stars, like the Big Dipper hanging in the sky, or like countless universes flowing within it, profound and terrifying. A look of surprise flashed in Li Chuangong's eyes. What a bizarre move, what powerful divine might. He dared not be careless and suddenly shouted, "Sword come!" With a resounding clang, a broken wooden sword flew through the air. Li Chungang, wielding the sword with only one arm, unleashed his sword intent, instantly transforming the surrounding area into a world of swords. This was the sword god's first battle after his resurrection. The Minister of Works, watching from below, was deeply shaken. Although she used a sword, all paths lead to the same goal, and she could also draw inspiration from sword intent to refine her own swordsmanship. However, amidst her insights, worry also surfaced in her eyes. Li Chuangong's reputation was too great. At this moment, the sword intent that spread across heaven and earth had already suppressed Zhou Yan's celestial phenomenon. But Zhou Yan was no simple man. His outward appearance being suppressed did not mean he had truly lost. He swept his sword across all directions, his sword momentum like a cascading galaxy, carrying the power to swallow mountains and seas, directly attacking Li Chungang. Li Chungang, too, shattered all defenses with a single sword strike, charging straight at him. Bite! The two swords clashed, neither giving way. Terrifying energy swept around, like a tornado. Zhou Yan's sword stance changed, and with a flick of his sword, the Big Dipper sword intent rose again, transforming into a sword array cage, attempting to trap Li Chungang within it. Li Chungang raised an eyebrow. That's interesting. He swung his sword with one hand, and all kinds of sword intent gathered again, clashing head-on with Zhou Yan. Tai Chi Tianxian locks heaven and earth. Taiji Tianji destroys all things. Tai Chi Hibili Otoditi Wida Giling In Den. The jade balance divides yin and yang. Double kill, Kaiyong break. With a single sword strike, Yao Guang can decide the fate of the world. Boom! The deafening roar was like the universe exploding. Nangong Poosh stomped her foot, sending her flying 100 meters backward as a violent sword aura swept past her eyes. The ground was torn open with deep, bottomless sword marks, and the ancient trees all around crumbled, with wood chips flying everywhere, like a dazzling yet terrifying firework display. Chapter 468, Departure. Clang, clang. The wind and clouds surged in the sky, and sword energy swept across hundreds of meters. Birds that had just flown across the sky were instantly shredded into blood mist and turned to ashes when they landed. Nangong Poosh was deeply shaken. She was only a first-rank official, far from Li Chuangang's celestial realm, let alone the fact that Li Chungang had once reached the level of a terrestrial immortal. Li Chungang lost his way in the sword path after accidentally killing Green Robe Boy, and lost an arm in the battle with Sui Xiegu, causing his cultivation level to plummet back to the celestial realm. However, his true combat strength is still comparable to that of a terrestrial immortal. Although Zhou Yan's cultivation level was only at the 65th level, he was able to fight Li Chungang for a long time, relying on his profound foundation. With his powerful attributes, spiritual weapon set, top-level cultivation techniques, and martial arts, plus the amplification from his territory, his combat strength naturally far exceeded that of ordinary people. The two fought so fiercely that the heavens and earth seemed to change color, alarming countless people in Lingzhou City. Yet no one knew what was happening. After a moment, Li Chungang looked up at the sky and stopped fighting first, followed by Zhou Yan withdrawing his sword. Li Chungang laughed loudly. The Yangtze River's back waves pushed the front waves forward. It seems I really am getting old. Zhou Yan replied, Sword God Li, there's no need to be modest. You haven't even gone all out yet. If you were to go all out, I might not be your match. Li Chungang smiled and said, You kid, you must have a lot of tricks up your sleeve too. Zhou Yan suddenly said, Actually, Li Jianxin's severed arm is not impossible to regenerate. These words startled Li Chungang. He was skeptical. After all, even the god of medicine couldn't make someone's severed arm grow back. But seeing Zhou Yan's serious expression, he couldn't help but waver. Zhou Yan continued, After your battle with Wang Xianji, if you are willing to leave with me, I can naturally help you regenerate your severed arm. Li Chungang was silent for a moment, then asked, Are you telling the truth? Zhou Yan smiled and said, Zhou Yan never lie. Li Chungang finally nodded. Okay, I'll go with you to take a look then. Zhou Yan was overjoyed. A system notification came, indicating that Li Chuangang's situation was now settled. Having dealt with two people, including Li Chungang, the strongest fighter in the Snow Kingdom, this trip had been quite fruitful. Back at his residence, Zhou Yan waited quietly for Su Fengyan to leave. In the days that followed, he exchanged martial arts insights with Li Chungang and Nangong Poosh daily, both of whom benefited greatly. Nangong Poosh even showed faint signs of a breakthrough. Li Chungang looked at the two of them and only commented, What a pair of prodigies. The following spring, Su Fengyan finally prepared to set off. Su Xiao arranged for Qing Miao, Wei Shuyang, and Shu Xiu to accompany him, and Jiang Anai and Yu Wei also came along. Lin Tanhua Lu Qiantang was also in the group. Besides them, there were also Zhou Yan and Li Chungang. Nangong Poosh, on the verge of a breakthrough, stayed at Tingxiao Pavilion and did not accompany them. Zhou Yan didn't squeeze into a carriage with Su Fengyan and the others. Instead, he sat with Yu Wei. Yu Wei asked him curiously why he didn't go over there, and Zhou Yan simply replied with 2 words, too crowded. After hearing this, Yu Wei moved aside, and Zhou Yan chatted with her along the way. He would take this woman away with him sooner or later, so he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to get close to her. The group marched for a day, and on the second day, a heavy rain fell. Suddenly, red-armored soldiers appeared on the road. Zhou Yan knew in his heart that they were sent by Zhao Yu. Unable to subdue the red-armored figure, Su Fengyan finally couldn't help but look at Zhou Yan. Brother Zhou Yan, why don't you make a move? Zhou Yin responded and immediately flew out. His spiritual energy surged outwards, making it impossible for the rain to approach. Holding the broken cloud sword, he condensed his sword energy and slashed down at the red-armored figure. With a loud crash, the seemingly invulnerable Fu Jiang in red armor was cleaved in two on the spot. Zhao Yu, watching from afar, was dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaimed that this young man was able to cut through Fu Jiang's red armor with a single sword strike. It was truly terrifying. Everyone's admiration for Zhou Yin grew stronger, but Li Chungang said indifferently, "Not bad. There's still 3 more red-armored figures like this in the forest." Su Fengyan then realized that this old man was no ordinary person and pressed him for his identity. Li Chungang only uttered 3 words, Li Chungang. Everyone was shocked, never expecting that this unassuming old man was actually the legendary sword god Li Chungang. Zhou Yin then looked in the direction where Zhao Yu was hiding. Zhao Yu was so frightened that he immediately ran away and dared not show himself again. Soon after, Su Fengyan arrived at his first stop, Qingxing Mountain. Su Fengyan went into the mountain on business, while Li Chungang secretly slipped in with Jiang and I. After a long time, Su Fengyan came out of the mountain and took with him the great Liang dragon sparrow that his mother had left him. Zhou Yin had already arrived at the back mountain and found the pregnant tiger. He knocked the tiger unconscious and used a tool to capture it. Since the tiger was destined to die anyway, he might as well let it go easily. As for Su Fengyan losing 2 pets as a result, Zhou Yin didn't care. The group then switched to Waterway and arrived in Qingzhou. Along the way, Li Chungang continuously instructed Su Fengyan in swordsmanship, praising his talent but noting that he was still far inferior to Zhou Yin. Su Fengyan felt somewhat depressed. Li Chungang then said that a martial arts prodigy like Zhou Yin might only appear once every 10,000 years, so there was no need to compare them. Su Fengyan felt better after that. After arriving at Laozhan Island, Wang Linquan and his men knelt to welcome Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan told them to stand up, as Wang Linquan was no longer with Bailiang, but was still a former subordinate of Bailiang. Wang Linquan then introduced his daughter, Wang Chudong, to Su Fengyan and even suggested that his daughter serve him in bed that night. Su Fengyan was shocked and immediately refused. That evening, Zhou Yin was practicing his sword when Wang Chudong happened to see him. She was captivated by his elegant and ethereal demeanor and couldn't help but ask, "What's your name?" Zhou Yin replied, "My name is Zhou Yin. Do you also want to learn martial arts?" Wang Chudong nodded and asked him if he could teach her, if she could become as skilled as him. Zhou Yin realized that she seemed like he could take her with him, so he agreed. So Zhou Yin began teaching Wang Chudong martial arts. However, Wang Chudong's mind wasn't on martial arts at all. She was more attracted to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin didn't mind taking one more person with him, so he started talking to her. After spending some time together, Wang Chudong's admiration for Zhou Yin became even more obvious. Chapter 469, Xianyuan Qingfeng. The next day, Su Fengyan prepared to set off for Qingzhou. Before leaving, Wang Linquan asked his daughter, Wang Chudong, to come along. He originally wanted his daughter to be closer to Su Fengyan, but when Wang Chudong saw Zhou Yin there, she immediately nodded happily, leaving Wang Linquan feeling helpless. Su Fengyan led his group away by boat. They hadn't gone far when 3 ships appeared in the distance, clearly with ill intentions. These were the men sent by Zhao Kai and Zhao Sun to silence them. The 3 large ships quickly surrounded Su Fengyan's small boat. Su Fengyan remained calm, but Zhou Yin spoke directly. "It's just 3 ships. I can handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, he rose into the air, holding the broken cloud sword, and used the Tai Chi 7-star sword control technique. With one slash, he actually split one of the ships in 2. Seeing how terrifying he was, the remaining 2 ships dared not approach. They quickly rescued the people who had fallen into the water and slunk away. Jiang and I looked at Li Chungang and couldn't help but say, "Didn't you say you were very powerful? Why haven't you made a move?" Li Chungang laughed and said, "Zhou Yin has already made a move, so this old man is just taking it easy." Wang Chudong witnessed Zhou Yan's ethereal, sword-wielding skill as he shattered the ship and was utterly captivated. The group quickly arrived in Qingcheng, found an inn to stay at, and prepared to meet with Prince Jing'an, Zhao Hong. Su Fengyan learned from Wang Chudong that Zhao Hong had brought his beloved concubine, Pei Nanwei, with him on this trip. He instantly understood the situation and went to see Prince Jing'an alone. Zhou Yin knew that nothing serious would happen on the way, so he didn't interfere and just waited for Su Fengyin to return. Afterwards, Su Fengyin, along with Zhou Yin and Wang Chudong, rushed to Laozan Island to urge the Wang family to set off as soon as possible. When Wang Lingquan learned that Su Fengyin had arranged for the entire Wang family to return to Baoyang, he initially refused. Su Fengyin then took the opportunity to knock him unconscious and put him directly on the ship to leave. Upon returning to Qingzhou, Su Fengyin had Grandpa Wei give the bracelet to Pei Nanwei, which contained a letter inviting her to meet the next day. This was actually part of a scheme to kidnap the princess and force her to leave Qingzhou. At this moment, Su Fengyin received news that Wang Mingyin had arrived in Qingzhou. He knew that this person was most likely here to kill him. So he looked at Zhou Yin and asked, Wang Mingyin is ranked 11th on the list of the world's top masters. Can you handle him? Zhou Yin replied calmly, I've even fought the number 1. What a mere 11th. Su Fengyin laughed after hearing this. With Zhou Yin and Li Chungang around, he really had nothing to fear. The next morning, Su Fengyin, along with Zhou Yin, Li Chungang, and others, arrived at the reed marshes, with Wang Chudong also accompanying them. Su Fengyin sat on the roof of the carriage, waiting for the arrival of Prince Jing'an and his entourage. Pei Nanwei arrived at the agreed location by carriage, where Zhao Kai and his men were already lying in ambush in the reeds. Soon after, Ningame arrived with her troops. Su Fengyin was surprised that Zhao Heng had actually sent Pei Nanwei alone. Pei Nanwei returned the bracelet to him and handed him a letter that read, Sending my nephew 1,000 miles. Just then, Fu Jiang, clad in red armor, suddenly appeared and lured Ningame and the others away. Immediately afterwards, 2 more experts appeared and drew Li Chungang away as well. In the blink of an eye, only Zhou Yin remained by Su Fengyin's side, and Wang Mingyin finally revealed himself. Zhao Kai had warned Wang Mingyin that Zhou Yin was extremely strong, but Wang Mingyin, seeing his young age, didn't take him seriously. It wasn't until Zhou Yin casually forced him back with a sword strike that he truly began to take him seriously. On the other side, Su Fengyin had already clashed with the golden-armored warrior and was comprehending the sword techniques taught to him by Li Chungang during the battle. Seeing that he was holding on for the time being, Zhou Yin was in no hurry to intervene and only kept an eye on Wang Mingyin. Wang Mingyin asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" He found it hard to believe that such a young person possessed strength comparable to his own. Zhou Yin said, "I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to come with me, I'll spare your life." Wang Mingyin sneered, "What a joke. How could I, Wang Mingyin, be defeated by you?" Zhou Yin sighed softly, then used the Lingbo Weibu, a martial arts technique, his figure moving with lightning speed, instantly closing in. Wang Mingyin, after all, was the 11th in the world and did possess some skill, but facing Zhou Yan's speed and power, he was still knocked back and injured with a single blow. The two exchanged dozens more blows, but Wang Mingyin was ultimately no match and was killed by Zhou Yin with a single sword strike. Zhou Yin looked at the fallen Wang Mingyin and said only, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it." Then, Su Fengyin was severely injured in the reeds. Zhao Heng also arrived at the scene. Seeing that Su Fengyin was not dead, he turned and left, leaving Princess Pei Nanwei with him. Zhou Yin knew that although Su Fengyin was seriously injured, he wouldn't die. On the contrary, his power would increase greatly as a result. Therefore, he didn't make a move and simply stayed with Yu Wei. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Yu Wei couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you worried that Su Fengyin will die?" Wang Chudong also said, "You're so powerful. Can't you save him? If he dies, my father will be heartbroken." Zhou Yin calmly said, "Don't worry. That kid is tough as nails, he won't die. Otherwise, I would have already made my move." Seeing his certainty, the two stopped asking questions. Next, Su Fengyin prepared to travel to Jiangnan to find his eldest sister. Zhou Yin accompanied him, but did not intend to interfere too much because he knew that many things that followed were related to Su Fengyin and his sister. As the journey progressed, Jiang Ni's identity as a princess of Chu was discovered by Liu Baijia. The Liu family had a deep-seated hatred for the Chu people. The eldest son of the Liu family had been killed by them. Therefore, Liu Baijia secretly set a trap to lure Li Chungang and Zhou Yin away, intending to kill Jiang Ni at Baowu Temple. Zhou Yin knew his plan was doomed, so he ignored it. Later, Jiang Ni was taken back to Western Chu by Chao Chongqing, and Su Fengyin, no matter how unwilling, was powerless to stop it. Afterwards, the group headed towards Longhu Mountain. On the way, Su Fengyan unexpectedly encountered Xian Yuan Qingfeng, who was on her way back to Huishan but was blocked in her path. Zhou Yin intervened and drove away the person blocking their way, but did not kill them, as this person would be useful in the future and could not be killed now. Xian Yuan Qingfeng was quite surprised to learn that Su Fengyan was actually the heir of Bailiang. She was in Huishan, and Su Fengyan was go to Longhushan. The two places were separated by only one mountain, so they decided to travel together. Along the way, Xian Yuan Qingfeng, seeing Zhou Yan's formidable strength despite his young age, was curious and asked him many questions. Zhou Yan answered them all, and finally suddenly said, "Actually, it would be better if you didn't go home." Xian Yuan Qingfeng looked puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Yan didn't explain in detail, but handed her a signal device and said, "You'll know when you get back. If you encounter something you can't solve, pull this. We can see it from Longhu Mountain, and I'll help you then, but you have to promise me one thing." Although Xian Yuan Qingfeng was puzzled, she put it away and nodded in agreement. Not long after, she saw the boat that had come to pick her up, so she bid farewell to Zhou Yin and the others, boarded the boat, and went up the mountain. Chapter 470, Challenging the Shameless Ones on Mount Wei. After arriving at Longhu Mountain, Su Fengyan inquired about the Xianyuan family from Zhao Shituan. Not long after, Xianyuan Jingsheng also arrived at Longhu Mountain, wanted to ask Su Fengyan for help, and brought up the old story of his wife and Su Fengyan's mother. Xianyuan Jingsheng has made up his mind to eliminate Xianyuan Dapan at the cost of his life. Once Xianyuan Dapan is dead, Xianyuan Qingfeng will have the opportunity to take over Huishan. However, her foundation is too weak, and she still needs Su Fengyan to support her from behind. Su Fengyan, who had always intended to win over the Xianyuan family, naturally agreed. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin saw the signal in the sky and knew it was Xianyuan Qingfeng calling for help. She probably understood that her being sent to Xianyuan Dapan by her family wasn't to be a direct disciple, but rather for some other sordid purpose. Su Fengyan looked at Zhou Yin and asked if he wanted to go to Huishan together. Zhou Yin nodded. He was about to go anyway. So Su Fengyan led Zhou Yin, Li Chungang, Qing Yao, Ning Mei, and others to Huishan. However, when Xianyuan Jingsheng's second younger brother, Xianyuan Jingyi, learned that they had arrived at the foot of the mountain, he immediately led his retainers to block their path, forbidding them from going up the mountain. To make matters worse, it started to rain, making the atmosphere even more oppressive. Zhou Yin looked at these people with disdain. "If I want to go up the mountain, who among you can stop me?" Xianyuan Jingyi was furious, and the two sides were about to fight when Xianyuan Qingfeng arrived and said that the ancestor invited the young master to go to Gunia Mountain. Xianyuan Jingyi was skeptical and pressed for confirmation. Xianyuan Qingfeng coldly replied that she wouldn't dare deceive her second uncle about such a matter. Xianyuan Jingyi thought for a moment and also felt that she wouldn't dare to lie in the name of the ancestor, so he could only let her go. As the group ascended the mountain, Xianyuan Qingfeng looked at Zhou Yin and asked if he still stood by his word. Zhou Yin answered decisively. If she wanted to leave, he would even kill Xianyuan Dapan for her. Xianyuan Jingsheng was a man who endured 20 years of hardship, spending his life studying and suffering countless humiliations, all for the sake of his wife and daughter. His words, "Xianyuan Jingsheng begs the ancestor to die," were enough to shake heaven and earth. A person who can study to the point of reaching the celestial realm is by no means weak. Zhou Yin also felt that such a person shouldn't die, but he wouldn't act for nothing unless Xianyuan Qingfeng was willing to go with him. Xianyuan Qingfeng gritted her teeth and agreed. As long as he could kill Xianyuan Dapan, she would leave with him. Xianyuan Jingyi sneered, mocking Zhou Yin for being so inexperienced yet daring to speak of killing an ancestor. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Yin unleashed Duan Yun, his sword flashing past and instantly killing Xianyuan Jingyi. Xianyuan Qingfeng was stunned and asked him why he killed someone. Zhou Yin said calmly that this was to clear obstacles for her father, so that the Xianyuan family could form an alliance with Bailiang and advance and retreat together in the future. Su Fengyan glanced at him and asked if this would really work. Zhou Yin reassured him, saying it would be a good opportunity for him to see his own strength. He then laughed and said, "Let's go to Gunia Mountain and meet that shameless old man." Su Fengyan laughed and agreed, and the group quickened their pace to ascend the mountain. At this moment, Xian Yuan Qingfeng could only trust Zhou Yin. She felt guilty thinking that her father's forbearance over the years was all to protect her, and she didn't want to see Xian Yuan Jingsheng die on the mountain. Soon, the group arrived at Mount Gunyu, where they witnessed Xian Yuan Jingsheng and Xian Yuan Depan fighting. However, Xian Yuan Jingsheng was ultimately at a disadvantage and was knocked to the ground by Xian Yuan Depan's palm strike. When Xian Yuan Depan saw Li Chungang arrive, he burst into laughter, saying that he would fight the sword god after he dealt with Xian Yuan Jingsheng. Li Chungang, however, merely smiled and said that he probably wouldn't live to see Li Chuangong's turn. Xian Yuan Jingsheng still wanted to sacrifice himself to achieve that fleeting moment of terrestrial immortality, hoping to use it to kill Xian Yuan Depan. Xian Yuan Qingfeng hurriedly looked at Zhou Yin, reminding him that he had said he could defeat Xian Yuan Depan. Zhou Yin finally stepped forward, stared at Xian Yuan Depan, and said, "Shameless bastard, don't like you at all. I'll kill you today." Xian Yuan Depan laughed loudly after hearing this, thinking he was just an ignorant brat. The next moment, Xian Yuan Depan casually unleashed a terrifying burst of energy, heading straight for Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin held his sword in one hand, condensing supreme sword energy, and with a light slash, he cleaved the energy in two. Xian Yuan Depan's expression changed slightly. Although it was just a casual strike, not everyone could withstand it. He stared at Zhou Yin and asked in surprise, "At your age, you actually possess the celestial phenomenon realm?" Zhou Yin shook his head. "I haven't reached the celestial phenomenon level, but killing you is more than enough." Seeing this, Xian Yuan Jingsheng advised him to leave, saying that this matter had nothing to do with him and that he would handle Xian Yuan Depan himself. Zhou Yin, however, said that even if Xian Yuan Jingsheng could kill the other party, he himself would surely die, so it would be better to hand him over. After saying that, he used his spiritual power to push Xian Yuan Jingsheng back to Xian Yuan Qingfeng's side. Xian Yuan Depan frowned and asked Zhou Yin why he was helping them, saying that they could discuss any conditions they wanted. Zhou Yin answered more directly, "You want Xian Yuan Qingfeng? Coincidentally, I've also taken a liking to her, so there's no room for negotiation." Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Qingfeng's face flushed slightly. Xian Yuan Jingsheng was shocked and couldn't help but ask who Zhou Yin was. Su Fingyin immediately spoke up, saying that he was his brother. Xian Yuan Jingsheng then asked him just how strong he was, but Su Fingyin couldn't say for sure. Li Chungang then added casually, "No need to guess. I can't do anything about this kid either." These words stunned everyone present. Even the sword god Li Chungang couldn't defeat Zhou Yin. No wonder he dared to challenge Xian Yuan Depan in public. Chapter 471. Zhou Yin slays Xian Yuan Depan with his sword. "Oomph. Then I'll see if you have the strength." Xian Yuan Depan roared, his figure transforming into a streak of light, tearing through the sky with terrifying energy, heading straight for Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin simply smiled faintly, raised his left hand, and lightning burst forth, instantly connecting with the lightning in the sky. The next moment, a bolt of lightning crashed down, shattering the energy unleashed by Xian Yuan Depan with a crack. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Yin, as if wielding divine punishment, summoned a series of heavenly lightning bolts. The lightning struck the ground, blasting deep craters, billowing thick smoke, and causing the entire Weishan mountain to tremble. Xian Yuan Depan dared not take the attack head-on and could only dodge continuously. After all, he was a celestial phenomenon realm expert, and his strength was not weak. Otherwise, he would not have dared to challenge Li Chungang. However, Zhou Yin had too many tricks up his sleeve, giving him no chance to breathe. Zhou Yin controlled lightning with his left hand and raised the broken cloud sword with his right. Yin and yang energies flowed and condensed into a Tai Chi sword diagram. Then he unleashed the Tai Chi 7-star sword control technique, and a burst of starlight sword energy roared out, pressing down on the Xian Yuan Great Rock. Xian Yuan Depan channeled his inner energy into his hands, creating a shield to firmly protect himself. The onlookers were all shocked to see Zhou Yin overpower a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator with a single move. Jiang and I couldn't help but say that Zhou Yan's strength was simply too great. Even Xian Yuan Depan could only defend against him. Li Chungang also nodded in praise, saying that although Zhou Yin had not yet entered the celestial phenomenon realm, his true combat power was no weaker than that of a celestial phenomenon cultivator, and he could even manipulate the power of heaven and earth, something that ordinary celestial phenomena cultivators would find difficult to do. Su Fengyin felt a sinking feeling in his heart, wondering how long it would take him to reach that level. Li Chungang did some calculations and said that although his talent was not as good as Zhou Yan's, he was still considered a prodigy, and perhaps he could achieve it in 1 or 2 decades of hard work. Su Fengyin was immediately filled with frustration. Li Chungang scolded him for being ungrateful, saying that others might not be able to reach this level even after a lifetime of cultivation. On the other side, Xianyuan Jingsheng looked at Zhou Yan, then at Xianyuan Qingfeng, and said softly, "If she really follows this person in the future, the Xianyuan family will not be without the protection of a celestial phenomenon expert." Xianyuan Qingfeng blushed slightly and whispered that she and Zhou Yan had only met a few times. But she also knew in her heart that in the world, Zhou Yan was probably the only one who could contend with a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator at this age. Xianyuan Jingcheng laughed loudly. Then his gaze turned cold. A man like Xianyuan Dapan was not worth mourning. Even if Zhou Yan hadn't come, he would have already gone down the mountain today with the thought of dying together with his opponent. On the battlefield, Zhou Yan's offensive became increasingly fierce. He first summoned heavenly lightning, then unleashed flames, the intertwining of thunder and fire further pressuring Xianyuan Dapan into a more disheveled state. His methods were endless. Sometimes thunder and fire fell at the same time. Sometimes wind and clouds churned. Sometimes wind and fire transformed into dragons. Sometimes ice fell from the sky, and even plunged the world into darkness, as if there were really gods controlling the 4 directions. At the same time, the broken cloud sword continuously unleashed terrifying sword energy. The sword light crisscrossed, like a galaxy pouring down or a long river with the setting sun, each strike carrying the power to cleave the heavens and the earth. Xianyuan Dapan grew increasingly frustrated as the fight progressed. He could clearly sense that Zhou Yan's cultivation level was lower than his own, yet those attacks were exquisite and powerful. Any one of them could have severely injured or even killed him. He wanted to retaliate, but couldn't find an opportunity. Zhou Yan was too fast, and his attacks were too dense. Lightning, fire, wind, ice, and sword energy pressed down in turn, leaving Xianyuan Dapan only able to passively take the beating. Everyone was stunned, and their opinion of Zhou Yan rose even higher. No one had expected that someone who hadn't even reached the celestial phenomenon level could push Xianyuan Dapan to such a point. Finally, Zhou Yan waved his hand, conjuring a sea of fire that completely engulfed the Xianyuan Great Rock. Then he transformed into a shooting star, wielding the broken cloud sword, and plunged into the sea of fire. Sword energy soared through the air as 2 figures clashed repeatedly amidst thunder, rain, and flames. A series of deafening roars echoed as Wayshan became their battlefield, with large sections of the mountain collapsing, buildings crumbling, and the once picturesque summit gradually turning into ruins. When the strongest clash, the heavens and earth can change color, and mountains and rivers can crumble. The two fought fiercely for several hours. Xianyuan Dapan's strength finally began to decline, while Zhou Yan grew stronger with each battle, as if the power within him was inexhaustible. Xianyuan Dapan finally felt the threat of death and hurriedly begged for peace, saying that as long as Zhou Yan wanted the Xianyuan sword, he would gladly offer it to him and even make Zhou Yan the ruler of the Xianyuan family. With Zhou Yan's talent, he would surely dominate the martial arts world in the future. Zhou Yan's expression remained unchanged. He coldly stated that he would take what he wanted himself and didn't need Xianyuan Dapan to deliver it to him. As for dominating the martial arts world, he had no interest in that. All he wanted now was to kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yan's attacks intensified. Although Xianyuan Dapan's cultivation level was high, he still couldn't touch him. Zhou Yan's speed was too fast, and with the interference of shadow illusions, he couldn't distinguish which one was the real body at all. This also reveals the difference between Xianyuan Dapan and Li Chungang. If Li Chungang were here, he could break through all laws with a single sword strike, but Xianyuan Dapan is ultimately not Li Chungang, and will never be able to step into the realm of a terrestrial immortal. He was able to cultivate to the celestial phenomenon level through the evil method of using a furnace and cauldron, not through genuine enlightenment. Therefore, his combat power was naturally incomparable to Li Chunggang's. Finally, Xianyuan Dapan exhausted his strength and was hit by Zhou Yan's attack. He spat out blood and fell from the sky. Zhou Yin raised his hand and conjured a celestial sword several hundred meters long. The sword light rose like the blazing sun, bursting with dazzling divine light, and then he slashed down with the sword. Xian Yuan de Pan's eyes widened, and he roared in fury, filled with resentment. No! With a deafening roar, blinding light exploded across the heavens and earth. Xian Yuan de Pan was completely annihilated by this sword strike, while Zhou Yin stood proudly in the void, his figure invincible, like a god descending to earth, inspiring awe. Chapter 472, The Strongest Battle of Our Time begins. This battle will surely make Zhou Yin famous throughout the world. This battle will surely give rise to a peerless genius in the world. This battle is destined to keep countless people up all night, especially those who are enemies of Bailiang, because Zhou Yin is Su Fengyin's brother and has always been by his side. With such a prodigy in Bailiang, anyone who wants to touch Su Fengyin must first consider whether they are qualified. Zhou Yin descended from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Xian Yuan Jingcheng immediately stepped forward, cupped his hands in thanks, and said that he had eliminated a great threat for the Xian Yuan family, and that he also had an agreement with Xian Yuan Qingfeng, so it would be better to get married soon. Xian Yuan Qingfeng felt both ashamed and angry upon hearing this, and couldn't help but call out, "Father," but he couldn't hide his joy in his heart. Su Fengyin saw through Xian Yuan Jingcheng's plan at a glance. This matter was naturally beneficial to Bailiang, but if Zhou Yin were to marry now, he certainly wouldn't agree. So Su Fengyin spoke up to smooth things over, saying that although the two had feelings for each other, everything should proceed step by step. From now on, Bailiang and the Xian Yuan family would stand together through thick and thin, and if the Xian Yuan family were in trouble, he would never stand idly by. Xian Yuan Jingcheng immediately agreed, stating that since his daughter and Zhou Yin were engaged, the Xian Yuan family would naturally maintain good relations with Bailiang for generations. He was even already planning in his mind that if the two had children in the future, he would let the children take over the Xian Yuan family. Unfortunately, Zhou Yin was destined not to stay in this world for long, and Xian Yuan Jingcheng's plan was ultimately doomed to fail. Subsequently, Xian Yuan Jingcheng began to take control of the entire family. Now, no one in the Xian Yuan family dares to disobey him. Although his cultivation level has not yet truly reached the celestial phenomenon realm, he is not far from that step. Su Fengyin chatted with Xian Yuan Jingcheng for a long time before returning to Longhu Mountain. Xian Yuan Qingfeng also stayed by Zhou Yan's side as agreed, his attitude becoming increasingly clear. Upon arriving at Longhu Mountain, Wang Chudong was disheartened to see Zhou Yin returning with Xian Yuan Qingfeng. However, since Xian Yuan Qingfeng and Zhou Yin were not yet officially married, she felt she still had a chance, so she spent her days clinging to Zhou Yin, asking him to teach her martial arts. Xian Yuan Qingfeng was not to be outdone, showering Zhou Yin with care and concern every day. Everyone watched, secretly amused, saying that even with Zhou Yan's exceptional talent, he ultimately couldn't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. After staying at Longhu Mountain for several days, Zhao Shituan's senior brother, Zhao Danping, arrived and deliberately made things difficult for Su Fengyin, refusing to let him leave the mountain. Zhou Yin did not make a move, but the sword godly Chungang roared, "Swords come!" In an instant, all the swords on Longhu Mountain were pointed at Zhao Danping, who was so frightened that he dared not say anything more and had no choice but to let him go. In fact, Zhao Danping did this intentionally, in order to give the Liang dynasty an explanation and avoid blaming Longhu Mountain in the future. Afterwards, the group left Longhu Mountain and headed to Shangyin Academy. On the way, they encountered Zhao Xuansu, who appeared to be a child. This person, though seemingly young, was actually an ancient monster who had lived for over 500 years and had already cultivated to the point of returning to simplicity. Zhao Xuansu knew that Su Fengyin was going to Wudi City, and also knew that Li Chungang was going to fight Wang Xinji. He infiltrated the group with the intention of opening the heavenly gate while the two top experts were fighting, so that he could enter the immortal realm to prolong his life, and, at the same time, he also had the purpose of assassinating Su Fengyin. After successfully infiltrating the group, he kept calling Su Fengyin Big Brother. For someone who has lived for over 500 years to act so childishly, his skin is truly absurdly thick. Su Fengyin secretly began investigating his background, but Zhou Yin told him directly that there was no need to investigate and that he would handle the person himself. Su Fengyin asked him if he knew the other party's identity, and everyone looked over. Zhou Yin simply smiled and said that heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Although everyone was speechless, they all knew that Zhou Yin had a mysterious background and seemed to be able to predict the future. Since he said he could handle it, Su Fengyan naturally believed him. Afterwards, Zhou Yin met with Zhao Xuanzu alone and bluntly told him that he didn't necessarily have to enter the heavenly gate to survive. If Zhao Xuanzu was willing, he could grant him immortality. He then added that with him around, Zhao Xuanzu couldn't kill Su Fengyan and had better give up on that idea as soon as possible. Zhao Xuanzu pretended not to understand, but he was already shocked. He realized that Zhou Yin not only saw through his identity, but also knew his purpose perfectly well. What made him even more uneasy was that he had actually developed a sense of apprehension toward Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan's words about granting him immortality were like a thorn piercing his heart. Soon after, the group arrived at Shang Academy and met Su Weisheng. Su Weisheng spoke privately with Zhou Yan to thank him for taking care of Su Fengyan along the way. She knew that Su Fengyan's future path would only be more difficult, especially since he had to go to Wudi City, so she hoped that Zhou Yan could protect him. Zhou Yin made a direct promise that Su Fengyan would not die as long as he was there. In fact, this trip to Wudi City was deliberately left for Su Fengyan by Zhou Yin. Old Huang is still enjoying a comfortable life in Lingzhou City and is not dead at all. If Su Fengyan knew the truth, he would probably curse them for being heartless. After bidding farewell to Su Weisheng, the group finally set off for Wudi City. Upon arriving at Wudi City, they met Deng Taiye, the Peach Blossom Sword God. Meanwhile, the battle between Li Chungang and Wang Xinji captivated the hearts and minds of countless people across the land. As Li Chungang shouted, "Borrow my sword!" all the swords in the entire martial emperor city simultaneously flew into the air. Li Chungang ascended to the heavens on his sword, and together with Wang Xinji, they fought their way into the East Sea, instantly attracting the attention of countless powerful figures. The strongest battle of our time has officially begun. Meanwhile, Su Fengyan began climbing the city wall to retrieve the sword box left behind by Lao Huang. Zhao Kai waited for the 12 martial slaves to make their move, so he could take advantage of the chaos to kill Su Fengyan. With Zhou Yin present, along with Ningame and others, the 12 martial slaves were no match for them. As soon as the battle began, Zhou Yin grabbed Zhao Xuanzu and told him that as long as he stayed by his side, he would help him achieve immortality. This time, Zhao Xuanzu finally stopped pretending and directly asked him if he was serious. Zhou Yin said calmly that he had no need to lie. As long as Zhao Xuanzu stayed still, he would naturally know the truth when he left this world. Zhao Xuanzu remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded. For him, nothing was more tempting than survival. If Zhou Yin could truly grant him immortality, he was willing to leave with him. Zhou Yin smiled with satisfaction after hearing the prompt. Chapter 473, Leaving the Snow World. Zhao Xuanzu remained silent, observing from Zhou Yan's side. Only when Zhou Yan made his move did he truly realize how unfathomable this man was, facing 6 martial slaves alone with composure and without any apparent pressure. Zhao Kai appeared with the last of his ambushed generals, all in red armor, and headed straight for Su Fengyan. However, Su Fengyan was surrounded by many skilled fighters, and Zhao Kai was no match for them. Su Fengyan successfully scaled the city wall and retrieved the sword box left behind by Old Huang. Because Zhou Yin was present, Zhao Xuanzu suppressed the urge to make a move. He even felt that even if he took action, he might not be able to defeat Zhou Yin, so he might as well wait and see how Zhou Yin would fulfill his promise of immortality. As the heavenly gate was about to open, Zhao Xuanzu couldn't help but feel tempted, but when he noticed Zhou Yin staring at him, he could only smile and suppress the thought. Since Zhao Xuanzu didn't rush towards the heavenly gate, Deng Tai naturally didn't draw his sword either. He then gifted his flying sword and cultivation technique to Su Fengyan. The great battle between Li Chungang and Wang Xinji then came to an end. Afterwards, Su Fengyan began to make his final plans. He found Li Chungang and Zhou Yin, explained that he wanted to kill Han Diaoxi to avenge his mother, and hoped that the two of them would help him. Zhou Yin agreed and told Su Fengyan that he would leave this world after this matter was over. Although Su Fengyan was reluctant, he had no choice. As for the fact that Old Huang was not dead, Zhou Yin did not tell him for the time being, planning to tell him before leaving. Soon after, Su Fengyan and Zhou Yin waited for Han Diaoxi and Zhao Kai by the river. Zhao Kai was quite surprised, They had clearly headed north, so why were they here? Su Fengyan explained that he wasn't waiting for Zhao Kai, but for Han Diaoxi. Su Fengyan questioned Han Diaoxi about his whereabouts on the day his mother was murdered. Han Diaoxi denied being in the capital, but Su Fengyan had already learned the truth from Wang Xianji. Han Diaoxi was in the capital that day and participated in the assassination of the Princess of Bailiang. Han Diaoxi no longer concealed his intentions, saying he was acting on orders from the capital. They hadn't expected the princess to escape, and they were afraid she would reveal the truth to Su Xiao. But the princess died without revealing the murderer's identity. Han Diaoxi also said that the northern Liang was powerful, and any ruler would be wary of them. Su Fengyan understood that Su Xiao had long suspected this, but refrained from further bloodshed for the sake of the people. However, Su Fengyan was unwilling to follow only his father's path. He wanted both the greater good of the world and the bonds of human relationships. Han Diaoxi was about to take Zhao Kai onto the ship when he discovered that Su Fengyan's two older sisters had also arrived. Meanwhile, Su Longxiang and Minister Nangong also arrived. Han Diaoxi knew that these people had come for revenge. To his even greater surprise, Chen Jibao also appeared. Although he and Su Fengyan didn't get along, he had also come for the sake of the Princess of Bailiang. Han Diaoxi looked at Zhou Yin and the others, knowing that he was doomed to die today. He looked at Zhou Yin and challenged him to a duel to the death. Zhou Yin, however, was too lazy to agree and simply said that Han Diaoxi was already trapped and had no right to fight him one-on-one. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yin made the first move, followed by the others who joined the attack. Under Zhou Yan's suppression, Han Diaoxi quickly succumbed and was forced to retreat. On the other side, Zhao Kai died at the hands of his beloved Su Weisheng, thus bringing his own end to the story. After Han Diaoxi was severely injured by Zhou Yin stopped. Su Fengyan and his four siblings took turns avenging their mother. However, Han Diaoxi was not the only culprit. Su Fengyan needed to continue investigating the true enemy, so he decided to travel to northern Mang. As the story of the snow-covered world reached this point, Zhou Yin told Su Fengyan that their fate had run its course, and it was time for him to leave this world. Su Fengyan was taken aback and asked him if he was going to ascend to the immortal realm. Zhou Yin laughed heartily, saying that among the myriad worlds, this immortal realm was not enough to catch his eye. He was going to the vast great thousand immortal realm. Su Fengyan was reluctant to part, but could only bid farewell. Before leaving, Zhou Yin asked him to return to Bailiang, saying he had left him a gift. Zhou Yin then went to Nangong Pu's side and took her away. His yin-yang wings unfurled, and he scooped up Nangong Push, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. Afterwards, Zhou Yin found Li Chungang, Zhao Xuansu, Wang Chudong, Yu Yu Wei, and Xian Yuankingfeng, who were already waiting, and told them it was time to leave. Then, he opened the passage to the territory, leaving everyone speechless. Zhao Xuansu was the most excited and couldn't help but ask him if he really came from the immortal realm. Zhou Yin smiled and admitted that he was, but the immortal realm he spoke of was completely different from what they understood. Li Chungang also laughed and said, "No wonder there are monsters like Zhou Yin in the mortal world. He's not immortal at all." Zhou Yin led everyone away from the snowy world. A flash of light appeared, and rays of seven-colored light surged into their bodies, completely changing their aptitude. When Li Chungang and Zhao Xuansu opened their eyes again, they were both shocked. Li Chungang discovered that his strength had increased several times over, and he could even fight against immortals. Zhao Xuansu felt the vast vitality within her body and laughed heartily, knowing that she could live for thousands more years without any problem. Zhou Yin then took out a strange pill and handed it to Li Chungang, saying that he had promised to help him regenerate his severed arm. After Li Chungang took the pill, under everyone's watchful eyes, the bones, flesh, and meridians at the severed arm grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was completely restored. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but marvel at how wondrous the immortal realm truly was. Chapter 474, Capturing a Flying Mount. Li Chunggang's arm grew back, greatly increasing his combat power, and he returned to his appearance of being in his 20s, naturally bringing him great satisfaction. Wang Chudong, looking at the unfamiliar and peculiar surroundings, couldn't help but marvel. Zhou Yin examined the qualifications of the group and found that the qualities of Li Chungang, Zhao Xuansu, and Nangong Push were all questionable. They were already top-tier individuals, and after arriving in the territory, they were further promoted, their qualifications reaching the god level. Zhou Yin then gave a brief explanation of the territory situation. The group struggled to understand at first, but he knew they would understand once they had a real experience. Afterwards, he led them on a tour of the territory and arranged their accommodations. As for Nangong Push, Wang Chudong, Yu Wei, and Xianyuan Qingfeng, Zhou Yin took them to the Heavenly Emperor's palace. The four women were shocked when they saw the palace, thinking that Zhou Yin was the Heavenly Emperor himself. Zhou Yin explained helplessly that this was just the name of the building. He was not the Heavenly Emperor, and the people in his territory called him the Lord. The four women nodded and followed him into the palace. As soon as they entered, a group of Guanghan fairies stepped forward to pay their respects, to which Zhou Yin simply nodded in response. Nangong Push and the others looked at the palace full of female soldiers and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Zhou Yin casually remarked that there were 100,000 such female soldiers in the territory. The four women were even more surprised, then discovered that apart from Zhou Yin, there wasn't a single man in the palace. Xianyuan Qingfeng asked if the palace was entirely inhabited by women, and Zhou Yin readily admitted it, leaving the four speechless. Upon entering the palace, Manhwa had prepared a feast to entertain them. When Nangong Push and the others inquired about the women's identities, Zhou Yin did not hide anything, stating frankly that they were all his women and that several of them had not yet returned. The four women found it hard to accept at first, but since they had already come here, they could only slowly face reality. They then settled down at the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Manhwa was intelligent and considerate, and took the initiative to comfort them, telling them about the various aspects of the territory. The four women were quickly attracted, especially when they heard that they could stay young forever here, and even have the opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm and live forever in the future, which made them feel much better. No woman wants to grow old, and no one can easily resist the temptation of immortality. Afterwards, Zhou Yin sent them various top-tier cultivation techniques, instructing them to first go to the inheritance temple to change their class, and then choose a cultivation method that suited them best. After arranging all this, Zhou Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he was more confident because Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu were both at the Land Immortal realm. Their levels were maxed out from the start, and their cultivation levels had reached the peak of the 100th level. Once Zhou Yan's cultivation reaches the 100th level and his territory reaches the maximum level, they will be able to ascend directly to immortality and truly achieve eternal life. However, Zhou Yin still reminded the two that they could first change their class and then continue cultivating. Although their cultivation levels could not rise further for the time being, their combat strength could still be enhanced. The two naturally trusted Zhou Yin. After all, they had already received tangible benefits since arriving in the territory. Zhou Yin then entered the secluded cultivation room to cultivate. The next morning, after breakfast, he returned to the villa. The villa had been cleaned spotlessly, which pleased him greatly. Having someone at home was indeed convenient. Wang Ji and Lu Piao were still cultivating, so Zhou Yin didn't disturb them and went straight to class. Afterwards, Li Chungang and the others entered the inheritance temple to receive their job changes, while Zhou Yin resumed his life of going back and forth between the academy and his territory. A few days later, Manhwa telepathically informed Zhou Yin that Bai Qi had located the pterosaurs and was preparing to capture them. Moreover, there were not only pterosaurs there, but also many flying subdragons. Zhou Yin was overjoyed to hear this, as his territory finally had the opportunity to cultivate a dragon legion. He instructed Bai Qi to capture some first, and after today's lessons, he would take leave to personally capture the flying mounts. After the course ended, Zhou Yin asked for leave again. The head tutor was already used to this and had no reason to refuse unless there were special circumstances. After returning to the villa, Wang Ji and Lu Piao immediately invited him to try the newly learned dishes. The two women were already adept at using the induction cooker, and Zhou Yin thought the aroma was indeed quite good. They also mentioned that their secondary job was as chefs, and they had been learning for some time in the territory, but Zhou Yin hadn't had the chance to taste their food before. Zhou Yin took a few bites. Although it couldn't compare to a master chef like Lu Yu, the taste was quite good. He praised it a few times with satisfaction, and after finishing the meal, he returned to his territory. Back in their territory, Zhou Yin found Manhwa and inquired about the capture progress on Bai Qi's side. Manhwa said that flying mounts were indeed difficult to capture. They had purchased a giant net with 300 million gold coins, and Bai Qi had only managed to capture a few dozen, but the pterosaurs were too fast. Zhou Yin wasn't in a hurry. Once he discovered these flying dragons, he could capture them at his own pace. He then used a teleportation item to travel to Bai Qi's location. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, Bai Qi and the others immediately stepped forward to pay their respects. Zhou Yin told them not to stand on ceremony outside, then looked up at the sky and saw pterosaurs flying by from time to time, moving at great speed, their size roughly the size of a small car. Chapter 475, Lightning Spirit Dragon. Bai Qi replied, "These pterosaurs fly very fast and high, making capture difficult. We can only have our generals wound them with arrows first, and then capture them with a giant net. Flying mounts are completely different from land mounts. Once the distance is created, it's very difficult to catch up. Generals also have limited range. If a pterosaur flies too high or too far, it may not be able to hit it. In addition, the pterosaurs have a large range of activity, and the terrain here is complex, making it unsuitable for large-scale troop operations, which naturally makes capture more difficult." Zhou Yin looked around and understood Bai Qi's predicament, so he said, "No rush. We don't have real air combat capabilities yet. We can catch one at a time. Anyway, there's no time to lose." Bai Qi nodded and said, "I have divided the soldiers into several groups, each led by several military officers. This should increase the number of captures to some extent." Zhou Yin then asked, "Have you found the nests of these pterosaurs?" Bai Qi replied, "I also considered going directly to the nest to capture them, but those nests are all on extremely high and steep mountain peaks. Climbing up would take a lot of time, and if we disturbed them, the nearby pterosaurs would attack in droves. We have already lost hundreds of people, so this method won't work." Zhou Yin felt a little regretful. If the scripture pavilion could yield flight skills, the soldiers could engage in aerial combat without mounts. However, while the scripture pavilion was powerful, skills, techniques, talents, bloodlines, and eye pupils all require drawing, and flight skills were extremely rare. Bai Qi advised, "Flying skills are rare, so there's no need for the lore to rush. One day you'll be able to summon it, and then it won't be too late for the soldiers to learn it." At this point, Zhou Yin suddenly remembered something, immediately took out the RRI of the god of slaughter, and handed it to Bai Qi. "This is something I drew from the scripture pavilion before. It is very suitable for your profession and should be able to improve your strength." Bai Qi sensed a similar killing intent within him, and his expression changed. Upon recognizing it as a top-tier eye, he showed a rare expression of excitement and immediately knelt down. "This humble general thanks the Lord for the reward." Zhou Yin said, "You are the grand general of the territory, and you have made great contributions over the years. This is what you deserve. Besides, you're the most suitable person for this. However, the fusion will take a long time. You can use it after you return to the territory." Bai Qi solemnly withdrew his killing intent, his heart filled with gratitude. Zhou Yin had entrusted him with the command of hundreds of thousands of troops in his territory. This was an immense trust and also a great responsibility. Then, Zhou Yin asked, "Where exactly is the pterosaur's nest?" Bai Qi immediately realized, "Does the Lord intend to capture him personally?" Zhou Yin nodded. "The earlier we train our flying mounts, the better. We'll also have an advantage when we encounter enemies who also have flying mounts in the future." Bai Qi cautioned, "My lord, while the pterosaurs are impressive, I've discovered another, even stronger lightning spirit dragon. They can use both wind and lightning elements to attack, and they're faster than the pterosaurs, though they're much harder to capture." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin immediately became interested. "You've discovered their nest?" Bai Qi said, "We can only determine the approximate area of their activity. It consists of isolated mountain peaks that rise into the clouds, making it difficult for reconnaissance aircraft to reach. The winds are extremely strong overhead, and lightning dragons often appear, so we haven't found their exact lair yet." He then suggested, "However, if the Lord goes there, he should be able to find them. It would be best to lure them to the ground first, and then let the soldiers capture them." If there were other people in the territory who could fly, Bai Qi would naturally not let Zhou Yin take the risk himself. But in his view, Zhou Yin was currently the only one in the entire territory who could fly. In fact, Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu could also fly, but Bai Qi didn't know that. Moreover, the two had just entered the Inheritance Temple to change their class, and it would take them at least a few more days to get out. Zhou Yan had also thought of this, and secretly regretted letting them change jobs so quickly. With those two's max-level strength, capturing these flying mounts in batches wouldn't be too difficult. Zhou Yan asked, "Is that place far from here?" Bai Qi replied, "About 300 kilometers. This area falls within the range of pterosaurs, and the lightning spirit dragon generally doesn't venture this far to hunt. There are more pterosaurs, but they are weaker than the lightning spirit dragon. 300 kilometers away, right on the edge of the two tribes' territories, we often see them fighting. I've already arranged for soldiers to guard that area, and they will try to capture them whenever they have the chance." Zhou Yan was somewhat surprised. These two types of flying dragons would fight over territory. Bai Qi said, "Yes. Every time they fight, it's our best opportunity. Both types of flying dragons will be forced to land if they are injured. Once they lose their aerial advantage, they are not so difficult to deal with when facing ground soldiers and giant nets." Using this method, Bai Qi had already captured quite a few pterosaurs and lightning dragons. After speaking, he sent the location to Zhou Yan. At Zhou Yan's flying speed, the distance of over 300 kilometers wouldn't take long. Chapter 476, Raiding the Lightning Dragon's Lair. "Now go take a look over there. You stay here and continue capturing pterosaurs," Zhou Yan said. Bai Qi immediately agreed. Zhou Yan spread his yin-yang wings, transforming into two strange beams of light that instantly soared into the sky and flew away into the distance. As soon as he entered the pterosaur's territory, he immediately attracted the attention of many pterosaurs. Seeing this unusual creature traversing the air, they roared and swarmed around him. Zhou Yan glanced at the strength of these pterosaurs. Most were around level 80, dark gold quality, belonging to the subdragon race. They could fly on the wind, and their speed was quite good. Although not top tier, they were sufficient as flying mounts for the territory. Bai Qi had mentioned before that he had also seen a level 90 diamond quality pterosaur, but it only flashed by and did not land. Seeing the pterosaur swooping down, Zhou Yan didn't dodge. Instead, he went to meet it head-on. One of the pterosaurs opened its massive jaws to bite, but he didn't even bother with martial arts techniques, simply raising his fist and smashing it down. Bang! The pterosaur tilted its head and was immediately stunned by the impact. Zhou Yan grabbed it, put it away with his item, and tossed it back into his territory. The other pterosaurs, enraged by their companion's sudden disappearance, charged in droves. Zhou Yan smiled and said, "Since you're so eager to see your companion, then I'll grant your wish." His speed far surpassed that of the pterosaurs. His figure flashed through the air, delivering punch after punch, specifically targeting their heads. Before long, one pterosaur after another was knocked unconscious and taken away. After a long while, the remaining pterosaurs finally realized that Zhou Yan was not someone to be trifled with and dared not approach again. He was too lazy to chase after them and continued flying towards the direction where the lightning spirit dragon was. Soon, Zhou Yan arrived at the target area. He scanned his surroundings but did not see any trace of the lightning spirit dragon. He first contacted the nearby soldiers to confirm their location, then flew over to arrange the capture preparations. He then flew alone towards the distant mountain peaks. There, the peaks soared into the clouds, shrouded in rain and mist, resembling a celestial mountain. However, the howling winds and constant gales made it difficult for the reconnaissance aircraft, being too small and light, to reach the target area. Before long, Zhou Yan saw two subdragons flying by in the distance. They were completely different from pterosaurs. Pterosaurs only had fleshy wings, while the lightning spirit dragons had blue wings and their bodies were covered with blue-green feathers, making them look more like birds. However, they were significantly faster and of higher quality than the pterosaurs. Zhou Yan examined them and found that both were level 85 platinum quality, possessing the abilities of flight, wind control, lightning control, and wing-based attacks. Their average level is higher than that of the pterosaurs, and they have more methods, but their numbers are a bit smaller. Just as Zhou Yan finished speaking, two lightning spirit dragons spotted him and immediately flew towards him. The next instant, two balls of lightning shot out from their mouths, hurtling straight toward Zhou Yan with blinding electric light. Zhou Yan remained calm, circulating his yin and yang energies to envelop the two balls of lightning, then sent them back with a backhand. "Since you like lightning, then try it yourself." The two lightning dragons were clearly stunned, seemingly not expecting their attacks to turn back. They unleashed another ball of lightning, which collided with the returning bolts. Boom! Lightning exploded, and powerful shockwaves swept around. Zhou Yin, however, passed directly through the energy turbulence, instantly arriving above one of the lightning dragons and flipping onto its back. The lightning dragon cried out in alarm, and another one immediately pounced, intending to attack Zhou Yin with its sharp wings. But as soon as it got close, Zhou Yin raised his fist and smashed it down in front of him. Bang! Lightning Dragon felt dizzy and was quickly grabbed and put away by Zhou Yin. You're no exception. Zhou Yin grabbed the neck of the Lightning Dragon beneath his feet with one hand, almost choking it. It dragged Zhou Yin down, struggling desperately. Zhou Yin spread his wings to steady himself and casually slapped it on the head. The Lightning Dragon's head spun around a few times before it finally fainted. In this way, Zhou Yin acquired 2 more Lightning Dragon mounts. He then landed on a steep mountain peak and began searching for the Lightning Dragon's lair. Before long, he discovered a nest built on a platform. Various monster bones were scattered around the nest, but there were no adult lightning spirit dragons, only a few small lightning spirit dragons about a meter long and still hairless. The little ones saw Zhou Yin and immediately roared at him. Zhou Yin looked at them and laughed. If I capture you, your parents will definitely come for revenge. They'll just end up becoming my soldiers' mounts. He looked at the few little lightning dragons and laughed even more heartily. Go ahead and scream. No one will pay attention to you, even if you scream your lungs out. The little lightning dragons cried out in chaos. One of them even tried to unleash lightning, but instead of releasing it, it nearly choked on its own. Zhou Yin was speechless for a moment. Was this considered suicide? To let the adult lightning spirit dragons know that he was responsible, Zhou Yin took out a huge, transparent glass container. The container was exceptionally sturdy. After putting the 3 baby lightning spirit dragons inside, he carried the container and flew towards the next lightning spirit dragon nest. Chapter 477, Capture. Zhou Yin found himself lucky and soon found another lightning dragon nest. Inside were only 2 baby dragons, even smaller than the previous 3. They looked like they had just been born and were still unsteady on their feet. The 2 little creatures saw him barge in and actually tried to shoo him away. Zhou Yin didn't hold back, tossing them one in each hand into the transparent tank above his head, and then continued on to his next target. After sweeping through more than a dozen nests, he discovered a female lightning spirit dragon incubating its eggs. Without hesitation, Zhou Yin packed the mother and eggs away. Half an hour later, adult lightning dragons began returning to their nest with food. But when they saw the empty nest, they were all stunned and then let out angry screams. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Yin actually laughed. He deliberately took out a megaphone and placed it next to the huge glass bottle filled with baby dragons. The next second, childish and panicked cries echoed all around. The translation is, Mom and Dad, come save me. Bad guys have kidnapped us, and we're going to be eaten. Help! As soon as the sound rang out, a swarm of lightning dragons immediately chased after Zhou Yin. Looking at the densely packed figures behind him, Zhou Yin turned and flew towards the ambush point he had prepared beforehand. Wind blades and lightning bolts attacked from behind, but they were too far away and dissipated before they could even touch Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin glanced back and then put away the transparent tank containing the baby dragon. This action thoroughly enraged the lightning dragons behind them. The hatred of having their child stolen fueled their fury, and they instantly increased their speed, desperately chasing after Zhou Yin. Once they were lured to where the soldiers were lying in ambush, Zhou Yin finally stopped. His spiritual energy transformed into a protective shield, blocking all the attacks. Then, he unleashed powerful magical energy from his hands, casting a gravity spell. Caught off guard, the lightning dragons were suddenly thrown into the air and plummeted to the ground. Just as they were about to hit the ground, Zhou Yin used levitation to keep them all suspended in midair and finally stunned them with his powerful mental energy. The rest was naturally left to the soldiers to handle. Next, Zhou Yin repeated this routine. However, by this time, most of the adult lightning dragons had already returned to their nests, so he simply rushed in and snatched any baby dragons he saw. Upon seeing this, the adult lightning dragons immediately gave chase. Each time, after attracting a sufficient number, Zhou Yin would lead them into the ambush area and capture them using the same method. Sometimes he could attract hundreds of them at once, and sometimes more than 100. After a dozen or so rounds, he had almost wiped out all the lightning dragons on a mountain, leaving not even any baby dragons or eggs. Afterwards, Zhou Yin began clearing the area mountain by mountain. He was strong, resourceful, fast, and had good defense. Later, he simply charged in the nest while still protected by the shield, grabbed the baby dragon, and ran away. Those lightning dragons were no match for him, and could only chase after him until they all fell into an ambush and became the future mounts of Zhou Yan's territory. As for the baby lightning dragons, Zhou Yan sent them all into his territory. Once the adult lightning dragons awaken, they will naturally go looking for their offspring. As for those still in their eggs, he didn't bother with them. They would all become members of the territory once they hatched. 3 days later, Zhou Yin discovered that Li Chungang and Zhao Xuansu had both completed their class changes and their strength had increased significantly. Now that they were in the territory, they naturally couldn't sit idle, so the first thing he assigned them was to capture a mount for him. Li Chungang was quite surprised to see these lightning dragons. He hadn't expected such strange monsters to exist in this world. However, when the two heard that Zhou Yin wanted them, dignified terrestrial immortals, to capture mounts, they were speechless. However, the benefits offered by Zhou Yin were indeed generous, so the two thought about it and decided to let him go ahead and arrest him. It wasn't a big deal. Li Chungang asked, "How many do you want to arrest?" Zhou Yin replied directly, "Catch as many as you can. Take all the flying dragons you see." The two fell silent for a moment, then couldn't help but ask him what he really wanted to do. Zhou Yin told them that he was going to build a powerful dragon legion. Although the two of them were now at the pinnacle of this world, there were still many beings at higher levels that even they might not be able to withstand. This world is far more dangerous than the places they are familiar with. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the territory, and once the territory is destroyed, these people can never be brought back to life. They will simply vanish completely. Therefore, everything Zhou Yin did was to make himself stronger and also to make the territory stronger. He hoped that Li Chungang and Zhao Xuansu would understand that they were now also members of the territory, and that helping the territory was protecting their own home. This territory doesn't just belong to Zhou Yin, it belongs to everyone. He wants to build it into a powerful, free, and stable place. And in the future, he will lead the entire territory to explore more unknown territories. Along that path, they will encounter various mysterious and powerful enemies. Zhou Yin must prepare in advance, because his goal is not only to become stronger himself, but also to lead the entire territory to ascend to the immortal realm, enabling everyone to transcend and ultimately become eternal beings. This is what Zhou Yin has always been doing, and it is also the lifelong goal pursued by every lord. But to achieve eternity, it is impossible for one person to do it alone. Fortunately, Zhou Yin possessed an excellent foundation. The people he summoned were 100% loyal, and the buildings in his territory were all extraordinary. However, the more powerful the building, the more precious the materials needed for its upgrade, so he had to work even harder to acquire those crucial resources. Chapter 478. The situation of being unable to leave. After listening to Zhou Yan's words, Li Chungang and Zhao Xuansu both looked at him. Although they did not yet know the full situation of the territory, they could feel Zhou Yan's ambition to lead the entire territory to ascension, and they couldn't help but feel admiration. Zhao Xuansu, in particular, had long been obsessed with becoming an immortal and achieving eternity. He hadn't had the opportunity in the past, but now that it was right in front of him, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. He immediately declared that he would capture as many monsters as Zhou Yin instructed. Li Chungang laughed and agreed. He wasn't an ungrateful person. Since he was staying in this territory, he would help Zhou Yin protect it. Moreover, this world was very beneficial to his understanding of swordsmanship. The longer he stayed, the more he could feel his swordsmanship being perfected. Zhou Yin thanked the two men and then stated their initial goal, to capture 500,000 mounts. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuansu and Li Chunang's smiles froze instantly. With the help of these two terrestrial immortals, the speed of capturing the lightning dragons increased significantly. In just 7 days, all the lightning dragons in the surrounding area were captured. If they weren't so far apart and scattered, it wouldn't have taken so long at all. Zhou Yin was very satisfied with this. They had captured over 100,000 lightning spirit dragons alive. Although tens of thousands of them were not yet adults and needed further feeding, the territory contained plenty of food, elixirs, and treasures that could promote their growth. In a few months, they would be able to grow into qualified flying dragons. Zhou Yin then turned his attention to pterosaurs. There were more than 10 times as many pterosaurs as lightning dragons, but he didn't need too many initially, planning to capture only around 100,000. After all, the number of mounts was too large, and the territory didn't yet have enough meat to feed them. He could only continue capturing them once his army had grown larger. Zhou Yin plans to return to the remaining pterosaurs later. He has already purchased items that can mark coordinates, so he can come back anytime he wants to continue taming these flying mounts. A few days later, 100,000 pterosaurs were successfully captured, all of them adults. The pterosaurs were numerous and relatively concentrated, so they could be captured in batches with just a little luring, making it much more efficient than capturing lightning dragons. After capturing the flying dragon, Li Chungang and Zhao Xuansu returned to their territory. Zhou Yin assured them that he would not disturb them unless something important happened. He also assured them that the territory would do its best to meet any needs they might have. Their requirements were simple: a quiet and comfortable place, plus 3 meals a day. Having just arrived in this world, they had much to learn, and the length of their seclusion would vary, depending entirely on their individual understanding of martial arts. Zhou Yin knew perfectly well that these two were the true trump cards of his territory. With 2 terrestrial immortals guarding it, he would have much more confidence even if he offended powerful enemies in the future. Ordinary forces would find it difficult to have even one such expert, but he not only had 2, but both of them possessed extremely high aptitude. With the flying mount issue resolved, the next step was to formally establish the Dragon Legion. While others in the territory were still capturing other mounts, news of the impending formation of the Dragon Legion had already spread, and everyone hoped to become a member. Zhou Yin set the formation date for mid-December. He planned to complete the organization of the Flying Dragon Legion before the end of the year and begin formal training afterward. Initially, he would recruit 150,000 people, and the remaining 50,000 would be added after the Lightning Spear dragons had grown up. Nowadays, almost everyone in the territory has a mount, but the Moon Fairy doesn't need these mounts because these flying dragons are not suitable for her. Zhou Yin wasn't in a hurry to leave this area. The number of soldiers in his territory would increase in the future, and he was still about 50,000 mounts short of his goal of 500,000. Since he had said he would capture 500,000, he was determined to do so before leaving. In the past few days, Nangong Push, Wang Chudong, Yu Yu Wei, and Xinyuan Qingfeng have all completed their job changes and are cultivating in their territory every day, familiarizing themselves with everything here. Zhou Yin was equally busy. He shuttled back and forth between his territory and the outside world every day, first cultivating in his secluded chamber, and then helping to capture flying mounts after his cultivation ended. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to complete the capture of more than 200,000 flying mounts so quickly. About 7 days later, the troops outside began to return to their territory. By December 15th, all the troops had finally returned. Just then, the territory's reconnaissance aircraft transmitted abnormal images. Yin Lihua immediately found Zhou Yin and reported, "Lord, more than a dozen king-level subdragons are heading towards the territory, leading millions of subdragons." Zhou Yin was shocked upon hearing this. More than a dozen king-level subdragons? Yin Lihua guessed that it might be because they had made too much noise recently, capturing 500,000 subdragon mounts of various kinds, which angered those king-level monsters. King-level subdragons are extremely powerful. Although Zhou Yin trusted the territory's defenses, he felt a strange sense of crisis, as if something was watching him, making him very uneasy. He was puzzled. Logically speaking, the territory's strength was already considerable. Even if a king-level subdragon led an attack, they might not be able to break in. Yet, this sense of crisis was becoming increasingly clear. Zhou Yin made a quick decision to leave. However, he soon discovered that the territory was under attack, and he could not leave. In the midst of battle, Zhou Yin's expression changed. The territory hadn't even entered a war yet. So where did this talk of a battle come from? At that moment, he realized he might be targeted by some powerful being. Could it really be those dozen or so king-level subdragons? Zhou Yin couldn't be sure for the time being and could only wait for the arrival of the dragon army. Even though the two sides were still far apart, he could already feel the earth trembling and muffled rumbling sounds coming from afar. Chapter 479, Mysterious Being. Zhou Yin frowned slightly as he watched the footage transmitted back from the reconnaissance aircraft. The footage showed various subdragons densely packed together, many of whom were originally predators of each other. but now they seem to be under unified command, all pressing towards their territory. What's even more troublesome is that many of these subdragons are enormous, with behemoths tens or even hundreds of meters long being a common sight. Most terrifying of all are the dozen or so king-level subdragons. Their imposing presence like that of Dragon King generals, each leading a massive subdragon legion. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, and lightning constantly tore through the clouds, filling the entire territory with an oppressive atmosphere before an impending storm. Zhou Yin had never encountered this situation before, and he didn't understand why he suddenly couldn't teleport out of the territory. The sense of unknown danger intensified, but he remained calm. The territory contained numerous defensive towers, including many top-tier ones, powerful enough to tear apart large numbers of enemies. Moreover, he had over 300,000 soldiers under his command, as well as 2 powerful cultivators of the land immortal realm, Li Chungang and Zhao Xuansu. Zhou Yin knew very well that fear should not be shown to the Lord. Fear should only be reserved for the enemy. He immediately ordered, summon all the major military officers and officials to a meeting. Manhwa, Si Tung, Zhao Min, Xiao Zhao, and others immediately issued orders, summoning all the important civil and military officials of the territory to the Heavenly Emperor's palace. This was the first emergency meeting held in the territory, and even Zhou Yin himself hadn't expected the situation to deteriorate to this extent. He had a vague feeling that things weren't so simple. It was as if some unknown entity in the darkness was manipulating everything. Inside the Heavenly Emperor's palace, the Divine King's palace stood solemnly. Zhou Yin sat on the Divine King's throne, surrounded by Jiao Chan, Zhenmi, Sun Shangxiang, Inlihua, Kai Yin, Nie Xiaoqian, and others. Below the main hall, on the left stood civil officials such as Xiao He, Fang Xianling, Zhang Liang, Sun Yu, Zhang Zhao, Guanzhong, Zhugajin Li Si, Han Fei, and Lu Su, while on the right stood military generals such as Bai Qi, Chen Qingji, Gao Shun, Li Guang, Xie Xian, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Qin Xiong. Zhou Yin recounted the situation. Over a dozen king-level subdragons were leading an army to besiege them outside, and they were unable to teleport out of the territory. Although everyone was shocked, they all understood that the most important thing right now was not to ask for the reason, but to stabilize the defense. Zhou Yin said in a deep voice, Bai Qi. Bai Qi immediately stepped forward and said, "Your subordinate is here." Zhou Yin ordered, "Arrange for the guards at each city gate to defend against all directions. We must not allow these monsters to rush into our territory. We must keep them outside the city." Bai Qi clasped his hands in acceptance of the order. Having merged with the eye of the god of slaughter, his killing intent intensified, and a single glance from him sent chills down one's spine. This general, born to kill, immediately turned to his troops and roared, "All generals, heed my command. Gather the soldiers and prepare for battle." Yes, the generals quickly left the main hall and began deploying troops for defense. But just then, Zhou Yin suddenly sensed a strange power locking onto the territory from afar. He hadn't noticed it before, but the moment he sat on the throne of the god, he seemed to see a blurry black shadow watching him from a great distance. Almost simultaneously, Li Chungang and Zhao Xuansu arrived before Zhou Yin. Li Chungang said with a solemn expression, "A powerful aura has locked onto this place." Zhou Yan's heart sank. "You felt it too?" Zhao Xuansu nodded. "That aura is no less than ours. If I'm not mistaken, it should also be a subdragon at the land immortal realm. I also felt an extremely strong dragon's might, and it was it that woke me up." The two looked in the same direction at the same time. Although the other party had not yet shown himself, given his level of power, he could arrive here in no time if he so desired. Zhang Liang immediately stepped forward and analyzed. "Lord, if what you two say is true, it should be that being who locked onto the territory with their aura, which is why the territory cannot teleport. As long as we deal with the Dragon Legion outside first, they may not dare to continue to harass us. After all, we also have 2 terrestrial immortals in our territory." Guanzhong then asked, "Can you two find its exact location?" Li Chungang glanced at him. "You want to take the initiative?" Guanzhong shook his head. "It's not about launching an attack, but about figuring out why it's targeting our territory. Everything has a cause and effect. A dragon that has reached the realm of terrestrial immortals would never launch an attack of this scale without a reason. If we can resolve this peacefully, It's better than offending a powerful being for no reason. Hanfei also stepped forward to agree. The others similarly believed that although their territory was not afraid of the other party, it would be safer to avoid making an enemy of a terrestrial immortal dragon. Zhou Yin had the same thought. He planned to come back here to capture mounts again in the future and didn't want to completely offend someone of this level. So he looked at the two of them. Can you confirm the direction? Zhao Xuanzu stepped forward and said, leave it to me. Li Chungang isn't good at this. In terms of combat strength, Zhao Xuanzu might not be superior to Li Chungang, but he possessed his own arrogance in the areas of the 5 elements, formations, divination, and reconnaissance. He gestured with both hands, and the 5 elements and 8 trigrams appeared in his palms, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. The next moment, Zhao Xuanzu transformed into a beam of celestial light and soared into the sky. Li Chungang also stepped into the void and said calmly, I'll go too. Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared into the distance in an instant, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yin could only wait for their outcome, but the army's mobilization would not stop. At all times, the worst-case scenario had to be prepared. At this moment, more than 300,000 soldiers within the territory are rapidly assembling outside the territory, and countless dragons are also getting closer and closer. An epic battle is about to erupt. On one side lies a powerful territory protected by countless defensive towers. On the other side is an endless army of dragons driven by a mysterious dragon race. Chapter 480, Old Dragon Wants to See You. Time passed slowly, and Bai Qi had assembled his army and began ordering the generals of each city gate to enter a defensive posture. This time, even 100,000 moon goddesses have taken to the battlefield. Within their territory, regardless of gender or race, everyone must participate in the war when the time is right. Zhou Yin led a large group of civil officials to the city wall, gazing into the distance and waiting for the dragons to approach. With a crack, lightning exploded and crimson lightning filled the void. The enormous figures of the sub-dragons in the distance were now clearly visible to everyone. The roar of the dragon resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and the ground trembled more and more violently, as if the entire earth was about to be torn apart. In the distance, the horde of monsters was rapidly approaching. The defensive towers within the territory are ready to be deployed, and the soldiers in the city are on high alert, ready to leave the city and engage in battle at any time. The number of wyverns that arrived this time was enormous, and their sizes were also extremely large. Not only were there the species they had seen in recent days, but there were also many more unfamiliar wyverns. There are hundreds of species of flying dragons alone, densely covering the sky like a huge black cloud pressing down. The territory had never faced so many powerful sub-dragons at the same time, and they didn't know what other tricks they had up their sleeves. Zhou Yin and the others were completely uncertain about their situation. Just then, Li Chungang sent a message through the communicator. Zhou Yin, we have found the Dragon King. Zhou Yin was taken aback. The Dragon King? Could these sub-dragons be its offspring? He knew that dragons were known for their prolific reproduction, so perhaps these sub-dragons were indeed related to the old dragon. Another possibility was that this area had always been the old dragon's territory. Zhou Yin asked, what did it say? Li Chungang replied, it said we went too far, not only capturing more than 500,000 of its descendants, but also killing hundreds of thousands, and it cannot let us go easily. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin immediately understood that the other party had indeed come for this matter. However, when he first arrived, he had no idea that behind these sub-dragons was a Dragon King. At that time, the territory did not have 2 top-tier experts, Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu. If that old dragon, a terrestrial immortal, had intervened back then, the territory might not have been able to withstand it. Thinking about this, Zhou Yin felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had successfully brought these 2 powerful figures back from the world of snow swordsmen. He continued, what will it take for it to let us go? Li Chungang replied, Old Dragon demands that we release the 500,000 captured dragons. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin knew without a second thought that he could never agree to such a condition. He had worked so hard to capture them for so long. How could he just let them go? A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he asked, are you confident you can kill that old dragon? Li Chungang paused for a moment. He then said, the other side has 5 dragons at the terrestrial immortal level. Zhou Yin was speechless on the spot. Holy crap, 5 heads? This makes things complicated. If there's only one enemy, and it's not as strong as Li Chungang, killing it might solve the problem, and this place can continue to be used as a mount-catching ground in the future. However, the opposing side had 5 dragons at the terrestrial immortal level, while they only had 2. In a real fight, they had no chance of winning. Moreover, battles at this level cannot be decided in a short time. Li Chungang also said that those were not low-blooded dragons, but true divine dragons, whose combat power was far beyond that of ordinary dragons. Zhou Yin pondered for a moment and said, "Ask them if there are any other solutions." He really couldn't bear to give up more than 500,000 mounts, including more than 200,000 flying mounts. Li Chungang replied, "There really is." Zhou Yin quickly asked, "What are the conditions?" Li Chunggang's tone was also somewhat strange. It said that it has a child and needs your help to take care of it. What? Zhou Yin was completely stunned, never expecting things to turn out this way. Upon closer reflection, he felt that this whole affair seemed to have been deliberately orchestrated by the old dragon. If it truly intended to prevent him from capturing a mount, why would it wait until they were about to leave to intervene? Zhou Yin couldn't understand it. When Li Chungang transmitted his voice again, "Old dragon wants to see you." "See me?" Zhou Yin pondered for a moment. With Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu present, he should be safe. Besides, if the other party truly harbored hostility, they would have already made their move, not waited until now. So he nodded and said, "Okay, wait for me." He looked out of the city and saw that the surrounding dragons had stopped a certain distance away and had not continued to advance or launch an attack. Zhou Yin instructed Zhang Liang, "Don't attack. Things have changed. We'll talk about it when I get back." Zhang Liang nodded and accepted the order. Although he didn't know what had happened, he had a feeling that it might not be a bad thing. Zhou Yin spread his yin-yang wings and took flight, heading towards Li Chunggang's location. However, not long after, Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu arrived to pick him up halfway. Because the distance was too far, Zhou Yin's speed was simply too slow for them. Hearing this reason, Zhou Yin felt a little uncomfortable. Wasn't this just implying that he was weak? Under their guidance, Zhou Yin experienced near teleportation speed for the first time. Although he also knew spatial magic, he couldn't do it so frequently. The 3 arrived in the sky and then stepped into the space together. Upon entering, Zhou Yin immediately sensed an incredibly dense spiritual energy. This place seemed to be a world of its own, more powerful, mysterious, and vast than the outside world. He never expected that such a space was hidden in this place. A dragon's roar resounded in all directions. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Yin saw several giant dragons, hundreds of meters long, soaring through the air, blotting out the sky and displaying astonishing power. These are true dragons, far superior to the sub-dragons found outside. Li Chungang laughed and said, "Isn't it amazing? When we first found this place, we never expected that there would be a real dragon island hidden here." Dragon Island? Zhou Yin was shocked. He hadn't expected this place to be the real Dragon Island. He couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this a separate space?" Li Chungang straightened his expression and replied, "How would I know? This is my first time here too." The old dragon said so himself. It said this is Dragon Island, so it must be Dragon Island. Zhou Yin then realized that Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu had only been in the territory for a short time and probably didn't know as much as he did. Chapter 481, Meeting Old Dragon. Zhou Yin had indeed heard of Dragon Island, but only from the internet. He only knew that Dragon Island was a mysterious place inhabited by countless dragons with powerful bloodlines, each possessing the power to destroy the world. Zhou Yin never expected that he had just been randomly teleported here by luck. After seeing these dragons, he would definitely try to capture them as mounts. I never imagined that the dragons here would have a group of real dragons as their backers. Moreover, the opposing side actually had 5 dragons at the terrestrial immortal level. Zhou Yin had even wanted to kill them before. It was a miracle he wasn't killed himself. Li Chungang also said, "This Dragon Island is not simple. It seems to be under a powerful restriction, as if it is suppressing the dragon race. We discovered this the moment we entered. I reckon the reason Old Dragon wants to meet you is related to this restriction," Zhao Xuanzu said. A restriction? Zhou Yin hadn't expected there to be a restriction. He asked, could they have set this up themselves? It doesn't seem so. This restriction only targets the dragon race and is extremely powerful. It has no effect on us whatsoever, Zhao Xuanzu said. If you can tell that, Then isn't this formation quite basic? Zhou Yin asked. Zhao Xuanzu shook her head and replied, No, on the contrary, it's very strong, so strong that it's unsolvable. Zhou Yin, why did that old dragon specifically choose me to come here? I have no idea. Zhou Yin thought for a moment. He must have the protagonist's halo, or his luck attribute is too strong, or there is some other reason. No matter the reason, there's no point in thinking about it so much. Just ask Lao Long directly. Looking at the giant dragons around him, Zhou Yin even had the idea of catching them all. He quickly shook off the thought, probably because he had become a little addicted to capturing mounts lately. In front of a huge palace. The reason it is described as huge is because when they stand in front of the palace gate, they truly look like ants looking at our human gate. Zhou Yin made a rough estimate and found that the gate alone was over 1,000 meters high, and its width was even more uncertain. Li Chungang led Zhou Yin inside, and they flew for a long time before finally seeing a huge golden palace. On the palace sat an old dragon with a dragon's head and a human body, exuding a very majestic aura. On either side of the Dragon King sat two imposing old dragons, their auras equally powerful. It was likely that the three old dragons were Dragon Kings at the level of terrestrial immortals. Although they are both at the level of terrestrial immortals, their actual combat strength is still very different. Take Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu, for example. Li Chungang alone can deal with two Zhao Xuanzu. That's the difference in combat power. Zhou Yin quickly stepped forward and asked the old dragon, My name is Zhou Yin. May I ask how the Dragon King is addressed? This is the real Dragon King. I wonder what Li Bufon's expression would be if he knew he had seen the real Dragon King. I've forgotten your name. Just call me Dragon King. You are the most unique human I've seen in millions of years, the Dragon King said without hesitation. Millions of years. Zhou Yin was speechless upon hearing this. Just how old was this Dragon King in front of him? Zhou Yin quickly replied, Your Majesty flatters me. I am just an ordinary human being, nothing special. One should keep a low profile when necessary. Communicating with a Dragon King who has lived for millions of years felt a bit unreal to Zhou Yin. Thinking back to his previous idea of having Li Chungang kill the old dragon, he found the idea ridiculous. No wonder Li Chungang was speechless for a long time when he heard it. He was probably telling him that if he could do it, he should try it himself. The old dragon has lived for so long, and although it has never ascended to immortality, is no different from a true god. How can you kill it? That's just asking for trouble. Although Li Chunggang's combat strength is indeed formidable. However, Zhou Yin did not believe that Li Chunggang's current fighting strength was enough to defeat Lao Long. Old Dragon has a powerful foundation, and there's absolutely no information about him. Plus, he's lived for so long, so who knows how many trump cards he has up his sleeve. It's estimated that even 10 Li Chunggangs wouldn't be able to defeat one old dragon. This is not to say that Li Chungang is weak, but as it stands now, he is indeed no match for Lao Long. Perhaps only when Li Chunggang's sword intent reaches a higher level will he be qualified to fight Lao Long. Alright kid, stop being modest with me. Given the situation in your territory and your own circumstances, although I don't know much about it, I imagine your background isn't simple. I doubt even you know the specifics. Do you really think you're able to possess such a peculiar territory because of good luck? I can't explain anything to you. You have to experience many things for yourself. The Dragon King seemed to have noticed something, but he didn't explain too much to Zhou Yin, only vaguely telling him some things. Moreover, this matter was related to him, and although Zhou Yin was very helpless, there was nothing he could do. Besides, all of this he obtained was, of course, because he was a time traveler with a cheat code. What's so strange about that? As a time traveler, it's perfectly reasonable to have a cheat code. I just didn't expect Lao Long to be so amazing. He even noticed a clue about this. His territory has so many powerful buildings, and several of them have the ability to hide information, yet the old dragons still manage to discover them. This alone shows that Lao Long is different from others. You told me before that you wanted me to take care of your child, but your child must be quite old already. Does he still need me to take care of him? Zhou Yin really didn't understand. The Dragon King was at least several million years old, and his child must have been at least 1,000,000 years old. Is this asking him to take care of a living ancestor? You probably don't know anything about the real Dragon Island, the old dragon said, looking at Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin asked respectfully, Please speak frankly, I really don't know much about it. Zhou Yin is just an ordinary person, not from a prestigious family. He only hears information from the internet, which can't be entirely trusted. After all, online keyboard warriors can fabricate all sorts of dark stories. Although Dragon Island is rich in spiritual energy, our Dragon Clan's leader offended a supreme being in the primordial era. That being then set up a seal, sealing off our entire Dragon Island, the old dragon said with a touch of sorrow. Chapter 482, Blood Drop. As long as they're dragons with pure bloodlines, they are all transported to Dragon Island, and then they will never be able to break through the barrier of the immortal realm and can only stay at the half-immortal realm for the rest of their lives. Since then, our dragon race has declined drastically, and fewer dragon descendants have been sent back to Dragon Island from various places. In addition, it is indeed very difficult for our dragon race to cultivate a dragon with pure bloodline. Before I became a Dragon King, I thought of many ways to break this shackle, and I found a way to break it, to become your human companions. Over millions of years, I have found many humans with good potential and established an equal contract with a dragon of pure bloodline from my own race, intending to let him ascend to the immortal realm to find a way to break the seal. Unfortunately, there's been no news since then, and I'm afraid they are all powerless to help. Until I saw you appear. From the moment you appeared, I noticed you. That mysterious building that even I could hide from is not something an ordinary person can possess. Moreover, I see that your luck is soaring and your bloodline is like a celestial river. This is something that no ordinary person can possess. That's why I stopped you from going back and made you come here. I want to give you a big gift. And the reward is very simple. When you ascend to the immortal realm, help us find a way to break the seal here. If there is really no way, then I will continue to look for the next person until a dragon clan breaks it. If we don't live to see that day, or if our entire dragon race is wiped out, I will never accept my fate because we have done our best. Although we have failed, our dragon race will never accept our fate and will never compromise. Zhou Yin, Li Chungang, and Zhao Xuanzu were all deeply impressed by the old dragon's words of defiance against fate and the constraints of the heavens. Especially Li Chungang, who was a person who defied the laws of heaven and fate. His life's work was to break through all laws with a single sword. No matter what shackles or constraints you had, they could not stop his progress. Although he had regrets and remorse, it was precisely because of these regrets that his path of swordsmanship became more complete and stronger. In life, only by understanding regret and missing out can we truly appreciate what we have. Well said. I, Li Chungang, admire strong people like you the most. No matter what, I, Li Chungang, will definitely support you. After entering the immortal realm in the future, I will help you no matter what. Li Chungang did it for no other reason than the Dragon Clan's belief in their indomitable spirit. Millions of years of failures had not shaken them in the slightest. Even if they are reduced to a single dragon, they will still fight against fate and against that god. No matter how ridiculous their struggle may seem, or how pathetic it may appear in the eyes of the gods, they will never give up as long as there is a glimmer of hope. Zhou Yin also deeply admired the old dragon's conviction. For the sake of the entire dragon race, he personally handed over his descendants to the human race, just for that sliver of hope. Such a powerful figure is both admirable and lamentable. Thank you for your trust, old dragon. Although I, Zhou Yin, do not know if I can succeed or guarantee anything, I will find a way to break the shackle for the Dragon Clan the moment I ascend to the immortal realm. Even if it means offending that supreme being, I will definitely help you. Of course, this matter must be done secretly. Zhou Yin is not that stupid to openly confront that supreme being. When you don't have the strength, you have to lie low. With a wave of his hand, the old dragon summoned a golden eggshell that floated in front of Zhou Yin. He said, I used a secret technique to keep my son asleep for over 2 million years, making his foundation incredibly strong. He may be the last hope of our clan. I hope you can treat him well and not let him act impulsively. Given the characteristics of your territory and your peculiar nature, I doubt anyone can guess your true identity. The Dragon King took one last look at his child, his eyes filled with fatherly love. But for the sake of the entire dragon race, the old dragon still had to let his child leave his side to find a glimmer of hope to break the shackles of the dragon race. Zhou Yin looked at the golden dragon egg in front of him and asked, how can I hatch it? A contract of equality can be signed simply by dripping blood on it, because before Lao Long could finish speaking, Zhou Yin raised his hand and stabbed his finger with the dagger, blood dripping onto the golden egg. However, the three old dragons at the half-immortal level were all stunned when they saw Zhou Yin's actions. Then, one of the old dragons shouted, "I haven't even finished speaking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there a problem?" Zhou Yin looked at Lao Long with a puzzled expression. "Of course there are problems. Because I've put a lot of effort into cultivating it, it requires a lot of blood. You'd better prepare some blood-replenishing elixirs. If you stop halfway, it will be very difficult to sign the contract again." Old Long was completely stunned. He never expected Zhou Yin to be in such a hurry. Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu were stunned after hearing this, and looked at Zhou Yin speechlessly. Zhou Yin was indeed stunned when he heard this. Sure enough, I discovered that the blood in my fingers was flowing into the egg as if it were being absorbed, without any apparent reason. Holy crap! Zhou Yin immediately began searching for blood-replenishing pills within his territory. Fortunately, Zhou Yin had a lot of money and bought a lot of elixirs. He quickly found a large number of pills to replenish his qi and blood. Without saying a word, he poured the whole bottle of pills into his mouth and swallowed them. This is an 8-star blood coagulation pill. This kid is quite something. He even has this kind of pill. Old Long breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw that Zhou Yin had a pill to replenish his qi and blood. But this kid is too extravagant. He just ate the whole bottle of pills like that. The pill quickly melted in Zhou Yan's body, and its powerful medicinal properties exerted tremendous energy, beginning to replenish the blood Zhou Yin had lost. Coupled with his own strong blood-producing ability, Zhou Yin felt as if his blood was about to surge due to the powerful medicinal properties of the pill. So Zhou Yin cut open his other 4 fingers again, making the blood flow even more. In this way, the 5 streams of blood would merge into the golden egg, which should meet the conditions for opening the contract. What kind of blood is this? Such powerful energy. Old Long and the others were shocked when they saw the blood flowing out of Zhou Yin, because they could feel an extremely powerful blood energy from this blood. Chapter 483, Dragon Blood Essence. Zhou Yin also thought the egg needed a lot of blood, but he soon discovered that the golden egg had stopped absorbing blood, which surprised him. He then looked at the old dragon and asked, "Didn't you say it needed a lot of blood? This is only a little. Why did it stop?" Zhou Yin had consumed a lot of blood-generating pills and had also prepared various spirit-generating pills and elixirs, but in the end, he didn't need them anymore. This old dragon looked at Zhou Yin and then replied, "What kind of bloodline do you have? How can it be so powerful? Such a powerful bloodline naturally doesn't need many other bloodlines." Zhou Yin felt the surging blood and qi in his body, as if it was about to burst through his blood vessels. He ignored the old dragon and sat down on the ground to meditate and refine the blood. This was a whole bottle of 8-star blood coagulation pills. Normally, 1 pill would be enough to replenish the blood of someone who had lost more than 90% of their blood. But when Zhou Yin heard that this little guy needed a lot of blood, he swallowed the whole bottle. But unexpectedly, after absorbing only a small portion, the little guy stopped absorbing and was full. This caused Zhou Yin to become unwell. What happened to the promise that he needed a lot of blood? Is that all? Fortunately, Zhou Yin was also quite strong. He immediately activated the yin-yang creation technique, unleashing a unique yin-yang mixed spiritual power. A peculiar taiji diagram appeared above Zhou Yan's head. What is this? The 3-headed dragon king stood up abruptly after seeing the changes in Zhou Yin. They sensed a very pure spiritual energy fluctuation, which was extremely powerful and peculiar, like the primordial spiritual energy at the beginning of the world, giving them a tremendous feeling. The 3 old dragons looked at each other, seemingly sensing each other's shock, and then said, "This person's origins are probably beyond our imagination. He might actually be able to break the Dragon Clan seal. Since that's the case, why don't I lend him a hand? I believe that with his bloodline and his mysterious territory, he is definitely the one most capable of helping our dragon race among all of us." After seeing Zhou Yan's mysterious physique, the Dragon King made a decision. Then, the 3 of them cast a spell together, condensing 3 powerful energies. After they came together, it seemed to open up a certain space. The 3 old dragons each took out a key-like object and then flew into that mysterious space. Instantly, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and a giant dragon burst forth from space. However, this dragon was peculiar its entire body blood red, and it was filled with boundless life force. This is an extremely powerful bloodline force, even stronger than the blood and chi force in Zhou Yan's body. It is definitely a bloodline force that surpasses RRR quality. The Dragon King said to Li Chungang, "This is the essence blood refined from the blood of powerful dragons throughout the ages. It has now gained some intelligence, so I will give it to him as a gift from the Dragon Clan." Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu exchanged a glance, both utterly shocked. How many years have dragons existed? They were actually willing to give Zhou Yan such a precious blood essence. This kind of heaven-defying opportunity was truly immense. It's no wonder that this bloodline possesses such a powerful aura, allowing them to feel an extremely vigorous life force. However, considering Zhou Yan's mystery and power, they felt it was quite normal. So they asked, won't this bloodline clash with the bloodline power within him? After all, Zhou Yan's bloodline is already very strong. What if it merges with other bloodlines? Wouldn't that cause irreversible danger? Although Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu knew of the Dragon King's good intentions, they still needed to ask him. "Ha!" The Dragon King laughed and said, "If it were anyone else, they definitely would, but I have carefully examined Zhou Yan's physique. His physique is very unique. It can contain all things. This is absolutely a heaven-defying physique, and it is even unique in the world. Giving him the essence blood of my Dragon Clan will only make him stronger, and there will be no backlash whatsoever." The Dragon King was very knowledgeable and immediately understood the unique energy characteristics of Zhou Yan. Hearing the Dragon King's confidence, Li Chungang felt relieved and said, "Thank you very much. No need to thank us. We also need Zhou Yan's help. He may be our greatest hope. We just hope that this thing can help him and improve his strength." The three old dragons exchanged a glance, and then together they channeled the essence blood into Zhou Yan's body. Zhou Yan was diligently refining the surging blood and qi within his body, but he never expected that a massive surge of blood and qi would suddenly appear, even stronger than the original primordial bloodline within him. This energy was extremely powerful and astonishing. Zhou Yan even felt a dragon's roar resounding in his mind, as if a giant dragon's bloodline was flowing through his body. Holy crap, what's going on? Is my bloodline starting to mutate? Zhou Yan was completely dumbfounded by the sudden change. He couldn't understand why such an astonishing change had suddenly occurred. Don't be nervous. My Dragon Clan is bestowing upon you a great fortune. This is the essence blood condensed from the blood of powerful dragons who have died over thousands of years. We will now give it to you. The process may be a little painful, but just bear with it. Just then, Zhou Yan heard a voice transmission in his mind, which was the voice transmission sent to him by the Dragon King. The essence blood of powerful dragons over millions of years. Zhou Yan was indeed surprised when he heard this news. As for the so-called pain, Zhou Yan had already experienced it once before and could just endure it. How can you become strong without experiencing some pain? After listening to the Dragon King's words, Zhou Yan quickly felt the enormous energy begin to flow into his body, starting from his blood vessels and then converging into his heart, thoroughly strengthening his blood vessels and blood. The strengthening process is naturally painful. It is equivalent to completely destroying and strengthening his original blood and destroying and reorganizing his bloodline again. The process is very slow at the beginning, but as the transformation proceeds, it will re-emerge, condense, and strengthen the bloodline from one point to the surrounding bloodline of the body. Zhou Yan's bloodline had already undergone one enhancement, which made it extremely powerful. But now, Zhou Yan's bloodline has become even stronger. The dragon race's powerful warriors, who emerge only once every 10 million years, are themselves at the peak of the terrestrial immortal realm. The essence blood they condense is the most powerful energy of the entire dragon race, and even a single drop can revive the dead. The enhancement that this dragon blood essence brought to Zhou Yan was undoubtedly very powerful, and Zhou Yan silently endured the pain that came with this power. Chapter 484, Breaking Through the 70th Level of Martial Arts. As Zhou Yan began to fuse with the essence and blood left behind by the dragon race over millions of years, his aura grew stronger and stronger. Fortunately, this was Dragon Island, which had been protected by powerful restrictions. This powerful blood energy did not dissipate, but only permeated the entire palace. Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu were shocked when they sensed the powerful blood energy emanating from Zhou Yan. Although Zhou Yan's cultivation level is low, his combat power will increase significantly after fusing with this bloodline. This kid's opportunities are truly enviable. Li Chungang watched Zhou Yan's physical changes and felt the soaring blood energy within his body, feeling extremely envious. Isn't this a good thing? The faster his strength increases, the sooner we can reach the immortal realm. I'm really curious about what the immortal realm here will be like, Zhao Xuanzu said. The immortal realm here is far more complex than we know. There are dragons, humans, orcs, dwarves, elves, spirits, and even ghosts and demons. Where have we ever heard of these races before? It is in this wondrous world that we have seen such peculiar races and witnessed the terrifying strength of various races with powerful foundations. Although we are also at the level of terrestrial immortals, there are quite a few people at this level in this world. Li Chungang glanced at the 3 old dragons. There were 2 other dragons with similar strength among the dragons, and several others who were not far from reaching the realm of terrestrial immortals. This is the dragon race, a race that once existed only in legends. Having witnessed so many races and so many strange people and things, it was as if a door had been opened for Li Chungang, allowing his sword intent to extend beyond the human race itself. The world he lived in before was just a small world, but this world is a much larger world than the one he lived in before. In this larger world, there are more wonderful things and greater insights. Just now, simply feeling the energy unleashed by the dragon race, such a unique race, gave Li Chungang a new insight, which was extremely valuable. Limited by this world, he can no longer improve his realm, but his combat power can continue to increase, just like the Dragon King. Although he is at the same realm as Li Chungang, the Dragon King's combat power is terrifying. The Dragon King's strength is such that he is only half a step away from being a true immortal. Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu are merely figures who have just arrived outside the gates of the immortal realm. They still have many steps to take before they can truly reach the gates of the immortal realm. Zhou Yan was now experiencing extreme pain. The dragon's blood essence was extremely powerful and was constantly merging with the primordial bloodline within his body. In other words, his physique was special and could fuse with various energies. Zhou Yan's body is like a universe, capable of containing, absorbing, and strengthening everything, like an infinite space of yin and yang encompassing all things. Zhou Yan was enduring immense pain every minute, but this pain was an essential part of his life. Meanwhile, outside, the golden egg that had absorbed Zhou Yan's bloodline seemed to sense the vast dragon blood essence filling the palace and began to absorb it as well. Absorbing the extra blood and energy emanating from Zhou Yan, everyone felt that the golden egg was bursting with a very powerful life force. I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. It seems that all the little guys we've nurtured have excellent aptitude. They're probably the most talented dragons in the history of the spirit race. Both old dragons looked at the Dragon King. When the old dragon's son was born, he was exceptionally gifted, born to be a Dragon King, with the bloodline of a 5-clawed golden dragon royal family. However, he was born at the wrong time. If he had been born directly, he would have been bound by the shackles of the dragon race. Therefore, the old dragon used a secret technique to forcibly put into a deep sleep and continuously used various Dragon Clan treasures to improve its aptitude, all in order to find a suitable master for it. For millions of years, none of those people had satisfied the old dragon until Zhou Yan appeared. When Zhou Yan appeared, it surprised the old dragon. The vast territory made him feel a mysterious aura, and he couldn't figure anything out. Even using the Dragon Clan secretary had no effect. Even Zhou Yan couldn't detect anything. He could only vaguely see an unparalleled figure appearing behind him. That figure greatly shocked the old dragon. Although he didn't know the specifics, Lao Long felt that Zhou Yan's background was extraordinary, and he might even be the reincarnation of a great figure from the immortal realm. This situation is probably something even Zhou Yan himself didn't know, or even considered. It was precisely because of the many mysteries surrounding Zhou Yan that the old dragon wanted to entrust his son to Zhou Yan so that they could help the Dragon Clan break the curse. The seal set up by the supreme being of the immortal realm is definitely not simple. Only by reaching a level similar to that of the supreme being can one have a sliver of hope. Zhou Yan, on the other hand, is someone who is very likely to reach that level. As time passed, the aura emanating from Zhou Yin grew stronger, and similarly, the life force of the golden egg in front of him also increased. It's as if it could hatch at any moment. Zhou Yin also underwent a great change. He once again fell into the painting in his mind. The painting reappeared, followed by the appearance of a huge dragon shadow that roared across the heavens and earth. This is a phantom image of a 5-clawed golden dragon, its entire body shimmering with golden light, each scale as dazzling as gold. The roar of the dragon echoed in Zhou Yan's mind, as if it were extremely excited, flying back and forth in the air until it finally flew into Zhou Yan's painting. In the painting, a golden 5-clawed dragon appeared, and at that moment, Zhou Yan also emitted a dazzling golden light. Golden energy filled Zhou Yan's entire body, transforming him into a golden giant. His bloodline completely changed from blood red to golden red, and every drop of blood was filled with immense blood and chi power. A single drop of blood from Zhou Yan's body is an incomparably precious elixir that can bring someone back from the dead and grant them immense power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zhou Yan is now like Tang Sanzang, the monk from Journey to the West, as his blood and flesh indeed contain enormous energy. After absorbing the dragon's essence blood, Zhou Yan's cultivation level also broke through to the 70th level of martial arts in one fell swoop. The 70 heavens represent a tremendous threshold. Once you reach this level, you can fly in the air without relying on any external objects and fight in the air. Chapter 485, it's coming soon. After absorbing the dragon's essence blood, Zhou Yan's internal realm was constantly changing. This powerful energy was truly formidable, greatly benefiting his body. With the yin-yang creation technique constantly circulating and absorbing energy, Zhou Yan's realm changed continuously, and then he began to break through, breaking all the shackles that bound his body and finally successfully condensing all the energy into the dantian in his body. This represents a further enhancement of strength, a sublimation of power. Regardless of profession or cultivation method, after reaching the 70th level, a qi-si dantian will form within one's body, which is the source of all power. This source is the origin of the power of all the strong. All the energy they refine and absorb will enter this place, where it will continuously evolve and sublimate, eventually splitting the heavens and earth to create a world. Once the territory reaches its maximum level, it can be directly absorbed into one's body, becoming part of one's own world. Ultimately, one can ascend to immortality and lead all the people of the territory to the immortal realm. Reaching the 70th level can be seen as a change in strength. Similarly, this realm also marks a completely new beginning. The 70 heavens represent the initial stage of the transition from land-based combat to aerial combat. To reach this level, one needs to condense an endless energy, draw it into the dantian, energy center, and then completely detonate it, just like the Big Bang, completely condensing a void world and then detonating it to form a new world. Next, it will be necessary to absorb even greater amounts of energy to fill this post-explosion world with massive amounts of energy, transforming it into a star world. Then, when I need power, this star world can provide me with the energy I need. It's easier said than done. To become a master of the 70th level of martial arts, without external factors, one needs at least a B-grade aptitude, a large amount of cultivation resources, and a cultivation technique of A-grade or higher. Only then is there a 30% chance of breaking through to the 70th level of martial arts. Even for someone of quality, there is still a 40% chance that they will not be able to break through the 70th level of martial arts. Even someone with S quality might still have a 10% chance of not breaking through if they're unlucky. Barring any major surprises, 99.9% of people with SS quality attributes are capable of becoming powerful beings at the 70th level or higher. Those with SSS quality are guaranteed to become powerful beings above the 70th level of the heavenly realm, and their probability of breaking through to the 80th level is as high as 90%. As for those of our quality or higher, barring any unforeseen circumstances, becoming a top-tier terrestrial deity is entirely within their reach. If it weren't for the extreme difficulty of breaking through realms, wouldn't all the soldiers under those veteran lords be able to become powerful figures above the 70th level? Having good aptitude is not enough. One also needs advanced cultivation techniques and abundant cultivation resources to ensure their smooth advancement. Moreover, other Lord soldiers, once they die, don't have a type of building that can revive them like Zhou Yan's. If a soldier under another lord dies, all the resources spent on that soldier will be wasted, which is why it is difficult to have a large number of high-level soldiers. The lord needs to constantly explore the mysterious lord continent and will encounter all kinds of dangers. In critical moments, if the territory encounters too great a crisis, the lord will not have time to summon the soldiers outside and will be forced to teleport away directly. Such things are not uncommon on the continent of lords. In many cases, the safety of the territory is more important than the lives of the soldiers. Soldiers in Zhou Yan's territory are now at least S quality, and many of them will break through to the 70th level or above. In addition, the territory has buildings like this secluded cultivation room that increase the probability of breakthroughs, so there will definitely be many strong individuals in the future. After completely absorbing the dragon's essence and blood, Zhou Yan's entire spirit and energy underwent a tremendous change. His blood turned golden red, and his entire body contained the power of dragons and elephants. Zhou Yan already possessed strong physical strength, and after this bloodline modification, not only was his physical strength increased several times over, but his elemental attacks also increased significantly. Zhou Yan even felt that he could shatter a martial arts expert at the 80th level with a casual punch. This isn't an exaggeration. I genuinely have that kind of confidence. His current strength is no less than that of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Dragons are not only physically powerful, but they are also the darlings of heaven and earth, able to control elemental power and fly through the void from birth. In addition, Zhou Yan can learn any skill, condensing all spells, magic, and Taoist arts into a single skill, which he can release at will whenever he wants, and its power is several times greater than before. Just as Li Chungang said, Zhou Yan's current combat power is definitely several times stronger than before. Zhou Yan opened his eyes, and a burst of golden light shot out from them. He had finally completely absorbed the dragon blood essence, and this power could unleash even greater explosive force as his strength increased. Zhou Yan stood up, cupped his hands in thanks to the 3 old dragons, and said, "Thank you 3 for giving me such a great fortune." The blood essence condensed by powerful members of the dragon clan over millions of years is such a precious treasure. It is no exaggeration to describe it as priceless, yet the dragon clan gave it to him. Zhou Yan must be extremely grateful to them. We decided to give it to you because we saw that you have excellent aptitude. We hope that one day you can help the dragon clan break the seal. The Dragon King smiled with satisfaction when he saw that Zhou Yan had successfully absorbed the dragon clan's blood essence. Snap! Just then, the golden egg next to Zhou Yan made a crisp sound, attracting everyone's attention. It's about to come out. Zhou Yan was very curious, his eyes fixed on the golden dragon egg next to him. The others also looked at the golden egg, wanting to see what its quality was. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the golden egg, causing the world to change color. A mysterious divine light suddenly appeared above Dragon Island, shining directly through the Dragon Palace and onto the golden egg. This surprised everyone, who didn't know what was going on or why such a change had occurred. Only the people of Dragon Island, upon witnessing this scene, cheered and shouted in the direction of the Dragon Palace. Instantly, the roar of dragons echoed throughout Dragon Island, as if in celebration or joy. Chapter 486, Glorious and Brilliant, Bright Hope. Even Lao Long and his 2 companions were overjoyed to see this scene. The entire Dragon Island was celebrating and rejoicing, because the Dragon Clan had given birth to an unparalleled Dragon Clan royal, whose talent was extraordinary and who had already received the blessings of heaven. This is an immense blessing. Since Dragon Island was sealed, this is the first time that such a divine blessing has appeared. This means that the Dragon Clan's breakthrough from the seal is just around the corner. This is a blessing from heaven. It is very rare. Only races with extraordinary talent can receive such a blessing. I never expected that this newborn little guy would have such talent. Zhou Yan was quite surprised to see the divine light descending from the sky. He had thought that the golden egg would be of king-level quality after it was hatched. However, after the golden light disappeared, Zhou Yan looked at the little guy in front of him. The little guy was not very big, only about the size of an arm, and his whole body was radiating golden light. This little dragon is roughly the same shape as other dragons. Its horns resemble those of a deer, its head resembles that of a camel, its eyes resemble those of a rabbit, its neck resembles that of a snake, its belly resembles that of a clam, its scales resemble those of a fish, its claws resemble those of an eagle, its paws resemble those of a tiger, and its ears resemble those of a cow. This is a 5-clawed little golden dragon, a symbol of the Dragon King, a born king, the fighting dragon king among kings. Zhou Yin checked the quality of the little golden dragon and was indeed met with a blank stare. He couldn't see any of its qualities at all. It was definitely the right decision to let it follow you. Only by becoming a human's partner can a powerful descendant of the dragon receive the blessing of the heavenly Tao. If it hadn't signed a contract with you, this blessing from the heavenly Tao would probably have been forcibly intercepted. The Dragon King couldn't help but sigh as he spoke. The seals on the dragon race were always the culprits that suppressed their power, and the key was that they had no way to deal with it, and could only endure it all. So powerful. Just what realm is that supreme venerable? He was even able to forcibly intercept this heavenly blessing. Zhou Yin was very curious after hearing this. According to the records left behind by the Dragon Clan, that heavenly Tao venerable's realm should be one of the top in the immortal realm. As for how strong he was exactly, there is no great record. All we know is that our Dragon King at that time almost killed the other party, who held a grudge and joined forces with 2 other venerables to suppress and kill our Dragon King. Then, fearing that our dragon race would rise to power and seek revenge, the other party set up a seal, preventing our dragon race from ascending to the immortal realm. In this way, that venerable one no longer worries that our dragon race will have descendants who can seek revenge. The Dragon King recounted in detail the history of the dragon race from tens of millions of years ago. This event happened so long ago that no one knows how powerful that venerable one is now. Zhou Yin felt that this matter was not easy to handle. The other party was a powerful figure from tens of millions of years ago who was already one of the top experts in the immortal realm at that time. So many years have passed, and his strength must have increased a lot. Zhou Yin still has a long way to go to completely break the seal on the dragon race. I have no choice but to stand up for myself, Zhou Yin could only say. That's for sure. If you don't have the strength, never provoke that supreme being. Our dragon clan has already waited for tens of millions of years, and we don't mind waiting for tens of millions more, the Dragon King said. Zhou Yin nodded, but then felt that something was wrong. Did the Dragon King think that it would take him tens of millions of years to catch up with the other's level? Zhou Yin was quite confident in himself. He definitely wouldn't need that long. But as to exactly how many years, he would have to wait until he went to the immortal realm to freeze. The little golden dragon hovered in the air. After absorbing the divine light of the heavenly Tao, its eyes burst forth with divine light, and then it transformed into a beam of light and flew towards the Dragon King. Father, the little golden dragon perched on the Dragon King's shoulder. The little golden dragon has accepted the Dragon Clan's legacy and knows its mission. It was born for the fate of the entire Dragon Clan and will dedicate its life to the sealing of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King stroked the newborn golden dragon and said, "You bear the hopes of the entire dragon race on your shoulders. Your father hopes you will work hard. Your partner is also a person with extraordinary talent. With the talent of the 2 of you, you will surely become strong. Your father's days are numbered. He will not live to see you break the seal on the dragon race. But your father hopes that you will work hard and be patient. You must never seek out that supreme being without the strength to do so. Your child understands. Your child will always remember his mission. Although the little golden dragon was just born, it was very sensible. After all, it had been raised by the Dragon King for millions of years, and its real age was enough to be Zhou Yan's ancestor for thousands of generations. Zhou Yan was also able to connect with the little golden dragon. He could indeed feel the little golden dragon's reluctance, which was like a newborn child facing the pain of separation from its father. This is necessary because it has to be done. After talking with the Dragon King for a long time, the little golden dragon came to Zhou Yan's side and said, "From now on, we are partners. Of course, I will definitely treat you as my own son, as a brother." Zhou Yan almost misspoke. Son, little golden dragon is millions of years older than him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration for him to call him ancestor. Treating him as a son is absolutely out of the question. It's much better to be brothers. It doesn't matter how old you are, and it sounds natural. The little golden dragon didn't think too much about it. It seemed very sensible, but Zhou Yin felt terrible. The hopes of the entire dragon clan rested on its weak shoulders. Zhou Yin patted the little golden dragon's head and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you. We are still too weak right now, but we can grow and become stronger until we can break the seal on the dragon race." "Okay, let's cheer each other on," Little Golden Dragon said to Zhou Yin. Although Little Golden Dragon is actually millions of years old, he is only just born, but it was very sensible and intelligent. There were no tears at the time of parting, only a strong belief. However, Zhou Yin could feel the suppressed reluctance in its heart. This is a little golden dragon that makes one's heart ache. "Dragon King, aren't you going to name your son?" Zhou Yin placed the little golden dragon on his shoulder. "I'll leave the naming to you. From now on, you'll be spending your days together," the Dragon King replied. "Let's name it Jin Yi, symbolizing brilliance and hope." Zhou Yin thought for a moment and gave the little golden dragon a name. Xinye. Upon hearing the name, the Dragon King nodded with great satisfaction and said, "Very well, from now on, my son will be named Jin Yi." "Jin Yi, I like this name too," said Little Golden Dragon. Chapter 487. You can each choose a subdragon as a pet. Zhou Yin was about to leave, but before he did, the Dragon King said to him, "I have prepared 3 of the most promising guards of the Dragon Clan for you. Consider this the last thing I, as your father, will do for Jin Yi." Then, the Dragon King let out a dragon roar, and soon after, 3 beams of light of different colors appeared outside the palace, eventually forming 3 figures. "Greetings, Dragon King," and the 2 elders, the 3 younger members of the Dragon Clan, said to the Dragon King. The 3 dragon descendants, 2 men and 1 woman, each possessed top-tier talent and a powerful aura. Their cultivation levels were all quite high. The Dragon King said to Zhou Yin, "They're the 3 most talented young people in our Dragon Clan. I am sending them to your territory to help you, and to protect my son as he grows up." Although Zhou Yin had powerful figures like Li Chungang and Zhao Xuansu, who were at the semi-immortal level, he still wanted his son to grow up more as a father. "His name is Qi Yin, his name isn't Tian, and her name is Lu Li. From now on, the 3 of them will be under your command, and we hope they can be of some help to you." The Dragon King came to the 3 of them and introduced them to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin was overjoyed. He didn't mind at all that the Dragon King sent him experts. He quickly nodded and said, "Thank you, Dragon King. I will definitely treat them well." The Dragon King said to the 3 of them, "From now on, you will stay by Zhou Yan's side and by my son Jin Ye's side, and protect their lives well, even if it costs you your own lives." "Yes." The 3 Dragon Clan juniors answered without hesitation. Zhou Yin glanced at the other party. All 3 were top-tier RRR quality, and their strength was also quite good. They all had the realm of the 80th level of martial arts, which was very impressive. Moreover, because they are dragons, their combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary people. In particular, their strength would increase significantly if they manifested their true forms. Don't you need those dragon descendants? From now on, you only need this dragon horn to subdue them directly. You can have as many as you want. Moreover, this dragon horn can also directly teleport you to the dozens of subdragon regions connected to Dragon Island. The Dragon King took out a dragon horn and gave it to Zhou Yin, which made Zhou Yin very happy. If he had this, he would never have to worry about mounts again. It was like getting a whole bunch of powerful and free mounts for free. Moreover, this dragon horn can connect to dozens of regions of the dragon race, which means that the region he was in before was just one of the regions connected to Dragon Island. Zhou Yin was genuinely surprised by the sheer size of the dragon race. However, there are probably not many dragons who truly possess pure dragon blood. The entire Dragon Island looks very large, but Zhou Yin felt that there were probably no more than 1,000 real dragons living there. "Thank you, Dragon King." Zhou Yin was indeed very happy. Perhaps this was the happiest thing for him. Then, Zhou Yin looked at the golden dragon eggshell on the ground and asked, "Can I take this with me?" "Huh." The Dragon King chuckled, then took out a spatial ring and said, "I know these things are very useful to your human lords. Go ahead." Zhou Yin took the ring and examined it. Dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon crystal, dragon bloodgrass, jade dragon fruit. Seeing so many good things, Zhou Yan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the Dragon King to be so generous, giving him so many good things from the Dragon Clan. Each of these items was a treasure of the Dragon Clan, and it would be extremely difficult for outsiders to obtain them. Unexpectedly, the Dragon King gave him so much. These things are probably not very precious in the eyes of the dragons. After all, the dragons are full of treasures. But what outsiders consider treasures are probably nothing special to the dragons. Thank you. Zhou Yin also took Jin Ye's eggshell with him. This thing was quite valuable, and given that Jin Yi was a rare 5-clawed golden dragon, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this thing was unique in the world. Go on. The road ahead is yours to walk. The Dragon King turned around, probably not wanting to see the scene of parting. Farewell. Zhou Yin glanced at Jin Yi, who had closed his eyes, but Zhou Yin could sense that his mood was not as calm as it appeared. After patting Jin Ye's head, Zhou Yin and his group left. When Zhou Yin arrived at Dragon Island, there were 3 people with him. When they left, Zhou Yin was still with 2 other people. There were just 4 more dragons. After leaving Dragon Island, Zhou Yin spread his yin-yang wings. His speed was now several times faster than before. Although he was still some distance from a terrestrial immortal, likely Chungang, the gap was not that big. We're going back to our territory now. Although it's still weak, I'm confident we can grow stronger quickly, Zhou Yin said to Jin Yi. Yes, I believe you, because I can feel the vast and boundless energy within you. Jin Yi and Zhou Yin have an equal contract, so he can naturally sense the energy within Zhou Yin that even he fears. Several hours later, they saw the territory and the dense swarms of wyverns surrounding it. After sensing the aura of a dragon king emanating from Jin Yi, they all lowered their proud heads. Should we let them leave? Jin Yi asked Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin thought for a moment and said, let the 15 king-level subdragon descend and stay, and let the other subdragons leave. Leave this to me, Qi Yin quickly said, then opened his mouth and emitted a unique dragon-like aura. Then, a dragon's roar, like thunder, erupted, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. Before long, the subdragons below began to leave one after another, heading away into the distance. After that, all 15 king-level subdragons arrived below Zhou Yin and the others. Zhou Yin asked, can I get them to sign contracts with the people of the territory? Of course they can. It is their good fortune to be able to follow His Highness the Little Dragon King, Qi Yin quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin became happy. These were 15 level 90-plus king-level bosses, and they were enormous. If they appeared on the battlefield, Zhou Yin could imagine how the enemy would feel upon seeing them. Zhou Yin quickly summoned 15 top heroes, including Chun Xingji, Gao Shun, Li Guang, Xie Xian, Bai Qi, Li Exen, Ming Ao, Ming Wu, Ming Tian, Ming Yi, Zhao Yun, Qin Xiong, Dian Wei, Zhang Xiao, and Wen Pin to his presence. Lord, the 15 generals felt quite intimidated by the 15 king-level bosses, but they already knew that these king-level dragons had been subdued by the Lord. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so obedient. Zhou Yin smiled at them and said, you can each choose a subdragon as a pet, but from now on, you'll be responsible for their food. Chapter 488, The Shock of Jin Yi, Crimson Flame, and Dark Sky Glaze. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, all the military officers were dumbfounded, filled with disbelief, as if they had misheard. Then they all looked at each other. Dian Wei couldn't contain himself the most. His eyes widened with excitement, and he quickly asked, Lord, what you just said is true. How could I, the Lord, lie to you? You'd better seize this opportunity, or plenty of people will come and take your territory, Zhou Yin said hastily. Yes, I definitely want it. This is a king-level boss, stronger than me. Wouldn't it be idiotic not to accept this? How could you refuse something like this? You absolutely can't refuse. The generals began to sign contracts with these king-level dragons, and the dragons did not resist at all, agreeing to sign contracts with the generals. A dozen minutes later, the generals summoned all the dragons back to their pet space and said, thank you, Lord. Let's go back. We need to leave the territory too, Zhou Yin said. Zhou Yin and the others flew directly back to their territory. Since Qi Yin and Tian and Luli were not yet members of the territory, Zhou Yin first invited them to join. Then, they were able to freely enter and exit the territory's defensive formation. Moreover, they have joined the territory, so their loyalty is 100. This is because Zhou Yin is Jin Ye's companion, and the two are partners, and moreover, they are light beings who can never be harmed. The 3 of them are loyal to the Dragon Clan for life. Zhou Yin is also a friend of the Dragon Clan, and Xiao Jin's partner is also a member of the Dragon Clan. They will all work hard for the Dragon Clan's seal in the future. The three of them were naturally 100% loyal from the moment they joined, because they would never betray the Dragon Clan. As soon as they entered the territory, Jin Yi, Qi Yin, and Tian, and Luli were enveloped by a colorful light. They all closed their eyes and felt themselves receiving a powerful boost, which even enhanced their own aptitude. They gained a deeper understanding, and although their cultivation level did not improve, their combat power increased several times over. After a long while, Qi Yin and Tian and Luli were the first to wake up. They looked at Zhou Yin and asked, "What is this thing? How can it possess such powerful strength?" "That's the mystery of my territory. Everyone in my territory can undergo a baptism, a kind of qualification baptism," Zhou Yin replied. "It's truly amazing. I feel like my strength has increased several times over. No wonder the Dragon King made His Highness follow you. This alone is enough to shock us greatly." The three were very happy. It was indeed a very wise choice for His Highness the Dragon to follow Zhou Yin. Genie didn't wake up for a long time. The moment he opened his eyes, he was also very shocked. He said to Zhou Yin, "What amazing power! I feel that my aptitude has been raised to another level." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin was also shocked and said, "With your aptitude, you should already be at the god level. After another evolution, wouldn't you become a super god level aptitude?" Genie looked at Zhou Yin with curious eyes and then said, "I don't know. Goose. Genie was just born, so it's normal that he doesn't know about this situation. This is a good thing. From now on, this will be our home," Zhou Yin said to them. Qi Yin and Tian, Luli, and Genie looked at this magical territory and the many advanced defensive towers within the city walls and were speechless. These defensive towers looked quite formidable, and Tian remarked in surprise as he examined them. There are hundreds of defensive towers in each of the 4 city walls, and many of these towers are top tier, while even the lowest tier towers are at least SSS quality, Zhou Yin replied. "No way, so many." Liuli looked at the defensive towers, very curious, and asked, "How did you collect so many top-tier defensive towers? I bet even lords who have spent their entire lives building couldn't collect this many." Crimson Flame and Dark Sky thought the same thing. This was completely beyond their understanding of a lord. "It's nothing. There are no buildings below S rank in my territory. You'll see later." Zhou Yin maintained a mysterious smile and offered no explanation. The three followed Zhou Yin into the territory and examined the buildings along the way, becoming increasingly astonished. "My God, so many top-notch buildings and of such a high grade. No way. Even the lowest quality is S grade. This territory is terrifying. No wonder the Dragon King values Zhou Yin so much. The Dragon King has made a wise choice." The 3 powerful dragons were increasingly surprised and shocked as they looked. By the end, they were numb. They knew all too well how terrifying a territory like this would become once it grew up. Upon returning to the territory, Zhou Yin addressed all the soldiers, saying, "Soldiers, return to your posts." Yes. After the soldiers dispersed, Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu returned to their respective residences. Zhou Yin, along with Jin Yi, Qi Yin, and Tian and Lu Li, flew towards the Heavenly Emperor's palace. From now on, the 3 powerful dragons will always follow Zhou Yin and protect him and Jin Yi. When Zhou Yin is not around, Jin Yi will be left in the territory to cultivate. "Are you hungry? Here, have some to eat." Zhou Yin took out a large pile of rare and precious treasures from his territory and placed them in front of Jin Yi. Jin Yi happily picked up the food and started eating. He ate very politely, not wolfing it down, but chewing it bite by bite. He looked very elegant, but he ate quite quickly. "Do you want some?" Zhou Yin took out a whole bunch of rare and precious treasures and floated them in front of them. They initially didn't want it, but seeing so many rare and precious treasures, they nodded and said, "Thank you." Dragons are different from humans. Dragons have a strong digestive ability and can directly devour these rare treasures and convert them into their own energy, which greatly helps them improve their strength. They all had spatial rings, so Zhou Yin gave them a lot of rare and precious treasures, as well as a lot of cultivation resources, enough for them to cultivate for a whole year. Qi Yin and Tian and Lu Li felt extremely happy, thinking that Zhou Yin was even richer than their dragon clan, possessing so many good things. Being able to follow Zhou Yin felt pretty good to them. Beyond the architecture of the Heavenly Palace, this building is so peculiar. Qi Yin and Tian and Luli were shocked when they saw the building, and they felt an unparalleled divine power. Chapter 489, God King Seal. The Heavenly Emperor's Palace. The three looked at the building and said, "What is the origin of this palace? It feels very mysterious." "How would I know? Anyway, I acquired it by chance," Zhou Yin replied. The three followed Zhou Yin inside, and they all felt a very peculiar sensation. They felt that cultivating here would be of great help to them. "Do you live here?" Qi Yin asked. "Of course, and you'll be living here from now on. Anyway, there are many courtyards here, and I'll prepare a separate courtyard for you," Zhou Yin said. "Thank you very much." The three of them quickly expressed their gratitude. Zhou Yin arrived at the Divine King's palace within the Heavenly Emperor's palace and sat on the Divine King's throne. Below them are civil officials such as Zhang Liang and Fang Xianling. As for military generals, they have not yet arrived here, but they will be here soon. Zhou Yin first told them about his time on Dragon Island, which surprised them greatly. They never expected Zhou Yin to have such an opportunity, which was a pleasant surprise. After speaking with them, Zhou Yin began upgrading the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Although it takes a lot of materials to upgrade, after so long, we can finally upgrade again. Previously, the Heavenly Emperor's palace was only level 30. After Zhou Yin started upgrading the palace, he directly raised its level to level 50. After reaching level 50, the Heavenly Emperor's palace gained 2 more attributes, and the spiritual energy of the entire Heavenly Emperor's palace changed again, seemingly becoming much stronger. Architecture. Heavenly Emperor's Palace. Level 50, required for leveling up. Quality unknown. Special attribute 1. Increases the spiritual energy of the territory by 50 times. Special attribute 2. Hidden. Special attribute 3. Increases the defense of all buildings in the territory by 50 times. Special attribute 4. Increases the cultivation speed of all residents in the territory by 50 times. Special attribute 5. Cleric's Seal. Description. Legend has it that this was a palace built by a heavenly emperor. Zhou Yin was quite surprised after seeing the building's attributes. The 3 newly added attributes increase the building defense of the first territory by 50 times. This increase is terrifying and incredibly powerful. In particular, the cultivation speed increased by 50 times. This is absolutely what the territory needs most at this stage. I didn't expect the upgraded Heavenly Emperor's Palace to have such powerful attributes. It's really awesome. And there's one last attribute, which actually directly increases the clerical seal. Just as Zhou Yin was thinking about the official seal, suddenly, a golden object appeared in the entire Divine King's Palace. This object emitted an extremely powerful light and also exuded a divine might. After the light dimmed, everyone in the hall looked at the mark, which was a golden mark. The shape of the mark was a miniature version of the Heavenly Emperor's Palace. Zhou Yin felt a strange information enter his mind and discovered that this mark was actually the God King's seal. This represents the symbol of the Heavenly Emperor's Palace and also the symbol of the highest authority in the territory. Zhou Yin can directly control this God King seal with his mind. With a single gesture, Zhou Yin brought the Divine King seal from the air into his hand. Zhou Yin lowered his hand slightly, looking at the God King seal in his hand with great surprise. This God King seal is indeed extraordinary. It's so heavy. Zhou Yin was quite surprised. He never expected that with his current strength, realm, and power, he would feel a bit of heaviness, which showed just how remarkable this God King seal was. Zhou Yin clicked to see what attributes this God King seal had. Item: God King seal. Quality: Special attribute 1. Can appoint territorial officials. Different officials grant different bonuses. Detailed information. Special attribute 2. Increases heavenly luck. Special attribute 3. Increases heavenly luck. Special attribute 4. Increased defense. Special attribute 5. Increased cultivation speed. Other attributes not activated. Introduction. The symbol of the Heavenly Palace God King, possessing immense divine power, an exclusive divine seal. Only the Heavenly Palace God King can fully unleash its power. This is a treasure of unknown quality, and only he can use it, but he cannot unleash the full power of this God King seal at present. How do I use this thing? Zhou Yin began to use his mental power to explore it. The next moment, a massive amount of information entered Zhou Yan's mind from the God King seal, which greatly surprised Zhou Yin. He never expected that this God King seal could not only provide divine power bonuses to the territory, but was also an offensive magic weapon. However, Zhou Yin cannot use the attack methods of this God King seal yet. Through the information on the God King's mark, Zhou Yin discovered that the other attributes of this God King's mark needed to be activated by reaching a certain level in the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Currently, only 5 attributes of the God King's mark have been activated, and all of them are highly beneficial to Zhou Yin. The Divine King Seal is a powerful magical artifact that can also provide other people in the territory with divine positions. Moreover, each position can grant the person who obtains the position additional attribute bonuses. Moreover, this position is a divine position, meaning that the Heavenly Emperor's palace itself comes with a position. Zhou Yin checked and found that he could modify the name of this position. The positions within the Divine King Seal are divided into 9 ranks, and the higher the level of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, the greater the attribute bonuses it can provide to everyone. However, the materials required to upgrade the Heavenly Emperor's palace are far too numerous, with each type of material requiring millions of units. The current level of the Heavenly Emperor's palace is level 50. To upgrade again, you will need 51 billion spirit coins, 1 million 5-star wood, 1 million 5-star stone, 100,000 5-star spirit stones, and 10,000 5-star attribute crystal cores. The Heavenly Emperor's palace is the building that requires the most materials in the entire territory. However, this building plays the most important role for the entire territory. It is equivalent to the political center of the entire territory. Upon seeing the attributes of the Divine King Seal, Zhou Yin was quite surprised, not expecting it to have such a function. Then, Zhou Yin looked at the civil and military officials below the main hall and found that almost everyone had arrived. So Zhou Yin stood up, picked up the Divine King Seal, and said, "When I upgraded the Heavenly Emperor's palace, I obtained a very good treasure, which is this one in my hand. This thing is called the Seal of the God King. I'm sure you've all felt that this treasure is quite different. This treasure is indeed very good. It is a symbol of power. Now, I will reassign all civil and military officials in the territories." Chapter 490 Clerical Appointment. Appoint Xiao He as Minister of Revenue, in charge of all finances in the territory, holding the highest official rank, managing the finances, and bestowing upon him the title of God of Wealth. After Zhou Yin finished speaking, an official seal appeared on the Divine King Seal. This official seal symbolized the wealth of the territory and could not only enhance Xiao He's abilities, but also greatly boost the wealth of the territory. This official seal, also known as the God of Wealth seal, is equivalent to the God of Wealth. Although the territory has not yet grown to that level, when he ascends to immortality, the entire territory may truly become a place beyond the realm of immortals. Xiao He looked at the God of Wealth seal in front of him with great surprise. The moment he picked it up, a burst of light suddenly emanated from his body. Then everyone noticed that Xiao He had an extra piece of clothing on his body. This garment resembles an official's robe. It looks quite extraordinary and possesses an air of mystery. Xiao He thanks the Lord. Xiao He could feel that after wearing this garment, his energy and spirit had increased several times over. Zhou Yin curiously examined the attributes of Xiao He's official seal and official robes. Item: God of Wealth seal. Quality: first rank official seal. Attributes: controls wealth, enhances fortune, strengthens spirit, boosts all attributes, and increases cultivation speed. Description: this is the official seal of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, possessing immense power. This made everyone envious, and they were eager to experience the effects of obtaining such a position. Zhou Yin was very satisfied and looked at the next person. Appoint Fang Xianling as Minister of Rites, in charge of all ceremonies, banquets, and related matters in the territory, holding the rank of first grade, and in charge of all sacrificial rites in the territory, and conferring upon him the position of priest. After Fang Xianling received the priest seal, he, like Xiao He, underwent a transformation that made the others extremely envious. Zhang Zhao was appointed Minister of Personnel, responsible for the appointment and arrangement of various officials. He held the rank of first rank and was bestowed the title of God of Punishment. Like the two people before him, Zhang Xiao picked up the official seal in front of him and said to Zhou Yin, "Thank you, Lord." Sun Yu is appointed Minister of Works, responsible for the construction of all weapons and equipment in the territory, as well as the inspection of all buildings in the territory. He is a first-rank official and is granted the title of Heavenly Emperor of the Ministry of Works. Zhang Liang is appointed as Minister of War, in charge of the appointment, deployment, and assignment of troops in the territory. He holds the rank of first rank and is bestowed the title of God of War. Han Fei was appointed Minister of Justice, in charge of all criminal laws, rewards, and disputes in the territory. He was given the rank of first grade and was bestowed the title of strict and wise ruler. Appoint Guanzhong as Minister of Agriculture, in charge of all grain mines in the territory. Grant him the title of Pet Mount, rank of first grade official, and bestow upon him the title of God of Food. As for Zhuge Jin, Li Si, and Lu Su, Zhou Yan also assigned them second-rank official positions to assist in handling matters concerning their territories. Next came the conferment of divine titles upon military officers. Since these titles had already been conferred before, there was not much difference between the previous conferments and the previous ones. However, Zhou Yan rearranged the positions of the generals in each legion. Zhou Yan appointed the generals of each army corps as first-rank military officers. Chen Qingji, a first-rank general of Anong, commands the White Robe Ghost Army and is granted the divine position of Jiumu Jiao. Gao Shun, a first-rank Animite general, commands the Trap Camp Legion and is granted the divine position of Kuei Malong. Xie Xian, a first-rank general of Anxi, commanded the Northern Army and was granted the divine title of Lu Jing'o. However, Zhou Yan revived the generals of the Great Han Iron Cavalry Legion and made adjustments. He appointed Hua Xiubing as the first-rank general of Anbei and bestowed upon him the title of Feng Ritu God. As for Li Guang, he was appointed as Hua Xiubing's deputy general. General Jiluru, a first-rank general who pacifies the East, commands the Orc Warrior Legion and is in theft as the god of the Fire Tiger. General Pingnan of the first rank, Longshan, commands the Legion of the 10,000 Demon Soldiers and is granted the divine position of Do Shui Xie. Meng Ao, a first-rank general who pacifies the West, commands the Great Qin Black Armor Army and is granted the divine title of Jishui Leopard. Zhao Yun, a first-rank general who pacifies the North, commands the Wudong Flying Army and is granted the divine title of Kong Jinlong. Wei Qing, a first-rank general who conquers the East, commands the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry Legion and is enshrined as a deity of the Water Armadillo. Qin Xiong, a first-rank general who conquers the South, commands the Tian Suxianjiao Army and is in theft as the god of the Fire Pig. Qin Guangwang, a first-rank general who conquers the West, commands the Legion of the Underworld Go Soldiers and is granted the divine position of Yama. Owen Luth, a first-rank general who conquered the North, commanded the Spartan Heavy Infantry Legion and was granted the divine title of the Golden Bull. As for Bai Qi, Zhou Yan appointed him as the Grand Marshal of the God of Slaughter and set his rank at 1 star, which could be raised as his merits increased. Moreover, Bai Qi has the right to command all the legions in the entire territory. There's only one marshal now, but Zhou Yan will definitely add more marshals in the future. He still has many powerful generals that he hasn't summoned yet. So how could he only appoint one marshal? As for Chang'e, Zhou Yan also made arrangements for her, appointing her as a first-rank female general of the town, in charge of the Guanghan Ferry, and bestowing upon her the divine position of the Sun Rabbit. Her main duties were to guard the city defenses of the territory and the Heavenly Emperor's palace. As for the other military generals, they all obtained their respective divine positions and received the bonus of official seals, which was of great benefit to each of them. Moreover, this position comes with a territory bonus, which gives them a greater sense of belonging. Military officers are different from civil officials. Civil officials have government offices, but military officers only have one cloak, and this cloak is quite nice. Every military officer likes it very much. Moreover, these military officers are qualified to freely appoint legion commanders. Once appointed, they will also have the position bonus of the territory. However, the military officer positions appointed by the legion are only tokens and do not have official seals, but they do have cloaks. The rank of a military officer can be determined from the color of their cloak, which is quite convenient. As for Zhou Yan's harem, Zhou Yan did not bestow any titles upon them. He decided to leave them as they were, without any distinction of rank, just like a family. After finishing dealing with matters concerning his territory, Zhou Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief and then teleported the territory back into the space of the Kanglan continent. They also announced that the territory would be teleported to a new location tomorrow to explore the Lord's continent. After everyone left, they all went to make arrangements for matters within the Legion. Are these all the powerful individuals in your territory? Jin Yi looked at the departing crowd, utterly shocked because these people were all top-tier talents. How about that? Not bad, right? I've only been a lord for less than half a year, and I've already built up this much territory. In the future, my territory will definitely be a place that everyone will fear. Zhou Yin was very confident. I firmly believe that with such a foundation, what we lack is time, Jin Yi said. I'll take you to a place that's a great place for cultivation. Zhou Yin then led Jin Yi and 3 dragon guards to the secluded cultivation room and said to them, from now on, cultivate here. This is specially designed for cultivation, and it's much faster than cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor's Palace. Chapter 491, Ironclad Wood. After finishing his cultivation, Zhou Yin returned to the Heavenly Emperor's Palace and saw Nangong Push, Wang Chudong, Yu Yu Wei, and Xinyuan Qingfeng strolling in the garden, discussing their martial arts insights. Zhou Yin walked over and asked, "Are you getting used to it here?" The scenery is beautiful. The dreamlike atmosphere is serene. Even the air is so wonderful. It's like a fairyland, so much better than the world we live in, Wang Chudong replied. What is the fairyland like in this world? Nangong Push asked. I haven't been there either, but it must be wonderful. It can grant immortality and allow one to pursue higher realms of martial arts. I'm also moving in that direction. Zhou Yin had also fantasized about the immortal realm of this world, but no one knew exactly what the immortal realm was like. It was the direction that all lords strive for. Zhou Yin chatted with the 4 of them for a long time before leaving the Heavenly Emperor's Palace. After returning to his villa at Ziwei Academy, Zhou Yin began another day of classes. However, the head instructor instructed everyone that at the beginning of next month, he would lead everyone to participate in a lord trial of Ziwei Academy. Only adventure-type lords will participate. Farming lords will not participate. The head instructor ordered all students to recall their territories by the end of the month. Upon hearing this news, everyone was very curious and asked, Teacher, where will we be going for the trial this time? What is the purpose of this trial? Are there any rewards for this trial? Faced with the students' curiosity, the head tutor smiled, as always, and replied, You'll find out in time. The students were quite helpless. Ziwei Academy remained as mysterious as ever, and they could only wait until the beginning of next month to find out more. Zhou Yin checked the time. There was still plenty of time until next month. He planned to go to the Lord Continent again today and then return before the end of the month. Zhou Yin had no choice but to do this. With an additional 500,000 mounts in his territory, they needed a large amount of meat to feed them every day. To provide food for these mounts, Zhou Yin specially built many super storage rooms to store food. This building is only an S-quality building, evolved from the lowest level storage room. After all, Zhou Yin has acquired so many buildings, and if all kinds of buildings were listed, it would take several pages to write them all. After the morning classes ended, there were no classes in the afternoon. Zhou Yin returned to the villa, ate the food prepared by Wang Ji and Lu Piao, and then returned to his territory. After all the soldiers had eaten and drunk their fill, he summoned Zhang Liang and asked him to arrange the soldiers' expedition. Everything in the territory was on track. He only needed to issue orders and didn't need to convey them personally. After Zhang Liang finished giving the notification, Zhou Yin then activated his Lord's Heart and began to teleport back to the Lord's Continent. As the entire territory once again traversed the space-time tunnel, Zhou Yin's territory arrived at a new environment. This was a place that looked like a fairyland, surrounded by lush forests and many streams. Zhou Yin was quite surprised that there seemed to be no danger here. The next steps do not require Zhou Yin's instructions. Zhang Liang had already prepared a combat command post, which was filled with Zhou Yin's women. Since they usually had nothing to do, he let them do what they wanted to do and delegated the work to others if they didn't want to. In future investigations, a specially trained team will be assigned to handle the work. Thousands of reconnaissance aircraft were deployed, heading out of the territory, along with various prospecting machines. A few minutes later, various images were displayed on the computers in the Operations Command Center. However, the first to receive good news was one of the prospecting machines, which discovered a large area of high-grade timber. They immediately reported the situation to Manhwa and others who were in charge of the area. We've been in the Lord's world for quite some time now, and this is the first time we've discovered such a large-scale deposit of high-grade timber. Siting looked at the expanse of high-grade timber with great delight. Have you found out what species of timber these are, and what the approximate range of timber is? Manhwa asked. We're still expanding the search area. It looks quite large. As for the information on this timber, we have it. We've confirmed it with a database. It's an 8-star timber called ironwood. It's extremely hard and requires a highly skilled lumberjack to harvest. 8-star ironwood. If I remember correctly, this wood should be able to make all kinds of arrows, and it's also very useful in the market. We're lucky this time. Have you found any trace of monsters? Manhwa was quite pleased after hearing this. The timber she had encountered before was at most 6-star quality, and the quantity was very small, so she hadn't bothered to cut it down. This time, she had come across a very good source of high-grade timber, so she certainly couldn't let it go. We haven't found any trace of any particularly powerful monsters yet, and we're starting to explore further afield. Got it. We found a scene of monster here. Let me see. After a long time, Zhang Liang obtained the information and reported the situation to Zhou Yan. Oh, 8-star ironwood. We're quite lucky this time. We're really short of high-grade wood, so it seems we're very fortunate to have obtained some. Zhou Yan was also very happy. High-grade wood is extremely rare on the market. If he hadn't been able to acquire a lot from the Myriad Realms, how could Zhou Yan have developed so quickly? High-grade timber requires skilled lumberjacks to cut it down quickly. There seem to be too few lumberjacks in the territory. Could the Lord summon some lumberjacks, or simply send some soldiers to cut it down? Zhang Liang offered his suggestions. There are over 500,000 mounts to feed in the territory. Although there are some places to raise livestock, it is still difficult to meet the needs of such a large number of mounts. The soldiers' main task is to hunt monsters outside the territory. As for the lumberjacks, leave that to me. Zhou Yan naturally couldn't let his soldiers go logging. That would be a complete waste. The elder agreed with this point, but he wasn't concerned about whether the territory's soul coins were enough to summon a high-level lumberjack, which is why he made this suggestion. You can arrange the rest. Leave the lumberjacks to me. Send a few people over and have them bring the lumberjacks to you. Zhou Yan stood up and walked towards the Hall of Heroes. Yes. Zhang Liang quickly arranged for several people to follow Zhou Yan to the Hall of Heroes. The Hall of Heroes is currently only level 90, and there are no talents who can summon lumberjacks yet, but he already has enough materials to upgrade the Hall of Heroes to the maximum level. Chapter 492, Summoning the Lumberjack. The current Hall of Heroes is only level 90, and there are no summoners of lumberjacks yet, but there are enough materials to upgrade the Hall of Heroes to the maximum level. Previous text was incorrect and has been corrected. The fact that we were able to buy enough materials to upgrade was entirely due to the shop Zhou Yan had opened on the Kangla continent. A lord urgently needed his rare materials, so he planned to trade them using the 9-star soul crystals he had. Jean Sanyi learned of this and was certainly satisfied. So the lord spent a large number of 9-star soul crystals to trade for a large amount of rare materials. For Zhou Yan, these high-grade materials were the most precious. He was very happy to be able to exchange for so many rare materials this time. After consuming a large amount of materials, the level of the Hall of Heroes was finally raised from level 90 to level 100. This is also the first building in the territory to be upgraded to the maximum level. Upgrading this building from level 1 to the maximum level consumed a huge amount of resources. Even if a lord has such a building, he probably wouldn't dare to build it. The materials required for upgrading are simply too enormous, consuming far too many spirit coins. There's no way to even obtain the materials, let alone upgrade the level. Zhou Yan opened the Hall of Heroes data after reaching the maximum level and clicked to view it. Architecture, Hall of Heroes. Level, 100, level capped. Quality, unknown. Special Attribute 1, Summoning Generals. Special Attribute 2, Summoning Civil Officials. Special Attribute 3, Summon Commander. Special Attribute 4, Summoning Strategists. Special Attribute 5, Summoning a Blacksmith. Special Attribute 6, Summon Miner. Special Attribute 7, Summon Tailor. Special Attribute 8, Summoning a Weapon Refiner. Special Attribute 9, Summon Alchemist. Special Attribute 10, Summoning Specific Talents. Introduction. The Hall of Heroes contains countless heroic souls. These souls possess spirits and can be awakened by consuming soul coins. 1,000 soul coin summons an S-rank heroic soul. 5,000 soul coin summons an SS rank heroic soul. 10,000 soul coin summons an SSS rank heroic soul. 100,000 soul coin summons an R rank heroic soul. 500,000 soul coin summons an RR rank heroic soul. And 1,000,000 soul coin summons an RRR rank heroic soul. After the Hall of Heroes is fully upgraded, it gains an additional attribute, which is quite good. It can summon any kind of talent it wants. Therefore, Zhou Yin began summoning SSS quality lumberjacks. As for higher level ones, there was absolutely no need. After summoning 100 SSS quality lumberjacks, Zhou Yin summoned 200 SS quality lumberjacks, and then 300 S quality lumberjacks. After raising their levels to 50, Zhou Yin had someone take them to Zhongliang for processing. Zhou Yin then arrived at the operations command center, looked at the screen there, and asked, "Have you discovered any other situations?" No other issues have been discovered yet. The generals of all the legions have already set off and are heading out towards the monsters. There's good news. The timber resources here are quite good. In addition to the known 8-star ironwood, there are also many 5-star and 6-star timber resources. Once all of these timbers are mined, we will be able to obtain a great deal of timber resources. Yin Lihua briefly explained the current situation to Zhou Yin. So much timber resources. We're really lucky to have come to a place like this. Zhou Yin thought about it and concluded that it was very likely that his extraordinary luck had come into play. After all, with his current luck plus the luck of the heavenly Tao, he was already quite fortunate. Even those chosen ones of destiny pale in comparison to him. The territory has several buildings that increase fortune, and the fortune is constantly increasing every day. With the support of a large amount of fortune, the Ziwei Emperor Star has now reached level 50. Architecture, Ziwei Imperial Star. Level, 50, required for leveling up. Quality, unknown. Special Attribute 1, Gathering Fortune. Special Attribute 2, increases all attributes of all residents in the territory. Special Attribute 3, increases the luck value of all residents in the territory. Special Attribute 4, increases the attributes of all buildings in the territory. Special Attribute 5, reduces the negative energy attacks received by the territory. Description, evolved from the crepe myrtle flower, a special building of the Ziwei Academy. It possesses mysterious cosmic power. This building can only be upgraded by collecting Qi luck, and Zhou Yin doesn't need to worry about it. In just over 2 months, the building has already been upgraded to level 50. However, after level 50, the required luck will increase significantly, making it much harder to level up again. After seeing so much timber, Zhou Yin realized that the number of people he had summoned was indeed too small. So Zhou Yin returned to the Hall of Heroes and summoned 1,000 lumberjacks, bringing the total number of lumberjacks to over 10,000. With tens of thousands of lumberjacks, a considerable amount of timber could be extracted every day. After completing all this, Zhou Yin returned to the Operations Command Center. "Lord, we've spotted other people." Hua Yurong's gaze, drawn by the footage from the reconnaissance plane, drew everyone's attention. "Oh." Zhou Yin quickly walked over and looked at the transmitted image. Sure enough, he found that there were many people cutting down trees in the image. This is normal. Since Zhou Yin was able to come here, others must also be able to come here. It's just that Zhou Yin was lucky enough to come to an area that hadn't been cleared yet. "Lord, we've also spotted other people on our side." Footage came from another direction. Subsequently, they discovered that more and more people were logging in this area, but they were still hundreds of kilometers apart and had not yet encountered each other. Our people won't encounter them for now, but the light we shone when we arrived here will definitely attract those people to come and investigate. Zhou Yin thought of a possibility. "My lord, we've spotted an army appearing in several directions. Their direction of advance should be towards our territory," Xiao Zhao said to Zhou Yin. "It seems I guessed right. The timber in this area is of such high quality that they would definitely not allow us to be here. But this place doesn't belong to them, and it won't be so easy for them to make me leave." Zhou Yin nodded and transmitted a message to Zhongliang. "Zhongliang, several enemy groups are heading in our direction. I'll have someone send you their locations. As for the next battle plan, that's up to you." Chapter 493. Zhongliang commands a battle. Yes, Zhongliang understood Zhou Yin's meaning. He would not participate in this battle. As a lord, One should oversee all important matters in the territory. As for other matters, with so many elite soldiers and generals in the territory, it is perfectly acceptable to leave them to handle. With the strength of the troops in the territory, we are quite confident that we can deal with those people. After Zhou Yin finished explaining the situation, he began to construct and upgrade the territory. Every day, some buildings were added to the territory. Although these buildings were all low level, they still needed to be built. This is his daily routine, and as more and more buildings are built in the territory, the area of the territory is also constantly expanding. In other words, his territory is very large, and he can build many buildings. He can build as many buildings as he wants. This also means that he will need more materials to upgrade all these buildings to the maximum level. Zhou Yin did not intend to upgrade the quality of all buildings to the maximum, as that was simply unrealistic. For important buildings, the quality should definitely be upgraded to the maximum level. As for less frequently used buildings, they could be built as needed. Because Zhou Yin has many buildings, he needs to consume a lot of materials. Important buildings definitely need to be upgraded to the maximum level, while less frequently used buildings can be upgraded to around level 50 to 80. The current number of buildings in the territory is sufficient to upgrade the territory to the maximum level. Once those buildings are upgraded to the maximum level, the territory's level will be directly increased to level 100. Then, once his strength reaches the 100th level of martial arts, he will be able to ascend directly to immortality. Zhou Yin felt that he wouldn't need much time to accomplish what others couldn't in a lifetime, and even felt that he could complete it within 5 years. His current strength level is already at the 70th level of martial Dao, only 30 levels away. He is confident that he can reach the 100th level of martial Dao within 5 years. Only he dares to say such a thing. Because the territory is surrounded by dense forest, it cannot be moved and can only remain in place. After obtaining 1,000 S-quality lumberjacks, Zhang Liang immediately had them escorted out. However, he did not send all his soldiers out. Instead, he left behind a legion of over 10,000 soldiers to protect the lumberjacks. After the lumberjacks began cutting down the timber, Zhang Liang took full command of the battle for the first time. With Zhang Liang's top-notch talent, coupled with the strong and powerful troops in his territory, dealing with this kind of situation would be a piece of cake. The territory possesses incredible tools like reconnaissance aircraft and communicators, allowing him to make decisions from thousands of miles away while remaining within the territory, and to see any changes on the battlefield. As long as the opponent's strength isn't too abnormal, Zhang Liang is confident enough to accomplish this task. The original intention was to hunt enough meat for the 500,000 mounts in the territory so that they could successfully train the Dragon Legion. But unexpectedly, they encountered such a large amount of timber. Therefore, Zhou Yin decided to put the matter of the Flying Dragon Legion aside for the time being and let those mounts stay in the Green Spirit grassland for a while longer. In any case, the longer these mounts stayed, the stronger their bloodline would become, and the stronger they would be. Traveling hundreds of kilometers, it won't be easy for the other side to reach their territory so quickly. Zhang Liang had already obtained the approximate numbers of these armies through the reconnaissance aircraft. There are 3 armies in total, and they had sent a considerable number of soldiers. Each army seemed to have ill intentions. The army to the east has several types of soldiers, numbering around 30,000. These soldiers include 4 types: swordsmen, spearmen, sword and shield soldiers, and armored soldiers. It is clear that this is the kind of strength that only a veteran lord could possess. These troops were all foreign troops, but that didn't mean they were soldiers of a foreign lord. However, the fact that they displayed their national flags made it clear to Zhang Liang which country's lord this army belonged to. The flag of the United States, I seem to have heard the lord mention it. These people love to cause trouble, and they are very annoying. They are fond of provoking battles between lords, and they also love to plunder the resources of small countries. When Zhang Liang saw this army, he already had a plan. The first person he thought of was Bai Qi. Given Bai Qi's personality, there was only one way he would act when faced with such an army. Zhang Liang directly transmitted a message to Bai Qi. Marshal Bai Qi, an army of 30,000 men has appeared in front of you. I will send you their movement routes and the characteristics of their soldiers. As for how to deal with them, that is entirely up to you. Bai Qi was an outstanding commander. Many things only needed to be discussed with him, and Zhang Liang didn't need to concern himself with the aftermath. Okay, I understand. Bai Chi's expression remained unchanged after hearing the news. To him, these 30,000 men were far from enough. However, as a qualified commander, he would also make preparations in advance and would not fight battles he was not confident of winning, unless it was absolutely necessary. Based on the enemy's route of movement, Bai Chi carefully observed the terrain and then said to his men, "Pass on my order to have the nearby troops assemble here and ambush them. This time, we cannot let a single enemy escape." 34, yes. 34. The messengers, equipped with specialized communication equipment, began relaying orders to officers in various armies. Upon hearing that there were enemies, Generals Li Exen, Meng Ao, Meng Wu, Meng Tian, and Meng Yi all laughed. They were currently worried about not having any enemies, and seeing that there were enemies made them all smile. "Pass on my military order. Head east." Meng Ao, as the general of the Qin Black Armor Army, led his soldiers to advance in the direction designated by Bai Chi. Their journey wasn't smooth sailing. They killed quite a few monsters before finally reaching their destination. Bai Chi only summoned the Qin Black Armor Army this time, without calling any other troops, which shows his confidence in his own army. With the strength of their army, Bai Chi was confident that he could annihilate the enemy. This was his consistent style. Enemies that Bai Chi encountered could hardly survive. It's impossible in the next life. After Bai Chi began his operation, Zhang Liang looked in another direction, the enemy to the southwest. The enemy from the southwest has come in quite a lot this time, a full 50,000 men. However, this army is very mixed and does not seem to belong to a single territory. They are probably soldiers from several territories who have joined together to form a single force. The soldiers did not display any national flags, but they all looked like foreigners. Zhang Liang glanced at the general in that direction and said to Zhao Yun, "General Zhao, a group of enemies is heading your way. Lead your soldiers to intercept them." Chapter 494, 3 Enemy Forces. Zhao Yun was somewhat surprised to hear this, not expecting to see enemies here. So he asked, "How many people are in this army?" 50,000 men. It seems to be an army composed of several lords. "I will send another army to cooperate with you in the battle," Zhang Liang said. 50,000 men? Upon hearing the number of the enemy, Zhao Yun quickly replied, "Minister Zhang Liang, I can't handle this army with just one legion. The other legions have other matters to attend to, so leave them all to me." Hearing Zhao Yun's confidence, Zhang Liang smiled and said, "General Zhao, the enemy's strength is not simple. They might not be weaker than you. You should really think this through. If you fail, the Lord will blame you." It is common knowledge that Zhao Yun is highly regarded by his Lord, but not many people know about his ability to lead troops independently. However, Zhang Liang certainly trusts his Lord's judgment. Since he values Zhao Yun so much, Zhao Yun must have some very unique qualities. Zhao Yun naturally knew that with 20,000 Wudong flying army soldiers, he had no advantage against 50,000, but he was very confident in his soldiers. In this kind of jungle battle, the strength of the Wudong flying army can definitely be maximized. Therefore, Zhao Yun replied with great confidence, "Minister Zhang Liang, rest assured, I will definitely take responsibility for what I said." "All right, then I'll see how strong the Wudong flying army is." Zhang Liang laughed. "I will not let you down, nor will I let the Lord down," Zhao Yun replied. "I will send you the other party's information and keep you informed of the enemy's movements," Zhang Liang said. Next, Zhang Liang sent Zhao Yun images of the army and its route of movement. Zhao Yun carefully observed the enemy and gained a complete understanding of their army. Immediately afterward, Zhao Yun began to deploy his Wudong flying army, setting up an ambush in a certain part of the jungle. This time, Zhao Yun was going to prove his ability with his strength. The last enemy force was located in the direction of Hua Xiubing, a man highly regarded by the Lord. Upon his arrival, he directly replaced Li Guang as the general of the Great Han Iron Cavalry. The Lord must have his reasons for doing this, and everyone was very curious about what abilities Hua Xiubing possessed to become a general of the Great Han Iron Cavalry. Zhang Liang first checked the situation of this last enemy force. This army was a bit different. In addition to the usual iron armor, there was also a group of soldiers carrying magic wands. The enemy even had a legion of 5,000 mages. The enemy's army was not to be underestimated either. These 5,000 mages were divided into 3 types of magic robes: 2,000 war fire magic robes, 2,000 wore Phoenix magic robes, and the last 1,000 wore healing magic robes. This army is interesting. These must be special forces, and they must be very powerful. Zhang Liang could tell something from their equipment. In addition to 5,000 mages, the enemy also had 10,000 armored soldiers, 10,000 cavalry, and 10,000 soldiers wearing ghost masks. There were a total of 35,000 men, divided into 4 different branches of the military, and this army was probably the strongest of the 3 enemy forces. Moreover, the other party was also carrying the flag of the United States. In addition to the flag of the United States, there was another special flag, which should belong to the flag of the other party's lord's family. Zhang Liang did not know the origin of this army, so he first looked at the territory to which the army belonged. The territory this army occupies is very powerful, probably a level 90 or higher territory. The logging forest they occupy is also very large, with tens of thousands of people involved in logging. The lords here seem to have established some kind of logging territory, each logging in their own area. They naturally do not welcome a newly arrived lord like Zhou Yan. Sending someone here must be a threat, and if their territory is too weak, the other party will definitely launch a destructive attack. Furthermore, these countries are very hostile to the Divine Dragon Kingdom. They would naturally not be able to start a war on the Kanglan continent, but there are too many conflicts between the various countries in the Lord world. Therefore, Zhang Liang's immediate decision was to strike first and eliminate the enemy soldiers. Since they can't get along peacefully, they might as well become enemies. In any case, battles between lords are battles for resources. This is also a contradiction worldwide. Once you encounter other players on the Lord's continent, you can either develop together or the winner will gain the mining rights. Zhang Liang felt that since such a large area of high-grade timber had been discovered, they should simply take it for themselves. As for the enemy, as long as you hurt them enough, they will naturally back down. Real battles between lords can also serve as training exercises for the soldiers in their territories. After learning about the general situation of this army, Zhang Liang said to Hua Xiubing, "General Hua, an enemy army has appeared more than 300 kilometers away from you." "Oh, there are enemies." Upon hearing this, Hua Xiubing's face lit up with a hint of joy. Dealing with enemies was much more interesting than eliminating monsters. Seeing Hua Xiubing's expression, Zhang Liang was very pleased. The generals of the territory were all people who couldn't stand being alone. They were all eager for battle, and dealing with enemies was definitely what they wanted to see most. More than 300 kilometers. How many people are there? Hua Xiubing naturally wanted to take the initiative. Every general has his own fighting style. Hua Xiubing's fighting style was to take the initiative. He would strike unexpectedly and directly defeat the enemy. Zhang Liang replied, "This army is no ordinary force. General Hua, you must be prepared. This army is very different from the armies we usually encounter." After saying that, Zhang Liang sent the information to Hua Xiubing and said, "The enemy has 10,000 armored soldiers, 10,000 cavalry, and 10,000 soldiers wearing ghost masks, totaling 35,000 people. They're not simple. I will send other legions to support you." Hua Xiubing took it and looked at it, a smile appearing on his face. If you're facing a group of ordinary enemies, Hua Xiubing would definitely not be happy, because that would be far too unchallenging. "Minister Zhang Liang, I believe that my Great Han Iron Cavalry can handle these 35,000 men, so we don't need anyone else's help." Hua Xiubing made the same decision as Zhao Yan. He intends to use this battle to prove his ability. Has General Hua made up his mind yet? Zhang Liang seemed to have guessed as well, and also wanted to see how capable Hua Xiubing was in commanding troops. Of course, Hua Xiubing would not make empty boasts. Hua Xiubing was indeed confident in this. Chapter 495, Action. Bai Qi annihilates the enemy. Then I'll wait and see. Zhang Liang naturally agreed with Hua Xiubing's opinion. Zhang Liang was naturally very familiar with the soldiers in his territory, so he wanted to see how well Hua Xiubing and Zhao Yun could command troops. From 3 directions, Bai Qi, Zhao Yun, and Hua Xiubing each began to meet the approaching enemy. Each of the 3 stalemates has its own approach to dealing with their respective enemies. Bai Qi adopted an annihilationist approach, setting up ambushes and then encircling and wiping out the enemy completely. This was Bai Qi's consistent style. When dealing with enemies, Bai Qi's first thought was how to eliminate all of them, rather than giving them a chance to live. Taking advantage of the army's characteristics, Zhao Yun laid ambushes while gradually eliminating the enemy using guerrilla tactics. The military attributes of the Wudong Flying Army are very advantageous in this kind of jungle battle. Zhao Yun will naturally not waste this feature of his army, and plans to use it to launch a powerful attack on the enemy. Hua Tsubing's approach was quite bold. He took the initiative and used the advantage of his cavalry to first and decisively eliminate the enemy's most threatening magician legion. The Qin Iron Cavalry is a cavalry unit, and with Hua Tsubing's various command skills, their charging speed and the bonuses they provide to cavalry are absolutely formidable. Furthermore, since the enemy is unaware that their marching route has been discovered, a lightning strike would catch them completely off guard, resulting in their utter defeat. After the three generals had their own ideas, they immediately began preparations and set off in the direction the enemy was coming from. The other side also has reconnaissance methods. Although they don't have reconnaissance aircraft, they do have pet birds, eagles, and other means. These enemies were not ordinary soldiers. They were all experienced combat soldiers who had sent out various scouts ahead to investigate. Unfortunately, the other side never expected that Zhou Yan's army possessed reconnaissance aircraft as small as mosquitoes, and their every move was under the watchful eyes of the people in their own territory. The enemy has been completely exposed to our own people, and we have a strong advantage in devising a series of battles against them. After a long time, Bai Qi's soldiers arrived at the designated location one after another. Then Bai Qi began to arrange for his soldiers to set up traps and various mechanisms, and then hide themselves and wait for the enemy to come. On the other hand, Bai Qi also dispatched a large number of troops to the left and right. As soon as the enemy got close, they would surround the enemy, forming a close shape, completely cutting off the enemy's retreat and annihilating them all. After making all the arrangements, Bai Qi waited quietly for the enemy to arrive. After a long time, the enemy finally arrived, but it was not the enemy's main force that came, but the enemy's scouts and several white eagles were hovering in the sky. At this moment, Bai Qi had already used his unique skill, concealment, to hide the entire army. Bai Qi was a top-tier expert, and the enemy's ordinary soldiers could hardly detect his skill. In addition, the entire army consisted of well-trained soldiers who did not make a sound. These scouts were indeed formidable. After exploring the surrounding area and checking it with their skills, they made sure there were no problems before continuing their advance. Bai Qi ignored the scouts and waited for the main army to arrive. As the enemy approached, the army in front seemed to pause for a moment. Bai Qi was a little surprised, thinking that the enemy had seen through something. However, Bai Qi was not in a hurry. He was very confident in himself and believed that everything he had arranged had not been discovered. Has the scout returned yet? Mithias asked the person beside him. Reporting to General Mithias, the scouts have not returned. Have you discovered something? The soldier beside him asked. We didn't find anything. We just feel uneasy. Since they haven't returned, let's send someone to check on them. Mithias is an SSS quality hero with a skill called Danger Omen, but after carefully looking around, he found no danger and decided to send someone to check the situation again. His army, however, remained there and did not advance any further. Mithias, an excellent commander who had led many major battles, was uneasy about this situation and wanted to make sure that the area ahead was 100% safe before proceeding. Mithias waited, and Bai Qi was in no hurry. As an excellent commander, Bai Qi understood that if he revealed a weakness at this moment, the enemy might escape. Within 10 minutes, the scout that Mithias had sent out returned and reporting to the general, everything is normal ahead. Mithias was relieved and said to the army, continue advancing. The army continued to move forward, but the gloom hanging over Mithias's head did not disappear. Instead, it grew thicker. Mithias felt that this was because he had been too cautious. Bai Qi coldly watched all of this. From the moment the enemy attacked his territory, their defeat was inevitable. Half an hour later, the enemy finally entered Bai Qi's trap. Bai Qi said to the generals on all sides, we can make our move now. In an instant, the Qin Black Armor Army drew their bows and unleashed a dense rain of arrows at the enemy. After a series of arrows fell, the entire sky turned completely black. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew everywhere, striking the undefended enemy soldiers, piercing their armor and killing countless warriors. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Form ranks quickly. Mithias was filled with regret. It was all because of his carelessness that he had fallen into the enemy's trap. Mithridates was quite competent. He immediately drew his weapon to deflect the incoming arrows, then organized his army, took out shields, and held them above their heads. And they began to withdraw from the woodland in an orderly manner. Arrows rained down from the sky, but Mithridates had already ordered his soldiers to take out their shields to defend themselves, so this rain of arrows did not cause much damage to the army. Advance! Bai Qi ordered the army to advance, and then instructed the cavalry to begin their attack. The rain of arrows continued to fall from the sky, intended to slow the enemy and force them to remain in this position to meet the cavalry's attack. The earth rumbled and cracked continuously. As soon as Mithridates heard the sound, he knew it was cavalry. He quickly shouted, "Spearmen, prepare in the rear. Enemy attack." At this moment, another volley of arrows fell, and the soldiers who were about to change their weapons were riddled with arrows. However, some soldiers raised their spears and formed a defensive formation behind them. Chapter 496, Bai Qi annihilates the enemy. Camicius soon realized that he seemed to be surrounded. He was like meat in the enemy's pocket, unable to escape and at their mercy. Damn it, who are they? How can they have such a powerful army? Mithridates had been fighting in the Lord's War for over a decade, and this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful army. At this moment, his face turned extremely grim. As an outstanding commander, the fact that he was surrounded by the enemy without noticing the slightest change made Mithridates realize that he had encountered a very powerful enemy, whose command ability must be superior to his own. Then, Mithridates discovered that 3 cavalry units had appeared to their left, right, and rear, leaving them with no way to escape. In front of them were Bai Qi's chain crossbows. Mithridates felt that he was really doomed. This can't go on, or all my soldiers will be wiped out. Mithridates, living up to his reputation as an SSS quality commander hero, immediately addressed his soldiers. "Follow me and charge forward. We're surrounded. Only by fighting our way out can we survive." All 3 sides were cavalry. To fight cavalry with infantry was something only a madman would do. Without hesitation, Mithridates ordered his soldiers to form a shield formation as the front line and then quickly charged towards Bai Qi's direction. Mithridates had 4 types of soldiers under his command. He chose to send the most heavily armored soldiers, who were the strongest in terms of defense, to the front. They then charged forward quickly, shields in hand. This army was an infantry force of heavy armor, with extremely strong defenses, making it difficult for arrows to pierce their bodies. Charge! The armored soldiers lined up in 2 rows, holding shields to block arrows for the other soldiers. Mithridates' army still had a considerable number of men. The previous rain of arrows had only caused them a few thousand casualties, while the rest of the soldiers were behind the armored troops, ready to strike at any moment. Although Mithridates also wanted to launch an arrow attack, their arrows couldn't reach Bai Qi's army at all. Mithridates was utterly astonished by the opponent's arrows, wondering how they could shoot so far. It truly amazed him. After seeing Mithridates gather his army, Bai Qi ordered his soldiers to stop, and he waited for the enemy to arrive. When the enemy troops charged to within about 200 meters of Bai Qi and his men, suddenly, the enemy's frontline troops began to fall into rows of pre-dug traps. The armored soldiers of Mithridates, shield in hand, all fell into the trap. They were already wearing heavy armor, and the weight of their shields caused them to fall directly into the pit. Then, soldiers behind them continued to fall in, and in an instant, many soldiers were crushed to death. This was something Mithridates never expected. He had once again fallen into the other party's trap. The enemy had already dug the pit and was just waiting for them to attack, as if they knew they would choose this attack method. At that moment, Mithridates felt a shadow of death loom over him. "Release the arrows," Bai Qi said calmly. A volley of arrows was unleashed, launching another attack on the already chaotic enemy, resulting in thousands more enemy casualties. Upon seeing the chaotic scene, Mithridates immediately reorganized the army, forming a new battle formation, and then ordered them to charge towards Bai Qi and the others once again. If you don't charge, you're doomed. Charging forward is tantamount to waiting to die. But if you don't charge, you'll definitely die. If we charge, there's still a glimmer of hope. Mithridates was extremely helpless. This was the only way he could fight his way out. But Mithridates was clever. He had his men scout ahead to see if there were any traps before they moved on. Unfortunately, this made their movement very slow. Meanwhile, The cavalry behind Bai Qi were getting close. The Great Qin Black Armor Army, although lacking the cavalry bonus, are powerful soldiers who, even without the cavalry charge bonus, benefit from Bai Qi's various leadership bonuses. With the added bonuses from various buildings in the territory, the speed and force of the impact are also quite terrifying. The spear formation behind Mythius would certainly be effective against normal cavalry, but the cavalry within Zhou Yan's territory were not ordinary mounts. They were a group of powerful monsters, many of whom were elite or even boss-level bosses. Faced with this enemy formation, these mounts leaped over the spears of the frontline spearmen, reaching the rear and trampling the enemy's shields under their feet. These mounts are no ordinary mounts. Even the smallest of them are as big as a small car, and with their charging speed, they can leap at least 10 meters in one stride. The enemy behind them never expected that these cavalrymen would have such a strong jumping ability. Before they could react, they were crushed. The soldiers on their mounts raised their weapons and attacked the surrounding enemies, slashing and hacking them down from their mounts. As more and more cavalrymen crossed the enemy's front ranks, many enemies were trampled to death by the soldiers' mounts. Each of these mounts was as big as a small car, so you can imagine how heavy they were. With the enemy being charged by cavalry from 3 directions, the outcome of the battle was already decided. The enemy's formation was completely destroyed by the cavalry, and then the terrifying impact of the cavalry behind them was unleashed. Enemies were sent flying everywhere or trampled to death by their mounts. The ground was covered in the enemy's blood. With the strength of Mythius and his soldiers, there was simply no match for the cavalry, who were like fierce tigers, although they tried their best to block and resist. But they still lost. A crushing defeat, with countless deaths and injuries. It's not that they were too weak, but that their opponents were simply too strong. Mythius's army is rapidly dwindling, from an initial 30,000 to now only half its original size. Mythius also suffered a joint attack from several generals. The opponent was powerful and highly skilled, and had already killed several soldiers. Naturally, the generals could not stand by and watch him continue to kill their soldiers. Mythius was shocked to be attacked by several generals working together. These generals were not high-ranking, but their strength was terrifying. Slowly, Mythius was injured. Finally, under the combined attack of Meng Wu, Meng Yi, and Meng Tian, Mythius was beheaded and killed by Meng Tian. A commander of SSS-level quality, a powerful figure who had dominated the battlefield for over a decade, was wiped out by Bai Qi. With Mythius's death, the cavalry had almost wiped out most of the enemies. None of these enemies surrendered. They all died in battle. The enemy was also very tenacious, and even in the midst of a fierce battle, they still inflicted thousands of casualties on Bai Qi's side. This shows that Mythius's army was also very powerful. Chapter 497. Zhao Yun faces the enemy. While Bai Qi finished annihilating the enemy, battles also broke out in 2 other locations. First, let's look at Zhao Yun's side. Zhao Yun also led his men ahead of time to a suitable location to ambush the enemy. Zhao Yun's Wudong flying army only has 20,000 men, but this army is not weak, especially in jungle warfare, where their strength is absolutely formidable. Architecture, Wudong flying army. Level, 60, required for leveling up. Quality, R, required for upgrade. Attribute, 1 soldier can be summoned for every 1,500 soul coins consumed. Current maximum number of soldiers that can be summoned is 2,000,002,000. Special Attribute 1, Mountain Battle Combat Power plus 60%. Special Attribute 2, Jungle Battle Combat Power plus 60%. Special Attribute 3, all attributes plus 60% in mountain and jungle warfare. Special Attribute 4, Enhanced Disguise Ability. Special Attribute 5, Additional Speed plus 60%. Special Attribute 6, Stamina Recovery plus 60. Although this army is not of top quality, its strength should not be underestimated. Zhao Yun's enemy this time was numerous, numbering as many as 50,000, more than twice his own strength. Therefore, Zhao Yun took advantage of the jungle to begin hiding his army. Zhao Yun had already seen that the army of 50,000 men was not in one place. They were advancing in 7 or 8 different formations, so if the enemy wanted to reinforce quickly, their speed would be greatly reduced. With the existence of a cheat code, like a reconnaissance aircraft, Zhao Yun was able to clearly understand the enemy's specific movements. As the enemy began to approach, they also dispatched dozens of scouts to investigate in the jungle. The Wudong flying army's concealment ability was outstanding, and they were not discovered by the enemy. As the scouts left, the vanguard army of 50,000 men was already in Zhao Yun's sight. These troops did not stop and continued all the way to the location where Zhao Yun had laid an ambush. As the enemy drew near, Zhao Yun immediately stood at attention and ordered his soldiers, fire. 20,000 soldiers immediately launched wave after wave of arrows at the soldiers in front. And as the arrows flew, these enemies were hit and killed one after another. Enemy attack. Quickly use your shields to block. Upon being attacked, the enemy general immediately shouted for his shield warriors to take out their shields and block the attack. Seeing this, Zhao Yun laughed and said to his soldiers, 10,000 men continue the attack, and the other 10,000 mount their horses. Zhao Yun was the first to mount his warhorse and said to the soldiers, follow me and charge. The warhorses neighed and galloped away, a series of tremors letting the enemy know that cavalry was approaching. Spearmen, prepare. The enemy also immediately prepared their formation based on the direction from which the warhorses were approaching. The archers in the distance stopped firing when they saw Zhao Yun approaching the enemy, then mounted their horses and charged towards the enemy's front. However, they were shooting while riding horses, making it impossible for the enemy to react. Soon, Zhao Yun rode his horse first, leaped over, and charged into the enemy ranks. He held the dragon soul spear given to him by Zhou Yin, which possessed powerful spiritual energy. In the territory, there were very few generals who could possess spiritual energy. This spear was incredibly powerful, and under Zhao Yun's wielding, it unleashed terrifying power. Zhao Yun's move, White Bird paying homage to the phoenix, was a spear technique as swift as a dragon and phoenix dancing, as powerful as thunderclaps. With a single thrust, he shattered the opponent's shield and killed him instantly. Zhao Yun quickly charged into the enemy ranks, creating a powerful opening for the troops behind him. Then, the soldiers behind him filed in and began to fight the surrounding enemies. The Wudong flying army left a trail of corpses as they flew through the air. At the same time, the soldiers on the right, riding their war horses, also began to trample and sweep through the enemy. This army did indeed number 50,000, but they were infantry, and each unit was separated by a distance. There simply wasn't enough time for them to encircle Zhao Yun. After the army in front was attacked by Zhao Yun, the enemy behind also reacted and quickly organized their troops to rush forward. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yun did not linger and headed into the forest first. Pursue them. We can't let them escape. The enemy hurriedly gave chase, but in the jungle, cavalry could hardly increase their speed much. So after entering the jungle, Zhao Yun ordered his soldiers to dismount and then lure the enemy toward a certain spot. Take cover. After Zhao Yun led his soldiers to the prearranged location, he ordered everyone to hide and also had a group of people deliberately attract the enemy's attention and escape forward. The enemies behind, upon seeing the enemies in front, gave chase without hesitation. Zhao Yun then ordered his soldiers to take out their bows and arrows again and hide in the shadows. When the enemy got close, he gave the order again, attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of arrows rained down, taking the lives of thousands of enemies. Zhao Yun headed off again towards a certain place without stopping. When the people behind arrived, they only saw a group of dead and wounded soldiers, which made them very angry, and they chased after Zhao Yun in the direction he had fled. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, used the jungle speed bonus of the Wudong flying army to kill a wave of enemies and then immediately leave, while having others lure the enemies over. After several attacks, the enemy's army lost another 10,000 men, which greatly angered them. This kind of battle made them feel extremely frustrated. We can't go on like this. If we continue like this, we'll all be wiped out bit by bit, a general among the enemy said. Why stop? We can wipe them out if we just catch up. Their speed is too fast. How can they move so quickly? I have already lost too many soldiers, and only 1,000 men are left. I can't let the enemy continue to act so foolishly. I think we should retreat and leave this godforsaken place. Damn it, if you've got the guts, fight me for real. What kind of hero hides like this? The enemy was extremely frustrated, angry, and furious, but there was nothing they could do. Faced with Zhao Yun's army, which appeared and disappeared without a trace, the more they chased, the more they died. Because none of the 50,000 men had a commander who could speak for them, their opinions were divided. However, they decided to continue the pursuit, but they could not be scattered and had to stay united in the pursuit. After seeing this, Zhao Yun decided to lure the enemy to a prepared location. So Zhao Yun sent out a group of men, deliberately making sure they saw him, and then led them to a certain place. Chapter 498, The Enemy's Fear. The other person chased after them without hesitation, and then suddenly disappeared again. What happened? How could they just disappear like that? Keep your eyes peeled and be careful. These bastards are cunning, especially in the bushes. Keep a close eye on them. Separate groups and search. You must find these people, and once you find them, kill them all. I clearly saw them walk in. How did they disappear in an instant? Do they know some kind of invisibility magic? Zhao Yun's army did not possess any invisibility techniques, but in such a jungle, their military characteristics gave them abilities similar to invisibility. Suddenly, someone shouted, attracting a lot of attention. What's going on? Damn it, who's yelling? As more and more people screamed, they realized that they had fallen into a trap set by Zhao Yun. While the enemy was searching everywhere for Zhao Yun and his men, Zhao Yun and his men had already launched an attack. Soldiers hidden in trees, on the ground, and in the jungle began to launch various attacks on the enemy. The various traps here also played a role, and the enemy was attacked from time to time by various traps, and their soldiers died one after another. This infuriated the enemy generals, who tried to find Zhao Yun's whereabouts, but they discovered that every time they saw him, he would suddenly disappear. It was as if it could become invisible. It simply vanished right under their noses. Damn it, come out and fight if you dare. An enemy general roared loudly. Seeing the enemy's anger, Zhao Yun took out a bow and arrow, drew it to its full extent, aimed at the enemy, and fired. 34 whoosh. 34. An arrow flew towards the enemy leader, piercing his forehead. Zhao Yun killed the enemy leader in this way. Damn it. Alto has been killed. My general is dead. We must leave. You can deal with these elusive bastards yourselves. Upon seeing their general's death, Otto's soldiers decided not to linger and headed back the way they had come. Damn bastards. The general is dead, so you should obey my orders. I command you to stop. We're not your soldiers. Why should I stop? Because I am the general, and you are the soldiers. You are now under my command, understand? I advise you to behave and not anger me, because I have a bad temper. Zhao Yun found it quite amusing that the two sides were arguing at such a time. This was on a battlefield, and the fact that the other side could still start arguing at this moment left him speechless. After a volley of arrows, Zhao Yun and his men appeared and then disappeared again. The enemy suffered another 1,000 casualties, which made the previous group of soldiers even more determined to leave. You guys deal with them yourselves, we're going back. After saying that, the young general led the remaining soldiers away in the direction they had come from. That idiot. I'm sure they won't live much longer. A general glared angrily at the other man, furious at his actions. Leaving at this moment was tantamount to courting death. Sure enough, just as these soldiers were leaving, Zhao Yun immediately ordered a group of his men to massacre them. It was a massacre. Zhao Yun's soldiers were hidden in the jungle. They didn't even need to show themselves. A volley of arrows wiped them out. It's that simple. In such circumstances, if the enemy still wants to escape, Zhao Yun will not let them succeed. The enemy resumed their search for Zhao Yun and his men, but unfortunately, as time went by, they not only failed to find them, but their own soldiers dwindled in number. They originally had 50,000 people, but now they only have a little over 20,000 left. The number of people was actually half of what it used to be. Jack, I think we should leave. A general, seeing the enemy's elusive movements, also had the idea of leaving. We've come all this way, why should we leave? I don't agree. Jack refused. Shit, it's our army that's dying. Your 5,000 men didn't die much at all. Of course you don't care, the other general shouted. Okay, I also think this place isn't very good. Let's leave. Seeing so many people leaving, Jack had no choice but to take his men and leave as well. But this place isn't so easy to get to. When they returned, the soldiers set up many more traps, and those ahead of them were once again attacked by various traps. Damn it, these bastards, how did they set up the trap so quickly? We've only been gone a short while. We went to places we had never been before. They began to leave towards the jungle. But, another series of screams rang out. More of them had encountered traps, and several people were killed by the traps. Damn it. These soldiers were completely unaccustomed to jungle warfare and were driven to frustration by Zhao Yun and his men. Every so often, they were attacked by a series of traps. Zhao Yun, in particular, would always lead a group of men to hide in the dense jungle, then unleash a volley of arrows at them before immediately fleeing. Or perhaps they would fall from the sky and hang many enemies by the neck from trees, strangling them to death. Zhao Yun's soldiers, in this jungle, were like a group of jungle assassins who would kill and disappear immediately, making the enemy tremble with fear. The enemy's morale plummeted, and they had no desire to fight whatsoever. They quickened their pace, eager to leave, but every step they took came at a heavy price. When they finally emerged from the jungle and took a head count, they discovered that they had only a few thousand soldiers left. Of the original 50,000 people, only a few thousand remained. This price they paid left them looking extremely grim. Boom! What was that sound? Several thousand men looked ahead, their expressions changing again. They roared, "It's cavalry! Damn it, they're here again! Let's fight!" They never wanted to go back to the past. They would rather fight the cavalry face to face than die needlessly in the jungle where they could not see the enemy. In fact, many of them felt a sense of fear after seeing the jungle. Zhao Yun had already instilled in them the idea of a fearful jungle. With several thousand men, and their morale completely shattered, facing Zhao Yun's cavalry, the outcome was predictable. They had only one fate. All were killed in action. Chapter 499, Complete Victory. Zhao Yun annihilated the enemy and immediately informed Zhang Liang of his victory. Minister Zhang Liang, the enemy has been completely wiped out. Our army suffered 10 dead and 100 wounded. Zhang Liang was very surprised after hearing this, because the battle in the jungle was very unfavorable for reconnaissance aircraft, and given Zhao Yun's fast speed, it was impossible for them to detect every person and every place. After hearing about Zhao Yun's achievements, Zhang Liang was indeed very surprised. The Wudong Flying Army could indeed play a very powerful role in this kind of jungle battle. This battle allowed Zhao Yun to prove his abilities. With 20,000 men eliminating 50,000 enemy soldiers, the losses on our side were negligible. This was a complete victory. Zhang Liang smiled and said, "General Zhao performed well. I believe the Lord will be very happy when he finds out." Yes. Zhao Yun nodded. He was highly regarded by the Lord and was given the authority to lead an army. Zhao Yun naturally remembered this great favor. While Bai Qi and Zhao Yun were fighting, a battle was also taking place at Hui Tsubing's location. Hui Tsubing, based on the enemy's situation, immediately mounted his mount and led his great Han iron cavalry to attack the enemy. He arrived 10 kilometers ahead of the enemy, rested for a while, scouted the enemy's situation, wrapped his mount's feet in cloth, began to assign tactics, and finally adopted a charge formation to launch an attack on the enemy. By the time the enemy discovered Hui Tsubing, his cavalry was already moving at great speed and at their most powerful. Hui Tsubing had already calculated the best direction and target of the attack, which was the magicians. The magicians were quite surprised to see the enemy suddenly appear. By the time they were about to launch their attack, Hui Tsubing's soldiers had already prepared their bows and arrows, and a rain of arrows was hurled at the heads of the group of magicians. These magicians, faced with the sudden barrage of arrows, had no power to resist and were all shot dead. Then Hui Tsubing took up his weapon first and charged towards the army of magicians who were running around in all directions. These magicians didn't even have time to chant spells before Hui Tsubing chased and killed them. The armored soldiers protecting the magician arrived too late and were completely useless. The enemy still had 10,000 cavalry, but they had no speed advantage whatsoever, and their mounts were just ordinary warhorses. Compared to Hui Tsubing's mounts, which were at least level 70 or higher, they were no match for him. This is before Zhou Yin equipped the soldiers with those dragon mounts. If they were equipped with dragon mounts, the combat power of the cavalry in each legion would be greatly improved. However, Zhou Yin did not intend to do so. People who already have mounts cannot be equipped with more mounts, because he would need to summon more soldiers later, and these mounts would have to be reserved for the soldiers he summoned later. Hui Tsubing led only 5,000 men to charge the enemy's magician legion from the left, while another 5,000 men attacked from the enemy's right. The fleeing magicians were thus annihilated by the two cavalry forces. The enemy's legion of 5,000 mages was thus completely wiped out. Just as the enemy cavalry began to prepare to charge towards Hua Xiubing, they discovered that another group of cavalry was coming from behind them. The cavalry leader was none other than Li Guang. Kill them. Li Guang led 5,000 cavalrymen to attack the enemy's cavalry from the rear, forcing the enemy to abandon their pursuit of Hua Xiubing and thus deal with Li Guang's army. Unfortunately, Li Guang's cavalry had already increased their speed, and their terrifying impact instantly smashed through the enemy's soldiers, sending them flying along with their horses. Compared to the cavalry of the Great Han Iron Cavalry, the enemy's cavalry was simply not on the same level. 10,000 men, including 5,000 led by Li Guang, charged through the enemy lines. Another enemy force consisted of a group of masked soldiers who intended to provide reinforcements. However, as they were en route to reinforce, they heard the sound of cavalry coming from behind them. Hua Xiubing actually divided his cavalry into 4 groups, launching attacks on the enemy from the front, rear, left, and right respectively, and staggered the timing to completely block the enemy's original planned route. These ghost-faced soldiers were indeed extraordinary. Upon seeing the cavalry, they quickly formed a circular formation, each holding a shield and a long sword, and then formed a formation resembling a pot lid to defend against the cavalry. Hua Xiubing naturally noticed the enemy's defensive measures. He gave some instructions to his soldiers, who nodded in agreement. Then, the soldiers in front patted the heads of their mounts. The mount understood immediately, opened its mouth, condensed a wave of energy, and then launched a series of dense energy attacks. Flames, ice, storms, earthquakes, sandstorms, and other energies transformed into a sky full of elemental energy bombs, or directly into quicksand, attacking the circular formation of the ghost-faced enemy. The enemy never expected that Hua Xiubing's mount would possess such an ability, and their formation was immediately disrupted. Boom! After the energy attack blasted open the enemy's formation, the soldiers raised their crossbows, aimed at the ghost-faced enemy, and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down, and the enemy suffered heavy casualties before being overwhelmed, scattered, and slaughtered by the Iron Cavalry. One by one, the ghostly soldiers fell into pools of blood. They had become truly dead. The Iron Cavalry charged past, their powerful burst of force crushing the ghost-faced soldiers, leaving only a small number alive. As the cavalry maneuvered around them, their speed undiminished, and they once again crushed them, wiping out the ghost-faced soldiers. The surprise attack of 20,000 men was a great success from the start, completely scattering and reaping the enemy, leaving only the strongest armored soldiers in the end. However, they were outnumbered and outmatched by the powerful cavalry. They were outmaneuvered and outgunned by the soldiers, and in the end, they could only die on the battlefield. This great battle lasted for a very long time, but yielded great results. 35,000 men were wiped out by Hua Xiubing's surprise attack tactic. Hua Xiubing's losses this time amounted to less than 2,000 men. It should be noted that these enemies are the strongest of the 3 opposing forces. Hua Xiubing was able to exchange 2,000 casualties for the deaths of 35,000 elite enemy troops, which was already an astonishing result. After the 3 battles ended, they each reported their battles to Zhang Liang, who was overjoyed. The soldiers in his territory were all capable of leading an army on their own, so he, as the Minister of War, was indeed living a very leisurely life. If there are no capable generals in the territory, Zhang Liang will probably have to personally command the battle. Chapter 500, Nangong, I'll take you somewhere to spar. After the battles in all 3 directions had ended, Zhang Liang collected and organized the casualty figures given to him by the 3 generals, and then began to send a message to Zhou Yan. Lord, the results of the battles between the 3 enemy forces are in. At this moment, Zhou Yan was chatting with Nangong Push, Wang Chudong, Yu Yu Wei, and Xianyuan Qingfeng in the Heavenly Emperor's palace. After hearing Zhang Liang's words, he asked, "Did you win?" "Yes, we won them all, and it was a battle with absolutely no suspense. Our army annihilated the enemy with minimal losses." Zhang Liang gave Zhou Yan a detailed account of the battle situation on all 3 sides, including the casualties of each legion and the spoils of war. Zhou Yan was very satisfied with the situation and said, "Those territories won't just let it go like this. I'll leave this matter entirely to you. I have only one request. No matter how many of them come, kill them. Yes, Lord, Zhang Liang replied. The reason Zhou Yin was so confident was that he now had two powerful experts at the land immortal level. With such a foundation and the strong defensive attributes of his territory, Zhou Yin no longer needed to hide himself. He is now truly fearless of all enemies. Whoever dares to come, he will wipe them out. With hundreds of thousands of troops in his territory, two powerful cultivators at the terrestrial immortal level, and 500,000 dragon mounts, what does he have to fear now? Perhaps there aren't many experts above the 70th heaven level in his territory right now, but his enemies don't know the situation there. Once they see how vast his territory is and what's happening outside it, they certainly won't dare to act rashly. With such a large moat, such magnificent city walls, and such a vast territory, are they afraid? They must be scared. They had no idea about their own territory and couldn't see anything about it. The moat and the Great Wall alone were enough to leave the other side speechless. Needless to say, the territory has so many top-tier defensive towers. If the opponent doesn't want to die, they can try attacking the territory and see how thoroughly they'll be bombarded. In the past, Zhou Yin lacked sufficient experience and naturally worried about everything he did, but he no longer needs to worry about that now. While he may not be the best in the world right now, it won't be easy for anyone else to deal with him. He can support a large number of people and countless troops, but he certainly wouldn't want ordinary troops. Barracks buildings are not easy to obtain, especially those of higher quality than B. But Zhou Yin wasn't in a hurry. The current number of troops was enough. It was just that the level of the barracks was not high enough, and he needed more advanced materials to upgrade them. Nangong Push, Wang Chudong, Yu Yu Wei, and Xin Yuan Qingfeng were quite surprised upon hearing Zhou Yan's words and asked, "Has the territory been attacked?" The enemy, hundreds of kilometers away, tried to attack me, but they were dealt with by my soldiers, Zhou Yan replied. Aren't you going to direct it yourself? Yu Yue asked Zhou Yan. It's just a small matter. Why should I personally command it? I have many talented generals under my command. If they can't even handle this small battle, and I have to handle every battle, wouldn't I be exhausted? Zhou Yan said confidently. Other lords would definitely need to personally oversee every battle to feel at ease. However, Zhou Yan's soldiers and generals are all top-notch commanders, and with the help of countless reconnaissance aircraft in every battle, they're completely targeted at the enemy in every single battle. If they still lose, even in this situation, it can only mean that the enemy is indeed too strong, and they are no match for them. However, this situation is so rare that it is unlikely to occur very often. Aren't you worried that your soldiers might rebel? Wang Chudong asked doubtfully. Rebellion. Upon hearing this unfamiliar word, Zhou Yan burst into laughter and said, Impossible. 100% loyalty or betrayal. Zhou Yan had never thought of such a thing. Judging from your smug look, I'd like to see what wars are like in this world, Xin Yuan Qingfeng said curiously. You can go to the command post any time to watch. You can see a lot of interesting battles there, Zhou Yan said. I've heard Sister Diaochan talk about a lot, and about things that allow you to see other worlds like a movie theater, the place we came from. Wang Chudong suddenly remembered something. You can go and take a look when you have time, Zhou Yan said. Then, Zhou Yan said to Nangong Push, we haven't sparred in a long time. Let me take you somewhere to spar. My strength has increased quite a bit recently, and you may not be my match. After hearing Zhou Yan's words, Nangong Push nodded, also wanted to see if he could defeat Zhou Yan now. Zhou Yan smiled mysteriously to himself and said, Don't worry, I'm very sturdy. I'm just afraid you won't be able to handle it. Seeing that they were completely puzzled by his words, Zhou Yan quickly led Nangong Push away from the Heavenly Emperor's palace and headed outside. Where are we going? To the martial arts training space. Nangong Push has recently been going there frequently to spar with the generals of the territory, and she is quite strong, having defeated many of them. Despite still being dressed as a man, Nangong Push's exquisite features and beautiful face remained incredibly handsome and charming. Zhou Yan had long been interested in Nangong Push. From the moment she appeared, he had wanted to make a move, but he hadn't found the right opportunity. Now was the perfect chance. If you don't make a move on a woman like that, are you just waiting for someone else to make a move on you? No, let's go to another place to spar. It's a very good place. Zhou Yan smiled, which puzzled Nangong Push. Where else in the territory could they find a good place to spar? Upon arriving at the foot of the Lingxiao Palace, Zhou Yan said, That's it. Nangong Push looked up, his eyes full of curiosity, and said, "I've been curious about this place for a while, but it seems that only you can go up there." Zhou Yin stepped forward, took Nangong Pu's hand, and said, "From now on, you could be on top whenever you want." Since Nangong Push couldn't break free, she let Zhou Yin have his way, since Zhou Yin often held her hand before anyway. With a flash of light, Zhou Yin had already brought Nangong Push to the Lingxiao Palace. Minister Nangong was also very curious about this place and asked, "So this is a palace. Do you like it? If you do, stay here," Zhou Yin said. Chapter 501, Pounce on Minister Nangong. "You can live here too?" Minister Nangong was very surprised. She hadn't expected that this palace was for living. She had thought it was used as some kind of meeting place. If Zhou Yin knew what Nangong Push was thinking, he would definitely say, "This is indeed a place for men and women to have profound discussions. Let me show you around. If you like it, you can stay here from now on," Zhou Yin replied. The other women don't really like living here, making it seem quite deserted. If Nangong Push likes it here, then he can just treat it as his palace. "Let's see first." Nangong Push laughed. Just as Su Fingyin had said, Nangong Push had an unparalleled face like a fox spirit. His slight smile was enough to captivate all beings. Zhou Yin was determined to win over such a stunning beauty. Zhou Yin really liked Nangong Push and took her on a tour of the Lingxiao Palace. This is the most unique and highest point in the entire territory. You can see the entire territory and even the area outside. The scenery is quite beautiful. The only downside is that the building's level isn't very high. The materials required to upgrade the Lingxiao Palace are extremely high level, each one being a 9-star material. Zhou Yin currently has no intention of specifically upgrading this building, as those materials are simply too difficult to find. If you can't even buy the materials, it's naturally difficult to upgrade the level of the Lingxiao Palace. The palace was enormous, and there was enough space outside for practicing martial arts. The more Nangong Push looked around, the more satisfied he became. Finally, under Zhou Yan's guidance, he walked into the palace. Afterwards, Zhou Yan went to the mysterious shop to buy some items. Although the items were good, they weren't exactly what Zhou Yan needed. However, Zhou Yan still managed to purchase an RR quality hero summoning token, which was not bad. Finally, Zhou Yan arrived at the scripture pavilion. This building is now level 70 and has 7 floors, where one can draw one item from each floor. Zhou Yan is now only drawing 10 times from each level, and he can't miss any level. Zhou Yan tried to draw prizes layer by layer, but he didn't get any top-tier items, which left him somewhat disappointed. Chapter 502, 200,000 Enemies. After arriving at the Hall of Heroes, Zhou Yan looked around his territory and felt that while he didn't seem to have any urgently needed talents, he was also in dire need of talents in all aspects. After thinking it over, Zhou Yan decided that each legion should be equipped with a strategist, which would also improve their combat effectiveness. Therefore, Zhou Yan began to use the hero summoning token to summon his strategists. Hall of Heroes notification. Use the hero summoning token to summon the strategist Guojia. It's actually Guojia. Zhou Yan was very surprised. The most brilliant strategist in the Three Kingdoms period, known as the strategist Zhuge Liang, was said to be so brilliant that it was said if Guojia had not died, Zhuge Liang would not have emerged. If Cao Cao hadn't relied on Guojia in the early stages, he would have had a hard time building up his empire. It was also because Guojia died early that the Wei Kingdom was in chaos for many years before it unified the Three Kingdoms. A refined-looking young man walked up to Zhou Yan and said, "Guojia greets the Lord." Zhou Yan nodded, very happy. As for who has the better strategy, Guojia or Zhang Liang? In reality, top strategists are all roughly equal in ability. The key factors are timing, location, and human factors, along with the strength of the soldiers, the commander's ability, and reasonable allocation of resources. No one dares to say they are 100% certain of defeating someone else. Even a strategist who is slightly inferior in quality should not be underestimated. They all have their own unique strengths. After Zhou Yan raised Guojia's level to the maximum, he said to him, "I'll take you to change your job. After that, we'll go find Zhang Liang, and you can act as Zhao Yun's strategist." A top-notch commander paired with a top-notch strategist is definitely a powerful combination. Although Bai Qi is the first marshal of the territory, he is not a good match for Guojia. If he were to summon ruthless and vicious schemers like Sima Yi, Jia Su, or Li Ru, They would be much more suitable for him. However, Guizhou was different. He was a genius with a broad perspective. If he hadn't died young, Zhuge Liang and others might not have become so famous. Zhou Yin felt that using soul coins to summon heroes was too wasteful, and it would be more appropriate to buy more hero summoning tokens. Anyway, anything that could be bought with soul coins was no big deal. After the matter was over, Zhou Yin left the territory. However, during class, Zhang Liang sent a message to Zhou Yin saying that troops had been gathering again from several directions within the territory and were heading towards it. Moreover, Zhang Liang said that the army assembled this time was even larger, with at least 200,000 men. 200,000 troops. Hey, that's great. They're planning to wipe out my territory in one fell swoop, aren't they? Zhou Yin laughed instead of being afraid when he heard this. This is a great opportunity, a good chance to train our troops. We can't waste it. You can handle it yourself. I have to go to class. Zhou Yin finished speaking and then ignored Zhang Liang. If it were any other lord, knowing that 200,000 troops were heading towards his territory, he would definitely be worried or even terrified. However, Zhou Yin was very casual, as if these 200,000 people had no effect on them at all. In fact, this matter doesn't really have much impact on them. Although an army of 200,000 is indeed a lot, Zhou Yin's territory has more than 300,000 soldiers. Even if you take away 100,000 Guanghan fairy maidens, there's still more than 200,000 soldiers. With an army of equal size, Zhou Yin really had nothing to worry about. In fact, he felt it was a good training exercise. Zhang Liang had expected Zhou Yin to say that, but he was just reporting as usual. After hearing Zhou Yin's words, Zhang Liang knew what he had to do. He will surely give the Lord a satisfactory explanation in this great battle. Zhang Liang was the first to summon all the troops outside and assemble them. The generals of the various legions seemed to know that a major battle was about to take place in their territories, and they were all very excited and eager to show off their skills. An hour later, all the troops gathered at Bai Qi's location, and the commanders of the 12 legions of the territory were all present. Chen Qingji, commander of the white-robed ghost army. Gao Shun, commander of the trap camp. Xie Xian, commander of the northern army. Jelaru, commander of the orc warriors. Longshan, commander of the 10,000 demon soldiers. Meng Ao, commander of the Great Qin Black Armor Army. Zhao Yun, commander of the Wudong Flying Army. Wei Qing, commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Qin Xiong, commander of the Heavenly Strategy Black Armor Army. Qin Guangwang, commander of the Underworld. Ghost soldiers, Owen Louis, commander of the Spartan Heavy Infantry, and the Great Han Iron Cavalry. All 12 legion commanders, each with about 20,000 men, totaling more than 200,000 men, were present. Bai Qi looked at his soldiers and said to them, "Our enemy this time numbers 200,000. They want to attack our territory. Our only goal is to kill. Kill, kill, kill." The soldiers' shouts were deafening, as if they wanted to shake the heavens and earth. The soldiers within the territory were greatly encouraged, and each of them exuded a powerful and chilling aura. Bai Qi then gave the order to set off. This was a rare occurrence, with so many legions from the territory moving out together. The reason for this war is simple: competition for resources. They had previously eliminated the enemy's advance team, which led the enemy to deploy a larger army this time. 200,000 troops is not a small force, but this time the enemy's army was not sent by a single territory, but by a joint force of multiple powers. The enemy has already set out from multiple territories and is beginning to form a massive army, which is heading towards the territory. Zhou Yan's only response is to kill them all without leaving a single survivor. However, this time the enemy is not as easy to deal with as the last one. This time the enemy is carrying many special war tools, and there are many different types of troops, including even armored cavalry. However, Zhou Yan's territory also had heavy cavalry, and they were not afraid of the enemy's heavy cavalry at all. Moreover, the heavy cavalry in Zhou Yan's territory were not ordinary heavy cavalry, but a powerful group of heavy cavalry. "Let's go." Bai Qi rode the now-grown Xiongqi towards the direction the enemy was coming from. This was a major battle, a battle involving hundreds of thousands of troops. There were no strategic locations that could be held. All that existed was dense jungle. The soldiers in the opposing territory are of much lower quality than those in Zhou Yan's territory, but their cultivation levels are definitely higher. However, the soldiers in Zhou Yan's territory were better equipped, had more skills, and their commanders were also more powerful. A reconnaissance plane got too close to the enemy, and it seemed that one of the enemy generals sent something. Then, it was bitten and eaten by one of the enemy's flying monsters. This is enough to show that the enemy has indeed sent very powerful experts this time. Zhang Liang also felt that the outcome of this great battle was still hard to predict, but he was not worried about defeat. Even if all the soldiers died in battle, the territory could still revive them. But such a thing is simply impossible. Li Chungang and Zhao Xuansu are both considered trump cards. They would not be allowed to appear unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 503, Setting Up Camp. Zhang Liang wasn't bothered when he saw a reconnaissance plane destroyed. With so many enemy soldiers and such a long battle line, how could they possibly destroy all their reconnaissance planes? Zhang Liang carefully observed the enemy's army through a reconnaissance plane. The enemy's army this time also came from many lords, and they also had a supreme commander, a man sitting on a 3-meter-tall mount. This person is extraordinary. His strength is evident at a glance. The enemy deployed a wide variety of troops this time, including common infantry, swordsmen and shield men, archers, spearmen, and several different types of cavalry. In addition to these, the enemy also had a flying force of several thousand men. Those flying units are a type of magical beast resembling an eagle, about the size of a warhorse. Besides the flying units, the enemy also has a 10,000-strong mage unit, a modern gunner unit, and various other types of soldiers. With 200,000 soldiers of at least dozens of different types, and under the command of a commander, this battle does not look easy. But Zhang Liang was absolutely fearless. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would give them the most severe blow. The enemy also had many methods, sending out a large number of flying eagles, which quickly discovered the news of Bai Qi and his army gathering. Bai Qi looked at the eagles circling in the sky and ordered, "Shoot them down." Okay. Dozens of powerful warriors drew their bows and arrows, unleashing bursts of spiritual energy. As the arrows, like shooting stars, pierced through the eagles dared not approach and could only soar in the distance. In this battle, Zhang Liang felt it necessary to come directly to the battlefield, so he used a teleportation stone to teleport to Bai Qi's side and then summoned an ordinary warhorse. Minister Zhang has also come to personally command the battle. The commanders of the various legions hurriedly bowed to Zhang Liang and said, "This enemy is not simple. Although their quality is lower than ours, their level is higher than all our soldiers. We won a battle yesterday, but that does not mean that the other side is weak. This time they are prepared, and I think the commander in charge is no less capable than us. They certainly won't give us the same opportunity as yesterday. This time we must go all out and give it our all. We can't let the Lord down." Zhang Liang shared the information he had gathered with everyone, but he wasn't too optimistic. The enemy was very strong, and their entire army's marching route was very well organized and orderly. They had been very successful in the past, eliminating many enemies, and even conquering many territories on the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, they were not invincible. They simply had not yet encountered a truly powerful enemy. What does Minister Zhang think we should do? Bai Qi wanted to hear Zhang Liang's opinion. I don't think small-scale ambushes and traps are very useful anymore. After all, this is a dense forest, and the enemy has a large army. This battle will be a true test of the soldier's strength. Zhang Liang considered many countermeasures, but felt that the enemy commanders would not fall for it. After all, they were top-notch commanders, and they would never make such a basic mistake. Bai Qi nodded and said, "I also think we must defeat them head-on this time. However, we still need to make some arrangements to deal with the changes on the battlefield. We have a variety of soldier branches. As long as we make good use of the abilities and skills of each branch, I believe we can achieve unexpected results." That's what I think too. Our battle this time was completely open and above board. Yesterday, the enemy had no idea that we would attack them, which allowed us to launch a perfect surprise attack. Zhang Liang nodded. Even in a direct confrontation, there are still many things that can be planned. Therefore, the 12 Legion commanders, along with Bai Qi and Zhang Liang, began to carefully plan how to attack, adapt, and respond to this major battle. The battlefield is ever-changing. Their advantage lies in the large number of generals under their command and the many talented commanders who can lead a region. In many cases, as long as they can seize the opportunity, they can win the battle. On a real battlefield, the quality of soldiers and whoever can seize the opportunity in battle will have a greater chance of winning. Zhang Liang and his group discussed the matter at length and were quite confident in them. Although the enemy's army numbers 200,000, it is composed of multiple territories, and its mobilization capabilities are certainly inferior to those of our territory. Furthermore, the enemy soldiers are of varying strengths, and their coordination is certainly not smooth. These are all factors that we can take advantage of to defeat them one by one. Zhang Liang listed many weaknesses of the enemy, which made the commanders of the various legions nod in agreement. Moreover, Zhang Liang also listed the directions of attack for each legion. Both sides have a large number of troops, but their marching speed is not fast, so it is not easy for a battle to break out on the same day. Zhou Yin also arrived at the territory in the afternoon and observed the situation of both sides, who were still advancing towards each other. However, they would be able to see each other by evening. Zhou Yin looked at the comparison of the two sides' strengths and realized that it was hard to say who would win. After all, without a real face-to-face contest, no one can guarantee victory. Zhou Yin didn't care much about winning or losing. Even if he lost, with so few people, it was just wishful thinking for the other side to attack his territory. Moreover, if all 500,000 dragons in his territory were released, a single charge would likely wipe out the entire enemy force. If Zhou Yin really wanted to win, he had plenty of ways to do it, but that would defeat the purpose of training his troops. Zhou Yin sent Zhang Liang, Bai Qi, and others to lead the troops in this battle, naturally to test the soldiers' strength on the battlefield. Only by going to the real battlefield can the training achieve a real effect. The two sides were only 300 kilometers apart, which meant they could meet on the first day in Laishui. However, both sides deliberately slowed down their marching speed, and since marching was never easy, they maintained a steady pace. By evening, the two sides were only 50 kilometers apart. Upon arriving at this location, Zhang Liang found a spot, ordered the surrounding forest to be cleared, and then began setting up camp. The enemy was in a similar situation. Both sides tacitly refrained from immediate combat. Firstly, neither side was entirely confident about the outcome of the battle, and secondly, they were unsure of the true fighting capabilities of the opposing soldiers. Chapter 504. Huitzubing's Unexpected Circumstances. The enemy has a top-tier commander, while Zhou Yin's side has a large number of top-tier generals, commanders, and a top-tier strategist. Minister Zhang, I want to take the initiative and plan a night raid on the enemy camp, Huitzubing told Zhang Liang, expressing his idea. Zhang Liang smiled and said, "Do you believe that if you dare to attack the other side, you will definitely not return? Could it be that the other side already guessed that we would do this?" Huitzubing was somewhat surprised. "Not only will the other side be on guard, but I will be too. Do you think our opponents are just ordinary enemies? Don't underestimate this opponent." Zhang Liang was very confident about this and transmitted the footage from the reconnaissance plane to Huitzubing. Huitzubing was very surprised when he saw it. "Why is there no footage?" "That's precisely why I'm certain that the enemy has already prepared a backup plan, just waiting for you to walk right into it," Zhang Liang said with a smile. "So we're just going to do nothing?" Huitzubing asked. "No, Rus. After dinner, I'll be discussing specific matters with you. Doing nothing is impossible, but we need to develop a strict and reasonable plan." Zhang Liang thought about it and realized that he couldn't just do nothing. If a top-notch strategist did nothing, wouldn't his title of minister be meaningless? However, at this moment, an enemy messenger arrived, much to Zhang Liang and the others' surprise. "General Bai Qi, do you think we should meet?" Zhang Liang asked Bai Qi beside him. "It wouldn't hurt to see what they're up to, but since we've come all this way, no matter what they say, a battle is inevitable," Bai Qi replied. "Then let's see what they want to do. But before that, we can let them see something." Zhang Liang smiled and then looked at Huitzubing. "Minister, why are you looking at me like that?" Huitzubing looked at Huitzubing with a puzzled expression. "Didn't you want to raid the enemy camp? Here's a good opportunity. Would you like to give it a try?" Zhang Liang looked at Zhang Liang with a smile. In terms of strategy, Huitzubing was no match for Zhang Liang. After all, Huitzubing was a commander, not a strategist. Upon hearing that there was a chance to raid the camp, he immediately became interested and asked, "Minister Zhang, tell me quickly, what is the plan?" So Zhang Liang whispered a lot of things in Huitzubing's ear, which puzzled Huitzubing greatly. He asked, "Minister Zhang, will this work? How will you know if you don't try? Just do as I say," Zhang Liang said confidently. "All right then." Huitzubing left with questions in his mind. Then Zhang Liang said to the soldiers, "Please invite the messenger." After a long while, several foreign-looking envoys arrived at the camp. Fortunately, both sides spoke the common language of the Lord's continent, so there was no need to worry about language barriers. We are from the American country, the Thorsis Rider family. Our Lord said that this is our sphere of influence, and that you should leave, or we will destroy your territory. The other party spoke to Zhang Liang in a very impolite manner. Guards, drag him out and execute him, Bai Qi said directly. Upon hearing this, the envoy's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that he would be beheaded after uttering just one sentence. He hurriedly shouted, "You can't do this! Don't the people of Shinnong Kingdom say that envoys are not killed in times of war? You said it yourself that it's a war between two countries, but we are only fighting between two territories. Of course we can kill the envoy," Zhang Liang quickly replied. "No, you can't do this." The envoy panicked when he heard that the other party really wanted to kill him. Puff! Bai Qi annihilated the opponent immediately, then said to Zhang Liang, "Shall we attack directly?" "Yes, they would never expect us to strike when they send their envoys. It was a surprise attack," Zhang Liang said. Zhang Liang's plan was just like that, to mislead the enemy into thinking that his side had set up camp, when in fact the entire army had already been organized and prepared. Huatsubing should be fine, right? He's under a lot of pressure. Bai Qi was a little worried. Don't worry, Huatsubing's cavalry is very fast. Besides, it's just a pretense of a sneak attack. Even if they are surrounded, they can still escape. Zhang Liang had great confidence in Huatsubing, believing that Huatsubing was the most suitable person in the entire army to do this task. Even if they are eventually surrounded or killed in battle, they will simply be resurrected. At worst, they will only lose some soul coins, which should be nothing to a lord. Of course, dying in battle was the worst possible outcome for Huatsubing. Things might not necessarily come to that. All right, let's go. Bai Qi had already assembled the army and set off. As for this place, Zhang Liang had already set up a concealment skill, so even the enemy's white eagles would only see that there was nothing unusual here. Bai Qi and his men quietly arrived a few kilometers away from the enemy, and then waited for the battle to break out ahead. Through the images transmitted back by the intelligent reconnaissance aircraft, they finally saw that Huatsubing had begun to take action. Huatsubing led 5,000 Han cavalry, charging straight into the enemy camp and launching a fierce attack. Kill them. Huatsubing was incredibly fast. Once inside the enemy camp, he charged in like a pack of wolves into a sheepfold, relentlessly attacking the enemy. Although the enemy was not simple, it was of no use to the charging cavalry, and one by one the enemy died under the cavalry's charge. Huatsubing quickly charged into the center of the enemy camp. At this point, Huatsubing should have left, but he was very clever and knew that his retreat was completely blocked. And so Huatsubing charged forward relentlessly, killing all the enemies he encountered and destroying everything in his path. This was completely unexpected by Zhang Liang, who had not instructed Huatsubing to do so. However, Huatsubing had his own ideas. Now that he's here, he certainly doesn't want to waste the opportunity, so this scene unfolded. The enemy had not anticipated that Huatsubing's cavalry charge would be so powerful, managing to penetrate their ranks and inflict heavy losses, with countless soldiers killed in the charge. I really underestimated Huatsubing. I understand his plan now. He never thought about retreating. Instead, he wanted to charge straight through. That way, the enemy's ambush in the rear would be a complete waste. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, as a top strategist, he was naturally able to mitigate the impact of Huatsubing's actions and make reasonable changes to the plan. Chapter 505, Cavalry Battle. Huatsubing did not follow Zhang Liang's instructions completely. Instead, he charged into the enemy camp, broke through it, and began his retreat from the opposite side. However, at this time, the enemy commander also understood Huatsubing's plan and began to surround Huatsubing from the other side. However, because the enemy had not expected Huatsubing to do this, the army they had organized was not large, and it consisted mainly of infantry. This was simply handing Huatsubing a chance to slaughter them. With one charge from Huatsubing, these infantrymen were no match for him and broke through the encirclement. But Huatsubing then realized that enemy cavalry were also chasing after him. Minister Zhang Liang was absolutely right. These guys have been waiting for me all along. Huatsubing wasn't surprised at all, or rather, he did it on purpose. He felt satisfied with the results he had achieved. Facing the enemy surrounding him from all sides, Huatsubing shouted, Charge. Kill. Led by Hua Xiubing, the cavalry charged towards the enemy cavalry. And at this moment, Hua Xiubing laughed again. As the opposing cavalry charged, the enemy suddenly noticed the sound of dense iron hooves coming from behind them. When they turned around, they discovered that another group of cavalry had appeared behind them at some unknown time. Hua Xiubing had a cavalry force of 20,000 men, but he only brought 5,000 with him. The other 15,000 men had naturally been deployed by him long ago. At this moment, the 5,000 men arrived just in time, and the cavalry that had surrounded Hua Xiubing found themselves surrounded instead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hand crossbows of the Great Han Iron Cavalry began to fire, and these hand crossbows could be fired 3 times in a row, 3 in each hand. 5,000 men could fire 30,000 hand crossbows. The first wave of 5,000 crossbow bolts fired towards the enemy's rear, killing over 1,000 enemies. Then wave after wave followed, and by the time the soldiers in the rear had fired all their crossbows, there were not many cavalrymen left. Finally, they were wiped out when the 2 cavalry forces clashed. This scene was witnessed by Bai Qi and Zhang Liang. This Hua Xiubing is indeed quite capable to have achieved such a record. Not bad, not bad. He is indeed someone the Lord values. I didn't expect this kid to make such arrangements. Zhang Liang and the others were indeed surprised, as this was not part of his plan at all. However, no one expected that Hua Xiubing also possessed outstanding command abilities, and that he had made subtle changes to Zhang Liang's plan in such a short period of time. Although it was also a sneak attack, and he deliberately tried to attract the enemy's attention, he killed more enemies this way. This is only 10,000 men. The other 10,000 haven't even been mobilized yet. They've already achieved such a brilliant victory. Hua Xiubing has every reason to be proud. However, of the 5,000 men he had led, only 2,000 remained. After all, the enemy was not to be underestimated, and they were well prepared. As a result, Hua Xiubing's army suffered 3,000 casualties. However, the number of enemies they killed was at least 10,000. Boom! A large group of enemy cavalry arrived, and Hua Xiubing said without hesitation, retreat. Thus, Hua Xiubing unleashed his formidable cavalry speed, enhanced by various skills and the already impressive speed of his mount, engaging in a chase with the enemy. Soon, only his cavalry could catch up with him, which made Hua Xiubing chuckle. When it came to the fastest cavalry, Hua Xiubing was unconvinced by anyone but himself. No, we have to let them catch up, otherwise it will be bad if they get away. So, Hua Xiubing deliberately slowed down, intentionally reducing his speed. The number of cavalry behind him was at least tens of thousands. After passing a certain area, Hua Xiubing's cavalry stopped, turned around, and charged back at the enemy. Here, Hua Xiubing's remaining 10,000 cavalrymen, led by Li Guang, launched an attack on tens of thousands of enemy cavalrymen. Because they attacked from the enemy's flank, the enemy cavalry were immediately thrown into disarray and split in 2. These 10,000 cavalrymen, like a knife, cut the enemy in 2, leaving the front half of the enemy army without any reinforcements, and then they could only face the charge of Hua Xiubing's cavalry. Boom! Cavalry charges are the most brutal, and the battle between the 2 sides is a contest of cavalry strength. The 2 opposing cavalry forces engaged in a fierce charge, both employing cavalry charge formations. The opposing cavalry commander was also quite formidable. He led his cavalry and unleashed a burst of light that shot into the sky, finally colliding with the Great Han Iron Cavalry led by Hua Xiubing. Boom! The earth shook violently, and the powerful impact unleashed an extremely terrifying shockwave. At the moment of impact, many soldiers from both sides were directly destroyed by the violent energy. As the energy from the charge dissipated, the 2 cavalry forces engaged in a fierce battle, a true clash of swords and spears. The enemy soldiers were poorly equipped and rode inferior mounts, but their skill level was high. The Great Han Iron Cavalry far surpasses its opponents in terms of quality, level, equipment, and mounts. In addition, Hua Xiubing is a top-tier general, which provides a significant boost to the cavalry. In terms of overall strength, the Great Han Iron Cavalry is naturally far superior to its opponent. Hua Xiubing engaged in battle with the enemy general, whose strength was also considerable. The general fought Hua Xiubing to a standstill, relying on his higher cultivation level. However, Hua Xiubing had a significant advantage. In terms of stamina, strength, speed, and recovery, he far surpassed his opponent. After fighting for a while, he clearly felt that he was no match for his opponent. Hua Xiubing needed to end the battle as soon as possible, otherwise he would be surrounded by the enemy. His mission was already complete. He had completed the blocking battle. If it dragged on any longer, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Sure enough, Hua Xiubing spotted the enemy's flying army approaching from afar. Minister Zhang Liang should thank me now. Even the flying legion has been drawn here by me. Hua Xiubing smiled. Then with a feint, he unleashed his full power and directly repelled his opponent. Retreat. Hua Xiubing ordered the entire army to retreat. The Han cavalry retreated in an orderly fashion, and the enemy behind them were naturally unwilling to let Hua Xiubing leave just like that. However, Hua Xiubing's cavalry, mounted on their horses, drew their bows and began firing at the enemy's rear. Mounted archery is also a skill that the Han Iron Cavalry excels at. Chapter 506, Zhang Liang's Raid. As the Han cavalry launched their mounted archery attack on the enemy immediately drew their bows and arrows and began firing at Hua Xiubing soldiers. But the enemy was stunned when they realized that their arrows were no longer within range. How come their arrows are so powerful? That was the enemy's thought. Zhou territory has so many buildings that increase soldier skills, so shooting is naturally within the range of bonuses. Although buildings in enemy territory also increase the range of soldiers' arrows, it is certainly not as much as the increase in range from Zhou territory. Furthermore, the steeds under Hua Xiubing's command were not ordinary warhorses. Even if the enemy wanted to pursue Hua Xiubing, they would have to be able to catch up first. However, after seeing the enemy in the air getting closer and closer, Hua Xiubing said, "Speed up and leave them behind." "Yes, sir." The soldiers quickened their pace, increasing the distance between themselves and the enemy. Just as Hua Xiubing had attracted the attention of many enemies, Zhang Liang finally led his soldiers to launch a full-scale attack on the enemy camp. The darkness of the sky also helped to conceal the whereabouts of Zhang Liang and his group. Especially for Chen Xingji's white-robed ghost army and the real underworld ghost soldiers led by King Qingguang, nighttime combat was practically their main battlefield. Zhang Liang then instructed Chen Xingji and King Qingguang to lead their soldiers to attack the enemy from two different directions. After Hua Xiubing's previous sneak attack, the enemy thought that the other side would not launch another sneak attack. Little did they know that Zhang Liang's sneak attack this time was the real one. The enemy's marshals still thought that the enemy had only sent a small group of troops to attack, and according to the intelligence sent back by White Eagle, everything in the enemy camp was normal. So the generals from all sides were summoned to discuss tomorrow's battle. They even thought that their envoys were still negotiating in the other side's camp. They never expected that their envoys would be beheaded by Zhang Liang in the first instance. The enemy's temporary commander this time is a Haz with RRR quality. Although his own strength is not very good, he is an excellent commander. Otherwise, why would other lords entrust their soldiers to him? Marshal Haz, I think we should also attack the enemy camp. Their cavalry has been harassing us and causing us considerable casualties. I think we should teach them a lesson. One general expressed his opinion, which was endorsed by many other generals. My soldiers are well equipped for night raids, and I think nighttime is a great opportunity. I believe we should launch the attack in the dead of night when the enemy is sound asleep. We should not only attack their camp, but also burn it all down. Every general was offering their opinion, except for Haas, who remained silent before saying, since everyone agrees on a night raid, we should designate a specific opportunity, and we all suspect that the enemy should also be prepared for a night raid. Marshal, I am willing to be the vanguard in this matter. I, Psyche Gellier, will definitely achieve a surprise victory. Report. Just then, a soldier came to report, and a general with a bad temper immediately picked the soldier up and said, "We are discussing important matters. If you can't give a reasonable explanation, I'll send you to meet God." The soldier hurriedly replied, "Generals, something terrible has happened. The enemy has attacked. Several of our locations have been hit." After hearing this, the generals were all dumbfounded and said, "How is this possible? Didn't the enemy just attack us? We've already sent out many men to pursue them. How could the enemy attack again? Isn't the enemy camp staying put? Are your White Hawks and Night Hawks blind? How could they get such important intelligence wrong?" Haz was the first to react, and then said, the enemy is really cunning. They must have all come out by now. Damn it, we've been deceived. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry back, gather our troops, and charge out. We have 200,000 troops. In a head-on confrontation, the enemy is definitely no match for us. Has nodded and said, yes, our top priority now is to quickly gather the army to fight the enemy. We must be quick. After speaking, the generals quickly left to gather their troops and resist the enemy. They never expected that while they were still planning how to ambush others, they would be the ones ambushed first. Most importantly, most of their cavalry legions have already been sent out to pursue the enemy, and even their flying legions have been dispatched to hunt them down. Besides the Great Han Iron Cavalry, Zhang Liang's troops included many other cavalry units. The first to move out was the white-robed ghost army led by Chen Qingji. This army appeared and disappeared like ghosts, and under the cover of night, they arrived directly outside the enemy camp and then launched a fierce attack on the enemy. The enemy only realized they were being attacked after Chen Qingji's army began their assault. They were all still preparing to eat when they were suddenly attacked. The enemy hurriedly began searching for weapons to fight back, but it was too late. Chen Qingji gave them no chance whatsoever. Loose the arrows. Burn! After Chen Qingji rushed in, he ordered his soldiers to mount their horses and begin launching rockets, burning and killing the enemy camp. In an instant, the enemy camp was engulfed in flames, with countless dead and wounded, many of whom were burned alive. This is the battlefield, a harsh battlefield, a battlefield where it's either you die or I live. Chen Qingji charged forward, heading straight for the heart of the enemy. In another place, there was the underworld ghost soldiers led by King Qingguang. These soldiers, who were like ghosts, had pale, bloodless faces. First, a thick fog began to spread towards the enemy camp, which puzzled the enemy. This was a fog skill released by a group of water ghosts, within which countless ghost soldiers were hidden. Many of them were hungry ghosts, hanged ghosts, red-clothed female ghosts, and death-reaping ghosts, all possessing powerful skills. They rushed into the enemy camp and silently killed the enemy. The skills of the ghost soldiers are extremely strange. They are all special types of soldiers, numbering over 20,000, and possess a wide variety of abilities. The enemy screamed and wailed in the thick fog, dying silently in the thick fog. Chapter 507, Legion's Launch Attack. The underworld ghost soldiers were participating in the battle for the first time, but the immense power they displayed was even greater than that of many armies. First, it was nighttime. Second, they were a very special type of ghost soldier. And third, the enemy's general was absent, so they were unable to organize a resistance. Fourth, these enemies clearly had no experience dealing with this type of enemy, leaving them somewhat at a loss. The ghost soldiers of the underworld are a group of real Een soldiers, genuine ghosts. Although their fighting style was cruel and bloody, the battlefield is a matter of life and death, and all means should be used. A group of long-haired female ghosts, taking advantage of the darkness and thick fog, floated in the air and then used their hair to wrap around the necks of their enemies, strangling them to death. A series of screams rang out as countless enemies were strangled by hair and suffocated to death while suspended in midair. The group of starving ghosts had enormous mouths, like a pack of wild beasts. Upon seeing an enemy, they would bite its neck and use their sharp claws to rip out its internal organs, then begin to eat it, all while emitting a series of chilling laughs. The water ghosts are responsible for releasing dense fog to obscure the enemy's vision. Many of them are also capable of releasing highly poisonous ghosts. They also release hallucinogenic auras in the air to lure the enemy into a hallucination or poison them directly. A group of gamblers picked up dice and threw them at the enemy, smashing a bloody hole in his heart. Many headless ghosts would come up behind the enemy, snap their necks, put their heads on their own heads, and then move on to the next enemy. Some of the buried ghosts would emerge from the ground, drag their enemies directly into the earth, and then kill them. The underworld ghost soldiers instilled fear in the enemy. Faced with this group of ghosts, the enemy was terrified and ran away in a frenzy. Help! There's a ghost. That's true. They are ghosts, and not just any ghosts, but a well-equipped and strictly organized group of ghost soldiers. Kill! King Qingguang emerged from the thick fog, holding a book of life and death. He then opened the book, releasing beams of deathly light that attacked the enemy. Even Zhang Liang probably didn't expect that these underworld Go soldiers would have such powerful abilities. Although these Go soldiers had no formation or military discipline, they were still Go soldiers, and their bizarre abilities were quite remarkable in themselves. Go soldiers are not truly well-trained soldiers. King Qingguang made them act together according to the energy of each Go soldier, which greatly enhanced their strength. The will to charge into battle is one of certain death. Gao Shun led the trap camp into the enemy camp and launched a fierce attack on the enemy. Gao Shun's trap camp has the best military discipline in the entire territory, ranking among the top 3. Under Gao Shun's leadership, the only sound of this army is the sound of their advancing footsteps. They coordinated perfectly, each soldier with a serious and meticulous expression, and under the leadership of their respective generals, they quickly charged towards the enemy camp. They did not fight alone. Each time, 3 to 5 people would cooperate. Under such tight combat, no enemy could stop their advance. Wherever they went, enemies fell one after another. Their slogans soared to the sky. Their formations were perfectly organized, and their coordination was flawless. Their record is remarkable. They have killed countless enemies while suffering very few casualties themselves. Guru, a powerful orc, stands nearly 4 meters tall, making him one of the 3 tallest people in the entire territory. He is not only an orc but also a powerful general, and his entire body is covered in a set of equipment specially crafted by the territory for orc warriors. They possess immense strength. They are born warriors. Clad in heavy armor and wielding powerful weapons, they can smash their enemies into mincemeat. Even if the enemy tries to block with a shield, they will still be smashed into mincemeat. Orc warriors, never before seen, were incredibly brave. Each of them was tall and strong, and their mere presence brought immense psychological pressure to the enemy. They weren't even sure if these enemies were enemy soldiers because these orcs were too strong, too powerful, and their weapons were extremely powerful. Soldiers of the same level would be no match for them. The shortest orcs are over 2 meters tall, and most are a little over 3 meters tall. The enemies in front of them are pitifully weak in their eyes. The weapons in their hands can easily kill and annihilate the enemies. The orc warriors, upon their appearance, unleashed an overwhelming onslaught on the enemy. The enemy retreated continuously, seeing their comrades being chopped in half or even torn in two, and finally reached the brink of collapse. Longshan is also a member of the dragon race, but he is not a dragon from this world. He is a demon, and he commands tens of thousands of demon soldiers. These demon soldiers come from various races and possess very unique abilities. Their methods are also very strange. Some can control elements, some can transform into elements, some can change their appearance, and some can even transform into a huge entity. Some were extremely fast, transforming into bolts of lightning to hunt down their enemies. Some even enjoy cannibalism, swallowing their enemies whole. While they cannot normally eat people, they are capable of using any means necessary on the battlefield. Although the enemy was also powerful, they were unable to exert any offensive power and were killed when faced with demon soldiers with various abilities. Some wood-type monsters kill their enemies with countless tree branches, while a group of vine monsters entangle their enemies to death. A group of snake demons transformed their lower halves into giant snake bodies and charged into the enemy ranks, killing countless people. Several fire-breathing demons directly spewed flames, burning countless enemies to death. A group of ice elemental banshees transformed into a rain of ice, piercing through all the enemies. With a deafening roar, tiger power materialized, reaching a height of over 10 meters, and charged into the enemy camp, smashing countless enemies into a bloody pulp. Fox Spirit is a 9-tailed fox who, along with a group of tiger women, spreads her long tails and kills countless enemies. There are also countless flying demons with extremely sharp claws. Some grab soldiers from the ground, then fly into the air and drop them down, or simply use their sharp claws to kill them. With countless demons, their methods are numerous and their skills are extremely diverse, making them impossible for enemies to defend against and impossible to effectively resist. Chapter 508, You Threaten Me. A group of Spartan heavy armor soldiers, wearing thick armor that protected their entire bodies, were a group of human steel. Each Spartan warrior held a long spear and carried a shield, and they charged towards the enemy. The enemy's arrows could not pierce their armor, and their spears could not reach the Spartan warriors. Charge! Charge! Spartan warriors never retreat. They are born warriors. When facing the enemy, there's only charging, and destruction. Puff, puff, puff. The enemy was swarmed by the Spartan warriors, then pierced through the chest and fell unwillingly. The Northern Army, Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, and Heavenly Strategy Black Armor Army then assembled, mounted their mounts, and launched an attack on the enemy, tearing a gap in their ranks. The entire army charged in, launching a crushing attack on the enemy. Wherever they went, not a single piece of armor remained. Enemies fell one after another. There was no enemy force that could stop their charge, and no enemy could stand up under their onslaught. More than 60,000 cavalrymen completely tore the enemy in two and surrounded them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows fell. The crossbow bolts of the Qin Black Armor Army were the most powerful arrows at the time. As the dense barrage of Qin crossbow bolts rained down, countless enemies were struck and killed. A barrage of arrows rained down on the enemy, causing countless casualties. Zhao Yun then led his Wudong flying army into the enemy camp, reaping the lives of those wounded by arrows but not yet dead. He then joined up with the main force and began to surround the enemy's central army. Zhang Liang and Bai Qi finally appeared at this moment. They were very satisfied with the situation. The enemy was now completely surrounded and was constantly under attack from Qin crossbows, enduring tremendous pressure at all times. Minister Zhang is indeed remarkable. With a single strategy, he inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy, reducing our army's losses to a minimum. Bai Qi was very satisfied with the result. Actually, the fact that the various legions achieved such great results was quite beyond my expectations. I'm not very familiar with the various types of troops in the territory. After this battle, I have a better understanding of their combat capabilities. By observing the movements of the reconnaissance aircraft, Zhang Liang also gained an understanding of the true combat capabilities of the various branches of the armed forces. The real battlefield is completely different from fighting monsters. Monsters are just monsters, not real enemies, and they don't know how to cooperate or defend. This battle proved crucial for Zhang Liang to understand the combat capabilities of his troops, enabling him to make more informed and effective commands based on the specific characteristics of each unit in future battles. The success we have achieved this time is largely due to the efforts of each legion. Now, let us see the true commanders of the enemy. They still have about 100,000 men. Only by annihilating them can this battle truly belong to us. This surprise attack was able to eliminate half of the enemy's forces, which is quite good. If the generals hadn't managed to gather the soldiers in time, the enemy would probably have had even fewer soldiers left. Bai Qi and Zhang Liang walked together to the front of the enemy's formation. The enemy had formed a dense defensive formation, which could effectively defend against the attacks of archers and cavalry. The enemy general was quite capable. "We don't know who your general is, but our commander wishes to see him," a man shouted as he stepped forward from the enemy ranks. Bai Qi and Zhang Liang walked out. Bai Qi, holding a long sword, rode on Xiongqi, exuding boundless aura, and said coldly, "I am the one. I wonder if you have anything to say before you die." Has also came out and looked at the armies in all directions. These armies were of many different types, including not only human armies, but also soldiers of other races, which was rare among lords. Because there are very few units in the territory that have additional abilities for other types of troops, even if they're summoned, they do not have strong attack power. However, judging from the reaction of the soldiers under his command, the enemy's various types of troops are very powerful, which surprised Has. Although he didn't know why, Has was certain that a lord like this was definitely not simple. At least, in all his years of fighting, this was the first time he had encountered a territory that could simultaneously possess so many types of troops and unleash such terrifying combat power. My name is Has, and I am a general under the American Kingdom's Thorsis Rider family. I'm sure your lord knows what the consequences would be if you offended us. I hope you will let us leave. We can allow you to mine timber here. Has naturally informed their lord of the situation. Through the message that was relayed back, their lord, though furious, had no choice but to compromise. They have already lost 100,000 men, and they really cannot afford to lose any more soldiers. The losses would be far too great for them. Unfortunately, Has had no idea who Bai Qi was. Otherwise, Has wouldn't have spoken to Bai Qi in such a threatening manner. I don't know who you are, nor do I care who you are or how much power you possess. I only know that anyone who invades my territory will be killed. Bai Chi coldly stared at Haas, his eyes blazing with a terrifying killing intent. The soaring aura of murderous intent resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, making the enemy feel an extremely terrifying threat of death. After Haas and Bai Chi locked eyes, Haas also sensed a terrifying fluctuation. He could tell that this person was no ordinary individual. Is there no possibility of negotiation between us? Could you please ask your lord to come out? Haas inquired. Zhang Liang rode out on his horse and said to Haas, "Our lord has entrusted everything to me. Our lord only follows one principle. No matter who you are, if you mess with us, you're not leaving. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from our forces? Let me tell you, our power is beyond your imagination. If we were to fully assemble our forces, our soldiers would number in the hundreds of millions. You simply cannot withstand that." Seeing that the other party showed no fear, has realized that things are going to get complicated. However, he was determined to force the other party to back down, otherwise the Lord would not let him off the hook. "You're threatening us." Bai Chi stared coldly at the other side, then said, "All troops prepare? Kill them." Bai Chi hated being threatened the most, and those who dared to threaten him were naturally not to be allowed to live. Having many enemies might frighten others, but the people of the heavenly court will never fear any force. Chapter 509. Haas breaks through. Haas was stunned. The other party actually disregarded the international prestige of the Thorsis Rider family and even directly launched an attack. "You'll regret this," Haas shouted. "Regret is something for the enemy to consider. What we did was send you to see your lord." "Oh, sorry, you won't have a chance to go back." Zhang Liang didn't care at all. The Lord said that the territory is now fearless and there's no need to worry about anything. The territory is not the same as it used to be. If anyone thinks they're easy to bully, then let them come at us. Zhang Liang knew Zhou Yan's personality very well. Even if he told Zhou Yan about what was going on here, Zhou Yan would still issue the same order. So why bother? Very well, you just wait and see. Even if we only have 100,000 people, we want to see if you have the strength to devour us all. Haas was indeed very angry. This was the first time he had encountered such a tough enemy, one that he didn't even take seriously, and he gave the order to attack without hesitation. Qin crossbows prepared to penetrate armor. Bai Chi ignored the enemy's roar and raised his sword. The Qin army immediately switched to a very special type of arrow. This type of arrow was very expensive to make, and the materials were very scarce, but this was nothing to Zhou Yan. These crossbow bolts can pierce through thick armor, but they require a significant amount of spiritual energy to unleash their power. Even with the Qin army's current level of cultivation, they can only fire about 10 times before consuming all their spiritual power, which shows how powerful these crossbow bolts are. The enemy thinks their defenses are very strong? Then let's see what kind of tactics they can use in our territory. The territory has no fewer than dozens of types of crossbows alone, and each type has considerable power, but they are not used most of the time. This time, Bai Chi simply wanted to test the armor-piercing ability of the first type of crossbow bolt. "Fire," Bai Chi said again after the soldiers had changed into their armor-piercing crossbow bolts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The soaring armor-piercing arrows, infused with countless streams of spiritual energy, turned the sky snow white, as if it were daytime, like billions of fireworks flying into the sky and then falling back down. "Defense shield," the enemy shouted, and then a powerful light burst from their body, forming a defensive energy shield that firmly protected the 100,000 people. However, these were armor-piercing arrows, capable of penetrating armor and even strong defensive shields. The first volley of armor-piercing arrows was blocked, but also consumed a great deal of the enemy's spiritual power. Release. Bai Chi was not surprised. This was all expected. He just wanted to see how many more times the enemy could resist. This time, the enemy had a much harder time resisting. They could feel the power of these armor-piercing arrows, and each time they blocked them, they had to consume a lot of their spiritual energy. Haas, who was being protected, looked extremely grim. He said to the other generals of the territory, "What should we do? It seems that the enemy is determined to wipe us all out. We have no choice but to break out. With so many of us, we can do as much as we can. We just didn't expect the enemy to be so strong and to have so many different types of troops. Our reinforcements are already on their way. If we can break out and rejoin them, we might be able to turn the tide of the battle." Haas told the others his plan, and they had failed this time, but Haas was very unwilling to accept it. "How many reinforcements do we have this time?" the other generals asked. "In total, that's another 200,000. I think that's the most the enemy has. So we can only hold out and break through to rejoin the main force," Haas replied. 200,000 reinforcements, that's great. If only they could have arrived sooner. "Forget about it. We can't march fast at night. We can only try to break out and meet up with reinforcements. General, the enemy's arrows are too powerful. The soldiers have used up too much of their spiritual energy and are about to be overwhelmed." A soldier showed Haas an arrow to him. "These are enormous arrows capable of piercing shields. Shit, how do these guys have so many of these arrows? Where did they get the materials to make them? Damn it." His face was extremely grim, and he immediately ordered, "We can't wait any longer. Break out in the same direction now. We absolutely cannot split up, or the enemy cavalry will wipe us out one by one." The other generals also looked very grim when they saw these armor-piercing arrows. They knew that these armor-piercing arrows were extremely powerful and the materials were hard to find, but they did not expect that the other side would have so many. "Good." The generals hurriedly returned and then said to their men, "Charge out. Charge." Faced with the Qin army's armor-piercing arrows, the enemy naturally could not sit idly by and wait for their doom, so they immediately began to break out to the rear. "Your Excellency is right. They're about to break through. The retreat route you deliberately left behind must be the one you left behind." Bai Qi looked at Zhang Liang after seeing the change in the enemy. "A cornered bee struggle is not advantageous for us. Wouldn't it be more interesting to give them a chance and then crush their hopes?" Zhang Liang laughed, appearing extremely confident. All of this was naturally left behind by him, and he would continue to prepare a great gift for the enemy. The enemy began to charge towards the rear, but still left tens of thousands of men to resist Bai Qi and his forces. These men did not hold out for long. Their shields were quickly breached by armor-piercing arrows, and they were shot to death on the ground. Although the armor-piercing arrows were very expensive to produce, they were also very powerful. Tens of thousands of enemies were killed in just 2 volleys of arrows. However, the Qin army had almost exhausted its 10 waves of armor-piercing arrows, and its internal energy reserves were depleted, so it could no longer launch such armor-piercing attacks. Zhang Liang and Bai Qi began to command their soldiers to pursue the enemy. The enemy thought they could escape far away, but they did not expect to be ambushed as soon as they fled. After a group of heavily armored cavalry charged past, the enemy realized that what lay behind them was a trap. Following the heavy cavalry, the orcs stood ready in battle. Facing these incredibly strong orcs, few soldiers could match them in one-on-one combat. But Haas was quite capable. Even with so many powerful troops blocking his way, he broke through wave after wave of obstacles and fled back. However, he also left behind many soldiers' corpses. Haas' men charged into the jungle, but Zhao Yun, who was already waiting for them, unleashed a hail of arrows upon seeing the enemy approaching. Chapter 510, The Battle of Two Armies. The enemy suffered heavy casualties again, and Haas' face darkened once more. He knew that this would lead to even greater losses, but he was helpless. If he continued to stay, there would be no hope left. Walk. Haas didn't linger at all. He casually caught the arrow that was shot at him, threw it into the darkness, and killed one of Zhao Yun's soldiers. Hidden in the darkness, the Wudong flying army only needs to keep using bows and arrows to attack the fleeing enemies. The enemy is suffering more and more casualties, and there are cavalry pursuing them from behind. Every moment they stay will increase their danger. By the time Haas and his men broke out of the jungle, their numbers had dwindled to only 50,000. Since the beginning, Haas has lost half its members. However, a group of flying mounts flew in from the sky, and there were also war horses coming. Haas was overjoyed when he saw this and said, "Our soldiers have returned." But when they saw that only 1,000 of the returning flying cavalry remained, their joy vanished instantly. 34. How could this be? Do the enemy also have flying mounts? 34. 5,000 flying mounts, and now only 1,000 remain. Has glared angrily at the general commanding the flying mounts, wishing he could devour him. These were flying mounts, extremely rare, and now there were only 1,000 left. If the Lord found out, he would surely be severely reprimanded. Reporting to the marshal, "We were originally pursuing the enemy as planned, but we did not expect the enemy to be so treacherous and cunning. They had already set up an ambush and launched a fierce attack on our flying cavalry with very powerful arrows. We were caught off guard and fell into an ambush. By the time we wanted to counterattack, it was too late. The enemy had already retreated. Fearing another ambush ahead, we did not pursue them. The commander quickly told Haas everything, which made Haas even angrier. I told you long ago to be careful, and even more careful, but you just wouldn't listen. Our enemy is extremely cunning, unlike the people we've encountered before who we could easily deal with. Haas sighed, looked at the cavalry again, and felt even more like vomiting blood. So many people had chased the enemy, yet only less than 5,000 remained. What happened? How could you suffer such severe losses? The enemy cavalry was not numerous, and they suffered heavy losses not only in their flying mounts, but also in their cavalry. 34. Marshal has, the enemy's arrows are simply too powerful, and their range is far too fast. We're no match for them at all. Most of our cavalry have been wiped out. 34. The cavalry commander immediately bowed, not daring to look at Haz, knowing how serious the responsibility was this time. Haz was furious, but he himself had been utterly defeated and had no choice but to retreat. He quickly mounted his horse and said, "Forget it. We are all responsible this time. We underestimated the enemy. Let's talk about it when we get back to our territory." Yes, the group could only flee in disarray, but they encountered countless traps along the way, which made their progress very slow. This made Haas's face even uglier, and he felt a sense of fear towards the enemy. The enemy was really too terrifying, as they had even planned out their escape route. At this rate, we'll probably be wiped out sooner or later. Has hardened his heart and said to the cavalry commander, "Take the cavalry and escape with me from this side. The rest of you, continue forward." Marshal this. They understood perfectly well that this was a ploy to sacrifice all the infantry in exchange for their lives. How about we all perish together, and the entire army is wiped out? Has said to the other generals. Good. So has split into two groups. The infantry continued to flee, while Haz, truly terrified, led his cavalry and 1,000 flying mounts, escaping along the other route. However, all of the enemy's escape routes were within Zhang Liang's reconnaissance aircraft. Under such circumstances, how could the enemy possibly pay attention to something so small? Therefore, Zhang Liang ordered Wei Qing's cavalry to pursue Haz, while another cavalry unit led by Qin Xiong continued to pursue the infantry. I didn't expect Hua Xubing to be back too. Zhang Liang spotted Hua Xubing from another spot and said to him, "Hua Xubing, here's a good opportunity. Do you want it?" "Minister Zhang, just tell me already, stop beating around the bush," Hua Xubing, who was rushing back, asked hurriedly. "The enemy's marshal is fleeing north. I'll send you the footage. You can catch up by following the route," Zhang Liang said quickly. "Thank you, Minister Zhang. Should the opposing marshal be dead or alive? Your marshal by Qi probably doesn't like living people." Hua Xubing immediately understood Zhang Liang's meaning and replied, "Then I understand. When it comes to the fastest cavalry, probably few could catch up with Hua Xubing." Has infantry were quickly pursued by the cavalry and began to be wiped out. Has thought he could escape, but little did he know that two groups of cavalry were pursuing him, and they were the two mighty Han generals chasing after him. Furthermore, they were punished because their combined attack skills allowed their strength to increase even faster. After a long time, while fleeing, Has saw a group of glowing eyes rapidly approaching him from the darkness. Has, you have nowhere to escape. Hua Xubing blocked the other's path. Has, prepare to die. Behind them, Wei Qing also arrived with the tiger and leopard cavalry, blocking Has' path completely. Since we've met, there's nothing more to say. There's absolutely no way I'm going to surrender. Haas never imagined that he would end up like this. He was a top-notch commander, yet he was outmaneuvered to this extent by the other side. Kill has naturally wanted to fight his way out and was not going to sit and wait to die. So has led his cavalry and charged toward Hua Xubing. Hua Xubing, not to be outdone, led his great Han iron cavalry to charge towards the enemy. The commanders of both sides unleashed their unique skills and began their charge. Boom! The earth shook violently, and the two cavalry forces charged rapidly, causing countless riders to fall from their horses. Hua Xubing finally faced off against Has, but his strength was ultimately far inferior to Has. "I'm here to help you." Wei Qing rushed over from behind at this moment. The two mighty warriors, working together for the first time to face the enemy, unleashed even greater strength and suppressed as firmly. Chapter 511, Stealing Kills. Haston felt immense pressure. Although the two opponents were at a lower level than him, their equipment and mounts were in no way inferior to his, a marshal. Has was extremely envious. The other party was merely a minor general. Moreover, the two have a wide range of skills and work together very well, giving Haas no chance at all. After fighting for over 100 rounds, Haas' physical and spiritual strength was waning, but the two of them remained energetic and seemed to have not suffered much damage. This made us frown and feel very puzzled. Are you really just ordinary generals? Has finally asked the question that had been bothering him. I am merely the commander of a legion. In our territory, there are many generals stronger than me. Huatsubing was not lying. Although his abilities were top-notch, there were indeed many generals of similar caliber to him. How is this possible? I was extremely shocked. With such abilities, the other person would definitely be a marshal, while they were just a legion commander. How strong must their marshal be? Bai Qi, not that strong either, has made a feint, spurred his horse, and tried to escape, but Huatsubing's mount unleashed a burst of flames, killing Ha's horse instantly. Has fell to the ground in a sorry state, looking at Huatsubing's mount with envy. The enemy cavalry consisted entirely of powerful demonic beasts, but their superior war horses were far superior. Has was still desperately resisting, but he eventually ran out of strength in the face of the two men's attacks, and was finally killed when Wei Qing pierced his chest with a spear. Wei Qing, you're so unfair. You didn't even leave me your head. Huatsubing looked utterly helpless as he saw the man killed. Come on, you've already done a great job. Minister Zhang said he thought you would escape death this time, but you not only survived, but you also dealt a heavy blow to the enemy, attracting most of their cavalry. You even crippled most of their cavalry and several thousand flying cavalry. You should be content. Wei Qing hadn't expected Huatsubing to be so powerful. He felt quite familiar with Huatsubing, as if they were relatives in a past life. So, Minister Zhang doesn't think much of me? That won't do. I have to ask him for something in return. Huatsubing was secretly delighted after hearing Wei Qing's words. However, Huatsubing's army suffered heavy losses this time. Of the original 20,000 Han cavalry, only about 8,000 remain, with more than 12,000 killed or wounded. Compared to his achievements, the loss of his men was insignificant. After all, they were facing an enemy of similar strength. Huatsubing was proud enough to achieve such a great victory with minimal losses. As the Legion commander, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. He fully proved his abilities to others. The battle was over, but cleaning up the battlefield would take a long time. They hadn't finished cleaning up the entire battlefield, even after a whole night. However, Zhang Liang heard more bad news. More enemies were heading towards them, and this time the number of enemies was 200,000. Oh, these enemies, they have quite a lot of troops. They've sent 200,000 after another, and it's still not over. Zhou Yin didn't react much after learning about it. Even if he didn't give the order, Zhang Liang and Bai Qi would know how to handle it, given their abilities. Since he had already entrusted everything to them, he wouldn't interfere with their decisions. Both of them were top-tier heroes. One provided strategies, and the other led troops in a battle. The remaining heroes naturally knew when to act, so he didn't need to worry about these things at all. Zhou Yin was the first to arrive at the underworld, where he saw that tens of thousands of people had died or been injured in the battle. At the cost of tens of thousands of lives, the enemy suffered 200,000 casualties. This battle can be called a complete victory. Although Zhang Liang had not yet told Zhou Yin the outcome of the battle, Zhou Yin had already guessed the result. After reviving tens of thousands of people, all that was needed was time for these soldiers to be able to go back to the battlefield. After finishing dealing with various matters in the territory, Zhou Yin left the territory again and returned to Ziwei Academy. The battle for the territory needs to end as soon as possible, because the school will hold a trial at the beginning of next month, and if he can't go, he might miss an opportunity. The trials organized by the school must have a purpose, and there might even be substantial rewards, so Zhou Yin definitely didn't want to miss them. I checked the time and figured I still had time, so I ignored it. After this place, Zhou Yin naturally has a way to return. As long as he has enough money, he can easily buy the method of carving coordinate stones. Zhou Yin has already learned how to do it. He can come back anytime he wants to go back to this place to cut timber. With so much high-grade timber here, Zhou Yin naturally didn't want to waste it. In any case, The lumberjacks in the territory could cut down a considerable amount of timber every day. After Zhou Yin left the territory, Bai Qi once again ordered all the legions to quickly assemble their troops in preparation for meeting the enemy. Even if they didn't sleep for several nights, it didn't affect them. The soldiers remained energetic and lively. In yesterday's battle, the more than 200,000-strong legion suffered tens of thousands of casualties, and tens of thousands more were seriously wounded. The seriously wounded have returned to their territories to recuperate, and they will be able to recover to about 70 to 80% after just 1 or 2 days of rest. Their army still had 190,000 men left, which was not much different from the enemy's 200,000 men. Zhang Liang told the soldiers to eat first. They had been fighting for so long and hadn't eaten anything yet, which wouldn't do. Physical strength was extremely important for a soldier. The soldiers didn't need to cook. They could just take food directly from the territory. After all, the territory's treasure room was connected to everyone in the territory. Only each person had different access levels. One of them was a treasure room specifically for retrieving food. Soldiers could simply take the food out to eat and then put the bowls and chopsticks back in when they were done, which was very convenient. As for the food, it was naturally all made with the best ingredients, grown in the spiritual fields within the territory, and also included meat from powerful monsters. The fish were also raised in the territory, and there was plenty to go around. You could eat as much as you wanted. Chapter 512, Duel of Generals. Zhang Liang and Bai Qi, while eating, discussed their plans for the future. There wasn't much to explain, but Zhang Liang felt that the opportunity to sit down and eat together like this in public was rare, so he simply gathered everyone together to eat. The generals' and soldiers' meals were similar, with no significant difference. Zhou Yin provided exceptionally good meals for the soldiers, offering them different dishes every month. The territory is very large, and some of the crops planted in the spirit fields can be harvested in 1 or 2 days, and many vegetables can be harvested in just a few hours. After all, the water used in the territory is all spiritual spring water, so things grown there can't be anything that doesn't grow quickly. Apart from a few specific spiritual fields used for growing spiritual herbs, the rest are used to grow various fruit trees, rice, vegetables, and other crops. The 12 Legion commanders were all talking about the battle, and the one who praised Hua Tsubing the most was naturally Hua Tsubing. Hua Tsubing was very modest and said that there were no big names, but he was secretly very pleased. Zhang Liang praised everyone and then said that they would have another big battle later. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they were ready to start fighting again. Zhang Liang then briefly mentioned the battle and explained the upcoming battle plans to each Legion commander. While Zhang Liang was explaining the tactical arrangements, Dian Wei, Yang Zixing, and the others buried themselves in their food, making a lot of noise while eating. They were eating chicken in one hand and roasting suckling pig in the other, their mouths full of food. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on them, Dian Wei felt quite embarrassed and said, "You guys eat too. Don't look at me. Even I, old Dian, feel a little embarrassed looking at me." Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter. Although Dian Wei was quite strong, he was more suited to be a fierce general than a commander. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone began to organize their troops and march towards the enemy. The 12 armies each wore different armor and equipment, but all of them were of the same diamond quality. This set of equipment alone was something that ordinary lords could not afford to forge. The soldiers in Zhou Yan's territory are equipped with equipment that is even more powerful than that of the enemy generals. This is a total of hundreds of thousands of diamond equipment sets. How many people in the entire Lord continent can afford to be equipped with such equipment? Several hours later, the two groups met on a plain. The two sides were only 1 kilometer apart, and both could see the densely packed number of soldiers on each other. At this point, there was nothing left to plan. The only option was to fight the enemy head-on. Facing the enemy head-on, Zhang Liang was not worried about losing. They had full confidence in their soldiers. The territory had just won a battle and was in high spirits, while the enemy, after a night of marching, and hearing that their 200,000-strong reinforcements had been wiped out, leaving only 1,000 flying units to escape the battlefield. The enemy knew very well that Zhou Yan's territory was not to be trifled with, and was completely unafraid of the allied soldiers formed by the other side. A force of 10,000 soldiers stepped forward, arriving 500 meters in front of the battle line to challenge the enemy general. "Enemy general, do you dare to fight?" "Oh dear, a battle call. This was the first time the generals had encountered such a thing, so they all looked at Bai Qi and Zhang Liang expectantly. Without their orders, no one dared to go into battle on their own. Duels are very common on the battlefields of the Lord's continent, although they cannot determine the outcome of a battle. However, winning a single duel will undoubtedly boost the morale of the territory. Seeing that all the generals wanted to go out, Zhang Liang smiled and said, "Since the enemy has challenged us, how can we let them down?" Bai Qi nodded and said, "Even so, the general skill level is still a bit low, and they're still at a disadvantage when facing the enemy. We always have to go through these things. Even if our cultivation level is a bit lower, our generals are of higher quality, better equipment, better mounts, stronger skills, and our territory has increased our strength more. So in terms of combat power, the difference isn't that big." Zhang Liang had already calculated all of this, but this was the first duel between generals, so he couldn't afford to lose, as a loss would affect morale. Zhang Liang then looked at Chen Qingji and said, "General Chen Qingji, this first battle is entrusted to you. However, Dian Wei, Zhang Wuji, and Yang Zixing may go together." Everyone admired Chen Qingji, but no one dared to underestimate this white-robed scholar general. His ability to command troops was unpredictable and extremely powerful. The generals who were called upon stepped forward happily, while those who weren't called upon wondered when they would have the chance to fight the enemy generals. "We will certainly not disappoint Minister Zhang." Chen Qingji led his white-robed ghost soldiers towards the enemy. The entire army marched towards the enemy in perfect formation, and the sheer size of their formation alone showed how formidable this army was. When the enemy commanders saw the quality of Chen Qingji's army, they frowned. Their 200,000-strong army had been defeated by this very army, and no one dared to underestimate them. However, they did not have a clear understanding of the specific combat capabilities of Zhou Yan's soldiers. They only knew that the enemy had attacked the camp, causing it to fall apart, and then they were divided and surrounded and killed. Then, during their breakout attempt, they were pursued and killed, resulting in the complete annihilation of their army. This time, the 200,000-strong army did not have a marshal, but only 10 territorial commanders. They wanted to test the strength of the generals in Zhou Yan's territory, which is why they challenged him to battle. When Chen Qingji arrived in front of the enemy, he raised one hand, and the soldiers behind him immediately stopped and stood there straight like a target, giving people a sense of invincibility. Chen Qingji watched the other party shouting there, then looked at the many military officers in front of him. Dian Wei and Yang Zixing were very anxious and quickly said, "General, let me go. I will definitely win the first battle for our army." "Old Yang, that's not fair of you. I should have been the one to take on the first battle," Dian Wei quickly said. Chen Qingji said, "Then let General Yang Zixing go first, but he must not pursue them." Upon hearing this, Yang Zixing immediately perked up and grinned, saying, "Don't worry, General Chen. The enemy won't have a chance to escape." Seeing Dian Wei sigh, Chen Qingji said, "General Dian Wei, don't worry. Since it's a duel, the opponent will definitely send more than one person. Just wait patiently, and you will definitely be able to participate in the second match." Upon hearing this, Dian Wei happily replied, "Then General Chen has made a deal. The second match will be my responsibility, Dian Wei. Don't worry, you'll get your share." Chen Qingji nodded. Chapter 513, Taking the Lead. Yang Zixing rode out on his mount with great joy and didn't forget to say to Dian Wei, "Dian Wei, watch how I cut down the enemy general's mount." "Come on, let's not get killed by the enemy first," Dian Wei said. Yang Zixing walked toward the enemy and said, "You're just provoking me. Kid, I advise you to surrender, or I'll cut your head off and use it as a football," the enemy general said confidently. "Since you want to die like this, then I, Yang Zixing, will see what you're capable of." Yang Zixing patted his mount and charged towards the enemy. "Haha, you're courting death. Well then, I'll send you on your way. Also, your mount is quite nice. I'll take it for you." The enemy general was very pleased with Yang Zixing's mount, which was far superior to their war horses. If you want my mount, then let's see if you have the strength to take it." Yang Zixing raised his gun and charged toward the enemy. Yang Zixing was a fierce general of his time, and he was never lacking in bravery. With a flick of his gun, Yang Zixing launched a fierce attack on the enemy. When the opponent used his weapon to block the attack, and was slightly surprised to feel the power emanating from Yang Zixing, but this power was far from enough to kill him. Again, Yang Zixing raised his weapon and launched another attack on the enemy. Although his cultivation level was very low, he was still brave. Yang Zixing's spear technique was domineering, and combined with his own bravery, each attack would increase in power. Moreover, Yang Zixing was a general who became stronger the more he fought. Once you fight him for a long time or get injured, his passive skill, heroism, will be triggered, resulting in various critical hits and recovery effects, making him practically unkillable. After fighting Yang Zixing for dozens of moves, the enemy general sensed that Yang Zixing was always at his peak. His face was not red and his breath was not out of breath, as if he had not exerted any energy at all. Looking at himself, every time he attacked Yang Zixing, he had to use a lot of spiritual power to neutralize the damage caused by the powerful force. The opponent's power was indeed very strong, but his realm was obviously lower. If the opponent's realm were a little higher, he probably would not be a match for him at all. In this first battle, no one wanted to lose, and everyone was putting in their best effort to attack the enemy. Seeing that Yang Zixing had been fighting the enemy for so long, and that the two sides were evenly matched, Zhang Liang felt relieved. However, Bai Qi saw through the situation and said, "Our army will surely win this battle. That will be even better. I believe that as long as we win a few more battles, it will be a huge blow to the enemy's morale." Zhang Liang looked at the battle ahead, not letting go of any opportunity to seize a chance to strike. But now that the two sides are face to face, they need to find a right moment to strike if they want to devise a plan. Yesterday's surprise attack was what led to their great victory. If the enemy, with its 200,000 strong army, had fought them face to face like that yesterday, their casualties would probably have been much higher. Don't underestimate the enemy's strength. Their soldiers have experienced many battles and have trained for a long time, so their strength is not much inferior to theirs. Their army has too little training time. If they were given a year to train, they would definitely be able to sweep away any army on the continent. Several hundred moves passed quickly. The enemy general also felt his physical strength and spiritual power rapidly disappearing. But when he looked at Yang Zixing, he found that the other party was only slightly panting. This surprised the enemy general greatly. The opponent's consumption was too low. They had all attacked with all their might. The opponent's strength level was lower than their own. So how could the consumption be so low? Yang Zixing naturally sensed this, and he relentlessly pursued the enemy general, using various martial arts techniques until he had completely suppressed him. Then, Yang Zixing struck with a domineering spear, knocking the enemy general off his horse. He then attacked again, and the enemy general hurriedly tried to escape, but Yang Zixing did not give him a chance to escape. With a thrust of his spear, he lifted the enemy general into the air. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yan's soldiers indeed shouted, "Good, good, good." On the other hand, the opponents were all very unwilling. They had clearly suppressed their opponents at the beginning, but were surprised to be killed in the end. "Send my men this time. Your men are no good," a commander said. "Then let us see what makes your men so exceptional. Hopefully it won't let us down." "Don't worry, my men are very strong. They have superhuman strength. They can definitely defeat the enemy and win a round for our army," the commander said. Among the enemy troops, a fierce general appeared, wielding a blunt weapon and riding a strange beast. He was clearly a man of immense strength. Upon seeing this man, Chun Xingji said to Dian Wei, "Your opponent in this battle is not easy to deal with." "What do I, Dian Wei, have to fear even if I die in battle?" Dian Wei patted his mount and then headed towards the enemy general. Yang Zixing said to Dian Wei, "I want a match, so don't embarrass me." "Huh, you're just lucky. Watch how I, old Dian, chop off his head." Dian Wei said, "Then I'll wait." Yang Zixing returned to the army. The enemy was extremely arrogant, and his mount was also extraordinary. He walked step by step toward Dian Wei, then glanced at Dian Wei with disdain and said, "I, Carl, want your head. My head is too hard. I'm afraid you can't take it. Why don't you just twist your own head off?" Dian Wei looked at the other man, who was also quite large and very strong. "You're asking for death," Carl roared, and his mount leaped forward, charging towards Dian Wei. "I've been waiting for you to make your move. Come on, let's see how Grandpa Dian Wei teaches you a lesson." Dian Wei, wielding a huge axe, slammed it down on his opponent without any hesitation. When the two weapons clashed together, producing a metallic clang. Both men possessed immense strength, but Dian Wei was a top-tier hero, while his opponent was merely an SSS quality hero. He was only able to slightly outmaneuver Dian Wei because of his higher cultivation level. Again, Dian Wei roared, unleashing his divine power. Grasping his axe, he launched a series of fierce attacks on the enemy, who wielded a large hammer and fought back against Dian Wei. Each time the two weapons collided, they could unleash a powerful sonic wave, which surprised many soldiers, who had never expected that the enemy army had such a fierce general. In terms of overall combat strength, they are slightly ahead, but as long as the stalemate continues, Zhou Yan's side will ultimately prevail. Dian Wei was a fierce general, and the kind of person who would be even stronger if the enemy was stronger. The more ruthless the enemy, the more ruthless he became, and he was stubborn and unwilling to back down even a little. This is also Dian Wei's character. Such a person can only be a fierce general, not one who can command troops and fight battles. Chapter 514, Zhang Liang Speculation. The fight between the two was very simple, a direct confrontation. Whoever was stronger would prevail. Although the fight was simple, if the difference in strength was too great, the other would surely be smashed into a pulp. Both men were born with superhuman strength. After exchanging blows with an axe and a hammer for 100 or so moves, they were both greatly exhausted. As a result, Yang Zixing's previous situation occurred again. The opponent had exhausted a lot of speed, strength, stamina, and spiritual power, but Dian Wei had only exhausted some of it. In layman's terms, it was as if he had just finished warming up. Weren't you so arrogant? Dian Wei, was just getting started. Why did you stop? If you're a real man, face it head on. Don't hide like a woman. When Dian Wei saw that the enemy was losing ground, he immediately started making sarcastic remarks. You think I'm afraid of you? Carl, a stubborn and fierce general, was furious upon hearing this and continued his fierce charge towards Dian Wei without hesitation. After another 180 moves, the opponent found that Dian Wei was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with and was very puzzled as to how the opponent could last so long. Dian Wei certainly wouldn't say he didn't know either. Dian Wei really didn't know anything. A person like Dian Wei wouldn't care how much the territory would boost their strength. He only thinks he's still capable, can fight for a long time, and can continue to fight the enemy for a long time. After seeing his opponent's condition, Carl parried one attack, immediately retreated, and then tried to escape. Where do you think you're going? Dian Wei saw that the other party was trying to escape, and he couldn't let him get away. He threw his axe and sent it flying towards the other party. Sensing the sound behind him, Carl quickly turned around and saw a severed head flying towards him. Carl was thus killed by Dian Wei. Kill the enemy general. When the enemy saw Dian Wei trying to pick up his weapon, they immediately led their army to charge at him. Chen Xingji was already prepared, and seeing the enemy charging towards Dian Wei, he quickly said, "Attack!" Boom! Chen Xingji's army could serve as both infantry and cavalry. With a single command, the entire army immediately summoned their mounts, mounted them, and charged towards the enemy. The enemy was taken aback, not expecting that the enemy was all cavalry. They tried to form a defensive formation to block the cavalry, but it was too late. The enemy cavalry was only 1 kilometer away from them, and at such a distance, it was impossible to effectively resist them. In just a few dozen seconds, Chen Xingji's cavalry approached the enemy and fired the hidden arrows from their sleeves, causing heavy casualties. Finally, under the charge of the cavalry, the enemy infantry were knocked into disarray. Upon seeing this situation, the enemy's rear guard naturally wouldn't allow their soldiers to be attacked by cavalry so easily, so they dispatched a cavalry force to attack Chen Xingji as well. Seeing this, Zhang Liang said to Hua Xiubing and Wei Qing, "Wei Qing, you lead the tiger and leopard cavalry to attack from the left, and Hua Xiubing, you lead the Great Han iron cavalry to attack from the right." Yes. Wei Qing and Hua Xiubing each led their soldiers and charged toward the enemy. At the speed of their mounts, they could cover this distance in just a few minutes. The opportunities on the battlefield can disappear in an instant. Hua Xiubing, Wei Qing, and Chen Xingji were all top-notch commanders. They were always attentive to the moment and would organize powerful soldiers to strike the enemy's weak points. The newly joined armies on both sides are fighting each other. Zhang Liang dispatched approximately 60,000 troops, and the enemy also dispatched roughly 60,000 troops. As for the remaining men, they did not send them out, clearly indicating that they were not yet confident of victory. Zhou Yan's side has a large number of generals, which can effectively kill enemies. In addition, Zhou also has a large number of cavalry, and apart from a few legions, the others are all equipped with mounts. After Wei Qing and Hua Xiubing joined the battle, Wei Qing cleverly used the advantages of the tiger and leopard cavalry to forcefully break the enemy in two, completely separating them. Hua Xiubing, seeing this opportunity, naturally did not let it slip by. He cleverly led his cavalry to annihilate the small number of enemies. They don't need any orders. They can form such a tacit understanding. That's the power of command. Hua Xiubing's cavalry was certainly weaker in terms of impact than other cavalry, but in terms of mobility and reaction speed, it was absolutely the strongest. Hua Xiubing perfectly utilized the advantages of his cavalry to launch a surprise attack. Chen Qingji was no ordinary man either. He quickly formed his troops into a defensive formation, completely blocking the opening that Wei Qing had created and preventing the enemy army from passing through. The enemy could only watch helplessly as the soldiers were continuously killed until they all fell. Wah! When the enemy's retreat horn sounded, Chen Qingji did not order anyone to pursue them, allowing them to leave. But in this battle, it was clear that Zhang Liang and his men had won. Chen Qingji ordered his men to collect the spoils of war, and Wei Qing and Hua Xiubing also arranged for men to quickly clean up the battlefield before returning to Zhang Liang to report back. You performed well today. It seems we won't be able to fight until tomorrow. Zhang Liang glanced at his opponent, guessing that he definitely wouldn't make a move today. Tonight won't work. We can't keep replicating last night's victory. Zhang Liang rejected Hua Xiubing's offer without hesitation. One success doesn't guarantee success every time. The other party isn't stupid. Why would he make the same mistake again and again? Everyone agreed with Zhang Liang's words, and even Bai Qi said, "Rest well today, set up the defenses, and don't let the enemy have any chance to launch a sneak attack. Although we can't launch a surprise attack tonight, I think the enemy is very likely to attack, so we need to make proper arrangements to keep them here," Zhang Liang said. "Oh, the enemy will attack tonight, Minister Zhang. Are you a diviner? The enemy just withdrew this time, and you already know that the enemy will make their next move." Many military officers were quite surprised, and some even disbelieved it, because such a thing was too unpredictable. I don't think it's a miracle, but I feel there's a high probability. If I were on the enemy's side, I would definitely do the same. After all, who among you could have imagined that the enemy would attack at night? Zhang Liang then posed a question to the numerous military generals. Even Bai Qi hadn't thought about this problem. He simply focused on defense and wouldn't let the enemy succeed, even if they came. But Zhang Liang was different. He was a strategist, and he considered not only the victory of a battle, but also how to achieve the greatest victory with the least cost. Chapter 5:15, The Fish Takes the Bait. Regardless of whether Zhang Liang's words were right or wrong, they would definitely ambush as he instructed. However, Zhang Liang was not sure exactly when the enemy would launch a surprise attack, so he just needed to be careful at all times. Moreover, Zhang Liang had a series of plans in place. If the enemy attacked, they could launch a counterattack tonight, and perhaps even break through the enemy camp in one fell swoop, just like yesterday. Of course, all of this was Zhang Liang's speculation and subsequent plans. The specifics would have to wait until the enemy actually launched their attack. As night fell, the Tiansu Xianjiao army, hidden in the shadows, was on high alert. However, Yang Zixing checked the time and asked Qin Xiong, "General Qin, do you think the minister's words are accurate? It's already this late, and we still haven't seen any sign of them. Do you think they might not come?" Although all the soldiers were still waiting, Yang Zixing felt that the enemy would definitely not appear. "Why are you in such a hurry, young man? The minister's arrangement is just in case. Even if the other party doesn't come, this arrangement is still reasonable for us," Qin Xiong replied. "Even if the enemy wants to launch a sneak attack, they will look for a suitable opportunity. Now is not the most suitable time. If it were me, I would choose 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, when everyone is sound asleep." Ho Junji thought for a moment, and then shared his opinion. "General Ho is absolutely right. The enemy is not a bunch of fools. They're all seasoned veterans who certainly understand this principle. I think we should get results soon." Wang Junhuan also agreed with this reasoning. Leading troops in a battle is not such a simple matter. "Then let's wait and see." Yang Zixing looked at the communicator in his hand. It was midnight. In another hour or two, they should be able to see the results. As for the other troops, they were all hidden around the camp, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Zhang Liang, Bai Qi, and others were also waiting for the enemy to arrive in one place, and Zhang Liang felt that there was a high probability that the enemy would make a move. Bai Qi wasn't entirely confident that the enemy would attack, but since Zhang Liang said they would, he was probably right. After 2 o'clock in the morning, shouts of killing came from outside. Zhang Liang laughed and said, "The fish has taken a bait." Minister Zhang is indeed a brilliant strategist. The enemy has truly arrived. Bai Qi also greatly admired Zhang Liang's plan. If it were him, he would never have come up with such a meticulous battle plan. This is what makes each person different. 34. I prepared a lot. Now it's up to the enemy general to decide how to attack. 34. Zhang Liang's plan is no simple matter. He has taken everything into account. If the enemy is feigning an attack, he will make adjustments accordingly. But the enemy clearly didn't have the same idea. They launched a sneak attack, and they rushed out all at once, never expecting that Zhang Liang had already prepared a trap for them to fall into. Report. A soldier came to report. Come in. Zhang Liang stood up. After resting for so long, he could finally move around. Reporting to the marshal and the minister, the enemy is leading 20,000 cavalry to attack the camp, with 50,000 infantrymen providing support 5 kilometers away. Moreover, on the other side, the enemy has also prepared an army of 100,000, the soldier replied. Zhang Liang looked at the map and said, "It seems the enemy also intends to wipe us out in one fell swoop. They've even planned out our retreat route. Unfortunately, their schemes will be used by our army to wipe them out in one fell swoop." At this moment, Bai Qi quickly came up with a plan and had already figured out how to eliminate the enemy. Then, Marshal Bai Qi, let's settle this with a single battle, Zhang Liang said confidently with a smile. Bai Qi and Zhang Liang left the camp and went outside. Subsequently, Bai Qi issued various orders, and several large armies immediately began to move out. The enemy's attacking force this time was cavalry. They stormed into Zhang Liang's camp and prepared to wreak havoc. However, when they stormed in, they discovered that the entire camp was empty. Nobody's here. The enemy was extremely surprised and even incredulous. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. The moment thousands of arrows rained down, these enemies were destined for destruction. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. The enemy suffered countless casualties. They never expected that the enemy had already guessed that they would launch a sneak attack. These enemies were too terrifying and too smart. These enemies wanted to escape, but since Zhang Liang had planned everything, how could he let them leave? Sure enough, Yang Zixing, who was hiding in the shadows, was also surprised when he heard the enemy's charge. He said, "How could Minister Zhang Liang's brain be so big?" He actually guessed right. The enemy really did come in to their deaths. "Ha ha, Yang Zixing, it's up to you guys now. You can't let these little brats get away." Qin Xiong laughed loudly, put on his helmet, and summoned his mount. He, the marshal and Minister Zhang Liang, are enough to use their brains. I will definitely not let a single enemy go. Just watch. I will not let any of these enemies escape. Yang Zixing also picked up his weapon, summoned his mount, and was ready to charge at any time. Qin Xiong checked the time and then said, "Yang Zixing, charge. Don't embarrass me. I'll be there to support you. Just you wait and see." Yang Zixing responded, then said, "Brothers, charge. Kill." Yang Zixing led 5,000 Tian Su Xianjia soldiers to charge towards the enemy. After the 5,000 men had been fighting for a few minutes, Ho Junji also led 5,000 men to charge behind Yang Zixing. Afterwards, Wang Junhuan led his army to another location. They could not let a single enemy escape, so they needed to block the enemy's retreat. Qin Xiong, on the other hand, led the remaining 15,000 men and charged in the opposite direction. He had just received orders that his mission had changed. There were 50,000 enemy infantrymen behind him, and his task was to cooperate with Chun Qingji and Xie Xian's armies to annihilate them all. 50,000 infantrymen. Aren't they just handing us food? Qin Xiong said with a smile as he led his men forward. Inside Zhang Liang's camp, when the enemy was killed by several waves of arrows, they immediately turned and fled. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to escape for long when they heard a series of earthquake sounds, and then they saw an army appear in front of them. Then, a terrifying cavalry charge came rushing towards them. Prepare to die. Using the momentum of his mount, Yang Zixing picked up his spear and, with one thrust, lifted an enemy general into the air. He then threw him to the ground, killing him instantly. The soldiers behind him then swarmed forward, completely overwhelming the enemy force. Chapter 516, Encirclement from 3 Sides. The Tian Xian family army is a heavy cavalry force. Heavy cavalry is extremely lethal. In addition, the mounts of these heavy cavalry are carefully selected, which are not only strong in endurance, but also able to withstand great force. With heavy cavalry facing the enemy's light cavalry, the enemy had no chance to stop them and was directly pierced through by Yang Zixing. The enemy numbered 20,000. About 5,000 were killed by several waves of arrows, and another 7,000 or 8,000 were killed by Yang Zixing's charge. The remaining people began to flee again. Unfortunately, just as they regrouped and prepared to flee again, Ho Junji was once again brutally attacked by these enemies. The enemy is on the verge of collapse. They are too powerful and too cunning. Their traps, designed round after round, have driven them to the brink of despair. Escape from here. After Ho Junji finished his turn, the remaining enemies dared not run forward anymore and fled into the jungle. Yang Zixing was chasing after them, but the enemy had already escaped. Yang Zixing, don't worry. There are people waiting for them there. They can't escape, Ho Junji said. These guys are really pitiful. They were outmaneuvered step by Minister Zhang. Dealing with these clever people is truly terrifying, Yang Zixing said. Then read more books in your spare time to keep your mind sharp, Ho Junji suggested. Shouldn't people with brains eat pig brains? Yang Zixing asked. Ho Junji. Angle. Sure enough, the remaining few thousand people encountered Wang Junhuan's 5,000 men not long after they escaped. The enemy was completely disoriented when they saw this. How could there be enemy troops everywhere? The enemy was too terrifying. The enemy's morale had plummeted, and they were filled with fear, while the Xuanjia army was in high spirits. In this round of attack, these men were wiped out. After dealing with these enemies, they quickly gathered to the east, where a large piece of meat awaited them. After dealing with the 20,000 cavalry in the camp, Qin Xiong, Chun Xingji, and Xie Xian charged toward the 50,000 infantrymen lying in ambush from 3 different directions. The enemy never expected that their men would be attacked so soon after they charged out. In fact, when Qin Xiong and his men rushed over, the enemy initially thought they were their own men. They never expected that it wasn't their people who came, but Qin Xiong and his group. Kill them. Qin Xiong led 15,000 Tian Xianjia soldiers and slaughtered a group of bewildered enemies, leaving none alive. The enemy suffered heavy casualties and fled in disarray. However, there were people on 3 sides, Chun Xingji and Xie Xian, totaling about 40,000 men. They had already surrounded the enemy and sent most of their men to charge at them. These enemies fought back in a panic, but still suffered countless casualties and were unable to put up an effective resistance. They fled and hid in all directions. The defeat of these 50,000 men was only a matter of time. The main battlefield was in the east, and Bai Qi and Zhang Liang were already heading east. Since the enemy has already prepared an escape route for us, wouldn't it be a waste of their energy if we didn't cooperate with them? Therefore, Zhang Liang arranged for Wei Qing's tiger and leopard cavalry to bypass the enemy's left flank and launch an attack, and then arranged for Jelalu to attack the enemy's right flank. As for the enemy's retreating troops, they will be left to Hua Xiubing. With Hua Xiubing's mobility, he will surely be able to annihilate these enemies. Afterwards, Bai Qi personally led the Qin Black Armor Army to attack the enemy ahead, while the Spartan heavy infantry follow behind. As for the enemy's rear, Zhang Liang also arranged for the 10,000 demon soldiers of Longshan and the underworld ghost soldiers of King Qinguang to block the enemy's retreat. As for other armies, they are naturally useful, but it's just not the right time to use them yet. Besides these soldiers, the enemy still had 30,000 troops remaining at their main camp. However, Zhang Liang did not want to deal with those 30,000 enemies at the moment. They needed to eliminate the enemy's 100,000 strong army first. Bai Qi personally led the Qin Black Armor Army to stealthily move towards the enemy. Once they were within the enemy's firing range, Bai Qi ordered, "Fire the explosive arrows." The exploding arrow is a new type of arrow. It is larger than ordinary arrows and has 3 or 4 small arrowheads on its tip. It can explode in the air and then fly down to the ground with a terrifying impact force, simply by using spiritual power to draw the bow. Facing an enemy army of 100,000, this explosive arrow is the best option. Meanwhile, the The soldiers on the enemy's left and right flanks were also prepared to charge. They only needed to wait until the enemy was in disarray before launching their attack. Upon hearing Bai Chi's command, the Qin Black Armor Army began to draw their bows and unleash a barrage of arrows upon the enemy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows filled the air, then exploded with a series of bangs, creating even more arrows that rained down in all directions. The 100,000-strong army was all gathered together, waiting for the enemy to collapse, and had no idea that someone would attack them. Only after the sound of arrows piercing the air did the enemies notice that the sky was filled with arrows. Yeah! A series of screams rang out as the enemies were struck by a devastating rain of arrows, each one screaming in agony. Countless enemies were riddled with arrows. The power of this volley of arrows was immense, causing at least tens of thousands of casualties. The Qin Black Armor Army didn't just fire this one volley. While firing, they quickly moved forward a distance and then launched another volley of explosive arrows into the sky. In this way, they launched a wave every few dozen meters they advanced, until they were less than 100 meters away from the enemy. Then they summoned their mounts, took up their weapons, and charged towards the enemy. At this moment, Wei Qing on the left and Jelalu on the right had already charged towards the enemy. The enemy's front and left sides were the first to be hit by the cavalry charge. The two armies were like two sharp blades, piercing the enemy's chest. Then the enemies who fled to the left were immediately attacked by a giant that was more than 3 meters tall. Faced with these tall, strong orc warriors, the enemies were smashed and hacked to death one after another. The army of 100,000 was thus ambushed and routed. But this enemy force was indeed quite capable. The generals in the rear formed a battle formation and quickly launched an attack on the cavalry in front. The enemy knew very well that if they were divided and surrounded, they would be the ones to perish in the end. However, Wei Qing's tiger and leopard cavalry were also heavily armored, and even cavalry were no match for them, let alone these infantrymen. Chapter 5:17. I've been craving it for a long time. Of this army of 100,000, there were still cavalry, but only 20,000 remained. This cavalry unit was originally intended to pursue Zhang Liang's soldiers, but now it can only charge towards Wei Qing. But just as the army was about to make its move, various sounds came from behind the enemy. These are naturally the 10,000 demon soldiers and the underworld ghost soldiers. These two armies are truly composed of demons and monsters. These soldiers don't have any formations or cooperative skills, and they are not suited to form the same combat capabilities as other legions. They possess strong individual combat capabilities and can exert significant psychological pressure on the enemy. The flying monsters flew towards the enemy cavalry, grabbed them, lifted them into the air, and then dropped them down, killing countless enemies. The long-haired female, Ghost, also floated above the enemy and strangled him in midair with her hair. A group of earth ghosts, or demon soldiers with earth abilities, dragged the enemy underground and tortured him to death. Under the attack of these demons and monsters, the cavalry behind them had no chance to play a role before they were all wiped out, along with their horses, and their deaths were extremely gruesome. The enemy is now truly surrounded on all sides, like a trapped beast. But once the 100,000-strong army was organized, it began to launch a reckless attack on the soldiers, and instead fled in the rear. The 10,000 demon soldiers and underworld ghost soldiers at the rear were indeed greatly impacted, but they did not stop these enemies. They could not stop them at all. They only needed to do their best to eliminate more enemies. As for those who escaped, someone will naturally deal with them. After being surrounded and attacked from all sides, only tens of thousands of enemies actually managed to escape. These enemies fled into the forest. Whose domain is the forest now? Naturally, it was the domain of Zhao Yun's Wudong Flying Army. They were jungle killers, a group of hunters, and the enemies who fled into the jungle experienced what fear truly meant. They couldn't see the enemy at all. They couldn't even see who the enemy was, and they died with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Throat slitting, hanging, traps, arrows. The Wudong Flying Army demonstrated to these enemies what true killing techniques are. With traps ahead and pursuers behind, the enemy fled for their lives. Tens of thousands of troops collapsed, and in the end, only about 10,000 remained. We are determined to fight to the death. Gao Shan led his soldiers to block the enemy. However, when the enemy saw the soldiers waiting in battle ahead again, they finally collapsed. We surrender. Don't kill us. We surrender. We're not fighting anymore. Seeing the enemy surrender, Gao Shun was stunned. He was all ready to go on a killing spree. And now you're telling me you're not going to fight anymore? As more and more enemy troops collapsed, the enemy laid down their weapons and requested to surrender. Tie them all up, Gao Shun said to the soldiers. Gao Shun thus gained a great advantage, kidnapping more than 10,000 people without losing a single person. When the demon soldiers and ghost soldiers rushed over, they saw a group of enemies who were tied up. They were stunned. Why did they surrender? Reporting to Minister Zhang, the enemy army has fled. A soldier hurriedly reported to Zhang Liang. They really escaped quickly, Zhang Liang remarked, having no intention of giving chase. It was too late to pursue them now. 30,000 had fled, leaving 170,000 behind. That was enough. Reporting to Your Excellency, General Hua Xiubing has led his soldiers in pursuit, a soldier said. Zhang Liang. Before the soldier could finish speaking, someone else reported that Ho Junji and Yang Zixing had already led their cavalry in pursuit. Zhang Liang smiled and said, "Forget it, let them go. They are all commanders who know how to seize opportunities. If they can eliminate the enemy, then they will. If they can't, then it doesn't matter." Zhang Liang originally planned to wait until things were almost over before launching an attack on the 30,000 men. But judging from the situation, the 30,000 men had already begun to retreat the moment they saw that they were surrounded. The enemy retreated very decisively, but it was a wise move. They just didn't expect Hua Xiubing to launch the first attack on the enemy camp. In battles between lords, unless the enemy's territory is destroyed, killing the enemy's general will not bring victory. Although the commander-in-chief is very important in a battle, as long as the lord is still alive and the territory is still there, the enemy will not suffer a fatal blow and will continue to fight. The battle lasted until dawn before it ended. Of the 100,000 troops, some died and some surrendered. Zhang Liang once again ordered his soldiers to clean up the battlefield. As for the losses, they haven't been tallied yet, but Zhang Liang believes that the losses this time should be smaller than the last one. This was entirely the result of the enemy's own suicide. If the enemy hadn't launched a surprise attack, they would have had to pay a much higher price to win. But since the enemy insisted on launching a surprise attack, Zhang Liang had no choice but to play along. When it comes to scheming, Zhang Liang is not afraid of any enemy. Even Bai Qi would be afraid when facing Zhang Liang, let alone others. Zhang Liang was certainly not good at commanding troops, but his strength lay in devising strategies. After these two major battles, all the generals admired Zhang Liang. This victory could be said to have been orchestrated by Zhang Liang. Ultimately, however, the battle will depend on the cooperation between the generals. Report: General Hua Xiubing and his men have returned and captured the enemy commander alive. The soldier rushed to Zhang Liang's camp. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi and the others immediately exclaimed, "This Hua Xiubing is truly remarkable." Others greatly envied Hua Xiubing. This Hua Xiubing was incredibly elusive, appearing and disappearing without a trace, and his speed was astounding. In these two major battles, his contributions were the greatest, but there was nothing that could be done. Hua Xiubing's talent lay in his exceptional mobility. Whether it was a sneak attack or a pursuit, he was always the fastest in the territory. While many individuals could indeed defeat Hua Xiubing in terms of individual strength, their contribution to increasing the speed of soldiers was negligible. After a long time, Hua Xiubing returned with a group of prisoners and said to Bai Qi and Zhang Liang, "Hua Xiubing has lived up to his mission. With the help of Generals Yang Zixing and Ho Junji, he captured 5,000 enemy soldiers alive." Bai Qi was very satisfied upon seeing this. The fact that his territory possessed so many powerful and capable generals was a testament to its strength. "Very good. We will definitely inform the Lord, and you will be rewarded accordingly." Zhang Liang laughed loudly. Hua Xiubing quickly said, "The credit doesn't belong to me alone, but I definitely need the reward. I've been craving the flying dragons in the territory for a long time." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Not one of the generals present was not tempted. Chapitre 518, Ennemi Alliance. Afterwards, Gao Shun looked at Bai Qi and Zhang Liang and asked, "What should we do with those prisoners?" "Kill," Bai Qi said without hesitation. Upon hearing this, all the generals felt a chill run down their spines for some reason. Their marshal was ruthless. "Yes, Gao Shun replied immediately. Gao Shun was that kind of person. He wouldn't think too much about the marshal's orders. If the order was to kill, then he would just kill. The number of enemy prisoners captured this time was nearly 30,000. Gao Shun ordered them to start digging pits and then bury all the dead enemies. Once the enemy had been buried almost completely, Gao Shun ordered them to be executed and thrown into the pit they had dug themselves. After seeing Gao Shun's actions, many generals, for some reason, became somewhat afraid of Gao Shun, who was usually silent and serious, but whose actions were decisive and swift. Zhang Liang was keeping a close eye on the enemy's territory, but he found that the enemy's territory alliance was not making any moves. He wondered if the enemy was unaware that his 200,000 men had been wiped out once again. An alliance of enemy territories. The Thorsis Rider family is an established power in the United States. Not only is it a top-tier power within the country, but it is also considered a top power in the entire Kanglan continent. The territory where Zhou Yin clashed this time belonged to a member of the Rider family named Thorsis Rider OS. Within the Rider family, this person can only be considered a lord who developed his power through the family's glory, not a top-tier lord. Even so, his territory was not comparable to that of ordinary people, and he had at least one or two top-quality heroes. Unfortunately, one of them was killed by Zhou Yin, although Zhou Yin was unaware of this for the time being. "Summon the other lords for me," OS said hastily. Soon, more than a dozen lords arrived from OS's territory. They made their way to OS's castle and then went to the meeting room. The atmosphere was very tense, and every lord looked extremely grim. They suffered heavy casualties in every territory, and in total, more than 400,000 allied troops died. In particular, the territories of OS suffered the most casualties, as he had dispatched the largest force, a total of 100,000 troops, resulting in heavy losses that deeply saddened him. The men and soldiers they lost had no chance of being resurrected, and the amount of soul coins, spirit coins, equipment, and cultivation skills they had consumed on their soldiers was simply incalculable. This has severely damaged the alliance. Sitting in the main seat, seeing the grim expressions on everyone's faces, OS spoke up. "I'm sure you all know the result of our sending troops this time. Total annihilation, total annihilation." Every lord was heartbroken, as the loss amounted to a huge sum of spirit coins, which naturally pained them. It would be one thing if they had inflicted a devastating blow on the enemy, but the real problem was that they didn't even see the enemy's territory before being defeated outside. More than 400,000 troops were all defeated by the enemy. This kind of defeat was really hard for them to bear, and every lord looked utterly helpless. I wonder what Alliance Leader OS thinks, whether you can ask your family elders to help seek justice. As long as your Rider family members take action, I believe the enemy won't be able to cause trouble for long. One lord quickly offered a suggestion, which was immediately agreed upon by the other lords, who all expressed their support. Upon hearing this, OS cursed inwardly as a bunch of bastards. In the Rider family, he was just a freeloader for several generations. His other siblings ignored him and even despised him. OS could only show off in front of these people. He couldn't possibly get the Rider family to come out and seek justice for him. He didn't even dare let his family know about it. Otherwise, it would make OSS, who already has little face, lose even more face. In their eyes, face is extremely important. Once they lose face, they will suffer even more severe ridicule, which would be even more painful for OS, who is used to being high and mighty, than being killed. But OSS couldn't show in front of these people. Instead, he had to put on a thoughtful expression, which made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. However, the more OS thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he slammed his fist on the table and roared, "You can't even handle this little thing? What are you all good for? I've helped you so much in the past, developing your territory into such a powerful place. But now, for just a small territory, you still have to mobilize my family. Are you all useless?" Upon hearing this, the other lords immediately objected, asking how they could be blamed for this. If you hadn't insisted on provoking them and even organized wave after wave of troops, they wouldn't have suffered any losses and would be lying in bed enjoying themselves with their little beauties. But they wouldn't say it out loud. After all, they wouldn't let go of such a rich and foolish guy who was willing to help them develop their territory. What Lord OS said is absolutely right, but we are no longer able to build another army. The troops we sent before were all our elite soldiers, but they all failed. If we send ordinary soldiers, they will probably be wiped out by the enemy in no time. On this point, none of the lords lied. The elite troops of their territories were indeed all dead. These soldiers were the strongest soldiers in their territories, having existed since the very beginning of their establishment. Unfortunately, this time, they were all wiped out, completely wiped out. Not a single one was left. Although the vast majority of these soldiers were equipped with money from OS, they were still very distressed, as they were all their soldiers. Upon hearing this, OS sighed. Was he really going to let the other party go? Chapter 519, picked up from the garbage heap. However, at this moment, one of the lords spoke up. Lord OS, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. Speak quickly if you have something to say. OS said hastily. Actually, we don't necessarily need to do it ourselves. We can hire others to do it. Of course, we just need to offer them something that will satisfy them. The lord quickly said, expressing his idea. Hire other lords to help. Upon hearing this, OS's eyes lit up. This idea was indeed good and very suitable. As long as the price and items were agreed upon, he wouldn't need to take any action himself. Who can you contact? OS had never thought about this question before, so he had no way of knowing and looked at the other party. I know a mercenary lord who specializes in this. They're famous all over the world, but the things they need are very hard to find. We need to be prepared, the other person replied. Upon hearing this, OS immediately said, set a time and have them come to my territory. Whatever their conditions, we must hear them. Although OSS was not well liked by the Ryder family, he could still enjoy the family's resources and capabilities. Based on this, he was fully confident that he could get what the other party needed. Yes, Lord OS, I believe the enemy will soon pay a heavy price, the man replied. Zhou Yin was unaware that OSS was already preparing to hire other lords to deal with him. Even if he did know, Zhou Yin would simply meet force with force and deal with whatever came his way. Zhang Liang spent a long time tallying up the battle losses before finally calculating them, and telling Zhou Yin everything. Zhou Yin listened to the approximate battle damage, nodded to indicate that he understood, and then said nothing more. War is nothing more than a battle over money, logistics, and attrition. When Zhou Yin has no shortage of money, sufficient logistics, and abundant reserves, it's enough to just have a general understanding. This battle has fully demonstrated Zhang Liang's abilities and proved how important it is to have a strategist. If it weren't for Zhang Liang's strategies, their casualties would probably have been much higher. Bai Qi and his men were indeed outstanding commanders, but when it comes to scheming and plotting, professionals are still the best. Zhang Liang is not suitable to be the Minister of War. He is more suited to be a military advisor. However, Zhou Yin has not yet thought of anyone who can replace Zhang Liang. In addition, the territory currently does not have many soldiers, only a few 100,000. This matter can be discussed later. As usual, he resurrected the fallen soldiers and then took care of all the affairs in the territory. Zhou Yin then returned to his routine life of going back and forth between 2 points. The soldiers can continue hunting monsters to obtain treasure chests. They don't have time to attack other people's territories for the time being. Firstly, it's unnecessary, and secondly, they have no interest in it. Unless the other party really angers Zhou Yin will order the destruction of the enemy's territory. The OS alliance then contacted the mercenary lords, but they were too busy to come immediately. However, they still agreed on a time to meet. OSS had no choice but to wait for the other party to meet with him. For a time, both sides enjoyed a brief period of peace. However, Zhou Yin still summoned everyone back to the territory at the end of the month because the school would be holding a trial at the beginning of next month. With the territory summoned back by Zhou Yin finally awaited the start of the Ziwei Academy trials. As the head instructor, Yang Junming, entered the classroom, every student quietly awaited the start of this trial. With only 30 days left until the new year, they hoped to achieve good results and return home in these 30 days. Yang Junming looked at the group of students and said, "You're all very curious, aren't you?" "Yes," the students answered. "It's good that you're curious. I won't tell you what kind of trial it is." Yang Junming laughed loudly. "Sure." The students looked disgusted. Yang Junming naturally wouldn't tell the students, and even he didn't know what the trial was. The school's trials were something that the instructors couldn't possibly arrange, but they did offer some suggestions. As for whether it was adopted, they didn't know. "Let's go, let's gather." Yang Junming led the students to the square, where students from other classes also arrived. To their surprise, they discovered that in addition to the novice disciples, there were also outer disciples. The students were very curious as to why outer disciples were participating in this trial. Not to mention the students' curiosity, even the head mentors leading each team were baffled. But they couldn't say anything, nor could they show it. They had to act as if they already knew. That's fucking ridiculous. But that's just the style of Z-Way Academy. What can you do about it? This time, it was the same elder who could speak without opening his mouth as before. He asked everyone to be quiet and then said, "The trial begins." The rules of the trial are very simple. You live as long as you can. After all disciples have entered the teleportation array, they will summon their territories within 10 minutes to begin the trial. By the way, there are quite a few good things in this trial. Upon hearing this, the disciples were speechless. Damn, he explained it all in one sentence. It was really simple. But compared to the trials that consisted of a lot of nonsense, the disciples actually found them quite good. This trial seems a bit peculiar. It doesn't explain what's inside or how long it will last. It just tells them to live as long as possible. So, dying inside just means being teleported out. Since we won't die, there's nothing to be afraid of. A teleportation array appeared ahead. The array was very large, and anyone who stepped into it would immediately disappear. Yi Bufan and the others approached Zhou Yin and said, "I wonder if we'll be able to run into him this time." It's hard to say. After all, the elder didn't give us much advice. He only told us to live as long as possible. This means that once we go in, we'll likely be attacked by a lot of monsters, and there should be plenty of good stuff inside to tempt us to take it. This proves that we not only need to protect our territory, but also send people out to find treasures. This trial may seem simple, but it can actually reveal a lot. Zhou Yin briefly shared his opinion. "You've got quite a head on your sleeve, haven't you?" Luo Yushuang thought to herself, but she hadn't thought that much about it. "That's because you're stupid, okay? A normal person could come up with a lot of information." Yi Bufan mercilessly criticized his sister. "If I'm stupid, then why aren't you?" "Don't forget, we were born of the same mother," Luo Yushuang retorted. "We'll ask you later if you picked it up from a garbage dump." "You are." Chapter 520, Eating Pills Like Food. Li Bufan, Li Qingjin, Luo Yushuang, Dong Qingyi, Gun Yinyun, Zhao Qingwu, Lin Lanyan, Zhu Bekaming and others gathered with Zhou Yin and chatted for a while. This time we don't need to compete, and we don't know if there are any communication blocking functions inside. If we can get together, we can get together. It's no use. We have no idea where we're going to be teleported to, and it's hard to say we'll get very close. Since there are good things inside, let's hold on until we go out to look for them. I have a feeling that it won't be that simple once we go in. If it were easy, it wouldn't be a trial. They agreed that if they could meet up inside, they would act together. Otherwise, they would just give up, since they knew nothing about the situation inside the trial anyway. After finishing their conversation, the group entered the teleportation array. Suddenly, Zhou Yin looked around, and, sure enough, there was no one there. He had arrived at a plane that stretched as far as the eye could see, but he did not see any monsters. Zhou Yin communicated with his territory and then summoned it. Zhou Yin was in his territory and turned on the communication function. As expected, the communication function was completely blocked and no one could contact anyone else. Then he sent a message to Zhang Liang, Bai Qi, and others in the territory. "Gather the army and prepare for battle. This time, we don't need to gather too many people. About 50,000 will be enough." Yes. Zhang Liang and Bai Qi immediately began to discuss who would be the most suitable people to gather. However, Zhou Yin still ordered the command center to release dozens of reconnaissance aircraft to check the situation outside the territory. Since it was just an academy trial and nothing else of great importance, it didn't have much to do with Xiao He, Fang Xianling, and the others. So Zhou Yin simply explained the situation to them and told them to do their jobs. Genie sensed that Zhou Yin had returned to the territory. He transformed into a golden light and emerged from the secluded cultivation room. He had been cultivating in seclusion there for the past few days, and with the abundant resources of the territory, his strength had greatly improved. Your cultivation level has reached the 20th level. That's quite good, and you're moving very fast. Zhou Yin glanced at Genie. Dragons have long lifespans and require a vast amount of energy. Each advancement in realm requires an astonishing amount of energy. With abundant resources, reaching the 20th level is already quite impressive. Is there any action plan today? I heard you mention some academy trials a few days ago. It should be in the next few days, right? Genie was still quite curious about what the so-called academy trials were like. It's already started, and I don't know what changes might occur. If there's a chance later, I'll take you out to see it. Zhou Yin placed Jin Yi on his shoulder and then took out a spiritual material for Jin Yi. Jin Yi looked at the spiritual materials and said, I've lost my appetite for eating these spiritual materials every day. How about I have someone cook you a nice meal? Zhou Yin asked. However, this thing increases spiritual energy quite a bit, so I still have to eat it. Jin Yi stretched out his two little paws and began to eat slowly, quite politely. I have an idea. I'll arrange for someone to use these spiritual materials to refine pills for you. Zhou Yin had come up with a good plan. Pills? What are those? Jin Yi asked curiously. It's something like this. Zhou Yin took out a bottle of pills from his territory and poured it out for Jin Yi. Try it. Jin Yi sniffed it, then swallowed it in one gulp, and said, pretty good. It adds quite a bit of spiritual energy. Zhou Yin checked the time and saw that there was still some time before the trial began. He first took Jin Yefe to the strange fire alchemy manor, found Yao Yun, and asked, how has the alchemy been going lately? Reporting to the Lord, we have a large quantity of medicinal herbs to support our pill refining. If we still fail, wouldn't we be letting the Lord down? Yao Yun quickly replied. Zhou Yin nodded, then inquired about their needs. They didn't have any major requirements, just a better alchemy cauldron. A good alchemy cauldron would greatly increase their success rate. This matter had already been arranged for someone to do, but alchemy cauldrons are not easy to buy. They don't need the low-grade ones, and the high-grade ones are not something they can just buy whenever they want. Zhou Yin could only do his best, since such things were a matter of luck. Are there any pills that can greatly increase spiritual energy? Zhou Yin asked. There are quite a few pills that can greatly increase spiritual energy. What level of people does the Lord give them to? They have different effects depending on the strength of the person, Yao Yun inquired. Give it to him. Zhou Yin pointed at Jin Yi and said, although his current cultivation level is only at the 20th level, the Dragon Clan has a strong digestive ability. Do you have anyone around the 40th level who can eat this? Yao Yun glanced at the little golden dragon, then began searching. He quickly produced a pill and said, this is a yuan-enhancing pill that can greatly increase spiritual power. An ordinary person at the 40th level of the heavenly realm can cultivate for a whole day after taking one pill. Zhou Yin took out one and gave it to Jin Yi, saying, try it. It smells quite good. Jin Yi sniffed it, then swallowed it, feeling the spiritual energy flowing through his body, and said with satisfaction, not bad. This pill is just right. Make more of this kind of pill. He needs to take a lot, Zhou Yin said. Yes, Yao Yun replied, handing all the yuan-boosting pills he had refined to the little golden dragon. Can I come here to get it after I finish eating? Jin Yi asked. You can certainly come and go freely within the territory, but forget about leaving it. It's not suitable for you to go out right now, Zhou Yin reminded him. Okay. Jin Yi wouldn't go out unless there was nothing else to do. He just wanted to improve his strength. Jin Yi is an obedient little golden dragon, not naughty at all, which makes people feel at ease. As for Tian and Lu Li, they cultivate every day because they don't need to guard the territory all the time. Only Zhou Yin would dare to raise a pet like this, actually feeding the little golden dragon pills as food. Just then, a strange light flew directly into the sky from the territory, which surprised Zhou Yin greatly, who wondered what had happened. Look at the light emanating from there. It seems to be coming from a certain foundry manor. Zhou Yin was very curious, so he spread his yin-yang wings and flew towards that direction. Although Zhou Yin could fly without the yin-yang wings, he had become accustomed to using them, and this increased his flight speed. Chapter 521, Shocking. Curious about the origins of the forging manor, although they had some guesses in their minds, they were still not sure. As Zhou Yin entered the place where the light shone, if he remembered correctly, this should be the manor where Oyezi lived. Not only Zhou Yin, but many others were also attracted, including Tao Hongjing. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, Tao Hongjing immediately smiled and said, Lord, this is great news. Master Oyezi has forged an extremely powerful weapon. Let's go in and take a look. Zhou Yin was also very curious about what quality of weapon Oyezi and Ganjiang had created. This master craftsman either doesn't act at all, or he makes a stunning debut. Every weapon he forges is a masterpiece among masterpieces and should not be underestimated. Ahead was a group of people, all of them very happy, and everyone was cheering. Tao Hongjing quickly said, The Lord has arrived, please make way. Everyone turned around, and, upon seeing Zhou Yin, quickly greeted him. "Greetings, Lord." Zhou Yin smiled at them before approaching Oyezi and the others. He immediately noticed a divine sword on the table, radiating an astonishing brilliance. This weapon not only has a unique design, but also appears to be of high quality. Zhou Yin quickly took it and found that this weapon was much heavier than ordinary weapons, obviously made of very special materials. Zhou Yin curiously checked the weapon's attributes. Equipment, unnamed. Quality, sacred relic. Durability, 12000012000. Attribute 1, strength plus 1100. Attribute 2, constitution plus 120. Attribute 3, intelligence plus 120. Attribute 4, stamina plus 120. Attribute 5, critical hit chance plus 120. Attribute 6, additional penetration plus 100. Attribute 7, spiritual power damage plus 100%. Attribute 8, devastating strike, 24-hour cooldown. Attribute 9, heavenly meteor, unleashes a heavenly meteor attack, cooldown, 15 days. Additional attribute bonuses, all attributes plus 10, damage increased by 10%, recovery plus 10%. Equipment requirements, realm level 50. Description, crafted by master craftsmen Oyezi and Ganjiang, using meteorite. Holy crap, that's so powerful, the attribute boost is way too much. Zhou Yin was utterly shocked when he saw it. This is actually a sacred artifact. No wonder it was able to unleash that light. Even a spiritual weapon couldn't produce that kind of light. Compared to the heavenly soul sword, this sacred artifact has many more attributes, and it also has 2 additional skills and even extra attribute bonuses. This combination of the two is simply the king of the forging world. Master Oyezi, you've done a great job this time. You actually created a sacred artifact for me. It's such a surprise. Zhou Yin truly hadn't expected that the first weapon Oyezi and Ganjiang forged would be a sacred artifact. Either don't make a move at all, or make a stunning debut. Although the forging time is indeed quite long, the hidden attributes of a sacred artifact are absolutely incomparable to those of a spiritual artifact. Not at all. It's because the territory has more materials that we were able to gain some insights. This sacred artifact is not just my achievement. Many people helped. Master Oyezi was very humble and did not attribute the credit for this sacred artifact to himself. Calling such a person a master is absolutely appropriate. Although Oyezi is only an 18-year-old boy, a person who can forge sacred artifacts is someone that many territories dream of. Moreover, in the future, there will definitely be more people in the territory who can forge spiritual artifacts or higher. They just need more time. The creation of this sacred artifact by Oyezi and Ganjiang gave these blacksmiths great confidence. Given time, they believed they could all improve. Most of the credit goes to Master Oyezi. We were just assisting and didn't play a significant role. Ganjiang and the others quickly spoke to Zhou Yin. Seeing their humility, Zhou Yin said, "All right, do you need anything? You've crafted this sacred artifact for the territory. If I don't reward you properly, I, as the Lord, will feel really bad. We don't have much need for this. We're very happy here. We have plenty to eat and drink. We're free to come and go, and everyone in the territory treats us with great respect. We really don't have much need." Oyezi spoke his mind, which was also what everyone else felt. They had no other desire than to live in such a wonderful place, and could only hope to forge more good equipment for their Lord. "Yes, Lord, we should thank you for giving us such an environment. Forging makes me happy. Forging makes me joyful. We ask for nothing more. With wine and meat, good food and drink, why would one need so many things in life?" You guys, Zhou Yin was very happy. His territory was thriving and full of positive energy. It would be difficult for such a territory not to become powerful. The unity and atmosphere of a territory are absolutely crucial, as they represent a lord's future prospects. In the world of lords, many instances of mismanagement or mistreatment of subordinates can lead to rebellions by the people of the territory, and even the destruction of the territory's crystal. However, such a thing would be absolutely impossible in Zhou Yin's territory. Although they have no need for it, Zhou Yin cannot do that. The territory now has a clear reward system, and Zhou Yin will definitely arrange for someone to carry out the specific rewards. Zhou Yan saw someone and was quite surprised. He walked up to him and asked, "So, Li Jinshan has also been attracted here? This sword was forged by someone from our territory." Li Changgang was very surprised when he saw the sword in Zhou Yan's hand. He never expected that someone in his territory could forge such a divine weapon. "If Li Jinshan likes it, this sword is yours." For a top-tier expert, giving away a sacred artifact is nothing. Li Changgang smiled and said, "At my current level, this weapon is just icing on the cake. You should keep it for yourself. You can give it to me when you have a spare in your territory." After saying that, Li Changgang disappeared again. "Lord, this sacred artifact doesn't have a name yet. Please give it one," Tao Hong Jing said to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan looked at the sacred artifact in his hand and said, "This is the first sacred artifact in the territory, so let's call it Shocking Heaven." There are indeed very few sacred artifacts in the territory. This amazing weapon was naturally used by Zhou Yan himself. Anyway, Oyezi will continue to forge more. Although he may not be able to forge a sacred artifact, there is absolutely no problem with forging a spiritual artifact. Chapter 522, the trial begins. After Zhou Yan finished naming the sacred artifact, a voice rang out from the sky. "The trial officially begins. Disciples, prepare yourselves." Oh, so the trial has finally begun. Zhou Yan flew up and arrived at the Dragon Head City wall at the main gate, looking into the distance. Several beautiful figures flew from below the city to the top. Zhou Yan turned around and saw that it was Jiao Chan and the others. He said, "Why are you here too?" "I've been feeling bored in my seclusion these past few days, so I came out for a walk," Jiao Chan said. "Has the Academy's trial begun? What changes will occur?" Zhimi asked curiously. "Those are monsters up ahead, aren't they?" Nie Xiaoqian said, looking at the monsters that had suddenly appeared in the distance. "It looks like a monster siege, but the difficulty seems quite low." Xiao Qiao was very clear about the territory's strength. Inside the city walls, the soldiers were already on high alert. However, since the territory only had 2 bridges, Zhou Yan felt that after this trial, he would have to specifically purchase 2 high-quality bridge structures. The territory is so large, yet there are only 2 bridges connecting it to the outside world. That's far too few. There were countless monsters outside the city, so numerous that they stretched as far as the eye could see. This was a plain, and there was no fog outside, so you could see what the monsters looked like from a great distance. Zhou Yan roughly checked the level and quality of these monsters. The monsters aren't high level, mostly between level 20 and 50. No matter how many of these monsters come, it won't make a difference. The monsters' levels were too low. Even max-level monsters, unless their quality was too high, couldn't withstand the first wave of attacks from the defensive towers. Monsters surrounded the territory, and when the monsters got close to the range of the defense tower launched an attack. The flames raged, engulfing the monsters in a sea of fire. The monsters were instantly burned to ashes. The power of the top-tier fire tower was enough to burn these monsters into nothingness. However, after the monster died, piles of treasure chests fell outside, and then they were all automatically collected into the territory. These monsters can actually drop treasure chests. Zhou Yan was quite surprised. He was currently short of soul coins, and he didn't expect that this trial would give him a whole bunch of treasure chests. This trial is really good. It will give him a lot more soul coins to use. A blanket of ice covered everything, turning all the monsters into ice sculptures, though they shattered into ice fragments. The sound of countless sharp blades rang out, and thousands of sword energies, like sword immortals, cleaved all the monsters into dust. A fierce wind howled, and a gust of wind tore the monster into a bloody mist. The monster's level and strength were too low, making it impossible for it to enter the territory. Poisonous mist enveloped the monster horde, killing them all and causing countless treasure chests to drop. A wave of monsters rushed towards the territory. In an instant, the earth cracked open, and all the monsters fell into the crack. Then the ground closed up, burying all the monsters in the soil. The treasure chests that dropped out also automatically entered the territory. Huge meteorites rained down from the sky, crushing countless monsters to death. Upon landing, these meteorites exploded with terrifying energy, destroying all the monsters in the vicinity. A series of rattling sounds rang out as sparks flew from the gun barrels of the machine gun tower, piercing through all the monsters in the distance. Not a single monster could leap over the line. A rain of arrows rose into the sky and then fell among the monsters, pinning countless of them to the ground. A series of incantation runes formed a dazzling light, flying towards the monster and then creating a terrifying energy explosion. Dark rays of light burst forth from the monsters, and they immediately collapsed, their deaths grotesque. The territory's defensive towers were simply too strong. Seeing that the monsters wouldn't stop anytime soon, the group said to Jiao Chan and the others, "Why don't you open the treasure chest while you're at it?" Okay. Since they had nothing else to do, they opened the territory and started opening treasure chests. The territory immediately became filled with countless soul coins. As for other items, there were just too many to look at. They could check them out when needed. Monsters are constantly being killed in the territory, and the soul coins in the territory are constantly increasing. Outside the trial grounds, a group of instructors watched the screen and said, "I wonder how long these disciples can hold out." The number of monsters should be calculated based on the area of the territory. The larger the territory, the more monsters you will encounter. The territories of outer disciples are generally much larger than those of entry disciples. Among the new disciples, quite a few have very large territories. Just look at the levels of these territories. They're quite surprising. The instructors looked at the territories of these new disciples. They were all instructors who taught outer disciples and were not very familiar with the new disciples. They were quite surprised to see that many disciples had very large territories. Whose golden territory is this? It looks pretty powerful. It seems to be a disciple named Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan, surnamed Yi. Could he be from the Yi family, the Dragon King family? It should be. Many instructors looked at the students' territories and found that several of them were indeed of a high level, and their strength was also quite good, completely blocking the monsters outside. These territories are at a very high level, at least level 50 or above. It is truly impressive that they were able to upgrade their territories to level 50 or above in such a short time. Suddenly, the mentors spotted the largest territory, and they were all stunned by its size. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this territory is simply too magnificent and too powerful. The outer walls of the entire territory were shaped like a giant dragon, and there was also a huge moat that firmly protected the entire territory. This territory, could it be the maximum level? It's so big. They were all mentors, and according to normal understanding, only the maximum level territories would be this big. However, those inside are only beginner and outer disciples, and it's impossible for them to reach the maximum level so quickly. Many instructors know very well that this must be due to the special territory. Only special territories can possess a territory several times larger than that of ordinary people. There are no such territories among the outer disciples, so this territory must belong to the entry-level disciples. Is this your first disciple? Of course, and he's the strongest among our new disciples, named Zhou Yan. His territory is far beyond your imagination. Zhou Yan? I seem to have heard of him. He was the one who won the Lord Championship in the last freshman competition. Chapter 523, it was Chu Luyan's arrangement again. That's him. This is his territory. I never expected that his territory would expand so much in just a few months. It's truly astonishing. But the area of his territory has increased by too much. The size of his territory is comparable to that of a max-level lord. It must be some kind of special building bonus, but the amount of territory it adds is indeed a bit too much. There are plenty of treasures in the Lord's world that can increase territory size. Everyone has their own secrets, so this is nothing special. However, the shape of the city wall is really unique. Its quality must be quite high. You can only see the outline of his territory, but strangely nothing can be seen. It must be some kind of hidden formation or structure. Did you notice? All those monsters outside have been wiped out. How come there are so many defensive towers in his territory? The more the mentors looked at Zhou Yan's territory, the more shocked they became. The larger the territory, the more monster attacks it would suffer, and the more difficult it would be to resist. However, Zhou Yan's territory was an exception. No matter how many monsters attacked his territory, not a single one could leap into his territory too far, and they were all killed outside. Most importantly, the defensive towers in Zhou Yan's territory were truly astonishing. The sheer number of unique defensive towers and their architecture left them speechless. Ice, flames, storms, blades, arrows, meteors, earthquakes, gravity. The sheer number of defensive towers attacking them was incredible. They had collected almost every type of defensive tower they had ever seen, and there were even many towers they had never seen before. Looking at Zhou Yan's territory, it was clear that not a single soldier needed to be sent out to keep the monsters out of the territory, while the soldiers of the other lords were already struggling to hold off the monsters' attacks on the city walls. The difference was so great that it felt almost unreal to them. Is this really just a rookie lord who has only been awakened for a few months? Why does it seem so much stronger than a lord who has been developing for decades? The elder in charge of initiating the trials naturally saw the situation of these disciples' territories and was very satisfied. He was especially surprised when he saw Zhou Yan's territory, because when he last saw Zhou Yan's territory, it was not very large, but now it was much larger than before. Elder Chu Luoyin is here, someone shouted, and Chu Luoyin and several elders flew over from a distance. Elder Chu Luoyin, the crowd called out quickly. The mentors were all very curious. They didn't expect that the person in charge of the trial this time was Chu Luoyin again, which meant that she was the designer of this trial again. Chu Luoyin is a ruthless person. The trials she sets up are extremely difficult, based on years of experience, and many times no one has been able to reach the end. After observing the trials of the many disciples, Chu Luoyin showed no expression, but no one knew what she was thinking. Looking at the time, half an hour had already passed, but the monster's attack had not stopped, leaving the instructors speechless. How long did Chu Luoyin intend for the students to endure the monster's onslaught? It's been half an hour already. Normally, it should be over by now. Just as they were wondering what was going on, they discovered that an even more powerful monster had appeared outside the disciples' territory during the trial. Upon seeing the number, level, and quality of these monsters, everyone was speechless, whispering, "No way. They've even released level 50 elite monsters. How many disciples will be eliminated here?" You know Elder Chu's personality. How could she let these disciples pass the first test so easily? I feel that this is just the beginning of the trial. Those monsters were just appetizers. Alas, it seems these disciples won't last much longer. I still have high hopes for some of my disciples. As long as they can get through this first hurdle, they'll be able to explore the area outside the territory. I'm really curious what kind of great gifts Elder Chu Luoyin has prepared for these students. I'm curious too, but no one else knows except her. Within the trial grounds, the students managed to hold off the monsters for half an hour, but they were all stunned when they saw a group of level 50 elite monsters. Holy crap, this is a trap. How come they have such high-level monsters? They're not trying to make us last long. My territory is only level 35, and you've given me a level 50 elite monster. How could you do this? Holy crap, even flying monsters have appeared. Is this some kind of insane thing? Countless disciples were cursing and swearing, but no matter how much they cursed, they could not stop the fate of their territory being destroyed. As the monsters breached their territory and the crystal shattered, countless disciples were teleported out. One by one, they helplessly said to their instructors, "Instructors, is this really necessary? This is a level 50 elite monster. Are you treating us like inner disciples? Yeah, this is way too strong. If it were just a few, it would be one thing, but they're all level 50 or higher monsters. Aren't they deliberately making things difficult for us?" The students all felt wronged, but the professors remained silent. Although they also thought it was too perverted, they dared not say so. Just kidding. Offending Chu Luoyin would have dire consequences, and they didn't want to suffer that. The instructors remained silent, and Chu Luoyin ignored the students completely. The students were speechless at the sight. They thought, "At least give us an explanation." You're not even going to give an explanation. What's the logic behind this? Most of the disciples were teleported out, and the majority of them were beginner disciples. Subsequently, outer disciples also appeared one after another, and they were all eliminated. Seeing that the instructors remained silent, the students could only look at the students on the screen. When they saw those powerful students successfully withstand the monsters, the difference in skill became immediately apparent. It wasn't that they couldn't stop them. It was that they were simply too incompetent. But the new disciples felt very aggrieved, because their trials were the same as those of the outer disciples, and the instructors didn't lower the difficulty at all. The monsters are indeed very strong, but many students are still struggling to hold onto their territories. Chu Luoyin stood on one of the large screens, and then pulled out the territory of several dozen people. These people's territories were very powerful, and they did not have a problem facing these level 50 monsters. When a mentor saw that Chu Luoyin had grouped together the strongest dozens of lords, they seemed to realize that Chu Luoyin was deliberately targeting them. This wasn't the first time Chu Luoyin had done something like this. She especially liked targeting students with high talent. Chapter 524, The Difficulty Keeps Increasing. Sure enough, after Chu Luoyin cast a formation on the screen, the monsters outside the dozens of lords became even stronger. These lords kept a close eye on the situation outside their territories. When they saw that the number of monsters outside had increased, they cursed again, but they still had to continue to resist the attacks of these monsters and send more soldiers to fight them off. After seeing that those territories could not withstand the attack, Chu Luoyin deleted more than a dozen of them, leaving more than 20. The situation in Zhou Yan's territory was similar, except that Zhou Yan was no longer on the city walls of his territory. No matter how many monsters were outside, they would have a hard time breaking through the territory's defensive towers, a point that Zhou Yan was very confident about. Since that's the case, he might as well do something else in the territory, such as where the territory needs improvement, where buildings are lacking, or what kind of buildings the territory is lacking, etc. After observing along the way, it was indeed found that the territory was still lacking quite a few buildings, especially as the population of the territory increased. Buildings such as Spirit Field and Fish Pond became somewhat insufficient. In particular, the spirit fields are used to cultivate a large number of spiritual herbs, so more spirit fields need to be built to cultivate other things. Unlike crops, medicinal herbs take a long time to mature, and many are even better the longer they are grown. No matter how long they are planted, they will still be viable. Zhou Yan looked at the buildings that had recently been collected in his territory and found that there were indeed more than 100 new buildings. These buildings are all needed for the territory. There are many farmlands, fish ponds, and various types of livestock farms, all of which are required, and he has built them all. As for buildings that weren't in the territory, Jin Sanyi was tasked with collecting them. He then upgraded the buildings in the territory, significantly increasing the level of many of them. In particular, Zhou Yan upgraded 2 barracks to level 80, namely the White Robe Ghost Soldiers and the Trap Camp. After the 2 barracks are upgraded to level 80, the number of people that can be summoned increases to 100,000, which requires a lot of spirit coins to summon them. Previously, at level 60, I could only summon 20,000 people. Now, after leveling up to 80, I can summon an additional 70,000. With 2 barracks, Zhou Yan could add 140,000 soldiers. He naturally summoned all 140,000 soldiers and then raised their levels to 30. Upgrading them would require too many soul coins, so we can only upgrade them to level 30 first and then upgrade them when we have enough soul coins. As for the other barracks, their levels were not upgraded. Their numbers remained the same. With the number of people increasing by over 100,000, the equipment, food, and finances for the territory all represent a huge expense. But Zhou Yan had already considered all of these things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to summon so many people. These soldiers were naturally left to Zhang Liang to arrange. He would take care of everything. However, Zhou Yan still needs to summon some people who specialize in animal husbandry and related fields. After arriving at the Hall of Heroes, Zhou Yan summoned some breeding talents ranging from S to SSS quality and then handed them all over to Guanzhong for processing. Guanzhong is the newly appointed Minister of Agriculture, and all matters concerning agriculture and animal husbandry in the territory will be handled by him. Throughout the entire trial, Zhou Yan was the most relaxed. As Chu Luoyin targeted him, many of the monsters outside the lords became stronger and stronger, until finally only 8 people's screens remained in front of her. Among the disciples who had entered the sect, only Li Bufan, Luo Yushuang, Zhuge Kaming, and Zhou Yan remained in front of Chu Luoyin. As for the outer disciples, there's still 5 left. The other mentors were also paying attention to these 9 people. When they saw the monsters outside their territory, which were level 60 boss quality monsters, they were speechless at Chu Luoyin. This is practically pushing them to their deaths. And Chu Luoyin is even continuing to increase the strength of the monsters outside these students. It seems she wouldn't stop until she pushed these disciples to the very last step. Finally, Chu Luoyin raised the monster's level to 65, and its quality directly changed to that of a bronze boss. The students were speechless again. How many students could withstand such a high-level monster with such strong quality? Sure enough, under the attack of this monster, Chu Luoyin saw that several more students could not hold on, so she withdrew the monsters from outside their territory. Luo Yushuang and Zhuge Kaming were among them. They breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that the monsters outside the territory had retreated. They had almost thought they wouldn't make it through. However, 3 people are still holding on to their territories, which clearly belong to Li Bufan, Zhou Yan, and an outside disciple. Needless to say, these 3 are the 3 strongest territories in the entire trial. As for the other lords of the trial grounds, after the monster attacks disappeared, they began to organize their armies one after another to explore the outside of their territories. But everyone wanted to see how long these 3 territories could hold out. Chu Luoyin continued to improve the strength of the monsters outside the 3 territories, changing their quality from bronze to silver. The 3 of them were still able to hold out, but after a few minutes, Chu Luoyin raised the monsters' levels to 70 again, which significantly increased their strength. After seeing this, the group of students secretly sighed that Elder Chu Luoyin was truly ruthless, pushing the Lord to the brink of death. Finally, the outer disciple could no longer hold on, and the monster broke through the city wall. Seeing this, Chu Luoyin withdrew the monsters from outside the enemy's territory. In this way, only the territories of the 2 newly initiated disciples remained. This left the outer disciples speechless. The 2's territories were far too powerful. Who are they? They're even more powerful than us. Especially that lord with the dragon-shaped city wall. That moat is just too outrageous. And there are only 2 bridges that can be crossed, making it a problem for other lords to launch a large-scale attack. Don't be envious. Their territory is so big, they're definitely not ordinary people. I do know that Golden Territory belongs to the Yi family, the Dragon King family. That's the territory of the number 1 family in the Divine Dragon Kingdom, so it's definitely powerful. But it's someone else's territory, and I don't know which family it belongs to. Stop guessing, they're just an ordinary person, but I feel like this information is too fake. Exactly, I would never believe that an ordinary person could develop their territory like this. Everyone was discussing it, but Chu Luoyin still increased the difficulty outside their territory. Chapter 525, Where there is oppression, there is resistance. As Chu Luoyin continued to increase the monster's strength for the 2 of them, even Yi Bufan's territory couldn't hold on any longer. He couldn't help but curse. This trial was so abnormal that he didn't believe many people could withstand it. Just as Yi Bufan had guessed, this was a trial of degree, and only he and Zhou Yan were still resisting it. But Yi Bufan's territory was about to collapse. The city walls were already on the verge of crumbling. Chu Luoyin gave up pressuring Yi Bufan's territory and withdrew all the monsters. After seeing the monster disappear, Yi Bufan finally breathed a sigh of relief, then lay down on his city wall to breathe, cursing, "Damn it, it's finally over." Everyone is well aware that among all the disciples, Zhou Yan's territory is the strongest and the most difficult to conquer. The monsters outside have already been raised to level 80 by Chu Luoyin. Moreover, the monster's strength had reached the silver quality level, but Zhou Yan's territory remained impregnable, and the monsters still found it difficult to get too close to the territory. Everyone was speechless. No way. Is Zhou Yan's territory really unassailable? It is indeed very strong. This monster's strength has reached level 80 silver quality. But look at these monsters. They can't even get within a few hundred meters of Zhou Yan's territory. This is really too strong. I reckon that even on the Lord Continent, there are very few people who could break into Zhou Yan's territory. I wonder how much longer Elder Chu Luoyin will hold on. Chu Luoyin did not disappoint everyone, and once again enhanced the strength of the monsters. However, this time she did not send out as many monsters, but the monsters were extremely powerful. The monsters dispatched this time are all boss-level monsters, and their levels have reached level 90. The key point is that these monsters all have extremely strong defenses. In the trial grounds, after hearing the roars from all directions, Zhou Yan immediately flew to the city wall. At this time, the city wall was filled with a group of military generals, including Bai Qi and Zhang Liang. Lord, is this really just a trial? How come the monsters are so high level, and this time a boss has been deployed? Zhang Liang felt that this was not a simple trial. Wow, how many level 90 bosses are there? Zhou Yan asked. There are 100 in each place, 400 in total, Zhang Liang replied. It's impossible for such a powerful monster to appear in a normal trial. This must be deliberately targeting me. I didn't expect that I'm so hated that they would treat me like this. Zhou Yan was also speechless. He was just participating in a trial. Why was he being targeted like this? Zhou Yin was unaware that Chu Liyin's target wasn't just him, but everyone. He was simply the one who had persisted the longest. I actually think the previous attack was quite good, giving us so many treasure chests for free. It's a pity that the next ones will probably all be these bosses. After listening, Zhang Liang understood what the other party meant. Never mind them. I don't believe they can break through my territory. I want to see if they have the strength to break through my territory. Zhou Yin also became very confident. With such powerful defensive towers in his territory, he didn't believe that the other party could really send a bunch of king-level monsters to attack his territory. A monster at the king level is naturally impossible, but Chu Luoyin was truly stunned by the power of Zhou Yan's territory. This was the first time she had encountered such a resilient student. She was curious to know just how strong the other party's territory was. She had an urge to not give up until she had destroyed Zhou Yan's territory. More than 100 level 90 silver bosses, all of them with strong defenses, rushed towards the territory and unleashed their defensive skills. Waves of defensive tower attacks rained down, and the monster held out for a few seconds before dying. Chu Lun, everyone, no, do andara indono. I really don't believe it. If you can withstand this wave, I, Chu Luoyin, will admit defeat. This was the first time Chu Luoyin had been so helpless. She couldn't believe that even this monster could only last a few seconds. Therefore, Chu Luoyin sent out a fully upgraded defensive monster of diamond quality, and it only attacked Zhou Yin. When Zhou Yin saw the level and quality of the monster that appeared in front of him, he was completely stunned. Holy crap, are you kidding me? A max-level defensive monster. Did I sleep with your wife or something? Why are you targeting me like this? Zhou Yin was speechless, as were his subordinates, who had thought it was just a simple trial. But who could have imagined that they would encounter a fully leveled monster for the first time? Was this really just a trial? This is revenge, isn't it? When the outer sect instructors and students saw the level and quality of these monsters, they were once again stunned by Chu Liyin's methods. Holy crap, am I seeing things? This is a max-level monster. Not only is it a max-level monster, but it's also a boss with diamond quality. And there are hundreds of them. What did Zhou Yin do to offend Elder Chu Luoyin? This revenge is too obvious. Chill. Keep your voice down. If you don't want to stay in the academy, Elder Chu will make sure you're bettered for 10 days or half a month if he hears you. Even the mentor was stunned. A max-level diamond quality boss. Is this revenge? The mentors looked at each other, all speechless. Yang Juming asked, can someone go ask Elder Chu Luoyin what this means? I have a headache. What did you say? Can you say it hundreds of times? Yang Juming was speechless. Everyone was afraid of Huan, Yi Luosha, and Chu Luoyin. Yang Juming thought to himself, Zhou Yin, don't blame the head tutor. I can't afford to offend him. Everyone turned their eyes to the screen, staring wide-eyed. I'm really looking forward to seeing if we can break through Zhou Yan's territory this time. There are hundreds of diamond-quality bosses, and they are all defensive bosses. Seeing these terrifying behemoths charging towards Zhou Yan's territory, Zhou Yin immediately activated the nuclear attack from the plasma nuclear bomb tower, which he hadn't used in a long time. You want to destroy my territory? Well, I won't let you succeed. Nuclear missile launch. Zhou Yin also got angry and directly activated the nuclear missile attack of the plasma nuclear bomb tower. 100 million spirit coins per attack. What's the big deal? It's just a few hundred million. As the plasma nuclear bomb tower next to the King's Crystal was activated, nuclear missiles were launched one after another, attacking the monsters. Zhou Yin had plenty of money, so he launched 3 missiles at once, seemingly as a blatant protest. This proves the saying, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Chapter 526, 100,000 Cavalry. What is that? The students outside were very surprised when they saw the nuclear bomb falling from the sky. It should be a missile. It was launched from Zhou Yan's territory. It looks pretty powerful, but I don't know how strong it is. No one thought too much about it. Ordinary missiles would be completely ineffective against monsters of this level. Boom! 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 Just then, 3 mushroom clouds rose up, and the terrifying explosion stunned everyone. The entire screen was filled with images of these 3 mushroom clouds. Nothing else could be seen. The expressions on everyone's faces were like this. Come on. They were stunned again. I stared at all of this in disbelief. What kind of attack is this? How could its power be so terrifying? With such strong defenses, who the hell could possibly breach Zhou Yan's territory? With such a defense, conquering the entire continent would be no problem. Is this really a new lord? Everyone's feelings were complicated. They were all bewildered and shocked. Even Chu Luoyan was stunned again. She never expected that such a powerful attack was hidden in Zhou Yan's territory, which really shocked her. No one could see the images, and they had no idea whether the monsters were dead or not. The force of the explosion lasted for several minutes before a glimpse of the scene could be seen. When everyone saw what was in front of them, they fell silent again. There are no monsters left in front of Zhou Yan's territory. Not even the traces of monsters remained. All the monsters vanished in the explosion, leaving not even a trace of blood. The power of those 3 missiles was truly terrifying. This is a nuclear attack, so its power is naturally immense. So-called radiation may be very dangerous in the ordinary world, but in this high martial arts world, there are many things that are more powerful than radiation, so this radiation can't affect much at all. After seeing the monster finally disappear, Zhou Yan said, "Now you know how powerful I am." In the past, Zhou Yan would never have used such an attack. But now, his own realm has reached more than 70 heavens. His territory has 2 top-level experts, and even the defense of his territory is so strong. What does he have to fear? Since he's already so powerful, just show it. We used to play it safe because we weren't strong enough. Now that we have the absolute strength to protect ourselves, there's no need to hide anything. He is powerful, he is outstanding, and he wants everyone to know how amazing he is. This trial truly demonstrated the strength of Zhou Yan's territory to everyone. With the defensive capabilities of his territory, while they wouldn't say he was invincible across the entire Lord Continent, they felt that very few people could breach his territory. This was the first time Chu Luoyan had been humiliated by her students. This was the first time she felt powerless against a student, and the first time she had failed, especially when it was a student who had failed her. Suddenly, Chu Luoyan burst into laughter. Phantom Knight Rakshasa, even Chu Luoyan can laugh. Fortunately, others couldn't see her expression, otherwise they would have been very shocked, because no one had ever seen her smile, let alone smile so happily. Chu Lian's ruthless actions reveal her to be a ruthless person, absolutely ruthless. She dares to summon a max-level diamond quality expert even in a student's territory. No wonder everyone is afraid of her. Interesting, very interesting indeed. I never expected you to be so powerful. Upon seeing how powerful Zhou Yan's territory was, Chu Luoyan immediately knew that Zhou Yan was the hidden number 1 in this newcomer trial. Unprecedented and unparalleled, the number 1 newcomer in the world is undoubtedly Zhou Yan. Chu Luoyan put away her smile and resumed her previous cold demeanor, but she had already set her sights on Zhou Yan and would definitely make more contact with him in the future. Zhou Yan is being targeted by a woman like this. His days are probably numbered. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yan saw that there were no more monsters outside the territory, and then said to Zhang Liang, "This trial is so difficult. I estimate that not many people will be able to pass. Let's send out 100,000 soldiers to search for them." "Yes," Zhang Liang nodded in reply. Then Zhou Yan said to Jin Yi, "Let's go out and see what we've found." "Okay," Jin Yi replied quickly. So Zhou Yan said to Jiao Chan and the others, "You don't need to go out. I'll lead the soldiers out myself this time." It was just a trial at the academy, and they weren't particularly interested, so they returned to their secluded training room to continue their cultivation or went to the martial arts training space to practice their martial arts. Zhou Yan led a cavalry force of 1,000 men, and Tian and Lu Li also came out of the seclusion room and naturally followed Zhou Yan out. As for the others, Zhou Yan only called out Wu Song, Yin Qixia, and Zhang Wuji. He told the others to lead their soldiers out. Thus, the soldiers in Zhou Yan's territory finally began to explore beyond the territory. However, the students were stunned once again when they saw the troops emerging from the territory. "Look, Zhou Yan's soldiers are coming out. Holy crap, so many cavalry. Holy crap, just how many cavalry has Zhou Yan assembled? Look, these mounts aren't even war horses. They're far more powerful than war horses. My God, have you noticed? These are all cavalry, and they all have mounts. How much money must have been spent to assemble so many cavalry? This is terrifying. He's so rich. Is he really in our year? I feel like we're on completely different levels from him." Alas, It's truly our misfortune that such a monstrous person would appear in our class. Alas, even the mentors exchanged shocked glances. They could accept such a vast territory, even with hundreds of thousands of troops. But you have 100,000 cavalrymen. A full 100,000 cavalrymen. Even for ordinary war horses, 100,000 war horses is no small number. Zhou Yan's soldiers were not ordinary warriors. They were all mounted on various powerful vehicles. They were speechless at the sheer scale of his power. With Zhou Yan's strength, he could easily roam the Lord continent without any pressure at all. Chapter 527. The background is very simple. Zhou Yan had already gathered a fairly complete picture of the situation outside his territory through reconnaissance aircraft. There were indeed still quite a few monsters outside, as well as many opportunities. The Ziwei Academy has indeed prepared a lot of good things for Zhou Yan and his group for this trial. Zhou Yan is now leading 1,000 cavalrymen toward the first destination, which is not far from him, only 2 kilometers away. As for his soldiers, they also set off in groups of 1,000. Within a 2-kilometer radius, very close to the territory, there was a medicinal herb growing on the ground. However, as they approached, a level 50 dark gold quality boss suddenly appeared beside them. Oh, so every treasure is guarded by monsters. Zhou Yan immediately understood the triggering conditions. Zhou Yan didn't even need to lift a finger. As soon as Tian saw the monster, he flew over, unleashed a powerful burst of light, and clenched his fist to attack it. Bang! The monster was instantly killed by Dark Sky. A level 50 Dark Gold boss was no match for a top-tier powerhouse like Dark Sky. The soldiers went forward to collect the monster's corpse, and also picked the spiritual herb. Zhou Yan then moved on to the next location. Wow, instant kill. This was a level 50 Dark Gold boss, and it was taken down in an instant. That's incredible. Everyone was quite surprised, looking at the person next to Zhou Yan, but after thinking about it, it was normal for someone like Zhou Yan to have several powerful people by his side. After all, many people have had their families assign several powerful bodyguards to their territory for their own protection, and they assumed that Zhou Yan was in the same situation. Everyone was amazed by Zhou Yan's luck, seeing that he had made a profit so quickly. Little did they know, these places containing treasures had already been discovered. It was just that no one would pay attention to those things the size of mosquitoes. Zhou Yan dispatched 100,000 soldiers, but the camera only showed Zhou Yan. If they pulled up the footage of all the soldiers under Zhou Yan, they would find that they were all heading out to explore with a specific purpose. They numbered anywhere from 1,000 to a couple of hundred, searching everywhere for treasures, and soon discovered various items scattered outside. Each item is guarded by one, or even a group of, monsters. The better the item, the stronger the monster guarding it. These things were all different, but their purpose was very clear. They shone brightly and fell to the ground, waiting for the students to find them. Moreover, some hidden places in the forest also yielded results. Many people found numerous boxes containing all sorts of treasures. Zhou Yan was on a plain, but more than 100 kilometers away was a forest. The plains offered no cover, making it easy to see everything. Zhou Yan and his men had already located several treasures. They were all miraculous medicines, and all of them were quite good, making the other students extremely envious. They all regretted not developing their territory better. Otherwise, they too could have sent soldiers out to search for treasures, just like the other students. Zhou Yan arrived at another location. According to the reconnaissance plane's footage, it was a box, but Zhou Yan had no idea what was inside. A moment later, Zhou Yan arrived at the location and began to approach. When they were about 300 meters away from the treasure chest, the monster appeared. Moreover, the monsters that appeared were not just one or two, but a whole group. Wow, so many monsters. Zhou Yan looked at the information on these monsters. Monster, Pulpli Yuan Rat Monster. Quality, Headgear. Race, Monster. Level, 54. Special features, Sharp teeth, capable of drilling. Description, a monster summoned by mysterious energy. It is extremely angry. Looking at the monsters that appeared, there were tens of thousands of them, and they were all level 50 or above, including many bosses of bronze, silver, and gold rank. Charge! Zhou Yan ordered his Great Han Iron Cavalry. Boom! Following the order, the soldiers quickly formed ranks and charged towards the monsters. Instantly, the earth rumbled, and only the scene of galloping iron cavalry could be seen. Zhou Yan, on the other hand, stood still, surveying the landscape and watching his soldiers charge into battle. The soldiers were incredibly powerful. Under the charge of these iron cavalry, the monsters were slain, trampled, and utterly destroyed. 10,000 monsters had no power to fight back against these 1,000 iron cavalry, and were all killed. After one charge, only a few thousand of these monsters remained. Their terrifying fighting power showed the other students what elite troops truly meant. Holy crap, those are 10,000 level 50-plus boss monsters. One charge took out 70% of them. What a powerful cavalry. Not a single soldier was injured or killed. These should be cavalry of S quality or higher. I feel like their gear is better than mine, damn. How much did that cost? The students were amazed by the fighting prowess of the cavalrymen, truly taken aback by the soldiers' display of strength. These soldiers were incredibly powerful. Their combat strength was terrifying. They wiped out tens of thousands of monsters in a single charge, and not a single soldier of their own was harmed. This was an unbelievable feat. How long have they been lords? It's only been a few months, and the combat effectiveness of other soldiers is simply incomparable to that of Zhou Yan's army. Even many mentors were quite surprised, never expecting that Zhou Yan would have such a powerful cavalry force under his command. Who exactly is this Zhou Yan? He's only been a lord for a few months, yet he's already made the territory's magic staff so powerful. It's unbelievable. Many mentors looked at Yang Junming, but he was also completely bewildered. He quickly said, "Why are you all looking at me? How would I know about this? Besides, this isn't something we can ask about. Have you all forgotten the style of our academy?" The style of Ziwei Academy can be summed up in one word: mystery. Isn't Zhou Yan very mysterious? This is your student. I don't believe you didn't inquire about his situation. The other professors all thought so. Tell us quickly. I'm really curious about his background, the mentors asked one after another. You really want to know? Yang Junming looked at them. I want to, but stop dawdling. Zhou Yan's background is very simple. Both his parents are deceased, and he lives alone. Yang Junming replied. Chapter 528, this is completely illogical. An orphan, Leng Yu was shocked when she heard Zhou Yan's background. It's hard to believe that Zhou Yan could be an orphan. This doesn't make any sense at all. If he were an orphan, how could Zhou Yan's territory be so powerful? Leng Yu was now filled with endless curiosity, and she felt it was best to ask Zhou Yan herself. Not a single tutor believed this to be true. They all felt it wasn't the case. Don't look at me. This is all I've found out, and that's Zhou Yan's situation. Everyone there can testify that Zhou Yan grew up alone, but his neighbors have been quite kind to him. Yang Junming did indeed personally inquire about Zhou Yan's affairs. As Zhou Yan's mentor, he could easily obtain this information. When he heard about these things, even he himself didn't believe it, let alone anyone else. To be able to develop such a large territory with no background or power is something that would seem suspicious to anyone. And it was unbelievable. They all felt that Zhou Yan must have a mysterious force helping him. Because it was hidden so well, Yang Junming couldn't find out. After hearing the results of Yang Junming's investigation, they all became curious about the mysterious Zhou Yan. A student like him couldn't possibly be without any power or influence. Developing such a large territory and building up so many soldiers, especially cavalry, is no small expense. Look at Zhou Yan's men. Aren't these soldiers equipped with diamond quality gear? One of the instructors had noticed this earlier, but wasn't sure. No way, 100,000 sets of diamond quality equipment? You must be joking. Many instructors couldn't believe it and looked at Zhou Yan's soldiers. They checked the other soldiers' information separately and then exclaimed, "Holy crap! How come these soldiers are all so strong in combat? Look at the strength of these soldiers. They're all so fast. The monsters here are no match for them. They're amazing. They took all the treasures around them, as if they knew where the treasures were. This must be some kind of treasure hunting ability. Look at the strength of Zhou Yan and his generals. They seem quite extraordinary, but it's a pity we can't see any specific information about them." The mentors were shocked once again. Zhou Yan's soldiers were not only powerful in combat, but also had excellent treasure hunting abilities. They left no stone unturned, taking away all the good stuff they could find. These monsters were no match for Zhou Yan's soldiers, and after the second wave of attacks, they were all wiped out. The soldiers began to collect the spoils of war, taking away all the monster corpses, leaving none behind, and cleaning the battlefield spotless. Zhou Yin then stepped forward and began to open the box. This box was placed by the Ziwei Academy and was not one of those boxes that dropped in the Lord Continent. I wonder what treasures might be hidden inside. Zhou Yin was very curious and immediately opened the box. After a flash of light, Zhou Yin saw that it was a B-quality building, and it was a barracks building. Not bad. The Academy even offers building-type rewards. It certainly didn't disappoint me. Zhou Yin was very satisfied and began to check the building's attributes. Building, heroic archer. Type, barracks. Quality B. Description, can be built within your territory. This is an archer's barracks building, and it looks pretty good. I just don't know what kind of building it can evolve into. Zhou Yin continued towards the next location, but he received a message from other soldiers asking if they had encountered other soldiers and whether they should eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin quickly replied, "We are all students of the trial grounds. There is no need to attack each other unless the other party attacks us first, in which case we don't need to be polite." Zhou Yin gave the order. After all, they were all classmates and there was no conflict between them, so there was no need to take action. After the generals understood the situation, none of them dared to clash with the other soldiers. The students' men were not so foolish as to fight with a group of cavalry. They would have to be out of their minds. Both sides left without any fighting taking place. Zhou Yin set off again toward the next treasure and soon arrived in the jungle. Once you get here, finding the treasure won't be so easy, because many of the treasures here are hidden very well and are not easy to find. Even reconnaissance planes would have a hard time discovering many of them. This location is not conducive to cavalry warfare, so Zhou Yin had everyone put away their mounts. Zhou Yin ordered everyone to search carefully, but Zhou Yan's spiritual perception was very strong, and he quickly sensed that there was a treasure on a tree. But Genie also sensed it there and said, "There's something in that tree, but it also hides a monster." You noticed it too? Zhou Yin was quite surprised, not expecting that Genie had also noticed it. "I can sense things hidden nearby. I judge them by the faint energy they release," Genie replied. Zhou Yin was genuinely surprised that Genie possessed such abilities, and he quickly said, "Not bad, not bad. Calling you here was the right choice." Zhou Yin leaped up to the tree, where a venomous snake, hidden in the shadows, immediately attacked him. Unfortunately, Genie transformed into a beam of light and charged towards the snake, tearing it in two with a single claw. Genie is capable of dealing with monsters of this level. Zhou Yin parted the branches and leaves and quickly discovered a treasure hidden there, but the item was not very high grade. It was just a pair of gold quality boots. Genie said, "The Academy only brought out something like this. It doesn't seem very good. It's not as useful as the spiritual medicine we obtained before." "Huh." Zhou Yin laughed and said, "Gold equipment is already pretty good. Of course, it's nothing to us, but these rewards are indeed quite good." Zhou Yin is rich and naturally has no shortage of equipment below diamond quality, but for other lords, it's already quite good if their soldiers have a set of gold equipment. As for higher level equipment, they can forget about it. Even Zhou Yin can only equip hundreds of thousands of diamond quality soldiers now. As for the 140,000 troops he summons later, they can only use platinum quality equipment. Diamond quality equipment is considered very high level. Even many lords can only wear such equipment. Zhou Yan's ability to equip over 300,000 troops is already quite formidable. Chapter 529, Black Demon Beast. Zhou Yin decided to split up with Jin Yi. Zhou Yin would lead a group eastward, while Tian and Lu Li would take Jin Yi and the others westward. This way, they could collect all the treasures in the forest. Under Zhou Yan's powerful mental strength, everything, whether it was on the trees, on the ground, or in the jungle, was collected by him. There were many kinds of these things: equipment, blueprints, elixirs, martial arts techniques, cultivation methods. But unfortunately, there was no special building he wanted. Zhou Yin also knew that special buildings were extremely rare, and he didn't know if the Academy had made one available. Although the things they were looking for were different, Zhou Yin was still very satisfied. Sometimes quite a few materials would appear. Although the quantity wasn't large, Zhou Yin thoroughly enjoyed the process of searching for treasures. Zhou Yin also discovered that not every treasure was guarded by a monster. Some items had no monsters guarding them at all. Those outside watched Zhou Yin continuously collect various rewards and were filled with envy. Zhou Yin reaped a great harvest, while the others, even if they found treasures, would need to spend a long time to defeat the monsters. However, these monsters were far too easy for Zhou Yin, posing no challenge whatsoever, which is why he was able to continuously acquire so many treasures. "My lord, a cave has been discovered ahead," a soldier reported. "A cave, huh? Let's go in and take a look." Places like this usually have hidden treasures inside, and Zhou Yin certainly wouldn't miss such a place. So Zhou Yin led his soldiers to release the levitation illumination orbs, illuminating the entire cave. Roar! A monster emerged from the heart of darkness and pounced on Zhou Yin, but was blocked by Wu Song, who then engaged the monster in a fierce battle. It's got some strength. It was able to fight Wu Song for so long. Zhou Yin checked the monster's attributes. Monster, Black Demon Beast. Quality, Dark Gold. Race, Monster. Level, 70. Special, Black Claw, Dark Attribute. Fangs, Berserk, Demonic Transformation. Description, prefers to live in darkness and enjoys nighttime activities. A level 70 Dark Gold boss. No wonder it could fight Wu Song for so long. Unfortunately, when faced with a group attack, the Black Beast began to retreat step by step and was beaten into submission by the crowd, and then began to unleash a series of attacks. The Black Beast unleashed streams of black energy from its mouth, attacking the group. "Behold my mighty tiger descending from the mountain." Wu Song transformed into a fierce tiger, tearing apart the energy, and then pounced on the Black Demon Beast, pinning it down firmly. Finally, the soldiers fired a volley of arrows, killing the Black Beast instantly. The Black Beast struggled for a while, but was eventually killed, and a golden treasure chest dropped, which was collected by the soldiers. "Be careful. This cave is very deep, and there should be quite a few monsters inside," Zhou Yin said. Yes. They slowly moved forward. Under his powerful mental perception, Zhou Yin sensed a lot of life fluctuations inside. Before long, many lights appeared in the darkness. These are the monster's eyes. They shine brightly in the darkness, like luminous pearls. The monsters emitted a howling sound, a prelude to an attack, and a way of displaying their strength. "Prepare," Zhou Yin shouted, and the soldiers took out their bows and arrows, aiming at the monster. With Zhou Yin's command, countless arrows attacked the monster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The monsters were incredibly resilient and tenacious. The arrows didn't kill them immediately after piercing their bodies. Given their large numbers, after the first few monsters were shot down, the remaining Black Beasts charged towards the soldiers. Watch this. Yin Xixia used a series of Taoist techniques, unleashing powerful attacks that sent the charging monsters flying. Zhang Wuji also used a series of powerful skills. After arriving in the territory, he not only learned more advanced techniques, but also acquired more skills. In addition, he changed to a top-tier profession, which enabled him to unleash even greater power. Fist-sized streams of spiritual energy emerged from Zhang Wuji's hands, blasting away the charging black demonic beasts and preventing them from advancing. Wu Song also stood at the front, kicking the black demon beast away with a punch and a kick. The black beasts tried to approach the soldiers, but they couldn't break through. The size of the cave entrance restricted their movement, and they were shot dead. The soldiers began to move forward step by step, and naturally, some soldiers would collect the dead black monsters. Zhou Yin unleashed a powerful spiritual force, sensing that there were even stronger monsters inside, and that there were indeed fluctuations of treasure within. However, there were quite a few monsters. They kept trying to break through, but Wu Song, Yin Xixia, and Zhang Wuji were very strong. Every time they flew out, they would be knocked back and then shot down by the soldiers behind them with arrows. Each of the dead black beasts was riddled with arrows and bled to death. These black beasts were all quite powerful, and the treasure chests they dropped were of very good quality. Not long after, Zhou Yin heard a huge roar coming from the cave. Upon hearing this sound, the black demon beasts all retreated back inside. "I suspect there's another big one inside," Yin Xixia said. "Is there any need to guess? Isn't it obvious?" Wu Song said. All right, let's go in and see for ourselves," Zhang Wuji said. "Pack up the spoils. Once you're done, go inside and take a look." Wu Song, Yin Xixia, and Zhang Wuji, the three of you go ahead. Zhou Yin began to give instructions. Yes. The group quickly began to tidy up, and after a while, the surrounding area was cleaned up. Wu Song, Yin Xixia, and Zhang Wuji walked cautiously at the front, ready to make a move at any time. When Emira Pearl rushed into a huge palace, everyone found that it was very large and full of monsters, all huddled together, baring their teeth at the soldiers. At the very end, they saw a massive black monster. Judging from its quality, it was an 80-level diamond quality black monster. This monster is quite strong, a level 80 diamond quality monster, Yan Qixia said. Based on the previous situation, the stronger the monster, the better the treasure it guards. Look, there's a treasure chest behind that monster. Zhang Wuji pointed to a chest behind the monster. Once we kill these monsters, we'll know what's inside. Wu Song activated his internal energy, transforming himself into a ferocious tiger. Chapter 530, Moonlight Bridge. The black monster before them, of diamond quality, was enormous, several times the size of the other monsters. Its fur was very bushy, and its entire body was black, giving it a violent and cruel appearance. Its eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. Roar! Not long after, the diamond-quality black monster roared and launched an attack on the group. They all opened their mouths and unleashed dark energy attacks on the soldiers. In a flash, Zhou Yin appeared before the crowd, then channeled his spiritual power to form a giant Tai Chi diagram, protecting all the soldiers. Knock, knock, knock! Streams of dark energy crashed into the Tai Chi shield, and then, under Zhou Yan's control, these energies were redirected back at the monsters at an even faster speed. Boom, boom, boom! Countless explosions rang out as the black demonic beasts were subjected to a frenzied attack, with many being blasted into the air. These black demonic beasts had all suffered the energy attacks they themselves had released. Outside the trial grounds, everyone was astonished. They hadn't expected such a scene to unfold. This was Zhou Yan's first move since leaving the territory, and it had surprised them greatly. This counterattack surprised many of them, making them realize that they must not use similar energy attacks when dealing with Zhou Yan in the future. The mentors were also surprised. This seemingly simple defense revealed just how strong Zhou Yan was. From the moment the attack was launched to the moment it was finished, everything happened in just over 10 seconds. However, they saw that Zhou Yan appeared in front of the soldiers as if he had teleported, and many people felt that Zhou Yan must have mastered a skill similar to teleportation. This skill is hard to describe, because they don't know what Zhou Yan's profession is yet. However, they were certain that the defensive counterattack Zhou Yan used was extremely powerful, likely an SSS quality or higher skill, and that Zhou Yan's cultivation level was also quite high. Kill. After Zhou Yan decimated the monsters, the soldiers fired arrows again. However, the space was now much larger, so after firing their arrows, they put them away, took out their weapons, and rushed forward to attack the monsters. Zhou Yan did not take any action, but stood there looking at the diamond-quality boss. With the strength of Zhang Wuji and the others, dealing with such a monster would not be a problem. Zhang Wuji, Yan Qixia, and Wu Song's target was the biggest boss. After seeing the boss blocked, Zhou Yan teleported and quickly arrived behind the boss, standing next to the treasure chest. Several black demonic beasts pounced on Zhou Yan, but Zhou Yan then waved his hand, and a gust of wind flew out, blasting all these monsters away with terrifying force, directly crashing into the stone wall, and thus instantly killing them. This shocked the other students once again. These monsters were all of high strength, level, and quality, yet Zhou Yan had killed them so easily. Zhou Yan is too strong. Can you guess what his current cultivation level is? Even when we face those monsters, it would take us about 10 minutes to kill them in a one-on-one situation, but Zhou Yan dealt with them with a wave of his hand. I realize that we are not on the same level at all. Is this the difference between demons and ordinary people? I feel like there's a huge gap between us. Even Yi Bufan of the Yi Clan Dragon King doesn't seem to be a match for Zhou Yan at all. Zhou Yan is extremely powerful. Although he has only made a few moves, his casual and nonchalant demeanor has already shown them his formidable strength. They compared themselves to Zhou Yan and realized that they were no match for him at all, and didn't even have the qualifications to be Zhou Yan's opponent. With his level of strength, he doesn't seem like an entry-level disciple at all. Even a true disciple would probably only be this good. Upon seeing this, the instructors exclaimed, with Zhou Yan's strength, he should be able to directly advance to the level of an inner disciple or higher. Everyone looked at Yang Junming and asked, with his strength, there seems to be no need for him to remain at the entry-level disciple stage. I've thought about this before, but the principal said it's better to let him study step by step. If he brings it up himself, then he can be promoted directly. Yang Junming answered, saying that he naturally knew Zhou Yan and that with Zhou Yan's strength, There was indeed no need for him to remain at the entry-level disciple stage, but it was all up to Zhou Yin to decide. After all, not having learned many basic things has had some impact on Zhou Yin. Ordinary people naturally cannot enjoy this kind of early promotion qualification, but for some people who are too outstanding, it is a different story. Someone as exceptionally talented as Zhou Yin is fully qualified to advance to a higher level. But Zhou Yin himself doesn't have such thoughts, so Yang Junming didn't say anything. After all, who wouldn't like a student of this caliber? Once this month ends, Yang Junming's scholarship will be substantial, likely several times higher than before. Who can blame him when Zhou Yin is so exceptional? He graduated from Zhou Yan's class, and although it wasn't directly related to him, he still benefited from his success. Look, Zhou Yin is about to open the treasure chest. I wonder what good stuff he'll get. I was actually more nervous than him, and I don't know why. Where did the monsters come from? They're so powerful. The loot must be pretty good. All the treasure chests here are the same, with no difference in quality, so they don't know what they can get from them. Just like others have said, the monsters here are so strong. The stuff here can't be too bad. With a flash of light, Zhou Yin saw something inside. As the treasure chest opened, something floated in the air. Not bad. Another building, and a bridge at that. Zhou Yin was very satisfied and opened the building's information to take a look. Architecture, Moonlight Bridge. Type bridge, quality S. Description, can be built within your territory. Not only Zhou Yin saw the building's attributes, but everyone else did too. It's an S-quality bridge, but bridges don't seem to be very useful. It's not very useful to us, but look at Zhou Yan's territory. There are only 2 bridges. It must be useful to him. That's true. His territory just happens to lack bridges. He was incredibly lucky to get the building he needed, and it was even a special building. Chapter 5:31 Behemoth. The others were right. Bridges might not be of much use to others, but they are very useful in Zhou Yan's territory. The territory outside the city is so large, but there are only 2 bridges, which has always been a source of frustration for Zhou Yin. However, bridges are a niche type of building, which is why he currently only has 2, and they're impossible to buy. Zhou Yin became even more excited about the other treasures within the trial, and began to take the initiative, attacking the surrounding monsters. Zhou Yin was incredibly strong and fast. With a single strike, he sent the monster flying, crashing into the stone wall and killing it instantly. This was only because he was holding back. Otherwise, if he had gone all out, the monster's entire body would probably have been shattered by his immense power. After all, the attributes he possesses now are truly terrifying, something that ordinary people cannot have. If he were to unleash his full power, he could truly be described as a humanoid behemoth. Seeing these monsters as if they were toys in Zhou Yan's hands, everyone once again realized his power. A few minutes later, Zhou Yin had wiped out all the monsters in the cave. Moreover, their achievement was that they defeated all the monsters without losing a single member. This strength left them speechless once again. Compared to other students, Zhou Yin and his group could only be described as completely dominating them. As time went on, many students encountered powerful monsters while exploring and were killed by them. Their death signifies the end of the trial. Moreover, as time went on, the monsters within the trial became increasingly powerful. This also means that they want to explore more treasures and will encounter more powerful monsters. Zhou Yin arrived at another place and saw a token floating in the air ahead, but he sensed danger all around him. Yushu raised his hand and said, "Stop." Everyone stopped. Zhou Yin casually took out a sword and then controlled the flying sword to fly forward. In an instant, countless hidden weapons flew out from all directions and attacked the sword. If one was not careful, the sword would surely be riddled with holes. As the flying sword moved forward, more and more hidden weapons appeared around it. After the flying sword had traversed a wave, the hidden weapons finally disappeared. In a while, there are not only monsters but also all kinds of traps and mechanisms waiting for them. If they're not careful at all times, they will definitely be attacked and killed. Zhou Yin stepped forward, picked up the token, and looked at its attributes, quite surprised. Item: Monster Summoning Order. Quality A. Description: when used within your territory, this summons a group of level 50 monsters to attack the territory for 1 hour. There's actually such a thing. Zhou Yin was very surprised. This was the first time he had ever seen such an item. This thing might not be of much use to others, but Zhou Yin quickly realized its value. This thing is absolutely amazing. It can generate a continuous stream of treasure chests, and you don't even need to search for monsters. They'll come to you willingly to die. I wonder if this kind of thing is sold in other worlds. If it is, that would be great. Zhou Yin immediately contacted Jin Sanyi and sent him the information about the token in his hand, asking him to collect it. Although Jin Sanyi was also surprised, not expecting such a thing to exist, he still had Xiaowei start searching. Unfortunately, no one in the Myriad Realms sold this thing. However, Xiaowei did find something with similar functions. Upon hearing this, Jin Sanyi immediately arranged for someone to purchase it. Another hour later, more and more students left the trial grounds because the monsters were too strong and many students were killed by them. In the trial grounds, fewer and fewer students remained, but this did not include Zhou Yin and his group. No matter how strong the monsters Zhou Yin encountered, he was able to kill them. His gains increased, and Zhou Yin also learned from other generals that they had also made great gains this time, with many people obtaining items such as monster summoning tokens. Zhou Yin thought that other classmates must have also obtained a lot of this stuff, and he had a bold idea. Another hour passed, and the monsters that appeared in the trial grounds each time had reached level 70 and were of very high quality. When they encountered such monsters, many students were killed and eliminated. In the end, only a few dozen students remained in the entire refining ground. They were also the strongest of all the students, but they all encountered trouble because they discovered that the monsters were level 80 and the lowest quality ones were bronze. Countless students led their soldiers in a flight, but they were no match for the monsters' pursuit. More than a dozen students will be eliminated, leaving only the last 18 students. Some students were cautious, knowing to check for danger before setting off, but when they saw treasure, they couldn't resist going to see what it was. However, with the appearance of monsters, they were no match for them and were wiped out. Of the last 6 students, apart from Yi Bufan and Zhou Yin, the others were unable to withstand the monsters' attacks. The monsters were simply too powerful. If only 1 or 2 appeared, they could use sheer numbers to eliminate them, but there were at least a dozen or so, and they simply couldn't withstand that. Although the monsters are getting stronger, the quality of their loot is also improving. Bai Qi even obtained an R-quality treasure, which made Zhou Yin very happy and filled him with even more information for the upcoming exploration. Lord, there are monsters ahead and treasures nearby. It must have been triggered by other soldiers, but they must have been killed, a soldier told Zhou Yin. Let's go take a look. Along the way, Zhou Yin also discovered quite a few monsters. They were all triggered by other people, but he was not strong enough, and they were all killed by the monsters. After all, the monsters nowadays are all level 80 or above. Unless you encounter a single one or several, it's very difficult for any student to deal with monsters of this level. However, Zhou Yin is different. He is powerful enough to handle even max-level monsters, let alone these monsters that have not reached diamond quality. Zhou Yin glanced at the information about the monsters in front of him. Monster, Behemoth. Quality, Platinum. Race, Behemoth. Level 90. Special, Defense, Strength, Critical Hit, Berserk. Description, from the continent of Behemoth, possessing immense power and formidable defense. This being will launch a terrifying attack against any enemy that intrudes into its territory. Chapter 532, 70 Heavens. I never expected it to be a monster like the Behemoth, and at a level of 90. Seeing this, it's not hard to understand why those people couldn't withstand it. Even if Zhou Yin encountered such a monster, he would still need to expend some effort. After all, it's a level 90 platinum boss, not someone that ordinary people can handle. Fortunately, there was only one monster, and the number of monsters was not very large, so Zhou Yin was able to deal with it easily. If there were too many monsters, Zhou Yin would have to find a way to eliminate them one by one. Zhou Yin and his group appeared in front of the Behemoth. Upon seeing the enemy, the Behemoth roared and then walked toward Zhou Yin and his group step by step. The Behemoth is strong and robust, standing over 10 meters tall. Its hide is highly protective, and with each step it takes, the ground trembles and leaves a footprint. Wu Song, Zhang Wuji, and Yin Xixia were the first to charge towards the Behemoth, attacking it from 3 different directions. Yin Xixia unleashed a series of sword energies, which struck the Behemoth, but were all blocked by its powerful defense. Bang! A giant fist came down towards Wu Song, but Wu Song transformed into a tiger 5 or 6 meters in size on his body and firmly grasped the Behemoth's fist. Boom! Zhang Wuji leaped up and arrived in front of the behemoth, releasing powerful bursts of energy. His fists flew like the wind, striking the behemoth's head fiercely, but none of them could inflict significant damage. The behemoth's other fist came down toward Zhang Wuji, but Zhang Wuji had already dodged it. Roar! The behemoth roared repeatedly, glaring at Zhou Yin and the others. It kicked Wu Song away and tried to step forward, but the soldiers fired a barrage of armor-piercing arrows. However, these arrows, though landing on the behemoth, could not completely pierce through it. The behemoth's defenses were so strong that even these highly penetrating armor-piercing arrows could not completely penetrate them. Roar! Instead, it angered the behemoth, which charged at the soldiers again, its eyes bloodshot and filled with savagery. It leaped up and flew toward Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin gave a cold laugh, then released a special wave. The behemoth, flying in midair, before it could leap into the group of soldiers, crashed to the ground like a boulder. Zhou Yin released a force of gravity, knocking the behemoth down from the sky and creating a huge crater. Gravity was still being released. The behemoth shook its head and then forced itself to stand up. Although the gravity had a great effect on it, the behemoth was now in a berserk state, and its various strengths had increased several times over. It approached Zhou Yin step by step, and Yin Qixia, Wu Song, and Zhang Wuji launched another attack on the behemoth. You guys shouldn't bother going up there. Your attacks won't break through its defenses at all. Ordinary soldiers are no match for this kind of monster. It can only be dealt with by powerful generals like them. Zhou Yin flew towards the behemoth, condensed a wisp of spiritual power, and then transformed it into a giant fist. A vast and ancient aura swept over him, as if the aura of the primordial era was rushing towards him. Everyone felt an immense, supreme pressure, a fear from the depths of their souls, and an unparalleled aura. Wu Song, Yin Qixia, and Zhang Wuji quickly moved away from the behemoth and hid to the side. Then they saw the fist charging fiercely towards the behemoth. Boom! The behemoth suffered a terrifying attack. Its entire body was sent flying by Zhou Yin, crashing into dozens of ancient trees before finally coming to a stop. Seeing the power of this punch, the people outside the trial grounds couldn't help but swallow hard. This was a level 90 dark gold boss, the behemoth, known as one of the most powerful beasts with unparalleled defense. Yet, it was sent flying over 100 meters away by Zhou Yin with a single move. They were all very surprised at just how far Zhou Yin's cultivation level had reached. At this moment, Zhou Yin did not unleash the yin-yang wings. He simply stood proudly in the void, hovering in midair, looking down at the behemoth below. He was exceptionally handsome, clad in magnificent and powerful armor that covered his entire body. The 70th heaven, someone shouted, and everyone looked at Zhou Yin in disbelief once again. At this moment, Zhou Yin was once again the center of attention. He has actually reached the 70th level of the heavenly realm. This is absolutely unbelievable. In just a few months, he reached a level that many people could not achieve in several years, or even more than a decade. What is a monster? Just look at Zhou Yin and you'll know what a prodigy he is. The behemoth on the ground was not dead. It struggled for a moment, then stood up again, its berserk rage in its eyes growing even more terrifying, and its attacks becoming even more powerful. Zhou Yin did not move. He simply stood in the void, pointed with one hand, and a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, transforming into a bolt as thick as an arm, which fell directly towards the behemoth. Vines appeared all around, wrapping around the behemoth, and a powerful gravitational force surged through the earth, causing it to cover the behemoth's legs. A dark orb of light attacked the behemoth's body. Boom, boom, boom. The behemoth suffered an unprecedented, devastating attack, having been subjected to attacks from almost every element before finally collapsing. There was no more sound. Zhou Yin simply stood in the void and casually launched a series of magical attacks on the behemoth, annihilating the giant beast. What exactly is Zhou Yin's profession? Is that Taoist magic or a mortal technique? Was that punch a martial arts skill? How is he able to use so many skills? He's too strong. He killed a powerful behemoth just like that. Wow, that's amazing. He's already reached the 70th level of cultivation. How did he cultivate like that? Countless people were amazed, countless people were surprised, countless people were guessing, and countless people were shocked. The news released by Zhou Yan had a huge impact on them. They never expected that Zhou Yan's strength would be so terrifying. His territory was so powerful, his soldiers so terrifying, and his own cultivation talent was so astonishing. The term chosen one might be used to describe someone like Zhou Yan. Looking at Zhou Yan's calm demeanor, everyone's feelings were very complicated. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 533, The Library. After Zhou Yan killed the behemoth, it was as if he had done something insignificant. In fact, this battle was just a normal operation for him. A level 90 platinum boss looks powerful, but it poses no threat to someone like Zhou Yan who has mastered countless skills. The main reason is that Zhou Yan has too many skills to restrict the behemoth. As long as the behemoth is restricted, fighting it is a piece of cake. What pressure is there in such a battle? That being said, how many people can learn various skills without any restrictions like Zhou Yan? In the entire Lord continent, there is only one Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan walked towards the treasure chest. Generally, where there is a treasure chest, the contents are usually not bad, but no one really knows what you can get from it. Zhou Yan stood in front of the treasure chest, and everyone else stared intently at it, waiting for him to open it. Zhou Yan finally opened the treasure chest, and then something appeared in front of him. Zhou Yan was quite surprised after looking at the item. He hadn't expected to acquire another building, and what's more, it was an R-quality building. Although this building is indeed a bit unusual, it is still a building. Zhou Yan quickly looked up the building's information. Architecture, library. Type, library. Quality R. Description, can be built within your territory. This is an estimated type of building. Its specific function will only be known after Zhou Yan builds and evolves it. Zhou Yan put it away with satisfaction, eagerly anticipating what kind of building he would evolve after the trial ended. Holy crap, it's an R-quality building. The academy is so generous. They even offer a building like this as a reward. It's just a pity it doesn't belong to us. Who can blame you for being so strong? Don't be jealous. They got it through their own hard work. Upon seeing this, everyone was stunned once again. How could it be another building? Zhou Yan's luck is just too good. No matter how envious they were, Zhou Yan had acquired such a building, and he had a full 100,000 soldiers. No one knew how many treasures Zhou Yan's other soldiers had obtained, because the entire trial grounds were basically occupied by Zhou Yan soldiers. As for the other students, they looked around and found that a few people were missing. Now, there were only Zhou Yan and Yi Bufan left. This surprised them greatly. They never expected that the two remaining people were both beginner disciples, while all of them, the outer disciples, had been eliminated. This year's newcomers are too strong. Everyone looked at Zhou Yan and Yi Bufan, who were still searching for treasures, with a sense of helplessness. This Yi Bufan is a member of the Yi Clan Dragon King family, so his strength is undeniable. In addition, he is the second place in this year's new Lord trial, which is enough to prove his strength. However, this Zhou Yan is really unexpected. His strength is so much greater than Yi Bufan's. We can't find any information about Zhou Yan's background, only superficial information, but that information looks too fake. Zhou Yan, I swear all of this is true. As the monsters reached level 90, even Yi Bufan was on the verge of collapse, as the soldiers had suffered heavy casualties. After all, monsters of such high level and quality require countless soldiers' lives to kill just one. On the other hand, although high-level monsters posed little threat to Zhou Yan, they were merely him. His soldiers and generals didn't have as many methods and strength as he did. As the monsters' levels increased, the soldiers had to gather together to fight them. However, these monsters were indeed very strong, and Zhou Yan's soldiers began to suffer casualties, which was inevitable. They would be eliminated sooner or later. Half an hour later, Yi Bufan was also eliminated. After he was eliminated, he looked at everyone and found that they were all looking at him with admiration and respect. Then Yi Bufan looked at the screen outside. Sure enough, Zhou Yan lasted much longer than him. He had expected this situation. They were quite surprised after seeing Zhou Yan's strength in dealing with those high-level monsters. Wow, how did Zhou Yan become so strong? Yi Bufan looked at Zhou Yan, who hadn't expended much strength to deal with these monsters, easily slaughtering them, and felt utterly speechless. Look at this guy isn't even human. Everyone's the same age, but the difference in strength is just too big. Luo Yushuang stared speechlessly at the scene above. Zhou Yan's strength has indeed exceeded our expectations. His gains this time have been enormous. Luckily, Zhou Yan is our friend, isn't he? Looking at the envious looks from those around me, I feel very proud. I find it strange that no one has accepted Zhou Yan as a true disciple, given his strength. It's probably not that he doesn't have it, but that the kid won't allow it, Yi Bufan guessed. During the trial, the quality of the monsters remained around level 90 diamond quality. Such monsters did indeed deplete Zhou Yan's troops, rapidly reducing his 100,000 soldiers to just his generals. However, once the monster reached the maximum level, Zhou Yan's generals were also swiftly eliminated. The monsters at max level are indeed very strong, not only in terms of level, but also in terms of their strength. They are very powerful and of good quality. These monsters are simply beyond the ability of Zhou Yan's soldiers and generals to withstand them. Zhou Yan also encountered a max-level monster, and he was quite lucky to encounter a max-level diamond quality monster. All the soldiers around him were wiped out by the monster. Even Wu Song, Yin Qixia, and Zhang Wuji were all killed by the monster's terrifying skill. This monster is extremely powerful. Apart from Zhou Yan, no one else can withstand it. The opponent's strength is indeed very strong. Even with Zhou Yan's methods, it is difficult to restrain this monster for long. Facing this max-level monster, Zhou Yan finally began to unleash his powerful combat strength. When he unleashes his full power, he can even defeat a powerhouse at the 90th level of the Heavenly Realm. The monster in front of us, a max-level diamond quality creature, has about this much combat power. Facing Zhou Yan, the monster is also using all its strength. Chapter 534, Cheating Openly and Honestly. Zhou Yan has many tricks up his sleeve. He can use all attribute magic abilities to create structures with incredible skill. Gravity restricts the opponent's speed, vines entangle the opponent's movement, and darkness shrouds the opponent's vision. If the opponent breaks through the dark barrier, a light spell will be cast to blind them. Then came the falling boulders, the attacks of ice, the strikes of lightning, and the onslaught of storms. The monster couldn't hit Zhou Yan at all, and could only passively take the beating. Zhou Yan also used various combination spells from time to time, such as lightning and fire spells, ice storm spells, and even created a mud pit combined with gravity spells to completely submerge the monster. In the end, all that could be seen was the monster struggling in the mud pit and finally suffocating to death. After the monster died, Zhou Yan pulled its corpse out of the mud and cleaned it with water magic before collecting the monster and the treasure chest it had dropped. He approached the box, opened it, and a token appeared before Zhou Yan, an RR quality hero summoning token. Zhou Yan was very satisfied. Zhou Yan continued walking towards the next treasure location. Now, he was the only one left in the entire trial grounds. All the soldiers he had sent out had been killed in action. But after seeing Zhou Yan's combat prowess, all the students fell silent. They had no idea what Zhou Yan's profession was. Zhou Yan's close combat skills were also quite good, but now, facing these powerful monsters, he only used all kinds of spells, and they were all attribute spells. The variety of spells was endless, leaving them dumbfounded. Normally, people can only change to one type of elemental magic when they change jobs, but Zhou Yan is strong in melee combat, and his magic has all attributes. What kind of job is he anyway? Even the mentors shook their heads. There are millions of professions in the Lord's world. How would they know what this profession is? They looked at Chu Luoyan. If Zhou Yan didn't come out, wouldn't this trial never end? But if Chu Luoyan wants Zhou Yan dead, how can Zhou Yan live? Chu Luoyan was determined to kill Zhou Yan, because the time was almost up and everyone else was waiting for him. So, Chu Luoyan started cheating. Moreover, it was an open and above-board cheating done without any attempt to hide it from the public. This is Chu Luoyan. She cheated. Does anyone have a problem with that? Step forward. She emitted a dazzling light directly in the direction Zhou Yan was heading, attracting him. Zhou Yan was naturally drawn to it. The thing looked extraordinary, and so Zhou Yan walked into the trap. Then, as Zhou Yan approached the treasure, he discovered that he was surrounded by hundreds of max-level, diamond-quality monsters. When Zhou Yan saw these monsters, he was completely stunned. Handakting, handakting. Zhou Yan immediately launched an attack, unleashing a group spell that sent meteors raining down from the sky. However, Zhou Yan was soon forced to flee, having no time to attack. Hundreds of powerful diamond-quality bosses, each with their own unique abilities and various magical powers. Ice, storms, vines, fire, gravity. How similar this situation is to him. Zhou Yan also unleashed a spell, attacking one of the monsters. The flames struck the monster, but this monster was immune to magical attacks, which left Zhou Yan completely stunned. Zhou Yan tried to escape using spatial magic, but found that the space itself was also imprisoned. Zhou Yan's face darkened. He had already guessed that this was a deliberate ploy to get him. As expected, he used all sorts of spells to target monsters before, but now, he's the one who's been imprisoned and bound, getting beaten up by various powerful bosses. Zhou Yan finally got to experience the monster treatment he had previously beaten up. For some reason, the students were actually quite happy to see Zhou Yan get beaten up like that. In the end, Zhou Yan was destroyed by the terrifying energy unleashed by these monsters. All the students turned to look at Chu Luoyan without prior arrangement. If they couldn't see that she was being targeted so obviously, they would be idiots. However, they support Chu Luoyan. Well played. Well done. That was a really good fight. Zhou Yan appeared outside the trial grounds with a dark expression, then shouted at the edge of the slope, "A shady deal. A shady deal. The trial grounds are blatantly rigging things. I'm reporting this. I'm not having it. I protest." Everyone remained silent, watching Zhou Yan perform alone, blatantly ignoring his words. They knew this was aimed at Zhou Yan, but they still believed they were doing the right thing. Even Zhou Yan's best friend, Yi Bufan, thought that Chu Luoyan did a great job in killing Zhou Yan in the trial grounds. That's what makes you proud, what makes you persevere for so long, and what makes you so strong. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Yan himself was stunned. Chu Luoyan herself was stunned. Then, Chu Luoyan grabbed Zhou Yan's hair with lightning speed. She, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. Then everyone said, "The trial is over." Zhou Yan, Yamashita is plummeting. With a whoosh, Chu Luoyan grabbed Zhou Yan by the hair and left. Eburiwan, onaji, dashu. No shokakko hajime. No, do andara indo no. Ten. Do you think Zhou Yan will come back alive? A student asked curiously. He shouldn't die, one student said with some doubt. He's incredibly audacious. He even dared to take advantage of Elder Chu Luoyan and insult her like that. Zhou Yan had no idea that Chu Luoyan would appear in front of him. It was a complete accident. But he did take advantage of Elder Chu Luoyan. We were so close to kissing. We've already encountered the key point there, okay? Kid, are you looking for death? Aren't you afraid of being chopped up and fed to the dogs by Elder Chu Luoyan? The student who had just spoken was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth and cautiously looked around. Only after seeing that no one was around did he breathe a sigh of relief. The mentors looked at each other and then said, "I know nothing. What has happened?" "It's nothing. The trial is over, right? It's over. Everyone go home and do whatever you need to do." Chapter 535, Guanning, Iron Cavalry. Zhou Yan was subjected to inhumane torture. Although he resisted, unfortunately, Chu Luoyan's strength was too terrifying, and she struck first, using various items to restrict Zhou Yan's power, magic, and abilities. Chu Luoyan knew all of Zhou Yan's strengths perfectly, as if she had figured out all of Zhou Yan's secrets. With the preemptive strike, Zhou Yan was completely powerless to resist and could only be slaughtered at her mercy. Just one step away, and she was subjected to inhumane treatment. He's going to report this to the enforcement team. He's going to file a complaint that the elders are abusing people. When Zhou Yan reappeared alive, he was covered in wounds. He vowed to become stronger and get his revenge sooner or later. Their feud has escalated significantly. There has been no news from the outside world. Rather than saying they don't, it's more accurate to say they dare not say it. Damn it, Chu Luoyan doesn't care who you are. Anyone who dares to spread this is asking for death. This was the first time Zhou Yan had been treated like this. What had he done wrong? He's just a little too talented, and his skills are slightly better than others in his age group. People in the same age group. You're only a tiny bit taller? Zhou Yan was very patient. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. Fortunately, he's not a gentleman, so it won't take 10 years. A year or two should be enough. But the prerequisite is to thoroughly investigate Chu Luoyan before we can take revenge. Back at the villa, Zhou Yan immediately sent Yang Junming a message. "I need to ask for leave." Upon seeing this message, Yang Junming was finally relieved. As long as he wasn't dead, that was good. He quickly replied, "Good." Zhou Yin didn't say how long he was taking leave, and Yang Junming didn't ask either. People outside couldn't contact Zhou Yin because he had turned off his communication functions. After returning to his territory, Zhou Yin went to the secluded cultivation room, took some pills, and began cultivating to recover from his injuries. This injury was nothing to Zhou Yin. He was stronger than a cockroach. He was just angry. After finishing his cultivation, Zhou Yin came out of the territory again and spoke with Bai Qi and Zhang Liang. Then, Zhou Yin teleported his territory back to where he had been before and began collecting wood. Zhou Yin was reluctant to leave because the timber was of such high grade. Zhang Liang once again dispatched lumberjacks to cut down trees and also sent 100,000 people out to hunt monsters. As for the others, they were to cultivate and train in their territory. Zhou Yin then arrived in the territory and began constructing buildings. He acquired quite a few powerful buildings this time and casually picked one out. Building, Rifle Battalion. Type, Barracks. Quality, SSS. Description, can be built within your territory. This building wasn't created by Zhou Yin, but by Xie Xian during the trial. In the Ziwei Academy's trial grounds, the items placed in the boxes are fixed, and there is no such thing as good or bad luck. Zhou Yin was naturally very happy that Xie Xian was able to open such a high-level barracks. Territory notification. Build a cavalry battalion. The cavalry battalion will evolve into the Guanning Iron Cavalry. It's actually the Guanning Iron Cavalry. Zhou Yin was quite surprised. It was this army. There was an old saying in the Ming army. The Jurchens are not to be fought if they are less than 10,000 or more. But this myth was broken by a scholar named Yuan Chenghuan. Because at that time, the Ming dynasty implemented a weak system of civil officials leading troops, but it was just lucky that it encountered Yuan Chenghuan, an unparalleled military genius. In the Battle of Ningyuan, 10,000 remnants of the Guanning cavalry defeated 130,000 Manchu cavalry. However, that was a defensive battle, and many people did not take it seriously. But in the Battle of Ningjin, the Guanning cavalry truly defeated the Manchu 8 banners in open field battle. The Liaodong army numbered only 70,000, yet it forged the Ningjin defense line, which left the Manchus helpless. Later, when the Manchus invaded Beijing via Mongolia, the Guanning cavalry rushed to the rescue overnight. 9,000 cavalrymen managed to hold off 100,000 8-banner troops outside Beijing. Although the victory was somewhat lucky, it was enough to demonstrate the powerful fighting ability of the Guanning cavalry. If Emperor Chongzhen had trusted his men, the recovery of Liaodong within 5 years would not have been impossible. If the Ming dynasty had given Yuan Chenghuan enough time to expand his army at that time, he would have forged an invincible army. Ironically, this loyal general ultimately met his end by being executed by slow slicing, thus completely extinguishing the last wise and brave general of the Ming dynasty. Moreover, this army is quite unique as it is equipped with modern firearms. Zhou Yin had witnessed the power of the enemy's spearmen before, but because firearms were not very powerful on the Kanglan continent, they were only about as powerful as specialized archers. In terms of technology, the power of items related to fantasy, cultivation, magic, martial arts, and magic is actually equivalent. It just depends on which direction the territory is developing. Each territory develops according to individual preferences or the types of buildings added, but Zhou Yan's territory does not have this problem. Zhou Yan's territory can amplify everything within it, whether it's races or various buildings. The amplification effect is the same for all. Zhou Yan's territory appears to be very complex, but this is actually a characteristic of his territory. After all, his territory is quite unique. Where all races coexist, there is no distinction between high and low races, and each race can live in peace. Because everyone summoned by Zhou Yan is 100% loyal, and none of them have any ulterior motives, which is the most precious thing. Zhou Yan looked at the barracks, which also had its own unique characteristics. Zhou Yan went directly to the barracks and began upgrading it. The first 20 levels of the Guanning Iron Cavalry use ordinary wood, stone, and spirit coins. After level 20, they need Xian Iron Stone, and Zhou Yan's territory even has 8-star Xian Iron Stone. Therefore, Zhou Yan directly upgraded the level of this territory to level 80. After the upgrade was completed, the entire barracks became much larger. After all, it was a level 80 barracks, so it was naturally quite extraordinary. Architecture, Guanning, Iron Cavalry. Level, 80, required for leveling up. Quality, RRR. Attribute, each 3,000 soul coins consumed summons one Guanning, Iron Cavalryman. Current maximum number of cavalrymen, 0, 100, 000. Special Attribute 1, increases cavalry speed. Special Attribute 2, increases the overall combat power. Special Attribute 3, increases all attributes of all characters. Special Attribute 4, increases damage to all enemies. Special Attribute 5, increases the defense of all allies. Special Attribute 6, increases damage from firearms. Special Attribute 7, increases the range of firearms. Special Attribute 8, reduces damage taken by soldiers. Zhou Yin was delighted after seeing the attributes of his cavalry unit. He was determined to develop this cavalry into a special army that was effective at both close and long range. Chapter 536, Weapon Selection. Zhou Yin then began summoning soldiers. 100,000 Guanning Iron Cavalry could be summoned with just 300 million soul coins, but Zhou Yin still hoped to summon a few powerful generals as well. In particular, there was the military general named Yuan Chenghuan, who was also a talent similar to Chen Qingji and was almost buried by the history of the Qing dynasty. Guanning Iron Cavalry Notification. Soul coins minus 3,000, summon 1, Guanning Iron Cavalry Soldier. Guanning Iron Cavalry Notification. Soul coins minus 3,000, summon 1, Guanning Iron Cavalry Soldier. Guanning Iron Cavalry Notification. Soul coins minus 3,000, summon 1, Guanning Iron Cavalry Hero Zudaso. Damn, it's this kind of trash. Zhou Yin didn't like this guy very much, but he was still a hero. Even if he was third-rate, he was still better than an ordinary soldier. Zhou Yin continued to summon. Guanning Iron Cavalry Notification. Soul coins minus Korintohat. Summon one, Guanning Iron Cavalry Hero Ma Silong. Zhou Yin wasn't very familiar with this guy, but he knew that he was also a famous general in the late Ming dynasty, only slightly inferior to Yuan Chenghuan. Guanning Iron Cavalry Notification. Soul coins minus 3,000, summon 1, Guanning Iron Cavalry Hero Sun Qingzong. Sun Qingzong was a good man. He was loyal, and it is said that Yuan Chenghuan and Ma Shilong were both trained by him. When he was defending the city, it was breached by the Qing army, and he eventually hanged himself. Guanning Iron Cavalry Notification. Soul coins minus 3,000, summon 1, Guanning Iron Cavalry Hero Yuan Chenghuan. Finally, it's been summoned. Zhou Yin was very satisfied after hearing the name. He knew it. With 100,000 slots, how could it not be summoned? Entrusting this army to Yuan Chenghuan was naturally the best choice, and only he could maximize its potential. From now on, the Guanning Iron Army will be under your command. You must train them well. Zhou Yin said to Yuan Chenghuan. Yes, Your Excellency, I will certainly live up to your expectations. Yuan Chenghuan replied. Zhou Yin then summoned 100,000 Guanning Iron Army soldiers, raised their levels to 50, and then left the rest to Zhang Liang. However, these 100,000 soldiers not only need to be trained in close combat, but also need to be specially trained in long-range shooting. Moreover, they were no longer using those old-fashioned firearms. Zhou Yin said to Jin Sanyi, go and buy a batch of suitable firearms. They must be powerful and have a long range. Then, Jin Sanyi asked, what exactly do you want, and how much do you need? There are 100,000 soldiers to use, and you can buy different weapons separately, such as Gatling guns, heavy machine guns, and other large and powerful weapons. Zhou Yin imagined what it would be like to see 100,000 Guanning Iron Cavalry riding their mounts and carrying Gatling guns, firing at the enemy. Of course, this does not mean that firearms can always defeat the enemy. It mainly depends on the quality of the weapons, the soldiers using them, and the commanders. These kinds of firearms are completely useless against Go soldiers like the underworld Go soldiers. Moreover, if the Guanning Iron Cavalry were to actually use firearms against the Qin Black Armor Army, their chances of winning wouldn't be very high. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Qin Black Armor Army uses bows and arrows and is therefore no match for the Guanning Iron Cavalry. The firearms in this world are not very powerful, but once arrows are imbued with spiritual energy, their power becomes extremely strong. Moreover, the Qin Black Armor Army possesses dozens of types of arrows, and their power is undeniable once used. Jin Sanyi quickly said to Zhou Yin, "Lord, I have found a weapon that does not require reloading, but it consumes the soldier's spiritual power, and there are many different types, but I do not know which one you specifically need." "Wait for me." Zhou Yin thought for a moment, then found Yuan Chonghuan and took him to the multiverse virtual mall, where Yuan Chonghuan could personally select a suitable weapon. Yuan Chonghuan was very surprised, not expecting there to be so many kinds of weapons. However, he also said that these weapons needed to be tested one by one to see their effectiveness on the battlefield. Zhou Yin immediately ordered Jin Sanyi to send people to buy 100 of each type of weapon, and then purchase them in bulk when the type was suitable. Anyway, the transaction can be left to Jin Sanyi to handle. He only needs to see the goods. After the weapon issue was resolved, Zhou Yin instructed Yuan Chonghuan to leave behind a group of people, saying that it wouldn't be too late for them to change jobs once the weapons were confirmed. Subsequently, Zhou Yin ordered Zhang Liang that the dragon cavalry in the territory could begin preparations, instructing him to arrange for the men of each legion to be ready and then hand over the list to him. As for the soldiers who go out, we can reserve some slots for them later. All the legions were naturally overjoyed upon hearing this news. Thus, the territory began careful preparations. Since each legion had 5,000 slots, 12 legions could form a 60,000-strong dragoon force. As for the barracks established after the Guanning Iron Cavalry, Zhou Yin will make arrangements for them later. After making these arrangements, Zhou Yin first told Zhang Liang that he was going to use the monster summoning token to attack the territory. Item: Monster Summoning Order. Quality A. Description: when used within your territory, this summons a group of level 50 monsters to attack the territory for 1 hour. This thing is a good thing, a free territory soul coin. He has already asked Yi Bufan to help him buy some from other students, but he is not sure how many he can buy. He acquired quite a few items during the trials at Ziwei Academy, including several of them of S quality or higher. After instructing Zhang Liang, he will naturally inform the other people in the territory. There is no need for him to handle this matter. After finishing, Zhou Yin immediately began using the monster summoning token. The monster summoning token transformed into a beam of light and shot into the sky. Soon after, Zhou Yin sensed monsters appearing in all directions of the territory. These monsters are only level 50. There's nothing to worry about. Zhou Yin ignored the monster siege. The people in the territory, upon hearing that the monsters were summoned using an item used by their lord, naturally paid no attention to it. The soldiers went about their business as usual, showing no concern whatsoever that these monsters might be able to breach the territory's defensive towers. Zhou Yin then presented yet another building. Building: Heroic Archer. Type: Barracks. Quality B. Description: can be built within your territory. Chapter 537, The Heavenly Library. Territory notification: build the Hero Archer, and the Hero Archer will evolve into the Elf Archer. Zhou Yin looked at the unique tree-shaped barracks in front of him and felt it was very strange. He never expected that such a barracks could be evolved. Looking at this barracks, it's just an S-quality barracks, which is relatively low quality. But he had some other barracks left over from before, but he just didn't want them. So Zhou Yin took out the barracks he had previously looked down on after its evolution, and then upgraded the quality of this Elf Archer to SSS quality. Elves are a flying unit and natural-born archers, so Zhou Yin would naturally keep them. After the Elf Archer's barracks reaches level 20, it requires elf wood to upgrade. Zhou Yin has plenty of this kind of wood, as he has always maintained contact with people in the elf realm. Zhou Yin directly upgraded the barracks to level 80. Building: Elf Archer. Level: 80, required for leveling up. Quality: SSS, required for upgrade. Attribute: 1 Elf Archer can be summoned for every 1,500 soul coins consumed. Current player limit: 0, 100, 000. Special Attribute 1. Increases the Pokemon's flight speed. Special Attribute 2. Increases the Pokemon's battle power. Special Attribute 3. Increases all of the spirit's attributes. Special Attribute 4. Increases spirit damage. Special Attribute 5. Increases the Pokemon's defense. Special Attribute 6. Increases spirit damage. Special Attribute 7. Increases the range of your Pokemon attacks. Special Attribute 8. Reduces the damage received by the Pokemon. Zhou Yin then began summoning Elven Archers. Elf Archer Notification. Soul coins minus 1500, Zumon elf archer elf queen Imara. Zhou Yin was quite surprised. He hadn't expected to summon the elf queen on the very first summon. Looking at the summoning ritual before him, he saw a fruit fall from the book, and then in a flash of light, it transformed into a beautiful woman with a slender figure and a pair of transparent wings as thin as cicada wings. Especially her ears, which were pointed and looked very cute, and she was also very pretty. But Zhou Yin had seen many beautiful women. Emera greets the Lord. Emera said to Zhou Yin. From now on, you will lead the entire elf archers, Zhou Yin said. Yes, Amelia replied. Zhou Yin then summoned 100,000 elf archers. These elves included both female and male elves, but female elves made up 2/3 of the total. Looking at a group of beautiful and charming girls, they were quite a sight to behold, at least pleasing to the eye. From then on, with the addition of these elves, the territory became much more lively. Zhang Liang also upgraded the elves to level 50 and then arranged everything for them afterward. After that, Zhou Yin built many more buildings, all of which belonged to the territory, so he didn't bother with them anymore. Finally, Zhou Yin presented another building. Architecture, library. Type, library. Quality R. Description, can be built within your territory. This building is also the highest quality building he has obtained this time. As for what kind of building this building can evolve into, Zhou Yan's concubine is also looking forward to it. Territory notification. Build the library, which will evolve into the Heaven and Earth Library. The Heavenly Library? Zhou Yan looked at the huge courtyard in front of him. Inside was a round, tower-shaped building, which surprised him greatly. He wondered what the function of this building was. The building gave Zhou Yin a very mysterious feeling. It was transcendent and mysterious, carrying an ancient and desolate aura. Zhou Yin curiously examined the building's functions. Architecture, Heaven and Earth Library. Level, 1, required for upgrade. Quality, special attribute, records all events that have occurred in the world. One event can be viewed each day. Description, a transcendent library existing between heaven and earth, recording all the mysteries of the universe. There is no secret unknown to this place. It possesses the ability to conceal itself, transcending the entire great Tao of the world. No one can discover its location, and its territory is also indisputably undetectable. Wow, that's amazing. Zhou Yin was shocked when he saw the building's capabilities. It could actually access information about everything that was happening in the world. How incredible was that? This first attribute completely shocked Zhou Yin. Furthermore, this building possesses a kind of hidden skill, and it is even a hidden path ability transcending the great Tao of the world, which is extremely terrifying. His territory already had several buildings for hiding various reconnaissance activities, and now another one has arrived, which seems to be even more powerful than the previous ones. It felt like all the architectural masters had come to Zhou Yan's territory, creating a sense of various mysterious architectural styles clashing with each other. However, the attributes of this building are truly amazing. Doesn't that mean that you can find the answer to anything you don't understand here? Doesn't that mean you know everything? Zhou Yin looked at what was needed to upgrade the building, but he discovered that the building actually required luck to upgrade. This was the first time he had ever seen such bizarre upgrade materials. Upgrading it by consuming luck is enough to prove how unique this building is. The more unusual the building, the greater the surprise it brings him after the upgrade. Zhou Yin checked his Purple Star Emperor level and was surprised to find that the building had already reached level 53. This building is meant to gather fortune, and now that he has consumed his fortune, it's unknown whether it will affect the building. Luck is a difficult thing to define in terms of its specific effects. You might say it doesn't exist, but Zhou Yin feels it does influence many things. If you say it does exist, it's something that's truly invisible and intangible. Zhou Yin decided to upgrade the Heaven and Earth Library anyway. Territory notification. Consuming 20 points of luck, the Heaven and Earth Library level has been upgraded to level 2. Territory notification. Consuming 30 points of luck, the Heaven and Earth Library level has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification. Consuming 40 points of luck, the Heaven and Earth Library level has been upgraded to level 4. As Zhou Yin upgraded, he observed the changes in the Ziwei Imperial Star and found that the Ziwei Imperial Star remained unchanged. Zhou Yin still vaguely sensed that it wasn't that the Ziwei Emperor star hadn't changed. It was just that the amount of luck consumed was too small to affect the Ziwei Emperor star S level. Zhou Yin continued to upgrade and discovered that the further he progressed in the Heaven and Earth Library, the more luck he needed. Chapter 538, The Book Spirit. Territory Notification. Consuming 400,000 points of luck, the Heaven and Earth Library level has been increased to level 43. Territory Notification. Consuming 500,000 points of luck, the Heaven and Earth Library level has been increased to level 44. Territory Notification. Consuming 600,000 points of luck, the Heaven and Earth Library level has been increased to level 45. After Zhou Yin raised the level of the Heaven and Earth Library to level 45, the level of the Purple Star Emperor finally changed, dropping from level 52 to level 51. This shows that the Ziwei Emperor star is indeed affected after the luck decreases. The Purple Star Emperor represents the fortune level of the entire territory. The higher the level of this building, the greater the benefits to the territory and to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin decided to upgrade the Heaven and Earth Library to level 51st. Territory Notification. Consuming 1.1 million points of luck, the Heaven and Earth Library level has been increased to level 50. After Zhou Yin raised the level of the Heaven and Earth Library to level 50, he also discovered that the level of the Purple Star Emperor had also dropped to level 50. This balances things out, and Zhou Yin feels that it's enough. He doesn't want to lower the level of Ziwei Emperor Star too much. After the Heaven and Earth Library is upgraded to level 50, it also gains 4 more attributes, and the entire building does not look any different. Of course, the exterior doesn't look much different, but the internal changes are significant. The Heaven and Earth Library is filled with a peculiar atmosphere that puts people in a very peaceful state of mind. It feels like there is never any restlessness or anxiety here. This building certainly possesses many unknown attributes, but these attributes will not be revealed, because these attributes are merely incidental to this building. 4 new circular tower-shaped buildings have been added, each with a different function. Architecture. Heaven and Earth Library. Level 50, required for leveling up. Quality. Special Attribute 1. Records all events that have occurred in the world. 1 event can be viewed each day. Special Attribute 2. The user can freely view the specific location of various materials once per day. Special Attribute 3. Can freely view the specific locations of various treasures once per day. Special Attribute 4. Can freely view the locations of various spiritual treasures of heaven and earth once per day. Special Attribute 5. Can freely view the specific locations of various mythical beasts once per day. Description. A transcendent library existing between heaven and earth, recording all the mysteries of a universe. There is no secret unknown to this place. It possesses the ability to conceal itself, transcending the entire great Tao of the world. No one can discover its location, and its territory is also indisputably undetectable. This building is indeed very powerful. Although each ability can only be accessed once, Zhou Yin doesn't need to check the source of so many things every day. This Heaven and Earth Library is practically a bugged building. However, he already has too many bugged buildings in his territory, so one more won't make a difference. Zhou Yin thought about it and realized that since this building was so amazing, it would be a real shame not to make good use of it. So he thought of the material and went into the Heaven and Earth Library. This building also has spatial attributes. It doesn't look big from the outside, but it is very large inside, with independent spaces. Each circular building is far apart from the others. Moreover, each circular building has its own courtyard, and each courtyard has many rooms, gardens, ponds, pavilions, and so on, making it look like a mountain resort. Zhou Yin walked to the second circular building, which was labeled Materials Library, and contained books listing the locations of various materials. Each circular building has its own name. The Library of All Things, the Library of Materials, the Library of Spiritual Treasures, the Library of Spiritual Essence, and the Library of Mythical Beasts. 5 more buildings will definitely appear later, but it's unknown what kind of libraries they will be. Zhou Yin entered the Materials Library and saw that it was filled with golden light and flying books everywhere. Just as Zhou Yin was about to speak, a book appeared in front of him and said, "You must be the current owner of the Heaven and Earth Library. If you have any questions, just ask me." Zhou Yin was very surprised. He never expected that a book could talk. It really surprised him. Are you a book? Zhou Yin asked curiously. To be precise, we are all book spirits, each in charge of knowledge in different fields. We know everything that appears in the world. Isn't that amazing? The book spirit replied. You guys? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin immediately understood that there were similar book spirits inside the other buildings as well. We have a total of 10 book spirits. The leader is the book spirit of all things, and I am the book spirit of materials. As for the other book spirits, you will know when you meet them. As the spirit of the material book spoke, it looked at Zhou Yin. Although it had no eyes or feet, Zhou Yin felt as if it was watching him. 34. Since you're a book spirit, do you know how long you have existed? 34. Zhou Yin was very curious. Time is just a passing cloud to us. We exist between heaven and earth, and we have no concept of time. We are not living beings, and we do not have what you humans call birth, old age, sickness, death, love, hate, affection, and enmity. The spirit of the material floated around in front of Zhou Yin while talking. You know quite a lot. Aren't you the spirit of materials? How come you know so much about us humans? Zhou Yin was genuinely curious. 34. Does that even need an explanation? It's because we live long. The material book spirit replied. Zhou Yin still couldn't refute this, because the other person really did live a long time. Although they are book spirits, none of them know how long they have existed. There's nothing we 10 brothers don't know, but we also have our principles. You can only ask us one thing a day, the spirit of the material book said. Zhou Yin nodded, then asked, I want to know the exact location of the 9-star spirit stone. 9-star spirit stones, right? All right. Upon hearing this, the material book spirit immediately opened the book, and then all the books in the entire library began to spin rapidly. Before long, a book appeared in front of Zhou Yin. This book records the locations of all the 9-star spirit stones. Take your time to find them. I need to rest. I won't wake up until tomorrow. After saying that, the spirit of the material book fell silent and floated in the air as if it were asleep. Chapter 539, Because I'm a Boss. Zhou Yin looked at the thick book and felt his head spin. Damn it, I just asked for some information, and you gave me such a thick book. How long am I supposed to search for it? Zhou Yin was speechless and started looking through it. Turning to the first page, it shows the location of the materials where the 9-star spirit stones are located, and there's even a specific map and coordinates, which is quite clear. This made Zhou Yin think that the building was indeed quite good, and if you wanted to learn more about it, you could find a lot of information about it directly. Zhou Yin then took a look and found that the location of each 9-star spirit stone was at a certain coordinate on the Lord continent. As long as he dug according to the coordinate, he could find it. However, besides these coordinates, Zhou Yin later discovered that it also recorded the locations of the 9-star spirit stones in other worlds, which left Zhou Yin stunned. Wow, this book of heaven and earth is amazing. Could have marked the coordinates of all the 9-star spirit stones in every world. Zhou Yin also discovered that these coordinates were located in places that had not been excavated, while those places that had been excavated were not recorded. Currently, Zhou Yin can only operate within the Lord continent. As for other worlds, Zhou Yin believes he has a way to go there. Otherwise, why would this building display the coordinates of so many worlds? Also, his multiverse virtual mall wouldn't exist at all. Zhou Yin currently has no intention of going to other worlds. He hasn't even left the Kanglan continent yet, and there are still so many places on the entire Lord continent that he hasn't explored. What would be the point of going to other worlds? It's mainly because it's unnecessary. Zhou Yin thought to himself that he couldn't let go of the opportunity to ask questions every day. He had finally upgraded the building, so he had to ask some valuable questions. So Zhou Yin went to the Lingbao library again. After going inside, he found that it was similar to the materials library with the same buildings. There was also a book spirit that said to Zhou Yin, "You're here. Ask whatever you want. I'll go to sleep after you're done." The spirit of this magical book had a lazy voice, sounding like it hadn't woken up yet. "Do you book spirits also need to sleep?" Zhou Yin asked, puzzled. "You asked a question, and we need to expend a lot of energy to find the answer for you. How can we replenish our energy if we don't sleep?" Lingbao book spirit replied. "So after living this long, is this all you've got?" Zhou Yin was very puzzled by them. "We are not like you. We're just book spirits. We cannot cultivate, nor will we die, unless the heaven and earth library is destroyed, we will always be like this and will never be able to leave this place, the spirit book replied. In that sense, they are quite pitiful, destined to spend their entire lives as book spirits here. Although they will not disappear, they can only help find the answers they know. Don't you want to go out and take a look? Zhou asked. Why go out and see? For us book spirits, we are always immersed in the world. There is nothing in the world that we don't know. We love this kind of life, Ling Bao book spirit replied. That makes sense when you think about it. Zhou Yin is a human, while they are not human at all, just book spirits. It's like asking a pig, don't you want to eat beef? Every living being has its own preferred way of life and its own unique way of surviving. So Zhou Yin asked, you are the spirit of the spirit treasure book, so you must know where there are unclaimed buildings, right? I only want those buildings of S quality or higher. Ling Bao Shuling replied directly, these questions are not my responsibility. Architecture is not Ling Bao's concern. Then who should we ask this question? Zhou Yin asked, you should ask our boss. He's the all-knowing book spirit. The spirit treasure book spirit replied. Then can you tell me the whereabouts of a spiritual treasure? Preferably one that's closest to me, and its quality must be at least a spiritual artifact, Zhou Yin asked. Of course, just wait. The spirit of the book quickly opened its own book, and then all the books in the entire building were opened at the same time. Not long after, a piece of paper appeared in front of Zhou Yin. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Ling Bao Shuling fell asleep. Zhou Yin looked at the markings above, which were his current coordinates, while the coordinates of the treasure were a full 1,000 kilometers away from him. It doesn't say what this magical treasure is, it only tells him the location of the nearest magical treasure. Zhou Yin felt it necessary to send a team to investigate, so he opened the communication interface and said to Zhang Liang, send a team to investigate this place. We might find something. You mentioned a harvest. What is the Lord looking for? Zhang Liang asked curiously. There should be a treasure of spiritual artifact or higher there. This is information I obtained through the newly constructed building, and it should be correct, Zhou Yin replied. Okay, I'll send a team over to check it out right away, Zhang Liang replied. Afterwards, Zhou Yin returned to the Spirit Essence Library and inquired about the spiritual treasures closest to the territory, which had to be of grade 6 or higher. Afterwards, the Spirit Essence Book Spirit also gave Zhou Yin a coordinate. If it weren't for the fact that he could only ask about one thing, Zhou Yin would have liked to ask about all the hidden spirit essences in the territory. Unfortunately, with only one question per day, you can only ask about one thing. The material book spirit was a bit different. It immediately revealed all the unclaimed materials when asked. Zhou Yin finally arrived at the Universal Library. After entering, he was surprised to see a creature that looked like a little elf. This little elf is only the size of a palm. Looks like a decrepit old man, with a white beard, human features, and a very old appearance. You've finally arrived, the old man said. Are you the book spirit of all things? Zhou Yin asked. That's right, I'm the book spirit of all things. The book spirit of all things replied. Why can't other book spirits take human form, but you can? Zhou Yin asked curiously. Because I'm the boss. The book spirit's answer was simple and direct, leaving Zhou Yin speechless. Zhou Yin didn't waste any words and asked directly, do you know where there are any unclaimed buildings of S quality or higher, preferably ones that haven't been discovered yet? Are there any specific requirements? For example, is it the type of barracks, defensive tower, or support? The book spirit asked. No, anything is fine, Zhou Yin replied. Then I can only tell you one thing, the book spirit replied. Okay, Zhou Yin nodded. Then, the book spirit waved her hand, and a slip of paper landed in front of Zhou Yin, saying, all right, you can go now. Zhou Yin held the paper, then looked at the old man and asked, don't you need to rest? Because I'm the boss, I'm different from them, the book spirit replied. Okay, the boss is pretty awesome and strong, so he doesn't need a rest. Chapter 540, The Book of Mythical Beasts. Zhou Yin looked at the location of the unclaimed building and quickly realized that it was quite far away. However, there were coordinates on it, and he would need to teleport the entire territory there to find it. Zhou Yin put it away first, and then sent the coordinates of the spiritual essence to Zhang Liang, asking him to send someone to check it out. There was one more book of exotic beasts left, but Zhou Yin didn't have any exotic beasts he was looking for, so he ignored it. After Zhou Yin came out of the Heaven and Earth Library, the monster attack outside the territory had ended. Zhou Yin simply handed over the monster summoning token to Zhang Liang, and used it directly after the monster attack ended. Anyway, these are all free treasure chests, and you can get a lot of soul coins in an hour. Zhou Yin then went outside the South City Wall and took out the last building. Architecture, Moonlight Bridge. Type bridge, quality S. Description, can be built within your territory. Zhou Yin clicked to start building. Territory notification, build the Moonlight Bridge, which will evolve into the Moon Goddess Bridge. A crescent-shaped bridge spans the entire moat, bathed in a hazy moonlight, giving it a rather mysterious appearance. Zhou Yin began leveling up. After level 20, he needed moonstones to continue leveling up. Zhou Yin looked at his territory. The highest level he possessed was a 7-star moonstone, so upgrading wouldn't be a problem. After the upgrade was completed, Zhou Yin checked the attributes of the Moonlight Bridge. Architecture, Luna Bridge. Level, 80, required for leveling up. Quality, RRR. Special Attribute 1. Those who leave the territory via the bridge will receive the blessing of the Moon Goddess. Special Attribute 2. Those who leave the territory via the bridge will receive the Moon Goddess's blessing of agility. Special Attribute 3. Those who leave the territory via the bridge will receive the Moon Goddess's blessing. Special Attribute 4. Those who leave the territory via the bridge receive the spiritual blessing of the Moon Goddess. Special Attribute 5. Those who leave the territory via the bridge will receive the Moon Goddess's protective blessing. Special Attribute 6. Those who leave the territory via the bridge receive an additional attack bonus from the Moon Goddess. Special Attribute 7. Those who leave the territory via the bridge receive an additional defense bonus from the Moon Goddess. Description. Legend has it that this is a bridge leading to the Moon Goddess. Each bridge has different attributes. The territory is just one bridge away from having 4 exits. Zhou Yin controlled the Great Wall and set up a city gate at the south gate as well. Monsters reappeared outside the territory, but they were still firmly blocked outside and unable to enter. Zhou Yin returned to the Heavenly Emperor's palace and found Diao Chan and Zhunmi there. He asked, "Where are you going?" "I heard the Lord is planning to form a dragon cavalry, and all the Guanghan fairies are clamoring for mounts too." Diao Chan replied helplessly to Zhunmi. "The dragons are indeed not suitable for them to ride. They are all girls. What would they do with those dragons? But since they want to mount, there are ways to do so." At this moment, Zhou Yin realized what the purpose of the Beast Library in the Heaven and Earth Library was. It was essentially a locator for finding monsters. "Oh, do you have a good mount for the Moon Fairy to use?" Diao Chan asked. "Come on, I'll take you to see a place." Zhou Yin held one person's hand in each of his hands and led them to the Heaven and Earth Library. "This is a newly built building, isn't it?" The two women asked curiously, looking at the names on it. "This building isn't all books, is it?" "Yes and no. Their functions are much stronger than ordinary books. We can come here to find answers to any questions we don't understand, and we can also come here to ask for anything we need. However, we can only ask 5 questions now, and each question must be different." Zhou Yin briefly explained to the two women, and then led them inside. This building also has spatial attributes. I feel that this place is so peculiar. It's like my mind has calmed down. This place is really quite unique. As soon as Diao Chan and Zhunmi entered, they immediately sensed that this building was different from others. This building now has 5 libraries: the General Knowledge Library, the Materials Library, the Spirit Treasure Library, the Spirit Essence Library, and the Exotic Beast Library. You can ask 1 question in 1 library each day. I only have 1 question left to ask in the Exotic Beast Library. Zhou Yin led Diao Chan and Zhunmi deep into the final section of the Mythical Beast Library, and then went inside. "I thought you weren't coming today." You brought 2 people with you." "No matter how many people come, I can only answer 1 question each day," the Mythical Beast Spirit said, floating in the air. "So this is the book Spirit? It looks quite surprising. I wonder how it speaks," Diao Chan said with great curiosity. "Can't you transform in a human form?" Zhumi asked. "Why do you want to take human form?" "I am a book spirit, not a human." "Why do you think human form is so beautiful?" "In my opinion, you're not even as good looking as a book." The strange beast book spirit had quite a temper. It was even a little angry. This piqued Diao Chan and Zhunmi's curiosity. They hadn't expected that, apart from their different appearance, the book spirit's personality was almost identical to that of a human. "Alright, enough with the chit-chat. I want to ask if there are any flying monsters, level 80 or above, preferably mounts suitable for women to ride." Of course, It would be even better if the mount's strength or abilities were also quite good. I'm only asking about those within the territory of the Lord Continent. Zhou Yin expressed his needs and believed that the book spirit would be able to help him obtain a good mount. Well, although you have many requests, there is no beast in this world that the beast book spirit, do not know. You just wait. After the beast book spirit finished speaking, it quickly opened its books, and all the books in the beast book pavilion began to rotate. Finally, a small book appeared in front of Zhou Yin. It's much better than the previous 2 book pavilions. At least it doesn't just give you a piece of paper. I need to rest now. Ask me any questions tomorrow. After saying this, the beast spirit, like the other spirits, fell into a deep sleep. Is this what it will do after it has searched for what we want to know? Diao Chan playfully took the book that the book spirit had transformed into and flipped through it, only to find that it was all blank. It seems it really is asleep, Zhami said. Let's go. There are a lot of coordinates for the mounts we need here, but now is not the time to catch them. Zhou Yin left the beast library with the books. Chapter 541, Forming the Flying Dragon Legion. What mounts are recorded here? Diao Chan asked curiously as she approached Zhou Yin and looked at the information about exotic beasts in the book. Zhami also came to Zhou Yin's other side, her eyes also looking at the information on it. This is a strange beast called the flower butterfly, and it also provides all the information about this beast. It's quite comprehensive. I didn't expect that there are so many places with this kind of beast throughout the entire Lord Continent. Zhou Yin had thought there were many kinds of strange beasts here, but he found that there was only one kind. It was just that their coordinates were not in the same place. This was normal. After all, the entire Lord Continent was so big that it was perfectly normal for them to live in multiple places. Should we go and catch these butterflies now? Diao Chan asked. Shaking his head, Zhou Yin said, No. Now is not the time to capture them. The timber here hasn't been harvested yet, and there are still many soldiers outside. We'll have to wait a while. Besides, this kind of beast may not be suitable as a mount. We can take this time to ask more questions about mounts, and it won't be too late to make a move after we have compared them. Zhou Yin also had his own thoughts. These flower butterflies were quite capable, but they were too slow. If they were too slow, they would be easily attacked. I think these flowers and butterflies are quite beautiful. I'm sure many people will like them, Diao Chan said. I like it quite a bit too, Zhami replied. We'll talk about it later. Right now, it's more important to recruit more lumberjacks. Zhou Yin led the 2 women back to the Hall of Heroes and took out a hero summoning token. The hero summoning token can summon all sorts of talents in this place. Zhou Yin urgently needs more lumberjacks, so he used it to summon them directly. Zhou Yin summoned a total of 5,000 SSS quality lumberjacks, 500 R quality lumberjacks, 100 RR quality lumberjacks, and 10 RRR quality lumberjacks. Then they raised their level to 30, and then Zhang Liang escorted them out to cut down trees. Zhang Liang needed to wait until the monster's attack time was up before he could escort them out, and Zhou Yin naturally agreed. With these lumberjacks, the problem of supplying this large area of timber should be solved soon. Afterwards, Zhou Yin said, Would you like to go and see the current battles between the various legions? Okay, let's go take a look. The 2 women readily agreed. Soldiers from all legions are now working hard for the dragon mount, as they will be among the first to own a flying mount, and naturally every soldier wants to compete for it. The way to compete was simple. Fight against other soldiers, and the 5,000 who won would be qualified to have flying mounts. Zhou Yin arrived first at the white-robed ghost soldiers' location where Chen Xingji was. When the soldiers outside saw Zhou Yin arrive, they quickly said, Lord, greetings to the 2 mistresses. I will go and report to General Chen Xingji. No need, I just came to take a look, it's nothing serious. After saying that, Zhou Yin led the 2 women into the barracks. Inside the barracks, the atmosphere was electric, with battles unfolding everywhere. Soldiers below the stage shouted encouragement and clapped their hands, their faces beaming with smiles. It's so lively. The 2 women looked at the various makeshift arenas, smiled at each other, and felt that it was very lively. It seems quite a few people have come to join the fun. Zhou Yin noticed that it wasn't just soldiers, but also other people from the territory who had come to watch the soldiers fight. They included blacksmiths, people in charge of spirit fields, fish ponds, and livestock farming, as well as many fairy maidens from the Moon Palace, all of whom seemed quite happy watching. It seemed someone had spotted Zhou Yin, and they quickly said, The Lord has come too. The Lord has come to see us. Sure enough, countless soldiers surrounded him. leaving Zhou Yin feeling quite helpless. He should have changed his appearance if he had known. Seeing the soldiers' admiring looks, Zhou Yin said to them, "I'm just here to watch the fun. Don't worry about me. Those who want to continue the competition, continue the competition." Yes. Upon hearing that their lord had arrived, the soldiers fought even harder, all wanting to leave a good impression on Zhou Yin and hoping to win and eventually become one of the Dragon Knights. Not long after, Chun Qingji arrived and said to Zhou Yin, "Lord, you've arrived." Nodding, Zhou Yin said, "It seems the soldiers are very enthusiastic. They all want to obtain flying mounts, so they're naturally working hard. Would the Lord like to visit my camp?" Chun Qingji inquired. "All right, it's been a long time since I've come to do an inspection, so let's take a look around." Zhou Yin only comes when summoned. He's never really looked around each barracks carefully. Now that he has some time, he might as well take a look. As they walked, Zhou Yin inquired about the situation in Chun Qingji's territory, asking him if he had any thoughts or requests. Chun Qingji had no other requests and was very satisfied with everything in the territory. After Zhou Yin finished his tour, he took Jiao Chan and Zhenmi to visit other camps. It wasn't until evening that Zhou Yin took the two women back to the Heavenly Emperor's palace. As for what they did, what could they do with the lights off? In the days that followed, Zhou Yin stayed within his territory every day, and he would go to the Heaven and Earth Library every day to inquire about what he needed. The selection process for the Flying Dragon Legion quickly came to an end, with each of the 12 legions selecting 5,000 soldiers. Zhou Yin began selecting the legion commander. Zhou Yin thought about this matter carefully for a long time and finally decided that Bai Qi would personally take command. In any case, with Meng Ao in charge of the entire Qin Black Armor Army, he didn't need to do too much. In fact, Meng Tian's various abilities are also very strong, but Zhou Yin does not have any other suitable legions for him to command at the moment. However, in the future, Meng Tian will definitely be able to lead an army on his own. Zhou Yin would definitely not let such gold be tarnished. Therefore, appointing Meng Tian as Bai Qi's deputy general was a prestigious position for the Flying Dragon Cavalry, a role that most people couldn't even dream of. Meng Tian was also very happy. After all, he was the second most important person in the entire Flying Dragon Cavalry after Bai Qi. Besides Meng Tian, Zhou Yin also sent several other people to Bai Qi, including Wei Yixiao, Xiao Sai, and Jian Wei. 5,000 soldiers were selected from the 12 legions. As for the other legions, we'll talk about them later. For now, these 60,000 men will become a surprise force in the territory. As for the training of the Flying Dragon Legion, Zhou Yin consulted a lot of information and then handed it over to Bai Qi and the others to study together to see if there was anything suitable. If there was, then they would start training directly. Chapter 542, The Flying Dragon Legion, is completed. Zhang Liang, Bai Qi, and the others decided to give it a try. Since the territory outside was so vast, there were plenty of places to train. Zhou Yin also provided guidance during the training of the Flying Dragon Legion. Now that all the generals and personnel of the Flying Dragon Legion are ready, let's start training directly. First, we'll select the Flying Dragon mounts. Since we have many kinds of Flying Dragon mounts, I've decided to select 6 kinds from each of the 60,000 Flying Dragon mounts. As for these 6 types of dragon mounts, I've already decided that we'll assemble one with the fastest flight speed, one with the strongest endurance, one with the greatest load capacity, one with the strongest defense, one with the strongest attack, and one for reconnaissance. Such a Flying Dragon Legion, when coordinated, would be absolutely invincible and become a nightmare for the enemy. Zhou Yin said, expressing his thoughts. Bai Qi and the others naturally agreed. They all thought Zhou Yan's arrangement was correct, and that changes could be made later based on the actual situation. Based on the characteristics of each legion and the characteristics of the Flying Dragon, Zhou Yin began to select generals such as Bai Qi, Zhang Liang, and Meng Tian. They captured many kinds of dragon mounts, but if we're talking about the fastest dragon, it would undoubtedly be the Gale Dragon, as this sub-dragon is indeed very fast. If it weren't for the help of Li Chungang and Zhao Xuansu, both at the terrestrial and mortal level, they probably wouldn't have been able to catch them, which shows how fast these sub-dragons are. Therefore, Zhou Yin decided to use 5,000 of the original Great Han Iron Cavalry and 5,000 Wudong Flying Army soldiers, selecting the fastest swift wind dragon, to form a rapid-moving flying cavalry. As for the general, Meng Tian would personally command them. Subsequently, Zhou Yin chose to use 5,000 of the original Spartan heavy infantry and 5,000 soldiers of the Tianzi Xuanjia army, and selected the four-winged dragons with the strongest endurance to form an endurance flying cavalry, with Jian Wei serving as the general. Zhou Yin chose to use 5,000 of the original 10,000 demon soldiers and 5,000 orc warriors soldiers, selecting the most robust roaring dragon to form a flying cavalry, with Shaosai serving as the general. Zhou Yin chose to use 5,000 of the original trap camp soldiers and 5,000 white-robed ghost soldiers, and selected the ironclad flying dragons with the strongest defense to form a flying cavalry. As for the generals, Zhou Yin felt that one person was missing, so he directly transferred Zhang Wuji to the Flying Dragon Legion, and Zhang Wuji took on the role of general. Zhou Yin chose to use 5,000 of the original Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and 5,000 of the Great Qin Black Armor Army soldiers, along with a Lightning Spirit Dragon, which combines attack and speed to form an assault flying cavalry, with Bai Qi personally serving as the general. Zhou Yin chose to use 5,000 of the original Northern Army soldiers and 5,000 Underworld Ghost soldiers, and selected the strongest Shadow Flying Dragon to form a reconnaissance flying cavalry, with Wei Yixiao as the general. As for the other dragons, they will definitely be used later, but this is just a temporary arrangement. The entire Flying Legion was thus established, and this legion had no building bonuses whatsoever. It was entirely built by Zhou Yin himself. This is the beginning of Zhou Yan's efforts to build an air force. Once this air force is established, a second and a third air force will definitely be built in the future. Soldiers from the sea, land, and air all need to be prepared in order to face various environments at any time. Next, the formal training will begin. 60,000 soldiers marched in orderly formation toward the Green Spirit Grassland to choose their own dragon mounts. Sigh, they're finally going to choose their dragon mounts. I'm so envious. Keep up the good work. I heard that the Lord is planning a second Dragon Legion. I must join it then. Really? That's great. I must work hard. If we fail the first time, we absolutely cannot miss the second round. Let's all do our best. Looking at these 60,000 men, the other soldiers were very envious, but they were not as skilled as them and had no jealousy. They could only blame themselves for losing to others in battle, which allowed others to become members of the Flying Dragon Legion. Anyway, this is only the first Dragon Legion. They have heard that the Lord is going to form a second Dragon Legion. So many soldiers are working hard. They have the best resources and the best training environment. They don't even lack cultivation techniques and martial art skills. In addition, their aptitude is not low, all of which are S quality or above. As long as they work hard, becoming a strong person is an easy thing. After a long time, countless dragon riders flew out from the Green Spirit Grassland, riding their dragons and soaring freely over the territory. I'm still very small now, so I can't grow bigger. But once I become stronger, I'll be able to carry you through the sky, Jin Yi said, standing on Zhou Yan's shoulder. It's okay. I don't need you to carry me. I can fly by myself. Zhou Yin patted Jin Ye's little head. This little guy was under too much pressure. Fortunately, Zhou Yin often helped him to calm down. Otherwise, he would really become a silent and taciturn person. Zhou Yin flew out of the territory, while Bai Qi rode on Qiongqi and also flew out of the territory. Having just taken to the air, many soldiers were still getting used to it, and quite a few even fell off the flying dragons, which made many people laugh. Zhou Yin has already instructed the tailor Shui Lingyun to sew some equipment that will allow the soldiers to sit better on their flying dragon mounts. He believes it will be completed soon, and the 60,000 strong flying dragon army will be equipped with it. Once outside the territory, Bai Qi began formal training. His training was extremely rigorous, and he even said that anyone who failed to meet the requirements would be kicked out of the Flying Dragon Legion. They were all selected through rigorous competitions, and no one wanted to be eliminated, so every soldier took training very seriously. Zhou Yin also gave a speech. He stood on top of the soldiers and said, "Each of you soldiers has received a flying dragon mount. What I want to tell you here is not to treat them as mounts, but as partners, as comrades in arms, as your best friends. Only when you treat them as your most trusted friends will they do their best to help you. They are your eternal friends and your eternal comrades in arms. We will fight alongside you, from the Lord Continent all the way to the God Realm. Do you understand? Listen carefully." All the soldiers answered loudly after hearing Zhou Yan's words, and then they instantly understood what he meant. Previously, many soldiers simply regarded their dragon mounts as mere mounts. But at this moment, their mindset has changed. They will now regard their dragon mounts as partners, family, and friends. 34 Roar. 34. These dragons were of high level and naturally intelligent. They were deeply moved by Zhou Yan's words, and this was their way of responding to him and thanking him for his understanding. Chapter 543, OS's Actions. They are thanking you for your understanding and saying you are a good lord. Genie translated from the side. This is what I should do. Forcibly capturing them in the first place was a bit unethical. Besides, they are like you. They are our partners who will fight side by side in the future, and they are friends we can trust. Zhou Yan looked at Genie and spoke his mind. Genie was deeply moved, then flew up and shouted, the dragon's roar shaking the heavens and the earth. It was a 5-clawed golden dragon, a supreme being born with pure dragon blood. This dragon's roar caused all the flying dragon mounts to lower their proud heads, a sign of respect. At this moment, they were truly convinced. To be able to fight alongside the true dragon prince was the dream of all the sub-dragons. Zhou Yan nodded to Bai Qi and said, General Bai Qi, let's work together to make this dragon mount a nightmare for all the lords on the Lord continent. I will do my best to fulfill your dream, Bai Qi replied. No, it's not just my dream. It's the dream of all of us, Zhou Yan said. Bai Qi and the others laughed. It was their good fortune to meet a lord like Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan never treated them as subordinates, but as friends, and he never made them kneel. That kind of kneeling ceremony was long outdated. Now is the era of lords. Although there is a hierarchy among them, they should all be respected. Everyone, regardless of race or appearance, should be treated equally as a member of the territory. Training officially began. First, the soldiers needed to get familiar with riding their flying mounts, so there weren't many training requirements on the first day. The main goal was for the soldiers to get used to their dragon mounts and the feeling of flying. Zhou Yan also brought out a lot of materials, which contained various training videos for flying mounts, as well as many things to pay attention to. Zhou Yan and Bai Qi, among others, were greatly inspired by this. Instead of following other people's training methods, they selectively adopted different methods to find one that suited their own legion. And so, day after day passed, and Zhou Yan's flying legion got on track. Because the soldiers and their mounts worked together very well, and because the soldiers kept Zhou Yan's words in mind, they treated their mounts as partners and friends every day. Because of this, the training went very smoothly, and within 7 days, it achieved very good results. The soldiers were able to ride on the dragons skillfully and use bows and arrows to attack targets on the ground. Moreover, they can fly in neat rows and formations in the air, which is a very important advancement. Moreover, these dragons can now understand various commands and flags. As soon as they see a flag, they know what to do. Zhou Yan and the others were very pleased and began to adjust their training plan. Because each of the 6 Wyvern Rider units has its own unique characteristics, they all undergo flight training during training, which requires a long period of training to be effective. While Zhou Yan was training, Thorsis Rider OS, on the other side, had been keeping an eye on him ever since he reappeared in Zhou Yan's territory. However, OS did not take action. Instead, he continued to contact the mercenary lord with whom he had not yet made contact, and they finally arranged to meet the next day. On the day of the meeting, OS was full of confidence and met with the other party's leader, thinking it would be a pleasant transaction. However, after the meeting, the other party did not give OS much face. My name is Tony. I think Dahl should have told you that you came to me, because you've encountered a very difficult opponent. My request is simple. If you can find everything on this list for me, I will take care of your opponent. After Tony finished speaking, he handed OS a list of materials that he had prepared beforehand. OS seemed a little unhappy after hearing Tony's words, but he needed Tony's help now. In addition, OS had also asked around and found out that Tony was indeed a formidable figure, a well-known mercenary lord on the Lord Continent. Moreover, Tony has many strong men under his command, each of whom is a formidable character. The success rate of completing a mission is 95%. Although it's not 100%, this probability is quite good and ranks among the top in the entire Lord's mercenary group. However, when OS saw the list of materials, his expression immediately changed, and he stood up and said, Mr. Tony, aren't your requirements a bit too high? After listening, Tony smiled and said, Mr. OSS, you are a member of the Rider family. These things shouldn't mean much to someone of your birth, right? Could it be that, as the rumors say, your status in the Rider family isn't very high. Upon hearing this, OS looked very displeased, but knowing that Tony probably knew something about him, he swallowed back what he wanted to say. He then said, I can give you what's on here, but I can only give you half first. I'll pay you the other half after you complete the task. I hope you can make that damn bastard disappear from this world completely. Tony laughed and said, Believe me, this decision is definitely the wisest one you've ever made. I'll give you the things as soon as possible. I just want to know when you're going to make your move. OS asked, I'll take action as soon as you give me your stuff. Tony replied, 3 days. I hope you can make your move in 3 days. OS said, Let's wait until you've prepared everything. My reputation, Tony's reputation, is very reliable. Tony smiled and then left the territory. After Tony left, OS angrily smashed all the tables and chairs around him, cursing, Bastards! They all look down on me. However, it took OS 5 days to find half of the materials on Tony's list. He then immediately contacted Tony, who arrived in OS's territory the next day and agreed to take action against Zhou Yan's territory within 3 days. 3 days later, Tony arrived with his men and said to OS, Prepare the other half of the materials. I'll take care of your biggest problem. Then I look forward to your good news. Don't worry, as long as you can resolve that territory, I will offer you everything you need with both hands, OS said. Chapter 544, On the Eve of Preparation. Tony started to make his move, and he dispatched a large number of his team members, a group of more than a dozen people, heading toward Zhou Yan's territory, but all of this was captured on camera by the intelligent reconnaissance aircraft. The news was immediately relayed to Zhang Liang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang was surprised to learn that there were only a dozen or so people. It was absolutely impossible for these dozen or so people to pose a threat to the territory, but Zhang Liang still had Rin keep tracking them to see what they were up to. When a dozen or so people arrived at a distance of about 100 kilometers from the territory, they finally took action. They even brought out modern drones and began to head towards the territory. Upon seeing this, Zhang Liang immediately knew what these people were planning to do. Then I'll play along with you guys. Zhang Liang told Zhou Yin about this. After listening, Zhou Yin said, It seems that these people came prepared. They should be from the Kangling continent, and they are very likely lords. How about this? Send 100-man flying dragon legion over there. That's exactly what I was thinking. However, I think we should destroy their drones first, so they can't see our flying dragon legion, Zhang Liang suggested. The flying dragon legion is currently in the training phase, so let's conduct a full-scale reconnaissance of the airspace. If any flying creatures or drones are detected, destroy them all, Zhou Yin ordered. Therefore, Bai Qi dispatched squadrons of flying dragons to train outside his territory while also eliminating any flying creatures that pass by. Many of the birds on the Lord continent possess reconnaissance capabilities, making them useful reconnaissance tools for many people. That's why Zhou Yin issued the order to exterminate all the birds that flew by. As for reconnaissance aircraft the size of a mosquito like Zhou Yin wouldn't dare say there aren't any in the entire Lord continent, so it's best to proceed with caution. Zhou Yin had already discovered Tony and his group's movements and had even sent people to deal with them. Tony and his group, however, thought they had arrived at a place not far from Zhou Yan's territory without anyone noticing. They were indeed very cautious and did not act rashly. Instead, they used drones to scout ahead and proceed only after confirming it was safe. Unfortunately, they didn't know that all their actions were within Zhou Yan's territory. Not long after, a dragon flew overhead and destroyed Tony's drone with its claws. Upon seeing the drone destroyed, Tony exclaimed, Wait guys, our drone has been destroyed. Was it done by a flying monster from this area? Jason, a team member, asked. I don't know. We didn't see any trace of the enemy. They must have destroyed the drone from high altitude. They probably mistook our drone for prey. Tony watched the replay, but didn't see any signs of sabotage, which led him to speculate. Then let's be careful and send out a couple more drones to scout ahead. That way we can avoid these flying monsters in advance, Jason suggested. Let's do it this way. Tony then ordered his men to release 2 drones into the air. At that moment, they soon saw a huge flying dragon heading towards the drone. Damn, is that a dragon? Tony was very surprised, not expecting such a monster to appear here. How could such a monster appear here? Oh no, it's heading towards our drones again. Quickly fly the drone into the mountains and forests so it can't cause any damage. Unfortunately, The drone was no match for the dragon's speed and was quickly destroyed by its claws, turning into a pile of scrap metal. What do we do now? There's that dragon nearby. No matter how many drones we release, we're likely to become prey. Jason looked at Tony. Then let's deal with that dragon. We can't attack our enemy without knowing anything about it. We need to stay vigilant at all times. That bastard OSS thought I didn't know he mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops to deal with them, only to have them all wiped out. I'm not going to be as stupid as him and launch an attack. When Tony accepted the mission, he already knew that OS had dealt with Zhou Yan's territory. Otherwise, why would he ask them to take action? It was because they were no match for the opponent that he was asked to take action. Of course, if someone could handle something on their own, they wouldn't ask them for help. They're a group of mercenary lords who specialize in solving problems that other lords can't handle. Of course, getting them to help would come at a great cost, and this cost isn't just about money. For Tony and his team, money isn't the most important thing. They also need extremely valuable materials. Those materials are hard to find and difficult to buy. That's the price they need to pay. Tony and his crew were able to make a name for themselves on the Lord continent, which naturally meant they had powerful methods. The first thing they did was to investigate the enemy's approximate strength before taking any action. They don't act rashly. If they did, they'd definitely be a bunch of rookie mercenaries. Tony and his friends were absolutely right, but they didn't know that they had been under surveillance all along, and the one monitoring them was just a tiny, insignificant mosquito. Of course, Tony and his group were powerful, so these reconnaissance planes dared not approach them and could only observe their every move from a distance. Tony and his team released another drone, using it as bait to try and destroy the dragon. They were very confident in their abilities and had laid an ambush. Unfortunately, their every move was within the range of the reconnaissance aircraft, and Zhang Liang felt that these people were very strong and probably not easy to deal with. The Flying Dragon Legion of 100 men might not be able to handle them. Zhang Liang immediately ordered Hua Xiubing to lead the Great Han Iron Cavalry and Wei Qing to lead the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry towards that direction, and also ordered Wei Yixiao's Shadow Flying Dragon to rush there. Although the other side only had a dozen or so people, Zhang Liang felt that they were not that simple, and that he needed to be more cautious in his actions. Furthermore, Zhang Liang also ordered the other legions to assemble, ready to provide support at any time. Tony waited for a long time, but the dragon didn't come. Has that dragon already flown away? Jason asked. I always felt that the arrival of this dragon was very suspicious. I think the enemy must have discovered us, and that dragon must have been sent by the enemy. Tony thought about it carefully, and soon came up with an idea that surprised him. No way. We've been so careful the whole way. How did they find us? Jason and the others were quite surprised. They didn't expect their opponent to be so capable. Chapter 545, Demon Mercenaries. Having been in the Lord's continent for so long, Tony was still very vigilant. He immediately ordered, I think the enemy is preparing to attack us. We can't wait any longer. We should either leave this area and investigate from another direction, but I feel that this method is unlikely to work. We don't even know how our opponents discovered us this time, which proves that they have a very strong reconnaissance capability. We don't know how much preparation they made or how many people they sent, but since we're here, we can't just leave empty-handed. Jason nodded, then asked, should we summon our territory? Otherwise, when the enemy surrounds us, we might not even have time to escape. Tony nodded and said, we originally planned to find out the target's exact strength before taking action. But now we can only summon our territory and let our demon legion see just how strong the enemy really is. All right, let's start the summoning. Jason and the others, as mercenary lords, were naturally not afraid. They had come to regard the destruction of other people's territories as a hobby, something that excited them. Wait, our main objective this time is just to test the waters. So let's summon 3 lords first and be prepared to retreat at any time, Tony said again. Boss, aren't you being a little too cautious? Another team member, OK, said. No. Our enemy this time is not simple. The fact that they were able to wipe out hundreds of thousands of OS Alliance troops is enough to prove that their strength is not simple. I think the price I asked for is still too low. Tony's longevity and rise to become a renowned mercenary leader are largely due to his caution and prudence. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. Boss, how many people's territories are we planning to summon this time? Jason asked. Tony glanced at the dozen or so team members and said, let's make 3 this time, just Jason Oka, and Diana's territories. And bring this along too. Tony waved his hand, producing more than a dozen scrolls, which he handed to his team members. Jason glanced at it and said, "Boss, you've even prepared this. Isn't that a bit too cautious?" Others also felt the same way, wondering if it was necessary to be so cautious. My intuition tells me that the enemy we are facing this time is extremely powerful. We don't even know anything about the country's strength, specific military force, or territory, yet we have been discovered by them first. Believe me, this is going to be a very interesting battle. Tony is a very intelligent and cautious opponent. The high success rate of his team is basically due to his command. When the other team members heard what their leader said, they naturally chose to believe him. Jason, Oka, and Diana then took out an item and summoned their territory. As soon as the 3 territories descended from the sky, Zhang Liang received the news immediately. Knowing his intuition was correct, Zhang Liang ordered the various legions in his territory to begin assembling in the outer territories. Zhou Yin was aware of this as well, and said, "Bai Qi, our Flying Dragon Legion will not participate in this battle. We will wait until it is necessary to take action. I did not want to expose the Flying Dragon Legion in our territory." Bai Qi nodded and then said, "Will you be personally in charge this time?" Shaking his head, Zhou Yin said, "You can handle this kind of thing. I just need to know the result." Bai Qi nodded, then said to Meng Tan, "Meng Tan, the Flying Dragon Legion is temporarily under your command, and you must not appear on the battlefield. I will bring back Wei Yixiao's shadow flying cavalry." "Yes," Meng Tian nodded. Afterwards, Zhou Yin flew back to his territory, while Bai Qi rode his Qiongqi and began to rejoin the army. On the other side, Tony's Demon Mercenary Legion also summoned 3 territories, and Tony ordered each of the 3 territories to mobilize 20,000 troops. Jason's territory was filled with heavily armored cavalry, and their mounts were also extremely defensive, strong, and capable of carrying heavy loads. Ordinary arrows could not cause them any harm at all. They were all dressed in uniform dark gold suits, and even their mounts were armed with protective gear. Furthermore, the level of this cavalry was all around 80, and each soldier's cultivation level was around the 40th level. More importantly, their cavalry is of SSS quality, with significant bonuses for both territory and buildings. Another point is that this cavalry unit is composed of demon warriors, and demon cavalry are far more powerful than ordinary human cavalry. Okai's territory is inhabited by a group of infantrymen of the demon race, all dressed in full dark gold armor. However, 10,000 of the soldiers that Okai dispatched were heavily armored infantry, with formidable firepower. This barracks was of our quality and should not be underestimated. As for the other 10,000 soldiers, they are leather-armored infantrymen with fast movement speed, which can effectively pursue the enemy. This barracks is only an S-quality barracks, but very few people in the entire Lord continent can afford to equip such an army. As for Diana's territory, she is a female lord, and her territory is filled with ranged demon units, all of whom are shamans. However, her shamans are all top-tier RRR quality troops, with the strongest destructive power. This group of shamans can unleash terrifying power. Their weapons were all of platinum quality, while their armor was only of bronze quality. For a long-range army, these shamans only need to maintain sufficient offensive power. Nothing else is necessary. These shamans are all soldiers of level 80 or above, and their cultivation levels are all around the 50th level. Each of Tony's men developed their own unique type of soldier. Although they were all individually trained, their combined strength was immense. If Tony didn't have some strength, how could he have become a mercenary lord? This is only the territory of his 3 subordinates. The territories of others have not yet been summoned. However, Tony was indeed very cautious. This time, he only wanted to get a general idea of the strength of Zhou Yan's territory and did not intend to defeat Zhou Yan's soldiers in one fell swoop. After the soldiers assembled, they formed a battle formation and stood ready. They quickly established a defensive formation 3 kilometers in front of their territory, seemingly waiting for Zhou Yan to attack them. Chapter 546, Confrontation. Zhang Liang also left the territory and came out with the army. This time he felt that the opponent was much stronger than the OS alliance he had faced last time. Facing such a powerful opponent, Zhang Liang was also very much looking forward to it. The Demon Mercenary Legion had already dispatched soldiers from 3 territories, who were arrayed in battle formation and waiting for them. Zhang Liang naturally saw this through the reconnaissance aircraft's footage. After seeing the footage transmitted back by the reconnaissance plane, Zhang Liang knew that this enemy was extraordinary and very powerful. The stronger the opponent Zhang Liang faced, the more excited he became, because weak enemies simply did not arouse his interest in the slightest. Bai Qi quickly rode his Qiongqi to the army camp and met with Zhang Liang. General Bai Qi, it seems our enemy this time is quite formidable, Zhang Liang said to Bai Qi. I wonder if Minister Zhang Liang has any new battle plans? Bai Qi had also seen the enemy's troop types, formations, and races, and knew that this was no ordinary enemy. This enemy is not easy to deal with. I think we should only have one way. Zhang Liang looked at Bai Qi with a smile. A strong attack. Bai Qi seemed to have thought of Zhang Liang's method. The enemy's formation is clearly waiting for us to attack, and the arrangement in all aspects is very tight. It is obviously arranged by people who have been on the battlefield for a long time. Moreover, we don't know what other methods they have. I don't believe that they only have this many troops. Zhang Liang glanced at the screen on the reconnaissance plane and then spoke to Bai Qi. The enemy's territory is only 3 kilometers away from the outside, and we don't know anything about the situation there, as it's obscured by the black fog. So all we need to do is launch a strong attack. Although it's a direct assault, we must not underestimate the enemy's 20,000 strong shaman legion behind them. They are definitely waiting for our attack before unleashing their shamanic magic to bombard our soldiers. Therefore, among the legions in this attack, there must be one army to eliminate this army first. Zhang Liang made tactical arrangements based on the enemy's deployment. I think the Qin crossbows of the Qin Black Armor Army should be able to solve this problem, Bai Qi said. Marshal Bai Qi thinks the same way I do. If it weren't for the fact that the Flying Dragon Legion hasn't appeared yet, I think it would be the best choice to entrust this task to the Flying Dragon Legion. Zhang Liang also wanted to use the attack range advantage of the Qin Black Armor Army to restrain and strike the enemy's Shaman Legion, preventing it from posing a threat to the attacking soldiers. As they advanced, the two made strategic plans and soon came up with a concrete action plan. After a long time, Zhang Liang and Bai Qi led an army of 100,000 and arrived in front of the enemy. The enemy made no attack, nor did they send anyone out to fight, which showed that they were very cautious. This further convinced Zhang Liang that these enemies were not easy to deal with. The enemies were not arrogant at all. If they hadn't discovered him, they probably wouldn't have even thought of summoning their territory. Zhang Liang made arrangements for his troops and then confronted the enemy. Then, Zhang Liang looked at Bai Qi and asked, "What do you think, Marshal Bai Qi?" "This enemy is more interesting than the previous ones," Bai Qi replied. "It seems the Marshal already has a plan," Zhang Liang smiled. "Now that they're here, whether we can keep them here or not, we have to fight." Bai Qi began to give orders to the generals around him. "Qin Xiong, your subordinate is here." Qin Xiong rode out on his mount and clasped his hands in response. "I order you to lead the Tian Su Xianjiao army to attack from the front," Bai Qi said. "This subordinate obeys the order," Qin Xiong replied. "Wei Qing, Hua Tsubing," Bai Qi said again. Wei Qing and Hua Tsubing also rode out on their mounts and replied, "Your subordinates are here. You two are ready to strike from both flanks at any time. As for the timing, I think with your abilities, you should know when to strike," Bai Qi said, looking at the two generals, both of whom possessed outstanding military command skills. "We know," the two replied confidently. Bai Jian nodded and then said, "Meng Ao, your subordinate is here," Meng Ao replied. "Your mission is the most important. You must hold back the attack of those shamans. I think the enemy will not let you advance, so I will send another legion to block those enemy troops," Bai Qi said. "Meng Ao will certainly not disappoint the marshal," Meng Ao replied. Bai Qi then spoke up. "Longshan, your legion should be able to hold off those enemies, right?" Longshan stepped forward and said, "Marshal, rest assured, I will definitely not allow the enemy to affect General Meng Ao through me." Bai Qi nodded and said, "That's good. Meng Ao and Longshan, you two lead the troops to attack from the enemy's left flank. In 5 minutes, the battle on the front will begin." "Yes." Meng Ao and Longshan returned to their respective legions and led their soldiers to attack the enemy's left flank. As for the other generals, they also returned to their respective legions, ready to launch an attack at any time. The Demon Mercenary Legion. After seeing Zhang Liang's soldiers make their move, Tony said, "The opponent is indeed not simple, and they have so many cavalry. This army of theirs is probably trying to hold off the Shaman Legion so that their frontal attack will not be affected. Don't worry, boss. My Shaman Legion has a powerful attack, and will make sure they don't return alive. Diana was very confident. Her shamanic barracks consisted of soldiers from top-tier barracks. In terms of both level and cultivation, they were a formidable force on the Lord Continent, with few rivals. In fact, that was indeed Diana's thought. If it were another opponent, it would be difficult to resist. Unfortunately, against a soldier like Zhou Yin, who came from a top-tier military camp, it was not enough. Boss, should I send out some more troops to protect Diana's shamanic army? The enemy seems to have a lot more troops than us. Jason looked at Tony. My buddy, I have my own plans. Just focus on carrying out orders. I certainly won't let anything happen to these shamans, Tony said confidently. It wasn't just him who was confident. The entire demon mercenary group was confident in their soldiers, believing that few lords could withstand them. Much stronger than my iron war rhinos. Jason took out his binoculars and carefully examined the group of soldiers in black armor, especially their mounts, which looked quite extraordinary and much stronger than his own iron rhinoceros. I saw it too. These enemies are sure to give us a lot of surprises. We haven't encountered such interesting enemies in a long time. Tony had naturally seen it as well. Indeed, I really want to summon all the soldiers in the territory for a battle. I was a little impulsive too. I believe that after destroying such a territory, we will gain many things that interest us. Chapter 547, Heavy Cavalry Confrontation. As a mercenary lord, after destroying the territory of your employer's enemy, you can not only receive a lot of reward from your employer, but also obtain a lot of resources from the destroyed territory. Mercenary lords are actually a type of warlord, but they are smarter than warlords. They only seek out targets through their employers. It is precisely through this method that they have acquired such strength. After all, once you destroy the opponent's territory crystal, everything in that territory becomes ownerless, which is definitely a huge fortune. Get ready. As soon as Diana saw Meng Ao and his group approaching, she immediately ordered her shamans to prepare for the attack. However, Meng Ao and the others suddenly stopped, then dismounted in an orderly fashion and took out a series of special crossbow bolts that Tony and the others had never seen before. What are they doing? Do they think they can hit us from this distance? Jason sneered. The distance between the two sides was too great. Even a top-tier archer barracks couldn't possibly reach that range. My shamans are top-tier troops. Even my shamans couldn't attack from this distance. These people must have done this on purpose to trick me. Diana, am not stupid. Diana sneered and made no reaction. She even thought that Meng Ao was doing this on purpose to disrupt her formation, but Diana was not going to fall for it and was still waiting for Meng Ao to get closer. Tony had thought so too, mainly because the distance between the two sides was too great. They had never seen anyone's soldiers able to attack from such a distance. But Tony, being a cunning old fox, said, Diana, have your shaman prepare the defenses. What? Defense preparations? Diana thought she had misheard. Boss, are you kidding me? I just need to wait for the enemy to get close before I can deliver a fatal blow. Now you're switching to defensive preparations? You're not joking, are you? Diana was very puzzled. Even the other team members were puzzled by Tony's order and thought that Tony had made a mistake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that very moment, Meng Ao's Qin Black Armor Army began its attack. Seeing the arrows raining down, Tony's expression finally changed, and he hurriedly shouted, Quick, quick, form a defense. Damn it, what kind of unit is this? How can their range be so far? Quickly, form a defensive barrier. Diana sensed danger upon seeing the barrage of arrows, and immediately gave the order to her shaman soldiers. However, these shamans had already prepared offensive spells, which suddenly turned into defensive spells, catching many of them off guard. However, some shamans reacted and formed a barrier according to the command. But, by this time, the arrows had already fallen from the sky and landed among the shamans. The barrier they formed was too slow and too weak to withstand the Qin crossbow's attack. More importantly, the arrows fired by Meng Ao this time were not ordinary crossbow bolts, but incendiary arrows, which would quickly turn into flames upon landing. And so, the arrows that fell into the shaman army instantly burst into a terrifying flame, setting a large number of shamans ablaze. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, help! It's so hot. It's so humid. Tony and the others looked extremely grim as they watched the Shaman Legion being burned like pigs. Quickly retreat. Get these shamans out of the enemy's attack range and form a defensive barrier. Tony shouted urgently. 34. Retreat quickly, you fools. 34. Diana's heart bled as she saw so many of her shamanic legions burned to death. This was a top-tier military camp. Each soldier had cost her countless riches. She had thought this shamanic legion would achieve great feats, but no one expected it to end like this. None of them could have imagined that the group of soldiers riding mounts were actually such a powerful group of archers. That's incredibly extravagant. They're actually equipping a group of archers with mounts. Most importantly, the opponent's attack range is insane, exceeding twice that of a top-tier archer barracks. That's twice the distance. How the hell are we supposed to fight like this? After seeing Meng Ao's hand, Bai Qi and Zhang Liang smiled. The enemy Shaman Legion had been successfully attacked, and things would be much easier from here on out. Bai Qi immediately ordered, attack. Qin Xiong immediately led the Tian Suxianjiao army to launch a frontal attack on the enemy. This legion was also a heavily armored cavalry unit. Not only were they wearing heavy armor, but their mounts were also heavily armored. They were no weaker than Jason's heavy cavalry, and in fact, they were even better equipped. Meanwhile, Hui Tsubing and Wei Qing, who were on either side of Qin Xiong, were also ready to attack the enemy at any time. Boss, the enemy has attacked from the front. Jason glanced ahead and immediately looked at Tony. I didn't expect the enemy archers to be so powerful. We've suffered a great loss this time. Jason, lead your cavalry to engage them in combat and assess their strength before retreating. We can't stay any longer. We need to make further arrangements. Tony knew that the Shaman Legion could no longer play a role on the front lines, which meant he had lost one of his trump cards. However, Tony still needed to know the strength of the enemy's cavalry before he could just leave. Yes, boss. I also want to see if their cavalry is as formidable as they seem. Jason nodded, then said to his soldiers, Demons, your prey is right before you. Follow me and crush them. Crush it. Jason also led his demon-heavy cavalry charging towards Qin Xiong. This was a clash between two heavily armored cavalry units, and also the first time that the soldiers of Zhou Yan's territory had engaged in a direct battle with the enemy. Boom, boom, boom. The two cavalry mounts roared as they charged toward the enemy. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, 10 meters. Finally, at this moment, Qin Xiong soldiers collectively transformed their long swords into a very long Mo Dao, Vodao, a weapon that was extremely long and had tremendous destructive power. Before Jason's soldiers could react, a large number of them were slaughtered by the Tian Suxianjiao army wielding Mo Dao, a type of long-handled sword. Qin Xiong himself, armed with a weapon, charged toward Jason. Chapter 548, Retreat. Clang! Qin Xiong held a pair of double maces, which were spiritual weapons personally given to him by Zhou Yan. Their power was extraordinary, and ordinary enemies were no match for him. However, Qin Xiong discovered that the enemy was extremely powerful. Although they were evenly matched in the first attack, Qin Xiong could sense that the enemy was very difficult to deal with. Jason was a lord, so naturally he couldn't take action himself. He stood at the rear of the army and commanded the entire force. However, the combat power of the Tian Suxianjiao army, led by Qin Xiong, exceeded Jason's expectations, especially the weapon in their hands, which was not only long, but also extremely powerful. This is a Mo Dao, and an improved version at that. Its power is naturally several times greater than the original, and even its weight is on a completely different level. With that single strike, Jason's soldiers' heavy armor was shattered, leaving Jason dumbfounded and utterly incredulous. You should know that his soldiers are all equipped with dark gold armor. Heavy armor sets are several times more expensive and heavier than other equipment. To break through a dark gold-level heavy armor with a single strike, you would need an exceptionally high quality. Holy crap, are all these soldiers' weapons diamond quality? Jason saw that his soldiers had suffered such a great loss in terms of weaponry, and after carefully examining the weapons in the hands of the enemy soldiers, his face turned very ugly. Seeing the gleaming weapons fall on his soldiers' armor, capable of piercing through their thick armor, Jason felt as if he had seen a ghost. This is such a large army, and they're all equipped with so many diamond quality weapons. How the hell did they manage to do that? And how much money would that cost? A diamond quality weapon normally costs around 50 million, but the weapons of the Tian Sushianjiao army are not ordinary diamond quality weapons. They're specially modified heavy cavalry swords, so they cost about 3 times more at 150 million each. Based on these prices, the cost of weapons alone for 15,000 Tian Sushianjiao army soldiers would exceed 2 trillion. More than 2 trillion. This is something that ordinary lords can't afford. This doesn't even include the other equipment on the Tian Sushianjiao army. If that were included, the cost of just these 15,000 soldiers would be an astronomical figure. Jason was well aware of how costly it would be to build a heavy cavalry force. Because he knew this very well, he was so shocked when he saw the equipment of this heavy cavalry. He was extremely envious of the army's equipment. Jason was initially very confident that he could defeat his opponent, but the reality was quite different. Although his soldiers were brave and strong, their actual combat strength was much weaker than that of the enemy. 3 of your own soldiers must die in order to kill one of the enemy soldiers. Little did they know that this result was already quite good. If it were other soldiers, they probably wouldn't have done as well. Jason's heavy cavalry were only of SSS quality, while the Tian Sushianjiao army was of top quality. If Jason's soldiers hadn't been significantly stronger in terms of cultivation level, they probably would have suffered even greater losses. Jason retreat. Tony, who was in the distance, also saw the battle happening here immediately and was surprised by the combat power of this top soldier. Retreat. Jason immediately ordered a retreat. This battle dealt a blow to his confidence. Not because of his poor command or because he fell into a trap, but because he was shocked by the true strength of his opponent. Retreating so soon after the battle began is something most people would never do. But Tony had achieved his goal and didn't want to continue. At this time, Wei Qing and Hua Tsubing, who were on either side of Qin Xiong, also began to move out. In particular, Hua Tsubing's Great Han Iron Cavalry was incredibly fast. They caught up with Jason's soldiers shortly after their retreat, attempting to stop them. However, Tony was prepared. A group of archers had already launched an attack on Hua Tsubing's cavalry, preventing Hua Tsubing's soldiers from getting too close. By the time Wei Qing's cavalry arrived, the enemy had already retreated across the board. The enemy is probably trying to escape. Zhang Liang saw that the enemy was advancing and retreating in an orderly manner, not in a rout, and knew that this was just a probing attack by the enemy, leaving them with a lot of room to maneuver. So he said to Bai Qi, "Now is not the time for a full-scale attack. I also think now is not the time for a full-scale attack. The other side clearly have a lot of tricks up their sleeve, so it's really not suitable to attack their territory." Bai Qi was an excellent commander. He would not act rashly when the enemy's identity was unclear, so he ordered his soldiers not to pursue. Tony's 3 armies safely retreated within the territory, which made Tony sigh. He then said, "Our opponent is no simple matter. It seems we've encountered a very interesting enemy this time." Jason approached Tony and said, "Boss, their gear is insane. They're all equipped with diamond quality gear. Who on earth is this guy? It's still unclear. I've carefully examined the enemy's legion, but none of them are legions we recognize. It seems we need to find out about this legion as soon as possible. Otherwise, having no clue will give me a real headache." Tony also fell into deep thought, then looked at one of his teammates and asked, "Jenna, have you seen their territory?" "Boss, the enemy's territory is very well protected. I suspect they have a large group of flying magical beasts, but I also managed to capture a few images." Jenna sent several photos to Tony, who was quite surprised when he saw them and said, "Are you sure this is their territory?" "Boss, there's only one territory around here. There's no mistake," Jenna replied. Tony frowned, then handed the photo to the others and said, "This time, our opponent is going to be very tough." The others also looked at the photos and were quite surprised. "My God, is this a dragon-shaped city wall? This is the first time I've ever seen a city wall like this. It must be of high quality. Such a large moat, with only 3 bridges. How can we possibly attack? We don't have any boats at all. If the other side blocks the bridge, we don't have much of a chance of winning. And the enemy also has flying magical beasts, and crucially, their soldiers are very strong." "Boss, this," Tony said, "that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that we know nothing about this territory, and we can't see anything about the other side's territory. That's what's giving me the biggest headache." Chapter 549, The counterattack begins. Boss, how about I check the Lord Forum to see if there's any information about this Lord? Jenna suggested. That's a good idea. I look forward to you finding something. Tony nodded. Boss, should we retreat? Okai asked. I think this is a good idea. Let's learn more about our opponents first, but we can't let them find us after we retreat. Reporting to the marshal, the enemy has vanished. A winged demon soldier came to report. Oh, it's disappeared. Bai Chi looked at Zhang Liang and asked, I don't think the enemy would give up the attack so easily. I think this is a temporary retreat by the enemy. We must be prepared to defend ourselves at any time and not give them any opportunities. We must also be ready to meet them at any moment, Zhang Liang said. I also think we should prepare for defense. The enemy is quite strong, and we can't let them find an opportunity. Bai Chi agreed. Bai Chi and Zhang Liang then began to set up a series of defensive measures, and Zhang Liang then told Zhou Yin about what had happened. After Zhou Yin finished speaking, he asked, Zhang Liang, have you figured out the situation of those enemies? Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang seemed to have guessed something, so he asked, is the Lord planning to retaliate? Passive defense is not my style. The enemy has harassed me time and time again. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll think I have a good temper. Either I don't do anything, or I wipe them all out. Zhou Yin did have a plan. He had been too lazy to pay attention to the other party before, but the enemy had repeatedly provoked him. Zhou Yin was not one to be easily angered. Since they had provoked him, they should be prepared to be wiped out. We have already thoroughly investigated the enemy's territory and are ready to launch an attack at any time. Zhang Liang was very confident about this. All right, I'll give you 1 day to prepare. Deploy 300,000 troops and make sure you completely wipe out that enemy alliance. Zhou Yin gave the order. Yes, Zhang Liang will definitely complete the mission. Zhang Liang smiled. He believed that many generals would be happy if he took the initiative to attack. Next, Zhou Yin summoned all the military officers. The territory currently has a large number of soldiers. Even if 300,000 troops are deployed, 400,000 troops will still remain in the territory. Although these soldiers have only recently been promoted, they are still capable of defending the territory. And even if the enemies attack again, they will definitely be able to fight them. The meeting for this battle was simple. The objective was to destroy the enemy's territory. No matter what power or backing the enemy has, if they provoke him repeatedly, then they should cease to exist. For this battle, Zhou Yin also sent 100,000 Guanghan fairies to participate. They're a special type of soldier, and all of them are ranged attack soldiers. With a total of 100,000, such a powerful force is sure to achieve something on the battlefield. This time, Zhou Yin removed Zhang Liang from his position as Minister of War and directly appointed him as the military advisor of the entire army, giving him the same status as Bai Chi. As for the vacancy of Minister of War, Zhou Yin transferred Guo Jia back to fill the position. With Guo Jia's talent, he was no less than Zhang Liang, but he just hadn't had a chance to show it yet. This time, Guo Jia will be appointed as the Minister of War. When the time is right, he will be made the military commander of another army group. As the number of soldiers within his territory increased, Zhou Yin began to prepare to form army groups. Initially, he planned to establish 4 army groups, each with more than 200,000 soldiers. As for the marshal, Zhou Yin already had a plan in mind, but it wasn't the right time yet. The operational plan for this operation is simple. However, the specific details require further discussion. After a brief discussion, several hours have passed, and the matter has been settled. The next day, the entire army learned of the impending deployment, which indeed excited many soldiers. The soldiers had all their belongings organized and were training even harder when the commanders of the various legions issued orders. After a full day of planning, on the 3rd day, the 300,000-strong army began to leave the territory. Tony was quite surprised when he saw the group of soldiers leave. He had initially thought that the army had come for him, but he soon realized that they were not there for him at all, but were heading in a certain direction. This army isn't coming for us, Tony exclaimed in surprise, then added, looks like OSS is in trouble. Boss, the enemy is leaving their territory at this time. Isn't this our opportunity? Why don't we take advantage of this moment and attack their territory? Jason said hurriedly. Tony looked at Jason and said, Jason, you're really smart. In that case, go ahead and die. Ha ha ha. The other team members burst into laughter. Boss, am I wrong? Jason asked, puzzled. Do you know how many troops our enemy has? Do you know what level their territory is, or how big it is? Do you really think they aren't on guard against us? Tony asked a whole bunch of questions. Upon hearing this, Jason immediately shook his head and said, I don't know. So you never learned your lesson. Tony didn't look at Jason anymore, but said, Jenna, show everyone the information you found. Yes, boss. Jenna turned on her computer and said to everyone, our opponent this time is no pushover. They first appeared around the Mid-Autumn Festival event. Jenna shared the information she had gathered with everyone. When they heard that the other party's territory could not only move, but had also destroyed so many territories, everyone was shocked. My God, their territory can actually move, and their defensive towers are so powerful. Boss, does that mean we won't be able to break into their territory? Upon hearing about this territory, all the team members frowned. It was the first time they had encountered such a difficult territory to deal with. That's what I've been thinking about these past couple of days, but now I have an idea, Tony said. Boss, have you thought it through? Let's just go for it. I knew it. With so many of us, more than 1 million soldiers combined, there's no way we can't wipe them out. Jason said excitedly. Smack! Tony slapped Jason on the forehead and said, Jason, I seriously doubt that letting you join our Demon Mercenary Legion was a mistake. Boss, I'm very obedient. I never act alone unless you tell me to, Jason quickly replied. Chapter 550, Tony's Plans. If it weren't for that, your head would have been on the ground by now. Tony looked at Jason coldly. Jason broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. He knew he'd said the wrong thing again. I was originally thinking about how to resolve this matter. This time, I decided to save OS's life. As for attacking their territory, I, Tony, am not that stupid. It's just a pity that our success rate in completing the mission is going to drop again. Tony made a decision, which, although it would have some impact on their completion rate, was something that couldn't be helped. Everyone was surprised to hear Tony's words and quickly asked, Boss, are we actually going to retreat on our own initiative? But we didn't engage in any major battles with them, so our chances of winning should still be quite high. I also think that territory isn't invincible. Boss, we should give it a try. Otherwise people will laugh at us for being cowards. Tony looked at his teammates and said, No, this isn't cowardice. It's just that I don't think it's necessary. Guys, listen to me. This is the best decision. Tony is the leader of the entire Demon Mercenary Legion, and no one can object to his decisions. Tony opened a friends list and sent a message to OS. Mr. OS, I'm afraid your territory is in trouble. You should know that you've only paid half the deposit. I'm already being very kind by telling you this in advance. However, if you can provide the remaining half of the deposit, I can keep your territory, Tony said. Damn it. You mean I can't even protect my own territory? Was hoarid ungridi. Tony smiled calmly and replied, You'd better not underestimate these people. Even we suffered a great loss at their hands. To put it bluntly, your trashy troops really can't stop them. OS was furious, then said, Since I've already paid, you have to stop these guys from me immediately right now, do you hear me? That's what you should do. 34. I can take this as a threat. In that case, our deal is off. Goodbye. 34. Tony simply stopped replying and abruptly ended the conversation. OS, fuck your mother. The other team members asked, Boss, won't this affect our reputation? Guys, you must always remember that a territory on the verge of destruction poses no threat to us, Tony said. The boss is right. We're not exactly good people either. That guy can't even protect himself, so what impact could he possibly have on us? Okay, said. No. That bastard will definitely contact us again, but when that happens, I'll bite a big chunk out of him. Anyone who dares to threaten me, Tony, I won't let, even if he's from the Ryder family. Tony's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he was very confident that OSS, in his desperate situation, would pay a huge price to get his help. Boss, what should we do next? Diana asked. We don't need to do anything. We just need to wait for the two sides to exchange fire, and then OS will be begging us to save him, Tony replied. For this expedition, Zhang Liang and Bai Qi had made meticulous plans to prevent the enemy from setting traps and mechanisms ahead. Not only were thousands of reconnaissance planes conducting reconnaissance in various places, but many scouts and detectives were also exploring the surrounding area, all to prevent the enemy from sabotaging their advance. Given that OS was such an incompetent fool, it was impossible for him to ambush someone on the road, or rather, he had never even considered the possibility. However, Zhang Liang was not guarding against OS, this idiot, but rather against another group of people, namely Tony and others hired by OS. However, Zhang Liang was unaware that Tony was hired by OS and thought he was OS's subordinate or even a new ally. Therefore, Zhang Liang was very careful along the way and was always ready for battle. The enemy's alliance has 13 territories. Last time we wiped out more than 400,000 of their troops, which must have caused them heavy losses. However, the reinforcements that came later seemed a little different. Zhang Liang had been thinking of countermeasures the whole way, but since the enemy had not appeared, he could only remain unchanged in the face of all changes. Those people can summon territories directly from fixed locations, which is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, their army's combat strength is also quite good. Although it was only a brief battle, their strength is indeed very powerful. Qin Xiong had fought directly against the enemy's heavily armored cavalry last time, and he was well aware of the strength of the enemy's cavalry. Although their combat power was still stronger, it was all due to their advantage in equipment. There were 12 people before, but only 3 of them summoned their territories, and they were only forced to do so by me in a moment of desperation. I suspect that their initial target was our territory, but they should have seen the overall situation of our territory. Unless they are overconfident, I believe they should have given up their plans to attack our territory. Logically speaking, they should have laid an ambush on the way, but there has been no sign of it so far. Are they planning to attack when we are attacking our territory? Chapter 551, Openly Repairing the Plank Road while secretly crossing the Chinsong Pass. There's even a possibility that these people aren't actually OS's people, but rather outsiders he hired, with the two sides simply sharing interests. Zhang Liang considered many possibilities, which was something a strategist had to consider. Judging from the information he had gathered along the way, the enemy seemed to be planning to rely on the defensive towers of their territory for defense. Military matters. What do you think we should attack first? Bai Qi asked Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang glanced at Bai Qi and then said, I guess the marshal thinks about the same thing. I still want to hear the strategist's thoughts, Bai Qi said with a smile. If I were the enemy, given their limited forces, they would concentrate all their troops in one place. As long as they can hold us off, they will win, Zhang Liang guessed. Bai Qi smiled and said, It seems the strategist and I share the same thoughts, haha. Within the territory, there are many generals with strong military command abilities. With their keen sense of war, they already know what to do next. Strategist, Marshal, I think this matter can be left to me. My soldiers are fast and will definitely be able to resolve it quickly, Hua Tubing said first. No, we plan to fight at night this time, so you're not suitable, Zhang Liang said. I think we can launch a multi-pronged attack. Chen Xingji also expressed his opinion. After hearing the conversation among the generals, many military officers were completely bewildered, not knowing what the strategist and others meant. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all, Wu Song said, scratching his head, very curious about what they were saying. I don't know what they mean, but I know that doing what the general said was the right thing to do, Yang Zixing replied. You've got some self-awareness, kid, Yin Qixia said, glancing at Yang Zixing. Do you know what the strategists were talking about? Yang Zixing asked. I don't understand. Yin Qixia shook his head. How could he possibly know any of this? I would like to hear General Chen's opinion. Zhang Liang looked at Chen Xingji. Chen Xingji nodded and then said, Since the enemy will choose to concentrate all their forces in one place, we should naturally follow them. However, I think we should slow down our march. We can't march too fast or too slow, or we might be discovered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang laughed loudly and said, General Chen Xingji is absolutely right. Bai Qi then ordered, the entire army should slow down. We only need to get within 50 kilometers of the enemy before nightfall. Chen Xingji knew that even if he didn't say it, Bai Qi and Zhang Liang, with their wisdom, would do the same. They just didn't say it because they wanted him to express his own opinions. Our goal this time is very simple. Since they have combined their forces, the defenses of their other territories must be completely undefended. So, all we need to do is deceive them. Our army will attack the places they imagine, and then we will secretly send soldiers to dismantle the other territories one by one. This will surely frighten and worry those lords, causing them to withdraw their gathered soldiers. We can then ambush them on their way back, eliminate their manpower, and then destroy their territory. In this way, we can not only disrupt the enemy's concentrated forces, but also shake their morale. Then, all we need to do is to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Chun Qingji's idea can actually be summarized in one sentence. Openly repair the plank road while secretly crossing the Chinsong Pass. Chun Qingji explained the general situation, but the specific implementation still needs to be discussed. No plan is ever that simple. It requires careful planning step by step before it can be implemented. Next, Zhang Liang and the others began to discuss the specific action plan. On the other side, when OS heard that 300,000 troops were heading towards his territory, he was indeed very scared. Zhou Yan had already wiped out more than 400,000 of their soldiers, and they were simply unable to resist these 300,000 troops in the open. OS was genuinely frightened. He believed that the 300,000 troops were coming for him, so he immediately summoned the other members of the alliance and ordered them to send all their troops to their respective territories to provide support. The others, upon hearing that it was merely a matter of defending the city, naturally did not refuse. Besides, if the territory of OS were truly breached, they would also lose a foolish rich man. Therefore, these people sent all their soldiers to support the territory of OS. They never imagined that Zhang Liang and the others had already anticipated their plans. Moreover, these lords never imagined that Zhang Liang would be the first to attack their territory. After all, in their view, the cause of all these battles was OS, and they believed that only by eliminating OS could all these conflicts be resolved. Unfortunately, they will never know that Zhang Liang's goal was not just the end of the OS territory, but the destruction of their entire alliance. Only after seeing the alliance's army arriving in his territory one after another did OS regain his confidence. OS felt that they were no match for the enemy in a direct confrontation, but a siege was a different story. The city walls and defensive towers of their territory would be two major obstacles that would surely make the enemy pay a heavy price. Now, all the soldiers of the entire alliance are concentrated in his territory, totaling nearly 500,000 troops. With so many soldiers, OS absolutely does not believe that he cannot even defend a single territory. OS even thought he should teach Zhang Liang and his men a lesson and show them his power. Little did he know that OS's idea had already been anticipated. The poor man was still laughing about how Zhang Liang's soldiers would suffer a miserable defeat. OS has deployed 500,000 troops at the 4 city gates, so that no matter which way the attack comes from, there will be hundreds of thousands of soldiers to defend it. Moreover, OSS received accurate information that the enemy was heading towards his territory and believed that they would be within about 50 kilometers of him by evening. As AUS had predicted, Zhang Liang and his group stopped about 50 kilometers outside AUS city by evening. AUS also received accurate information that Zhang Liang and his men were not in a hurry to attack, but instead set up camp and prepared to fight again the next day. Although some suggested a night raid on the camp, OS, who had already been terrified of being attacked, immediately cursed. Do you know how we failed the last few times? It was because we attacked the enemy. Do you think they didn't know we were going to attack them? A bunch of idiots. We don't need to do anything. Just wait for them to attack our territory, and we're down their soldiers. OS's idea was indeed correct, but unfortunately, Zhang Liang had already anticipated that they would not dare to attack the camp, so he did not make any arrangements. If they had really attacked the camp, they might have succeeded. Unfortunately, OS didn't dare. Chapter 552, Utterly Powerless to Resist. On the surface, Zhang Liang and Bai Qi had already set up camp, but in reality, only 50,000 soldiers were stationed in the camp, while the tents and campfires that had been set up represented 300,000 soldiers. Nighttime is a good day for a surprise attack. The 3 armies, the underworld ghost soldiers, the white-robed ghost army, and the Wudong flying army, disappeared into the main force as darkness fell. The 3 armies departed in 3 different directions, their targets being the 12 lords of the alliance, excluding OS. Once the territories of these 12 lords were destroyed, the OS territory would be destroyed. Both the underworld ghost soldiers and the white-robed ghost army have special bonuses when marching at night. In particular, the underworld ghost soldiers are at their strongest at night, and since there are all kinds of ghosts and monsters, they possess a variety of abilities. Led by King Qin Guang, these ghost soldiers marched toward the territory of one of the enemies. King Qin Guang gave these ghost soldiers an order: annihilation. No prisoners were to be taken. The primary objective was to destroy the enemy's territory. Todd is a member of the OS Alliance. He had previously launched 2 attacks on Zhou Yan's territory, which resulted in the loss of 40,000 troops. The remaining 20,000 troops were also sent to assist OS in defense. The remaining soldiers numbered only 4,000. These 4,000 soldiers had never imagined that an enemy would attack their territory, and they were all crammed together gambling. As for Todd himself, he was completely immersed in the villa in his territory, playing hide-and-seek with a dozen blonde beauties in a huge bathroom. At this moment, King Qingguang had already surrounded Todd's entire territory with his ghost soldiers, while the enemy remained completely unaware. King Qingguang was still waiting, because he had already divided his forces into two groups, sending one army to attack another territory, and he was waiting for news from the other army. About half an hour later, King Qingguang received the news, and then ordered the ghost soldiers to begin attacking the city. Because they are all ghost soldiers, possessing countless abilities. Those that could fly all soared into the sky and rushed into the enemy's territory. Those that could burrow underground simply to escape. As for those who could climb the walls, they climbed them from the front toward the enemy's city walls. Todd's men were completely unaware that the enemy had already attacked. After a scream rang out, a series of screams echoed throughout Todd's territory. There was absolutely no resistance whatsoever, not even a hint of pressure. How could a mere few thousand defenders possibly be a match for tens of thousands of ghost soldiers? If King Qingguang had known earlier that the enemy was so few in number, he would have divided his troops into multiple routes. But how could he have known that the enemy would be so weak? Within minutes, all four gates of Todd's territory were fully opened, and King Qingguang rushed into the territory immediately. Kill! King Qingguang charged into his territory and began to kill the fleeing enemies. However, because the number of enemies was so small, King Qingguang didn't even have a chance to make a move before his men killed them all. Upon seeing this, King Qingguang led his ghost soldiers directly toward the enemy's crystal. Seeing the crystal unprotected, King Qingguang took out his weapon and began to attack it. Snap! After the Lord's crystal shattered, Todd, who was playing in the bathroom, was instantly teleported back to the Azure continent. Upon finding himself in a room on the Kangling continent, Todd was completely dumbfounded. Then he discovered something. His territory had been destroyed. The crucial point is that he didn't even know who the enemy was, where they were, or how many there were, and yet he was still destroyed. The territory that had been built at great expense was gone just like that. Puff! Todd couldn't accept everything he could enjoy in the territory and actually vomited blood and fainted. Todd was lucky. He wasn't killed by the ghost soldiers first. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even had a chance to teleport back to the Kangling continent. The Lord said this crystal will be useful if we keep it. So let's keep it for now, King Qingguang said. The moment the Lord's crystal shattered, all the surviving residents of Todd's territory heard the news. However, King Qingguang spared no one in Todd's territory and destroyed them all. After the enemies were all eliminated, King Qingguang said to the ghost soldiers, quickly empty the territory of everything, and then move on to the next target. The battle went so smoothly that the enemy was wiped out before they could even activate their defensive towers. The buildings throughout the territory were preserved intact, and the spoils were considerable, essentially making everything in the territory a war trophy. Todd had spent decades developing his territory, expending countless resources to grow it to its current size, only to have it all destroyed. Moreover, everything in his territory had benefited Zhou Yin, something no one could accept. Not a single building in the entire territory was damaged, so the demolition work went very smoothly. The ghost soldiers collected all the buildings, resources, and materials into the territory, leaving only the most basic model of the territory behind. It is precisely because of the enormous profits that warlords reap that so many unscrupulous lords attack other people's territories to obtain large amounts of resources and wealth. At the same time, another army dispatched by King Qingguang also successfully captured that territory. With the fall of the two territories, the tens of thousands of soldiers in the OS territory were thrown into chaos. The two allied territories each sent 20,000 soldiers to OS's territory, but now that their territories have been destroyed, they have become free men, no longer belonging to any power. Although it was difficult for many of them to accept at first, the soldiers quickly assembled under the leadership of their respective generals. Our territory has been destroyed, so what should we do? I don't want to be a soldier anymore. I want to be an ordinary person and live a farming life. We don't need to risk our lives for others here. Let's leave. That damned lord is finally dead, and we are finally free. The collective riot of over 40,000 soldiers demanding to leave naturally alarmed OS. Aslama immediately let the soldier in, then said in an unfriendly tone, "My dear soldier, if you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, you're destined to be without a woman for the rest of your life." Reporting to Lord OS, 40,000 troops are clamoring to leave the territory because they say their land has been destroyed, the soldier hurriedly reported. Chapter 553, The Helpless OS. What? How is this possible? How could their territory be destroyed? Did some other enemy appear and wipe out their territory? Upon hearing this, OS was completely stunned, his face filled with disbelief. But then another soldier ran up to OS and said, "Lord, something bad has happened. The gate to the east of the city has been opened. The soldiers stationed there left after their territory was destroyed. How could this happen? How could this happen?" OS could hardly believe that things had turned out this way. OS quickly opened the friends function, but he found that the names of 6 allies' territories had disappeared. There is only one explanation. All of these territories had been destroyed. OS's face turned completely green. "My lord, it seems we've all been deceived. They're not even in the camp, and they've already split their forces to attack our other allies. You'd better make plans soon." The last S-rank general beside OS spoke to OS. "Damn it, how could there be such a cunning enemy in the world?" OS was furious. This move of cutting off the fuel supply was really ruthless and decisive, leaving OS with no time to react. As OS had originally anticipated, with 500,000 troops defending the territory, there would be absolutely no problem in holding off an enemy force of 300,000. Moreover, he was already very careful and had no intention of leaving the city to fight the enemy. He stayed inside the city and did not go out. However, the enemy did not follow his plan and instead attacked his allies, causing the original friendly forces to become uncontrollable and want to leave the territory. "No, we have to stop them immediately. Now that their lord is gone, we can't let them leave." OS said hastily. "My lord, no. You should contact the lords whose territories haven't been breached yet right now and tell them to prepare their defenses," the general said. Yes, I'll contact them right away." Unfortunately, at this point, 2 more of the remaining 6 allied lords disappeared, leaving only 4. Moreover, soldiers came to report that the allied soldiers in the territory, because they wanted to leave the city and OS's men did not agree, started fighting each other. This infuriated OS even more, and he immediately sent people to try to recruit those soldiers. But how could those soldiers be subdued by a few words? They still insisted on leaving. At this critical moment, another soldier came to report, saying, "My lord, something terrible has happened. The enemy has begun to attack us." How could this happen? OS panicked instantly. They thought that having 500,000 soldiers to defend the city was a sure thing, but who could have imagined that these hundreds of thousands of reinforcements would become the enemy's helpers? The city was in complete chaos. Soldiers whose territories had been destroyed were all trying to leave the city, while Zhang Liang's troops were waiting for an opportunity to strike outside. If this continues, the territory will be destroyed by our former allies before it is even breached by the enemy. Let those people leave. Let them all go. Don't leave a single one behind. OS finally said helplessly. Even though there were still 2 allies who had not yet been defeated, it was only a matter of time. If they are allowed to stay any longer, the soldiers of OS will probably be the first to be killed by these soldiers. OS knew that he had been utterly defeated this time, a complete and utter defeat. OS gritted his teeth, opened the friend function, and looked at Tony. To be honest, he really didn't want to contact this bastard. Outside of OS's territory, Zhang Liang had already launched an attack on OS's territory, and everything was proceeding as he had expected, even exceeding his expectations. With just a few tricks, OS's allies were completely disintegrated. This move was indeed ruthless, like a dagger piercing OS's heart. Zhang Liang did not send anyone to deal with the departing soldiers. After all, these soldiers no longer belonged to any lord, and their fate was their own business. Such incidents are countless throughout the entire continent of lords. They might seek refuge with others, or they might become self-sufficient and establish a tribe, or they might be killed by monsters. Zhang Liang's current target is the territory of OS, which is their main objective. Therefore, Zhang Liang gathered all his troops and attacked only one of the enemy's walls. As for the other 3 walls, he let the soldiers who wanted to leave go, leaving only OS's own soldiers in the end. If Zhang Liang didn't let those soldiers leave, they would be used by OS and become enemy troops. Zhang Liang naturally wouldn't do that. What he wanted was for those soldiers to leave OS's territory. This would not only damage the enemy's morale, but also make them feel that they have no chance of winning. Coupled with the attack from this side, it would surely cause panic among the people of the OS territory, and it is even very possible that they would directly rebel. In fact, when the soldiers of the OS territory saw so many allied troops leaving, they were already wavering. Coupled with Zhang Liang's attack, a sense of fear arose among all the soldiers. Soldiers are human beings too. They have their own thoughts and worry about what will happen to them after their territory dies. Soldiers will defect for various reasons, as long as their loyalty is not 100%. At this moment, the soldiers of OS were undoubtedly shaken. No one knows who started it, but they followed the crowd and left the territory. Then all the soldiers on the city wall fled the territory. When OS learned that many of his soldiers had deserted, he was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. He finally opened Tony's friend request with trembling hands and said, "Tell me, how can you help me?" When Tony saw the news, he smiled knowingly. Although he had guessed the fate of the OS territory, he never imagined that OS would be defeated so quickly. Then, Tony naturally offered the price he had already decided on, which made OS cough up blood again upon hearing it. OS continued to haggle, but Tony remained unperturbed, saying, "Mr. OS, you must understand that if the territory is destroyed, you will lose everything, and you will have even less dignity in the Ryder family. Are you sure you want to continue haggling with me? I don't care, I have plenty of time, but your enemies probably won't give you much time." OS was furious and immediately smashed everything he could find around him. After calming down, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I agree, but I need time to raise the funds." "Of course, I will give you time." Tony smiled slightly, not at all worried that OS would not keep his promise. Chapter 554, A Battle That Must Be Won. Tony hung up the communicator and said to his men, "Guys, it's our turn." Has that poor OS finally lowered his pathetic head and begged us? The boss will definitely squeeze a hefty sum out of OS this time. Don't say that. This is OS begging our boss for help. If we hadn't stepped in, how could OS still be alive? Tony, radiating confidence, ordered everyone to summon all their territories. This time, Tony was determined to avenge their previous defeat and show the other side that they were not to be trifled with. After more than a dozen beams of light fell, Tony and the others' territories were summoned. The reconnaissance aircraft that had been scouting the area discovered these territories immediately. Manhwa immediately said to Zhang Liang, "Strategist Zhang Liang, we have news about those people you have been asking us to keep an eye on. There are 12 territories in total, and they have just appeared." "Oh, so they've finally appeared." Zhang Liang wouldn't forget these enemies. He hadn't seen their territory before, but that didn't mean he would forget them. On the contrary, these enemies posed a greater threat than OS, so Zhang Liang had been deploying countless reconnaissance aircraft around the battlefield in order to learn about the enemy's movements as soon as possible. Although Zhang Liang did not know the specific relationship between these people and AUS. But regardless of whether they have a transactional relationship or any other relationship, since the other party chose to summon territory at this time, it must be aimed at them. Therefore, Zhang Liang said to Bai Qi, "Marshal, it seems we may have to retreat temporarily, otherwise we might be attacked from both sides." "How many territories does the other side have?" Bai Qi asked. "There are 12 of them in total. They have already summoned their territories. It is not yet clear how many they will send out, but we must be on guard against them. It would be best to prepare some gifts for them." At this point, Zhang Liang smiled. As a strategist, he had long anticipated how this situation might occur. Since the strategist has made all the arrangements, let's proceed according to the method he set out earlier. Bai Qi nodded and signaled the end of the campaign. "I have another little idea now." Zhang Liang suddenly smiled at Bai Qi. "Strategist, please speak frankly about your ideas." Bai Qi couldn't guess what scheme Zhang Liang had in mind, but he was certain that the enemy would not have an easy time. The territory of OS. When he heard that Zhang Liang had withdrawn his troops, OS breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately sent people to check on the casualties, but the results were not good. In a short period of time, his soldiers suffered 10,000 casualties. This was only after Bai Qi took the initiative to withdraw his troops. If it had continued, the number of dead and wounded soldiers would probably have been even greater. How's it going with the recruitment of those people I asked you to? Uzeskichi. Lord, let alone recruiting soldiers. We don't even know how many of our own soldiers have deserted. Let's focus on defense for now. OS's subordinate replied. This made OSS's face darken, and he felt an urge to vomit blood. He had finally witnessed the enemy's power. As he had anticipated, all his allies had been destroyed, though this was because the soldiers in their territories had all withdrawn. The thought of this still made OS feel very distressed. These soldiers not only didn't help him at all, but also caused him so many losses. Every time he thought about it, OS's blood pressure would rise. The saying, killing someone by breaking their spirit, is nothing more than this, but Zhang Liang's method is 10 times more painful for Austin than killing someone by breaking their spirit. OS immediately dispatched a reconnaissance eagle to see what kind of battle would take place between Tony and Zhang Liang. He had paid a huge price to get Tony to participate, but his men told OSS that no matter how many white eagles he sent, they would be killed, which made OSS very upset. He could only wait for good news from Tony. Remembering the list of materials Tony had given him, OS's blood pressure rose again. But not long after, OS heard that Zhang Liang had launched an attack on their territory. Damn it, didn't these bastards retreat? Why are they attacking again? Hold them off. OS was furious and urged Tony to send troops to stop them, otherwise his territory would be breached. On the other side, 12 territories, including Tony's, each sent 30,000 soldiers, for a total of 360,000 soldiers. These soldiers were personally commanded by Tony, who had no faith in the summoned generals, believing that those summoned men could never be as intelligent as people like Tony who had received a modern education. While this statement may not be entirely wrong, Tony is clearly still too arrogant about himself. Bai Qi only had 300,000 troops, while Tony now had 360,000 soldiers, believing he could deal with Bai Qi. Tony seemed unconvinced after their hasty last battle, and it was merely a test, not a defeat. Tony also received a message from OS urging him to send troops. He smiled and replied that he was already on his way. Tony even made an agreement with OS that once he started deploying troops, OS would also send out soldiers to launch a pincer attack on Bai Qi and his men. OS naturally agreed, but only on the condition that Tony defeat his opponent first. Tony was very confident about this and instructed OS's soldiers to be ready to annihilate the enemy at any time. OS also looked forward to this moment. Tony was heading towards Zhang Liang and the others, because he believed that Bai Qi and the others were currently focused on attacking OS's territory and had no idea that they would make a move. Tony thought he could launch a surprise attack from behind Bai Qi's soldiers and deliver a fatal blow to Bai Qi's army, because Tony had no idea that Zhang Liang had already made a decision the moment they summoned their territory. Therefore, Tony is still very confident, and has even imagined himself chasing after the enemy. That's the importance of information. Tony and his crew will never know that a swarm of mosquitoes is watching their route. As for Bai Qi's subsequent attacks against AUS, they were all feints designed to trap the enemy. However, in order to make the act convincing, the attack was still quite fierce. When OS was about to get close, Bai Qi withdrew the main force, leaving only a portion of the soldiers to continue the feigned attack. Marshal, strategist, everything is ready, but will the enemy fall for it? Generals Qin Xiong, Zhao Yun, Gao Shun, Xie Xian, and others had all made arrangements according to Zhang Liang's instructions. Chapter 555, Tony's angry. Don't worry, the enemy is still advancing in that direction. They have no idea that we already know their plan. Once they break in, it will be time for us to reap the rewards. Zhang Liang was very confident. The top strategist had used the skill of deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea. In addition, it was nighttime, so they had grasped the timing. Moreover, the area was a large forest which was very easy to hide in. This was the advantage of the terrain. Most importantly, their soldiers were united and in high spirits, while the enemy was unaware that they had already laid an ambush. This is the power of human harmony. Having seized the opportune moment, the advantageous location, and the support of the people, they are destined to win this battle. Numerous military officers are on standby, each with their own orders. When the time is right, it will be their turn to act. Tony was getting closer and closer to the enemy, and he could hear the sounds of attacks coming from the defense towers of the OS territory in the distance. Tony intended to crush the enemy in one fell swoop, so he ordered heavy cavalry in front, light cavalry behind, and then the infantry. Charge! Leave no one alive. So Tony ordered his soldiers to charge at full speed. This time, he deployed only cavalry and infantry. He didn't send out other types of troops because they weren't suitable for this kind of battle. Charge! Kill! The charge of hundreds of thousands of troops was so powerful that Tony could even foresee the fate of the enemy being utterly defeated by his soldiers. A dozen or so team members had already taken out a bottle of champagne, poured themselves a glass, and said, wishing us a resounding victory. Cheers! Cheers! A dozen or so people laughed and drank the wine in their glasses. The wine was fine, and it was a celebratory wine, but it was a wine to celebrate their failure. As a loud explosion with flames shooting into the sky rose ahead, Jason even laughed and said, that must be the enemy's camp on fire. Upon hearing this, Tony looked ahead and saw the continuous explosions. He then said, the enemy is attacking now. There's no way their camps could be located outside the territory of OS. What was that explosion sound? Okai was also very puzzled. 34. Look, the fire is getting bigger and bigger. 34. Send someone to check it out right away. Oh my God, I have a bad feeling about this. Tony looked at the flames of the explosion ahead and had a bad feeling about it. As Tony's soldiers charged into the woods, they were surprised to find no enemies along the way. They assumed the enemies were all ahead, so they kept charging forward, but still didn't see a single enemy. Just as they were wondering, the earth shook violently. Mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Terrifying energies completely destroyed them. Flames ignited them, and the entire forest was engulfed in fire. The enemies cried out in despair and ran around in all directions. But surrounded by flames, they had nowhere to escape and could only be consumed by the fire and burned by the flames. Outside this woodland, Zhang Liang had already ordered a section of trees to be cleared to prevent the fire from spreading to the entire forest. Zhang Liang had already set up various traps in that forest and scattered a kind of easily flammable fuel. All they had to do was throw in burning scrolls around the perimeter, and the enemy's fate was predictable. 360,000 soldiers were thus perished in the sea of fire. These enemies had no chance of escaping, because Bai Chi's army had already completely surrounded the area. Bai Chi's order to his soldiers was to leave no one alive. Therefore, even if many lucky enemies escaped from the inferno, they were only destined to be shot. When Tony and the others saw the entire forest engulfed in flames, they were stunned and could hardly believe what they were seeing. At this moment, they were still holding champagne, celebrating their victory, while on the other side, they could only watch helplessly as their 360,000 soldiers perished in the sea of fire. Tony yelled, jumping up and down in anger, slamming the cup to the ground and cursing, shit, damn it, bastard, boss. The other team members also did not expect this outcome. They never imagined that the enemy would be so terrifying that they would be outmaneuvered to this extent. Seeing an army charging towards them, Tony angrily shouted, let's go back to our territory. Tony, swear I will not rest until this is avenged. 360,000 troops, not a single enemy killed, just like that, destroyed in an instant. How could Tony possibly be furious? Tony and the others walked quickly, and Zhao Yun did not continue to pursue them, but said, don't pursue a desperate enemy. A dozen or so people rode their mounts back to their territories, but none of them spoke. When they were not far from their territories, they suddenly discovered that one of them had been attacked. Damn it, what's going on? Jason's face was extremely ugly. He never expected that the enemy would actually attack their territory. Tony examined them closely, his face contorted with malice, and said, they don't seem to be those people's soldiers. They must be someone else. Let's find out first. There were quite a few of these enemies, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. If it weren't for soldiers from other territories helping to hold them off, Jason's territory would probably have been destroyed. Jason's face was extremely grim, and he was furious. Although his lord's crystal was not shattered, his territory had suffered severe damage, making him the team member with the greatest loss. The other team members quickly returned to their territory and personally commanded the soldiers there to counterattack the enemy. With the help of his teammates, the soldiers quickly began to retreat, but Tony had no intention of letting them go and began to kill them. This matter was naturally done by Zhang Liang's men. Zhang Liang dispatched Spartan warriors to disguise themselves as soldiers who had lost their territory. Because they looked similar to these people, they easily blended in. Then these Spartan warriors gathered all the soldiers together and began to give a speech. The Spartan warriors told the soldiers that they wanted to establish their own territory and a country of their own. They will build a home that belongs only to them, a place free from oppression and cruelty, where they will no longer need to obey others and will fight only for their own survival. The soldiers were naturally encouraged after hearing this, and they joined one after another, expressing their desire to establish a new territory, a country that belonged only to them. Chapter 556, the OS Alliance disappears completely. So the Spartan warriors led them here and began to attack the territories, because the Spartans told them that if they could conquer these territories, they could use them to grow powerful and establish a nation of their own. That's why hundreds of thousands of troops attacked Jason's territory. However, the generals of these territories knew they were allies, so when these soldiers were no match for Tony's territory soldiers, and their defeat was only a matter of time. The Spartan warriors who were hiding among them had already fled. Their mission was complete, so there was no need for them to stay. When Tony learned that these people were actually hundreds of thousands of troops from the Ottoman allied forces, he didn't expect Zhang Liang to be able to pull such a trick. This method truly made Tony's heart tremble. This enemy is truly terrifying. Although Tony was furious, he had to admit that the opponent they encountered this time was far stronger than any they had faced before. Tony calculated the losses. All 360,000 troops they had deployed this time were wiped out, and with the loss of more than 100,000 troops in the territory defense battle, they had lost half of their soldiers in total. This was undoubtedly a major blow to Tony. Tony opened a friends list and immediately received a message from OS. Damn it, those bastards have started attacking my territory, and they're attacking from all sides. Where are you guys? Didn't we agree to attack the enemy? You bastard, you lied to me. Upon hearing this, Tony also became furious and roared. Go to hell, you bastard. If you hadn't called me here, I wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Half of my soldiers. 500,000 troops. You can't pay for that even if you die, you shit. After hurling his insults, Tony immediately deleted OS from his friend list, completely disregarding his life or death. On the other side, OS was also enraged upon hearing this, and roared, Bastards, sons of bitches. I knew you guys couldn't be trusted. But then OSS fell into distress. He had no outside help at all, and he seemed to have already seen his own doomed end. Boss, should we gather the remaining soldiers? I refuse to believe that their 300,000 men can withstand the attack of our 500,000 plus soldiers. Jason said angrily, Boss, we've suffered such a huge loss this time. Just say the word, and I'll send out all my soldiers. Diana said, Me too. Okai stepped forward as well. The other team members gave the same answer. They were still very united, but this time they suffered such a big loss, which made each of them feel very bad. Tony was tempted to act impulsively, but his reason prevailed over his impulse, and he said, Guys, I want to wipe those guys out more than anyone else right now, but we've suffered too many losses this time. But Tony said he would not rest until he avenged this, but not now. Tony was still rational. This time, they lost 500,000 troops. If they summoned all the remaining soldiers to fight the enemy to the death, they would also suffer heavy losses. It was really not worth it. So what do we do now? Jason was unwilling, but he obeyed Tony's words. Don't worry, we'll get our revenge when we're stronger. And this time we need to find some even stronger opponents. That guy offended quite a few people during the last Mid-Autumn Festival event. Tony sneered, already considering having others deal with the situation. After the discussion, Tony and the others left immediately, and more than a dozen territories soared into the sky and disappeared from their original locations. Zhang Liang also received news of the enemy's departure immediately. The reason why soldiers were not sent to attack the enemy's territory was mainly because the enemy had a total of 12 territories, all of which were connected together. Attacking them would not be worthwhile, and it would be better to give them a warning. Those 300,000 plus soldiers were Zhang Liang's warning to the enemy. Since the enemy knew the difficulty and retreated, Zhang Liang naturally wouldn't bother with them anymore. Next came the defeat and fall of OS. No lord wanted to see their territory fall, especially someone like OS. He personally went to the top of the city wall and encouraged all the soldiers, saying, Hold on, as long as you can block their attack, you will all be rewarded with 100,000 spirit coins, and every soldier will get a woman. For wealth and women, hold on. Don't let the enemy break in. Under the lure of money and beauty, the morale of OS's soldiers indeed soared. Once the territory is destroyed, everything he owns will be gone. In order to protect the territory, OS is naturally willing to give up everything. At this moment, he is very afraid and very worried. He didn't want to lose his current life as a lord. Within his territory, he was the supreme being, the master. He didn't want to lose his territory, nor did he want to lose this supreme life as a lord. Bai Qi surveyed the battle, then addressed his soldiers. The battle must end before dawn. Yes, Bai Qi's generals personally led their soldiers to begin the attack on Aus's territory. The soldiers on the 4 city walls of OS numbered less than 20,000, while Bai Qi's army numbered 300,000. Moreover, the soldiers were very strong and had many tricks up their sleeves. They broke through the defensive towers and the archers' attacks, and then reached the city walls to launch a counterattack against the enemy. The enemies on the city walls were shot down one by arrows, and then the soldiers began to take out powerful scrolls, throw them into the enemy's city gate, and then detonate them. Boom! The terrifying scroll blew up the enemy's city walls, prompting Qin Xiong to curse angrily. Which bastard brought out such a huge scroll? With the city walls destroyed like this, we've lost another trophy. General, I'm sorry, I took the wrong scroll. I accidentally picked up a high-level scroll. I promise it won't happen again next time. A soldier quickly stepped forward and replied, Damn it, don't make the same mistake again. Charge in, kill people, don't destroy the buildings. Qin Xiong roared. Yes, kill them. After the city gates were destroyed, the soldiers rushed into OS's territory and launched a fierce attack on the enemy inside. Upon witnessing this scene, OS collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, and uttered, It's over, everything is over. Puff! With one arrow killing OS, the entire OS alliance was completely wiped out. Chapter 557, Territory Level 80. With OSS's death, the entire territory was quickly destroyed. Bai Qi ordered his soldiers to take everything from the entire territory. Putting aside everything else, Zhou Yin obtained a lot of timber after destroying the OS alliance. After all, the other side didn't know how long they had been harvesting timber here, and now all of this benefited him. In the territory of OS, apart from those engaged in livelihood occupations, all other soldiers were killed by Bai Qi. As for those soldiers engaged in livelihood occupations, they were spared by Zhang Liang. Otherwise, Bai Qi would definitely have dealt with them as well. These people with these livelihoods are naturally useful, and the territory needs them very much, so Zhang Liang would not allow Bai Qi to kill them. The next day, Zhang Liang reported everything about the territory to Zhou Yin, who was very satisfied. This battle was another complete victory. With so much high-grade timber, Zhou Yin began upgrading the buildings in his territory again and started constructing new buildings. This harvest has indeed been very large. We've acquired over 1,000 buildings alone, Zhou Yin said with great satisfaction. The demolition of many buildings in more than a dozen territories allowed Zhou Yin's territory to acquire a considerable number of buildings, especially bridges, which were also increased several times. Zhou Yin finally installed a bridge leading out of the city at each of the 4 city gates of his territory, and even built 2 more bridges, one in the southeast and one in the northeast. Of the more than 1,000 buildings, only 10 reached S quality or higher. Among them were 3 barracks, but these barracks were all foreign troops, which Zhou Yin did not like. So he used them to upgrade the quality of the existing barracks. Including other barracks of S quality or below, there were more than 30 in total. After Zhou Yin built them, he also used them to upgrade the quality of the existing barracks. Previously, the White Robe Go Soldiers and Trap Camp were only of RR quality, but now they can finally be upgraded to top-tier barracks. As for the other buildings, Zhou Yin also improved the quality of the buildings that could be upgraded. After improving the quality of the buildings, Zhou Yin began to upgrade the levels of each building. This time, he obtained a lot of materials, which allowed him to carry out a major upgrade of the buildings within his territory. The previous Great Han Iron Cavalry was only level 60. Zhou Yin raised its level to 80, and the barracks gained 2 more attributes, and the number that could be summoned also increased to 100,000. Architecture, the Great Han Iron Cavalry. Level, 80, required for leveling up. Quality, RRR. Attribute, each 3,000 soul coins consumed summons 1 Mighty Han Iron Cavalryman. Current maximum number of summonable cavalrymen, 2000. 0100000. Special Attribute 1. Riding speed plus 160%. Special Attribute 2. Cavalry combat strength plus 160%. Special Attribute 3. Cavalry mobility plus 160%. Special Attribute 4. Cavalry charge power plus 160%. Special Attribute 5. Cavalry all attributes plus 80%. Special Attribute 6. Cavalry recovery plus 160%. Special Attribute 7. Cavalry stamina plus 160%. Special Attribute 8. Cavalry defense plus 160%. Introduction. The mighty Han cavalry, renowned far and wide, swept away barbarians and reclaimed lost territories. Zhou Yin then summoned the remaining 80,000 Great Han Iron Cavalry soldiers and handed them over to Guojia to handle. It took Zhou Yin a whole day to complete the construction of these buildings. Moreover, after Zhou Yin finished upgrading all the buildings, he discovered that his territory could be upgraded again. Therefore, Zhou Yin began to upgrade the territory level. Territory notification. Your territory has been upgraded to level 65. Territory notification. Your territory has been upgraded to level 75. Territory notification. Your territory has been upgraded to level 80. After his territory was upgraded to level 80, Zhou Yin was only 20 levels away from the maximum level. The entire territory has changed dramatically, more than doubling in size. Territory name, Heavenly Court, Diaochan Hidden. Lord, Zhou Yin, detailed profile. Quality, white-colored hidden. Territory talent. Special item probability, plus 80%. Territory level, 80. Upgrade requirements. 81 level 81 buildings, including 8 buildings of A quality or higher and 16 buildings of S quality or higher. A territory population of 50,000, including 8 heroes of A quality or higher and 16 heroes of S quality or higher. 8 billion spirit coins and 800 million soul coins. Area, 300 million square meters. Special Attribute 1. All attributes of the human race in the territory plus 80%. Special Attribute 2. All clan attributes in the territory plus 80%. Special Attribute 3. All building attributes in the territory plus 80%. Special Attribute 4. Defense of all races in the territory plus 80%. Special Attribute 5. Increases the attack of all races in the territory by 80%. Special Attribute 6. Speed of all races in the territory plus 80%. Special Attribute 7. All races in the territory gain plus 80% training speed. Special Attribute 8. All races in the territory gain plus 80 to their recovery speed. Architecture. Detailed information. Number of territory residents. 942,368. Resources. Detailed information. Before they knew it, the population of the territory had reached nearly 1 million. Moreover, the territory covers an area of 300 million square meters, equivalent to 300 square kilometers. This was already quite large, but Zhou Yin didn't actually need such a large territory, so he put away the unnecessary territory again. War is indeed a path to instant wealth. Zhou Yin reaped huge rewards from more than a dozen territories this time. But what he gained the most were the territory's crystals, because he obtained the Lord Crystals, which allowed him to upgrade their quality. Architecture, King's Crystal. Level, 80, required for upgrade. Quality, SSS, required for upgrade. Special Attribute 1, Thunder Attack. Special Attribute 2, within the territory, greatly increases the attack and defense of all building elements. Special Attribute 3, Chain Lightning. Special Attribute 4, Flame Attack. Special Attribute 5, Ice Attack. Special Attribute 6, Storm Attack. Special Attribute 7, greatly increases Crystal Defense. Special Attribute 8, Damage Immunity, invincible for 8 minutes after being attacked. Description: the core nexus of the Lord Space, an evolved crystal, combining offense and defense, will actively attack all hostile beings within an 800-meter radius. When upgrading using the same type of crystal, there's a certain probability of gaining an attack bonus of that attribute. To upgrade the quality of the King's Crystal to our quality, you need 30 Lord Crystal Shards. Zhou Yin wouldn't attack others casually unless they attacked first. After all, He didn't like to provoke wars, but he was definitely not afraid of them either. Chapter 558, Arena. This entire forest of timber now belongs to Zhou Yin. While having Bai Qi continue training the Flying Dragon Legion, Zhou Yin also cut down trees. During this time, Yi Bufan and the others would ask Zhou Yinzi what he was doing, because Zhou Yinzi hadn't appeared for a long time. Zhou Yin naturally replied that he was busy with matters concerning his territory, which was why he hadn't returned. Furthermore, Yi Bufan sent the monster summoning orders he had collected last time to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin gave Yi Bufan the spirit coins and thanked him. These things were indeed good for him at this stage. Moreover, Zhou Yin has already sent Jin Sanyi to collect similar items. Although the effect is not very good, it is better than nothing. Ziwei Academy. Time flew by, and it was almost the end of the month. Zhou Yin was finally about to finish a semester of courses. Zhou Yin hadn't appeared at school for a long time either. Even Yang Junming hadn't expected that Zhou Yin would take such a long leave of absence, only showing up when the holiday started. Many classmates have been asking where Zhou Yin has been all this time, since he hasn't been coming to class. Although they were curious about how Zhou Yin had fared after being tormented by Chu Luoyan last time, they weren't stupid enough to ask. They knew how strong the resentment in Zhou Yan's heart was from the fact that he had been on leave for so long. After explaining the holiday arrangements, Yang Junming left directly, but he still met with Zhou Yin alone at the end. "Are you going home after the holiday?" Yang Junming asked. Zhou Yin was surprised that Yang Junming would ask such a question, but still answered truthfully, "No, I will stay until the start of school in the territory." "Oh, how about we celebrate the new year at my house?" Yang Junming offered his suggestion. He knew Zhou Yin was an orphan, and also because Zhou Yin was the most outstanding student in this year's class. Although Yang Junming thought Zhou Yan's information was fake, he still chose to believe it. Zhou Yin was quite surprised, but still shook his head and said, "No, I'm not alone." Although he no longer had a home on the Kanglan continent, he had a large family in his territory. Yang Junming didn't insist, said some words of concern, and then left. The days that followed were the days of saying goodbye to many classmates and friends, and Zhou Yin also said goodbye to Yi Bufan and others. "Zhou Yin, why don't you come to my house? There are still a lot of things to do in Kyoto that you've probably never done before," Yi Bufan suggested. "Bossy, can I go?" Lin Tan looked at Yi Bufan expectantly. "If you really don't want to go home, of course you're welcome," Yi Bufan replied. Zhou Yin ultimately declined Yi Bufan's offer. Lin Tan's desire to go to Kyoto was just talk. He still felt it was better to go home and spend the new year with his family. "Kid, if you want to come to Kyoto, just call me Luo Yushuang by my full name," Luo Yushuang said casually with an arrogant air. Although this woman was indeed playful, after spending time with her, Zhou Yin found that she wasn't really that annoying. She was just quite mischievous most of the time, and her head tutor found her very troublesome. Zhou Yin waved to the two of them, and then bid farewell to Li Qingjin, Zhuge Kaming, Dong Qingyi, Gun Yinyun, Lin Tan, and others. The once bustling Ziwei Academy suddenly became somewhat deserted, but it wasn't completely empty. Quite a few students had chosen to stay at the academy. Zhou Yin teleported to the territory, where he will spend the next period of time. Every year on January 1st, the Lord Continent hold an event called the Battle of the Nian Beast. This is an annual event that can be participated in from anywhere on the Lord Continent. As for the Nian Beast, it will appear in various places on the Lord Continent. After defeating the Nian Beast, you can get a lot of points, which can be exchanged for various rewards. However, this event will only last for 8 hours, which is not a long time, so it is impossible to get a high score. The Nian Beast will appear from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. on January 1st. You just need to disperse your soldiers outside the territory in advance. As for how many points you can get, it depends on how many Nian Beasts spawn. This also depends on luck. Moreover, there is no ranking for this year's Nian Beast event. You can redeem items directly after the event ends. If you don't redeem the points on the same day, the points will continue to accumulate. However, you can only redeem items on this one day each year. With 7 days left until January 1st, Zhou Yin continued to stay in his territory during this time. However, a friend notification suddenly appeared, which surprised Zhou Yin a bit. "Teacher Lung Yu, what brings you to message me?" Zhou Yin asked curiously. "Can I contact you if there's nothing wrong?" Lung Yu replied. "You don't come here unless you need something. Tell me, what do you need my help with?" someone asked. "This time I really don't have anything to ask you about." I just heard from Yang Junming that you're not going home and plan to stay at Ziwei Academy for the new year. Lung Yu asked. Yes, I'll stay at the academy, Zhou Yin replied. What a coincidence. I'm not planning on going back either, and I just happen to know about an interesting place. Would you be interested in checking it out? Lung Yu asked. Interesting place? Zhou Yan's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, why doesn't teacher Lung Yu go home? Is it because her family is pressuring her to get married? Lung Yu was startled, not expecting Zhou Yin to guess so accurately. She almost thought that her family's secrets had been leaked, but after thinking about it, she realized that Zhou Yin was definitely talking nonsense. What a joke. Teacher, why would I need to rush you into marriage? You have a great figure, you have a great look, and you have great talent. There are as many people pursuing me as there is an ocean. Lung Yu was not lying about this. Many male teachers were pursuing her, and even many senior students were pursuing her. But there has never been any news that Lung Yu has a boyfriend. At least Zhou Yin did not know that teacher Lung Yu had a boyfriend. Zhou Yin was indeed just talking nonsense when he urged Zhou Yin to get married, but he never expected that his words would actually come true. What is that interesting place for? Zhou Yin asked. Have you ever seen an arena? Lung Yu asked. Arena? I don't know much about it. Could you tell me more about it? Zhou Yin genuinely didn't know much about it. That place is like an arena, but it's much more interesting than a regular arena. There, you can summon a hero from your territory to fight against others. Of course, the two sides must be at roughly the same level. As for the level, it's not that important. After all, a person's strength isn't determined by their level, and the heroes that can be dispatched are usually at the maximum level. After listening, Zhou Yin quickly asked, if it's just a simple battle, it doesn't seem that appealing. Chapter 559, A $1 Million Banquet. So that's where the important part comes in, Lung Yu continued. The two sides in a battle will definitely have to place bets. You have to have something similar to what your opponent has, otherwise they won't compete with you. In fact, it's just a disguised form of gambling. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin was genuinely intrigued by the place and asked curiously, I never expected that teacher Lung Yu would go to a place like that. What's so strange about that? It's not some shady place. It's a legitimate venue where both sides have to sign a contract, and the rules are fair, just, and transparent. What's wrong with going there? Lung Yu explained. Zhou Yin then realized that there was such a place. Since it was a legitimate venue, there was indeed no problem going there. Where is that place? When are we going? Zhou Yin asked. The Ziwei Academy is so big. I bet you haven't even explored the whole thing yet, Lung Yu said. Teacher, the Ziwei Academy is called an academy, but it's almost like a planet, okay? I'm in the academy every day, so naturally, I don't know what's around the academy's territory. Zhou Yin answered truthfully. You are only beginner disciples now. The first year will mainly focus on theoretical classes. Once you advance to become outer disciples, the teaching method will be different. You will often go out for practical experience and explore various secret realms, Lung Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin was quite looking forward to it. After all, Ziwei Academy was so large, with countless secret realms and spaces. If he had the opportunity to experience them, it would be quite intriguing. Of course, not only can your heroes participate in the competition there, but lords can also compete against each other. Even lords themselves can challenge each other's heroes. In any case, participation is entirely voluntary, and the outcome depends entirely on individual strength, Lung Yu said again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin thought the place was indeed quite nice and asked, Teacher Lung, you must have been there quite a few times, right? I've been there quite a few times, with both wins and losses. After all, there's no such thing as an absolute guarantee of victory in these kinds of things, but I, as your teacher, win most of the time and rarely lose, Lung Yu replied. Zhou Yin nodded and asked, when do we set off? Tomorrow should be fine, right? If it is, then go to the arena at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. You should prepare some heroes from your territory who will be fighting tomorrow. Lung Yu set the time. Okay. After ending his chat with Lung Yu, Zhou Yin began his daily seclusion and cultivation. Having reached his level, advancing to a higher realm was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. After finishing his cultivation, Zhou Yin looked at the heroes in his territory. The arena is, of course, for battle. Zhou Yin has quite a few heroes to choose from, with so many heroes in his territory, but he certainly can't send out the most important ones to participate in the arena. Zhou Yin definitely cannot let a marshal like Bai Qi go. There are indeed many heroes in the territory, but not many of them are of a high level. Heroes above the 71st level of cultivation are even rarer. Zhou Yin immediately thought of Nangong Push, who was not only his woman, but also had a cultivation level of over 61st level. Lung Yu also said that both sides participating in the competition will have equipment for testing their realm, and both sides can decide whether to participate in the competition based on the heroes they send. Zhou Yin was also very curious about that place, so he planned to inform the heroes of the territory. Zhou Yin hadn't held a banquet in a long time, so he decided to hold one tonight. He could announce the news about tomorrow's competition and also let the heroes of the territory get to know each other better, since they were usually busy with their own things and rarely got together. After entrusting the matter to Feng Xianling of the Ministry of Rights, he would naturally inform the relevant parties. In any case, the territory had money, so it didn't matter how it was spent. Especially recently, the territory has destroyed more than a dozen territories, reaping a large amount of grain and various agricultural buildings. So Feng Xianling is not worried about the territory's money and food at all. Money makes things easier. The territory is not only not short of money, but it has so much wealth that even Feng Xianling, the Minister of Rights, doesn't know how to calculate it. Therefore, all treatment and everything in the territory was handled with the highest standards. This time, Feng Xianling notified everyone in the entire territory, except those outside the territory, to celebrate together. This involves nearly 1 million people. Holding such a banquet would cost an unknown amount of money and grain, but the territory was simply too wealthy, so Feng Xianling didn't care at all. Everyone in the territory was overjoyed and cheered. Hosting a banquet for nearly 1 million people is no easy task, so Feng Xianling asked Guojia for more people. Guojia was the Minister of War, so asking him for help was just a matter of a word. Thus, Guojia sent soldiers from several legions to help. With many hands making light work, the chefs brought out their best skills and began preparing delicious meals in various restaurants, inns, and hotels. Moreover, all kinds of fine wines are available in abundance. That's the advantage of being rich. You can eat and drink whatever you want. The main figures of the territory were naturally all gathered at the Heavenly Emperor's palace. It's just a pity about the underworld ghost soldiers. These guys don't like to eat cooked food. Even most of the ghost soldiers don't have a fondness for eating. Of course, apart from those starving ghosts, these starving ghosts eat everything, whether it's stones or dirt. They stuff it all into their mouths whenever they're hungry. There's a special way to treat the underworld ghost soldiers. Give them resources with dark attributes. These are the best gifts for them. Zhou Yin also summoned all the women in his harem. His harem is now enormous, and there are still many women he hasn't even touched. Diao-chan, Zhenmi, Sanshangsheng, Caiyan, Niexrovian, Ypsilonian Lihua, Da Kviao, Xiao Kviao, Sitenk, Hua Ypsilonueronk, Sasha, Zhaomin, Zhiziruo, Xiaoj, Vaizifu, and Nangong Pushe. These have all become his women, but there are still 4 women left for him to take. Wang Chudong, Yu Yu Wei, Xinyuan Qingfeng, and Chang'e. As members of a vast harem, their fate was inevitable. However, he is still far from achieving his goal of having 3,000 beauties in his harem, so he still needs to work harder. Even Jin Sanyi's team participated this time, and they were also in the Heavenly Emperor's palace. After all, they played a very important role in earning a steady stream of spirit coins and collecting various materials and resources for the territory. Halfway through the banquet, Zhou Yin told them about the arena event the next day. Chapter 560, Finding a Suitable Target. After Zhou Yin finished his introduction, Dian Wei was the first to stand up and say, "Lord, you can't forget me, old Dian, for such a good thing. Old Dian, will definitely not let you down." Yang Zixing also stepped forward and said, "Go to the side. You lost to me last time, but you still refuse to admit it. This time, it's definitely the right thing for the Lord to do to send me." "Bullshit. Last time you were the one who used underhanded tactics." Dian Wei quickly retorted. "A loss is a loss. Don't be upset," Yang Zixing replied. Zhang Xiao is willing to sweep away the enemy for the Lord. Zhang Xiao also stepped forward and said, "This humble general is also willing to fight. My lord, I, Wu Song, will definitely defeat my opponent." "How could you forget me, Yin Qixia, about something like this?" Not only would they be able to go to a new place and see the world, but they would also have the chance to fight. These military officers were certainly very enthusiastic, and they all volunteered to help. However, Many military officers did not speak up. It was not because they were afraid or unwilling, but because that was their nature. They would not fight, but if their lord sent them into battle, they would never back down even if it cost them their lives. People like Bai Qi, Chen Qingji, Zhao Yun, Wei Qing, and Gao Shun were like that. They sat quietly in their seats, but they also looked at Zhou Yan, their meaning clear. They would obey Zhou Yan's orders in everything. Don't worry, you'll all have a chance to participate when the time comes. I'm just letting you know in advance. Zhou Yan told everyone to return to their seats. Next, Jiao Chan, Zhun Mi, Sun Shangxiang, and the others looked at Zhou Yan together and said, "The arena looks quite interesting. We'd like to participate too. Leave these fighting and killing to them. Why should you get involved?" Zhou Yan said, "Is the Lord underestimating us? Or does he think we're weaker than men? Our strength is no less than any of theirs." The women were somewhat dissatisfied. Zhou Yan quickly said, "I didn't mean to look down on you. I'm just worried about you. I'll be heartbroken if you got hurt." "Lord, aren't you ashamed in front of so many sisters? We're an old married couple. What's there to be ashamed of?" Finally, Zhou Yan promised them that if they encountered a suitable opponent, he would let them take action. After the banquet, Zhou Yan put his left arm around Wang Chudong and his right arm around Yu Wei and went straight into a palace to rest. Zhou Yan's cultivation level has broken through to the 73rd level of martial Dao. The next day, Zhou Yan got up early and soon heard Leng Yu's message. "We can go now." Good. Zhou Yan returned to the villa and went outside, where he saw Leng Yu's flower basket magic weapon suspended in midair. Zhou Yan leaped up and sat down inside the magic weapon. "Your cultivation level is pretty fast, kid. You're already over 70-something heavens, right?" Leng Yu asked. "Yeah, just lucky," Zhou Yan nodded in reply. Leng Yu gave Zhou Yan a silver coin and said, "If I were that lucky, I would also like to break through to the 100th level of heaven in one go." "Teacher Leng Yu doesn't seem to have much confidence in herself," Zhou Yan said. "TCH." Leng Yu rolled her eyes at Zhou Yan again, then rode her magic weapon away from the academy and said, "Cultivation is not an easy thing, especially after the 80th level. Every breakthrough of a small realm requires a lot of time and resources." "How many realms is Teacher Leng Yu at now?" Zhou Yan asked curiously. Leng Yu replied irritably, "Don't you know that you should never ask a woman about her age or social standing? You might end up without a girlfriend." "What I need a girlfriend for? I have no intention of finding one in the Kangling continent." Zhou Yan meant it sincerely. He truly had no plans to find a woman in the Kangling continent. Leng Yu was surprised for a moment, but then she realized what was going on and said, "It seems you already have a woman in your territory. Not only do I have one, but I also plan to establish a harem." Ancient emperors had 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. With my outstanding abilities, establishing a harem of 30,000 wouldn't be excessive, would it? Zhou Yan replied, "Oh, your ideals are truly lofty. I, your teacher, have already helped you realize your dreams." Leng Yu didn't believe it at all. "Thank you," Zhou Yan replied. The two chatted like friends. Zhou Yan didn't treat Leng Yu as a teacher, and Leng Yu didn't treat Zhou Yan as a student. Moreover, they had a very open and relaxed conversation. Along the way, Leng Yu introduced the arena to Zhou Yan, giving him a better understanding of it. Leng Yu put on a mask, and Zhou Yan also put on the illusion god mask, changing their appearance. "Teacher, if you don't mind, I'll give you a mask." Zhou Yan took out a diamond quality mask. Although it was 1 quality lower than the illusion god mask, its attributes were still quite good. Leng Yu glanced at the mask's attributes and immediately said, "I won't hold back with you. Don't call me teacher when you go in. Call me Sister Yu," Leng Yu said. "Okay." Zhou Yan nodded. Before long, Zhou Yan saw a huge building, which was the arena. The two landed on the flying magical artifact and then entered the arena. The arena is very large and has many levels. Levels 1 through 10 are for heroes below the 30th level to compete, and there's nothing particularly interesting about those levels. The 11th to 20th floors are where heroes from the 30th to 40th heavens compete. Leng Yu led Zhou Yan directly to the 31st floor. The heroes under her command did not have the same level of cultivation as Leng Yu herself. They were all around the 41st level. There are many people here and many arenas. Many people have already set up the arenas and displayed the information of the heroes and the items to be wagered. As long as you see something you like, you can go forward and summon the hero. As long as the levels are similar, you can start the battle directly. Let's look around first and see if there's anything suitable, Leng Yu said to Zhou Yan. So they started wandering around. The entire floor was a special building, and only on the arena could the lords summon the heroes of their territory, and they could only summon one at a time. Summoning more would be restricted. Moreover, fighting in the arena only results in life and death. Heroes who are defeated and die will return directly to their territory and will not be in danger of losing their lives. Zhou Yan looked around and watched many battles in the arena. He discovered that both sides' arenas had barriers, and the battles would continue indefinitely unless the heroes in the arena determined a winner. Moreover, in battle, any means are permissible, since defeated heroes don't actually die. As long as the opponent can be defeated, no underhanded tactics will be restricted. Zhou Yan had been searching for suitable gambling items, but most of them didn't satisfy him. After looking at several more floors, Zhou Yan finally found something decent. Chapter 561. Zhao Yun goes in a battle. Architecture, mountain forest. Category, materials. Quality A. Description, can be built within your territory. This is actually a material type building. Although its quality is only A, it will definitely become a very good material building after the territory evolves. There is one building of this material type in the territory, which is the fine iron mine. The territory can mine a large amount of fine iron ore from it every day. Zhou Yan could never have too many of these kinds of building materials, so he stepped forward and carefully examined the information of the hero summoned by the Lord. Hero name, Wang Hao. Level 100. Class, Warrior. Realm, 49th Heaven. The quality of heroes is hidden and no one can see it. This is one of the charms of the arena. If two heroes have the same level, realm, and equipment, but the quality difference is too big, then the hero with a higher quality will almost always win. However, battles cannot be judged entirely by this logic. If the opposing hero has powerful skills or extensive combat experience, the outcome is uncertain. This building is of quality. If you can provide something of similar quality and the other party agrees, then you can compete. You really have a special fondness for these buildings. I really don't know what you need so many buildings for. After seeing Zhou Yan's expression, Leng Yu knew what Zhou Yan was planning. I wouldn't mind having more buildings. My territory is large enough that I could fit another 100,000 buildings in it. Zhou Yan wasn't lying. His territory was indeed very large, larger than many small countries. Instead of building so many buildings, it would be better to focus on upgrading a few. Leng Yu couldn't understand Zhou Yan's idea. The more buildings are constructed, the more materials are needed, and the manpower, material resources, and financial resources consumed are astronomical. A lord who is developing normally will never build too many useless buildings, but will build and upgrade them according to the actual situation of the territory. Even if some lords want to build more, the prerequisite is that their territory is large enough and they have enough funds. Zhou Yan doesn't think he has too much material. Firstly, he has plenty of money, and secondly, he has many sources of materials. Only top-tier materials give him a headache. He can still obtain low-level materials. However, Zhou Yan didn't intend to upgrade all the buildings to the maximum level. He would upgrade them to whatever level he could, without caring what level they reached. Zhou Yan stepped forward and spoke to the Lord, who was also wearing a mask. I'll challenge you with this. What do you say? Since the arena was set up by the other party at their expense, challengers must obtain the other party's consent before they can participate in the competition. Otherwise, they cannot participate. The arena has its own rules, and no one can break them, or they will be expelled from the arena. The power of anyone who can establish such an arena should not be doubted. People who come here generally don't cause trouble, and they all sign a competition contract before the challenge. Anyone who causes trouble will be punished. The other party looked at what Zhou Yan was holding. It was an S-quality skill book, and a warrior's skill book at that, which made the other party very satisfied. Okay, go up on stage and summon the hero. The other party nodded in agreement. Behold the might of my territory's hero, Zhou Yan said to Leng Yu, then walked onto the arena. The arena is a special place. After arriving at the arena, Zhou Yan discovered that he could directly contact all the heroes in the territory. So Zhou Yan said to Zhao Yun. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun, who was in the territory, quickly replied, your subordinate is here. I have arrived at the arena, and you will participate in the first battle. Zhou Yan said, yes. Zhao Yun replied. This made the other generals very envious. The Lord indeed favored Zhao Yun, and Zhao Yun was sent out in the first battle. Zhou Yin summoned Zhao Yun, whose figure disappeared from the territory and appeared on the arena. Zhao Yun, clad in silver armor and a white cloak, with his heroic and handsome appearance, immediately attracted the attention of many, especially her aura, which makes people feel comfortable at first glance and is very charming. Zhao Yun greets the Lord. Zhao Yun said to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin patted Zhao Yun on the shoulder and said, "I believe in your strength. This humble general will certainly not disappoint the Lord." Zhao Yun replied confidently, "Zhou Yin, I never expected that your territory would have such a valiant hero." Leng Yu, who was also standing below the stage, saw Zhao Yun's face and was somewhat surprised. Zhao Yun was not only handsome and heroic, but also had a very attractive temperament, which naturally made him admired by many people. Leng Yu was no exception. She admired Zhao Yun at first sight. "Of course, he is one of the generals of my territory," Zhou Yin replied. The arena quickly scanned Zhao Yun's basic information and displayed it to the opposing lord. Hero name, Zhao Yun. Level 100. Class, Martial God. Realm level, 45 heavens. Seeing that the opponent's hero was only at the 45th level of the cultivation realm, for levels lower than his own, gave him a very advantageous position. Ability has nothing to do with appearance. No matter how handsome you are, it's useless if you fail. The only thing that worried the other party was that the other party's profession was martial god, which should be a special profession, but he had never heard of such a profession. The strength of a profession cannot be judged by its name. Some professions are called demon god or magic god, but their actual abilities are extremely weak. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the Lord Continent. Let's sign the contract. The other party quickly signed his name and then looked at him. Zhou Yin naturally knew what the other party was thinking. He thought that since his hero was 4 realms lower than the other party, he was already guaranteed to win. However, the equipment the opponent was wearing was only platinum quality. Only their weapon was diamond quality. Zhao Yun's equipment was all of diamond quality, especially his weapon, which was a spirit weapon. Moreover, the opponent's hero is definitely not of top quality. The opponent thought they had it in the bag. Little did they know that Zhao Yun was only slightly weaker than them in terms of cultivation level. In everything else, he completely overwhelmed them. Zhou Yin also signed his name. The contract turned into a beam of light and appeared in front of the two of them. Zhou Yin also saw the other party's real name, Ji Mingwei. The competition between the two sides was officially established. The two lords stood below the arena, and a barrier rose up, signaling the start of the contest between the two heroes. A large crowd gathered around, and they were all somewhat surprised after seeing the information on both sides. Chapter 562, Another Challenge. Zhao Yun's cultivation level is only at the 45th level, but Wang Hao's cultivation level is already at the 49th level. That's a difference of 4 levels. However, Zhao Yun is quite handsome. If he were a female lord, she would probably be her concubine. It's hard to say who will win or lose. We just don't know how strong this martial god class is. Judging from his weapon, he's also a melee class. Everyone was looking forward to this battle, and Zhou Yin was very confident in his hero. Ji Mingwei is also very confident in his hero and looks forward to his hero defeating the opponent. Wang Hao was dressed in black armor and held a giant hammer. This weapon was a blunt weapon, and without sufficient strength, even lifting it would be a huge problem, let alone using it for combat. After the battle began, Wang Hao looked at Zhao Yun, who was clad in silver armor and wielding a long spear, and said, "I, Wang Hao, will smash you into mincemeat." Zhao Yun pointed a spear and said, "Enough with the nonsense. Take this." Zhao Yun moved like lightning, unleashing a terrifying aura with his attack. His spear flashed like a dragon, releasing thousands of phoenixes in flight, a dazzling display that contained terrifying destructive power, leaving everyone astonished. Zhao Yun's famous spear technique, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, is renowned. Furthermore, as Zhao Yun's understanding of martial arts deepened, the power of this move became increasingly formidable. This is a unique skill created by Zhao Yun. Once used, it is much more powerful than ordinary martial arts. Moreover, this martial art has a strong growth potential. As long as you deepen your understanding, you can continuously improve its quality. Now, Zhao Yun's move is no less powerful than a regular art quality martial skill. Given more time, it's only a matter of time before this skill grows into a top-tier skill, and it's even possible that it could surpass RRR quality skills. After sensing the power of this move, Wang Hao dared not be careless. His whole body burst forth with light, and the giant hammer in his hand shone brightly, magnifying several times over. Thunder God Slash. The enormous hammer of light fell forward, colliding with a myriad birds, and the two beams of light engaged in a fierce battle. No one expected that the two heroes would immediately use their most powerful skills in the battle, which is extremely rare. The fight was a climax from the very first move, keeping everyone glued to the battle before them. The hammer tried to flatten the bird shadows, but these birds were no ordinary birds. They were very powerful and numerous, and they kept pecking at the hammer. Click! As a phoenix cry rang out, the myriad birds actually formed a phoenix. Then, a crack appeared on the light hammer, which quickly covered the light hammer with spider-like cracks, and then vanished in an instant. Not good. Dodge quickly. Ji Mingwei, who was below the stage, couldn't help but shout when he saw the phoenix phantom rushing directly towards Wang Hao. Boom! After a loud explosion on the stage, a terrifying red flame completely engulfed Wang Hao. A line of text appeared on the entire arena. Zhao Yun wins. The barrier around the arena disappeared, and Zhao Yun was still alone with his spear. His silver armor was still as bright as ever, and he stood there like a benchmark, his sword-like eyebrows looking in all directions, exuding an aura of invincibility. Good. Someone started clapping. Zhao Yun, when he did make a move, killed the enemy with lightning speed. His strength was indeed formidable. Zhou Yin received the reward for this competition. Although his opponent was unwilling, he didn't say much. That's the rule. If he was unwilling, then he would just defeat his opponent. So Ji Mingwei approached Zhou Yin and said, I want to have another bet with you. Do you dare? Zhou Yin looked at Ji Mingwei and asked, So what are you planning to bring out this time? Ji Mingwei took out 3 items from his spatial ring and said, Take a look at what you want. This is the 7-star spiritual herb star spirit flower. This is the 8-star material dragon breaking stone. And this is an S-quality hero summoning token. I choose the hero summoning token. Zhou Yin said without hesitation. All right, bring out that skill book from last time, but I have one request. We each switch heroes. Are you up for it? Ji Mingwei said to Zhou Yin. Oh, change your hero. Zhou Yin laughed. He had many heroes in his territory, all of whom were nearly as strong as Zhao Yun. Did the other party think that Zhao Yun was the only powerful hero in his territory? Don't you dare. Ji Mingwei thought Zhou Yin was scared when he saw that Zhou Yin did not answer. Okay. Zhou Yin nodded. Lung Yu quickly stepped forward and said to Zhou Yin, This guy will definitely send out an even stronger hero. Why did you agree to it? Do you have a hero stronger than this guy in your territory? Zhou Yin's territory had only been established for half a year, and she was already quite surprised that the heroes within it could cultivate to the 40-plus levels. This Zhao Yun was quite strong. If it were a different hero, they would probably lose. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I certainly won't do a losing business, Zhou Yin replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Lung Yu was quite surprised. So, Zhou Yin's territory had heroes even stronger than Zhao Yun. Considering Zhou Yan's vast territory and enormous wealth, she realized how unnecessary her worries had been. Lung Yu stepped aside and said no more. Zhou Yin returned to the arena and said to Zhao Yun, Go back and rest first. Yes, Zhao Yun replied, bowing respectfully. Zhao Yun transformed into a beam of light and was teleported back by Zhou Yin. Ji Mingwei also arrived on the arena. The people around became curious again and did not leave. They all wanted to see what kind of heroes the two would summon to fight this time. Before Ji Mingwei, another hero appeared. This hero was very tall, more than 2 meters tall, and wore only a heart mutual mirror. He held a spike club that was more than 2 meters long. This person looks extremely powerful, and his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Moreover, his strength is certainly much greater than that of Wang Hao before. His information was quickly made public. Hero name, Manhwa. Level 100. Class, Demon Slayer. Realm, 48 Heavens. Although his cultivation level was 1 level lower than Wang Hao's, his profession was no ordinary one. It was called Demon Slayer Warrior, which made people feel that this hero was extremely difficult to deal with. Come on, summon your heroes. My Spike Club, Emperor Min, is itching for battle. Emperor Min brandished his spiked club and swung it through the air, the sound of it cutting through the air echoing. The opponent's power was extraordinary. Ordinary heroes would definitely not be his match. Everyone looked at Zhou Yin, wondering what kind of hero he would summon. Chapter 563, the second scene. Ji Minghui appeared very confident this time, then looked at Zhou Yin and said, "It's your turn. Don't be afraid. Before a contract is signed, the other party can still back out." Ji Minghui is extremely confident in his hero and naturally doesn't want Zhou Yin to back down. Hearing Ji Minghui's provocative tone, he smiled and replied, "Brother, don't cry later." "Cry?" Ji Minghui replied irritably. "How could I, Ji Minghui, possibly cry? Just wait to be tortured." "Okay, I'm waiting to get tortured." Zhou Yin nodded. The hero who tortures him? Maybe in his next life. After witnessing the hero's strength, Zhou Yin then looked at his own territory. He pondered which hero would be most suitable to send out, and then thought that since the opponent had sent out a tall and strong hero, he should also send out a corresponding hero. There are so many heroes in the territory, but not many are suitable for battle. Zhou Yin looked at Gliru and then at Longshan. "Jelaru, you're up for the second match." Zhou Yin said, "Yes, Lord, Gliru will not let you down." Gliru was overjoyed, never expecting that the Lord would send him into battle. When Gliru appeared on the arena, everyone was very surprised, as he was actually an orc. Jelaru was 3 meters tall, also wielding a spike club, and was fully armed except for his head. The key point is that the spike club is longer and larger than the one used by Emperor Min, and its power is obviously greater. No one expected that Zhou Yan's territory would have a hero like an orc, and he seemed to be quite strong, especially his height, which gave people a strong sense of oppression. Emperor Min was quite surprised to see his opponent. "It's an orc. Kid, you look down on us orcs." Gliru looked at the other person, who should be his opponent, as he was much smaller than himself. However, Gliru did not underestimate his opponent. There were many people in his territory who were about the same height as him, but they were all much shorter than him and were quite strong. Orc, Emperor Min, will show you what true strength is." Emperor Min said, raising his head high. "Although I'm looking forward to it." "You're still a long way off," Gliru retorted, equally unwilling to back down. The two hadn't even started fighting yet, but sparks were already flying between them. Ji Minghui looked at the orc's information. Hero name, Gliru. Level 100. Class, Beastmaster. Realm level, 43 heavens. 43 heavens. Ji Minghui never expected that this orc's realm would be so much lower than his heroes, a full 5 minor realms apart. But thinking of the battle ahead, Ji Minghui still said to Emperor Min, "Don't be careless. Although this orc is 5 minor realms lower than you, his equipment should be much better than yours." Emperor Min nodded and replied, "Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely defeat this orc. You should have faith in me." "Of course I have confidence in you. You're my ace hero." Ji Minghui nodded. After the two signed the contract, the competition was officially established. The two stepped off the stage again, and Ji Minghui said to Zhou Yin, "I believe you will definitely lose this time. Don't say things so soon, or you'll feel so bad you'll want to cry later," Zhou Yin replied. "Then let's wait and see." Ji Minghui walked to the side, put his hands on his hips, and looked very confident. "I didn't expect there to be other races in your territory, but there probably aren't many," Leng Yu asked curiously. Zhou Yin glanced at Leng Yu and then replied, "There aren't many other races, maybe only a few 100,000. Leng Yu, hundreds of thousands of people? Zhou Yin is deceiving himself again. Zhou Yin, I really didn't." With the barrier activated, the battle between the two heroes officially began. From the moment Gliru and Emperor Min appeared, they were at odds, like water and fire. Gliru is superior to his opponent in terms of physique, and even their equipment is the same. After the battle began, Gliru put on his helmet, revealing only his eyes, and was armed to the teeth. Those with the discerning I have already recognized that this is a complete set of diamond quality equipment. Such a complete set of diamond equipment has additional attribute bonuses, but it is very expensive and is rarely seen. It is indeed quite remarkable that Zhou Yin was able to obtain it. Whoosh! Gliru brandished his spike club with both hands, then looked at Emperor Min and said, "Boy, I'd like to see just how strong you really are." Emperor Min also took out a spike club and replied, "You will definitely regret coming here." The two roared and then ran towards each other. Clang! Both men were wielding spike clubs, weapons of astonishing weight. When they collided, sparks flew from the friction and a violent impact sound erupted. Both of them possessed immense strength, and their fighting style was extremely simple. Brute force alone could overcome any technique. Clang, clang, clang. The two men swung their spike clubs again and again, their weapons clashing repeatedly. Their fight was simple, decisive, and direct, and it was precisely this pure fighting style that stirred the emotions of countless people. The people around were thrilled, their emotions rising and falling with each strike of the spike club. The two were roughly equal in strength. Manhwa was clearly a hero of exceptional quality, but his equipment was inferior, and the bonuses from his territory were definitely not as great as those from Jelaru. However, Manhwa's cultivation level was 5 minor realms higher than Jelaru's. Each time the two sides clashed, the recoil from their weapons would cause them damage, but they were both enduring it and bearing it. Whoever couldn't withstand it first would be defeated. The fight between the two was intense and exciting. They didn't use many fancy tricks or clever moves. They simply overwhelmed each other with sheer brute force, a real, hard-fought battle. Cheers rang out from all around, and many people were watching with great interest. Such a battle was rare, and with both sides evenly matched, the outcome was still uncertain, which was what they were most looking forward to. In a prolonged battle, Grelu would definitely have the upper hand. His recovery abilities were several times greater than his opponent's. After all, Grelu had descended into Zhou Yan's territory, and the territory's various buffs to him were not to be underestimated. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Emperor Min was already panting heavily, while Gliru was still very active and even mocked Emperor Min. "Kid, you were so arrogant. Keep going. I've only just warmed up." Chapter 564, Setting Up 3 Arenas in Succession. "Don't worry, Emperor Min will not fail so easily." Emperor Min looked at his opponent, panting, but his heart was not as simple as it appeared. Emperor Min was very puzzled as to why the other party had such strong stamina, and he could not see that he had consumed much energy. This was not normal at all, especially since his cultivation level was 5 minor realms higher than the other parties. Even Ji Mingwei noticed something was wrong. His expression turned very ugly. That Grillu's stamina was too strong. He hadn't expended much energy. If this continued, they would probably lose this round again. No, I've already lost once. I can't lose a second time." Ji Minghui clenched his fists, extremely unwilling to accept defeat. Emperor Min knew he couldn't afford to lose. This battle had to be won quickly. A burst of brown energy erupted from Min Huang's body. He finally began to use his martial arts skills, wanting to use his superior cultivation level to defeat his opponent. A powerful energy enveloped Min Huang's entire body, and with the blessing of spiritual power, Min Huang's various strengths were greatly enhanced. He quickened his pace, swinging his spike club. Brown spiritual energy formed sharp beams of light. With a leap, Min Huang gripped the club with both hands and unleashed a terrifying attack on Grillu below. Grillu was not to be outdone, unleashing the power of the Beast King within him, a formidable force he had gained after his class change. He became incredibly majestic, and a massive Orcish aura appeared behind him. The enormous orc beam of light spread its arms and directly grasped the spike club under Emperor Min's command. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate until, with a loud boom, they created a massive impact that sent both of them flying. But the two quickly attacked each other again. The two figures formed 2 beams of light, attacking back and forth on the arena, fighting fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Both forces are extremely powerful, and each collision is like an explosion. Whoever attacks and hits the other will win the battle. The two attacks were incredibly powerful. If they had hit the body, the consequences would have been severe. However, their strengths were roughly equal, and they were both very experienced in combat, so neither gave the other any chance. However, the longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for Emperor Min. Grelu had been looking for an opportunity. With his continuous attacks, Grelu finally saw that Emperor Min had made a mistake. So, Grelu once again released the powerful power of the Beast Emperor, turning all the energy into an attack and integrating it into the spike club, and then brought it down towards Emperor Min. Boom! Min Huang's body was sent flying by the powerful force, crashing heavily into the barrier. After struggling for a few moments, he finally disappeared from the arena. The screen once again displayed the message, Griru wins, and the barrier disappeared again. Grillu raised his spiked club, and a thunderous sound echoed around them. This battle was truly thrilling, making them all feel excited. Ji Minghui left the place dejectedly, feeling extremely distressed by the defeats in the two battles. Not bad. This orc's stamina is truly impressive. He managed to wear the opponent down to death. Lung Yu naturally saw the key point. In terms of cultivation level, Jaluru is 5 minor realms behind his opponent, but in other aspects, Jaluru is by no means weaker than his opponent, especially in terms of physical strength, where he is more than twice as strong. Zhou Yin smiled. All the heroes in his territory were not only physically strong, but also extremely powerful in every aspect. Zhou Yin stepped onto the arena and said, "Not bad. Now get some rest. It's your turn to go on stage." "Yes, Lord." Gorilla disappeared from the arena. Zhou Yin simply spent money to set up the arena and then took out an S-quality skillbook as a bargaining chip to attract others to come and challenge him. This time, Zhou Yin summoned Dian Wei and said, "Don't embarrass me." "My lord, look at what you're saying. I, Dian Wei, am not just a name without substance. I will definitely defend the arena for you." Dian Wei answered confidently, holding his giant axe. Seeing so many people, Zhou Yin asked, "Is anyone interested in taking on this challenge? This is an S-quality skill book, so hurry up and try it out if you want it." Lung Yu was speechless when she saw Zhou Yan's appearance, but she didn't say anything. "I'll look around and let you know when I want to leave." Lung Yu was also going to find a suitable arena to challenge. "Okay," Zhou Yan replied. People around looked around and saw that quite a few were indeed tempted, so they took out a few items and wanted to take on the challenge. Zhou Yan looked at the materials and finally chose one, and confirmed the quantity before signing the contract and starting the competition. Zhou Yan ignored the arena here and went to the one next to him. He spent money to set up another arena, and this time summoned Yang Zixing. Those around were speechless. They hadn't expected Zhou Yan to be so bold as to set up 3 arenas at once. That wasn't all. Zhou Yan then went to another arena that was occupied. Although he didn't think much of what was on the table, he still took out one item and started competing with his opponent. The surrounding crowd fell silent again. This guy actually started 3 arenas at the same time. His confidence was too much. "Kid, opening 3 arenas in a row. You seem quite confident in yourself." This lord had naturally noticed Zhou Yan's actions as well. "It's all right. The main thing is that you're quite close by. Now that I've won, how about I take over this arena?" Zhou Yan asked. "Sure, as long as your hero can win, I'll let you have it." The other party didn't make things difficult for him. "Don't worry. It will be resolved soon." Zhou Yan smiled and then summoned Yan Xixia. "Lord, is this the arena? It looks very lively." Yan Xixia was quite the chatterbox, and upon seeing so many people, he even took the initiative to greet them. "Enough with the nonsense. If we fail, you're not welcome to come out again," Zhou Yan said. "No, Lord, I, Yan Xixia, will definitely win. How could I possibly lose? If I lose, I won't be able to show my face in the territory anymore," Yan Xixia said hurriedly. When Zhou Yan saw that someone had gone to challenge Yang Zixing, he quickly signed the contract and said, "Then you fight by yourself. I'm busy now." "Rest assured, my lord, I will certainly not let you down," Yan Xixia replied. Then, Yan Xixia looked at the other person and said, "Young man, don't worry, Yan Xixia, will definitely not go too far. Tell me, what kind of death do you want? Go to hell." Chapter 565, Instant Kill. So Zhou Yan started the challenge mode, quickly negotiated the items for the competition with Yang Zixing, signed the contract, and began the battle. Afterwards, Zhou Yan went to the other 2 arenas, discussed the items with the people there, and then summoned Hua, Xubing, and Qin Xiong. The people around were speechless. This guy had actually played 5 games in a row. The key point is that he has so many heroes, and they all seem to be quite powerful. Soon, Dian Wei won, demonstrating the prowess of the heroes from Zhou Yan's territory. Zhou Yan quickly asked, "Can we still fight?" "My lord, I haven't warmed up yet," Dian Wei replied hastily. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan quickly said, "No, you need to be a little weak right now." Upon hearing this, Dian Wei didn't quite understand what Zhou Yan meant, but after seeing the look in Zhou Yan's eyes, Dian Wei finally understood and then said loudly, "Lord, the battle just now consumed a lot of my strength, but I can still fight. Don't send me back to the territory. I want to fight more." Zhou Yan was very satisfied. Although the acting skills still needed improvement, Zhou Yan still said, Okay, Then you better guard the arena well and don't embarrass me. All right, I definitely won't let you down, Dianwei replied cooperatively. Zhou Yin looked around and said, anyone want a challenge? If so, hurry up, or you'll miss your chance. I'll do it, a lord stepped forward and said. Zhou Yin laughed and said, all right, bring the things out and let me see. As a result, Zhou Yin became very busy. 5 arenas were enough. He didn't have much time to manage anymore. Usually, as soon as one side finishes, someone else steps up to challenge it on the other side. Because Zhou Yin set up 5 arenas at once, many people came here. The key was that the items Zhou Yin brought were also quite good, which attracted many people. Therefore, Zhou Yin took turns fighting on the 5 arenas. Unfortunately, despite dozens of challengers appearing, not a single lord has been able to defeat Zhou Yin and his heroes. Zhou Yan's undefeated legend quickly gained him some fame, attracting many people to come and challenge him. Zhou Yin naturally accepted all comers. In any case, within the 50 heavens, Zhou Yin was fully confident that his heroes could win without losing. Of course, it's not that heroes above the 50th level can't be sent here. It's just that they are very rare. Zhou Yin would not allow the opponent's hero realm to be too far beyond that. As long as it was within 2 or 3 realms, he would agree. Even so, no lord-level hero could win. Moreover, Zhou Yin has so many heroes under his command that as soon as they play 3 matches, Zhou Yin immediately switches on another hero. This surprised many people. This guy has way too many heroes. The most important thing is that these heroes are all incredibly strong. It is indeed very strong, but the things Zhou Yin brought out are too good. Even I am tempted, but unfortunately, I dare not send heroes in without a 50% chance of success. Finally, Bai Qi, who was in the territory, also took the initiative to join the battle, and Zhou Yin naturally agreed. Bai Qi stepped forward and waited for a few minutes. Seeing that no one challenged him, he arrogantly declared, is there no one else? Who dares to fight me, Bai Qi? How dare you? Let my general fight you. A lord immediately stepped forward and said. Zhou Yin quickly stepped forward and examined what the other party had taken out. The reward he set out here was an R-quality job change scroll, while the other party presented an SS quality building. Zhou Yin looked at the building's information. Architecture, another dimension. Type copy. Quality, SSS. Description, can be built within your territory. Zhou Yin was very pleased to see such a good item, but he remained outwardly calm and said, although the quality is a level below my job change scroll, I still agree. Good thing you agree. I'm definitely taking this job change scroll from you. Wang Shi was clearly relieved. To him, this building was like a useless thing, but he didn't expect Zhou Yin to agree, which made Wang Shi very happy. Zhou Yin naturally agreed. He never thought he had too much of this kind of thing, and even felt it was a good deal. Both of them were happy because they wanted different things. Wang Shi summoned a hero, who was also Wang Shi's top general, whose level was not far from Bai Qi's. Hero name, Zhang Tianxi. Race, human. Level 100. Occupation, martial artist. Realm, 50 heavens. Bai Qi is also at the 50th level of the heavenly realm, and his profession is the god of slaughter. However, Zhou Yin is very confident in Bai Qi's combat power. He even doubts whether this hero can last for 5 minutes. With the contract signed, the battle between Bai Qi and Zhang Tianxi finally began. In an instant, Bai Qi unleashed a tremendous killing intent, which shocked Zhang Tianxi and even made him feel a sense of fear. Bai Qi moved, his blood-red killing intent almost tangible, especially his eyes, which caused Zhang Tianxi to momentarily lose his focus. In battles between the strong, the outcome can be decided in an instant. Although Zhang Tianxi reacted quickly, it was too late. Bai Qi beheaded him with a single sword strike. Everyone was shocked. It ended way too quickly. It ended in just a few seconds. That's incredible. The combination of the God of Slaughter class and the Eye of the God of Slaughter unleashes an incredibly powerful burst of strength in an instant. How is this possible? Wang Shi looked at everything in disbelief, never expecting such an outcome. You flatter me. Zhou Yin was very happy. Bai Qi had not disappointed him. What a great start. Who else? Zhou Yin looked around. Many people fell silent. To be able to instantly kill someone of the same level? Damn, this hero's strength is just too abnormal. After several hours, no one was able to win a single one of the 5 arenas that Zhou Yin had set up. Zhou Yin won a lot of good stuff, This place is really a great place to get free treasures. Not only can it increase the combat experience of the heroes in the territory, but it also provides rewards. All he spends is a little bit of spirit coins to set up the arena, which he doesn't lack at all. Anyone else want a challenge? Hurry up. Zhou Yin kept enticing others to participate, offering them a variety of rewards to choose from. As long as they could bring out the corresponding treasures, they could start the competition. This move has indeed attracted quite a few people. When will it be our turn? The sisters can't wait. Jiao Chan saw the generals talking about the upcoming battle, and they were also eager to go out and fight. Chapter 566. Who else? All right, you guys will go right away. But make sure you all wear your masks and gear. Zhou Yin said. Jiao Chan and the others are too beautiful. It's better for them to wear masks in this arena. It's best to keep your wife out of the sight of outsiders as much as possible. Okay. Jiao Chan and the others were overjoyed to hear that it was finally their turn and immediately put on their equipment. Zhou Yin glanced at the arena and finally summoned Jiao Chan, Zhen Mi, and Sun Shangxiang onto the arena. It's actually a female hero. He's just wearing a mask, but judging from his physique and appearance, he shouldn't be a weakling. This kid has way too many heroes. Now he's even summoning female heroes. I've been here the whole time, and I've seen Zhou Yin summon at least dozens of heroes, and none of them could defeat them. This guy's heroes are too strong. After Jiao Chan appeared and waited for a long time without seeing anyone step forward to choose her, she spoke up and said, "This humble woman, Jiao Chan, is here. I wonder which hero dares to challenge me." Although we can't see Jiao Chan's specific appearance, just from her voice, we know that Jiao Chan's appearance must be quite good. Given the provocative tone, a lord immediately stepped forward and said, "Since the beauty has said so, wouldn't it be a sign of our fear if we didn't come up and challenge her?" "Brother, I'm rooting for you. You can't let a woman look down on you. What's wrong with women? You underestimate women. That girl named Jiao Chan, I support you. Go for it. Let's see how strong you really are." Many people in the audience started to jeer. Zhou Yin was helpless, not expecting Jiao Chan to say such a thing, but he did not stop her. He looked at the magical artifact that the Lord had taken out and was quite surprised. He asked, "It seems that what you want this time is not simple. You said before that as long as we can produce the corresponding treasure, we can choose any treasure you want. That shouldn't be false, right?" Tang Yu asked. Zhou Yin nodded and replied, "Of course. Now, tell me, what do you want this time?" "I'd like an SSS quality magician's technique this time. Do you have any?" Tang Yu asked. "Of course, but what attribute do you want?" Zhou Yin asked. "Fire type is preferred," Tang Yu said upon hearing this. "Okay." Zhou Yin took out an SSS quality magic book. Tang Yu nodded and said, "You really have a lot of treasures. This will do." Zhou Yin also replaced his items with this magic book. He naturally knew what Tang Yu was up to. He simply thought Jiao Chan was easy to bully. But is Jiao Chan really easy to bully? Jiao Chan is an RRR quality hero, and she has 3 spirit artifacts on her body. Even the weapon in her hand is a sacred artifact. With Jiao Chan's strength, how could she possibly lose to someone of the same level? Tang Yu summoned a hero, shrouded in darkness, wielding 2 swords and exuding a tyrannical aura. Zhou Yin could sense that this hero was not human, but rather from another race. Zhou Yin quickly obtained the hero's basic information. Hero name, Ghostblade. Race, Shadow. Level, 99. Occupation, Night Stalker. Realm level, 55 Heavens. This hero is a member of the Shadow race, possessing innate stealth abilities. Considering their class, they should be an assassin-type character. Her cultivation level was as high as Jiao Chan's, both at the 55th level of the Heavenly Realm. Moreover, Zhou Yin could tell that the opponent's weapon was also a spiritual artifact, but the rest of their equipment was of diamond quality. As expected, the opponent was well prepared for this match. Unfortunately, Jiao Chan's strength will definitely exceed Tang Yu's expectations. After signing the contract, the two stood below the stage watching the battle between Jiao Chan and Gue Ren. Jiao Chan was equipped with perfect gear, including 3 magical artifacts, and her weapon was a sacred artifact. As soon as the battle began, Ghostblade concealed his presence, completely disappearing from everyone's sight. As expected of the Shadow Clan, natural assassins and killers, they actually disappeared without a trace. Many people in the audience were quite surprised that they couldn't sense Ghostblade's exact location. I wonder what methods that woman named Jiao Chan will use to force him out. If he gets close, I'm afraid I'll lose. Assassins are the worst. You can die at their hands without even knowing why. I hate them, but they are indeed very capable. On the stage, Jiao Chan activated her powerful senses, then smiled slightly, raised her weapon, and burst forth with dazzling light. One after another, beautiful and eye-catching flowers appeared from Jiao Chan's weapon and then headed towards the enemy's location. The hidden ghost blade was quite surprised. He could sense the energy carried by those flowers and began to dodge without hesitation. Ghost Blade still hadn't revealed himself and moved extremely cautiously. Ordinary people couldn't sense him, but those with strong mental power could still detect some movement. But Jiao Chan seemed to know where Ghost Blade was, and flowers kept chasing after him without stopping for a moment. A patch of beautiful flowers had appeared on the ground, but they did not burst into bloom as if the ground was covered with flowers. She actually knows the exact location of Ghost Blade. Tangyu became a little worried. He had thought that with the Shadow Clan's hidden talent, he could slowly approach her and then deliver a fatal blow. But no one expected that Jiao Chan's perception was so strong and her methods were so powerful. She kept releasing attacks to chase after the Ghost Blade. If this continued, she would probably not escape defeat. Jiao Chan quickly stepped forward and attacked Ghost Blade. Ghost Blade was forced to reveal himself and drew two weapons to defend himself. Ding ding! However, Ghost Blade discovered that Jiao Chan's attack was very powerful, and he was forced to retreat several steps. Then he saw Jiao Chan retreat rapidly. Ghost Blade frowned, then looked down and realized he was surrounded by countless flowers. Ghost Blade instantly sensait danger. But it was too late. Boom! After dozens of explosions, Ghost Blade was blasted into dust by Jiao Chan. Jiao Chan successfully defeated her opponent and won the battle. Thank you for the favor. Zhou Yin happily put away the other party's magical artifact. Why? Tangyu shook his head and then left. Zhou Yin looked around again and asked, who else is there? Chapter 567, Leaving the Arena. Hearing Zhou Yan's arrogant words, the people around him wanted nothing more than to pin him to the ground and rub him against the ground, but they ultimately chose to let him go. If they had taken the initiative to attack, the people in the arena would have been the first to not let them off the hook. They desperately hoped someone could curb Zhou Yan's arrogant attitude, but unfortunately, no one stepped forward despite looking around. Next, more people stepped forward to challenge him, but unfortunately, they all lost to Zhou Yan's heroes. Zhou Yan's undefeated legend spread far and wide. My God, what did you do? When I heard you set up 5 arenas, I thought I misheard. In the afternoon, Lung Yu finally came to find Zhou Yan and was stunned by his actions. He had set up 5 arenas and had never lost a single one, which spread throughout the entire arena. Nonsense. I clearly set up 8 arenas behind me. It's just that very few people are challenging them now, Zhou Yan corrected. Lung Yu, Zhou Yan decided to stay here for a few days, since there were hotels nearby anyway. How many days do you plan to stay? Lung Yu asked. Let's stay for 3 days first, Zhou Yan replied. Lung Yu nodded. Since she had nothing else to do, she stayed with Zhou Yan next to the arena. In the evening, Zhou Yan returned to his territory and took out the rewards he had earned from the competition that day. Architecture, another dimension. Type copy. Quality, SSS. Description, can be built within your territory. Territory notification, construct otherworldly space. Otherworldly space will evolve into otherworldly space. The building was transformed into a portal to a dungeon space. Zhou Yan had previously acquired several dungeon-type buildings like this. Therefore, Zhou Yan started to upgrade the building directly. This building also required space stones to upgrade, and Zhou Yan upgraded it to level 60. After the upgrade was complete, Zhou Yan looked at the building with curiosity and then checked its information. Architecture, another world. Level, 60, required for leveling up. Quality, RRR. Special Attribute 1. A new otherworldly dungeon can be actively refreshed every 30 days. Currently, it is the Desert Battlefield dungeon space, with a daily limit of 600 players. Special Attribute 2. A new otherworldly dungeon can be actively refreshed every 40 days. Currently, it is the Dragon Burial Ridge dungeon space, with a daily limit of 500 players. Special Attribute 3. Can actively refresh one otherworldly dungeon every 50 days. Currently, it is the Endless dungeon space, with a daily limit of 400 players. Special Attribute 4. A new otherworldly dungeon can be actively refreshed every 60 days. Currently, it is the Tiandu Mountain Dungeon Space, with a daily limit of 300 players. Special Attribute 5 can actively refresh one otherworldly dungeon every 70 days, currently the Primordial Tower Dungeon Space, with a daily limit of 200 players. Special Attribute 6, a new otherworldly dungeon can be actively refreshed every 80 days. Currently, it is the Valley of 10,000 Snakes Dungeon, with a daily limit of 100 players. Introduction. In this space leading to another world, you will discover many unimaginable things. After Zhou Yin built this building, although he was very curious about these otherworldly dungeons, he didn't have time to go and play them himself. Therefore, Zhou Yin immediately notified Guijia, instructing him to send soldiers to explore these instances as the number of attempts could not be wasted, and also asked him to record relevant information about these instances. After that, Zhou Yin brought out another building. Architecture, Mountain Forest. Category, Materials. Quality A. Description, can be built within your territory. Territory notification, build, Mountain Forest. Mountain Forest will evolve into Sacred Tree Forest. 34. Shimu Forest, not Shinmu, right? 34. Zhou Yin was quite surprised. Shimu is a good thing. Many of the buildings in his territory need this wood. After checking the building's quality, Zhou Yin found it was only an SSS quality building, but he didn't care. He upgraded it, and he also had the materials to upgrade it. After upgrading it to level 70, Zhou Yin looked at the building's data. Architecture, Sacred Tree Forest. Level, 70, required for leveling up. Quality, SSS, required for upgrade. Special Attribute 1, increases the probability of obtaining high-grade divine trees. Special Attribute 2, increases the logging efficiency of lumberjacks. Special Attribute 3, increases lumberjack skill experience. Special Attribute 4, increases wood respawn rate. Special Attribute 5, reduces lumberjacks' stamina consumption. Special Attribute 6, every 12 hours, a batch of 6-star or higher divine trees will be refreshed in random quantities. Special Attribute 7, every 12 hours, a batch of 7-star or higher divine trees will be refreshed in random quantities. After Zhou Yin completed the construction, he also notified Sun Yu, asking him to arrange for the appropriate manpower to go in and cut down trees, to see how much timber was produced and how efficient it was. After completing the construction of the 2 buildings acquired today, Zhou Yin entered the secluded cultivation room to begin his cultivation. On the second day, he continued to loot other people's treasures in the arena. However, today's harvest was much less than yesterday's, and Zhou Yin was very disappointed that he didn't get a single building. The only good thing he got was a magical artifact. After Zhou Yin won, he bestowed the magical artifact upon Hua Tsubing of the territory. As for other heroes, they will appear sooner or later. Oyezi later successfully forged 2 more magical weapons. He was quite fast. He could forge 1 weapon in about half a month. However, Oyezi was clearly not satisfied. He obviously still wanted to forge a sacred artifact, but Zhou Yin told him not to rush, because a sacred artifact cannot be forged just because you want to. The success of each sacred artifact can trigger extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth, just like the first time. As for the others, apart from Jerry, who is able to forge magical artifacts, the forging skills of the others have not yet reached the required level. But they're all working hard, and it is believed that they will be able to forge magical artifacts in the near future. As for materials, the territory is not lacking at all. Jean Sanyi is constantly collecting various ores, and the territory can basically find whatever materials they need. Even if they can't find it, as long as it's reported, someone will ask Jean Sanyi to specially buy it. Zhou Yin stayed in the arena for another day, only leaving on the 3rd day. The main reason was that all his heroes were too strong, and in the end, no one could compete with him. He didn't have any heroes with high levels of skill, so Zhou Yin felt that it was about time. Since he already knew about this place, he might as well wait a while before coming here again. Chapter 568. Jean Yu will soon fall into a deep sleep. After returning to Ziwei Academy, Zhou Yin also prepared for the people of the territory to celebrate the new year. The entire territory became busy again, and there was a joyous scene everywhere. Why are there red lanterns? Jean Yi asked, having finished his cultivation after seeing Zhou Yin in the territory. He then ran to Zhou Yin's shoulder, and Tian and Lu Li were also by his side. Their cultivation levels were already quite high, and they wouldn't see much progress in a short period of time. This is for the Chinese New Year, Zhou Yin replied. What is Chinese New Year? Jin Yi asked, sounding very curious. Jin Yi and Tian and Lu Li are all dragons. Dragons don't celebrate the New Year, and since their lifespan is already very long, it doesn't make much difference whether they celebrate the New Year or not. The New Year is about bidding farewell to the old year and welcoming the new, ending one era and starting a new one. Zhou Yin could only explain it this way. In truth, he didn't know if he was right. Oh, this seems quite interesting, Jin Yi said. The group strolled around the territory, and then a fairy from the Moon Palace approached Zhou Yin. Lord, Guojia and Sun Yu have come to see you, the female soldier from Guanghan said. Zhou Yin nodded. He roughly knew why the two had come. It must be about the building they had been constructing a couple of days ago. Where are they? Zhou Yin asked. At the Heavenly Emperor's Palace. The female soldier from Guanghan replied. Okay. Zhou Yin nodded and led Jin Yi to the Heavenly Emperor's Palace. Lord, these are the data for the 6 instances of the otherworld space. I've already compiled them all. Guojia handed a document to Zhou Yin. This was written with a fountain pen. Zhou Yin smiled and said, Guojia, you write quite well. It seems you have already mastered writing with a fountain pen. Guojia smiled. Although it was not easy for them at first, it was not too difficult for them. They could learn it after practicing for a while. Lord, this is the information on the divine tree forest. As you expected, this divine tree forest is full of divine trees, but the probability of a 9-star divine tree forest appearing every day is very low. Sun Yu also handed his information to Zhou Yin. Nodding, Zhou Yin replied that divine wood forest is only level 60. I will upgrade it to level 90 as soon as possible, which will greatly increase the amount of 9-star wood that appears. Sun Yu also thought so. Is there anything else? Zhou Yin asked the two of them. The two then discussed the territory with Zhou Yin, and after a brief exchange, they left satisfied. Although he had entrusted many matters of the territory to them, there were still some areas where he needed to handle things. After all, their upbringing was different, and their views on many things would also differ. Zhou Yin also urged the people of his territory to learn and master modern knowledge about the Kangling continent as quickly as possible, and even bought a lot of modern books for them to read. There were also books on military affairs, which were generally read by military generals. As for Guojia and others, they mostly read books that were helpful to them. After reading the information, Zhou Yin patted Jinya's head and said, Do you want to go to a dungeon? I'm quite curious. Let's go see for ourselves. Xingyan nodded. Zhou Yin looked at Tian and Lu Li and said to them, You don't actually need to follow me all the time. There's no danger. Why don't you go and cultivate? It's a complete waste for the two of them to stay by his side all this time. It would be better to let them improve their strength. You're free to move around in our territory. You can come with us when we leave. Jin Yi didn't want to restrict the two of them, since he wasn't in any danger while they were in the territory. All right then. And Tian and Lu Li nodded, and then left separately. Let's go too, Jin Yi said. No rush. Let's go to the Lingxiao Palace first. Zhou Yin, with Jin Yi in tow, flew directly to the Lingxiao Palace. The dashing Nangong Push was practicing his swordsmanship somewhere in the main hall, with Xin Yuan Qingfeng beside him. Zhou Yin, you're here. Upon seeing Zhou Yin, Xin Yuan Qingfeng quickly stepped forward and patted Jin Yi, saying, Little guy, it's been so long since I've seen you. Jin Yi was quite helpless and said, According to my age, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for you to call me an ancestor, but you always call me a little guy. Being a dragon is really too difficult. That's why I call you little guy, because you're such a slow learner. Xin Yuan Qingfeng said with a grin, holding Jin Yi in his hands. It's not my fault. I've been eating as much as I want, but I'm helpless if I don't grow taller, Jin Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin burst into laughter. Isn't it because your talent is too strong and your bloodline is too pure that you need a huge amount of energy to grow? I've been eating quite a lot every day, and I've been taking pills so much that now I have no appetite when I see them, Jin Yi said helplessly. Then eat some spiritual herbs. Last time I saw, there were some special delicacies made just for you, and you seem to be enjoying them quite a bit, Xin Yuan Qingfeng said. It's good, but I'll get tired of eating it every day. Plus, my body can't keep up with my digestion when I eat this kind of food. But I can feel that I'll fall into a deep sleep soon, so I think I should be able to grow a bit. Jin Yi needs to consume a large amount of rare and precious medicinal herbs every day. Even a dragon would have its digestive system unable to keep up with the speed at which it eats. That should be a good thing. The slumber shouldn't last too long, right? Zhou asked. I don't know about that, but it could be 10 days, half a month, or even a few months. For us dragons, even a few years is just a short time, Genie replied. Dragons have a long lifespan. A few years or decades are equivalent to just a few days for humans. Different races naturally have different perceptions of time. Just like his white tiger, it is still asleep because it has eaten too many rare and precious treasures, and it is unknown when it will wake up. What brings you here today? Nangong Poosh sheathed his sword and approached Zhou Yin. I'll take you guys to run a few dungeons. It'll be quite fun, Zhou Yin said. A dungeon? Nangong Poosh asked upon hearing this. I've heard others mention it. It seems to allow you to travel to another world. If you're bored, you can watch a movie, explore the territory, visit the mystery supermarket or shops, or even run some dungeons. There are many buildings and activities in the territory, so there are plenty of entertainment options. Zhou Yin thinks it would be good to expose them to more modern things, such as wearing clothes that modern people wear. Then let's go take a look. Minister Nangong nodded. A group of people headed towards the otherworldly space. Chapter 569, The Primordial Tower. The otherworld space building is a dungeon-type building. Zhou Yin originally thought that this building should also be a dungeon where you could kill monsters to earn soul coins, but the reality was not like that. Otherworld space. There are currently 6 dungeons. Take the first dungeon, Desert Battlefield, for example. This dungeon world is a real otherworld. Moreover, these dungeons only limit the number of people who can enter each day, not the length of time they can stay inside. In other words, as long as you don't die, you can stay inside indefinitely. That's why once inside, killing monsters only yields treasure chests, and you can also explore the hidden treasures of this world. According to Guo Jia's information, the desert battlefield is a desolate graveyard where many dark monsters will appear, especially in the wild, where the atmosphere is full of yin energy, and there will even be many skeleton soldiers and ghost-type monsters. Based on this instance, Guo Jia has already dispatched the underworld ghost soldiers to explore it. They are ghosts themselves, so they are very comfortable in the environment and are well suited to exploring that place. Furthermore, they also acquired quite a few treasures with dark attributes, which is a very good thing for the territory. As for the other instances of the otherworld space, they are all of the same nature, only the environment is different, and the other treasures that appear are naturally different as well. Moreover, there is a limit to the number of people who can enter these places each day, but as long as you don't die, you can continue to explore the instance. The longer the time, the more people will be able to explore, and the greater the gains will naturally be. However, Zhou Yin also needs to dispatch manpower based on the value of these dungeons. If they are not of great value, he will switch to another dungeon once the dungeon refreshes. There are 6 dungeons, each with its own unique features. This time, Zhou Yin plans to run one of them called the Primordial Tower. Because this instance is quite unique, once you enter, it's a tower-shaped instance, and you can't go anywhere else but into this tower. Moreover, there are many monsters inside. As long as you kill the monsters on a certain level, you can advance to the next level. The key is that the number of monsters inside changes depending on the number of people, and you will get points after clearing each level. These points can be redeemed for different rewards when you finally fail and leave the Primordial Tower. The better the reward, the more points are required. Zhou Yin led a few people to the otherworld space, and then said to them, "We're going to enter the dungeon. There are 6 here. Which instance should we go to this time?" Xian Yuan Qi Feng asked. "Let's go to the 5th dungeon, the Primordial Tower," Zhou Yin replied. "Is that a tower?" Xian Yuan Qi Feng asked again. "You're right this time. It is indeed a tower-shaped building," Zhou Yin replied. So, the group was teleported to another space, where they saw a towering pagoda that seemed to reach into the clouds. Zhou Yin had been to a similar tower before, and the monsters inside were quite strong. As long as you defeated the monsters inside, you could immediately get a reward. But this Primordial Tower is different from that tower. This tower is so tall. How many floors does it have? Xian Yuan Qingfeng was very surprised when he saw the tower. The tower seemed to have no end, and he had no idea how many floors it had. "We don't know the exact number of floors yet, because the highest number of floors our soldiers have ever reached is only 5 or so," Zhou Yin replied. "Then let's see if we can get past the 100th floor," Xian Yuan Qingfeng replied. "I wonder how strong the monsters inside are." Nangong Poosh wondered how strong the monsters were. She would be unhappy if they were too weak. With a little effort, we should be able to get past the 100th floor without any problem. Zhou Yin smiled and then said, "Let's go." The group entered the primordial tower, and then the entire gate was tightly closed and disappeared completely. How many monsters are there here? I can't see any. Genie looked around and found nothing. They'll appear soon, and the number of monsters will spawn based on the number of players. Zhou Yin had barely finished speaking when they sensed the presence of monsters ahead. Monsters have appeared. The group took out their weapons, looked around, and roughly estimated that there weren't many monsters that had just appeared, only about 30. Roar! The monster charged toward the three of them. "I'll help too." After saying that, Genie transformed into a golden light and rushed towards the monster. Puff! Genie was very fast and had a strong impact. He went straight into the monster's body and then flew out from the other end of the monster, thus killing it. Genie is Zhou Yan's pet, so after killing monsters, the points all go to Zhou Yan. "These monsters aren't that strong," Genie said, floating in midair after killing the monster. "The higher you go, the stronger the monsters become. These monsters aren't strong right now," Zhou Yan said. "How strong will the monster be in the end?" Genie asked. "How would I know?" Zhou Yan replied. Nangong Poosh and Xinyuan Qingfeng. One wielded a sword and the other a knife. Nangong Poosh's swordsmanship was not only sharp and decisive, but also extremely swift and decisive. Every monster was killed by her in one move, and all the wounds were on her neck. As for Xinyuan Qingfeng, his strength was also quite good. Both his cultivation techniques and martial arts skills were top-notch, and he quickly annihilated the surrounding monsters. After the monsters fell, they all turned into light and disappeared. This first level is indeed very simple. Genie seemed quite bored seeing the monsters being killed so quickly. After the monster disappeared, they quickly felt an energy envelop them, and then they were teleported to the second level. "Is this the second floor?" "It looks exactly the same as the first floor," Genie said, looking around. "It says the number 2 on it." Xianyuan Qingfeng pointed to one of the spots. "It's just a different number," Genie said. Soon, another group of monsters appeared, half again as many as the first time, but these monsters were still weak and no match for them. By the time they reached the 30th floor, the number of monsters had increased to 300, and their strength was around the 30th level. The number of monsters is increasing, and they are stronger than before. Genie was very happy. He breathed a mouthful of dragon fire at the monsters, instantly killing more than a dozen of them. Don't let its small size fool you. Its combat power is considerable. Even against enemies at the 50th level, Genie would definitely be able to handle them. Chapter 570, Bravely Conquering the 100 Floors. However, Genie does not yet have the ability to change size, nor has he mastered many of the dragon race's supernatural powers. It will be when Genie is truly able to control the dragon race's supernatural powers. At that time, Genie's strength will be qualitatively elevated, and among those of the same level, there will be virtually no enemies who can rival him. Hundreds of monsters couldn't hold them off for long. Zhou Yin alone was capable of eliminating these monsters, not to mention the others. Zhou Yin only used a few skills to eliminate a large number of monsters. With the help of Nangong Poosh and Xianyuan Qingfeng, these monsters were no match for them at all. They continued their ascent, and by the time they reached level 40, the number of monsters had increased to several thousand. The number of these monsters has increased, but their strength hasn't increased much. No matter how many come, it won't make much of a difference. Jin Yi charged toward the enemy. Although his body was small, the dragon's flames were still very powerful. Each breath he exhaled was extremely powerful, and the monsters that came into contact with him were burned into nothingness. Zhou Yan's attacks are the strongest, because his spells are not only powerful, but also have a wide range. Every time he attacks, he can wipe out a group of monsters. Zhou Yan is proficient in all types of magic, capable of unleashing raging flames, shattering ice, and sending swords flying in disarray. Powerful spells rained down from Zhou Yan's hands upon the surrounding monsters. No matter how many monsters there were, they still couldn't withstand Zhou Yan's powerful magical attacks. Here, you can't see any information about the monsters. You can only roughly judge their specific level, but the higher you go, the more monsters there are. After the 40th floor, the number of monsters increases by 1 or 2,000 with each floor you go up. By the 50th floor, the number of monsters is so dense that no one knows exactly how many there are, and you are completely surrounded by monsters. There are so many of these monsters, Jin Yi said. You'd better not get eaten by these monsters, Zhou Yin said. How could that be? They can't digest me at all. Besides, if I could grow bigger, I could swallow them all in one gulp, Jin Yi said. But little thing, you haven't mastered that kind of supernatural power yet, and your physical form is still too small, Xian Yuan Qingfeng said. These monsters are not large, each only 2 or 3 meters in size. After one wave is eliminated, another batch will quickly reappear. The previous generals only managed to reach the 52nd floor. But no matter how many of these monsters there are, it's only a matter of time. 10 minutes later, the number of monsters finally stopped increasing, and Zhou Yin and his team had wiped out all the monsters on this floor. Is it all right? Zhou Yin asked, looking at everyone. I haven't warmed up yet. Jin Yi was fighting with great enjoyment. It had already tasted the joy of battle today and was very happy. It's all right, the recovery is still going well, Xian Yuan Qingfeng said. As for Minister Nangong, he smiled and said, these monsters have not yet allowed me to unleash my full power. The monsters on the next floor will be stronger, and there will be quite a few of them. As soon as Zhou Yin finished speaking, he was teleported to the next floor again. Then, a group of monsters emitting black smoke appeared in front of them. These monsters were dark-type monsters, and when they appeared, they were so numerous that they surrounded them all. And they immediately released clusters of black energy orbs toward Zhou Yin and the others. Let me do it! Zhou Yin released his unique spiritual power, which transformed into a huge Tai Chi shield. After absorbing the energy, he threw it back. Boom, boom, boom! The monsters were blasted and scattered everywhere, but not many died. These monsters were not only powerful in attack, but also very fast. Kill! Zhou Yin was enveloped in the power of yin and yang, and with one hand he formed a fist, creating a huge fist imprint, just like the fist of an ancient war god. Boom! The enormous fist imprint tore countless monsters apart, and Zhou Yin watched as his score steadily increased. But new monsters quickly spawned, and these monsters, just like before, unleashed a burst of black energy at Zhou Yin. However, Zhou Yin once again raised his palm towards the sky. Snap! Streaks of lightning appeared in Zhou Yin's hands. Zhou Yin was like a thunder god, wielding the power of thunder, and then he unleashed them upon the monsters in all directions. Boom! Lightning flashed everywhere, unleashing a blinding burst of thunder. The monsters were struck by the powerful lightning and were all reduced to nothingness. Under such a powerful attack, all the monsters were wiped out by Zhou Yin alone. But a few seconds later, a new monster appeared again, and Zhou Yin began to use other skills to kill it. 55 floors, 60 floors, 70 floors, all the way up to 100 floors. Upon reaching this floor, they clearly sensed the difference in their surroundings. The scenery had changed. It was no longer the same as before, but rather resembled a completely new place. The location has changed. Jin Yi looked around curiously and asked, these monsters are indeed getting stronger and stronger, and they're becoming more and more difficult to deal with. But after this level, will there be different places? It's been so long, and the monster hasn't appeared yet, which is a bit strange, but there must be a monster. Everyone be careful. Zhou Yin sensed his surroundings. His powerful mental energy had spread far and wide, yet he hadn't seen a single monster. They walked forward, and after a few minutes, Zhou Yin and the others stopped. Then they said, the monster is underground. The group quickly moved away. Suddenly, the earth began to crack open, and a huge monster emerged from the ground. This monster was very strange, and most importantly, it was enormous, standing tens of meters tall. To this monster, they were the size of toys. This monster is so big. If I could transform, I would definitely become even bigger than it, Jin Yi said on Zhou Yan's shoulder. Jin Yi's personality has become more and more cheerful, a significant change from his previous silent demeanor. With your current attack, you probably won't be able to do much damage to it. Its defenses are obviously not simple. Zhou Yan examined the monster closely. Its skin was extremely thick, as if it were wearing a layer of armor, and its body was filled with very powerful earth attribute energy. This monster is so big, it looks quite scary. Xian Yuan Qingfeng quickly came to Zhou Yan's side. Nangong Push frowned, clearly sensing that this monster was not easy to deal with. They were all very surprised, as it was the first time they had ever seen such a large monster. Oh! The monster roared and then slammed its fist down at them. Chapter 571, Giant Monster. The monster's fist was enormous, like a mountain crashing down on them. Before the fist even landed, the wind from it had already rushed towards them. Retreat. This monster was not easy to deal with, so Zhou Yin had everyone retreat a distance, while he himself flew into the air to look at the monster. Bang! The earth collapsed, leaving a giant imprint as the monster smashed it open, and a huge plume of smoke and dust rose up. The monster had a peculiar appearance, resembling a giant ape, but not quite. It had a vertical eye on its forehead, and side-like spikes on its back that extended all the way to its tail. In particular, it had thick, coarse skin and incredibly powerful fists. Oh! The monster looked at Zhou Yin in midair and opened its huge hand to attack him, but Zhou Yin was too fast. The monster tried to grab him several times, but failed. It became very angry. Then, its vertical eye burst out with a red light and attacked Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin spread his yin-yang wings and quickly dodged. Call out! The monster's vertical eye unleashed a red ray, filled with destructive light, relentlessly attacking Zhou Yin, who was constantly dodging in the air. However, Zhou Yin's speed was simply too fast, and he began to circle around the monster. A series of red death rays attacked Zhou Yin, but the monsters failed to hit him. The monster began to spin along with Zhou Yin. After spinning more than a dozen times, the monster's entire body seemed to be drunk, shaking its head and becoming unsteady on its feet. Finally, it collapsed to the ground, dizzy and disoriented. This monster is quite large, but its brain isn't very sharp, Zhou Yin chuckled. Then, Zhou Yin unleashed a massive surge of spiritual power and quickly cast wood-based spells. A huge ancient tree sprouted from the ground, growing rapidly from small branches to 1 meter, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, and finally growing into a towering giant. Tree roots, as thick as a thigh, began to coil around the monster, binding its thighs and eventually its entire body, the roots becoming more and more numerous and tightly bound together. The monster struggled and roared incessantly, but no matter how much it struggled or resisted, it was all in vain. The monster opened its vertical eye, attempting to attack the ancient tree, but after a sharp branch pierced its eye, the monster struggled violently once more. Unfortunately, as the branches wrapped around the monster and squeezed it tightly, its life force dwindled as it was compressed. In the end, the monster suffocated and died, and Zhou Yin received a points reward, gaining 1,000 points in one go. 1,000 points? This monster's points are pretty high. But is there only one? Zhou Yin looked around, but after a surge of energy enveloped them, they arrived at the next level. Was there only one monster there just now? Xian Yuan Qingfeng asked in surprise. Even if it's just one, with your current strength, you can't deal with those monsters. So the monsters that follow should be very strong. Try not to make a move, and so should you, Jin Yi. Zhou Yin looked at Xian Yuan Qingfeng and Jin Yi. With their combined strength, they could no longer inflict much damage on monsters of this level. Sigh, I can't even help, Jin Yi said helplessly. Our cultivation level isn't high enough yet, but we'll be able to deal with monsters like this in the future. Xian Yuan Qingfeng patted Jin Yi's head. The only one capable of harming this monster is Nangong Push. Not long after, the monsters reappeared, and just like in the previous level, they were enormous. But this time, two appeared at once. Nangong, can we each take one down? Zhou Yin asked Nangong Push upon seeing the monster. Give it a try. I'm not too confident either. Nangong Push took out 2 swords, looked at the 2 monsters very seriously, then flew into the air and attacked the monsters' weak points. The 2 monsters were not the kind from the upper levels. These 2 monsters could breathe storms. By opening their mouths, they could unleash a powerful storm to attack the 2 of them. Zhou Yin quickly dodged, then channeled his spiritual power, transforming it into a massive meteorite, each meteorite measuring over 10 meters in size. Bang! 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 Huge rocks kept crashing down on the monster, but the monster was quite good at dodging, and its own strength was also very high, allowing it to shatter the boulders in the sky. Zhou Yin plummeted directly to the ground. A huge amount of earth-yellow energy he held in his hand and then released towards the ground. Snap! The ground suddenly collapsed. The 2 monsters were so focused on the meteorites in the sky that they never expected the ground to suddenly collapse. They fell into the abyss, and Zhou Yin transformed them into a sharp array of spears, each one thick and powerful, as the two monsters fell hundreds of meters below. The monster was killed instantly by the spears on the ground. For someone like Zhou Yin, who is proficient in all types of magic, there are plenty of ways to deal with such a massive monster. Didn't we agree that each of us would have one? Nangong Push landed next to Zhou Yin with some dissatisfaction. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill these monsters in the future, Zhou Yin said, offering words of comfort. Genie transformed into a golden light and appeared before Zhou Yin, saying, "You have too many spells. Even without using other abilities, I estimate that not many people can be your match. With my current combat strength, dealing with someone at the 90th level of the heavenly realm shouldn't be a problem. However, it would be less effective against experts above the 90th level." Zhou Yin roughly calculated his current combat strength. That would allow you to fight across 18 minor realms, which is difficult for most people, especially to fight across such high realms, Xian Yuan Qingfeng said. With a flash of light, they arrived at the next level. The monsters that followed were all enormous, but based on their abilities, we began to use a variety of new spells to kill them one by one. And for each additional floor you go down, the number of monsters increases by 1. After Zhou Yin and his group reached the 130th floor, the number of monsters also increased to 130, and each monster was very strong. Zhou Yin had already asked Xian Yuan Qingfeng to leave the primordial tower first. Simply by silently reciting leave, you can leave the primordial tower directly in exchange for whatever you want. However, if you want to enter again, you'll have to wait until 30 days later. Although there is no limit to the number of people allowed in this primordial tower, each person can only come once a month, and after death, they can only be resurrected in the underworld. So if you can't withstand the monsters along the way, you can simply leave by silently chanting leave. Chapter 572, Exchanging for Spiritual Artifacts. Having reached this level, there were already over 100 monsters, making it difficult even for Zhou Yin to deal with them. Nangong Push persisted for a while, but he was also exhausted and said to Zhou Yin, "I'm leaving too." "Well, I'll see if I can handle these monsters. If I can't, I'll leave too." Zhou Yin nodded. After Nangong Push left, the number of monsters here did not decrease, and they only targeted Zhou Yin, with all sorts of attacks coming at him. "There are too many monsters. Should we leave too?" Genie asked, sitting on Zhou Yin's shoulders. The key is that these monsters are all of high level, and there are monsters with various abilities. It won't be easy to deal with them, which is why Genie said that. "Wait a minute. Let me see if I can think of a good solution." Zhou Yin didn't want to leave just like that. But Zhou Yin quickly came up with a solution. Zhou Yin began using shadow magic, transforming into hundreds of versions of himself. These versions then flew around, drawing away the monsters, thus reducing the number of monsters Zhou Yin had to face. That works too. These monsters are so easy to fool. Genie didn't expect Zhou Yin to come up with such a method. These monsters aren't real monsters, and they don't have intelligence. If they were intelligent monsters, they would probably realize very quickly that there's only one of you here. As long as you're there, the others are obviously fake. Zhou Yin smiled. "Unfortunately, these monsters won't think of this place," Genie replied. "Next, it's my turn to deal with these monsters." Zhou Yin looked at several of the monsters, then used earth magic to crack the earth and smash them directly into the spears below. After killing these monsters, Zhou Yin looked at the earth-type monsters. Facing these monsters, Zhou Yin first used water magic to create an ocean, which submerged the monsters directly into the ocean. Then, he used ice magic to completely freeze the monsters. Finally, Zhou Yin cracked the earth and released a metal-based spell at the bottom, which transformed into a golden spear. Then Zhou Yin cast a gravity spell on the frozen monsters, causing them to plummet rapidly. Finally, Zhou Yin transformed into a blazing inferno and fused the ice sculptures together. But what confronts these monsters is the towering golden spear below. The four heavily armored monsters were also brought to their knees by this series of magical attacks. Casting such powerful spells consecutively requires an enormous amount of spiritual power, but Zhou Yin has a strong recovery ability. After eliminating these monsters, Zhou Yin continued to kill other monsters. This time, he saw several enormous flying monsters still chasing his shadow clone. Zhou Yin took off and landed on one of the monsters, then took out the sacred artifact, long sword, shocking heaven. A surge of primordial yin-yang spiritual energy flowed around Zhou Yan, then enveloped the entire weapon, before a terrifying sword aura descended. Puff! The flying monster was cleaved in two by Zhou Yan's sword energy, its head and body separated, and it fell to the ground with undiminished power. Boom! A cloud of dust rose as Zhou Yan charged toward the other flying monsters once more. With each strike of sword energy, all the flying monsters in the sky were killed by Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan looked at the remaining monsters and began to kill them. Half an hour later, Zhou Yan successfully killed all the monsters, but he was also greatly exhausted. So, Zhou Yan didn't want to continue killing, since there was no limit to the number of floors in this primordial tower. If you keep playing, it's entirely possible to reach the 10,000th floor. After leaving the primordial tower, Xin Yuan Qingfeng quickly said, "You're finally out." "How is it?" Minister Nangong asked. "We've killed them, but if we keep going, we'll be exhausted sooner or later, so we don't want to continue. By the way, have you guys exchanged for anything?" Zhou Yan asked. "I didn't have many points, so I only exchanged them for one spiritual weapon, and the rest I used to exchange for a decent skill book," Xin Yuan Qingfeng replied. "I've exchanged for 2 spiritual artifacts. See what materials you'd like to exchange the remaining points for," Nangong Push asked. "Okay, let me see." Zhou Yan nodded, then looked at the items on it, and finally said, "A spiritual artifact costs 100,000 points, and a sacred artifact is even more outrageous, costing 1,000,000 points." Upon hearing this, the 2 women were quite surprised. You can even exchange for sacred artifacts. If you don't have that many points, the items you can redeem won't be displayed. The fact that Zhou Yan can see the points required for the sacred artifact proves that he has more than 1,000,000 points. Indeed, it's just over 1,000,000, but the price of sacred artifacts is too high. It's better to exchange them for 10 pieces of spiritual armor. Most of the sacred artifacts in the territory are weapons. Other types of spiritual artifacts are still rare. Moreover, with so many heroes in the territory, a great many spiritual artifacts are needed. All heroes in the territory must come to this instance. Even if they can only exchange for 1 spirit weapon per month, is still quite good. After a year, even without spirit weapons crafted by the territory, the heroes of the territory will be able to collect a complete set of spirit weapons. So Zhou Yan exchanged for 10 pieces of spirit armor, and then used the remaining points to exchange for materials. If these points were not fully exchanged, they would disappear after a month. After exchanging the items, Zhou Yan instructed Gui Jia to notify the generals in the territory to run the primordial tower instance once a month, as they could exchange for spirit weapons there. I believe that once these generals hear that they can exchange for spirit weapons, they will definitely set off immediately. After all, spirit weapons are extremely precious, and there aren't many generals in their territories who possess them. The allure of magical artifacts to military generals is simply too great. Each additional artifact increases their strength. Spiritual artifacts are rare items. Even Zhou Yan is in short supply. This dungeon is very useful, so Zhou Yan definitely won't refresh it. It's time to leave. We'll have to come back to this instance next month, Zhou Yan said. Being able to exchange for 1 spiritual weapon each month is quite good. Nangong Push was very satisfied with the 2 decent short swords he had exchanged for this time. After exchanging all the items, Zhou Yan left with his men. After returning to his territory, Zhou Yan dealt with some matters there and held a meeting with the key figures to address all the recent issues that needed to be resolved. Chapter 573, Map of the Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. In the following days, the territory became increasingly lively as the end of the year was approaching. Zhou Yan has been busy with other things these past few days, spending every day with his women. He rarely spends time with them, but this time he had some free time and spent a wonderful few days with them. Finally, on this day, the new year arrived. The entire territory was filled with joy and celebration. All the lords of the continent seemed to have quieted down these past few days, either reuniting with their families or celebrating with their lords in their own territories. Fireworks lit up the sky above the entire territory. From the initial 1 person, the territory now has a population of 1,000,000, and the time frame was only a little over 6 months. The entire territory was celebrating the new year, and Zhou Yan hosted a grand banquet to celebrate with everyone in the territory. The next day, Zhou Yan woke up early in the comfort of his bed. Because of the event today, everyone got up very early. Except for the necessary personnel who stayed behind in the territory, the soldiers, led by their respective generals, all left the territory. After finishing breakfast, Zhou Yin went to the mysterious shop first. There were discount cards available today, and Zhou Yin wanted to see what kind of discount he could get this time. Arriving at the number 1 mystery shop, I received a New Year's discount card. Get a 50% discount card. I was lucky to get such a low discount card. Looking at the items that appeared in the mystery shop, this time there were 5 items, each different. The first item is a pair of magical boots. The second is a hero summoning token of RRR quality. The third is a storage ring. The fourth is 109 star space stones. And the fifth is a platinum quality axe with the attributes of a lumberjack. Except for the hero summoning token, which requires soul coins to purchase, everything else can be purchased with spirit coins. This discount card works perfectly. Zhou Yin used the discount card to purchase the top-tier hero summoning token. He has already saved up several hero summoning tokens and plans to go to the Hall of Heroes to try his luck. Refreshing the mysterious shop, Zhou Yin looked at the 5 items again. This time there are 5 drawings. The first drawing surprised Zhou Yin. It was a treasure map, albeit a fragment. Zhou Yin looked at the other drawings and realized that the 5 fragments were from the same treasure map. Zhou Yin was speechless. The entire treasure map had been divided into 5 pieces. After buying it, Zhou Yin pieced it together. Finally, a complete treasure map was created. Map of a mysterious ancient kingdom. Zhou Yin looked at the name of the treasure map in surprise. According to historical records of the Lord Continent, tens of thousands of years ago, a mysterious powerful being built a tribe in a certain place on the Lord Continent. After the tribe grew and developed, it formed a small city and eventually a small country. Because the area is rich in resources, filled with gold, silver, jewels, exotic flowers and herbs, minerals and springs, it has attracted the covetous eyes of many lords. But at that time, the mysterious ancient kingdom was extremely powerful, possessing an army of hundreds of millions, a territory of hundreds of millions of square kilometers, and countless strong individuals. There were hundreds of demigod-level experts alone, which shocked countless lords. But the resources there were so abundant that many lords with ulterior motives began to vie for those rich places. But all the lords who took action ended in failure. However, after more than a decade of war, the emperor of the mysterious ancient kingdom established a city specifically for trading with various lords, which finally brought an end to the war between the mysterious ancient kingdom and the lords. But tens of thousands of years later, the territory of the mysterious ancient kingdom had expanded several times over, but it was also heading towards its end, and the whole country began to fall apart. The arrival of lords from all over the world further hastened the demise of the mysterious ancient kingdom. Strangely, the imperial city of the mysterious ancient kingdom vanished the instant it was breached by the rebel army. The entire imperial city of the mysterious ancient kingdom, along with all its inhabitants and the rebel army within it, vanished without a trace. No one knows where the lost ancient kingdom disappeared to. After all, the entire Lord Continent is vast and boundless, and finding a city is like finding a needle in a haystack. For the next few decades, countless people search for the imperial city of the mysterious ancient kingdom every day. After all, the imperial city of the mysterious ancient kingdom contained too much wealth. That treasure is of immense value. If it could be found, many lords would be willing to pay any price to go there. But tens of thousands of years have passed, and no one has yet discovered any news of the mysterious ancient kingdom, nor has any item related to it been seen on the market. There are many mysterious ancient kingdoms like the mysterious ancient kingdom in the history of the lords, but they do not have specific location coordinates. It would be a waste of time to search for them. This time, Zhou Yin had specific coordinates, blueprints, and maps. He believed that as long as he searched according to the locations recorded on them, he would reap great rewards. Although Zhou Yin is not short of money now, who would complain about having a few hundred million more? The key point is that Zhou Yin wasn't interested in the wealth of the mysterious ancient kingdom, but rather in its collections. An ancient kingdom with tens of thousands of years of history must have collected a great many rare treasures, exotic plants, and rare flowers. It seems I'll have to go check this out after the New Year holiday. Zhou Yin made up his mind and put the map away. Upon arriving at the second mysterious shop, the quality and level of this building are lower than those of the first mysterious shop, so the items available are not of high quality. Get a 30% discount card. A 30% discount is acceptable. Zhou Yin looked at the 5 items that had appeared. 5 pieces of diamond quality equipment. After refreshing, he found 5 types of materials, which he then put away. Looking at the time, Zhou Yin realized it was getting late, so he decided to go out and fight the Nian beast first. As for summoning heroes, he would deal with that when he returned. Zhou Yin brought De Xiao and Xiao along with 100 Guanghan fairies, walking outside the territory and quietly waiting for the Nian beast to respawn. As for the other soldiers, they were already outside the territory, and thousands of reconnaissance aircraft were ready. What does the Nian beast look like? Xiao Xiao, petite and cute like a little girl, asked Zhou Yin curiously. Wait a minute. Zhou Yin opened the file and then passed it to De Xiao and Xiao Xiao. After receiving the information, the 2 women turned on the communicator on their arms and saw a monster with a single horn, a lion-like head, 2 fangs, and a small tuft of flame on its tail. So this is the Nian beast? It looks rather fierce, the 2 women commented after seeing its appearance. Chapter 574, The Nian Beast Appears. The Nian Beast is the same every year, and this event is fixed, unlike the Mid-Autumn Festival event, which is different every year, Zhou Yin replied. Shouldn't the Nian Beast also have different levels and qualities? De Xiao asked, her big, curious eyes sparkling. Unlike Xiao Xiao, De Xiao is well-educated and reasonable, with a big sister demeanor. She's good at keeping Xiao Xiao in check. Whenever Xiao Xiao is naughty, De Xiao can make Xiao Xiao obedient with just one look. Nodding, Zhou Yin replied, the Nian Beast has only 10 levels. Level 1, Level 10, Level 20, and so on, until it reaches the maximum level of 100. As for the quality, it's the same as the quality we usually encounter. However, I previously investigated the information about the Nian Beast and found that the highest quality Nian Beast that has ever appeared was a celestial beast, Zhou Yin replied. A celestial beast. The 2 sisters were both surprised, and then said, the highest quality monster we've encountered in our territory was probably only at the king level. So a celestial beast must be above the king level. Zhou Yin shook his head before answering. No, above the king quality, there are divine beasts, and above divine beasts are celestial beasts. Pointing at Jin Yi, Zhou Yin said, Jin Yi's quality is at the level of a celestial beast. I'm a celestial beast, which is the highest quality, Jin Yi said, standing on Zhou Yan's shoulder. After all, your father used so many resources to lay a foundation for you, and you also received the evolution of the territory, so the quality is naturally not bad. That is precisely why your foundation is so solid, and the energy required for your breakthrough is dozens of times that of an ordinary dragon. There are advantages and disadvantages to this. The disadvantage is that it requires a lot of energy, while the advantage is that your combat power is also dozens of times that of dragons of the same level. However, if you want to grow quickly, it won't be that easy. Zhou Yin patted Jin Yi's head and then asked, can you sense roughly when someone falls asleep? It should be around a month, Jin Yi replied. It's only a month, so eat more and see if you can grow taller after you wake up, Zhou Yin suggested. Jin Yi was speechless. It could already eat a lot, but its digestive capacity was limited. Only by becoming stronger could it improve its digestive capacity. Before long, auspicious rays of light descended from the sky, marking the beginning of the Lord Continent's activities and a sign that the Nian Beast was about to appear. The Nian Beast is about to appear. Everyone get ready. Zhou Yin stopped, looked around, and waited for the Nian Beast to appear. 8 o'clock sharp. Suddenly, one after another, Nian Beasts appeared throughout the entire Lord Continent. The Lords of the Lord Continent had already made preparations, and the moment they saw the Nian Beasts, they began to attack them. Zhou Yan's points suddenly started to rise, probably because a Nian Beast appeared outside the territory and was then eliminated by the defense tower. But gaining over 10,000 points in one go, that's a bit too fast, isn't it? Lord, several hundred Nian Beasts appeared outside the territory, but they have all been taken down by the defensive towers, Guo Jia said to Zhou Yan. I see. No wonder the points have increased so much. So that's the reason. Zhou Yan thought for a moment. It must be related to the luck of the territory. Zhou Yan looked around and said, we're lucky. There are a lot of Nian Beasts around. Let's kill them. All right. De Xiao and Xiao Xiao rode their mounts and charged towards the nearest Nian Beast. Monster, Nian Beast. Quality, headgear. Race, Event Monster. Level 10. Special, None. Introduction. The Nyan Beast only appears on January 1st each year. It is said that killing the Nyan Beast can bring good luck. The level 10 Nyan Beast wasn't very strong. It was easily killed by Xiao Qiao with a single spell. Defeat the level 10 boss, Nyan Beast, and earn plus 7 points. Defeating the Nyan Beast will only increase your score. It won't drop anything, so don't expect it to drop anything valuable. They split up and began hunting the Nyan Beast. Zhou Yin discovered that his points were increasing rapidly, adding a significant number of points every second. Zhou Yin spread his yin-yang wings and flew towards a Nyan Beast in the distance, unleashing a fireball the size of a basketball. Boom! The Nyan Beast on the ground was instantly killed by Zhou Yin. Defeat the level 20 Nyan Beast, score plus 10. Zhou Yin flew towards the next Nyan Beast. There were quite a few Nyan Beasts around, and after eliminating them one by one, Zhou Yin did not encounter any Nyan Beast higher than level 50. The higher the level of the Nyan Beast, the larger its size. The reconnaissance aircraft also carried out reconnaissance and marked each Nyan Beast they found, then transmitted the information to the nearest general's communicator. Zhou Yin's points quickly reached over 10 million, which surprised even Zhou Yin himself. However, after thinking about it, it seemed normal that over 800,000 people in his territory had come out to hunt the Nyan Beast, so the points increased so quickly. There's strength in numbers. At first, you'll definitely get a lot, but later on, once most of the nearby Nyan Beasts have been hunted down, it will be much harder to get that many points. Zhou Yin spotted a large creature. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this Nyan Beast was an 80-level diamond quality beast. When a Nyan Beast saw Zhou Yin approaching, it also took flight. Zhou Yin wasn't too surprised. Nyan Beasts could fly once they reached level 60. However, these Nyan Beasts above level 60 will only take flight when they encounter enemies. They will not fly normally. The Nyan Beast also has many kinds of elemental attacks. This Nyan Beast is of the ice attribute, and its whole body exudes cold air. When it flew into the air, it breathed out a cold air that turned into several ice spikes. Zhou Yin formed a blazing inferno, and the terrifying temperature caused the Nyan Beast to let out a series of ha-ha sounds. Don't misunderstand. This is the sound of the Nyan Beast in anger. It makes a laughing sound, whether it's angry or happy. The Nyan Beast, being of the ice element, clearly dislikes flames. After all, water and fire are incompatible. Zhou Yin's magic was too powerful, making the Nyan Beast feel threatened. The ice it had formed had been fused with Zhou Yan's raging flames and was now attacking it. The level 80 Nyan Beast was very powerful. It avoided Zhou Yan's flames and then released an even stronger ice storm, turning the surrounding area for several kilometers into a sea of ice. However, Zhou Yin possessed all types of magic, so no matter the environment, it posed no threat to him. A wave of ice struck Zhou Yin, who then unleashed a shadow spell, creating hundreds of versions of himself. The Nyan Beast roared angrily at its surrounding counterparts, clearly unaware of how so many enemies had suddenly appeared. Chapter 575, Divine Beast. The Nyan Beast transformed into an icy storm that attacked Zhou Yin in the sky, and it did have an effect. However, the real Zhou Yin had already unleashed a gravity spell on the Nyan Beast, causing it to suddenly plummet to the ground. Then Zhou Yin used wood-based magic to bind the Nyan Beast's limbs. The Nyan Beast struggled incessantly, but Zhou Yin used mental magic to disrupt its mind. The Nyan Beast's mind was no match for Zhou Yan's, and it quickly fell into an illusion. After a terrifying bolt of lightning struck the Nyan Beast, this level 80 Nyan Beast was annihilated by Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin continued his search for the next Nyan Beast. Looking at their points, they had already reached over 100 million points, but the rate at which points were increasing would definitely slow down, since they would need to travel further and most of the soldiers' time would be spent on the road. Fortunately, the soldiers had already eliminated the monsters in this area. Otherwise, they would have suffered more attacks from the monsters, and the hunt for the Nyan Beast would have been much slower. Time passed quickly, and Zhou Yin heard the good news from Yin Lihua. Wei Qing and his group had found a king-level Nyan Beast and were now fighting it with all their might. A Nyan Beast of king level. Zhou Yin was very surprised. He didn't expect to encounter such a monster. A king-level Nyan Beast must be very strong, right? Genie asked. I don't know. and I don't know if it will appear in our vicinity. Zhou Yin was still quite hopeful. Soon, In Lihua told Zhou Yin, Lord, there is a huge Nian beast hidden 100 kilometers away from you. It seems to be even larger than a king-level Nian beast. What? It's even stronger than a king-level Nian beast. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin immediately became interested and said, Great, I'll go take a look right now. There's actually one that's even bigger than a king-level Nian beast. Could it be a divine beast, or even a celestial beast? Zhou Yin felt he was quite lucky. After all, with such a strong luck attribute, it was only natural that he would encounter these powerful Nian beasts. A celestial beast, huh? Something like me. Its strength must be immense, Jin Yi said. I don't know. Just to be on the safe side, let Tian and Luli go too. As for the Qiao and Xiao Qiao, let them do what they want. Zhou Yin started making contacts. The two were nearby and soon arrived in front of Zhou Yin. Lord, the two said. Come on, follow me. I'll take you deal with the big guy, Zhou Yin said. A big guy. The two were indeed very curious. For Zhou Yin to call a big guy, it must be no simple Nian beast. They flew towards their designated destination, also taking the opportunity to kill any Nian beast they encountered along the way. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at a canyon. Once they reached the airspace above, they looked down into the canyon and, through the reconnaissance aircraft's footage, discovered that the Nian beast was actually sleeping. If you don't look closely, it's really hard to tell that this is a Nian beast. This Nian beast is hidden by many dense forests that are hundreds of meters high, which is why it is hard to find. If it weren't for its huge size and the snoring sound, it would probably be difficult to find its existence. This Nian beast is dozens of times bigger than the ordinary Nian beast, and Tian was a little surprised. Compared with it, the previous Nian beasts were like the difference between a human and a toy. This Nian beast is at least 50 meters tall and 100 meters long. Zhou Yin checked the information about this Nian beast. Monster, Nian beast. Quality, mythical beast. Race, event monster. Level 100. Special, sacred flame, sound wave, speed, defense, perception. Introduction. The Nian beast only appears on January 1st each year. It is said that killing the Nian beast can bring good luck. It really is a divine beast, and a max level 1 at that. Zhou Yin smiled. I can sense the powerful energy within this Nian beast. Lord, please don't make a move yet. Let's test its strength first. Liuli was enveloped in an emerald-like light. She was a special dragon and possessed an extremely powerful Liuli divine flame, whose power was even greater than Jin Ye's flame. Alright, then you should test the strength of this monster first, but be careful. It's a max-level divine beast, and its senses are very strong. I think it has already discovered us. Zhou Yin nodded, stood in the air watching, and gave instructions to the two of them. And Tian and Lu Li slowly approached the Nian beast, but the Nian beast, which was originally sleeping, suddenly spewed out a flame like fireworks. The two remained vigilant and immediately moved to the side, surrounding the Nian beast from both sides. The Nian beast was very fast and immediately flew into the air, shouting at the two of them. A strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in the air. Zhou Yin said, Be careful. This is its sonic attack, which can affect a person's mind. The two released shields to block the sound waves, but a divine beast is a divine beast. While releasing sound waves, it also launched an attack, heading towards dark sky on the left. The monster was huge. When Tian saw the Nian beast rushing towards him, he quickly dodged to the side. The Nian beast pursued, closely behind, and once again unleashed a strange holy flame attack on dark sky. And Tian transformed into a streak of black light and roared, I'm no less than you. After saying that, and Tian had already appeared several hundred meters away and began to transform. At this moment, a dark cloud gathered in the sky, thunder roared, lightning flashed, and a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens. A large amount of dark energy enveloped in Tian from head to toe. This was the first time Zhou Yin had ever seen Tian transform, and he was very curious. And Tian's true form is a dark thunder dragon. After its territory evolved, its quality has successfully become that of a divine beast-level dragon. After Tian transformed into its true form, it was over 1,000 meters long and stood high above, looking down at the divine beast Nian. Liuli did not make a move, but retreated to Zhou Yin's side. Zhou Yin asked curiously, Liuli, I've never seen you transform before. Show me how you transform sometime. Upon hearing this, Liuli said, "If the Lord approves, I could transform right now." "No, no. I want to see how powerful Dark Sky is after his transformation," Zhou Yin quickly replied. "Dealing with this Nian beast is no problem. Lord, there's no need to worry," Liuli said confidently. "I really want to grow bigger too," Genie sighed. Liuli quickly comforted him. "Young master, there's no need to be envious. Your true form will change after you awaken from this slumber." "I hope so. Anyway, I won't grow big no matter how much I eat, so it doesn't matter," Genie replied. Chapter 576, Disregard for Martial Morality. Everyone turned their attention to the battle between Tian and the divine beast Nian. After transforming into its true form, Tian was extremely handsome and looked down from above with great arrogance. As a divine beast of the dragon race, Tian certainly had the right to be proud. "Take this, Black Dragon Claw." Tian extended a claw, which grew to a size of 100 meters, covering the entire sky and pressing down on the Nian beast. The Nian beast was not to be outdone. As a max-level divine beast, its own strength was also quite remarkable. It condensed a terrifying flame in its mouth, and after spewing it out, it actually formed a flame in the shape of the Nian beast, which was hundreds of meters in size, which was really surprising. Bang! The two energies were evenly matched, and after a few seconds of stalemate, they suddenly transformed into an energy storm. But what was strange was that the flames of the Nian beast were quite peculiar. After falling into the forest, they not only did not burn the trees, but instead made the trees even more dazzling. What a peculiar flame. It seems to only harm enemies. That's quite environmentally friendly. I really want to keep one. It would be nice to have it breathe fire in the spirit fields of my territory every day. After witnessing the peculiar nature of the Nian beast's flames, Zhou Yin suddenly had a bold idea. Asterisk. As Zhou Yin spoke, he took out a contract talisman and said to Genie, "Why don't you go wait at Liuli's place for a while? I'll try to capture this Nian beast." "You even dare to plot against the Nian beast? How can you be so obsessed with capturing other races?" Jean, he was speechless. He flashed onto Lu Li's shoulder, sniffed her scent, and asked, "What's this scent?" "Wanaji, do. This is perfume. Jiao Chan and the others gave it to me, saying that girls will look more beautiful if they wear some," Lu Li replied. "Is it what those people in the movie were saying?" Genie asked. "Yes, I tried it. It smells quite nice, and it feels pretty good. It's made with various spiritual herbs from the territory, and only those in the palace can use it." Liuli casually took out a bottle of perfume. Genie took it and looked at it, then remembered how to use it in the movie and pressed it. A spray of perfume was aimed at Jean Ye's nose and eyes. Then, 34, exhale. 34. Jean Yi quickly sneezed and said, "My eyes." TT. Liuli quickly picked up the perfume that Jean Yi had dropped and said, "Young master, why are you spraying it on your nose and eyes? This isn't the first time I've used it." Jean Ye's eyes quickly returned to normal. It was made with spiritual herbs and contained no toxic ingredients. Even if it's poisonous, given the golden flame celestial bee's constitution, unless it's a very strong poison, it won't have any effect on it at all. They looked at Zhou Yin, wanting to see if he could actually capture the Nian beast. The battle between Tian and the Nian beast was fierce. The strength of a max-level divine beast was indeed very strong, about the same as in Tian's current combat power. It would take Tian some time to defeat it. Zhou Yin came up behind the Nian beast. Fearing that one talisman wouldn't work, he took several talismans in each hand. As for whether it will be successful, Zhou Yin was not sure, since anything requires experimentation and research to know the result. Thumbs up for scientific exploration. The Nian beast had a keen sense of perception and quickly sensed Zhou Yan's presence, becoming wary of him. Since that's the case, Zhou Yin directly used spatial magic to hide himself in space and conceal his aura. Now, even the Nian beast wouldn't be able to easily find him. Zhou Yin felt that he could still be an emotionless assassin. After the Nian beast could no longer sense Zhou Yan's presence, it did indeed take Tian seriously, as Tian was putting a lot of pressure on it. Zhou Yin was waiting for an opportunity, and that opportunity came quickly. Tian unleashed a powerful dark spell, creating a stalemate with the Nian beast. Now, Zhou Yin appeared, using a spatial teleportation spell to arrive above the Nian beast's head, releasing powerful mental energy to influence it. Then he took out a huge hammer, bigger than the Nian beast's head, and Zhou Yin used it to smash it down. Bang! The Nien beast was completely disoriented, dizzy, and lightheaded. Its body rapidly fell to the ground, and then Dark Sky's attack struck its body again, causing it to suffer a second critical hit. But it's not over yet. Zhou Yin used the scrolls again, sending them flying one by one towards the Nien beast. The scrolls transformed into beams of light, rushing into the Nien beast's body. The Nien beast felt terrible. Its head was spinning, and even moving was extremely difficult. If it could speak, it would definitely curse. MMP, you have no martial ethics. Boom! The Nien beast fell to the ground, crushing countless ancient trees and sending dust flying. Now, Zhou Yin finally used the pet scroll and then used it on the Nien beast. However, the scroll failed. It's just a failure. It seems we can still catch it. It's just a matter of success rate. Zhou Yin thought for a moment. As scientists, how could we give up all our efforts because of a little failure? So Zhou Yin swung the huge hammer at Ntian and said, Ntian, if this Nien beast wakes up, just hit it on the head. Just knock it unconscious. Nien beast, thank you so much. Ntian, kaomoji, ase. Ruri, ode, o. Jinye, onaji, handakuten da handakuten. Alright, Ntian picked up the hammer, ready to deliver a blow to the Nien beast at any moment. After explaining everything, Zhou Yin took out a stack of scrolls, at least 100 in total. Before Zhou Yin could even use it, the Nien beast's head started to react, and it groggily raised its head, trying to get up. Bang! And Tian raised his hammer, and, with a whoosh, delivered a powerful blow to the Nien beast. The Nien beast fainted from happiness. Fortunately, it was a max-level divine beast with considerable strength and a hard head. Otherwise, being hit like that by a giant dragon would have definitely damaged its head, sending it to a veterinary mental hospital. Zhou Yin used the cards one after another on the Nien beast, but all of them failed. After dozens of cards, the Nien beast seemed to awaken again. Bang! Without hesitation, Tian delivered another blow to the Nien beast. Then we saw Zhou Yin fail repeatedly, while Tian kept hammering the Nien beast's head. As Tian fought, the dragon suddenly cracked open and laughed, clearly enjoying the torturous taste of the Nien beast. Liuli and Jin Yi, standing nearby, were dumbfounded, feeling that this Nien beast had been bullied far too badly. Ko. Zhou Yin didn't forget to remind him, don't kill him, just knock him out. Okay, I've gotten the hang of it now, and I'm using my claws more skillfully. Nien beast, I fucking thank you. Chapter 577, Exchange. Thus, the poor Nien beast was trapped in an endless cycle of waking up, fainting, waking up, and fainting. Jin Yi was even a little scared after seeing this. He was really worried that he might suffer the same treatment someday. Half an hour later, Zhou Yin still hadn't succeeded in forming a contract with the Nien beast. He had already used hundreds of talismans, but unfortunately, he just couldn't succeed. Continue. Dark Dragon Claw gripped the hammer tightly, already addicted to the fight. But looking at the Nien beast, it was in very bad condition. You could even see a few tears welling up in the corners of its eyes. The key issue is that his head is swollen and covered with all sorts of bumps, all thanks to Tian. And Tian, no, I didn't do it. Zhou Yin made me do it. Zhou Yin took out another large stack of contract talismans and then angrily said, I refuse to believe I can't subdue you. Continue. Nien beast, who will save me? Bang. After an hour of torture, the Nien beast on the ground finally transformed into a beam of light and was successfully taken away by Zhou Yin. And Tian was somewhat surprised to see this and lowered the dragon claw he had raised. Damn it, it's finally gone. I thought this Nien beast was really impossible to take away. Zhou Yin put the Nien beast away. He didn't plan to accept another one. It was too much of a waste of time and would require spending tens of thousands of talismans, which wasn't worth it. Let's go hunt down the Nien beast. Zhou Yin resumed the hunt. To hunt the Nien beast, they must travel to more distant places, which will take them longer to reach. The Nien beasts that followed were not stronger. They were all below diamond quality. The Nien beast event finally ended after 4 p.m. Zhou Yin said to Tian and Lu Li, do you want to go back to your territory? Of course, we'll go back and cultivate, the two replied. So Zhou Yin and the others quickly flew towards the territory. After returning to their territory, Tian and Lu Li took Jin Yi to cultivate. Zhou Yin checked his points. They were pretty good, a little over 210 million, which should be enough to exchange for some decent items. After opening the redemption list and glancing at the general items and rewards, Zhou discovered that the rewards redeemable with points from each activity were different. Furthermore, the point value for each item is different. After glancing at these items, Zhou turned his attention to the architectural elements. Territory can evolve various buildings, so choosing the right building first is key. Zhou ignored ordinary buildings or those below S quality. He focused on those S quality or above and those that were special. After thinking about it again, in the Lord's world, what is always most lacking is all kinds of materials. Zhou thought of the free material dungeon type of building from last time and started searching for it. That building was indeed a good thing. Although there was a limit to the number of times it could be used, it allowed him to freely choose various materials, so Zhou thought that such a building was quite good. Unfortunately, after searching, no identical buildings were found. However, similar buildings did exist, but they were all constructed using a single material. This is understandable, since different events will have different exchange rates for various building items. Zhou found many good building materials and began to examine them. The first type of material building is a building called Cold Iron Vein. This building is only of S quality and only requires 1 million points. This cold iron can be used to forge weapons, and it also carries the attribute of ice. Whether it's used to forge weapons like magic wands or other weapons, it would be excellent. Because he had a lot of points, Zhou exchanged for 10 similar material buildings, and then looked at another 10 SS quality material buildings. Of these 10 materials, some are things he needed, and some were not. One of the materials is a rapid stone, which is excellent for both crafting weapons and upgrading buildings. He has a building that also requires materials like rapid stone, but while this material is readily available, only those of 6-star or higher quality are scarce. Each of these 10 SS quality material buildings required 3 million points, and Zhou redeemed them all. It cost 30 million points, but it was all worth it. There are only 8 SSS quality material buildings, and each building requires 5 million points. Zhou also spent 40 million points to redeem it. Zhou continued to look at the R-quality building materials. The first type is an R-quality building called Spirit Stone Mine. This is very important to Zhou, as many buildings in his territory require this to upgrade. Although this material building only produces one type of Spirit Stone Vein, the amount that can be mined each day is quite substantial, which is pretty good. Looking at the exchange price, 10 million points, Zhou felt it was acceptable. He remembered that during the Mid-Autumn Festival event, it only took 500,000 points to redeem an R-quality building, but here it takes 10 million points, which is a huge difference. Of course, the points for the Mid-Autumn Festival event are relatively difficult to obtain. However, the Nian Beast is relatively easy to hunt down if there are enough people. Moreover, the points obtained after killing a high-level Nian Beast are quite substantial. In this way, he has used up 90 million points, leaving him with 110 million. There are 2 more R-quality buildings, the Jade Mine and the Gemstone Sanctuary. But Zhou didn't rush to exchange for it. Instead, he looked at the highest grade material. That building is called the Land of Spirit Veins. Zhou was very surprised when he saw the building. This spiritual vein was exactly the material he wanted for his Heart of Territory Zero building. In his search for the spiritual vein, he went to great lengths, even traveling to the great wilderness trading market to trade it with the people there. If it weren't for his immense wealth, the other party would never have sold him the spiritual vein. He had to exchange for it this time, no matter what. With this building, his Heart of Territory would no longer have to worry about not having a spiritual vein. I checked the price. It's 100 million points per item. Although it's expensive, you still have to redeem this building. Zhou still decided to spend 100 million points to exchange for this building. With over 10 million points remaining, Zhou redeemed the Jade Mine. This meant he had used up most of his points, and he no longer cared about the remaining ones. After completing the exchange, Zhou prepared to begin constructing these buildings. With so many buildings, Zhou realized that he would have too few miners again. He estimated that he would have to summon more after these buildings were completed. Chapter 578, The Birth of Li Yuanba. Territory notification. Build the Spirit Vein Land, and the Spirit Vein Land will evolve into the Spirit Vein Sacred Land. Zhou decided to upgrade first, and then discovered that the building required 2 materials, Spirit Stones and Dragon Crystals, both of which he had in his territory. After upgrading it to level 60, Zhou Yin began to check its attributes. Architecture, sacred site of spiritual veins. Level, 60, required for leveling up. Quality, special attribute 1, increases the speed of spiritual vein formation. Special attribute 2, enhances spiritual vein power. Special attribute 3, enhances spiritual vein growth. Special attribute 4, increases the probability of high-level spiritual veins appearing. Special attribute 5, increases the probability of obtaining special spiritual veins. Special attribute 6, increases the spiritual energy of the entire spiritual vein sacred land. Description, a special existence capable of forming spiritual veins. Such places are extremely rare, and only the chosen ones can possess them. The chosen one? That's utter nonsense. What does someone with cheat codes have to do with being the chosen one? The so-called chosen one, the chosen one of destiny, can only call him daddy in front of him. After that, Zhou Yin began to build other buildings, and each building evolved into a very nice place. Zhou Yin told Sun Yu about these buildings, and then asked him to arrange for people to mine them. Sun Yu quickly arrived at the buildings and led a group of people to conduct a preliminary inspection of them before finding Zhou Yin. My lord, with you constructing so many top-tier buildings at once, the territory's mining engineers are simply not enough, Sun Yu hurriedly complained. Zhou Yin smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't let those buildings be empty. Take some people to do a rough calculation and see how many people you need. Then come to the Hall of Heroes and let me know. All right, Lord, wait a moment, then I'll let you know via communicator. After hearing this, Sun Yu hurriedly ran off to do the statistics work. Zhou Yin arrived at the Hall of Heroes. During this time, he had acquired dozens more hero summoning tokens, which would save him a lot of soul coins. Take out all the hero summoning tokens and start summoning the miner. Then Zhou Yin summoned 20,000 S-quality miners, 5,000 SS-quality miners, 1,000 SSS quality miners, 100 R quality miners, 50 RR quality miners, and 10 RRR quality miners. They then raised their levels to 50 and had someone take them to the material buildings. If there is still not enough people, he can summon more. Zhou Yin felt that these people were enough for the time being, so he did not summon any more. Next, Zhou Yin planned to summon the others. With more soldiers in the territory, there weren't enough top-tier generals, so Zhou Yin decided to summon a few more top-tier heroes. Hall of Heroes, notification, 1 million soul coins, summoning the General Lu Bu. It was actually Lu Bu. He was the strongest warrior in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, though his reputation wasn't good. He was greedy and lustful, and he killed 2 of his adoptive fathers. Since none of them have any memories, and Lu Bu wouldn't remember Jiao Chan either, Zhou Yin wouldn't mind just killing him if he still dared to covet Jiao Chan. Lu Bu greets the Lord. Lu Bu was tall and strong, not the burly type, but he looked heroic and extraordinary. Judging from his face, he was a good-looking fellow. After all, Lu Bu was known as Lu Bu among men, red hair among horses, and he was quite good-looking. His character isn't great, or to put it bluntly, he's not very bright. He'd be perfect as a military general, but as a commander, he's far from it. However, there aren't many people in his territory who can truly surpass him in martial prowess. Get up. Zhou Yin nodded. No matter what their past was like, once they were in his territory, their fates would be different. Yes. Lu Bu stood beside Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin knew that Lu Bu used the Fangtian halberd, and throughout the long history of China, there were not many people who could use such a weapon. Moreover, everyone who used a halberd as a weapon must have been an unparalleled warrior. People like Xiang Yu and Shui Rengui were all fierce generals of their time. Zhou Yin looked at Lu Bu's information and found that Lu Bu actually had a title, the fiercest general of the Eastern Han Dynasty, which was quite impressive. This also meant that Lu Bu's strength was indeed that of an invincible general in one-on-one combat at that time. Zhou Yin decided to summon 2 fierce generals and 2 commanders. Hall of Heroes, notification, 1 million soul coins, summoning the General Li Yuanba. Holy crap, they actually summoned that thing. Zhou Yin was genuinely shocked. This Li Yuanba was extraordinary. He could be considered one of the top warriors in Chinese history, with only a handful of people likely being his match. Li Yuanba greets the Lord. Li Yuanba was not tall, and was even rather thin. Yet, this frail young man, who was only about 1.7 meters tall, was able to lift the incredibly heavy thunder drum golden hammer. Historical records state that only Ma Yuan and Li Yuanba, generals who subdued the waves in the early Eastern Han dynasty, were able to lift it, but no one knows whether this is true or not. Moreover, Li Yuanba was the leader of the 18 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties and was known as the #1 hero under heaven. In fact, Li Yuanba did have such a title. In that era, Li Yuanba was practically a god of war. Few could last more than a few rounds against him. Only Yuan Qingdu, the second fiercest general of the Sui and Tang dynasties, could last more than a dozen rounds against Li Yuanba. As for others, they were basically finished off with a single blow. In the end, he even disregarded God's will and was struck dead by lightning. This is quite tragic. There's a saying that goes like this. In the early Tang dynasty, there was a heaven-shaking general. In the late Tang dynasty, there was an earth-shaking general. The first sentence refers to Li Yuanba, and the second sentence refers to Li Sunxiao. This is enough to show that both of them were the strongest in their era. However, Li Yuanba was not very bright with the intelligence of a child. He was easily impulsive and prone to anger, and only listened to his second brother, Li Shimin. Zhou Yin looked at Li Yuanba. It seemed that his intelligence problem should have been solved. Even if it hadn't, with so many elixirs and medicines in the territory, he could probably pile them up to improve his intelligence. Very good. You two don't need to worry. I will have the people in the territory specially craft a complete set of suitable weapons and armor for you. As for the mounts, you can choose a satisfactory dragon mount after you change your class. Both of them were top-tier warriors, so Zhou Yin naturally wouldn't skimp on them, providing them with the basic standard equipment, weapons, a full set of armor, and a mount. Thank you, Lord. Both of them were very happy. After their territory evolved, their strength and talent must have become even greater, so the weapons made for them naturally couldn't be too bad. Zhou Yin planned to design 2 blueprints himself. He vaguely remembered the shapes of the 2 weapons. As long as he provided a rough shape, it shouldn't be a problem to create 2 magical weapons with Oyezi's professional skills. Zhou Yin raised the 2 of them to the maximum level, and then had someone take them to change their job class. Next, Zhou Yin began summoning again. Chapter 579, Announcement. Zhou Yin then began summoning the commander. If Zhou Yin could summon the strongest commanders in his mind, he would definitely be very happy, but such things are hard to say. Hall of Heroes notification. 1 million soul coins. Summoning the commander talent, Sun Tzu. Holy crap. The ancestor of military strategists has been summoned. Zhou Yin was shocked, then became happy. This is Sun Tzu. The Art of War was written by Sun Tzu, and it has been passed down through the ages, laying the foundation for countless strategic ideas for later generations. Moreover, this military treatise is still very useful in modern times. This demonstrates Sun Tzu's exceptional intelligence, profound strategic thinking, and profound understanding of warfare. He was undoubtedly among the most capable commanders. Sun Tzu's martial prowess may not be strong, but his command ability is probably even worse than Bai Qi's. Bai Qi was one of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period and one of the strongest commanders. But before the Warring States period, during the Spring and Autumn period, Sun Tzu was undoubtedly one of the top commanders. Even in history, there are only a few people who can be compared with Sun Tzu, and Bai Qi is certainly one of them. Sun Wu greets the Lord. Sun Wu was neither tall nor fat, but had an extraordinary appearance and a calm demeanor, giving the impression that he was a man of great wisdom and not to be underestimated. Get up. Zhou Yin told him to get up. This Sun Wu was definitely capable of becoming a grand marshal in the territory. Zhang Liang and Bai Qi were able to form an invincible army. Zhou Yin already had his choices for this second divine army, Sun Wu and Guo Jia. With their command abilities and strategies, they were in no way inferior to Bai Qi and Zhang Liang. After acquiring Sun Tzu, Zhou Yin planned to summon a civil official who could replace Guo Jia. Hall of Heroes notification. 1 million soul coins. Summon the commander Shang Yang. Shang Yang. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin realized that Shang Yang was a talented individual. To be honest, the Qin state's ability to become so powerful was undoubtedly due to Shang Yang's contributions. It's a pity that such a person ended up being beheaded, which is truly tragic. Making Shang Yang the new Minister of War is the best choice, and there is no need to change anything further. Zhou Yin first raised Sun Wu's level to the maximum, then raised Shang Yang's level to 50, and then let them go in to change jobs. They would be of great use after they came out. The territory already has a large number of soldiers, and it is time to divide them into 2 armies, one to the east and one to the west. After that, Zhou Yin began to draw the shapes of the Fangtian halberd and the Legu Wangjin hammer from his memory. After finishing the drawing, Zhou Yin went to find Oyezi. Although it was the new year, Oyezi was not idle. He was still chatting with Ganjiang about forging weapons, a true forging fanatic. "Lord, what brings you here?" The 2 men stood up immediately upon seeing Zhou Yin. Sit down. I just came to take a look." Zhou Yin sat down on the pavilion, and Ganjiang quickly poured him a cup of tea. I chatted with the 2 of them and asked them what they needed. They said they didn't need anything, were very satisfied with their current life, and felt very happy. After the conversation, Zhou Yin took out the drawings he had made and said to Oyezi, "These 2 drawings are mine. See if you can make 2 hammers in this shape. Of course, these hammers need to be a pair, and the heavier the better." Oyezi and Ganjiang looked at them and then replied, "They can be made with a few minor modifications. I wonder when the Lord will need these 2 weapons." "It's all right, no rush. Just let me know when you've finished forging them. Anyway, we have spare weapons in the territory, so we can let them use them temporarily," Zhou Yin replied. "All right, in that case, I'll have it made for you within a month. As for the materials, I'll have to see which ones are more suitable." "Oh," Oyezi replied. "Yes, but if possible, we should make more of these 2 weapons, since people will need them in the future. It would be best to slightly modify their shapes," Zhou Yin said. "No problem. This is easy." Oyezi nodded. Zhou Yin chatted with them for a while longer before leaving. Zhou Yin then convened a meeting with the 8 ministers to discuss how to divide the army. They all offered their opinions, but they were unclear about who Zhou Yin would appoint as the marshal of the other army. Zhou Yin didn't tell them either. Today is the first day of the new year, and Zhou Yin did not hold a long meeting. The soldiers outside gradually returned to their territory. Aside from the necessary personnel patrolling the territory, Zhou Yin gave all the other soldiers a 7-day leave. Zhou Yin wasn't too busy and spent most of his time playing with Jiao Chan and the others. However, the next evening, Teacher Lung Yu still invited Zhou Yin over for a meal, which she cooked herself. Although it wasn't anything fancy, it was still quite good, and Zhou Yin praised it, which pleased Lung Yu greatly. Afterwards, Yi Bufan, Lin Tan, and others chatted with Zhou Yin to wish him a happy new year, and Zhou Yin talked with them for a long time. 7 days later, half of the soldiers' leave in the territory has ended, while the remaining soldiers have 3 more days of leave. But the important figures in the territory have all started working. Furthermore, Lu Bu, Li Yuanba, Sun Wu, and Shan Yang have all successfully changed their professions and entered the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Zhou Yin began a meeting with people from various departments. After all these matters were resolved, Zhou Yin said, "Now, I have a few things to announce. First, with the expansion of the army, I have decided to divide the soldiers of the territory into 2 armies. The first army will consist of the white-robed Ghost Army, the Trap Camp, the Great Han Iron Cavalry, the Orc Warriors, the Great Qin Black Armor Army, the Wudong Flying Army, and the Spartan Heavy Infantry, forming 1 army. Bai Qi will still serve as the Supreme Marshal. As for the other army, it consists of the Northern Army, the 10,000 Demon Soldiers, the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, the Heavenly Strategy Armored Army, the Underworld Ghost Soldiers, the Guanning Iron Army, and the Elf Archers. I now entrust the supreme command to Sun Wu." This order surprised many people, because they did not know Sun Tzu, but they did not expect that the Lord would appoint a newcomer as marshal. Even Sun Tzu was surprised that the Lord would directly appoint him as marshal, a position that would command hundreds of thousands of troops. This showed a great deal of trust in him. "Sun Wu," Zhou Yin shouted. Sun Wu stood up from his seat, clasped his hands in greeting to Zhou Yin, and said, "Lord, now I'm appointing you as the second marshal. Do you dare accept?" Zhou Yin asked. Seeing that his lord valued him so highly, Sun Tzu was filled with pride and said, "Sun Tzu will do his utmost and will not let his lord down." Chapter 580, Arriving in Other Countries of the Lord World. "Very good." Zhou Yin nodded in satisfaction, then said, "I know many people have doubts about Sun Wu's abilities, but time will tell. I have absolute faith in the Lord's judgment," Dian Wei said. "Haha." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at? I'm just saying what I really think," Dian Wei quickly replied. Zhou Yin smiled and said, "In that case, I hereby announce the appointment of Sun Wu as Marshal of the Second Army Corps and the conferment of the divine title of Emperor Zheng. As soon as he finished speaking, a commander seal appeared in the hall, and Sun Wu also donned a dashing cloak. Sun Wu quickly stepped forward and said to Zhou Yin, "Thank you, Lord." Nodding, Zhou Yin continued, "Guojia, your subject is here." Guojia also stepped forward. Remove him from his position as Minister of War and appoint him as Military Advisor of the Second Army Corps, a position equal to that of Sun Tzu. I hope you two can make a good name for the Second Army Corps. Zhou Yin said, "Yes, Lord." Guojia nodded, and his clothes immediately changed into military strategist attire, while his original belongings disappeared. "Shangyang." Zhou Yin continued, "Shangyang is here." Shangyang also stepped forward. "I hereby appoint you as Minister of War, a first-rank official, and bestow upon you the title of Heavenly Star Lord," Zhou Yin said. Shangyang looked at the official robes he was wearing and was quite surprised. He hadn't expected to be appointed to such a position. He quickly said, "Shangyang thanks you, Lord. I will certainly not disappoint you." Zhou Yin nodded and continued, "Lu Bu and Li Yuanba." Yes, the two quickly stepped forward. "From now on, Sun Wu will be in charge of the two of you, and he will also be responsible for your specific duties," Zhou Yin said. Yes, neither of them was disappointed. They were quite confident in their abilities. Next, they discussed the specific military arrangements. The meeting lasted for several hours, and everyone had lunch at the Heavenly Emperor's palace. After lunch, everyone left to do their own thing. The entire territory bustled with activity once again, with everyone fulfilling their duties and preparing for their own tasks. Neither of the two army groups has a ferry of the Moon Palace barracks, as they are used to guard territories. Of course, Zhou Yin sometimes sends them out as part of his personal guard. As for Chang'e, she is currently residing in the Heavenly Emperor's palace, but Zhou Yin has not yet made a move on her. He is still slowly approaching her, planning to find an opportunity to devour her as well. "Where are we going next?" Diao Chan asked Zhou Yin after lunch. "Should we leave here?" Nixiao Qian asked. The other women also looked at Zhou Yin, eager to know his next plan. "We already know the location of the 9-star spirit stones from the Heaven and Earth Library. Our next goal is to search for various high-level materials until we can upgrade the buildings in our territory to the maximum level." Zhou Yin then revealed the next goal for the territory. Although the territory can have one building that can mine spirit stones, the high-level materials that building can mine will not be too many before it is upgraded to level 90. With such a heaven-defying building as the Heaven and Earth Library in his territory, Zhou Yin naturally wouldn't waste it. Every day, he inquired about the whereabouts of a different high-level material, and his next goal was to excavate these high-level materials across the Lord's continent. "If that's the case, then we'll have to teleport all the time," Xiao Zhao said happily. "If you want to go out, is anyone stopping you?" Zhao Min asked. "It's all forest outside. There's nothing fun about it. Xiao Zhao and are already tired of it," Zhou Zhihua said. "All right, everyone in the territory is waiting for me to teleport. If you want to go outside, remember to take some Guanghan Ferry soldiers with you," Zhou Yin said. "Yes, my lord," the women replied. Zhou Yin flew towards the city wall, and the other women also began to disperse. Some prepared to cultivate, while others planned to go outside the territory. Sun Shangxiang was undoubtedly the most warlike of them all. Some had agreed to go to the movies, others planned to go to the martial arts space, and still others were in charge of reconnaissance aircraft work. In short, they were very free and could do whatever they wanted. The entire army of the territory had almost assembled and headed towards the various city walls. Zhou Yin had already taken out the coordinate stones and marked all the locations. He then took out one of the coordinate stones with the most stones and began to teleport. The coordinates turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the territory. Then, the entire territory began to teleport to a fixed location on the Lord's continent. The territory began to rapidly traverse the spatial passage. A few dozen seconds later, the light above the entire territory began to change, indicating that they had successfully arrived at their destination. Boom! The territory landed on the ground. After landing in the territory, thousands of reconnaissance aircraft immediately flew out of the territory to begin intelligence gathering. There are no monsters around the territory, which is a bit of shame. It would be great if there were monsters. "Lord, there's a situation. A territory has been discovered nearby. No, it should be a country. We have likely landed in a Lord World country." Manhwa reported the information she had gathered to Zhou Yin. This surprised Zhou Yin greatly. If he were to descend into the territory of a country in a lord's world, the other party would probably come knocking on his door very soon. This is a bit tricky. Zhou Yin never expected that this coordinate would be like this, but now that he's here, he's definitely not going to leave so easily. So Zhou Yin asked, "How far are we deviated from the correct coordinates?" The deviation isn't very far, only 50 kilometers, but there are many villages and towns nearby. If the territory moves, given the current height the territory can rise to, it will probably destroy those villages and towns directly, Manhwa told Zhou Yin. This put Zhou Yin in a difficult position. He could not possibly do something like destroying innocent villages and towns. There were some things he could do, but there were some things he would never do. "My lord, what should we do next?" Qin Xiong, who was standing beside him, asked. "Wait," Zhou Yin said, uttering a single word. "Wait? Wait for whom?" Not only Qin Xiong was puzzled, but the other generals were also not very clear about it. Zhou Yin explained, "With such a commotion in our territory, I believe this country will definitely send someone to talk to us. If we can reach an agreement, that would be best. If we can't, there are only two outcomes. Either we leave, or we fight until the other side compromises." Chapter 581, Xianfeng Dynasty. Although Zhou Yin was waiting, he didn't sit idle. Instead, he had the reconnaissance planes survey the surrounding area and began searching for information about the place. A dozen minutes later, Zhou Yin found information about this world. The place he was in was called the Xianfeng Dynasty, which had existed for over 28,000 years. It is said that the person who founded this dynasty was initially just a lord on the Kanglan continent, but as it developed, it grew into a country. More than 20,000 years have passed, and it has become a huge ancient kingdom. Many lords would visit this country and even trade with its merchants. The merchants welcomed the lords to spend their money and live there. Many ordinary people would also try to immigrate to this country and enjoy the life of ancient nobles. But this country will not allow other people's territory to encroach upon its borders. Zhou Yin ordered reconnaissance aircraft to check the location marked on the mineral vein coordinates to see if anyone from the Xianfeng dynasty was mining there. However, the information received indicated that no one was mining there, so Zhou Yin did not want to give up on that location. Since this country had cooperated with the lords of the Kanglan continent, Zhou Yin felt that there was no need for them to resort to force. Although he was not afraid that the other side could breach his territory, it would be a great loss if he were trapped here by the other side. Zhou Yin didn't want to offend this country either. The fact that it was able to establish such a country on the Lord continent and have existed for more than 28,000 years meant that its strength was definitely not low. There was no conflict between them, so Zhou Yin naturally wouldn't start a fight with them for no reason. After learning about the situation in this country, Zhou Yin returned to the Heavenly Emperor's palace. About half an hour later, a reconnaissance plane reported that a large number of troops were heading towards the area. Zhou Yin instructed the people in his territory not to act rashly, and also deactivated the attack mode of the defensive towers. Zhou Yin turned on his communicator and saw the size of the enemy's army. There were quite a few people, at least over 100,000, including a 10,000-strong air force. This kind of force was purely meant to intimidate him. Reporting to the Lord, the Xianfeng dynasty has sent an envoy who wishes to see you. 20 minutes later, a female soldier came to tell Zhou Yin. They've finally arrived. Zhou Yin nodded and asked, "Which city gate are they at?" "At the south gate," the soldier replied. Zhou Yin soared into the sky, heading towards the south gate. He wouldn't invite anyone into his territory, so he decided to go out on his own. However, Zhou Yin brought in Tian and Lu Li with him, and the three of them arrived at the city wall. "My lord, let a group of men accompany you out," Chen Qingji asked Zhou Yin. "We can't let our momentum falter." "Okay, let's make the arrangements." Zhou Yin nodded. Zhou Yin rode his mount, followed by a force of several thousand soldiers, and slowly left the territory. The enemy was sending a flying legion of 10,000. The main army had not yet arrived, but the strength of these flying legions was considerable, though they were definitely not on the same level as their dragon riders. When the two came closer, Chen Qingji had a table set out with fine wine and fruit. The other side was also carefully observing Zhou Yan's side, and found that although there were not many soldiers around Zhou Yan, they were all well-trained soldiers with excellent equipment, much better than theirs. In particular, the scale of this territory is indeed magnificent, spectacular, and powerful. Zhou Yin stepped forward and said, I am the owner of this territory. My name is Zhou Yin. If there's anything you need to discuss, let's sit down and talk. Zhou Yin took his seat and looked at the other person. 3 people approached. The one in the middle, dressed in a long robe and with a refined appearance, sat down opposite Zhou Yin and said, My name is Zhang Yang, and I am the city lord of Yunxin City. Do you know where I am now? I just checked the information and found out that this is the location of the Xianfeng dynasty, Zhou Yin replied, while pouring the other person a full glass of wine. Zhang Yang nodded and replied, Since you know this place belongs to the Xianfeng dynasty, that makes things easier. Our dynasty doesn't dislike you, but we don't allow you to teleport your territory into our land. So, please leave as soon as possible. I know that too, but I have no ill intentions. I really didn't expect to be teleported to your dynasty this time. However, since we are here, we also want to make a deal with you. I think as the city lord, you shouldn't refuse a lord's trade request. Zhou Yin had researched the country's information and found that these city lords were equivalent to the highest rulers of each region. They also needed to achieve results, otherwise they would be in danger of being dismissed. Moreover, over the past 20,000 years, there have been many instances of lords accidentally wandering in. They would first try to reason with them before resorting to force. If they insisted on not leaving, they would naturally be attacked by their military force. We would certainly welcome any trade with you, but I hope you won't make things difficult for me. There is no room for compromise on the issue of territory. As long as you are willing to transfer your territory to the borders of our country, I would be happy to trade with you. Zhang Yang also stated his demands. No country would allow other lords to descend upon his territory. Moreover, Zhou Yin's territory is indeed too large, too magnificent, and too powerful. As long as they don't leave this territory for a moment, they will be restless and unable to eat or sleep. Of course, I have great respect for your country's territorial sovereignty and will not linger here. As soon as we reach an agreement, I will immediately teleport away from the territory. After all, neither of us wants war. Zhou Yin also kindly shared his thoughts. Hearing Zhou Yan's words, Zhang Yang was indeed relieved. He certainly didn't want a war to break out. What are your transaction requirements? Feel free to tell me. As long as it's within a reasonable range, I naturally won't refuse, Zhang Yang asked. Now that I've come to your land, I would like to send a mining team to explore the mineral veins in your area. If we find anything, we will naturally start mining. Even if we find nothing, I will leave. Of course, we will give you a certain fee. As for the price and conditions, we can discuss them. Zhou Yin finally revealed his purpose. Such things do exist in the Xianfeng dynasty, and that is why Zhou Yin said this. That's not a problem, but since you know that our country has this policy, you also know that we can't allow you to bring too many soldiers, and the number of miners is also limited. After hearing this, Zhang Yang naturally wouldn't refuse. Anyway, he had so many mountains under his jurisdiction, and as long as the other party offered a price that satisfied him, he certainly wouldn't refuse to let them mine them. There are many such collaborations in every region of the Xianfeng dynasty. They all seek out powerful lords to cooperate with, resulting in a win-win situation for both sides. Chapter 582, The Excavation begins. I don't know which part of Yunxin City you want to explore. Although Yunxin City isn't very big, it's not small either. There are quite a few mountains around it. I can tell you about them, Zhang Yang said. That would be perfect. Zhou Yin naturally wouldn't directly state his goal. The other party took out a map and introduced it to Zhou Yin. This is our Cloudheart City, and this is the surrounding mountain range. Zhou Yin looked around and quickly found a mountain range where his target was located. He then pointed to 10 mountain ranges and said, These 10 will do. It would be best if we found them. If not, we'll just have to try our luck in the mountains of other cities. I don't know if there are any mines in those mountains. Let's discuss the terms between us. If there were mines, Zhang Yang would have already made his move. It wouldn't be anyone else's turn. Okay, Zhou Yin replied. Both men laid out their conditions. Zhou Yin mentioned a lot of people for the mining workers, but didn't arrange many soldiers. Seeing Zhou Yan's sincerity, the other party naturally didn't bother with it, and then stated their conditions. The other party gave Zhou Yin several options. The first option was to directly spend a huge amount of money to buy the mining rights of 10 mountains. Once purchased, regardless of whether the 10 mountains had minerals or not, the mining rights would belong to Zhou Yin within the specified period. The second option is to pay taxes, which is the least costly. Zhou Yin would provide manpower and resources, and if no mineral vein was found, neither side would suffer a significant loss. However, if a vein was found, the other party would collect taxes at 2 levels and send their own people to supervise the process. The third option is cooperation, where each side sends people to explore. If a mineral vein is discovered, each side contributes half of its manpower, and the profits are split equally. Without a second thought, Zhou Yin chose the first option. Zhou Yin was absolutely certain that he could mine ore, and it was even a 9-star spirit stone, a top-grade material that money couldn't buy in large quantities. He only spent a few 100 million spirit coins to buy 10 mountains, which was just a small amount of money for Zhou Yin. So the two sides began to negotiate the price, and Zhou Yin finally won the mining rights for 10 mountains for 10 years at a price of 2 billion spirit coins. Both parties began signing the contract, pressing their fingerprints, and recording a video as evidence. Anyone who breached the contract would bear the corresponding consequences. After signing the contract, Zhou Yin immediately paid Zhang Yang 2 billion spirit coins. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Zhang Yang was very happy, having exchanged 10 useless mountain ranges for 2 billion spirit coins. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Zhou Yin was also very happy. 2 billion spirit coins were nothing to Zhou Yin. Both of them were very happy, secretly laughing at each other for being silly. City Lord Zhang Yang gave Zhou Yin a coordinate, which was outside the territory of their country. Zhou Yin can teleport directly to a location near these coordinates, which is usually not too far off. However, before leaving Zhou Yan's territory, he could send out the miners and soldiers from the territory first, so that he wouldn't have to travel a long distance. A total of 3,000 miners plus 100 soldiers. This was the maximum concession Zhang Yang, the city lord, had made, and Zhou Yin didn't waste any more words on it. These miners are the top miners in the territory, and even these soldiers are carefully selected. Zhang Yang would naturally send people to keep an eye on the people Zhou Yin dispatched, but only to prevent them from harming the nearby villagers. Zhang Yang's people would not interfere with any of Zhou Yan's actions. On the contrary, they would provide assistance. After the two parties reached an agreement, Zhou Yin handed over the excavation work to one of them and told him that he would be back soon. This matter was very important, and Zhou Yin naturally needed to arrange everything before he could feel at ease. Zhou Yin returned to his territory, leaving only 20 of the reconnaissance aircraft behind, while the rest flew back to his territory. Zhou Yin began to teleport his territory to the coordinates provided by the other party. After a burst of light, the territory instantly arrived at a new location. Standing on high ground, you can see quite a few territories in the distance. These people are all lords who came to Xianfeng Dynasty for tourism and business. Zhou Yin instructed the soldiers in the territory to take precautions, and then the remaining soldiers returned to their normal lives. And he entrusted them with all matters concerning the territory. Then, Zhou Yin teleported back to Cloud Heart City. Seeing Zhou Yin use a prop to teleport over, Zhang Yang was obviously not surprised, and then asked, "Then I'll arrange for someone to send you there now. If you need anything, you can contact my subordinates directly." Good. Under the escort of Zhang Yang's guards, the group began their journey toward the nearest mountain range. Since the performance had to be thorough, Zhou Yin naturally arranged for professional personnel to explore the mineral veins. But having come all this way without any results, Zhou Yin deliberately feigned disappointment. Because of the large number of people, the exploration was very fast. The first mountain range was quickly explored, followed by the second and third. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yang visibly smiled knowingly. He had long known that there were no valuable mineral veins in these places. Otherwise, he would have already partnered with others to mine them. However, he wasn't entirely confident, since his reconnaissance personnel weren't particularly strong. A day passed, and Zhou Yin still hadn't found any useful mineral veins. So he ordered his men to set up camp and rest, instructing them to notify him immediately if anything happened. Zhou Yin took out the return stone and returned to his territory. After finishing his cultivation, he returned to the mountain range and began to continue his exploration. Finally, in the afternoon, they arrived at the target location and had the surrounding area cordoned off to prevent outsiders from approaching. After all, Zhou Yin had already bought the area, so it naturally belonged to Zhou Yan's mining area. The men Zhang Yang sent couldn't get close and left immediately. Zhang Yang also received the news immediately. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't care too much. After all, Zhou Yin spent 2 billion spirit coins and had some gains, so it probably wasn't a very good mine. Zhang Yang instructed his men not to pay any attention to the other party unless they caused trouble. This is also what Zhou Yin hoped to see. The 3,000 miners were the most outstanding talents in the territory. They dug as fast as machines, and even their equipment was of gold quality or higher. With thousands of people working together, they quickly dug a mine shaft. Zhou Yin waited here for a long time. Several hours later, they finally dug out a spirit stone, but it wasn't a 9-star one. The 9-star spirit stones must be at the bottom. Zhou Yin ordered his men to continue digging. Once they were dug up, they could simply be placed into the territory. Seeing that everything was all right, Zhou Yin was relieved, but he told everyone to be careful, since they were on someone else's turf and shouldn't cause trouble. Chapter 583, Playing. After giving his instructions, Zhou Yin returned to his territory and arrived at the Heavenly Emperor's palace, where he saw Kai Yin and Wei Zifu still strolling in the garden. Lord, the two women greeted Zhou Yin with smiles and walked up to him. I heard from Sister Diaochan that the Lord has reached a cooperation agreement with the city lord of Yunxin's city, Kai Yin, with her curvaceous figure, said as she approached Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin had one arm around Kai Yin and the other around Wei Zifu. The two girls blushed and quickly said, "Don't let anyone see us. What are you afraid of? You are both my women, the mistresses of this territory. What is there to worry about?" Zhou Yin led the two women to sit down on the pavilion. The cooperation has been finalized, and the mining operation has stabilized. Everything is going smoothly, so I don't need to go there anymore, Zhou Yin said. Wei Zifu picked up a grape from the stone table, peeled it, and fed it to Zhou Yin. Then she asked, "The Lord went to great lengths to mine there. The materials there must be extraordinary." Zhou Yin gently stroked Wei Zifu's cute nose and replied, "That's for sure. I definitely wouldn't bother with ordinary materials. What's produced are spirit stones, and there are many 9-star spirit stones. Although we've only just started digging, the information is definitely accurate. Why don't the people of the Xianfeng dynasty dig it up themselves?" Kai Yin asked curiously. "Those countries are different from our territory. Although their territories are vast, their population is also limited. In addition, due to various talent issues, it is difficult for them to conduct large-scale mineral exploration. But we Lord are different. We have professionals in life and careers, and we are more professional in the exploration of those minerals. So those city lords are all willing to cooperate with us lords. Anyway, both sides will sign a contract with a time limit. As long as the time is up, even if the minerals are not fully mined, they will still belong to them in the end. So, no matter what, they will not suffer a loss." Zhou Yin gave a brief explanation, saying that this kind of cooperation is applicable in many countries. After all, no country can be all-encompassing, and each country has its own set of cooperation methods. I heard from some of my sisters that they want to go and have a look at the Xianfeng dynasty. Wei Zifu looked at Zhou Yin with anticipation. "You want me to take you there, don't you?" Zhou Yin immediately understood what Wei Zifu was thinking. "I just happened to see the Lord here. Even if I didn't say anything, Sister Diaochan would have told you tomorrow." Wei Zifu replied with a charming smile. "I don't know when the mines there will be finished. I can definitely take some time to travel around the Xianfeng dynasty during this period." Zhou Yin nodded. This could be considered an experience of foreign scenery. "That's wonderful. With so many sisters, the Lord must keep a close eye on them," Wei Zifu joked. "You dare flirt with me? I'll show you what I'm made of," Zhou Yin said, pulling the two women into the room. The next day, Diaochan indeed brought several women to find Zhou Yin and told him about her desire to visit the Xianfeng dynasty. "Of course you can. I'm not restricting your freedom, but you must bring a few military officers with you," Zhou Yin said. "We will follow the Lord arrangements." Diaochan and the others were overjoyed, cheering like a flock of larks. There weren't many people visiting. Diaochan, Kai Yin, Zhao Min, Xiao Zhao, and Wei Zifu were among them. However, Diaochan had also brought Chang'e along, which pleased Zhou Yin greatly. Diaochan truly knew him inside and out. After confirming, Zhou Yin called out a few people. Originally, Zhou Yin wanted to call out Li Yuanba and Lu Bu, but since the two had just arrived in the territory, their cultivation levels were too low and their current strength was not very strong, so he did not call them. Zhou Yin certainly couldn't summon the generals from each legion. He could only choose from the remaining military officers. Dian Wei, that simpleton is good. Then there's Meng Tian, and Meng Wu can also be called up. Next, Zhang Xiao and Wen Pan are also good choices. Zhang Wuji is also quite capable. We should also bring Wei Yixiao and Yang Xiao along. That makes 7 people. Zhou Yin thought Wu Song could be invited too, and then Ho Junji and Yang Zixing. Just those few are fine. As for Jin Yi, we won't bring him along. Let him cultivate properly in the territory, since he'll be going into slumber soon anyway. However, Zhou Yin will definitely bring his 2 bodyguards, and Tian and Lu Li, with him. Zhou Yin wanted to bring Nangong Push along, but she wasn't interested in sightseeing, so Zhou Yin let it go. Zhou Yin has finished explaining everything regarding the territory. Once everything was finalized, they began preparations. However, Zhou Yin saw that Zhao Min was still dressed as a man and was dressed in white with a folding fan in her hand. Zhou Yin was a little surprised. He hadn't seen her dressed like this in a long time. Why did you decide to go out like this? Zhou Yin asked. Isn't this the scene from when we first met? I miss it so much. Zhao Min said with a smile. Not only beautiful, but also incredibly charming. Of course. Zhou Yin nodded. The others quickly changed into men's clothes as well. When they saw Zhao Min, they all found it very interesting. Xiao Zhao immediately said, I'll go change into men's clothes too. I'll go too. Jiao Chan went as well. The other women did not take any action and remained dressed in women's clothing. Zhou Yin looked at Chang'e. She was still as pure and otherworldly as ever, like a fairy. This time, she wore a veil, making her appear hazy and mysterious, which gave her an even more unique beauty. 19 people mounted their horses and headed towards the border of the Xianfeng dynasty. They were few in number, but there were many people coming and going, including various lords and soldiers. They were all within 100 kilometers of the border city. After paying the city entrance fee, they put away their mounts and began to stroll around the streets. The city was vast and bustling, with a large population of many races, such as orcs, elves, dwarves, centaurs, catwomen, demons, monsters, ghosts. It was like a city of myriad races. Their attire was also incredibly diverse, including suits, cheongsams, hanfu-like clothing, modern casual wear, and many other garments that Zhou Yin had never seen before. Some even concealed their faces. This border city offered a wide variety of goods, and Jiao Chan and her companions saw many unusual items, buying quite a few along the way. Zhou Yin led everyone on a tour, tasting various delicacies and visiting different scenic spots. They soon came across a lively arena, filled with fighting rings, where challengers would step forward to take on opponents, and the winners would receive a reward. As for the rewards, they were all put into jars, and no one could tell what was inside. However, each item was worth more than 100,000 spirit coins. Chapter 584, 10 Consecutive Wins. It looks like fun. I want to go up and try it. Zhao Min closed her folding fan and then winked at Zhou Yin. Be careful. Zhou Yin nodded. Understood. Zhao Min was very happy and leaped onto the arena. I'll give it a try. All right, another hero has come up to challenge. If you're not familiar with the rules, please read them first. If you're familiar with them, please pay a challenge fee of 10,000 spirit coins. The referee on the stage, dressed in ancient costume, holding a microphone, and wearing sunglasses, looked out of place. Many people in the audience began to applaud and cheer. Sister Zhao Min, go for it, brother. Xiao Zhao almost let it slip, sticking out her tongue, which was quite adorable. Do you think Zhao Min can win? Wei Zifu asked. Of course, Sister Zhao Min has learned so much, Xiao Zhao replied. It's because she's learned too much that I think her chances are slim. I still think it's better to learn a few useful skills and practice them more. That's better than anything else, Jiao Chan said. Let her be. She'll understand sooner or later. Zhou Yin had also advised Zhao Min, but Zhao Min was a strong-willed person and naturally wouldn't listen. Zhao Min was well aware of the rules. First, she paid 10,000 spirit coins, and then her cultivation level was tested. After everything was over, the other party sent someone with the same cultivation level as Zhao Min to start the battle. The man was holding a long sword and wearing a full set of armor. The people who set up the challenge and the people they sent out were all quite capable. This is a friendly spar, so it's all about touching the target. But if you fall to the ground, you lose, and admitting defeat is also considered a loss. We can begin. Zhao Min nodded and took out a diamond-quality longsword, pointing it at her opponent. Battle begins. The crowd below cheered, and a barrier rose up over the entire arena. As soon as the battle began, Zhao Min took the initiative to attack. With her graceful figure and beautiful face, she made many young girls' hearts flutter. None of them realized that Zhao Min was a woman. They all thought she was a man. Zhao Min's sword technique was powerful, being a top-tier sword technique. Combined with her own cultivation level at the 50th level, the sword energy she unleashed crisscrossed the arena, making her opponents dare not confront her head-on. Take this. Zhao Min's speed was equally impressive, and with her top-notch agility, she moved like lightning, quickly closing in on her opponent and unleashing a terrifying cyan sword aura. Laugh! The opponent dodged in time, and sword energies struck the ground, shattering the stone slab into pieces, demonstrating just how powerful Zhao Min's attacks were. Zhao Min had already put her opponent on the defensive. In addition, Zhao Min's attacks were swift, accurate, and ruthless, giving her opponent no chance to retaliate. Her opponent could only defend and had no chance to fight back. Zhao Min's strength was indeed considerable, and she used one move after another. Although they were all different, Zhao Min had clearly put in a lot of effort and mastered all of them. Faced with Zhao Min's unpredictable and ever-changing moves, the opponent was indeed in a very bad situation and was quickly injured. However, the opponent was not a simple character either. Although in a bad situation, she did not admit defeat. The audience was amazed by the sheer number of Zhao Min's martial arts skills. They were endless, and not a single move was repeated. Under Zhao Min's relentless attacks, her opponent was finally sent flying by a powerful martial arts technique, crashing onto the arena. Good! Applause erupted from the audience, which made Zhao Min very happy. Like a peacock, she smiled proudly. Zhao Min won and chose a reward. She opened on the spot and found a fine jade stone worth 100,000 spirit coins. But Zhao Min didn't care about the rewards. Instead, she continued, I haven't had enough. I want to have another match. Okay. Applause erupted again from the audience. This Zhao Min, Zhou Yin sighed helplessly, but didn't say much. If she wanted to play, let her play a few more rounds. I also want to go and fight, Xiao Zhao said. There's so many arenas nearby. Go and play if you want. Don't worry about me, Zhou Yin said to the crowd. Thank you, Lord. I've been wanting to go for a long time. Here I go. Dian Wei was the first to start looking for an empty arena. Wait for me. Yang Zixing followed. I'll go too. Wu Song was itching to join in, so he told Zhou Yin and started going as well. As for the others, they did not leave and stayed by Zhou Yan's side. The host laughed and said, It seems this young master is very confident in himself. Let's wish him the best of luck in winning 2 more games. After paying, Zhao Min began the challenge again under the watchful eyes of everyone. Zhao Min is indeed very strong. Her attacks are like rain, and her moves are like the wind, leaving her opponents with no chance to retaliate. And so, Zhao Min won 5 matches in a row, one after another. The audience below the stage was overjoyed, while the person who set up the ring turned ashen-faced. They just couldn't understand how this guy could not consume energy. They've won 5 games in a row. When will this go on? But they have no choice but to continue sending people on stage, otherwise they'll ruin their reputation. Not only Zhao Min, but everyone else also started a winning streak, which made the organizers look very unhappy. They wanted to make some money, but they lost many games in a row. The more consecutive victories Zhao Min and the others achieved, the more excited the audience became, and the louder they cheered. They've won 8 games in a row already, and they don't even know how to tone it down a bit. Diao Chan sighed as she looked at Zhao Min. She's on fire right now, and it looks like she won't stop until she wins 10 games in a row, Wei Zifu said. My lord, the organizers don't look too good. Could they be up to something underhanded? Ho Junji observed carefully, looking around. With so many people watching, they wouldn't dare to pull any dirty tricks. After all, they still need to do business here. If they dare to play any tricks, Zhou Yin is not one to suffer a loss, nor is he afraid of them. Zhao Min did indeed win 10 games in a row, and her opponents didn't use any dirty tricks. Or perhaps they wouldn't dare to resort to underhanded tactics in front of so many people. Although the opponents they chose were quite good, they still had to compare themselves to someone from Zhou Yan's territory. Among the heroes of Zhou Yan's territory, there are very few outsiders who could defeat them at the same cultivation level. After her 10-game winning streak, Zhao Min wanted to continue, but the rules were clear. Anyone who won 10 consecutive matches could no longer challenge on this stage. So Zhao Min had to leave the stage and head to another stage. This left the others speechless. Was this guy planning to win every single arena? Should I go and call them back? Diao Chan asked Zhou Yin. We're here to have fun. If they can't afford to have fun, then they shouldn't be here doing business. Zhou Yan's answer was simple. Then I'll go and have a go too, Diao Chan said, and walked onto one of the arenas. Zhou Yan naturally didn't stop Diao Chan from playing, but he himself wasn't interested in these arenas. Chapter 585, not a single one left behind. In the end, all the dozen or so arenas nearby were booked by Zhou Yan's men, and they all won 10 matches in a row, leaving the people who set up the arenas feeling like they were about to vomit blood from the losses. The audience watched with great interest, eagerly anticipating the outcome and shouting great, great, great. In particular, the two people who had challenged each other were defeated 10 times by 5 or 6 people in turn, and their faces turned black with anger. Later, the generals got bored and left. They were simply too weak to face any opponents. But those who had set up the challenge gathered together and said, "Damn it, these bastards are too ruthless. They made us lose so much money. No, we can't let them leave like this. I lost something worth 10 million spirit coins. I can't let them take it away like this. They've gone too far. They made me lose so much. Let's follow them and see where they'll settle down. Those girls are not only formidable, but also quite beautiful. We'll make them pay the price." Lord, someone is following us. It must be those people who were dissatisfied before and want to take revenge on us, and Tian said to Zhou Yan. I've noticed that too. There are quite a few of them. Since they want to deal with us, what do you think? Should we give them a chance? Zhou Yan looked at the crowd. Lord, tell me how to do it. I'll lead the charge and be the first to kill them. Yang Zaixing stepped forward. We haven't had enough of fighting before, and we haven't had enough fun on the arena. I'll show them what Dian Wei is really capable of. Dian Wei said, Perfect timing, we haven't sparred yet. These guys are such sore losers. If they can't accept defeat, they shouldn't set up a challenge. Zhou Yan spotted a small alley and said, They won't be able to make their move in crowded places. Let's go this way. All right. Everyone followed Zhou Yan into the alley. These guys are trying to escape. Hurry up and chase after them. The people behind saw Zhou Yan and his group enter the alley and thought they were going to run away, so a group of them immediately went back to report, while the rest of them chased after them. Zhou Yan deliberately lured them to a deserted place, then found a relatively large area where no one was around, making it a good place to strike. We'll wait for them here, Zhou Yan said. The crowd dispersed, waiting for those people to arrive. Those people quickly caught up, and when they saw Zhou Yan and his group stop, they immediately said, Kid, why aren't you running anymore? Weren't you guys very powerful before? You caused us so many losses. So you're all a bunch of sore losers. If you can't handle losing, why set up a tournament? Is this how you do business? Zhou Yan said nonchalantly, How we conduct business by setting up this are our own business. You shouldn't be so greedy, and you're all in cahoots. I think you're deliberately here to mess with us. Kid, if you know what's good for you, compensate each of us 100 million spirit coins, and I'll let you go. That's right, we'll lose money. Oh, what if I don't give it to you? Zhou Yan sneered. Kid, I don't care who you are, this is the Xianfeng dynasty, not your outside world. Even if you die, no one will care. You'd better know your place, or I'll kill you all. We know you guys are strong, but with so many of us, do you think they can beat us? Most of you are at the 50th level of cultivation. We have many experts. If you don't want to die, you'd better pay us money to apologize. Unfortunately, Zhou Yan ignored them. They even looked at them with a mocking gaze, as if to say that they were overestimating themselves. Another set of footsteps sounded, and another group of people came after them. Judging by their numbers, there were at least 100 of them. Now, they felt even more confident. 34, ha ha ha. Kid, what do you think we're wasting our breath talking to you for? We're just waiting for reinforcements. 34. That's right, you're dead today. Everyone attack together. Capture the women alive, and kill all the men. They swarmed forward, and Zhou Yan nodded to the generals, saying, Leave no one alive. Yes, Lord. And Tian and Lu Li were the fastest, and their cultivation levels were also the strongest, both at the 80-plus heaven level. Dealing with those at the 60 or 70-plus heaven level was incredibly easy for them. Dark Sky clenched his fist into a claw, and streams of black energy formed a dragon claw, which he then used to attack the area in front of him. As the dragon's roar resounded, the 3 people in front were struck by the dragon's claw, suffering severe injuries and having their bodies pierced through by the energy on the spot. Liuli swung her palm, and a strange flame, carrying terrifying heat, ignited 5 or 6 people. Ah, help. What is this flame? The flames of the glass were extremely powerful. If even a tiny bit touched them, the entire body would be ignited. Seeing their companion in this state, the others dared not approach and were even somewhat frightened. But generals like Dian Wei, Yang Zixing, Wu Song, and Meng Tian picked up their weapons and charged at the remaining men. I haven't killed enough yet. This time, I'll send you on your way. Zhao Min was not one to be trifled with. She brandished her weapon and charged towards the enemy. A bunch of bastards, they're so annoying. Xiao Zhao rushed over as well. Diao Chan and Chang'e also made their move. Kai Yin took out the Jiao Wei Qin, a type of zither, and then buffed everyone, instantly increasing their combat power by 1 or 2 times. This is Kai Yan's current strength. A great battle broke out. Although the opposing side had more than 100 people, many of whom were at the 60th level of cultivation, the difference in combat power between the two sides was simply too great. They were already very strong, and now, with a super healer like Kai Yin providing them with various buffs, their strength is practically like they've taken some kind of drug. In a short time, more than 100 people were slaughtered and half of them were killed or wounded. Escape. Unfortunately, Zhou Yin had already imprisoned this space. When those people saw that there was an invisible barrier behind them, their faces turned ashen. Oh no, our escape route is blocked. We have no way out. These guys are too strong. We're no match for them at all. Boy, let us go, and our past grievances will be over. Puff. Before the man could finish speaking, Meng Wu chopped off his head, saying, enough with the nonsense. Kill them. The generals were in high spirits, and they killed the desperate enemies, making them even more demoralized. Spare me, sir. Please let us go. We will never dare to do it again. A moment later, all the enemies were dealt with. Zhou Yin used several spells to burn all the corpses on the ground and purify all traces around, as if the great battle had never happened. Let's go. Zhou Yin and the others left as if nothing had happened. Chapter 586, Tomb Raiding. Zhou Yin and his group didn't care about this matter. To him, those people were just a bunch of people who were courting death. But the group that set up the challenge soon discovered that all of their men had disappeared, and they couldn't find a single trace of them. What happened? They've all disappeared. Was it done by those people? Damn it, I didn't expect those people to be so powerful. There are over 100 of them. I can't swallow this. Then what should we do? Zhou Yin and his group continued their stroll, visiting many places, various trading markets, tea houses, taverns, and shops. They were either buying things or on their way to buy things. Along the way, Zhou Yin did discover many things that interested him, and since he was not short of money, he bought quite a few things. Arriving at the city's largest auction, which they had heard was the biggest in the area, Zhou Yin and his companions wanted to see if there were any good items. They were told that today's auction had ended and they should come back another time. Disappointed, the group left, planning to return the next day, as they had no intention of leaving immediately. Excuse me, when is the next auction? Xiao Zhao asked. Our next auction is in 3 days, and it will be a very large one. If you want to come, you'd better buy your tickets in advance, the other party replied. All right, then give us 19 tickets, Zhou Yin said. Okay, each ticket costs 10,000 spirit coins. Are you sure you want to buy so many? The other party asked. Buy it. Zhou Yin didn't care at all that it was only 10,000 spirit coins for a ticket. Wait, do you have any private rooms? Zhou Yin asked. Yes, but for private rooms, the most. I want the best private room. Money is no object, Zhou Yin said. But the best private rooms aren't open to the public. Even if we can arrange the best treasure chest for you, it will still cost 1 million spirit coins, the other party said. It's just 1 million. I'll take it. If money can buy it, then it's not a big deal. Okay, here you go. Please be on time in 3 days. The other party gave him 19 tickets, plus a VIP card. After Zhou Yin and the others left, he asked, Zhang Wuji, has the hotel been booked yet? My lord, it's all booked, Zhang Wuji replied. Nodding, Zhou Yin said, I've got some information. There are a few places that are quite lively tonight. Let's go check them out. Great, great. Zhao Min and Xiao Zhao, who loved watching the excitement, immediately chimed in. After mounting their mounts, they found a place. The inn was quite crowded, and while they ate, they heard many interesting stories. 34. Have you heard? The Green Dragon Gang and the Fierce Tiger Gang are at war again. Many people have died, and both groups are now in jail. 34. I heard that a group of fine young girls have arrived at Mingyan Pavilion, apparently transported here by other lords. Those people were definitely captured by those lords. Everyone knows that, but we can go and take a look. The Xianfeng dynasty's national examination is about to begin. I wonder who will be the top scholar this year. These messages were varied, but what interested Zhou Yin the most was the news about the tomb of a mysterious powerful figure. Zhou Yin unleashed his powerful divine sense to find the source of the message. It was coming from a private room on the second floor. Although it was far away, it still couldn't escape Zhou Yan's ears. Zhou Yin began to listen carefully to the news. There's no mistake, it's located about 500 miles outside Dongxing City. It should be the tomb of a demigod. Has it been confirmed? It's been confirmed. Many powerful individuals have already made their move upon hearing the news, but the specific location hasn't appeared yet. I've heard that the place is quite peculiar, only appearing on the night of a full moon. There are still 7 days until the night of the full moon, so we can still make it there now. The experts from the 5 top sects of the Xianfeng dynasty have all gone there. I heard that a divine-level cultivation technique was left there. No way. A god-level cultivation technique. Keep your voice down. Zhou Yin was also very surprised. The tomb of a demigod was located there, and a divine-level cultivation technique had also been born there. This really aroused his curiosity. Zhou Yin took out a map and found Dongxing City, which was quite far from here, but he could get there through a teleportation array. What are you going to do with the map? Diao-chan looked at Zhou Yin curiously, her beautiful eyelashes full of confusion. We found some information. This is our next target. Zhou Yin pointed to a spot up there. Dongxing City. Wei Zifu looked up at the place and asked, "Any interesting things happening there?" "Let's go tomb raiding," Zhou Yin replied. After Zhou Yin recounted the previous news, everyone finally understood why Zhou Yin wanted to go there. Zhou Yin didn't know if it was true, but he still felt he should go and see for himself. The tomb of a demigod must have many good things. Slap! You brat! How dare you run away? Help! Grab her! Then, an 11 or 12-year-old girl, covered in dirt, with messy hair and half her face swollen, ran straight into the inn and pleaded, "Someone save me." But the people around her ignored her and even looked down on her. After all, it's none of my business, so I'd rather stay out of it. Besides, when you're out and about, who knows if it's a scam? There's so many scammers in this world that most people have become indifferent to things outside of themselves. Diao-chan and the others didn't act out of compassion and expressed their desire to save the girl, because they weren't sure what was going on either. The little girl was very helpless, especially after seeing the people outside come out. She quickly said, "I have a secret. They want to arrest me. If anyone saves me, I will tell them the secret. It's a big secret. I really didn't lie. Take that crazy girl away right now." Upon hearing this, the man outside the door immediately changed his expression and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. I bought this girl. She's being disobedient, so she's talking nonsense. Please don't mind her." Several people quickly stepped forward, subdued the little girl, tied her up, and gagged her. "Wait!" A few people nearby stopped the others and said, "You said you bought this girl? Coincidentally, I also said she was bought by us brothers." Upon hearing this, the man outside the door glared at the group with a sinister look in his eyes. "You gentlemen are from out of town, aren't you? I wonder if you've ever heard of the Shao family." Upon hearing this, the group asked, "Are you from a Shao family? If you don't believe me, how about I take you to the Shao family for some tea?" The man said coldly. Chapter 587, Rescuing People. "So you're the young master of the Shao family. Our apologies, our apologies. We were just joking." The group immediately backed down. "Let's go." The young master of the Shao family immediately led his men away from there. From beginning to end, no one stood up or made a move. Whether this matter is true or false, offending the Shao family is not a good idea. After all, the Shao family has a lot of influence in the city, and no one wants to offend them. But as the other person left, a tiny, insignificant thing crawled into the little girl's messy hair. "Lord, are they putting on an act?" Xiao Zhao's eyes darted around, completely confused. "We'll know soon enough." Zhou Yin smiled mysteriously, then looked at the communicator and transmitted his voice to them. Half an hour later, there was finally movement. In the scene, which appeared to be a large mansion, specifically the main hall of the Shao family mansion, the little girl was violently thrown to the ground. "Little girl, do you think you can escape? No one in this world will come to your rescue. You'd better tell me the secret, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, do you know what I'll do to you? Xiaoyan looked at the little girl in front of him and said coldly, "It was you. You killed my whole family. I'd rather die than tell you the secret. So just give up on that idea." The little girl was very stubborn. After standing up, she ran straight into the wall, attempting suicide. However, the little girl's strength was too low, and she was imprisoned by an invisible force, unable to break free. I'll give you two choices. First, tell us the secret and lead us to find it. Second, I'll sell you to a brothel and make you serve countless men every day. I want to see how long you can endure it. Kill me, the little girl cried. Want to die? No, 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 dying is too easy. Living is hard, so I won't let you die. Xiaoyan said while sipping his tea, then added, I'll give you a day to think it over. Take her away. If she escapes again, none of you will live. Yes. Several people dragged the little girl away. On the other side, Diao Chan and the others immediately set upon hearing this. It seems that the little girl really does have a secret. My lord, let's save her. I don't think the little girl was lying, Cayenne said. Don't worry. I'm also very interested in the secret she has. However, before that, we need to find out about the situation there first, Zhou Yin said. Subsequently, the reconnaissance plane hidden in the little girl's hair began to investigate the entire Xiao family. They only conducted a rough reconnaissance of the entire Xiao residence's construction to see where it would be most appropriate to start. A dozen minutes later, Zhou Yin said, That's about it. There aren't many guards. I can handle this by myself, but we won't go out tonight. Let's go back to our lodgings first. Good. After settling the bill, they arrived at their lodgings. As per Zhou Yan's request, Zhang Wuji only booked 16 rooms. Why only 16 rooms? After arriving in the room, Zhou Yin changed into the illusion god mask, altering his appearance, and changed his clothes. Then he said, Wait for me to come back. I'll be back soon. My lord, why don't we go and help? Ho Junji said with some concern. Other military officers also spoke up. You underestimate me, lord. I'm far more capable than you are. Too many people will only make things worse. Besides, that little girl managed to escape all by herself. Do you think your men can do anything to me? There's no need to worry, Zhou Yan said. Seeing Zhou Yan's resolute attitude, everyone felt that the lord would be all right, so they had no choice but to let Zhou Yan leave. Zhou Yan used spatial magic to disappear from the spot. Following the direction transmitted by the reconnaissance plane, Zhou Yan headed towards the Xiao family's residence. However, the entire Xiao family is protected by a barrier. Anyone who tries to break in will be discovered. However, Zhou Yan also knows formations. Although this formation is quite good, it is no challenge for Zhou Yan at all. Zhou Yan quickly broke through the formation and entered it. Zhou Yan, however, was very curious about how the little girl from before had managed to escape. Zhou Yan concealed himself, and given his mastery of all types of magic, those with low strength had no chance of detecting his presence. Zhou Yan quickly discovered a locked room, which was where the little girl was being held, with 2 guards watching outside the door. Zhou Yan released a mental illusion, trapping 2 weak guards in it, and then used spatial magic to enter the room. Who are you? The little girl was startled and almost thought she had encountered a ghost. Anyone would have the same reaction if they suddenly saw someone appear in front of them. Chill. I'm a person from the restaurant before. I'll get you out of here, but you have to tell me the secret as we agreed before, Zhou Yan said. Upon hearing this, the little girl said, Okay, but I have to add one condition. You have to help me kill Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan? Zhou Yan asked, quite surprised. Could this be the Do Qi continent? It's that guy who took me away before. He killed my whole family. If you promise me, I'll agree to anything, the little girl said, her eyes red. Okay. Zhou Yan nodded. This couldn't possibly be the Do Qi continent. You agreed so quickly? Don't you know who that guy is? The little girl began to have doubts when she heard Zhou Yan's decisiveness. Don't worry, I'm not from your Xianfeng dynasty. Killing a scion of a noble family is nothing to you. Rest assured, I mean what I say. Anyway, you can only trust me now, Zhou Yan said. No, I have a way to make sure you don't break your oath. The little girl looked at Zhou Yan and then asked, It all depends on whether you dare to swear an oath. Okay, I have no intention of breaking the contract. Zhou Yan was also curious about what ability this little girl had that would prevent him from breaking the contract. Well, you have to untie the rope for me first. It's a special rope. I can't untie it myself, the little girl said quickly. Zhou Yan examined the rope and realized it was no ordinary rope. It even had curse marks on it. It seemed that Xiao Yin was quite cautious, but unfortunately, he encountered Zhou Yin, making the rope a breeze. After casting a spell, Zhou Yin quickly broke the rope. Then, the little girl bit her lip, muttered something, grabbed Zhou Yan's hand, and said, "I need a drop of your blood, and then you must make the vow you promised me." Zhou Yin was a little surprised and wanted to see what tricks this little girl had up her sleeve. Chapter 588, Revealing the Secret. The little girl stabbed her hand with a dagger and then pressed her cut finger onto Zhou Yan's wound. A strange feeling entered Zhou Yan's mind, which surprised him greatly. He really did not expect that this little girl would have such a method. "Swear quickly, I can't last much longer." The little girl's face was flushed, clearly indicating her lack of strength. So, Zhou Yin recited the oath as previously requested. After he finished speaking, a strange feeling told Zhou Yin that breaking the contract would have a great impact on him, but it would not endanger his life. Zhou Yin was very curious about who this little girl was, that she possessed such strange abilities. "Let's go." The little girl wiped her sweat and looked at Zhou Yin. "I'll take you away." Zhou Yin grabbed the little girl's hand, then broke through space and arrived directly in front of the barrier outside the Xiao mansion. The little girl opened her eyes and was astonished to find herself outside. She exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, that's amazing. What kind of magic is that?" "Just a small trick," Zhou Yin replied casually. With a spell, the barrier was broken, and Zhou Yin silently took the little girl away from the Xiao residence and returned to the inn. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Zhou Yin had returned so quickly and even brought back a little girl. "My lord, did it go smoothly?" they asked. "It went very smoothly. Those people didn't find anything at all," Zhou Yin replied. Upon seeing the people around her, the little girl immediately said, "I remember you. I've seen you at the inn before. Of course, if you hadn't said you had a secret, we wouldn't have bothered with you," Zhou Yin said, stating a harsh truth. The little girl seemed to understand that the world was cruel, and if she had no use, who would save her? "All right, now that you're here, don't say things like that." Jiao Chan came to the little girl's side. "Let's leave first. Let her take a shower and change her clothes," Zhou Yin said. After everyone left, only Jiao Chan stayed in the room with the little girl, asking her many questions. After a long time, the little girl was completely transformed. She was not only dressed neatly, like a little princess, but she was also well fed. Zhou Yin and the others came in again and looked at the little girl. "Is this the same little beggar from before?" Dian Wei asked in surprise. "Dian Wei, say no more," Ho Junji quickly said. "What a big change." Everyone else was surprised. Zhou Yin sat opposite the little girl and looked at her. After changing her clothes, the little girl was indeed quite cute, but she was thin and obviously had suffered a lot. "My name is Ning Xueqing." The little girl began to briefly introduce her family background. Zhou Yin and the others did not disturb her and just listened. "The matter is simple. The Ning family used to be a large family, but now it has declined and possesses a great secret, but the Ning family no longer has the strength to find it. When Xiao Yin learned of this, he led his men to the Ning family to interrogate them. However, the Ning family refused to comply, which enraged Xiao Yin. A fierce battle ensued, and the Ning family fought their way out, allowing Ning Xueqing to escape. In the end, the entire Ning family perished in the battle. Ning Xueqing had been on the run for 3 years, but Xiao Yin still found out and captured her a few days ago. She only escaped today and wanted to ask about that secret. "What exactly is that secret?" Zhou Yin asked. Everyone was very curious. Ning Xueqing looked around at the people around her and hesitated. "Don't worry, they are all people I can trust, so feel free to speak your mind," Zhou Yin said. "All I know is that it should be a pseudo-divine artifact, and I also know the location, and only those with the bloodline of our Ning family can retrieve it, but my parents also said that the place is extremely dangerous. Furthermore, our Ning family's ancient teachings warn us that an evil beast is suppressed there, so it's best not to try to retrieve anything." Ning Xueqing revealed a secret. "A pseudo-divine artifact." Zhou Yin was indeed very surprised. It's actually something that surpasses even a sacred artifact. No wonder Xiao Yin went to such lengths to get his hands on it. This thing is truly a treasure. If an ordinary person knew about it, they couldn't help but be tempted. After hearing this, everyone understood why Xiao Yin wanted to destroy the Ning family. A single sacred artifact is incredibly powerful, let alone something that surpasses it. This alone is enough to ignite competition among countless lords. Let me tell you, the ferocious beasts there are really strong. My ancestors said that if you're not at the demigod level, it is best not to go there. It is full of traps and is extremely dangerous. Ning Shuiqing was very worried that Zhou Yin and the others might go there casually. Although there were pseudo-divine artifacts there, they were not easy to obtain, especially the ferocious beast that was being suppressed. If it were to appear, it would cause widespread destruction. A ferocious beast that can be suppressed with a pseudo-divine artifact must be very strong. However, a demigod-level expert should be able to deal with it. Zhou Yin thought of Li Chungang and Zhao Xuanzu. Could it be that you have already reached the demigod realm? Ning Shuiqing looked at Zhou Yin in surprise, then thought for a moment and said, "That shouldn't be possible. You shouldn't have reached that realm." "I haven't reached that level, but I am someone of that caliber," Zhou Yin said. Everyone thought of the two people in the territory and laughed. "That would make it possible to go, but I only know the location. I don't know anything about the agencies there, so you'd better be prepared," Ning Shuiqing said again. "Don't worry, I definitely won't make a move lightly," Zhou Yin replied. "You must remember your promise to me. Kill Xiao Yin and avenge my entire family," Ning Shuiqing reminded him. "Don't worry, I promise you, he won't live past tonight," Zhou Yin replied confidently. "Zulfust." Ning Shuiqing was indeed very surprised. Then, Zhou Yin turned on his communicator, looked at the screen, and said, "Xiao Yin is at Mingyan Pavilion now. It seems I have to go there." "Mingyan Pavilion? Isn't that a brothel?" Ning Shuiqing blurted out. Immediately, Diao Chan and the others looked at Zhou Yin, who said, "I have you all. That's enough for me. Why would I go there? I'll come back after I've killed everyone." "I never said you were going there to play. Why are you so nervous, Lord?" Zhao Min said sarcastically. "That's right. Is the Lord worried about us sisters?" Xiao Zhao smiled as well. "How dare you mock your Lord? Be careful. You'll face the consequences." Zhou Yin quickly said, "My lord, I'll be going now if there's nothing else." Ho Junji quickly took his leave upon hearing this. "My lord, I'm leaving too." Zhang Xiu and Wen Ping also departed. "Why are you all leaving, lord? Do you need to take me with you this time?" Dian Wei didn't understand why they wanted to leave. Go, go, go. Don't cause any more trouble." Meng Tian pulled Dian Wei and the bewildered Wu Song away. Meng Wu also took Yang Zixing away. Only Zhou Yan's woman and Ning Shuiqing remained in the room. Chapter 589, It's All Over. Ning Shuiqing looked at Zhou Yan with her bright, watery eyes and said, "You have quite a few wives." "Outstanding people naturally have many wives," Zhou Yan said smugly. "You all stay in your rooms and wait for me. I'll be back soon. This Xiao Yan will be killed by me soon." After saying that, Zhou Yan used spatial magic again and left the inn. What's so great about this guy that he can get so many of you to follow him? And all the ladies are so beautiful. Each one is like a fairy. Ning Shuiqing looked at Jiao Chan and the others, puzzled. Each of them was a beauty of unparalleled grace. So how could Zhou Yin have won them over? The women all chuckled, quite pleased with Ning Shuiqing's praise, and then replied, "Why are you asking so many questions, little girl? You're not young anymore." Zhou Yin changed his clothes and dressed like a refined young gentleman before arriving outside Mingyan Pavilion. Yes, he was there to kill, not to seek pleasure. Zhou Yin swore. How could someone as upright as him come here to seek pleasure? Mingyan Pavilion is the largest brothel in the entire city of Anyang. Because it's a border city, business is booming both day and night. There were many people coming and going, and to Zhou Yan's surprise, there were not only men but also many women, which left Zhou Yin dumbfounded. This Mingyan Pavilion really knows how to do business. They even cater to women. Zhou Yin walked into Mingyan Pavilion. "Oh, young master, would you like me to keep you company with a drink to relieve your boredom?" As soon as he walked in, several women dressed in flamboyant attire came up to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin shook his head and went straight inside. Xiao Yin was on the 5th floor of this building, guarded by 4 guards, while he was indulging in debauchery. Zhou Yin also called over a woman who was quite attractive and said, "Arrange a room for me, over there." Zhou Yin pointed Xiao Yin and then to the room next to where Xiao Yin was. He knew no one was there. "It's not cheap there, young master. Are you sure you want to go there?" the madam said. "It's just money, I have plenty." Zhou Yin waved his hand and took out a bag of spirit coins. The madam burst out laughing upon seeing this and said, "Xiao Yin, serve this young master well, don't neglect him." "Yes." Xiao Yin quickly replied, then led Zhou Yin up to the 5th floor and asked, "What would you like to eat, young master?" After Zhou Yin entered the room, he immediately cast an illusion on Xiao Yin. Then Xiao Yin sank into the illusion and began to dance alone. Zhou Yin sensed the next room. Although the soundproofing here was very good, the noise from next door still couldn't escape Zhou Yan's perception. So weak, always using the same few positions, and on drugs too. Typical short and weak. Zhou Yin scoffed before disappearing from the room. Inside Xiao Yan's room, Xiao Yin, panting, said, "Isn't this young master amazing?" The woman inwardly scoffed, thinking it was not only short but also lacking in sensation, but still cooperated perfectly, saying, "Young master Xiao is too amazing. I can't take it anymore. Of course, I am exceptionally talented. How many people in the world can compare to me?" Xiao Yin said with great pride, feeling very vain. Yes, young master Xiao Yin is really amazing. You are the most powerful man I have ever seen." The girl said this, but in her heart she thought, "I have never seen such a weak guy. He always has to take drugs." With a roar, Xiao Yan's time was over, completely over. He collapsed onto the woman's back. The woman said in a very cooperative tone, "Young master Xiao Yin is so amazing, so powerful. You've made me feel so good." But after a while, Xiao Yin didn't move. The girl asked again, puzzled, "Young master Xiao Yin, what's wrong?" The woman quickly realized something was wrong, touched Xiao Yan's nose, and then screamed in terror, "Ah!" Soon, news of death spread throughout Mingyan Pavilion. "What happened?" "I heard that it was Xiao Yin, the young master of the Xiao family, who died on a woman's belly." "Is the Xiao family the most prestigious family in Anyang City?" "It was him. I'd heard that Xiao Yin came to Mingyan Pavilion every few days. I never expected him to die from exhaustion on a woman's belly." "Huh. It seems the Xiao family is going to become a laughingstock for many people. But this isn't the first time something like this has happened, so there's nothing strange about it." Zhou Yin returned to the inn and said to Ning Shuiqing, "I have fulfilled my vow." "Thank you." Ning Shuiqing bowed to Zhou Yin in gratitude. "How do you know I'm not lying to you?" Zhou Yin asked. "I sense that our oath contract has been broken, so I will now lead you to find our Ning family's pseudo-divine artifact, as agreed." As Ning Shuiqing answered, she thought to herself, "Father, mother, dear relatives, the one who killed you is finally dead. Rest in peace." "We're leaving tomorrow. My men won't arrive until tomorrow," Zhou Yin said. "Okay," Ning Shuiqing said. Afterwards, Diao Chan took Ning Shuiqing to rest. Zhou Yin began contacting Li Chungang. As for Zhao Xuansu, Zhou Yin felt it would be safer to leave one person in the territory. "You contacting me, kid, is definitely not for anything good," Li Chungang replied. "Don't say that, Li Jianxin. I only asked you because I wasn't sure I could succeed," Zhou Yin said. "I can help you, but I have one condition," Li Chungang replied. "Of course, no problem, Li Jianxin. Please speak freely." Zhou Yin quickly asked. "Heaven and Earth Library is good. I'll live there with Zhao Xuansu from now on," Li Chungang said, stating his request. "What's the big deal?" "Of course, it's no problem. Do you want me to have someone help you pack up?" Zhou Yin thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just a small matter. "No need. When do we depart?" Li Chungang asked. "Tomorrow," Zhou Yin replied. "Okay, I'll meet you tomorrow," Li Chungang replied. After ending the chat, Zhou Yin looked at the sky. The night was long, and he couldn't be alone. Everyone looked at Zhou Yin. Although they didn't know how he did it, they admired him for being able to do it so stealthily. Chapter 590, You Kid, You're Playing Me? They were teleported to a place called Jianyun Capital, which was several times larger than Anyang City. According to Ning Shuiqing, this city was where their ancestors lived. They only moved to Anyang City because of their decline. Following Ning Shuiqing's directions, they left the vast Jianyun capital. But Zhou Yin said that no one, no matter how big, is bigger than him. Asterisk. Don't misunderstand. He was referring to his magnanimity. Didn't you say there was a demigod-level expert? Where is he? Ning Shuiqing looked left and right, up and down, but couldn't find anyone else. What's the rush? Watch me perform a magic trick. Zhou Yin contacted Li Chungang and then said, Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Supreme Lord Laozi, grant my wish. Everyone, Li Chungang, dressed in a blue robe, with an air of otherworldly elegance, suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Yin with his hands behind his back. Wow, Ning Shuiqing exclaimed in surprise. Can you teach me this move? It looks pretty impressive. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Li Chungang had only used a teleportation scroll. Only a little girl would make such a fuss. Speak. What do you need my help with this time? Li Chungang asked Zhou Yin. I don't know. Zhou Yin replied as he stepped forward. Don't know. Li Chungang said angrily. Are you kidding me? My orientation is perfectly normal, okay? I have no interest in that, Zhou Yin replied. Li Chungang. Here's the thing. This time we're taking a pseudo-divine artifact. That pseudo-divine artifact also suppressed a ferocious beast, whose strength is estimated to be around the demigod realm. We just thought you were too bored, so we wanted to give you some fun. Zhou Yin revealed his purpose. Upon hearing this, Li Chungang raised an eyebrow and replied, Then should this old man thank you? You're welcome. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young is one of my excellent virtues, and I'm sure you can see that with your discerning eye, Zhou Yin said earnestly. Ning Shuiqing couldn't help but laugh, but seeing that everyone was looking at her, she quickly straightened her expression and replied, I'm sorry, I don't usually smile. Then why are you laughing so happily? Dian Wei asked, puzzled. Ning Shuiqing, unless I can't help it. According to the map, the place they went to was quite far away, and they heard it wasn't a good place, quite dangerous. My lord, I've heard that the place we're going to is called the Valley of Ferocity. It's said to be extremely dangerous, and no one who goes in has ever come out alive. I've heard that there are many powerful, ferocious beasts that roam there, and it's also a cursed place. No one has dared to approach it for many years. I've heard that many experts above the 90th level of the heavenly realm went in and became walking corpses. I've heard that it's an ominous place with many evil corpses, and some even say it's the entrance to hell. Zhang Wuji told Zhou Yin what he had found out and felt that it was not a good place. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin nodded and said to Li Chungang, Look, only I would take you to such a fun place. You'll have to take good care of me then. If you're so afraid of death, why are you still thinking about that pseudo-divine artifact? Wouldn't it be better to just stay in your territory? Li Chungang said irritably. I took that pseudo-divine artifact to show my respect to you, Zhou Yin quickly said. Upon hearing this, Li Chungang chuckled and said, Then you truly are a model of filial piety. You haven't been watching any adult films lately, have you? Zhou Yin immediately realized that this was definitely something he learned from movies. I watched it when I was bored, Li Chungang replied. Then, sensing a hidden meaning in Zhou Yan's words, he said, The movie screen was huge. How come it was a small movie? Guess. Zhou Yin smiled mysteriously. A group of people entered the forest and encountered some monsters. However, these monsters not only contributed a bunch of treasure chests, but also sent themselves into the territory, becoming food for many dragons. Their spirit of sacrificing the individual for the greater good is highly commendable. As a result, hordes of monsters lined up one after another to join the territory's inventory. The Valley of Ferocity was far away from them, and it would take several days to reach it. Zhou Yin asked, Please don't lead us astray. You don't want to live anymore, but I still want to live. I'm not going to joke around with my own life. My parents made me remember these things when I was little. If our family hadn't been destroyed, how could I have told you about this? Ning Suixing replied. So, I should thank Xiao Yin, Zhou Yin said. Then go back and lift the lid of his coffin. Then revive him and thank him again, Ning Shuiqing replied. Ning Shuiqing was furious, genuinely unable to understand how such a guy could have so many beautiful women following him. There are many monsters here, and the deeper you go, the more numerous and stronger they become. There were quite a few teams hunting monsters before, but the number of people decreased significantly later on. They spent the night in the forest, but during the night they were attacked by hordes of monsters. There are many demonic beasts. Ning Shuiqing looked around nervously. Zhou Yin wasn't worried. He ignored it and didn't even move, continuing to chat with Diao Chan and the others. There are demonic beasts? How come you don't seem worried at all? Ning Shuiqing was speechless. Chapter 591, The Ground Bombing Gang. Zhou Yin ignored Ning Shuiqing completely, which puzzled her greatly. Sit down, little girl. What's there to be nervous about with a few monsters? Zhao Min said. It's all right. It will disappear soon, Xiao Zhao said. Although Zhou Yin did not move, Zhang Xiu and other military officers had already left their original positions. A series of sounds of fighting rang out, followed by bursts of energy attacks and screams of agony. 10 minutes later, the battle ended, and even the surrounding smell of blood disappeared completely. Ning Xueqing then realized that the people around her were also very powerful, and she had overlooked them before. Ning Xueqing looked at Li Chungang and then asked, "You're not old at all, so why do you call yourself an old man?" Upon hearing this, Li Chungang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and replied, "I'm almost 90 years old, so of course I'm old." If he were still in the original world, Li Chungang would naturally have white hair, but in this world, 90 years old is not considered very old, and could even be considered very young. 90 years old shouldn't be considered very old. I've seen many strong people who are over 200 years old, and still marry women who are teenagers. Ning Xueqing then asked Zhou Yin, "You wouldn't happen to be in your 60s or 70s, would you? Your eyes are playing tricks on you. I'm clearly only 19. Zhou Yin replied, "Then you're not that much older than me." Ning Xueqing blinked her bright eyes in surprise, not expecting that Zhou Yin was only 7 years older than her. "There's so many bigger ones. I have things you don't." Zhou Yin said something that Ning Xueqing didn't understand. "Is your strength truly at the demigod level?" Ning Xueqing still found it hard to believe that Li Chungang next to her was actually a demigod-level expert. I've heard that demigods are all reclusive masters who rarely venture into the world. They can destroy the heavens and the earth with a mere gesture, and they usually need to cultivate for hundreds of years or more. But you're only over 90 years old, and you are already a demigod. Is indeed doubtful. I have never heard of anyone who can become a demigod at such a young age. Ning Xueqing looked at Li Chungang and shared her opinion. Li Chungang smiled, but didn't explain anything. His strength was beyond question. The next day, they continued on their journey, but Zhou Yin looked around and signaled everyone to stop. He then said, "Friends have come from afar, but a trap awaits. Come out. These tricks are child's play." Shua shua shua. A group of people appeared around them, some carrying bows and arrows, some carrying magic wands, and some even carrying firearms. There were about 200 of them, and they were clearly up to no good. 3 people descended from the sky, each possessing strength above the 70th level of the heavenly realm. They were all fierce-looking and thuggish, and they looked at Zhou Yin and the others, saying, "We are bandits. We only seek wealth. We don't kill. It's 10 million spirit coins per person. Once you pay, we'll let you pass." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin immediately laughed, rolled up his sleeves, took a few steps forward, and said, "What a coincidence. It seems we're in the same line of work. I'm a man of principle. Each of you will receive 10 million spirit coins. As long as you pay, I'll let you go. I only ask for money, not to kill anyone." The 3 were stunned for a moment after hearing Zhou Yan's words. The fat man on the left said to the man in the middle, "Big brother, this kid is imitating you." The skinny guy on the right also said, "Brother, they're bandits too. Why don't we recruit them?" The older man in the middle glared at the skinny guy and said, "Can't you use your brain a little? 34. He says he's our colleague, so he's our colleague. If he said he was your father, would you still call him father? 34. No, I don't have a son that big. To put it simply, I'm not worthy." Zhou Yin quickly said. The leader in the middle, with a face full of scars, fiercely raised the large knife in his hand, then slammed it into the ground and shouted angrily, "Kid, we, the earth-bombing gang, only seek wealth and will not harm people. You'd better know what's good for you." The earth-bombing gang. Zhou Yin was completely stunned upon hearing this, and then asked curiously, "What is your relationship with the Sky Bombing Gang? How the hell would I know anything about the Exploding Sky Gang? You wouldn't happen to be one of those Exploding Sky Gang guys, would you? Don't try to get on my good side. If you don't pay up, you're not leaving here today." The leader in the middle glared angrily at Zhou Yin. "That's right. I'm the kind of person who won't listen to reason. So come on, let's see who can beat us. If you can beat us, I'll give you not just 10 million spirit coins per person, but 1 billion spirit coins per person." Zhou Yin said, "Brother, this guy is rich. Our previous offer was too low." The fat man said quickly to the man in the middle, "Stop talking nonsense. Brothers, charge," the leader in the middle immediately ordered. "Yes, boss." The surrounding bandits immediately launched arrows, magic attacks, and gunfire at Zhou Yin and his companions. Moreover, these attacks were quite powerful, with each bandit possessing strength no less than that of someone below the 40th level of the heavenly realm. This was a fairly strong band of bandits. No wonder they dared to rob people. Zhou Yin did not make a move. With these people, it was not his place to take action. As a lord with so many subordinates, You should try to avoid taking action unless you absolutely can't resist the urge to beat someone up. And Tion and Lu Li stood at the very front. And Tion released a burst of black energy, which transformed into a black dragon head, and all the magic was devoured by the black dragon. Liu Li released a jade-like flame, forming a fire dragon that burned all the arrows and bullets. Cannon. Second cannon. Follow me. The leader raised his weapon and charged towards Tion. Yes, boss. The fat man and the skinny man also took out their weapons and rushed forward. Superior. 10 military generals, including Dian Wei, Zhang Xiao, and Wen Pin, picked up their weapons, walked up to Zhou Yin, and began fighting the bandits around him. The 3 bandit leaders were quite strong, and were actually able to hold their own against Tion and his group. 3 powerful experts at the 9th level of the Heavenly Realm have actually fallen into banditry. Zhou Yin was quite surprised after sensing their strength. He never expected that the 3 of them would be so powerful, reaching the 9th level of the Heavenly Realm. He had judged them by their appearance, thinking they were just a group of ordinary bandits. After exchanging blows for a while, Tu Pao realized that Tion and Lu Li were too strong, and the people around them were also very strong. He immediately said, "These guys are tough. Brothers, let's retreat." The 3 of them acted decisively and threw something at Tion. Bang! A cloud of smoke appeared, obscuring everything in front of them. By the time the smoke dissipated, the 3 of them had already run far away. 34. Trying to escape? Not so easy. 34. Zhou Yin flashed to the 3 bandits and used gravity and spatial confinement spells to imprison them. Chapter 592. Entering the Valley of Ferocity. Spatial abilities. Gravity manipulation. Tu Pao was quite surprised that Zhou Yin possessed these 2 techniques. However, the 3 of them were quite strong, and they unleashed powerful spiritual energy, forcefully breaking through Zhou Yan's spatial and gravity spells. "We can't stay here any longer. Let's go." Tu Pao shouted hurriedly. The 3 of them flew away into the sky. "Don't try to escape." Zhou Yin unleashed another wind and thunder spell, and instantly a fierce wind arose, thunder roared, and bolts of lightning struck the 3 of them. Damn, just how many spells does this guy know? The cannon quickly dodged, and a bolt of lightning struck him. This guy's magic is really powerful. Little Cannon also narrowly dodged. "Kid, why are you chasing after me so relentlessly?" "I'll let you pass," Tu Pao quickly said. At this moment, Tion and Lu Li also arrived in the sky and blocked the 3 of them. Faced with the 3 of them attacking, the 3 bandits became even more disheveled. Although their cultivation level was higher than their opponents, they were still unable to defeat them. Zhou Yan's abilities, in particular, were incredibly powerful, switching between gravity, lightning, and flames, leaving them in a very difficult situation. The fat man was ignited by the flames of the glass and immediately shouted, "Big brother, save me, it's burning me." "Cannon." Tu Pao rushed forward, trying to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. Seeing that Cannon was about to be burned to death, Tu Pao quickly knelt down in midair before Zhou Yin and said, "As long as you don't kill my brothers, I'm willing to be your slave." "Brother, no." Although Tu Pao was in great pain, he still managed to shout, "Big brother." Little Cannon wanted to say something, but seeing that Big Cannon was about to be burned to death, he remained silent. Zhou Yin immediately nodded to Liu Li, who quickly withdrew the flames from the cannon. Even so, Tu Pao wasn't doing too well. He was only wearing a pair of pants to cover his body, and his whole body was black. His hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes were all gone, and smoke was still coming out of his mouth. Everyone wanted to laugh at this, but they also felt that this country bumpkin was quite loyal. If it weren't for the cannon's strength, he probably would have been burned alive. Liu Li's flames are no joke. Seeing that the cannon was all right, both the clay cannon and the small cannon breathed a sigh of relief. The fighting below also ceased. Tu Pao asked directly, "I, Tu Pao, keep my word. Whatever you ask us to do, as long as I, Tu Pao, can do it, I will definitely not refuse." Zhou Yin nodded, gesturing for the 3 of them to come down to the ground to talk. After they all reached the ground, Zhou Yin asked, "Do you know about the Valley of Ferocity?" "You're going inside?" Tu Pao ist, Sadprost. "This place should be very close to the Valley of Ferocity, right? You must know the way in. As long as you lead us in, I won't hold it against you." Zhou Yin didn't make things too difficult for them. "Okay, but I can go there alone. Leave my other brothers alone. Tu Pao replied. Brother, no. It's extremely dangerous there. If you go in, you'll never come out alive. We've seen so many people go in before, and not a single one of them came out. Aren't you just courting death? Upon hearing this, Xiao Pao immediately spoke up, saying that entering the perilous valley meant certain death. Stop talking. You take the brothers back first. I, Tu Pao, always keep my promises. As for life or death, that's up to fate. Tu Pao looked like he was going to his death. Don't worry, we don't want to die either. We won't die that easily, Zhou Yan said. Although Xiao Pao really didn't want Tu Pao to go there, their lives were in Zhou Yan's hands, so they had no choice but to leave with the injured Tu Pao and the rest of their brothers. Come with me. There's a short road that will get you there quickly, Tu Pao said. Zhou Yan nodded, then led the group forward. Soon after, Zhou Yan and Li Chungang both sensed an extremely terrifying aura and said, What a ferocious aura. No wonder no one who went in could come out alive. This must be the aura emitted by that ferocious beast. It is indeed a very strong creature, but I wonder how much strength it has left. Li Chungang sensed it and became interested in the ferocious beast. If too much of this aura is inhaled, it can affect a person's mind and even control them. Zhou Yan took out some pills and handed them to everyone, saying, Take these pills. Tu Pao looked at the pill and said in shock, This is actually a 9th grade pill. Tu Pao never expected that the other party would be willing to take out such pills and that they would take several for each person. Moreover, judging from the other party's appearance, it seemed that these 9th grade pills were not very valuable to him. This is a 9th grade elixir. These aren't low-grade pills. Each person needs several. Seriously? Could it be fake? Gurgle. After swallowing it, Tu Pao was shocked. It was actually true. He looked at Zhou Yan again and was stunned by the other party's generosity. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and lead the way. Don't worry. If you lead the way obediently, you won't die, Zhou Yan urged. Okay, sure. Tu Pao nodded and continued into the valley of ferocity. There are many people and monsters inside who have lost their minds, and quite a lot of them, Tu Pao reminded. Zhou Yan nodded, seemingly not caring much. Before long, a group of delirious people and monsters rushed towards Zhou Yan and his companions. These guys are terrifying. Ning Shuiqing stepped back and came to Jiao Chan's side. Only then did she feel more at ease. A bunch of walking corpses, nothing to worry about, Jiao Chan said. These delirious people and monsters have lost their minds. Their souls have long since died, and their bodies are controlled by strange energy. Although they can use the power within these guys' bodies to fight, they can't unleash their full potential. However, these walking corpses felt no pain, were tireless, and kept coming back after killing wave after wave. After they died, their bodies would turn into a wisp of black smoke and disappear. However, it was a pleasant surprise that these zombies could drop treasure chests. Unfortunately, Zhou Yan and his group were not there to hunt them, but to take the pseudo-divine artifacts inside. However, Zhou Yan used his spatial abilities to collect most of the treasure chests that were discovered. Charge! Don't waste your time on these monsters. Zhou Yan looked at the endless stream of monsters and gave the order. These zombies weren't very strong, and they quickly fought their way through, allowing everyone to rush inside. The deeper they went, the stronger the ferocious aura became. They soon came across a huge skeleton, which paved a path leading directly to a dark valley ahead. The real ominous valley is just ahead, and there will be even more walking corpses inside, many of whom are experts at the 8th or 9th level of the heavenly realm or above, and there are also quite a few traps, Tu Pao said. Chapter 593, Breaking the Formation. How do you know so much? Everyone was very puzzled. I've been into the valley before, but I didn't dare go deep. I saw a strange energy turn all those people into walking corpses, so I immediately retreated. Tu Pao didn't hide anything and told everyone what he knew. Whenever he recalled that scene, Tu Pao would feel scared. You can leave now, Zhou Yan suddenly said. What? Tu Pao looked at Zhou Yan in great surprise, even thinking he had misheard. I don't want to leave, Zhou Yan asked. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Tu Pao immediately left. He really didn't want to go inside. No one asked why. Once they got here, that guy wasn't of much use anymore. There should be traps and mechanisms set up by our ancestors ahead. I don't know how to break them, so you all need to be careful, Ning Shuiqing said. Walk. The evil aura inside grew stronger and stronger, filling the entire valley with this dark energy, like a giant, ferocious monster staring at them. They entered the valley. Zhou Yin looked around and said, "A very strong formation. It must be a combination of dozens of formations. They're not only killing formations, but also illusion formations. It seems that the person who set up this formation did not want outsiders to enter at all. Kid, do you have a way to break through?" Li Shungao Smilath. "Why don't you just cut it open with your sword? That would save me the trouble," Zhou Yin quickly suggested. "Then you'll have to deal with that ferocious beast yourself later," Li Chungang replied. "All right, I'll do it myself. This formation is no problem for me." Zhou Yin looked at the entire formation and then said, "The rest of you can wait outside. And Tian and Lu Li, come in and help." "Yes, Lord." And Tian and Lu Li followed Zhou Yin inside. "Can this guy do it?" Ning Shuiqing was very skeptical. She knew that their ancestor was a person who was very close to a demigod. "Never say that in front of him, or he'll never forgive you," Zhao Min said to Ning Shuiqing. "Why?" Ning Shuiqing asked, puzzled. "What's the point of knowing so much, little girl?" Zhao Min didn't answer. Just thinking about how she had said those words before tormented her to the point that she couldn't even walk the next day. After entering the formation, Zhou Yin unleashed his powerful divine sense and released a Tai Chi diagram that spread outwards, allowing him to see the entire formation. In Zhou Yan's consciousness, the entire formation was already in his mind. Every formation has its own rules. Each formation references one or all of the elements of heaven and earth, yin and yang, Qinkuan, the 5 elements, and the 9 palaces to arrange, organize, operate, and combine them. It then utilizes the energy generated by heaven and earth to activate these elements, thus giving them power. The more complex the formation, the greater its power. The formation in front of him is very powerful, but after he deconstructed and analyzed it, he found the pattern. Zhou Yin said to Tian, and Tian, attack from 50 meters ahead. "Yes." And Tian released a burst of energy, attacking the location Zhou Yin had indicated. Bang! As soon as the attack landed, their location changed, as if they had appeared in another place. "Don't worry about it. This is an illusion array. It's not real. Don't move. Just stay where you are," Zhou Yin said to the two of them, using a special telepathic communication. Because the two had disappeared from his sight, but in fact they were not far from him. After hearing Zhou Yan's words, neither of them took any action. Instead, they began to destroy the places Zhou Yin pointed to as he instructed. Those outside also saw Zhou Yin and his 2 companions disappear. They could only see a huge energy appearing in front of them, constantly changing, and then a huge Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram appeared, bursting with enormous light. "I hope the Lord will be all right," Dian Wei asked worriedly. "You jinx! Are you hoping something bad will happen to the Lord?" Yang Zixing said. "How could that be?" "I, Dian Wei, have never thought of such a thing," Dian Wei quickly explained. "Don't worry. That Tai Chi diagram was released by the Lord. You two should stop arguing." When Ping shook his head, these two always like to bicker. "Don't worry. That kid is doing very well. He's already started to unravel the formation." Li Chungang saw the looks in the women's eyes and knew what they were worried about. Half an hour later, the entire formation disappeared, and Zhou Yin and the other 2 reappeared in front of them. "Lord!" The crowd quickly stepped forward. "Let's go. We've passed the first hurdle, but there's still a few more to go," Zhou Yin said. They had only walked less than a kilometer when they were surrounded by the walking dead again, and these walking dead were much stronger than those outside. "Charge! Don't waste time with them." Zhou Yin unleashed a sea of fire and charged forward. The group was very strong, and these monsters couldn't hold them off for long. After several kilometers, they finally saw many statues ahead, and the zombies behind them dared not move forward. "These statues have mechanisms, but I don't know how to turn them off," Ning Shuiqing said. "This won't stump me." Zhou Yin sensed it carefully, took out a sword, unleashed powerful spiritual energy, and swung it forward twice. Boom! Boom! 2 sword energies, each tens of meters in size, directly destroyed all the statues on both sides. The shattered stones also activated the mechanisms above the central passage, releasing all the mechanisms on the ground. "No matter what kind of mechanism it is, just destroy the mechanism itself," Zhou Yin said. "You're really smart." Ning Shuiqing looked at it and realized that it made sense. They arrived safely outside the gate, and then Ning Shuiqing saw Zhou Yin about to make another move, so she quickly stepped forward and said, "Don't damage the gate. I know how to open it." Ning Shuiqing carefully observed her surroundings and quickly found a way to open it. "Lend me the dagger," Ning Shuiqing said to Zhou Yan. "Here, take mine." Xiao Zhao quickly took out a delicate dagger. "What a beautiful dagger." Ning Shuiqing liked it very much. "It's yours," Xiao Zhao replied. "Thank you very much, Sister Xiao Zhao." Ning Shuiqing did not refuse. She genuinely liked it. After cutting her finger, Ning Shuiqing dripped the blood onto a spot resembling a lamp, and then she was seen muttering something under her breath. The blood transformed into a crimson beam of light, shooting towards the groove patterns on the stone gate, causing the entire stone gate to erupt with an eerie glow. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The gate opened. Chapter 594, Zhu Yan. As soon as the stone gate opened, everyone felt a fierce and brutal aura rushing out from within, sending chills down their spines, as if they had encountered a primordial beast. However, since everyone had taken the pills, these auras could no longer affect their spirits. They only felt uneasy, as if this place was extremely ominous. However, within a 1-meter radius of Lichungang, these black energies dared not approach, or could not approach, as they were all blocked by mysterious energy. Could that ferocious beast have already discovered us? Ning Shuiqing felt a chill run through her body. Although this place was built by her ancestors, who knew what had become of that ferocious beast? Ning Shuiqing moved closer to Lichungang. Only when she was close to Lichungang did the little girl feel a little better, as if she wasn't being weighed down by something. These auras also had no effect on Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan possessed the power of yin and yang primordial chaos, which was quite extraordinary. These energies seemed to be afraid of the aura on his body and took the initiative to avoid him. You have absolutely no idea what kind of ferocious beast that was. Xiao Zhao was quite curious. Even my parents didn't know what kind of ferocious beast it was, so how would I know? They only told me about this place in a hurry. If I hadn't actually come here, I wouldn't have believed that such a powerful person had appeared in my ancestors' lineage. Ning Shuiqing shared her thoughts, revealing that she hadn't been sure if this place actually existed. "Are there any more traps inside?" Zhao Min asked. "I really don't know about that. All I know is the path before the stone gate was opened. As for the information inside, there's nothing at all." Ning Shuiqing shook her head, indicating that she didn't know and that they would have to figure everything out on their own. Zhou Yan unleashed his powerful mental energy, as did Kai Yin and Chang'e, whose mental energy was also very strong, as they continued to explore the area ahead. Inside was a vast, dark, and chilly passageway, like a gateway to hell. The lighting could only illuminate such a short distance, as if the light was being eaten up and swallowed up. They brought out their lighting equipment, but strangely, they couldn't see very far. "Call out!" Lily unleashed a jade-green flame, illuminating the path ahead. She controlled the temperature of the flame, preventing them from getting too hot. The flames of the glass are so beautiful, just like jade. It's truly amazing. Wei Zifu looked at the light with great envy. This is no ordinary flame. Even these black energies are avoiding it in fear. Zhao Min noticed the peculiarity. "There seems to be a place on the wall where we can light candlesticks. Should we light them?" Dian Wei asked. "Try clicking it," Zhou Yan said. Once a flame was lit, the entire passage was filled with light. Moreover, the surrounding black energy began to slowly dissipate after these candles were lit. This is no ordinary candlelight. Diao Chan noticed the problem, but she didn't know what kind of oil it was, but it had the power to ward off evil. "Keep going forward. I can sense that the aura is still ahead," Zhou Yan said. "To be precise, it should be underground," Li Chungang said. "It seems there's a place that leads underground, but I don't know if there are any traps ahead." As if to verify Zhou Yan's words, Zhou Yan quickly sensed something unusual ahead and made everyone stop. 34. Little girl, your ancestors were really careful. 34. Zhou Yan carefully observed the path ahead. He couldn't just step on anything, nor could he fly across it. Because there are thin, thread-like things in the air, if you rush past them, your entire body will be torn to pieces. If you take the wrong path, you'll fall into a trap. I think I remember this shape. My parents gave it to me when I was little. I thought it was just a game back then. Ning Shuiqing seemed to remember something after seeing the image on the ground. "Why don't you go first?" Xiao Zhao suggested. "I'm not sure about this." Ning Shuiqing was immediately frightened. If it wasn't true, she would be dead for sure, and she didn't want to die. "My lord, let me test the waters," Dian Wei said, stepping forward. "Okay." Zhou Yan agreed. Even if something unexpected happened, Dian Wei could be resurrected. Ning Shuiqing spoke up, saying the third stone slab on the left. Dian Wei did not move. Everyone was puzzled, wondering why Dian Wei hadn't moved. Hey, what's on the left? Dian Wei turned his head and asked, scratching his forehead. Everyone was speechless. You can't even tell left from right. Let me do it. Zhang Xiu stepped forward and stepped directly on it, finding that it was fine. Dian Wei took one look and immediately understood, saying, so this is the left side. You silly goose, aren't you ashamed? Yang Zaixing immediately laughed. The stone slab on the right with the flower pattern, Ning Shuiqing began to instruct. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiu successfully walked over, much to everyone's relief. Don't go the wrong way. I'll sprinkle powder on the ground. To take care of the few simpletons, Zhou Yin specially sprinkled powder on the correct ground. They all crossed safely without any accidents. Continuing forward, Zhou Yin said, there's a mechanism ahead. Don't step on that stone slab. Zhou Yin stepped forward, sprinkled a mark on the stone slab, and then told everyone to avoid it. The interior was riddled with traps and formations, making the journey quite difficult. However, Ning Shuiqing felt that many of these things were related to the game she had played since childhood, and in fact, that was indeed the case, which saved them a lot of time. Finally, they reached the end, where they found a huge stone palace. On a wall, there's a stone tablet that reads, Ningming erects a tablet. The gist of it is that Ning Shuiqing's ancestor, Ningming, encountered a ferocious beast called Zhu Yin in his later years, which caused widespread suffering. Ningming then led a group of powerful individuals to try to kill it. Unfortunately, all the powerful figures in the end only managed to severely injure it, and even Ningming himself was injured. He then used all his strength to seal it away and built a palace here, hoping that his descendants would be able to kill it when they had the strength. Zhu Yin, I didn't expect it to be such a ferocious beast. Legend has it that when this beast appears, a great war will break out in the world. I wonder if it's true, Jiao Chan said. I find it very strange that your ancestors didn't hand them over to the powerful figures of the Xianfeng dynasty to deal with, but instead sealed them away. Zhou Yin was very puzzled by this. Why don't you go dig up my family's ancestral graves and ask them yourself? Ning Shuiqing suggested. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What a filial daughter. Let's look for the mechanism. It's just a sealed ferocious beast, so its strength shouldn't be too great, Zhou Yin said. Chapter 595, Li Chungang versus Zhu Yin. Everyone dispersed to search, but the mechanism was well hidden. After searching for a long time, Zhou Yin felt that only this stone tablet was the most suspicious. Zhou Yin stepped forward, examined the stone tablet, and discovered that it could move and rotate. Click, click, click! A staircase leading underground appeared on the ground, and instantly, a monstrous, savage aura swept over, making one feel as if they were falling straight into the deepest abyss. Snort! Li Chungang unleashed a fierce aura, transforming it into a soaring sword aura that annihilated the aura. With the sword god's intervention, the evil spirits retreated, and all auras were instantly withdrawn, as if sensing a powerful danger. They went down, and there was an underground passage. There was no trace of aura, as if the previous fierce aura had suddenly contracted. They walked forward and found a square-shaped object. Oh no, could this be the fake artifact we've been searching for? Zhao Min was speechless. This is a brick, isn't it? Xiao Zhao said. This is a must-have for taking pictures of people. Zhou Yin took one look and immediately fell in love with it. Where is the ferocious beast? Why can't we see any trace of it? Ning Shuiqing looked around, but apart from the brick, they couldn't see anything. That ferocious beast is sealed inside, but at most another 1,000 years or so, this pseudo-divine artifact will no longer be able to seal it, Li Chungang said. This is a pseudo-divine artifact, plus a pet. This is a great deal, Zhou Yin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Shuiqing was immediately shocked and exclaimed, You actually want to keep this ferocious beast as a pet? You don't want to live anymore. It's just a ferocious beast. My territory has Qiongqi, White Tiger, and Divine Dragon. This Zhu Yin doesn't even rank among them, Zhou Yin replied. But it's so powerful. Are you capable of subduing it? Ning Shuiqing was stunned by Zhou Yin's idea. No, I don't need to do anything. Isn't he here? Zhou Yin looked at Li Chungang. In your words, I'm just destined to be a wage earner, Li Chungang said, pursing his lips. How can this be considered working? I didn't treat you like an employee, serving you good food and drinks, Zhou Yin quickly said. Zhou Yin took the brick in his hand, and instantly, a terrifying black energy emanated from it. Zhou Yin was no pushover either, and angrily retorted, "You little brat, you still dare to be arrogant with me even after being sealed away." Streams of yin-yang primordial spiritual energy were continuously released onto the brick, and Zhou Yin quickly eliminated the black energy. "Let's go. We'll deal with it once we're on the ground," Zhou Yin said. After he finished speaking, a surge of black energy appeared again from the brick, as if the Zhou Yin inside was enraged. However, after Zhou Yin released his energy, he suppressed it once again. "You're here. Go ahead and try. You're still a long way from being arrogant with me," Zhou Yin challenged. A black aura appeared again, and Zhou Yin destroyed it once more. It reappeared and was destroyed again. After several repetitions, the black aura disappeared, and Zhou Yin successfully suppressed it. Once inside the palace, Zhou Yin found another passage leading outside. "You all stay away. We can leave this Zhou Yin to Li Chungang," Zhou Yin said. Everyone quickly moved far away. Zhou Yin said to Li Chungang, "It's enough to beat him half to death. It would be a pity to kill him. You little rascal, you're willing to take anything." Li Chungang shook his head. "Who cares what they are? Once they're on my turf, they all have to behave themselves," Zhou Yin said. The yin-yang primordial power was released towards the brick, and the entire pseudo-divine artifact floated in the air. A powerful array was set up on it, but after so much time, the array on it had long been destroyed by Zhou Yin from the inside. Zhou Yin is now destroying the entire formation from the outside again. A terrifying aura is once again released from the bricks, causing a great change in the world, as if a disaster is about to strike. A chilling wind swept in, howling and howling, as if the heavens and earth sensed the impending appearance of a ferocious beast, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Break! After the array on the brick was completely destroyed, a huge black shadow rushed out from it and landed on the ground. An excited voice rang out, and Zhou Yin appeared. It looked somewhat like an ape, with white fur all over its body, as white as snow, and sharp fangs. Zhou Yin is tens of meters in size, extremely large, with enormous palms that appear to possess immense power. With the birth of Zhou Yin, the sky and earth were filled with black thunder, as if foreshadowing a great change that was about to happen to the world. Finally, Zhou Yin looked at Zhou Yin fiercely and said, "Boy, to thank you for letting me out, I plan to eat you." A very reasonable request. If it were me, I would have done the same. Zhou Yin said dismissively, then shook his head. "Unfortunately, your opponent is not me." Zuyan naturali notisa li shungan. He stood there like a peerless sword, sharp yet immovable, calm yet like an erupting volcano. "I will devour you all." Zhou Yin roared at Li Chungang, then slammed its hooves down in the direction Li Chungang was. Boom! The earth split open. Li Chungang had already left and arrived in the sky, standing straight up, his left hand behind his back, his right hand holding two swords, sword energy crisscrossing, radiating brilliance, a celestial sword exuding the aura of the beginning of heaven and earth. With a wave of Li Chunggang's right hand, the heavenly sword fell, binding the heavens and earth as if to unleash the earth. Terrifying sword energy spread for hundreds of kilometers, startling the surrounding birds and beasts, who fled in all directions. Roar! Zhou Yin raised his hands, gripped the giant sword with difficulty, and roared repeatedly. Although Zhou Yin has been suppressed for countless years and lost much of its power, it is still quite strong. In particular, the ferocious beast itself possesses formidable strength, making it absolutely impossible for Li Chungang to defeat it quickly. Wow, I never expected Li Chungang to be so strong. Ning Xueqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. He's a demigod, so his strength is naturally very high. Although that Zhou Yin has also reached that level, it has been suppressed for too long, and its strength is not at its peak. It's only a matter of time before it's defeated, Zhou Yin commented. Can he really do it alone? Even my ancestor, who united so many powerful figures, could only seal it back then. Ning Xueqing was still a little worried. Chapter 596, forcibly taken away. One sword aura after another fell towards Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin was furious, his fists as powerful as divine weapons, constantly blocking the terrifying sword energy. Boom! Zhou Yan flan a sword azid. The terrifying sword aura directly severed a large section of a mountain, leaving everyone dumbfounded and filled with longing. They all hoped that they could reach the level of Li Chungang, and at that time, they too could cleave a mountain with a single sword strike. Zhu Yin is an extremely powerful and ferocious beast, with formidable combat strength, especially its physical body, which could withstand even pseudo-divine artifacts without much trouble. Li Chungang was equally formidable. An even more powerful sword aura descended, forcing Zhu Yin back over 100 meters. Another sword aura slashed down, and Zhu Yin raised his fists, which cleaved the earth like a hammer. Snap! Li Chunggang's sword energy was actually shattered directly. The shattered sword energy scattered around, destroying everything in its path. This was the power of a demigod, the strength of a top-tier expert. With every gesture, Zhou Yin possessed earth-shattering power. He made everyone retreat another distance, and the battle area between the two expanded. The ground had already collapsed, and the underground palace had long been destroyed by their battle. The surrounding forests and mountains have collapsed or been destroyed and are no longer what they used to be. Those mindless zombies vanished into nothingness amidst the overflowing energy of the two. Boom! Li Chungang struck Zhu Yin with his sword, knocking him down. Zhu Yan's enormous body crashed into a mountain, instantly destroying it completely. As the thunderbolts descended, Zhu Yin, still able to wield the power of black lightning, which it had not used before, finally launched a counterattack at the crucial moment. A bolt of black lightning, about a meter in size, was controlled by Zhu Yin and fell towards Li Chungang. Li Chungang, as if possessed by the sword, charged directly towards the black lightning. Snap! The black lightning was shattered, and Li Chungang was unharmed. He landed in the heavens like a sword immortal descending to earth, and a unique divine sword was formed. Go to hell! Zhu Yin roared, and black energy transformed into a terrifying behemoth that flew towards Li Chungang. The divine sword was unleashed, causing a cataclysmic change in the world, as if a celestial gate had opened and the divine realm had descended. Strange auras scattered, and bizarre energy seemed to destroy everything. The divine sword destroyed the black energy, directly annihilating, collapsing, and shattering it. The sword of the gods is as if it no longer belongs to the mortal world. Nothing can withstand it. Zhu Yin sensed the threat of death and released all its energy, forming a black shield that blocked its path. Clang! The terrifying energy was released completely, and Zhu Yan's feet sank into the ground. Mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked, stars shifted, and the sun and moon lost their light. The sword energy completely destroyed the dark clouds in the sky. Boom! The terrifying energy was completely unleashed, and Zhu Yin was devoured by it. The black energy was also completely shattered by the power of that sword. Above the 9 heavens, it was as if the light of the Milky Way had appeared. People thousands of kilometers away felt a terrifying energy fluctuation and fell into deep thought as they looked at the ever-changing sky in the distance. What terrifying sword energy! My sword is trembling. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. Has some kind of monstrous beast appeared? 34, my god. This is a duel between 2 demigods. 34. No way. How could our Xianfeng dynasty suddenly have 2 demigod-level experts? Zhu Yin was severely injured and knocked to the ground by Li Chungang. But Zhu Yin was a ferocious beast. Even though it was seriously injured, it was still arrogant and roared at Li Chungang repeatedly. Boom! Without hesitation, Li Chungang struck Zhu Yin again, knocking him to the ground. Zhu Yin, surrender. Obediently submit. I'm the most loving person in the world. I'll provide food, lodging, and entertainment. You can even bully other small animals when you have nothing to do. With such good conditions, what are you waiting for? Zhou Yin flew into the air and sincerely stated his conditions to Zhu Yin, just like a company recruiting. Forget about making me, Zhu Yin, submit. Zhu Yin was extremely proud and would rather die than submit. I can't give up. Besides, I love to do the impossible. The more you disagree, the more I'll make you submit. Zhou Yin took out a bunch of talismans and walked toward Zhu Yin. Go to hell. Zhu Yin raised his fist and attacked Zhou Yin, but Zhou Yin easily dodged it. You're not being honest. Zhou Yin took out a huge hammer and smashed it down hard on Zhu Yan's head. Bang! Zhu Yin has a very large head and strong defense, several times stronger than the previous Nian beast. Dark sky, Zhou Yan shouted, and saw Tian fly quickly above Zhu Yan. Zhou Yan immediately threw the hammer at Tian. And Tian conjured a giant dragon claw, grabbed the hammer, and launched a fierce attack on Zhu Yan's head. Bang mui tu, bang, bang, bang. 34. Zhu Yan naturally resisted, but Zhou Yan used a mental spell on him. The powerful mental force rushed into Tian's mind, making him dizzy, and then he fainted happily. This time, Zhou Yan brought out a pet scroll that was even more powerful than the last one, specifically designed to target powerful monsters. These scrolls are 10 times more expensive than ordinary pet scrolls. But Zhou Yan is not short of money. As long as the product is good, money is not a problem. So, Zhou Yan began using pet scrolls on the unconscious Zhu Yan one by one. Each time Zhou Yan used it, he would use mental magic to attack Zhu Yan's spirit, making his soul's resistance weaker. But it still failed. Each failure damaged Zhu Yan's soul, making it less rebellious. Therefore, Zhou Yan used it again and again, torturing Zhu Yan's soul in an attempt to subdue it. But Zhu Yan, as expected of a demigod-level ferocious beast, had exceptionally strong resistance and quickly awoke. Before they could even react, they were once again struck by Dark Sky's invincible giant hammer. Zhu Yan resisted time and time again, awoke time and time again, and was repeatedly and mercilessly stunned. Yan beast, I know this one well. Everyone stared in disbelief. Ning Shuiqing asked, are you sure Zhou Yan is a human and not a ferocious beast? Everyone. An hour later, Zhu Yan successfully transformed into a beam of light and was successfully captured by Zhou Yan, becoming the second giant monster to be forcibly taken away after the Nian beast. Zhou Yan approached Jiao Chan and the others with a smile. Before she could speak, Ning Shuiqing immediately stepped forward and obediently said, I'm sorry, it was all my fault before. I apologize. I shouldn't have argued with you. Zhou Yan, why has this little girl become so well-behaved? Chapter 597, Nothing Good. With their spoils in hand, Zhou Yan led everyone on their happy journey home. Li Changgang didn't make a fuss about leaving. It seemed he also wanted to experience the Xianfeng dynasty. With nothing happening in the territory for the time being, and with such a powerful figure at the top of the pyramid protecting him, Zhou Yan certainly wouldn't refuse. Because they were going to participate in an auction the next day, they quickened their pace on the way back and finally returned to Anyang City by evening through the teleportation array. I'm exhausted. I really want to sleep. The little girl Ning Shuiqing was only at the martial soldier level, and she was exhausted from the journey. In addition, she was physically weak, so she fell asleep as soon as she returned to the inn. Zhou Yan didn't think there would be anything good at this kind of auction. Dian Wei and the others, however, found it quite interesting as it was their first time attending an auction. Zhou Yan simply let them bid themselves, and he would pay for it. Everyone was very happy, and then waited for the auction to begin. Half an hour later, the auction began, and items were brought to the stage one by one. After looking at the items, Dian Wei and the others seemed quite bored and said, You're even putting a piece of diamond-quality equipment up for auction? Why are they all these low-grade things? I thought there was some good stuff here. Are 8-star spiritual herbs very rare? Even 7th-grade pills are being fought over like this. Just how scarce are they? Within their territory, the generals have no shortage of elixirs or equipment. Powerful martial arts techniques and skills are available in this scripture pavilion. They have more cultivation resources than they can use. Each general keeps a huge amount in their spatial ring. For them, while some of the items up for auction were decent, they weren't quite there yet, not to the point where they absolutely had to have them. But for others, these things are extremely precious and hard to come by, causing countless people to fight tooth and nail for them. Dozens of items have been auctioned off, but not a single one has come up that satisfies them. An auction, and that's it? The generals were very disappointed. They had thought they would find something good. These things are really not very good. Diao Chan also said, I thought there would be something to buy, but it turns out it's all these low-end items. Zhao Min and Xiao Zhao also showed no interest. The best stuff is yet to come. Let's wait and see, Zhou Yan said. Time quickly passed, and it was already afternoon. Throughout the morning, not a single person in the private room had made a purchase. They hoped something good would happen in the afternoon. The afternoon auction finally yielded a few items that satisfied everyone. The first item is a blueprint for forging a magical artifact. This is good. You guys take a picture of it. After seeing the blueprint, Zhou Yin had already decided who it belonged to. All right, if the Lord says he wants it, then this thing is definitely ours, Dian Wei said immediately upon hearing this. Everyone laughed. Compared to them, even if everyone present were combined, they wouldn't be as rich as their lord. The auction had already begun, with a starting price of 500 million spirit coins. Dian Wei and the others immediately shouted, 1 billion. Whoosh! Everyone looked at their private room. They immediately raised the price by double. That was incredibly aggressive. Dian Wei, do you even know how to auction? Who told you to bid 1 billion? Yang Zixing said hurriedly. Then tell me how many to shout. Dian Wei asked. 1.2 billion. Yang Zixing said again. The people in the underground room were speechless again. What's wrong with the people in this private room? No one else has even bid yet, and you've already bid again. Playing by yourself? However, the price of this blueprint is far more than 1.2 billion. But the difference won't be too great. 1.3 billion. People continued to make offers. Look what you're yelling about, and people are still trying to steal it, Dian Wei said. What's the approximate market price for this blueprint? Wu Song asked. How would I know? I'm not in business. Don't look at me, I don't know anything about these things. For matters involving violence, come to me. But for things like this price, it's no use coming to me. Everyone else shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know the exact price of the blueprints. Kai Yin continued. Normally, the price of a blueprint for a spiritual artifact level jewelry should be between 1.2 billion and 2 billion, and it generally won't exceed that price. I didn't know you studied this. Zhou Yin looked at Kai Yin, who was dignified and virtuous, and who always maintained the beauty of a classical woman. I only looked at the value of these things in various places when I was bored, Kai Yin replied. Now that we know the price, things are much easier, Zhang Xiu continued, 1.8 billion. Isn't that asking too high? I think 1.5 billion is about right, Wen Ping said. I've observed that there are quite a few lords here, about 1.8 billion, Zhang Xiu said. I didn't expect General Zhang Xiu to be so observant, Ho Junji said with a smile. It's just a habit, Zhang Xiu replied. Sure enough, once the price was announced, no one competed. The auction then began for the second item, a complete set of women's clothing. This is a special outfit that is not only beautiful, but also increases a lot of attribute points. However, the chief tailor of Zhou Yan's territory could make even better pieces than those auctioned here, so they did not auction this item. The third item, the fourth item, all the way to the 10th item, before something else came up that really caught everyone's attention. This is a two-handed weapon, a rather uncommon one, called a shuo. It comes in pairs and is somewhat like a short gun, but with some differences in design. What would interest a military general is equipment of the spirit level or above, and this pair of spears happens to be exactly that. This weapon is alright, but I don't think it can be acquired for less than 3 billion. If it were a one-handed spear, I estimate there would be a lot of people in need, but this two-handed short spear is not commonly used by many people, so about 3 billion would be enough. Then let's take the picture. 3 billion. Wu Song shouted directly. The crowd turned their attention to this side again, and as soon as the price started to rise on the ground, the price here immediately reached its peak. Sure enough, no one was willing to bid at that price anymore, and they successfully won another item. Chapter 598, Turmoil. After that, they competed for some items, and each time they offered a price that prevented others from raising it. In a short period of time, hundreds of billions of spirit coins have already been spent. Then another huge thing appeared on the stage, covered by a cloth, so you couldn't see what it was. But after Zhou Yin sensed it, he said disdainfully, as expected of a depraved place, they even auction off people. Ah, what's being auctioned up? There is a person. Jiao Chan and the others were very surprised. They didn't expect that this auction would actually include people. It is indeed one person, and all of his strength has been sealed, with his hands and feet bound, Zhou Yin replied. It's so pitiful, being sold around like merchandise by these people, Kai Yin sighed. Throughout the entire Lord continent, there are countless places like this, and even in darker places, there are transactions that you can't even imagine. We are not saviors. We can only ensure that we don't become the objects of buying and selling. Zhou Yin stated a fact. While it's true that without buying and selling there would be no harm, this world is never short of either. Not long after, the host lifted the red cloth covering the area, revealing a woman bound to a cross in a cage. Her mouth was sealed shut, preventing her from speaking, and her hands and feet were firmly restrained. This is a woman wearing a sexy outfit that shows off her perfect figure. This is definitely not something the woman wanted to wear, because she has lost the ability to resist. The woman was quite beautiful, which caused many people to scream and urge her to start the auction immediately. The other party gave a brief introduction, revealing that he was actually a master at the 50th level of the heavenly realm. He had offended a powerful figure, which was why he was being auctioned off. I never expected that this auction house would even auction off people. Many military officers frowned, but they also knew that they couldn't interfere too much in such matters. There are things in this world that are even more terrifying than this, but most people just can't see them. The auction that followed was more like a sale of people. One by one, good-looking women were brought up for auction, and later other races appeared, including elves, cat girls, and beast girls. Zhou Yin suddenly said, "It seems this auction is going to be interesting." Everyone looked at Zhou Yin in confusion, then asked, "Lord, could you explain it more clearly?" Zhou Yin replied, "Someone is probably trying to cause trouble." "Oh, someone's making a move against this auction house." Upon hearing this, the generals immediately became excited and looked at Zhou Yin, asking, "Lord, should we take down this auction house?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin retorted, "Can't you use your brain? We're here for an auction, not to cause trouble." Dianwei scratched his head and said, "But I want to take action and destroy this auction house." "I want as well," Yang Zixing said. "Then, count me in," Wu Song said. Zhou Yin shook his head and said, Brain's a good thing." Seeing Zhou Yin shake his head, I thought he disagreed. Ho Junji immediately understood and said, "Brothers, change into your gear and get ready. I'm good at this." Wei Yixiao immediately transformed into the green-winged Bat King. "I've disliked these guys for a long time too," Yang Xiao said. Zhang Xiao and Wenping immediately put on masks, changing their appearance. Dian Wei and the others were taken aback and asked in confusion, "Didn't the Lord shake his head? Why are you?" "Dian Wei, use your brain more." Wenping patted Dian Wei on the shoulder. "Never mind, just follow along." Although Yang Zixing didn't understand either, seeing the Lord's indifferent attitude, he seemed to understand something, but he didn't quite get it. Apart from Tian and Lu Li, all the other generals changed their appearances and became different people. "Kill!" Sure enough, with a scream, the auctioneer who was enthusiastically bidding on the stage was the first to be killed by an arrow. Some of the people below fled towards the door, while others prepared to take advantage of the chaos to loot. Zhang Xiao and his men broke through the building and rushed downwards. Dian Wei, Yang Zixing, and Wu Song charged towards the people from the auction house. Zhou Yin shook his head at this and said, "These three guys, why don't they have brains?" "Haha, they call it standing up for what's right, while you're still thinking about robbery," Diao Chan said approvingly. Zhou Yin quickly said, "I did not condone my men's robbery. I am a good lord. How could I condone my men doing such a thing? You're even worse. Let them figure it out themselves. That's much worse than robbery." Xiao Zhao stuck out her tongue playfully. Zhao Min changed into a night outfit and then said to Xiao Zhao, "Aren't you going to participate in something this exciting?" Xiao Zhao smiled as soon as she saw Zhao Min and said, "Wait." Soon, Xiao Zhao changed into the same night clothes and said, "What's so great about those valuables? Let's rob someone. Take them away." Xiao Zhao immediately understood and asked, "Would they be willing to come with us?" "Just let them go," Zhao Min said nonchalantly. The two women also joined the battle, killing everyone in the auction house one by one. Chaos erupted below, and most of the lords who had come to participate in the auction ended up getting involved in the incident. They didn't agree to anything. It was just a chance for them to make money, and since they'd come across it, there was no reason to miss out. If the other party were very strong, that would be fine, but unfortunately, it seems that none of their experts have appeared. They can guess that this is a carefully planned scheme, and that the experts at the auction have all been restrained. As a result, the items at this auction were snapped up by various groups, and then, not feeling that was enough, they began to rush into the entire auction house. Zhou Yin said, "It seems this auction house is in trouble. I thought they would be prepared, but I overestimated them. We should prepare too." Therefore, Zhou Yin, along with Jiao Chan and others, also participated in this matter. Zhou Yin's target was the auction house's underground warehouse. His powerful senses had already detected that the most valuable items in the entire auction house were located at the very bottom. And Tian and Lu Li led the way, heading toward the underground warehouse. Everywhere there were sounds of battle. Everywhere there were fighting horses, The entire auction house had become the center of war. Zhou Yin and his group fought their way to the underground warehouse, where no one noticed them. They soon arrived at the underground warehouse, where a large metal door stood opposite. However, there were still dozens of powerful figures outside the sect. They took out their weapons, looked at Zhou Yin and the others, and said fiercely, "How dare you attack an auction house?" Chapter 599, We Withdraw. Attack the auction house? No, you're wrong. We never attack anyone. We're just movers. It's too unsafe to keep these things here, so we're storing them in a safer place for you. Zhou Yin immediately answered their question. Upon hearing this, Jiao Chan and the others looked at Zhou Yin in surprise. They never expected their lord to say such astonishing things. As expected of Zhou Yin, this is definitely his style. Oof. This is our territory, and they still dare to steal our things. Attack them. Kill. These people are quite strong. Many of them are even above the 70th level of the heavenly realm. However, Tian and Lu Li were not ordinary experts. They did not have much trouble dealing with the attacks of more than a dozen experts. Both of them were experts at the level of 80 in the heavenly realm. They would not have any problem even if they faced opponents at the level of 90, let alone these people. Liu Li used flames to ignite the three opponents. They never expected Liu Li's flames to be so powerful, as they directly broke through their protective spiritual power and then burned them completely. What terrifying flames! Everyone be careful. The person who spoke earlier finally took action. His strength was actually that of a powerhouse at the 90th level of the heavenly realm. He drew his weapon and blocked Liu Li. Then the people behind him began to deal with Tian. Jiao Chan and Wei Zifu also drew their weapons and joined the battle. Kai Yin buffed everyone, instantly increasing their combat power. Zhou Yin suddenly unleashed a gravity spell on those people, causing many to stumble and fall to their knees, only to be met with the weapons of Jiao Chan and the others. Puff! Several people were killed. Zhou Yin released a spatial storm, which tore apart 3 bewildered enemies. He then released a dark spell, which sucked one person into a black hole. A bolt of lightning blew open the head of one of them, and several vines wrapped around the 3 of them before Tian killed them. Zhou Yin was practically a devil in their eyes, his various terrifying spells leaving them with no idea what kind of attack would come next. From dozens of people, only a few remained. Damn it! The leader, seeing so many of his men killed or wounded, made a feint attack and then began to flee. But an invisible wall appeared in front of the other person, causing them to slam into it and bleed from their nose. Spatial barrier. The other person covered their nose and looked at Zhou Yin. How is it? Comfortable. Zhou Yin smiled. Just as the other person was about to speak, they sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, their footing gave way, and they fell straight into the abyss. Zhou Yin began to cast earth attribute magic to reseal the cracked earth. The opponent was still resisting, and the cracked earth was hindered, but Zhou Yin released a thunder and fire spell, and a bolt of lightning and flames raged in the cracked earth. The opponent screamed in agony, unable to resist any longer. The ground was restored to its original state, and no one would know that someone had died deep underground. And Tian stepped forward, trying to open the metal door, but was pushed away by a powerful force. A barrier, and Tian frowned. He wasn't good at this kind of thing, so he looked at Zhou Yin. No problem, watch me. Zhou Yin stepped forward, released the Tai Chi diagram within his body, and began to deconstruct the formation. He quickly understood the structure of the formation, but he discovered some anomalies. Nevertheless, Zhou Yin still chose to dismantle the barrier. The barrier above the gate was gradually destroyed and dismantled by Zhou Yin, and the barrier on the metal gate soon disappeared. However, the metal door requires a key to open. Without the key, the mechanism inside will still be triggered. Zhou Yin turned around and looked at Liu Li, saying, Liu Li, use your flames to burn the gate open. Yes. Liu Li stepped forward and released the Liu Li flame within her body. Streams of emerald flames, dreamlike and jade-like, covered the metal gate. Once the metal gate lost the protection of the barrier, it was no match for the terrifying flames of the glass and began to melt rapidly. After the metal door was broken open, and Tian saw that the internal mechanisms had also been destroyed by the high temperature of the glass. And Tian stepped forward, unleashing a powerful force. His fist was covered in black energy as he fiercely attacked the gate. Boom! The metal gate cracked open, and Tian destroyed the entire gate. The group went inside and saw that it was filled with mountains of treasures. Zhou Yin sensed their presence and stopped them from moving. Ha ha! Thank you all for helping me open the treasure vault. Suddenly, a group of people appeared behind them, armed and laughing as they approached Zhou Yin and the others. They had been there for a while, but they hadn't shown themselves until Zhou Yin and the others successfully broke open the treasure vault door. Moreover, they were numerous, and each of them was at least at the 50th level of the heavenly realm, with some even exceeding the 90th level. Zhou Yin smiled and then said to Lu Li and the others, "They outnumber us. Let's retreat." "What? Retreat?" Li Li thought she had misheard. Zhou Yin actually told them to retreat. Then, Li Li realized that with Zhou Yan's shrewdness, how could he retreat without a reason? There must have been a problem discovered inside. Oh, Li Li understood immediately and obediently came to Zhou Yan's side. And Tian quickly realized what was going on. Based on his understanding of Zhou Yan, he didn't believe that Zhou Yan would really retreat. He was definitely trying to trick these guys. Jiao Chan and Kai Yan were a little taken aback by Zhou Yan's words, but they knew what Zhou Yan had discovered. Without saying a word, they stood beside him. "Let's go." Zhou Yan left decisively, without any hesitation. This left the other party completely bewildered. These people had actually been scared away by just one sentence from him. That's a bit unreasonable. But Zhou Yan and the others did indeed leave. "Lord, they've left," one of his men said to the man. "I have eyes," the Lord replied. "So, shall we kill them or not?" the subordinate asked again. "Kill them by foot. We're here to rob the treasure. If they know what's good for them, they'll leave. Why fight them? Let's go into the treasury and take everything with us. Hurry up, or when the others come, we won't be able to take much," the Lord said hastily. So, the group quickly entered the treasure vault. Seeing the dazzling array of riches around them, they all shouted greedily, "Ha ha! We're rich. So many treasures are all ours. My lord, we've struck it rich. So much treasure. Come on, take them all away. Everyone will get a reward when we get back," the Lord ordered. Yes, a group of people excitedly stepped forward, wanting to take away the wealth. But, Chapter 600, The True Treasure Trove. The moment their hands touched these treasures, the previously destroyed gate suddenly reappeared, and this gate was 10 times stronger than the previous metal gate, with a barrier array on it that was also 10 times stronger. They were completely sealed off, and all the wealth before them vanished without a trace. It turned out that it was all an illusion, and a very powerful one at that. The Lord's smile vanished instantly. He looked around in utter bewilderment and said in disbelief, "How could this be? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." Suddenly, a terrifying rain of arrows descended, and countless people were struck by arrows, screaming and dying. Then a destructive storm tore them apart. Flames erupted from the ground, burning them, and a terrifying poisonous gas instantly corroded their bodies. They kept attacking the gate at the back, trying to escape, but the gate was too strong and too terrifying. They simply didn't have enough time to open it. The Lord finally understood why the man had left so decisively earlier. Turned out to be, the other party had already realized that this was a trap. "Fuck your grandpa." The Lord left behind his last words before he died. "Lord, that's a trap, isn't it?" Lily finally couldn't help but ask. "You've learned your lesson." Zhou Yin smiled. "But based on my understanding of the Lord, how could you possibly leave so much wealth to others? That's simply not in your character." Liu Li immediately expressed her opinion. "Ha ha ha." Jiao Chan and the others immediately burst into laughter, agreeing with Lu Li's words. Zhou Yin was taken aback, then asked, "So, in your eyes, what kind of person am I?" Liu Li thought for a moment, then replied, "She's the kind of person who would never suffer a loss." And Tian nodded in agreement. "You know me quite well," Zhou Yin smiled. "Lord, where do we go next?" And Tian looked at Zhou Yin, not seeming to be leaving. "Of course, I'm taking you to the real treasure trove. But I didn't expect that they almost fooled me too. It seems that the person who set up this formation must be a master." Zhou Yin thought of the traps and mechanisms from before, each one linked to the next, and even had people specifically assigned to guard the outside. Any normal person would be fooled. "Does the Lord know where it is?" And Tian asked. "I'd already unfolded the Tai Chi diagram and pinpointed the location of the true treasure vault. Although the other party is hiding it very well, unfortunately, my Tai Chi diagram can find any formation and also break any formation. However, depending on the complexity of the formation, the more advanced the formation, the longer it takes to break it, Zhou Yan said confidently. His Tai Chi diagram originated before heaven and earth, representing the initial prototype of everything in the universe. Any evolution or change of a formation must start from the most basic level. Any formation that Zhou Yan comes into contact with can be directly evolved and analyzed, making breaking the formation much simpler for him. The auction house had many underground passages, and Zhou Yan led everyone to a wall where they stopped. Wei Zifu asked curiously, "My lord, the real passage isn't in this wall, is it?" A closer look reveals that this wall is subtly different from the others, and there are clear signs that it has been frequently walked on. Auction houses often need to store treasures, and over time, this will create differentiation. This is a doorway, so the mechanism must be around it. Zhou Yan looked around and then said, "Let's see if there's anything obvious." "There's a gem here. Is it a mechanism?" Diao Chan asked, pointing to a wall behind her. "Press it down and take a look," Zhou Yan said. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After Jiao Chan pressed the mechanism, the stone door in front of her slowly rose up, revealing another passage and a large metal door with a barrier above it. What exactly does this auction house store? Why is it set up so secretly? Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it all, Kai Yin said curiously. The more hidden the setup, the better the contents here. Judging from these mechanisms, formations, and traps, it's probably a treasure trove that has been stored for the entire auction house for so many years, Zhou Yan guessed. Why did those people who attacked the auction house earlier remain indifferent to this treasure vault? They didn't even send anyone down to search it. Was their goal to destroy the auction house, not the wealth here? Lily was still puzzled by the group that attacked the auction house earlier. She didn't know what their real goal was. If it was for money, they would probably have been searching for wealth everywhere by now. Moreover, it's clear that the other party was well prepared, having attracted all the experts from the auction house away. Otherwise, the entire auction wouldn't have been so easily disrupted. There were no fewer than 5 mechanisms along the distance from the main gate to the metal gate, but Zhou Yan found the switches for all of them and began to turn them off. Upon reaching the metal gate, you'll find numerous puzzle pieces on it. This is a combination lock with countless possible variations. Only by finding the correct puzzle piece can you open the gate. But Zhou Yan could find another way to enter without damaging the outside. In this world, there's another thing called props. Come closer. Zhou Yan took out a black scroll that emitted a strange energy and then gestured for everyone to come closer. Several people approached Zhou Yan, who then activated his spiritual power and the energy on the scroll. A surge of energy enveloped them all, and they all vanished from their original spot. When they reappeared, they had already entered the true treasure vault. What kind of method is that? Wei Zifu asked curiously. It's a time scroll, a scroll that can directly travel through time, but the distance isn't too far, so it's useless to keep it, and that's why I took it out and used it, Zhou Yan replied. This place has been placed under a spatial restriction, and even has treasures designed to target spatial mages, all to prevent others from using spatial abilities to travel through it. However, there was no way to freeze time, which the other party probably didn't expect, which is why Zhou Yan was able to easily break through it. Finding the password on the gate would take too long. Using tools is much faster. This must be the auction house's treasure trove. Each item is packaged in an exquisite box. They looked around the entire treasure vault, which consisted of boxes of all sizes and shapes. And Tian curiously picked up one of the exquisite treasure boxes and exclaimed in surprise. This box should have the function of storing treasures. It seems that these things are all good. Whoosh! Upon opening, a ray of light emanated and a delicate fragrance filled the entire space. It smells so good. This must be a miraculous medicine. Wei Zifu exclaimed in surprise.